In the ruined desert city of Prehinipal, Desser faces the dragon of destruction, Boromir Napolitan, at the very end of humanity's 10-year nightmare. A sun-like mass of hellfire burns overhead as Boromir roars that mere humans should never have challenged him. Desser answers without hesitation that this is the dragon's end, and the survivors hold their ground instead of breaking. For Desser, this last battlefield carries every death from the Shadow Labyrinth, including friends, juniors, and the girl he once liked. After endless days of slaughter and nights of the Shadow Army pouring in, only 100 survivors are left to finish what 150 million people started. One survivor shouts that they will finally kill the dragon here and put an end to this hell, reigniting everyone's last bit of fighting spirit. Boromir's fire breath and draconic spells tear through Prehinipal so brutally that the city is almost ground back into sand. Even as shields shatter, artifacts break, and veterans die, the survivors keep fighting because failure here means the world ends. In the middle of the chaos, Desser finishes analyzing the dragon's spell Absolute Zero, and yells that he can seal it in 8 minutes with the Eilon system. At the same time, the frontliners spot that the dragon's bone armor is gone and call for everyone to focus on its exposed back. Furious at being cornered, Boromir unleashes his strongest trump card and the battlefield erupts in another massive explosion. But the blast is weaker than before, and Desser realizes the dragon has finally started to run out of unstoppable power. Desser seals the dragon's 13th spell, Solar Storm, and the survivors finally start turning the fight around. Zod immediately orders the mages to disperse an incoming breath attack while frontliners fall back to the dragon's blind spots. As Desser keeps analyzing draconic magic by the tens of thousands, one sealed spell after another strips Boromir of his offense. Horrified, Boromir cries out that he cannot be losing to humans as his advantage collapses in front of him. Desser finishes the final analysis and announces that every draconic spell is now sealed. The moment they have bled for finally arrives when Yahello roars for the attackers to charge and kill the helpless dragon. Unable to believe the humans he looked down on have reduced him to this, Boromir can only scream in panic. A few moments later, the dragon of destruction crashes to the ground at last, and everyone thinks the nightmare is finally over. Relief floods the battlefield, but when the dust settles, the victors realize only 6 of them survived, gathered around the dragon's corpse in stunned disbelief. They collapse where they stand, overwhelmed by exhaustion and by the impossible fact that they somehow stayed alive. Yahello praises everyone and says they really did save the world. Donaife unsettles the mood by pointing out that no clear message has appeared, even though killing the dragon was supposed to be the Shadow World's objective. Yahello admits this labyrinth has never followed normal Shadow World rules, so all they can do now is wait and see what happens. Zod quietly reduces their victory to numbers and notes that only 6 out of 150 million people survived. Priscilla snaps at him for doing useless calculations when none of it can bring the dead back. Zod still argues that someone has to organize what happened, especially now that nearly all the continent's mages are dead. Desser cuts the argument short by reminding them that whatever the cost, they did save the world. Once that truth finally sinks in, the survivors start loosening up and talking through the battle they just endured. Ajess stays apart from the rest, silent and unreadable, listening without joining in. Priscilla thanks Yahello for being there for everyone, but he brushes it off and says Desser played the bigger role. Donaife agrees without hesitation, because Desser saved him more than once during the Shadow World. Zod admits he thought Desser would have died long ago, then bluntly questions how a mere third circle mage could reverse-analyze draconic magic when even he could not. Put on the spot, Desser says his talent was wasted because as a commoner he was denied proper education at the academy while nobles and commoners were kept apart. He says that simple bigotry costs countless lives, and that with equal chances they could have won much earlier with far less sacrifice. Even Zod can only admit that if the Tower of Magic had gotten someone like Desser sooner, that talent would not have gone to waste. Trying to pull everyone out of the past, Yahello asks what each of them will do once they finally return home as heroes. Donaife says he will visit the homes of his fallen comrades and return their belongings so their honorable deaths are never forgotten. Priscilla vows to return west, support the families of the dead, and build memorials so the fallen will be remembered. Zod says he will devote his research to Shadow Worlds so another labyrinth on the scale never appears again. When Yahello asks Ajess about her plans, she only stares at him for a long moment and turns away without answering. Yahello awkwardly shifts to Desser and starts listing the places that would gladly welcome him after everything he has done. Desser begins to answer, but a sudden surge of mana rips through the area and instantly puts all 6 survivors back on edge. Panic spreads at once as Zod wonders what they missed and Priscilla screams that the labyrinth was supposed to be cleared already. Donaife wonders if the dragon somehow was not fully dead, but Zod rejects that and says he personally confirmed the kill. Then Zod goes still and mutters one chilling word to himself, the heart. Pressed to explain, Zod says a dragon's heart works like an enormous mana engine that keeps pulling in power even after the dragon dies. Because nobody is controlling that mana anymore, the heart has overheated and is about to go critical. Priscilla demands a simpler answer, and Desser cuts straight to it. The overheating engine is about to explode. A violent rumble answers him from inside the corpse, and the overflow of raw mana turns every face pale. When someone asks why they never knew this risk, Zod gives the cruel answer that humanity has never defeated a dragon before today. Zod estimates the blast will be beyond mortal reckoning, impossible to dodge, impossible to block, and not even something mages can hijack. Realizing there is no answer left, Raffaello stares blankly into the gathering storm while Priscilla can only start praying. At the center of it all, Desser stands in pain and despair, asking himself if this is really the end after everything they endured. He closes his eyes against the oncoming mana storm, and that becomes his last memory of the ruined world. Then Desser opens his eyes somewhere else entirely, staring at his own outstretched hand in stunned confusion. As excited voices fill the air, he looks up and finds himself inside a grand hall with a sapphire chandelier, banquet tables, and rows of students in black uniforms. When Desser looks into the glass in front of him, he sees not his scarred war face but his own school-age reflection staring back. He reels from the impossible thought that he definitely died, yet somehow he is young again in a place he remembers. A bell rings, and a beautiful woman in a black professor's uniform steps onto the stage and introduces herself as Professor Bridget. Desser stares at Bridget with strange familiarity as she thanks the applicants for coming from many countries. Bridget tells them not everyone will be admitted, because the entrance exam will decide which 600 applicants can enter Hebrian. Before she even says it, Desser mutters that the test will be clearing a shadow world, and Bridget confirms he is right. Bridget explains that this exam world is an academy-made imitation rather than a real shadow world, and that the test begins in 2 hours. The hall breaks into applause, but Desser just looks down in disbelief because he knows exactly where and when he is. He realizes this is Hebrian Academy's entrance exam in the year 3613, which means he has been thrown 13 years into the past. The timeline hits him hard. The Shadow Labyrinth begins in 3616, so this return has placed him 3 years before that disaster, and 10 years before its end. Relief at being back collides with crushing guilt, because in his memory 10 years of suffering and 150 million deaths still ended in total failure. He briefly wants to believe it was all a nightmare, but the battle experience and impossible magic knowledge in his head feel far too real. A red-haired girl suddenly approaches, introducing herself as Redoria von Dorich, a second-year Hebrian student who will mentor him for today's exam. Desser politely answers, but meeting the same genius fire mage from his past life in this moment feels deeply unnatural to him. When Redoria asks what he is thinking so hard about, Desser hides the truth and says he is just nervous. Redoria laughs and tells him not to be scared, because the Academy's fake shadow world is nothing like a real one. She still adds that the exam is meant to test whether applicants are really fit to fight shadow worlds at all. While preparing his paperwork, Redoria notices Desser is a commoner and bluntly warns that even if he passes he will likely be shoved into beta class. She tells him Hebrian barely cares about its commoner half and does not give beta students proper education. That casual warning reminds Desser of the segregation he once blamed for wasting talent and costing lives. Redoria leads him down a long corridor, and after a quiet stretch she suddenly asks whether he really knows what a shadow world is. Desser casually says he knows more or less, but Redoria grows suspicious because anyone joining the fight against shadow worlds should understand them perfectly. Still unconvinced, she decides to test him with a few questions right there. Her first question comes with a mocking edge. What exactly is a shadow world? Desser answers smoothly that shadow worlds are the most dangerous phenomenon humanity faces, countless separate worlds with strange rules appearing every year. He explains that each one is a glimpse into the past, and that the Magic Society ranks them into 10 classes based on danger. Then he names the worst part. An encroachment can cover land in black fog so deadly that nobody who enters ever comes back alive. He finishes by saying that this is exactly why humanity has no choice but to fight the shadow worlds. As they walk, Desser takes over the explanation and lays out exactly how a shadow world mirrors past events and how clearing it stops that world from eroding reality. Redoria is impressed enough to stop teaching and jokes that Desser clearly does not need the beginner explanation. They arrive at Hebrian Academy's dazzling main building, and Redoria flashes her pass to open the entrance. Inside the grand hall, Desser hides a wave of nostalgia because this is not just similar to his memories, it is the exact same place. When Redoria expects him to be shocked, Desser brushes it off and claims he has seen something like this before. As they move through the maze-like halls, Desser quietly recognizes familiar faces from his past life and keeps his emotions hidden. The mood sours when Redoria suddenly stops and points out the pair ahead, Elhim, the water mage she hates, and his silent mentee. Redoria vents to Desser that Elhim is arrogant and unbearable, while Desser remembers that the two are opposites in both magic and personality. The man opens with a sneering jab about Redoria's short legs, and she fires right back without flinching. Their insults escalate fast, with Redoria reminding him she beat him recently, and the smug water mage insisting he had only gone easy on her. The two mages crowd into each other's space until even Desser instinctively steps back from the sparks flying between them. Unable to win by arguing, the smug water mage finally turns away from Redoria and asks Desser if he is really her mentee. Desser answers politely, and the man briefly praises his manners before asking for his name. The moment the man checks the academy data and sees Desser as a commoner, his contempt turns obvious. He openly mocks Redoria for mentoring a pathetic commoner and boasts that their coming contest will not even be close. When Midoriya demands to know what contest he means, Elhim flips his tablet around and shows that they are all in the same D group. He twists the knife by staring down at Desser and saying there is no way a commoner survives a group with that lineup. Midoriya refuses to back down and claims her side could still win even with Elhim in the same group. That confidence gets crushed when he proudly reveals the silent girl beside him is a spell's word. Midoriya cannot believe it, because a spell's word is a near unmatched genius gifted in both swordsmanship and magic. At his smug challenge, Midoriya pulls out her own tablet, checks the silent girl's information, and asks her name. A Jest King's Crown answers in an ice-cold voice, and the tablet confirms the worst. She is a twin attribute spell's word with ice and lightning talent. Seeing proof that a Jest is already a third circle mage whose swordsmanship exceeds a pawn-rank swordsman leaves Midoriya stunned speechless. The water mage enjoys the win, walks past them, and leaves Midoriya frozen in angry silence while a Jest follows without a word. Before leaving, the smug noble leans into Desser's face and warns the commoner to give up, saying Beta is the best he could ever hope for. Later in the waiting room, the exam announcement begins as Desser stands before an advanced shadow gate and studies it with curious nostalgia. Romantica snaps at Desser for embarrassing the group, making it clear that the other test takers already see him as dead weight. Desser recognizes Romantica at once and remembers that in the future she becomes a brilliant chantless wind mage before dying too early. Instead of arguing, Desser politely apologizes and plays the harmless first-timer who is simply impressed by the gate. That only makes the snobbery more obvious as Romantica and Trevery dismiss Desser as an uneducated commoner who is not real competition. Once they notice a commoner in the lineup, Romantica and Trevery relax and treat the exam like a friendly duel between themselves. The exam details finally appear, and D Group learns their shadow world is an 8-kilometer race where magic and attacks are fully allowed. With the danger sounding lighter than monster-filled exams, Trevery and Romantica are relieved that this one looks like a simple race. When the gate opens, examinees line up in order and step into the bright light one group at a time. Desser and the others enter next, and the gate drops them into a peaceful artificial world of grass, flowers, blue sky, and a river cutting across the plain. A starting line appears with a 3-minute countdown, and the 4 competitors step into position beside one another. By chance, Desser ends up beside a Jest, and his cool composure slips into awkwardness when she catches him staring. Desser manages an awkward little greeting, and a Jest answers with nothing but a blank stare before turning away. Looking closer, Desser spots a Jest's unusual sword and remembers the ruthless battlefield legend she will become. A Jest suddenly breaks the silence just to tell Desser one blunt truth: he is weak. When Desser shrugs that he already knows, a Jest coldly proves she has judged him in detail, from his low spell level to his below-average body. The air turns sharp enough that Desser thinks she might attack him on the spot, but a Jest calmly says she has no interest in bullying someone this weak. That merciless answer feels painfully familiar to Desser, because even now a Jest is exactly the same cold woman he remembers. The final countdown hits 0, and all 4 competitors explode off the line the instant the race begins. As expected, a Jest in Trevery sees the lead through raw physical ability, while the 2 mages fall badly behind almost immediately. Running side by side in the rear, Desser needles Romantica by pointing out that at this pace both of them are headed straight for elimination. Romantica tries to snap back, but the truth lands because she is already struggling to breathe and cannot deny they are losing badly. Desser keeps prodding until Romantica finally explodes, furious that a commoner is talking down to a second circle mage. To prove herself, Romantica thrusts out her arms and casts a high-speed wind spell toward the frontrunners. Up ahead, Trevery is already convinced the race belongs to the swordsman, and only grudgingly respects the Jest for keeping pace with him. Then the wind direction shifts, and Romantica's spell rips across the course hard enough to turn the calm race into a sudden gale. The blast hits Trevery so hard he has to draw his sword and jam it into the ground just to avoid being blown away. Even with heavy armor anchoring him, Trevery realizes this has to be Romantica's magic and burns through all his strength just to endure it. Once he stabilizes, Trevery smugly decides the spell cannot actually send him flying and starts to look down on it. That confidence vanishes when he looks ahead and sees a Jest charging through the storm with her sword drawn, slicing the gale apart to force her way forward. Trevery cannot understand why a Jest is pushing so desperately instead of simply waiting out the wind. Then he finally notices what a Jest noticed first. The gale is ripping at the shallow-rooted trees ahead until one of them tears loose with a roar. Trevery realizes too late that a Jest and Romantica planned this from the start, and now he is trapped in the middle of Romantica's wind-driven forest attack. He knows that if he lets go of his sword to dodge, the magic currents will sweep him away too, so he can only curse and brace for impact. A brutal slam cuts Trevery's scream short, and the Shadow World announces that he has been eliminated, leaving only 3 racers. Across the torn-up course, Romantica smugly notes that Desser somehow survived her last attack. She proudly shows off as a second circle mage, and Desser calmly praises the trick behind her spell, saying the real danger was the flying trees, not the wind itself. Pleased by the compliment, Romantica immediately turns ruthless and tells Desser his turn has come to be eliminated unless he resigns. Desser refuses without a hint of fear, and Romantica instantly feels insulted that a commoner still seems to be looking down on her. Angry now, Romantica unleashes a point-blank second circle wind strike and boasts that even a stronger mage could not block it. Romantica thinks she has won, but footsteps behind her reveal Desser running out of the dust cloud almost untouched. While closing the distance, Desser casually explains that her spell traded too much control for speed and power, so he only had to nudge its trajectory to make it miss. When Romantica demands an explanation, Desser bluntly tells her he used magic hijack on her spell. The idea that a commoner hijacked her magic sends Romantica into a furious spiral, and she starts casting her strongest single-target spell. Romantica fires Wind Venom, a sharp chain-like blast of wind, and Desser tells her to watch closely this time. He pinches a few key air currents out of place, and the whole spell tears itself apart before it can touch him. Romantica finally understands the gap in pure skill, while Desser says he wants to end this quickly because there is someone ahead he absolutely wants to beat. Desperate not to be left behind, Romantica argues that Desser still cannot win because only she can keep attacking with magic. Desser stops just long enough to raise 3 fingers and says she has missed 3 things. First, Desser proves he can still use magic at all by forming his own weak but real spell circles. Second, he reveals that Romantica was never his real target to begin with. Desser casts Grease, and Romantica braces to slip, only to realize the ground under her feet is normal. Desser drops his 3rd finger, and reminds her that this shadow world is not a magic duel at all, but a race. Then he adds a fireball beside himself, and Romantica is shocked that he is casually multicasting on top of everything else. Desser finally explains the trick. He put grease on his own body, making himself frictionless. When he walks her through action and reaction, Romantica follows his logic right up until she notices the fireball position to blast him from behind. Desser calmly says he will use the fireball's blast to launch himself fast enough to catch a jest, even if it means hurtling through the course like a missile. Romantica blurts out that the stunt is suicidal, but Desser throws her own words back at her. Inside this shadow world, they cannot die. The fireball detonates, and Desser is blasted forward so violently that he vanishes from Romantica's sight in an instant. Left alone on the course, Romantica gives up the chase and can only stare after him, wondering where that lunatic came from. Desser hurtles through the shadow world at insane speed, skimming past obstacle after obstacle as the changing terrain flashes by. Far ahead, Ajest senses him coming and immediately concludes that he must have beaten Romantica despite only being a first circle mage. Ajest dismisses the idea that Romantica was just weak and decides the more dangerous truth is that Desser's skill is abnormal for his circle. After comparing their speeds, Ajest realizes he will overtake her in under a minute and weighs whether to boost herself or eliminate him first. She instantly throws out the idea of self-acceleration and decides the only practical answer is to take Desser out right now. Guessing that Desser won through analysis, Ajest chooses to overwhelm him with a spell so massive that analysis itself will become the problem. In only seconds, Ajest fills the sky with hundreds of magic arrows, creating a beautiful but terrifying formation on a completely different level from Romantica's spells. Even Desser is impressed by Ajest's talent, but he immediately sees that hijacking every arrow is impossible in the time he has. Instead of panicking, Desser smirks and starts analysis anyway, because taking a fraction of the arrows will be enough. His thoughts accelerate, he tears through Ajest's formulas at absurd speed, and roughly a third of the magic arrows suddenly switch to his control. Ajest notices the stolen arrows and is forced to admit that Desser's analysis speed is monstrously high, so she fires before he can take even more. Hundreds of shrieking arrows crash down like a magical tidal wave, and Desser shouts for trajectory adjustment instead of trying to stop them all. Using the arrows he hijacked, Desser knocks away only the lethal shots and carves himself a narrow moving path through the storm. The defense is not perfect, and stray arrows punch into Desser's arms, shoulders, and legs, slowing him with real pain. Ajest is stunned that such an overwhelming attack failed to finish him, but she shuts down the panic almost instantly, and starts reading his method. She works out that Desser is surviving by redirecting the most dangerous arrows, and with only a few arrows left and less than 200 meters between them, she changes tactics again. Ajest merges part of her remaining volley into fewer, stronger arrows until 10 blazing shots remain, each far more dangerous than before. Then she lines those arrows up head to tail like machine gun fire aimed at a single point on Desser's path. Desser sees at once that if even one of these enhanced arrows gets through, he is done. He fires all 4 of his controlled arrows to intercept, and only manages to wipe out 2, leaving 8 lethal shots still coming. Even then, Desser stays calm, because he had intentionally left analysis room in reserve for exactly this kind of last-second change. He hijacks 4 more arrows on the spot and realizes Ajest made the wrong call. By concentrating power instead of numbers, she gave him a single target he could break apart. As Desser rushes through Ajest's final attack, he finally confirms the truth he was testing for. This Ajest is not the battle-hardened returner he once knew, just a gifted younger version of her. Desser hijacks the lead magic arrow with a trajectory adjustment, turning Ajest's own barrage into a chain of collisions that blows itself apart in front of her. Ajest reaches for her sword too late, and before she can answer, Desser has already slipped past her. When the dust settles, Desser is already standing at the finish line, looking back at Adjust with a faintly amused calm as the shadow world declares his clear complete. Elsewhere beneath Hebrian, the professors gather in a cold stone chamber, and the mood is already ugly as they note that no commoner has reached Alpha again. Professor Pugman smugly praises that result and openly says Alpha belongs to nobles, drawing a stiff, disgusted look from Bridget across the table. Dean Justin cuts the room quiet and brings up the final candidate by name, Desser Armin, a recommended commoner who just beat Adjust. When Justin asks who vouched for Desser, Bridget raises her hand and firmly claims him as her recommendation. Bridget explains that she found Desser in an orphanage in ruined Ielida and respected his long study of magic enough to nearly take him in as her personal assistant. The supervisor answers with the official numbers instead. Desser is only a tentative first circle mage with unstable and pure mana, and on paper he looks talentless. Justin answers that report by ordering the exam footage shown, forcing the whole committee to judge Desser with their own eyes. After the video ends, the room is left staring in shock because even the non-mages can tell Desser's control and combat sense were far beyond what his rank should allow. The professors start breaking down what they saw, calling Desser's grease trick impossible for his level and praising the veteran-like tactics that let him control the whole fight. Then Justin drops the real issue. Bridget wants Desser placed in Alpha, and the room instantly turns cold again. Pugman hides behind Academy rules and argues that a first circle mage simply does not belong in Alpha, no matter how impressive one exam looked. Bridget fires back that his logic stinks of bias, because a boy who beat a third circle spells word should not be dismissed just for being a commoner. When Pugman insists he is being objective, Bridget tears that apart by reminding everyone that he was bragging about keeping commoners out only moments ago. Justin finally slams the gavel and forces a vote, ending the argument with cold procedure instead of justice. The tally comes back 18 to 22, and despite admitting Desser should be in Alpha by rights, Justin assigns him to Beta because Pugman's side wins. Bridget protests that Beta will waste him, but Justin brushes her off and says if Desser is truly exceptional, he can prove it in the promotion exam. The torches snuff out as the meeting ends, and Bridget is left in the dark, forced into silence after failing to stop what they just did to Desser. When spring arrives and the results go public, Desser finds his name exactly where he expected it, the Beta list, even after taking first place. He is not surprised, but seeing it in writing still stings, because Hebrian's class system has stopped being about talent and started protecting noble privilege. Desser reflects that Alpha students get the Academy's best training while Beta students, mostly unsupported commoners, are left to rot before they can ever reach their potential. Because he lived that future himself, Desser remembers how Beta buried talent and helped lead countless students to useless deaths in the Shadow Labyrinth. That memory hardens into a plan. He will gather the hidden gems in Beta, build a party around them, and push them up into Alpha where they should have been all along. The first person he targets is Romantica Eru, the talented wind mage from the exam, because he knows how strong she can become if someone helps her grow. In the shabby Beta classroom, Romantica sits alone looking miserable, stunned that someone of her skill and noble birth got dumped into a room this rundown. 3 Alpha students approach her desk, and the one in front, Donetta Haddon, opens with polished manners and asks if she is Romantica Eru. Donetta quickly reveals why he came. He thinks the Academy made a mistake by putting a skilled noble wind mage like her in Beta. Then his real attitude slips out as he sneers at the Beta classroom, and its commoner students like they are filth beneath him. Romantica forces the conversation back on track, and Donetta proudly offers her a place in Blue Moon, one of the Academy's strongest Alpha parties. Before she can even respond, Donetta grabs her hand and adds the condition with shocking bluntness. He wants her to date him too. Romantica pulls back and asks if they have ever even met, but Donetta just calls it love at first sight from the exam banquet. She does not accept, but with a sweetly sharpened smile she buys time, pushing him to act like the polite gentleman he claims to be. Trying to seal the deal, Donetta gives her a kemibin, a carved wooden dagger case that opens to reveal a gold chain meant as a love token. Once Donetta finally leaves, Romantica goes limp in her seat like a storm just rolled through her classroom. She barely gets a second to breathe before Desser appears at her side and casually notes that she seems very popular today. Romantica, embarrassed and annoyed, snaps at him to get to the point, and Desser does. He came to invite her into his party. She rejects him immediately, and when Desser jokes that at least he is not asking her to date him, Romantica is too irritated to laugh. When he asks why, Romantica opens her hand and shows him Donetta's gold chain, making the gap between Desser's offer and Blue Moon painfully obvious. Romantica spells out the choice in blunt terms. Why would she pick a nameless Beta party over a powerful Alpha party that promises success? Desser can already see that Blue Moon would ruin her, but Romantica insists the deal is still worth it, even if dating Donetta is part of the price. She tells Desser the conversation is over and tries to send him away, convinced her answer is already decided. Instead of arguing more, Desser quietly hands her a letter and says she should be careful with it, because it contains all of her secrets. That one line wipes away Romantica's confidence on the spot, and she sits frozen with the letter in front of her, suddenly unsure what Desser really knows. Romantica reads Desser's letter once, twice, then a third time, and every line confirms the secret she most wanted buried. Shaking with panic, Romantica rips the letter to pieces, but the damage is already done. When Desser quietly asks if she wants to talk now, Romantica can only whisper how he found out. Desser refuses to explain himself, and that makes Romantica realize he has all the leverage. She blurts out the question that matters most, whether he told anyone else, and Desser says the professors already knew enough to place her in beta. Romantica protests that Hebrian is far from her homeland, and Desser bluntly tells her the Academy's intelligence network is better than she thought. Then Desser lays out her history in cruel detail. Romantica's family bought a title after making money as merchants, so her noble status began with bribery, not blood. Desser twists the knife by reminding her they were both born commoners, so her refusal to join him now sounds painfully hypocritical. He warns her that Blue Moon's professor, Niflika, knows the same secret and hates commoners, making that supposedly safer party look dangerous too. Romantica tries to cling to Donetta as protection, but even she knows how he looks at commoners, and the thought terrifies her. As Desser calmly picks up the torn scraps, he asks what she will do next, forcing Romantica to answer instead of just panicking. Romantica snaps that a party built on blackmail will be a disaster, so Desser offers a limit of 1 month and says she can leave after that. She realizes she is still being cornered, but compared with the alternative, 1 month is the only deal she can live with. Even while agreeing, Romantica grumbles that Desser looked like a total scumbag during the entrance exams, and he cheerfully admits it. Romantica finally shakes Desser's hand, sealing their uneasy alliance. The next morning in the beta cafeteria, Romantica stares at a miserable breakfast and finally feels how low the class has been pushed. She struggles to break the bread apart, while Desser has already finished eating like this is nothing unusual. When Romantica asks how he can eat that garbage, Desser casually says it still beats orc meat. Desser tells her to soak the bread in soup, and the simple trick is just enough to make the meal edible. As she eats, it hits Romantica that she really is tied to Desser now, and his half-built party still doesn't even qualify as a proper one. After losing her appetite, Romantica leaves the cafeteria with a dark face and follows Desser at a wary distance through the cold night air. Desser says the party will be fine, but Romantica immediately points out the obvious problem. They still need a third member and a professor. She keeps listing why no one would join some rookie beta party, only for Desser to grin and point out that she suddenly sounds invested in making it work. Embarrassed, Romantica loudly insists she only cares because a failed party would make her month more annoying. Desser finally explains that he already knows a professor who will authorize the party and already has a third member in mind. That only annoys Romantica more, because now it feels like Desser let her worry just to toy with her. As they head toward the training hall, Romantica finally asks for the name of this mystery recruit, and Desser answers with Pram Schneezer. At the joint sparring session, the glass-roofed beta training hall looks as neglected as everything else in their class. The room itself splits the students in two, with plain beta students treating the decay as normal and polished alpha students openly sneering at it. Romantica sits beside Desser and complains that this miserable place is exactly why she wanted to reach alpha in the first place. When she asks if Pram is here, Desser scans the sparring floor and says the boy is the strongest swordsman in beta class. Then Romantica actually spots Pram and instantly forgets everything but how absurdly cute he is. Romantica spirals into nonsense about buying one with her whole fortune, while Desser looks on in disbelief at her sudden obsession. On the fourth stage, Pram surprises Desser by reaching past the lighter practice weapons and choosing a wooden greatsword. His opponent is Percival Oseganitz of Alpha class, a trained knight student who doesn't even think a beta student deserves an introduction. At the signal, Pram charges hard and actually drives Percival backward with a string of heavy greatsword blows. But Desser can tell something is wrong, because Pram should be a rapier fighter, and every blunt swing with that oversized weapon is wasting his real talent. Once Pram's stamina starts to drain, the entire flow flips, and Percival finally gets the opening he was waiting for. Pram twists his wrist trying to block, loses his grip, and the greatsword goes flying as the match ends in a flat defeat. Romantica's interest cools fast, and she tells Desser that no matter how cute Pram is, recruiting deadweight would be pointless. Desser is still watching Pram when the trouble starts, and suddenly he jumps up and shouts for it to stop. Percival has already thrown the first punch, and when Desser demands to know why, the boy only answers with more bullying. Pram makes the mistake of saying the quiet part out loud, that Percival got angry because a beta student pushed him around even for a moment. Enraged, Percival swings his wooden sword straight at Pram's head with real intent to hurt him. The blow never lands because Desser throws himself in front of Pram and blocks it with his own arm, splintering the weapon and tearing up his hand. Desser's voice stays eerily calm as he tells Percival the match is already over and asks what more he wants. That dead, veteran-like stare shakes the alpha student so badly that Desser barely has to mention the professors before the boy backs down and leaves. Afterward in the infirmary, the damage to Desser's right arm looks ugly but not broken, and Pram carefully bandages it himself. Pram is so guilty he nearly cries, convinced he has made Desser's life harder with a wounded sword arm. Desser keeps telling him it was his own choice to step in, but Pram still can't settle down. What finally amazes Pram is that Desser knowingly made an enemy in Alpha class just to protect a stranger. Pram thanks him in earnest and says he will never forget it, while Desser shrugs the whole thing off as nothing. Then the tension breaks when Pram realizes they never even exchanged names. Pram introduces himself properly, Desser returns the favor, and the two finally move from awkward strangers to something warmer. When Desser speaks too formally, Pram shyly insists he should just call him Pram and speak casually instead. Desser gives in and calls him Pram, and that one small concession lights the boy up with genuine happiness. In the infirmary, Desser awkwardly tells Pram to stop calling him Mr. Desser, but Pram stubbornly insists on keeping the respectful title. When Desser notices it is already lunch, the treatment finally ends and the two head out together. Outside the infirmary, Pram stops Desser with a deep bow and vows he will never forget the debt he owes him. When Pram promises to help with anything, Desser immediately turns serious and asks the one thing he actually needs: join my party. Pram lights up and accepts on the spot, giving Desser the final member he needed to complete his party. With Romantica and Pram beside him, Desser brings his new team to Professor Bridget's office to make the party official. They step into Bridget's polished office and find 4 teacups already waiting, a quiet sign that she expected this meeting. Bridget greets them with easy warmth, and Desser thanks the professor who once changed his life by helping him enter Hebrian. Bridget openly praises Desser's entrance exam performance, and reminds him he even beat the favorite jest. When Bridget jokes about how hopeless Desser used to be under her teaching, he freezes so hard that even she has to tell him it was only a joke. Once the mood settles, Bridget asks the real question: why is Desser creating this party at all? Desser answers without flinching that his goal is to climb from beta class to alpha through the promotion battles. Pram admits he does not even know what that means yet, so Bridget explains that Hebrian's promotion battles are the Academy's ranking tournament and midterm exam. She lays out the brutal structure. Students fight through a tournament, the top 30 enter a Class 5 Shadow World Battle Royale, and only the last 9 standing become single rankers. Bridget makes it plain that Desser is not just aiming for alpha class, but for all 3 of them to win single ranker titles. Romantica finally explodes, saying top 30 is already unrealistic and any beta party that advanced would just get hunted immediately. Bridget backs that fear with facts, pointing out that alpha class elites dominate the rankings every year and no beta student has ever cracked the top 30. Pram realizes that if they really try this, alpha class students will probably target them first simply for being a small beta party. Desser agrees with every ugly part of the plan, which is exactly why he says they have to aim even higher and become single rankers anyway. Then Desser finally reveals the deeper point. If 3 beta students win single ranker titles, the Academy will lose its excuse for treating beta class as worthless trash. After a long, heavy silence, Bridget accepts the idea and agrees to authorize the party. But Bridget stops Desser from celebrating too soon and says she still needs direct consent from Romantica and Pram themselves. She warns them that joining means accepting Desser's ideals, obeying him as party leader, and staking their futures on his path. Pram does not hesitate for even a second and immediately declares that he will join Desser's party. Bridget slides over the contract, and Pram signs it without reserve, leaving only Romantica undecided. Now all eyes shift to Romantica, and she weighs Desser's impossible goal against the confidence and talent she has already seen from him. In the end, Romantica exhales, gives in to that faith, and asks where she needs to sign. With the party finally formed, Desser leads Romantica and Pram toward Hebrian's enormous training sector. Inside, the training sector looks absurdly luxurious, and Romantica is left staring at facilities grand enough to make anyone want to train there forever. That wonder crashes into anger when they see the sign marking all the best training areas as alpha class only. After climbing up to the top level, they reach the beta training room and find something that looks less like a facility and more like a forgotten attic. The moment the door opens, dust and rot pour out, and the room is so foul that their motivation dies on the spot. Then Pram suddenly yelps that something just ran across his foot, and Romantica panics before she even knows what it was. When the lights come on and Romantica spots a mouse hole, she is instantly ready to abandon the room forever. Desser flatly refuses, calling this abandoned dump the perfect place because nobody else will ever come here. The room gets even worse when the struggling light dies, and a whole field of tiny red rat eyes suddenly appears in the dark. When the rats charge, Romantica screams and launches herself onto Desser like the floor has become lava. Even after the rats scatter again, Romantica refuses to touch the ground, but Desser only gives in halfway and orders her to help clean instead of escape. 6 exhausting hours later, the impossible happens and the beta room is transformed into a bright, spotless space they can actually use. They collapse from exhaustion, only for Desser to announce a short break and immediate training, which hits Romantica like a personal betrayal. When Romantica protests, Desser reminds her that she signed up knowing party members must obey their leader, and her regret starts setting in fast. After the break, Desser begins with Romantica and says the first thing she must improve is her casting speed. Romantica proudly argues that her casting is already fast, but Desser cuts through that confidence and tells her alpha class standards are far higher. His solution is not small improvement, but a whole new ability, and he tells her she will learn chantless casting. Romantica flatly says that is impossible, and Desser needles her with the ugly reminder that the alternative is staying in beta class and eating stale bread forever. That cheap but effective threat works, and Romantica reluctantly agrees to try. Desser places a blue ball on the floor, draws 2 circles several meters apart, and sets a strict rule: move it with air alone, without touching it, moving, or speaking. Romantica strains to create wind without a chant and gets nowhere, because silent control of air feels like trying to use a body part she never had. Instead of giving technical theory, Desser tells her to remember the feeling from cleaning, when she used magic and moved like she was pushing dust away with the wind. That advice clicks just enough for the ball to finally twitch, and even though it moves the wrong way, it is her first real step forward. Desser praises her first progress, and that small bit of approval is enough to make Romantica bury her excitement and keep practicing harder. Once Romantica is absorbed in practice, Desser turns to Pram for his turn, and Pram looks up expecting instruction. But Desser shocks him by saying he has nothing at all to teach Pram. While watching Pram train, Desser bluntly tells him the truth. Pram already has the senses and skill of a real swordsman, but he is wasting that talent on a great sword. Desser even says Pram could challenge for promotion right now and would outclass most alpha students if he gave up the great sword and returned to a rapier. The moment Desser mentions the rapier, Pram drops his gaze and clutches the great sword like a shield, making his reluctance impossible to miss. When Desser presses him, Pram quietly asks him to come along, signaling that the answer is tied to something much deeper than fighting style. By dusk, Pram brings Desser to his dorm and starts opening up about the father he never knew, a noble who left Pram and his commoner mother living in the shadows. Pram explains that his mother always praised that absent man, and Desser waits in silence as Pram goes to fetch the only thing his father supposedly left behind. Pram returns with a leather sheath, and when Desser draws the weapon, he finds a strangely light rapier with a fine oak grip and a blade that already feels wrong. Pram says his mother gave him that rapier when he was 6, and he spent years learning the sword so his father would be proud when they finally met. But his mother never revealed the noble's name, not even on her deathbed, because she knew a bastard child would never be welcomed by that world. Even so, Pram came to Hebrian chasing any clue he could find among the gathered nobles, and this rapier was his only lead. Then the real wound comes out. After having the weapon inspected, Pram learned the blade was just rusted cheap iron, and that discovery felt like betrayal from the father he had built up in his heart. Pram finally says he cannot bear touching that rapier anymore and angrily throws it aside, choosing the great sword instead. As Pram goes back to drilling basic greatsword swings, Desser can see the problem clearly. Pram's body and instincts were built for a rapier, not a crushing heavy blade. Desser realizes switching so late has trapped Pram in the worst possible style, and teaching him like this would be almost pointless. Still, Desser refuses to give up because one fact from the future does not fit. The Pram he remembers became a legendary rapier master, so something must have changed his heart later. The next day, Desser asks to see the heirloom again, hoping that hidden clue is still there. Pram's face tightens, and he drops a surprise Desser did not expect at all. He already sold the sword. They head into Hebrian's crowded business sector, and as they walk through the noisy avenue, Pram calmly explains that after their talk he decided the old sword was useless to him. That answer rattles Desser, because he realizes his meddling may have pushed Pram even farther away from the rapier path he was meant to take. Even so, Desser keeps chasing the lead and follows Pram into a darker, emptier alley where the buyer's shop sits far from the main crowd. Pram says the place also deals in illegal goods, which explains why the antique shop looks more like a fortress than a store. As Desser reads the harsh no-refund warnings and the threat about thieves not surviving, he knows exactly what kind of merchant they are dealing with. Pram warns again that he still will not use the rapier, but Desser walks inside anyway because the sword matters more than that vow right now. Past a narrow hall and a chandeliered passage, the boys reach a heavy steel door, and the whole route feels designed to trap intruders as much as welcome customers. A towering giant opens the steel door for them, and when it slams shut behind the boys, the shop stops feeling like a business and starts feeling like a cage. Inside, Desser finds a cramped customer lane boxed in by wire screen shelves, while the old merchant Yujikin watches them from behind a protected counter. Yujikin immediately recognizes Pram as the boy who sold him something days ago, and Desser cuts in before the merchant can dodge the point. When Desser makes it clear they are not asking for a refund but want to buy the item back, Yujikin's mood flips at once from sour to eager. After a long wait, Yujikin returns and lays the same rusted fake sword on the counter like it is nothing special. The merchant casually reveals the trick Pram never knew. This is not a sword at all, but a kemibin, a hollow keepsake used by warrior families to hide gifts for their lovers. Then Yujikin names his new price as 40 silver, and Pram realizes he was tricked into selling away his father's heirloom for almost nothing. Pram explodes at him, but Yujikin coolly insists he never lied because Pram sold him a sword, so he only paid for a sword. Desser hates the scam, but one thought matters more to him now. If this heirloom is what brings Pram back to the rapier, 40 silver is worth paying. So Desser pays the full amount on the spot, ignoring Pram's protest and forcing the merchant to hand the heirloom back. Now that the kemibin is in his hands, Desser studies it more carefully and notices the mismatch that Pram missed, a superb handle attached to a worthless shell. Feeling along the handle, Desser finds a tiny hidden indentation and realizes this heirloom was never empty at all. He hands it to Pram and tells him exactly where to press, but Pram still recoils because he cannot trust this thing not to hurt him again. Desser pushes through Pram's doubt and tells him to trust him, insisting that something weightless is hidden inside the false blade. At last Pram opens the hidden catch, and the rusted shell releases a glowing rapier from within. Desser recognizes the metal immediately as Blanccume, and even Yujikin loses his composure because a nearly weightless unbreakable blade is far beyond ordinary treasure. Pram can only stare at the weapon in silence, because the worthless scrap he hated has just become the miraculous rapier from his father's hidden legacy. Satisfied that he found the truth, Desser turns to leave with Pram before the merchant's greed has time to become a problem. He is one step too late, because the giant guard suddenly drops a weapon toward Desser's head and Yujikin openly demands the sword back. Desser refuses flatly, reminding Yujikin that they bought a Kemubin fair and square and throwing the merchant's own dirty logic back in his face. Yujikin admits the truth without shame. If he had known it was Blanccume, he never would have sold it, and now greed matters more to him than fairness. When Desser points out that Pram also never would have sold it if he had known the truth, Yujikin has no answer left except force. The giant blocks the exit with his glaive at Desser's throat, and Yujikin retreats behind iron bars before signaling his guard to kill them for the sword. Before the giant can reach Desser, Pram steps in front of him with the restored rapier raised, and his stance suddenly looks exactly right for the first time. Pram warns the giant not to come any closer, and the little boy with the slim blade suddenly gives off enough pressure to stop him in his tracks. The giant answers with a roaring charge, mixing brutal glaive swings with bare-knuckle brawling the way a northern warrior would. Pram parries the glaive but gets forced backward when the giant slips in a punch from the other side, turning the duel into a cramped survival fight. Pram rolls away just in time, and the giant's fist smashes the wooden wall hard enough to shred it into splinters. The guard storms after him with a furious barrage, and now Pram has to dodge, roll, and parry over and over as the tiny room fills with steel and panic. The giant starts to realize that at this pace he will lose, so the pressure on Pram turns even more vicious and desperate. Then the giant suddenly closes the distance and brings his glaive down in a straight execution strike, trapping Pram with nowhere left to go. Pram slips past the giant guard's killing swing, and the stunned barbarian realizes his glaive blade has been sliced clean off. The guard drops the broken weapon and charges barehanded, but Pram dodges the punch with acrobatic ease and flips behind him. When the giant twists to block, Pram's rapier slips around the guard and strikes his solar plexus, ending the fight in one precise exchange. Desser calmly calls the fight over, but Yujikin laughs that the massive Kichlian steel door will trap them until more guards arrive. Pram answers by cutting through the steel door's hinges, and the impossible door crashes open under the hidden Blanccume rapier. As they make their escape, Desser throws Yujikin's own words back at him and leaves the merchant staring in shock. A few minutes later, Desser is already out of breath from running, but he stays upbeat because they recovered the sword. Pram instinctively touches the revealed rapier, still amazed by its weightless feel and by the fact that he used it again. Pram admits he only picked up the rapier because the situation was urgent, and he still cannot understand why his father hid something so precious inside that worn Kemubin. Desser tells him his father was protecting him, because a Blanccume sword would have drawn endless vultures like Yujikin. When Pram worries he might never have discovered the truth, Desser insists his father trusted him to find it someday. Desser points out the hidden words on the grip, now complete in the rapier's true form, and Pram finally sees his father's message. The scene shifts to the Alpha-class private restaurant, where Romantica sits in an expensive high-floor dining room she could only enter because Donetta invited her. A waiter sets down Romantica's meal, and when she looks up, Donetta is already seated across from her, greeting her with practiced warmth. They eat in awkward silence until Donetta finally asks what she wanted to discuss. Romantica puts the decorated wooden Kemubin on the table and says she came to return it. Donetta keeps his noble mask on and says he saw no reason she would refuse him, but Romantica cuts him off before he can frame the rejection for her. Romantica reveals the real reason. She joined a nameless beta-class party made of the commoners Donetta looks down on. Donetta slams his fork down and asks if she was blackmailed, unable to accept that she chose that path herself. Even after opening the Kemubin to reveal the gold necklace inside, Donetta keeps pushing, but Romantica says she does not regret her choice. Romantica explains that Desser's party became fun, that Desser trains them seriously, and that she is growing stronger there. When Donetta argues that his party could improve her skills too, Romantica reminds him that he called beta students worthless trash. Romantica seals the break by admitting she is a commoner herself. For one ugly instant, Donetta's disgust shows plainly before he forces his noble composure back into place. Donetta insists a real commoner would have quietly used him to enter Alpha, and Romantica answers that Desser's party accepted her without that kind of contempt. Romantica openly says the nobles fear talented commoners because the old order is crumbling and another republic could rise from that fear. Donetta hears the word republic and immediately drags the conversation into old bloodshed, asking if she wants to start one again. Romantica says she is not suicidal, only angry at nobles who still treat commoners as enemies more than a decade after the republic fell. Donetta finally explains the depth of that hatred by revealing that a commoner graduate of Hebrian led the republic's revolt against the kingdom. He says the republic tore the country apart, ruined noble families, and nearly captured the capital before it was crushed. The wound turns personal when Donetta reveals that his own family was slaughtered during the attack on the capital, including his parents under the guillotine. Donetta says many nobles carry the same trauma, and as long as remnants of the Republic remain, they will never trust commoners. Romantica argues that blaming every commoner for a rebellion is absurd, but Donetta coldly answers that the Revolutionary Army was made only of commoners. Realizing the argument is hopeless, Romantica bluntly names what they are now, enemies competing for alpha status from opposite sides of the divide. She leaves with a warning that they will meet again in the Shadow World, and Donetta answers with a threat that commoners like her will never survive the tournament. Back in the Blue Moon party office, shattered glass and spilled ink set the mood as Professor Neflika explodes over the news that beta students reached the top 30. The paper links the upset to criticism of the alpha-beta system, which only makes Neflika rage harder at this humiliation. Neflika blames one name above all others for stealing prospects from Blue Moon and dragging Bridget's side into the spotlight, Desser Armin. That name hits Ajess very differently, because instead of sharing the anger, she feels the old fire of her first defeat flare back to life. Ajess realizes Desser forced his way back into her reach, and the rematch she thought was impossible is suddenly real again. Meanwhile, Neflika orders the entire Blue Moon first-year group to use any method necessary to crush Desser's party before they can become single rankers. He follows that by naming a leader on the spot and turns to the one student who has already fought Desser once. When Ajess says she has already thought of ways to deal with Desser, Neflika eagerly appoints her as the Blue Moon first-year leader. Ajess accepts happily, because this is no longer about looking down on Desser at all, but finally defeating the rival she could never forget. Later in the library lounge, Desser congratulates Romantica and Pram for getting this far and drops a stack of thick books onto the table. Romantica blurts out what this is all about, and Pram quickly hushes her because they are still in a library. Desser casually announces that from today on, they are not training anymore, which instantly shocks both of them. Before they can celebrate, Desser reveals the real plan. They are switching from combat drills to studying history. Romantica is openly unimpressed, but Desser explains that understanding the original history of a Class 5 Shadow World is essential if they want to clear it. Desser breaks down the rule behind higher Shadow Worlds. From Class 6 upward, they recreate real historical settings, so preparation matters as much as power. He adds that the promotion battle is using a Shadow World that has already been cleared before, which means its conditions can be controlled with safeguards in place. Pram immediately connects Desser's explanation to the Shadow World from their entrance exam, showing he understands why this research matters. In the library, Desser explains that Shadow Worlds can be manipulated in parts, but their core history and objectives stay fixed, so studying past events is the only reliable way to prepare. Romantica realizes Desser's massive book pile is supposed to help with the promotion battle and immediately looks horrified by the workload. When Romantica bluntly asks if these exact books are definitely relevant, Desser calmly admits he is not certain and shuts down her protest anyway. Desser presses harder, saying these are the events most likely to appear and that if she dislikes his method, she can try reading the entire library instead. Unable to tell them he already knows the coming Shadow World, Desser orders both teammates to read everything he chose and write short summaries. Romantica mutters that Desser is a sadist, but Pram defends him, which only annoys her more because she knows he really is helping them. Since she cannot focus on the book at all, Romantica starts whispering to Pram and accuses him of getting strangely close to Desser without her. When Romantica teases that they might have gone on a date, Pram flinches and tries to bury himself in his book instead of answering. Romantica keeps poking at him until their horseplane knocks a book off the desk with a loud crash. Desser immediately shuts them down and orders them back to studying, and both of them offer quick guilty apologies. As Romantica reaches for the fallen book, an elegant hand picks it up first, and she looks up in shock at Ajess King's crown. Seeing the blue moon crest on Ajess' chest, Romantica instantly treats her as the enemy and demands to know why she came. Ajess ignores Romantica completely, walks past her, and sits directly across from Desser as if he is the only person she came to see. After 2 months apart, Desser praises Ajess for joining Blue Moon, but she coolly reminds him that his rise already knocked her party from the top spot. Ajess mentions that she heard Desser's team pass the tournament, and Desser knows exactly what that means for their next meeting. Before Desser can finish the thought himself, Ajess says their next meeting will be on the Shadow World battlefield. Desser reads her perfectly and asks if she came to declare war, turning the whole encounter into an open challenge. Ajess admits he understands her too well and says it plainly at last. She now sees Desser Armin as her rival. She even apologizes for underestimating him before, bowing her head with knightly seriousness despite her princess-like beauty. Ajess promises she will use all her strength to defeat him, and the slight tremor in her voice reveals just how fiercely she wants this win. Desser quietly welcomes that fire, because making Ajess his rival was part of his plan from the entrance exam. He had crushed Ajess on purpose back then so she would target him, grow stronger, and become the key he needs for the future Shadow Labyrinth. Out loud, Desser simply accepts the challenge and says he looks forward to an honorable duel with Ajess King's crown. Then the promotion battle day arrives, and Hebrian's main building roars like a coliseum packed with spectators around the Shadow Gate. The event is treated as both spectacle and business, with elite students about to fight in a safe shadow world while a worldwide crowd watches for blood and brilliance. Before entering, Deser quickly assigns Romantica her role, long-range sniper using detection magic to find enemies and drop them before they can react. Romantica worries that sniping alpha students will fail, but Deser reminds her their practice was built exactly for this job. When she admits she still cannot judge the right power for a human target, Deser reveals the reason for her strange training drill. That blue practice ball was meant to match a person's head. Deser moves to Pram next and gives him the role of their only frontline fighter, half-damage dealer and full-time protector for the two mages. Pram accepts the role with cheerful seriousness, and his cute little salute almost makes Deser smile in spite of the tension. Asked about himself, Deser sums up his own job as anti-mage, the one meant to create the openings that decide the fight. The announcement finally sounds, and Deser steps into the opening shadow gate as blinding light swallows him. He opens his eyes inside an autumn forest at 11 a.m., and the Shadow World's mission appears: find the enemy base, with lethal damage causing ejection instead of real death. Realizing everyone was scattered to random starting points, Deser barely has time to note his luck before an enemy mage attacks from behind. A vicious ice bolt screams past Deser's head and buries itself in a tree, and when he turns, a smug blue moon mage his age is waiting behind him. The two exchange names almost like a formal duel, and both begin casting at the same time. Lapras launches Ice Blast, but Deser counters with a precise fire road straight into its path. Lapras cleverly adds Aqua Wave, using water to smother the fire and freeze the attack into a waiting pillar that traps the spell in place. When the pillar shatters, a storm of ice fragments rips through the forest and tears into Deser hard enough to make him stagger. Lapras seizes control of the scattered fragments and cages Deser inside a tightening whirlwind of ice knives, certain the fight is over. Instead of panicking, Deser calmly tells her the idea was not bad, which only makes Lapras sneer harder before she closes the trap. Then Deser steals control of every shard, pulling the whole storm into a single floating sphere and leaving Lapras shocked. Deser calls it a bad matchup, grabs the orb, and throws it back as the legendary Ice Orb spell. The orb bursts into countless ice bolts that punch through Lapras again and again until she vanishes into ash and the field count drops. Elsewhere in the forest, Romantica pours mana into wide-range wind detection, determined to find Deser even if it burns through her reserves. The moment she senses targets, she fires a chantless wind bullet without hesitation, putting Deser's sniper training to real use. A distant hit confirms the shot worked, and an elimination announcement proves she just dropped one contestant from extreme range. Pram has already found her, so the pair keep searching for Deser together, with Romantica scanning again and again through the woods. This time her next bullet does not kill the target, and instead slips out of her control, which tells Romantica she finally found Deser. Before they can move, a two-man enemy team appears behind them and mockingly points out that Romantica's detection spell keeps broadcasting their location. Romantica is not worried at all, and Pram backs her up, because the attackers walked straight into perfect range for a counter. Pram closes the distance before the enemy swordsman can even finish speaking and drives his rapier straight through the man's heart. At the exact same moment, Romantica fires into the stunned enemy mage, and both opponents crumble into ash from the clean team combo. With the path clear, Romantica shrugs off the fight, calls Deser their stupid party leader, and the two head out to regroup. Later, under a sky turning stormy, the whole team reunites as wind rises and the temperature starts to drop. Romantica immediately boasts that she took down two enemies and waits smugly for Deser to praise how well she performed. Deser rewards that confidence with an absent-minded pat on the head, praising her practice, and Romantica instantly explodes in flustered protest. When Deser pulls his hand back, Pram immediately slips between them, claims his own kill, and quietly places Deser's hand on his head too. Romantica looks away and mutters at stupid Deser, leaving the reunion on one last petty, awkward beat before the battle moves on. After finally regrouping, Deser, Romantica, and Pram drop onto a sheltered patch of forest ground and take a badly needed rest. They open the academy rations, and even Deser has to force down the awful energy bar because they cannot afford to be picky. Deser and Pram notice Romantica quietly softening the hard ration in her mouth instead of complaining, which says more than she wants it to. When they keep staring, Romantica snaps in embarrassment, and Deser teases that she has gotten tough enough to survive beta class now. Deser catches the packet, hides the rest of their trash under the ground, and turns the short break into a strategy meeting. Drawing lines in the dirt, Deser lays out their two paths to Alpha class: survive among the last 9, or somehow clear the Shadow World quest and place first. Romantica pushes back because Deser already called first place impossible, and he calmly agrees that chasing the quest head-on while fighting everyone else would crush them. Deser shifts the goal from winning to cutting the survivor count, explaining that if other parties weaken each other first, his team only needs to eliminate enough people to reach the top 9. Pram immediately gets the plan, but the moment of relief dies when the drizzle suddenly turns into a pounding storm. A bell rings through the storm from the northeast, and Deser asks the time because he knows something deadly is starting now. A mission announcement reveals that previous clock tower creates a demon every hour, and the first one at 1 o'clock is the Kildra mouse. Desser orders everyone back as the earth starts buckling under them and the smell of rot and blood gushes out of the wet ground. Romantica recognizes that horrible smell from the training grounds and realizes the first demon might be exactly what she dreads. Her worst guess is confirmed when a red demon rat bursts out and Romantica screams at the sight of rats. The system identifies the monster as the two-star Kildra mouse, a demon that commands rats and never stops hunting its chosen prey. When the Kildra mouse shrieks, the ground explodes again and a black tide of countless rats pours out behind it. Romantica freezes so badly that Desser has to grab her arm and drag her into a desperate retreat before the swarm crashes over them. As they sprint through the rain, Romantica nearly breaks down because the squealing swarm is right behind them and devouring everything in its path. Romantica fires a wind spell into the swarm, but it barely slows the wave because every blown-back rat is replaced instantly. Their escape almost ends when a huge fallen tree blocks the path, and Desser realizes it is the same tree shattered during his earlier fight with Lapras. Pram clears the tree easily, but Desser and Romantica have to risk one all-or-nothing jump with the rats nearly on their backs. Desser makes it over, but Romantica catches her leg and slams face first into a puddle on the other side. The tree explodes under the pressure of the swarm, and now the party is only a few steps from being swallowed whole. Desser blurts out the only winning condition left: kill the Kildra mouse itself, even though it is buried somewhere inside that living nightmare. With rats already climbing onto them and biting into their skin, Desser realizes he has no time left for anything except forcing the boss to reveal itself. Desser bites his thumb and flings his blood into the air, betting the demon's hunger will drag it out of the swarm. The trap works instantly when the Kildra mouse rockets out of the wave with its jaws open for Desser's blood. Romantica fires a wind bullet at the exposed boss, but the shot only cracks its armor instead of killing it. The failed shot lets the Kildra mouse drop back into the torrent, and for one awful beat it looks like their plan just died with it. Before anyone can react, Pram sprints past them and dives straight into the rat swarm himself. Thousands of rats tear at Pram's skin, but he stays focused and waits for the blood-crazed boss to come to him. The instant Pram spots the Kildra mouse moving through the mass, he drives his rapier through it in one clean strike. With the boss dead, the swarm loses control, hesitates in confusion, and then scatters back into the forest. A survival success message appears as Pram finally collapses, and Desser moves in to brush the last rats off him. The battle ends so suddenly that only the cold rain remains, leaving Romantica soaked, shaking, and miserable. Desser points northwest toward the looming clock tower just before the quest updates into a much bigger mission. The new objective reveals the truth of the tower. It keeps summoning demons every hour until someone destroys its power source at the top. Elsewhere in the same storm, Ajess slices apart her own Kildra mouse and secures survival for the Blue Moon Party too. Her teammates cheer, but Ajess stays unreadable as she counts the losses and sees that their once 10-member group is already down to 8. Percival steps up to say Blue Moon now holds the lead and can lock in first place by crushing the remaining scattered parties. Ajess's eyes snap open when she feels a sniper-level wind detection spell sweep over them from far away. She throws up an ice barrier in front of Percival just in time, and an unseen shot slams into it hard enough to shatter the pillar. Ajess immediately identifies the attack as a sniper and realizes that if she had reacted even a beat later, Percival would have been eliminated. Because that casting speed should be impossible for an ordinary freshman, Ajess treats the hidden wind mage as a real threat and starts commanding a full defensive response. Tankers move up, mages start disrupting air currents, and Blue Moon braces for another invisible shot that never comes. Even without a second shot, Ajess refuses to relax and orders Blue Moon north toward the sniper while detection magic sweeps the way every 100 meters. On the third floor of previous clock tower, Romantica watches Blue Moon from the window and fumes that her perfect shot still failed. Desser reveals the miss was deliberate in a different sense, because he never expected a real kill as long as Ajess was guarding them. What he wanted was pressure, not a body, because forcing Blue Moon to fear a hidden sniper drains their focus, time, and detection magic. Romantica points out that the failed snipe exposed their location, and Desser answers that exposing it was the real point of the attack. His next order sounds insane at first: keep sniping every party, not to kill them, but to tell everyone exactly where Desser's team is waiting. Desser explains the trap: if every surviving party converges on the clock tower, they will all gang up on the overwhelmingly strong Blue Moon team first. In that chaos, Desser's small team plans to stay on the edge, finish off openings, and keep tipping the balance until the survivor count drops to 9. Pram sums it up as making the other parties do the work for them, and Romantica can only think that Desser is terrifyingly shameless when he wants to win. Desser ends the briefing by reminding them that every party has to come here eventually anyway, so all Romantica has to do is keep firing until the whole forest turns into a mud fight. At the top of the clock tower, the final quest finally becomes clear: destroy the power source and stop the clock. When Ajess leads Blue Moon inside, they find 13 survivors already gathered and glaring at each other instead of clearing the quest. Ajess quietly counts the field, notices 2 have already been eliminated, and realizes the missing wind mage must be Desser's sniper. The 2 weaker parties instantly stop sizing each other up and join forces, because fighting Blue Moon alone would be suicide. Adjust answers by ordering Blue Moon into perfect formation, and the room turns into a full standoff. Then Gabriel Igenti calls out Blue Moon as the source of the deadly sniper fire that has been harassing everyone. His accusation makes Adjust connect the pieces. Desser found the tower first, but instead of clearing it, he used sniping to hurt every party here. The moment she understands the plan, Adjust moves first and cuts Gabriel down before anyone can react. Panic erupts, but Adjust doesn't even look rattled as she decides Blue Moon will stop Desser's sniper while she handles the 5 enemies here by herself. Up in the corridor, Desser's team learns just how monstrous that choice was when Adjust arrives alone, bloodied and carrying victory with her. Desser admits his trap should have worked, but Adjust shattered it by personally crushing the other survivors while Blue Moon kept his party pinned. With the downstairs hostages making escape impossible, both sides accept that this has become a straight fight between their two parties. Adjust opens with Frozen Jail, but Desser reads it mid-cast and hijacks the spell before it can touch his team. Adjust instantly cancels the spell into a wall of thick fog, turning the whole corridor into a blind close-quarters battlefield. Inside the fog, Pram cleanly reads Donetta's approach, slips a killing swing, and drives his rapier toward Donetta's stomach. Romantica follows that opening with Wind Strike, but Percival barges in behind his shield and mocks her weakened spell power. Percival rushes Pram expecting an easy win, but the fog and Pram's footwork keep turning his own aggression against him. As the duel stretches on, Pram's tiny, efficient movements start quietly pushing the stronger swordsman backward. Cornered by that slow loss, Percival makes a desperate gamble and hurls his shield straight at Pram. The hit lands hard, and Percival instantly crashes in to turn the duel from finesse into raw strength. But Pram stays calm, lets Percival's momentum slide off his blade, and turns the stumble into a perfect opening. Pram's counter tears through Percival's armor and shoulder, proving he has surpassed the boy who looked down on him weeks ago. Percival demands to know how Pram changed so fast, and Pram only answers with a teasing smile that makes him even angrier. Elsewhere in the same fog, Donetta realizes Romantica is using the mist and wind itself to track him while sniping him from changing angles. Donetta finally reveals why he stayed so smug by activating a gold necklace artifact that blows the fog away. He follows with another artifact, trapping Romantica in a ring of fire and pinning her under his sword. Romantica keeps her nerve long enough to bait Donetta into looking away, and a giant boulder from Desser slams into him from the side. Donetta survives, furious that his noble appearance is wrecked, while Desser tells Romantica to go support Pram instead. Donetta tries to stop her with Breath of Earth, but Desser steps into the attack and lets the rising stone entomb him instead. When Donetta swings into the stone shell and can't cut through it, Adjust arrives with a sharp warning not to use magic on Desser. Adjust dives straight through the rubble to strike Desser, but he bursts the stone apart and blasts her back with Stone Break. Even after landing cleanly, Adjust nearly loses a wrist to Desser's follow-up Earth Trap and has to freeze it apart with Winter Fist. Then the two of them unleash spell after spell, and Desser keeps neutralizing everything until Adjust is forced to admit he owns the pace of the duel. Adjust is rattled less by losing mana trades than by the impossible experience gap behind them, and she can't stop wondering who Desser really is. Donetta tries to jump back in, but Adjust coldly refuses help and orders him to go save Percival instead. That order lands hard when Donetta realizes Percival is actually losing, so he rushes off and turns that side fight into a 2-on-2. Left facing Desser alone again, Adjust finally says the humiliating part out loud. In pure magic combat, she cannot beat him. So Adjust drops the magic duel, settles her hand on her sword, and commits to beating him the old-fashioned way. Adjust lunges, and Desser shocks her by instantly stacking support spells, drawing a short sword, and meeting her blade head-on. Adjust stares in disbelief that a mage blocked her, and Desser calmly reminds her that close combat isn't one of his weaknesses either. Adjust answers with brute force, shoving Desser backwards so hard he slams into the wall, but he rises looking barely hurt at all. Adjust realizes Desser even prepared for sword combat, and he calmly admits he can only keep this boosted melee style up for 5 minutes. Adjust does not trust him blindly, but she sees his mana really is burning away and charges in anyway. To Adjust's surprise, Desser meets her head-on and survives her heavy sword pressure by reading her swings a step ahead. While blocking her third strike, Desser suddenly asks the one thing Adjust is not ready to hear, whether she is actually enjoying this fight. Desser presses deeper and says Adjust hates losing so much that she deliberately forced this duel because she finally found someone she truly wants to beat. Adjust finally admits he is right. She wants to defeat him with everything she has, even if she does not understand why he is making her say it out loud. Desser answers with respect instead of mockery and tells Adjust not to hold back against him either. The fight shifts to the top of the clock tower, where Adjust and Desser stand far apart in a stark white room before her real trump card appears. Adjust casts Frozen Throne, and an ice throne erupts as towering hexagonal pillars spear up through the room. The spell grows into Frozen Palace, covering the summit in frost until it becomes a grand ice hall fit for a queen. Adjust reveals the palace's advantage. Inside this space she can fire ice magic without calculation, and hundreds of spells bloom in the air around Desser. Desser simply raises a hand and shatters the entire barrage, proving that endless formulas still mean nothing if he can hijack all of them. He warns her that even this palace has a cost, because sustaining such a field will burn through her mana fast no matter how gifted she is. Ajest keeps casting anyway, not because she expects a hit, but because each failed spell buys her one more moment to think. As her mana falls under 10%, Ajest finally pinpoints the problem. Every spell loses because Desser can read and hijack the formula itself. That realization pushes her to a new answer. If the attack is not a formula at all, Desser should not be able to steal it. Ajest draws her blade and decides to combine raw magic power with swordsmanship instead of casting a normal spell. The sword flares blue as Ajest creates magic sword on her own, years earlier than Desser ever expected, driven purely by her need to defeat him. Desser recognizes the impossible technique instantly, and is genuinely stunned that Ajest manifested magic sword by herself. Ajest rushes in at once, collapsing her own palace as she pours every last drop of mana into one final attack. Her finishing move, Magic Sword Ice Wave, turns the freezing air around the blade into part of the strike, and Desser instantly knows hijacking cannot stop it. Instead of trying to meet the blow, Desser suddenly lets his short sword fall and raises his empty hands as the world seems to slow around them. Ajest's blade reaches Desser's neck and draws blood, but his face shows no fear at all, only a quiet smile of victory. Before Ajest can understand it, everything freezes and fades as the shadow world ends from a different cause entirely. The result window reveals Desser secretly hijacked the demon summoning formation at the top of the tower, clearing the mission and taking first place over Ajest and Pram. Later, spring settles over Hebrian Academy, and Romantica walks under the flowering buckthorn trees in a rare good mood with Pram beside her. Pram quietly explains the trees symbolize progress, grounding the peaceful campus moment in one of Hebrian's old traditions. Their stroll is cut short when rain starts tapping through the leaves and the sky turns dark. Soon both of them are soaked, and Romantica grumbles about her wet clothes even as the rain reminds them of the promotion battle. They share a knowing smile over how different the same rain feels now that they are safe and walking home as winners. The two hurry into Starling Dormitory, where Desser is already waiting in the nearly empty lobby with an unexpected guest, Ajest. Desser explains the real reason he won. He hijacked the tower's demon summoning device itself once the gears should have stopped, because that mechanism was built on an advanced magic formula. He tells Ajest her biggest mistake was getting trapped inside their duel and forgetting that the battlefield still had an objective beyond defeating him. Ajest accepts the verdict with unusual bluntness and admits she lost decisively. Desser brushes that off and says the result was not absolute, because if his analysis had been slower or her sword a little faster, he would have lost. Pram and Romantica cut into the conversation, joking that they would have avenged Desser anyway because their side had basically already won. Once they all sit together, Romantica immediately gets prickly about finding Ajest here at all. Ajest snaps back that if they were weak enough to lose over that, they were never fit for Alpha class in the first place. Before the mood can blow up, Desser reframes Ajest's jab as awkward praise for the fact that they earned promotion. Desser follows that up by thanking Romantica for her sniping, and her irritation instantly melts into red-faced embarrassment. Pram asks for his own praise next, and Desser rewards him with a pat that makes him cling to his waist like a happy puppy. Romantica hopefully asks if that means training can finally pause, and Desser crushes that dream on the spot. He flatly declares training is every day, and Romantica erupts because they barely survived the promotion battle yesterday. Ajest quietly stands to leave, but before going she shows a blue moon party summon proving she cannot stay longer. At the door, Ajest hesitates and makes a surprisingly humble request. She wants to join Desser's training sessions. Desser agrees without fuss and gives her the schedule, and Ajest leaves in the rain with the faintest grateful smile. After she leaves, Pram asks what comes next, and Desser makes it clear their party is not finished just because they reached Alpha class. His next goal is bigger than their own promotion. He wants to break the discrimination against Beta class and open a path for talented students still trapped there. Pram loves the idea. Romantica complains that it sounds exhausting, and their usual bickering snaps right back into place. When Desser teases that she can leave if she wants, Romantica instantly backpedals and insists she is obviously staying to help. While his friends argue, Desser quietly looks past the joke and remembers his real target, building enough strong allies to survive the coming Shadow Labyrinth. That serious thought is interrupted when Professor Bridget arrives and announces she has very important news. Instead of answering right away, Bridget conjures a giant luxury cake onto the table, and Romantica recognizes it on sight. Bridget is so delighted by their success that she suddenly grabs Desser in a tight, trembling hug. Romantica and Pram explode in protest at the same time, making the already chaotic celebration even louder. Then Bridget finally reveals the news that matters most. All three of them have been officially formalized as Alpha class single rankers. The chapter ends with Desser, Romantica, and Pram bursting into pure excitement now that their hard-fought promotion is finally official. In a Hebrian lecture hall, a Tower of Magic guest lecturer warns that humanity is still at war with the Shadow World, even if the threat feels distant to most students now. As the lecturer explains that shadowfied land is swallowed by dark fog and lost to civilization, Desser quietly remembers that humanity will keep losing far worse than these students realize. The lecturer says humanity only turned the tide less than 50 years ago, when researchers learn how to use magic crystals instead of treating them as useless stones. He breaks down the crystal's trick. The hard outer shell blocks access, and if you smash it open, the valuable interior mana just leaks away. Then he explains Enchant, the Tower of Magic technique that drills a tiny controlled path into the crystal and made the whole magical revolution possible. Magic-powered screens flash examples of the new age, from long-distance communication to lifts and trains, while Desser admits the world really is enjoying a rare prosperous stretch. But the lecture turns grim again when he says the same crystal boom also created the Outers, criminals willing to attack the Tower of Magic and the Western Kingdoms for illegal power. To wake the room up, the lecturer suddenly calls on Romantica by name, catching her half asleep and completely off guard. Her chair crashes backward, the class snickers, and Desser quietly feeds her the answer before she blurts out Zod Exarian just in time. With the answer accepted, the lecturer wraps up by calling the Shadow World a double-edged sword that both devours land and supplies the crystals modern society depends on. After class, Desser deliberately leads Romantica and Pram against the flow of students and introduces their little three-person party to the lecturer. Prelude assumes Desser is about to beg for a late sponsorship from the Tower of Magic, and he politely starts shutting that idea down before Desser even finishes. Desser says the real problem is that his commoner-heavy party was blocked from applying fairly, and Prelude realizes this must be the famous beta-class rookies everyone has been talking about. Even so, Prelude sticks to procedure and says the sponsorship window is already closed, so if they missed it, they will have to wait for next year. Desser coolly pivots and says he does not want sponsorship anymore. He wants the tower to hire his party through an official request instead. He puts a written request form and pen in Prelude's hands, and the whole party bluntly tells him to fill it out and request them himself. Prelude finally pushes back and calls Desser unreasonable, and Desser answers with a calm, dangerous smile that signals he is about to reveal something much bigger. Desser quietly reveals that the Outers will attack the tower's early branch in 10 hours for the second-tier Crystal Originals tear, and Prelude is stunned that a student could know that. That threat ties back to 3 days earlier, when Desser's party had just been promoted and started settling into their much nicer new single-ranker office. Buried in paperwork and eating Pram's homemade cookies, Desser gets sidetracked admiring how absurdly capable Pram is at cooking, cleaning, and everything else. Pram interrupts that dangerous train of thought by arriving in a light blue apron with fresh tea, innocently asking what Desser has been staring at for so long. Before Desser can answer, Romantica mocks him for obviously thinking something stupid, and Pram instantly leaps in to defend his honor. Faced with Pram's shining trust, Desser lies that he really was thinking about something important for the party, and Romantica reluctantly buys it. Desser escapes the topic by praising Pram's tea, and Pram happily goes to write down the recipe, leaving Desser alone with the real problem on his desk. Once the others are not looking, Desser shifts the paperwork aside and checks the hidden timeline sheet he has been using to track the future. The sheet lists key upcoming events, and Desser zeroes in on two that matter most right now: the Tower of Magic sponsorship deadline and the attack on the Airly branch. He thinks through what the sponsorship really means. The Tower of Magic only backs one party a year, and getting chosen would give his team elite gear, prestige, and momentum. His thoughts turn personal when he remembers that the tower's head, Zod Exarian, fought beside him in the doomed future and was one of the few people who reached the end with him. Desser remembers that Zod's magic was overwhelming, but his real genius was the equipment that kept the final expedition alive far longer than it should have survived. That settles it for Desser. He decides to secure the tower's sponsorship first, and use that opening to contact Zod later about another plan he is already hiding. He heads to Professor Bridget expecting her to handle the paperwork, but something already feels off because no official forms ever reached his party. At Bridget's office, she welcomes him in and reveals the first surprise: she is not handling the tower's sponsorship applications this time. Professor Niflika is. Desser immediately realizes the future has shifted, and before he can adjust, Bridget drops the second blow. The application period already ended yesterday. When Desser insists the deadline should have been July 5th, Bridget explains it was moved up to July 3rd because Niflika had to go overseas. Desser says that cannot be right because his party never received any announcement at all, despite checking every document that came in. That makes Bridget go still, because if Desser is telling the truth, his party may have been the only one deliberately skipped. Bridget rushes outside to verify it, calling staff from the hallway while Desser waits inside in a tense silence that already feels like bad news. She comes back flushed and furious with the answer. Staff claim Desser's party was not notified because of an administrative error. Professor Bridget explodes in anger when she realizes Professor Niflika likely sabotaged Desser's Tower of Magic sponsorship on purpose. Desser keeps his composure, but the missed deadline leaves him knowing complaints will not fix anything now. Bridget quickly promises to look for a way around the sabotage, and tells Desser to rest for now. Back at his own desk, Desser decides Niflika moved first because the Tower of Magic schedule is too rigid to undo easily, and that thought finally makes him angry. Instead of giving up, Desser opens his old timeline notes, finds one key date, and smiles when he realizes he can hit back just as cheaply. On a late summer night, a huge mustached man named Kryken walks through the foggy streets toward his real target. A shabby bread boy crashes into Kryken, and Kraken casually stops the flying bag with magic before pretending to be kind. The boy says the bread is for his little sister at home, and Kraken keeps acting like a concerned adult. Then Kraken shows his real nature by dumping the bread into the dirt and crushing it underfoot for fun. After leaving the boy behind, Kraken reaches the giant gate of the Tower of Magic's early branch and drops the harmless act. With one command, Kraken summons 80 masked raiders out of the dark and begins the assault. The first wave of spells slams into the gate, but the tower's barrier activates and wipes the magic away exactly as Kraken expected. Kraken immediately switches tactics and has brute force fighters hammer the gate before its enchantment can adapt. The gate finally gives way, alarms scream through the branch, and guards and mages pour out to meet the invaders. While the raid turns into open war below, Kraken slips away with 6 men under invisibility because the real mission is higher up. Seeing the tower commit its forces to the lower floors, Kraken relaxes because his decoy worked and the top floor should now be exposed. On the 20th floor, Kraken reaches a heavily protected safe and starts breaking the layered traps around it. His spell tears the protections apart and reveals Ruginal's tear, a blue crystal so valuable he reaches for it in greedy triumph. Before Kraken can enjoy the win, Pram steps out and orders the outer to surrender in the name of Hebrian's single rankers. Kraken instantly realizes someone predicted the raid in detail, but he refuses to back down and puts his hidden 6 men in front of him. As the enemy starts casting, Pram calmly reads their strength and judges that none of them should match him one-on-one. Pram proves it immediately by slicing a fireball in half and letting an ice spear break harmlessly off his anti-magic blade. The intruders panic at the anti-magic sword, and Pram uses that hesitation to rush straight for the mages. Even their sword line cannot hold him, and Pram slips past them fast enough to drop the first mage with a single clean strike. Then Pram's foot suddenly catches an entangle, and he realizes too late that a hidden caster stayed outside his view. That hidden caster is Kraken himself, and he follows up by smashing Pram in the back with a heavy earth spell. Pram forces himself upright again, but Kraken starts mocking him as a skilled fighter who still lacks real battlefield experience. Kraken feints with bind, baits Pram's dodge, and springs a raised wall trap that boxes him in on 3 sides. With no room to escape, Pram is forced into a desperate defense, shredding fire, ice, and wind spells one after another just to stay alive. Kraken decides the boy is too dangerous to leave alive and starts charging a stronger spell to finish him himself. Before Kraken can fire, one of his own mages is suddenly blasted into him by unseen sniping support from outside the room. More men keep dropping to that hidden sniper, and Kraken finally realizes the support mage is not strong enough to pierce armor cleanly, but is deadly enough to collapse his formation. Desperate to recover, Kraken orders everyone to protect him and begins pouring his mana into a final escape plan. As Kraken's walls decay, Pram finally breaks free and ignores the frontliners, cutting straight through the mages while the unseen sniper cleans up the rest. Within moments, only Kraken and one terrified swordsman are left standing against Pram. The last swordsman begs for help, and Kraken ignores him completely because the spell he finished was never meant to save anyone else. Pram backs off in alarm when the floor itself rises around Kraken, because this is not an attack but a high-to-earth escape spell. Kraken coldly sacrifices his own trapped man as the moving stone compacts into a smooth hexahedron around him. The damaged floor collapses away, Pram barely catches himself on the rails, and Kraken's stone hexahedron drops out of sight. Far from the branch, the earth opens in a sewer and Kraken emerges alive with Ruginal's tear still in hand. He is rattled that the tower somehow predicted too much, but he still thinks the mission counts as a success because he escaped with the crystal. That confidence vanishes when a voice in the dark tells him the mission only succeeded if he can still get out of here. Desser steps out, reveals he tagged Kraken with his mana, and the fake bread boy meeting suddenly clicks into place. Kraken tries to kill Desser with magic on the spot, but his formula collapses because Desser is hijacking the sequence in real time. The bigger shock is that this impossible interference is coming from a boy whose mana feels only first circle, and Kraken can see defeat closing in. Desser reminds him about the bread he crushed, making it clear this is personal as well as tactical. Cornered, Kraken threatens to smash Ruginal's tear, hoping the hostage value of the crystal will stop Desser from advancing. Desser calls the bluff instantly, because a man who sacrificed so much to steal the crystal cannot bring himself to destroy it. Kraken gambles on brute force instead, letting Desser come close and throwing a sudden punch he thinks will beat magic at point-blank range. Desser casts faster than the punch can land, and gravity control slams Kraken onto his knees under crushing pressure. The spell keeps increasing until Kraken is flattened face down into the reeking sewer floor, completely subdued under 8 times normal gravity. Pinned under Desser's crushing gravity spell in the sewer, Kraken can only scream as his bones start cracking and his body finally gives out. Kraken stares up in disbelief because his magic is gone, his body is broken, and a first circle student just beat him with a 4th circle spell. Desser casually kneels down and pries Ruginal's tear out of Kraken's helpless hand. When Desser starts drawing mana straight from the unenchanted crystal, Kraken is shaken even more because the technique should not exist yet. Desser removes Kraken's mask, meets his eyes, and teasingly offers to explain the secret technique. Greed crushes Kraken's pride, and he nods desperately because that knowledge feels worth more than the whole fight. Desser smiles, says Kryken should pay for that bread first, and slams the gravity down even harder until Kryken blacks out. With Kryken beaten and Original's tear recovered, the Outer's July 7th attack on the Tower of Magic comes to an end. Later in the Tower's reception hall, Dr. Prelude thanks Desser's party in full because they prevented a disaster and saved the crystal. Pram can barely hold back a laugh because the same man who doubted Desser yesterday is now treating him like a savior. Thinking back on how insane Desser's warning sounded, Pram admits to himself that Desser predicted the impossible and cleaned up the whole raid exactly as promised. That moment seals Pram's faith, and he silently decides he will never doubt Desser again. Desser skips the hero talk and immediately asks Prelude to discuss compensation. Prelude offers 120 gold, and Romantica nearly jumps out of her chair at the size of the reward. Romantica excitedly points out that this much money could carry the whole party for years, and Pram agrees at once. Prelude explains he even stretched the amount from 100 to 120 gold because Desser's party missed the sponsorship deadline. Desser shocks everyone by refusing the money outright and saying he wants something else instead. Prelude assumes Desser is still asking for sponsorship and quickly says even Zod cannot bend the deadline rule. Desser corrects him again and says he is not asking for pulled strings, only one simple request. His real request leaves Prelude stunned. Desser wants to play a game of chess with the Tower Master. The story shifts to Altair, the heart of magic engineering, where the Tower of Magic rises over a city packed with giant buildings and magic-powered traffic. Inside the Tower headquarters, Prelude escorts Desser through the elegant lobby while passing staff stare at the odd pair. In the elevator, Prelude still cannot understand why Desser traded 120 gold for a chess game. Desser only says everyone wants different things, hinting that the strange request is completely deliberate. When Prelude wonders why Zod even accepted, Desser coolly guesses the Tower Master was interested because the request was so unusual. They enter Zod's private study, a sealed world of books, formula-covered blackboards, and crystal lamps that shows just how deep the Tower's research culture runs. At the center of the room sits Zod Exarian, looking almost unchanged from the man Desser remembers from another life. Prelude presents Desser, and Zod immediately dismisses him so the meeting can proceed in private. Zod points Desser to the ivory chessboard and bluntly warns that he only has 27 minutes before his next meeting. Desser politely accepts the limit, and the two drop all small talk because chess is the real point of the meeting. When Zod asks which rules they should use, Desser surprises him by choosing the North Sea style. That choice lands immediately because the rules come from Zod's homeland, and the atmosphere between them loosens at once. Zod flips and expands the board into the wider North Sea layout, with extra pieces and warships replacing the queen. At 4 o'clock the match begins, and in the opening both of them keep pace with each other. Zod's side quickly looks flawless and coordinated, while Desser's pieces seem messy and badly arranged on purpose. Desser breaks the deadlock first by shoving a pawn into Zod's line and forcing the opening exchange. The trade escalates fast, and although Desser loses material, the exchange tears a real gap open on Zod's western side. Desser immediately drives a warship through that weakness and smashes Zod's defense hard enough to make even Zod look surprised. Zod quickly sees the flaw in Desser's attack, uses a knight to shred his supply lines, and turns the whole position around. Desser cannot stop the counterattack, and his overextended warship is finally surrounded and sunk. Because sinking a warship grants another move in North Sea rules, Zod uses the bonus to launch a disciplined full offensive. Zod secures a massive diagonal supply line, and that single structure starts giving his whole army frightening mobility. Desser fights back with strange-looking positioning that somehow keeps holding, even though the board now favors Zod. Zod stays methodical, breaks through anyway, wrecks Desser's pawn structure, and picks off more of his remaining knights. Even Desser's retreating warship looks badly outnumbered now, and Zod quietly decides the game is almost over. Right when Zod is ready to finish the match, Desser finally breaks his silence and proposes a wager. Desser raises the stakes to one fulfilled request from the loser, making it clear this whole game was aimed at something bigger. Zod accepts the idea and asks what Desser could possibly offer him, amused by the nerve of a student making that bet. Desser pitches himself as top talent, and Zod instantly names his price. Desser must join the magic engineering department after graduation if he loses. Before Desser can name his own request, Zod cuts him off and firmly refuses sponsorship in advance, still guarding the rules. Desser agrees that rules matter and says once again that sponsorship was never his goal, which only makes Zod more curious. Zod lays out the whole pattern he has noticed, from the raid warning to this homeland rule set, and openly admits he wants to know what Desser is really after. Desser refuses to reveal it yet, and says the best gift is the one opened last, so Zod agrees to let the suspense ride. Even with the board heavily against him, Desser still does not waver because he already knows from another life just how monstrous Zod is at this game. The reason runs deep. In the Shadow Labyrinth, chess was one of the few hobbies Desser and Zod used to stay sane. Back then Zod insisted on North Sea rules until Desser had no choice but to learn the brutal format properly. Desser eventually mastered the rules, but for 6 straight years Zod never let him win even once. By surviving that endless punishment, Desser learned Zod's patterns well enough to stop being crushed outright and barely hang on against him. Back in Zod's study, Desser snaps out of his memories and realizes this younger Zod is cornering him with a calmer, more defensive style than the war-hardened man he once knew. Desser has been sacrificing pieces on purpose to study Zod's habits, but even after figuring him out, he knows he is still short on material for a normal comeback. When Zod tells him to move, Desser pulls his warship back to shield the king, stubbornly choosing to survive instead of conceding. Zod says the result is already decided, but Desser calmly insists that a game is never over until the end. On his turn, Zod plans a slow, careful break through Desser's defense, but one glance at the clock tells him he does not have 30 turns to spare. Pressed by the upcoming meeting, Zod abandons the safe plan and lunges with his knights for a quick kill. Desser smiles because this is the trap he wanted all along. The real winner was decided the moment Zod admitted he only had 27 minutes. Desser starts making strange-looking repositioning moves, and Zod quickly realizes he is trying to rebuild his entire formation. Zod dismisses the switch as too late, but Desser knows that misread is about to cost him the game. In just a few moves, Desser snaps his scattered army into a tight encirclement and suddenly cages Zod's knights from 3 sides. Desser piles his remaining forces into one brutal counterattack, and Zod finally blurts out in shock as the comeback becomes visible. The rush works perfectly. Desser wipes out Zod's knights, flips from defense to offense, and storms into his territory before Zod can reset. Just before Zod can meet him head-on, Desser swerves west and exposes another habit he learned long ago. Zod is too reluctant to use his warship aggressively. Desser sinks the warship, takes the bonus turn, and steals the supply line Zod spent the whole game building. With his western side collapsing, Zod tries to counterattack Desser's supply line, but Desser's warship is already waiting there to shut him down. A chill runs through Zod when he realizes he is trapped by his own committed moves and is now losing the pawns his whole army depends on. In desperation, Zod shoves all his remaining forces toward Desser's king, but the rushed push only leaves more pieces hanging. Desser calmly picks apart the overextended pieces one by one until Zod's last warship falls and the board is finally his. At 4:25, Desser delivers check, and Zod quietly tips over his king and admits defeat. Before they can talk terms, Zod's pad buzzes with his secretary warning that the meeting starts in 3 minutes. After the call, Zod admits the game surprised him, then pushes the board aside and tells Desser to state his request. Desser does not ask for plain sponsorship. He asks for a deal, offering an idea in exchange for support at the Tower of Magic's level. Zod rejects the idea on principle, arguing that one student's idea can never match the value of backing the greatest magic corporation in the Empire. Even so, Zod offers a huge consolation prize instead, a reward equal to the second-tier crystal plus 120 gold a month until Desser graduates. The offer is enormous, but Desser refuses it anyway and insists that he still wants the deal. Zod stands to end the meeting, but Desser stops him and points out the real issue. Zod is not unwilling to deal, he is unwilling to do it at a loss. Desser openly admits the exchange looks absurd on the surface, then reminds Zod that impossible-looking results are exactly what built his life. When Desser says he can prove the deal is fair right now, Zod gives him one last chance and tells him to prove it. Desser walks to the desk, picks up an unused magic crystal, and starts surrounding it with his mana instead of using enchantment. The crystal starts humming and spinning as Desser finally tunes each mana particle's frequency, showing control that should not even be possible by Zod's theory. When the internal mana settles into a perfect loop, Desser simply says it is over and tosses the crystal to Zod. Zod barely has time to ask what Desser did before the crystal suddenly speaks in his secretary's voice like a live transmitter. Desser explains that he linked the crystal through mana resonance, tuning particles to the same frequency so the crystal's stored mana could be controlled from outside. He goes further and reveals the real breakthrough. Once the mana forms circles, the crystal can activate spell after spell without the old enchant method. Desser lays out the consequences fast: stronger layered defenses, fuller use of powerful crystals, and a complete rewrite of magic engineering. Zod asks if Desser discovered this, and Desser dodges the truth, saying only that he knows of it. Inwardly, Desser knows this technique belongs to the future Zod, but bringing that hard-won knowledge back early is exactly why he came. Then Desser finally flips the power balance. He is not begging for help at all, he is offering the Tower of Magic a revolution. Desser offers every technique he knows for the Tower's products, asking only that his party be sponsored with the items built from them. That is enough for Zod to instantly call his secretary back and cancel every appointment on his schedule. With 2 hours suddenly carved out, Zod turns back almost hungry for more and makes it obvious that the time limit is gone now. When Desser asks if that means the deal is accepted, Zod laughs at himself and offers his hand. Later, the mood flips completely when Desser joins Pram and Romantica at a lively ice cream shop in Altair. Romantica instantly turns to her guide and proudly declares that nobody should leave Altair without trying this famous place and its favorite flavors. After ordering, Desser reassures Pram that the tower meeting went perfectly and everything is settled. Romantica cannot let that slide, so she bluntly asks why Desser threw away 120 gold just to play chess. Desser explains that chess was only the excuse to meet Zod, and what he really secured was support on the level of a full sponsorship. Pram bursts with joy, but Romantica gets even more suspicious and decides Desser must have uncovered some terrible weakness and blackmailed the Tower Master. Desser loudly protests, only for Romantica to call him a sadist and drag Pram into agreeing that blackmail is exactly the kind of thing he would do. Pram finally reveals he is teasing, and Desser collapses in mock despair while all three end the scene smiling together. Romantica finally accepts that Desser did not sell them out, because Pram backs him and Desser says the Tower sponsorship came from a deal, not a free favor. Desser tells a half-true version of what happened with the Tower Master, carefully hiding the fact that he returned from the future. When fresh ice cream arrives, Desser smoothly changes the mood and gets Romantica to let the issue drop for now. Once the tension breaks, Romantica complains that Altia's shopping was great but she forgot her money, and Pram sadly admits he found a theme park he also could not afford. Desser decides they will go shopping and hit the theme park after dessert, and Romantica immediately asks the obvious question about money. Desser pulls out the Tower Master's black and gold card, and his two teammates explode with joy at finally having spending money. Romantica demands the clothing store first, Pram insists on the theme park, and their argument instantly turns into a noisy, happy fight. The second Desser tells them to finish eating first, the other two attack the ice cream at full speed and rush for the door. Outside the shop, Romantica and Pram wait impatiently like kids on a field trip, while Desser lingers behind to pay with a quiet smile. After paying, Desser borrows a pen and updates his secret timeline list, crossing out the Tower sponsorship and attack because both have already happened. He underlines the real disaster still ahead, the emergence of the Shadow World on July 20th, and realizes they only have 2 weeks left. Desser looks out at his laughing teammates, and decides to spare them one free day before putting them through brutal training. While Desser's party enjoys the city, Hebrian Academy hosts a lavish ball to celebrate Blue Moon winning the Tower's sponsorship for the third straight time. Professor Neflika basks in the applause and turns the celebration into a noble supremacist speech, bragging that Blue Moon stands above every commoner. Ajest watches the speech with cold disgust, already exhausted by Neflika's noise and the crowd's fanatic response. A swarm of admirers closes in on Ajest, praising her as Blue Moon's future until she is visibly fed up and trapped. A refined noble named Elhim Triquincy steps in with perfect timing, politely claiming he had a prior appointment with Ajest and giving her a clean escape route. On the terrace, away from the ballroom, Ajest finally relaxes enough to admit she hates this kind of party, and Elhim quietly agrees. Ajest is surprised that even Elhim, a noble who favors the crown, thinks Neflika's public extremism is too much. Ajest reads Neflika's real game immediately. He is whipping alpha-class nobles into a loyal bloc so he can win the headmaster election. The idea shocks Elhim, and Ajest explains that Neflika already has almost everything he needs except the current dean stepping down. When Elhim wonders how she understands Neflika so well, Ajest falters, and he instead warns that a Neflika headmaster could revive the blood-stained cruelty of Duke Neflika's era. Professor Neflika suddenly appears at the terrace door and smoothly orders Elhim back inside, pretending it is just social courtesy. As Elhim passes, Neflika grabs his shoulder and drops the mask, warning Triquincy to know when to keep his mouth shut. Once they are alone, Neflika scolds Ajest for speaking out of line and reminds her that their families are too closely tied for her to act freely. He pushes even harder by calling her Ajest Row Palace and lecturing that family determines everything, including power, status, and marriage. Ajest's mana turns the terrace air frigid when Neflika nears the subject of marriage, forcing him to retreat and change tack. Ajest stops humoring him and bluntly says this whole celebration is meaningless because Blue Moon beat a rival that never even got to apply for the sponsorship. She openly accuses Neflika of changing the application window to shut Desser's party out because he was terrified of losing to commoners. Neflika snaps and blames everything on Ajest's loss, screaming that Blue Moon has no need for a loser. That tantrum kills Ajest's last hesitation, and she realizes she never truly chose this party in the first place. While Neflika insists she cannot leave, Ajest calmly reaches up and removes the Blue Moon badge from her chest. After Ajest walks away, Neflika is still seething when the Tower of Magic suddenly calls him during the party. The caller says the tower must leave early, but Neflika brightens again when they promise to attend his next event. Then the caller casually asks whether Neflika knows anything about the tower's new technical advisor from Hebrian, and he immediately grows interested. His excitement spikes when he learns the advisor is not an alumnus but a current student, and he starts pressing for the name. The answer hits him like a slap. The tower's new technical advisor is Desser Arman, the commoner he tried to suppress. The next day, with only 13 days left before the Shadow World emerges, Desser gathers his party in the training room for a serious review. Desser tells them the tower battle exposed their weaknesses, and Pram braces himself as the debrief begins. Pram's problem is experience, because in the real fight he focused only on the enemies in front of him and missed the high circle mage threatening his flank. Pram accepts the criticism immediately, which tells Desser that the weakness is real but fixable. Romantica tenses for her turn, only for Desser to say she already did everything she could at her current level. For one brief second Romantica puffs up with pride, thinking she just got praised. Desser immediately punctures that idea by saying her limit is exactly the problem, because a second circle sniper is too weak and she must reach third circle. Romantica protests that breaking into third circle is not something a mage can do on command. Desser traps both teammates with a deceptively simple chain of yes or no questions about fixing weaknesses through training. The moment they answer, Desser cheerfully announces daily held training before and after class until further notice. Romantica shrieks that exams are coming, but Desser ignores the protest and the era of mercy ends on the spot. Desser puts the party on a brutal daily schedule: dawn training, regular classes, and more training every evening for weeks. By the time the routine settles in, Romantica is begging to skip evening training, but Desser coldly refuses. Desser separates their evening lessons, turning them into personal training built around Romantica and Pram's individual weaknesses. At the open roof wind training ground, Desser starts Romantica's lesson with a basic question about what makes a wind mage strong. Romantica answers correctly that wind magic is fast and long-ranged, and Desser says that is exactly why wind mages are unmatched snipers. Then Desser gets blunt and tells her the real problem. As a second circle mage, she still hits too weakly to matter against stronger enemies. Romantica silently remembers how useless she felt when a fourth circle mage appeared and her sniping stopped mattering. Desser raises the bar even higher and says she must break through to third circle and build enough power to pierce fourth circle defenses. Romantica protests that reaching third circle normally takes long, careful growth, but Desser cuts her off and claims he knows a shortcut. She is irritated that a first circle mage is saying something this absurd, but she still agrees because she trusts Desser completely. Desser answers her trust with the strangest first exercise possible. He pulls out an empty Coke can. Without touching it, he uses mana and air pressure to slowly crush the can inward with eerie precision. The can finally collapses into a tight little metal sphere, proving just how exact his control is. Desser explains that this is advanced ball control training. Romantica has to shape air pressure so carefully that the can becomes a true sphere instead of just getting smashed. Romantica immediately realizes how insane the assignment is, because changing air density is easy compared to controlling every angle with that much precision. Even so, Desser makes her try it on the spot. Romantica focuses hard, carefully bending the can little by little, and for a moment it looks like she might actually pull it off. Then she gets excited too early, her control slips, and the can collapses into a flat saucer instead. Desser walks over with a teasing smile and reminds her that a circle and a sphere are not the same thing. Elsewhere in the sweltering drill hall, Desser starts Pram's lesson by telling him he needs real combat experience, not just speed. Pram guesses he will be sparring Percival again, but Desser says a fellow knight rank is no longer enough. Desser reveals a tougher instructor instead, Kairak, a veteran second circle mage and knight rank spells word from the Tower of Magic's Airly branch. Pram realizes this trainer came through the Tower of Magic's support, the same backing that already helped Desser before. The veteran trainer looks Pram over, mistakes him for a girl, and dismisses the match before it even starts. When Pram snaps back, the trainer bluntly apologizes for the mistake, but the damage is done and Pram is now furious. Pram immediately asks to begin, and Desser stops them only long enough to hand over special lapels that will decide the duel. Desser explains the rule clearly: the first body contact from a training sword triggers that fighter's shoulder lapel alarm, and that fighter loses. The trainer laughs off the challenge, while Pram's mood hardens from cheerful to razor-focused. At Desser's signal, the duel erupts into a fast, brutal exchange that rattles the entire drill hall. Pram's speed is frightening, but the veteran trainer's experience keeps shutting him down with efficient parries and calm counters. The veteran trainer calls out Pram's biggest flaw in real time: he gets too excited and leaves openings everywhere. Pram barely twists away from a decisive strike and retreats a few paces, hoping to reset the fight. Instead of chasing him, the veteran trainer shows why backing away from a spell's word is a mistake and raises a hand to cast magic. His eyes blast homes in on Pram, explodes into freezing mist at close range, and robs the boy of his movement. With Pram slowed and off balance, the veteran trainer calmly rests his sword on Pram's shoulder and ends the lesson with a clean defeat. 10 days before the Shadow World event, Desser's non-stop training is still grinding the whole party down. Outside the cafeteria, Romantica finally explodes and accuses Desser of trying to kill them with training. Desser defends himself by listing the breaks in his running plan, which only makes Romantica even more offended. What Romantica wants is not another time break but a normal teenage life for a while, with shopping, desserts, and somewhere fun to go. Desser feels bad, but because he knows the Shadow World is close, he refuses to ease up and only promises a real break after their weaknesses are fixed. Romantica makes him swear over and over, squeezing every promise she can out of him before finally settling down. Then the mood shifts when Ajest walks into the cafeteria area and every nearby student starts reacting to her. Ajest calmly joins Desser's party, and he explains that even as rankers they still eat apart because the commoner stigma has not gone away. Romantica nervously warns that Ajest's presence is drawing too much attention and bluntly tells her to go sit somewhere else. Ajest agrees to leave the table, but before going she drops a loaded request and asks to visit Desser's room so they can speak alone. Later, Desser lets Ajest into his neat but modest room, and the private meeting begins much more quietly than the cafeteria scene. He opens the window, brings out warm plum tea, and the two settle into an unexpectedly calm evening conversation. Desser quietly complains that she phrased her request in the most easily misunderstood way possible, and Adjust admits that was not entirely accidental. Once the teasing passes, Adjust gets to her real question and asks how Desser managed to cast grease over a three-dimensional body. Desser demonstrates the normal version first by greasing a flat sheet of paper and flicking it so it slides cleanly across the table and away. Then he shows the trick by tearing another sheet into tiny pieces, sticking them across a teacup, and turning that curved surface slippery too. When the greased cup slides smoothly across the table, Adjust instantly grasps the answer. Treat the body as many small polygons and calculate each one separately. Before Desser can finish his warning, Adjust stands up and tries the advanced version on herself immediately. The spell works, but losing normal friction throws off her balance so badly that she starts to topple. Desser reacts in time and catches Adjust as she falls, ending up underneath her in an awkward tangle on the floor. Desser, red-faced, explains that this was exactly the problem he was trying to warn her about. Adjust notices his reaction, presses down on him with one thumb instead of getting off right away, and casually drops a far bigger revelation. She tells him she left the Blue Moon party. That jolts Desser upright, because in the timeline he remembers Adjust was supposed to remain Blue Moon's ace even inside the Shadow Labyrinth. When he presses her, Adjust confirms she left after learning what the professor really did, and Desser realizes his own actions changed her future. Desser apologizes, feeling responsible, but Adjust does not understand why he is blaming himself for her choice. Adjust lights a lantern, looks him straight in the eye, and makes it clear she has no sadness or resentment toward him at all. Instead, she says Desser was the victim, and because of him she simply saw her professor's true nature clearly enough to leave. Once Desser settles, Adjust explains the principle she believes in: a real party should win by skill, stay righteous, and remain humble. After measuring every party against that standard, Adjust says only one group came to mind. Then Adjust asks the question that changes everything next: will Desser accept her into his party? After a full week of failures, Romantica finally steadied her mana control enough to crush an empty can into a true metal sphere. Proud of the result, Romantica showed Desser her success and expected the miserable drill to be over. Desser shut that down immediately and told her the real goal was still ahead. He wanted to help her build a third circle right now. When Desser said he could fine-tune her mana directly, Romantica agreed at first because she had no idea what kind of contact that would require. The moment she realized he meant touching near her heart, Romantica recoiled, covered her chest, and exploded at him for being shameless. Desser insisted he was asking for consent because the process really did need direct contact, but that only made Romantica more suspicious and furious. Then Desser clarified that he meant her back, and Romantica's outrage collapsed into embarrassed relief because that option was far less awful than what she imagined. Desser could not resist teasing her about the misunderstanding, and Romantica snapped at him to shut up before he made it worse. He teased her one last time by saying the front was technically possible too, and Romantica instantly accused him of doing the whole thing on purpose. Once they finally settled down, they agreed to go through with the third circle construction after Romantica got herself under control. For the breakthrough, they sealed the room in darkness, and Romantica nervously loosened her dress and turned her bare back toward Desser while covering her front. As soon as Desser's hands touched her back, Romantica trembled and asked the question underneath all her nerves: could she really do this? Desser steadied her with clear instructions, telling her she already had enough mana and only needed to calm down and circulate it properly. Romantica drew pure mana out from her second circle, and when she panicked that it would scatter, Desser caught it and held it together for her. Using the same control she had learned from the can exercise, Romantica shaped the mana into a clean sphere around the forming circle. Then Desser began the brutal fine work inside the sphere, carving and rotating tiny sections of mana until the new circle overheated and sent pain ripping through her. Desser knew there was no room for error as he calculated the right size of her source mana, because too little would weaken the circle and too much would break it. The pain kept climbing, but Romantica refused to let go, enduring on sheer will even as sweat poured and her breathing turned ragged. When Romantica started to black out and could barely hold the mana together, Desser pushed faster because finishing the circle had become the only way to save the attempt. The instant the third circle finished, Romantica dropped to the floor from exhaustion and Desser fell back too, but they had done it. The next training payoff came on the practice field, where Pram and Captain Karak were locked in a blistering duel that had become nearly even. Karak adapted first, switching to a freeform style that twisted unpredictably enough to seize control back from Pram's raw speed. Then Karak trapped Pram's ankles with earth magic and launched in for what looked like the finishing strike. Pram had baited the whole thing, shattered the ground under himself, slipped past Karak's vision, and cut off the captain's lapel in one instant. Karak praised the trick as a real technique, but Pram just scratched his head and called it luck because he had only improvised the idea of attacking while evading. From the bench, Desser confirmed he had seen everything, and Pram lit up the second he realized his leader had been watching his win. Desser patted Pram's head in quiet approval, genuinely impressed that Pram had grown far enough to beat a second circle spell's word outright. With training over, Karak even apologized for how harshly he had treated Pram before, and Pram accepted it without holding a grudge. Then Kairak ruined the dignity of the moment by bluntly asking the question everyone probably wondered: was Pram really a guy? 3 days before the Shadow World appeared, an early morning academy broadcast ordered every student party to prepare for deployment and emergency training. Classes were postponed, Runger was issued for the coming battle, and Desser brought 3 tailored combat uniforms back to his party. Desser explained that this Runger was specially adjusted for their weak points, even if its baseline defense matched what the regular students wore. To prove the new protection worked against both kinds of damage at once, Desser put an egg inside the coat and hit it with a smash and a fireball together. When Desser unfolded the coat and revealed the egg still perfect inside, Pram was instantly amazed. Desser moved on to Pram's customization and had him wear the Rundir and picture putting his sword away. The rapier vanished in a flash of light, and Pram panicked for a second before Desser explained that the uniform had stored it in a subspace pocket. When Pram pictured drawing it again, the blade returned in gathering light, giving him a faster setup by removing the weight of a scabbard. Then Desser handed Romantica what looked like a flat iron rod, and the moment she touched it, her badge reacted and the weapon unfolded into a strange new shape. Desser revealed the weapon was a sniper rifle, a tool inspired by knowledge from his past and built with Zod's help to suit Romantica's future role. He carefully taught her how to aim brace, and used the rifle to amplify spells and extend detection, enough to make her fight like a fourth circle magician from cover. Hearing that she could become the solid support behind the party, Romantica blushed and promised to do her best. Looking at Pram and Romantica fully equipped at last, Desser felt proud of how far his party had come and set his sights on the fight ahead. On July 20th, Hebrian opens its Shadow World season in a packed auditorium, with nobles watching rows of students in matching ringgear that make the whole school look like an army. The dean uses the ceremony to remind everyone how badly humanity once suffered, saying kingdoms fell, people died, and division nearly doomed them before Hebrian became a hope for the future. He raises a fist and declares that shadow worlds were conquered before and will be crushed again, turning the speech into a straight challenge to the threat hanging over humanity. Right on cue, the Academy detects fresh dimensional cracks, and the Shadow Gate system hums to life behind him. The dean explains that modern space magic now lets students enter shadow worlds from anywhere, and thousands of active worlds appear on their devices for teams to choose from. As teams break formation, the Academy's hierarchy shows immediately. Alpha students browse freely, while Beta students are limited to easier worlds. Elsewhere, Tashid gathers Hebrian's 27 single rankers and bluntly tells them their missions are on another level, where war, murder, and real death are all possible. The room goes quiet, but none of the single rankers flinch, and Tashid looks openly satisfied that Hebrian's elite are ready to risk their lives. Tashid adds one more hard rule: the people inside a shadow world are not real, so students are warned not to hesitate if killing becomes necessary. When the exclusive mission list appears, the elite students get options that include a risky unknown Class 3 to 5 world at the North Sea. Tashid orders them to submit their choice for approval and reminds them that crystals are theirs to keep, but any other loot must be reported or punished under Academy law. As soon as Tashid leaves, the room erupts into planning talk, and Pram quietly watches Desser to see which mission he will really pick. Romantica confidently guesses that Desser wants the hardest option, the Class 3 world, because that is exactly the kind of reckless target he would chase. Desser shuts that down immediately and says they are not strong enough yet, pointing out that only veteran parties packed with high-rank fighters could even get approval for a Class 3 world. Instead of overreaching, Desser reveals he already picked a Class 4 shadow world in Orain province because it fits their current level. Romantica's face falls when she spots the catch: Orain needs at least 4 party members, and as far as she knows, they only have 3. Desser casually drops the real surprise and tells them Ajest already joined their party. A confirmation alert arrives right away, officially approving Desser, Pram, Romantica, and Ajest for entry through Shadow Gate 2. On the way to the gate, Ajest simply falls into step with them like she has always belonged there, which only makes the tension around her sharper. Pram asks the obvious question, and Ajest confirms without hesitation that she completely left the Blue Moon party. Romantica still cannot accept Ajest after their recent clash, while Desser quietly decides Ajest is exactly the strong 4th member this plan needed. As he walks, Desser thinks ahead to the real reason he wanted Orain so badly. It may hold Toa's armaments, the artifact that once covered for his weak mana pool. He remembers that in his ruined future he eventually inherited Toa's armaments, and used its larger mana pool to make his analysis ability indispensable, so this time he wants the artifact before that tragic chain of events. The party reaches the gate platform, and Desser steps forward as leader when the gatekeeper checks that they are the team entering Orain province. After Desser confirms the terms, the gate opens and a blinding transfer light swallows all 4 of them. When Desser opens his eyes inside the shadow world, he finds himself alone in a huge hot stone kitchen instead of beside his party. Seeing no sign of Ajest, Pram, or Romantica, Desser quickly realizes the shadow world must have split the party into different roles. Before he can investigate further, an angry plump chef storms in and immediately starts berating him like a useless kitchen hand. Jeffrin even smacks him, but Desser keeps his cool, bows his head, and apologizes instead of provoking a fight he clearly cannot afford here. That choice works, because Jeffrin calms just enough to shove Desser into the job and demand help with an urgent dinner for distinguished guests. A quest window finally explains the setup. Desser is the chef's assistant, and the success of a full 13-guest dinner service will affect the entire Shadow World. Desser proves he is paying attention by repeating the appetizer orders back perfectly, and Jeffrin's attitude immediately improves. Jeffrin snaps at him one more time for forgetting the proper title, so Desser switches instantly to a crisp yes, chef, and keeps the goodwill going. Now fully enroll, Desser starts washing filthy vegetables and notices that beneath all the abuse, Jeffrin is a genuinely brilliant chef. Desser watches Jeffrin crack open scallops with frightening speed and realizes this loud bully is the real deal in the kitchen. Once Desser matches that pace by prepping olives and salad ingredients on time, Jeffrin moves him to the hardest support job and orders him to keep the huge soup pot from sticking. The soup is brutally thick and the kitchen heat is miserable, but Desser grips the ladle with both hands and keeps stirring through the pain. Jeffrin notices that stubborn effort, and Desser earns more trust simply by refusing to quit under pressure. The appetizers finally go out, and the kitchen rolls straight into the main course for all 13 guests. Jeffrin orders Desser to start the potatoes fast, only to discover Desser already anticipated the timing and had them cooking ahead of schedule. When Desser calmly says he saw the need coming and acted like a real assistant, Jeffrin grumbles at him but clearly accepts that he has found someone useful. In the middle of a hectic dinner rush, Jeffrin switches to the steaks and sharply tests Desser on the order. Jeffrin carves the tenderloin with effortless skill and orders Desser to pull the potatoes, peel them, and crush them fast. While the steaks hit the skillet, Jeffrin finally teaches instead of scolding, explaining how to time the well-done and medium cuts so every plate stays hot. Desser listens like a student, because every tiny cooking detail might be the clue that clears this shadow world. Once the steaks are done, Jeffrin finishes the plates at full speed and pushes the kitchen towards service before anything cools. With a burst of rhythmic chopping and a ring of the bell, Jeffrin sends the main course out and calmly briefs the servers dish by dish. When Desser asks what comes next, Jeffrin reveals he already made the cake earlier and orders him to sit down for a break. During that rare break, Desser finally notices a basket of fresh green plums that never appeared anywhere in the meal. When Desser asks about them, Jeffrin says the plums smell good but taste bitter, so he was about to throw them away. That offhand complaint is all Desser needs, and he realizes the quest item is not the taste but the plum's fragrance. A hidden EX quest appears, confirming Desser must guide Jeffrin into using the unfamiliar plums or risk angering the Earl. Desser immediately asks if tea still needs to be prepared with dessert, opening the door to suggest the plums. Jeffrin hesitates over the unfamiliar fruit, but his favorable view of Desser wins out, and he tells him to name the ingredients for the tea. Using the plum tea recipe he learned from Pram, Desser gathers what he needs and quietly promises himself he will repay that favor later. That night, after the guests are fed, Desser is back in the quiet kitchen washing dishes while Jeffrin checks the next day's stock. Jeffrin abruptly asks if Desser can make that tea again, and Desser teasingly guesses the Earl could not let it go. Jeffrin smacks him for the smart mouth, then admits the Earl really did ask for more of the tea. The EX reward lands on the spot, and Desser is officially granted the assistant position with future quest hints. Jeffrin makes it clear the tea was not extraordinary, but its novelty mattered, so Desser's real job is to keep improving what he serves. Satisfied, Jeffrin sends him to bed and says they will personally pick fresh plums from a merchant in the morning. By the next morning, Jeffrin's recommendation has upgraded Desser's position, and he rides out with more freedom as the Earl's assistant. On the ride out, Desser sees a lively, well-kept city and starts thinking the unseen Earl must be a capable ruler. But as the carriage gets farther from the center, the life drains away and the outskirts turn cold, dirty, and worn out. When Desser asks, Jeffrin explains the huts belong to wanderers the Earl has taken in for the winter, even though their numbers have swelled. Jeffrin respects the Earl's mercy, but he bitterly adds that food is already tight and many locals blame the wanderers for theft. Desser immediately recognizes the pattern, because the split between townspeople and wanderers mirrors the Academy's own class divide. Farther out, Desser notices the region's broad fertile farmland and realizes the Earl's decision to support so many people was not impulsive. At the city border, they stop at a shabby but solid inn, and Jeffrin heads inside to arrange a room while Desser waits by the carriage. As Desser stretches outside the inn, he looks down and finds a starving little girl begging him for spare change. Desser finds nothing in his pockets, and the girl's crushed reaction makes it hard to just let her leave hungry. Instead of money, Desser offers dried plums, and the girl's face lights up before she tears into the first one. Seeing how desperate she is, Desser offers more plums in exchange for answers and starts asking about the wanderer settlement. Lilica says she lives in the shantytown with her mother and little brother, and that nobody will tell her where her father went. She says bread is handed out every morning, but the ration is only a tiny piece, so she stays hungry anyway. When Desser asks who Lilica is, the girl proudly points to herself and grabs another plum as fast as she can. To repay his kindness, Lilica proudly offers Desser a beautifully embroidered handkerchief that her mother made. Desser realizes her mother's sewing could earn money, but Lilica says the locals threatened to beat her mother to death if she came near the market. Lilica repeats that people keep calling them thieves for what others did, and Desser sees how deep the hatred runs. Jeffrin calls him back from the inn, so Desser gives Lilica his last plum and quietly tells her to meet him at the castle's back door for more food. As Desser jogs back toward Jeffrin, the system confirms he has uncovered the domain's second major problem, the vagrants. Back at the castle, Desser serves tea in the Earl's office and finally meets Wilhelm Evernatten, a scarred old ruler buried in work. The system marks Wilhelm as the key figure, and Desser learns he must reach trustworthy with the Earl before the main quest will start. Desser quickly figures the main scenario must be tied to fixing the domain's problems, so he starts looking for a way to earn the Earl's trust. He tries awkward small talk about the cold, and Wilhelm answers flatly while barely sparing him attention. Desser changes tack and offers to help with the paperwork, but Wilhelm's only request is that he stop talking while work is in progress. That blunt reply drops the Earl's impression to neutral and makes Desser realize ordinary friendliness will not work here. Over the next few days, Desser keeps trying with tea, desserts, and preemptive cleaning, but Wilhelm never warms to him. 4 days in, Desser is back in the kitchen chopping onions alone when the scenario finally starts to shift again. A mischievous eye peeks through the cracked door, and then Pram bursts into the kitchen and launches himself at Desser. Desser is stunned to see him, and Pram excitedly explains that becoming a guard let him search the castle until he finally found him. After apologizing for losing contact, Desser catches Pram up on the Wanderers, the locals' hostility, and the hungry girl Lilica. Once he hears the story, Pram starts connecting the clues and asks if this shadow world is built from the Holy Empire. Desser confirms it, and says he recognized the city's Holy Empire architecture when he slipped out of the castle earlier. He goes further and says the rest of the Holy Empire has already been swallowed by disaster, leaving only this region behind. Pram admits it feels deeply strange to stand inside a country that, in their own time, has already met its end. Desser gives him a small reassuring smile and says that kind of disorientation is normal in a first shadow world. Then Pram innocently points out that it should be Desser's first time too, catching him completely off guard. Desser dodges the question on instinct and abruptly gets up to bring Pram something to eat. Back with warm tea and dried fruit, Desser gets Pram talking, and Pram admits his shadow world started rough because he was left alone and kept stumbling through his first quest. Pram says his current mission is to earn merit in the yearly war against the barbarians so he can be knighted. When Desser asks what that means, Pram explains that starving northern tribes raid Evernatton's fertile land every year. A system message pops up for Desser and confirms that the barbarians are the second big problem threatening Evernatton. Pram grimly admits he is stuck too, because despite his war quest he has not seen a single barbarian. Pram says the scouts found nothing, and the knights already decided the barbarians simply gave up raiding this year. Desser almost laughs at that idea, because to him there is no chance starving barbarians would walk away from food behind a wall. He reminds Pram of the barbarian he met before, and pushes him to remember how fierce and warlike that man felt. Pram reluctantly admits that one barbarian alone felt like war-made flesh, which only strengthens Desser's suspicion. Drawing on years of fighting beside Dawn Ape in the Shadow Labyrinth, Desser says a stronger fortress would only provoke these people to hit harder, not retreat. Desser lowers his voice and warns that the barbarians may be hiding their real strength on purpose so Evernatton grows careless. Pram pushes back, arguing that such a sneaky trick does not fit the barbarian's blunt warrior nature. Desser agrees partly, then points out that this odd behavior means another force is shaping the attack. He explains the logic of narrative shadow worlds. There should be an opposing key figure on the barbarian side, someone clever enough to lead them differently. Thinking it through out loud, Desser realizes a hungry enemy would not need an army if their real target was the food warehouse inside the castle. Desser bluntly concludes that a small strike force will ambush the guards and raid Evernatton's rations. The system immediately rewards that insight by starting the hidden quest raid and warns that the barbarians will infiltrate the castle in 3 days. The warning spells out the stakes too. If the food is lost, morale will crash, people across the territory will starve, and the hatred between locals and barbarians will deepen. After that, Desser and Pram move to the castle walls and start surveying the region by firelight, sketching the terrain and the guard posts. After combing the defenses for hours, Desser narrows the danger down to 3 likely entry points: behind the watermill, the thinly watched south wall, and the west gate nearest the food stores. Pram reports that his attempts to get extra patrols failed, because none of the soldiers believed his warning. Desser guesses the real issue is affection level, because the knight's official claim carries more weight than Pram unless the soldiers trust him deeply. With no time left to build trust, Desser decides the two of them will have to handle the threat themselves. They start cutting into their sleep to patrol those weak points every night after their regular work. What they find is worse than expected, because the wall guards are lazy, undisciplined, and half asleep instead of ready for an ambush. Desser can only sigh that without a visible enemy, the soldiers feel no urgency at all. Before long, Desser and Pram are not just patrolling but literally waking the guards themselves. On the second day, heavy snow finally starts falling, and by the time they finish checking the watermill side, the storm has already buried the ground in deep white. Desser warns that the blizzard makes the next patrol even more dangerous and checks that Pram is still wearing his ring gear. They hurry to the south wall through long stairs and a narrow passage, only to find the patrolman missing again. Pram assumes the guards wandered off to chat somewhere, but Desser suddenly feels that something is badly off and breaks into a run. What Desser reaches are not sleeping guards at all, but bodies slumped against the wall under a fresh sheet of snow. Desser turns one body over and finds an arrow buried through the guard's stomach, with fresh blood proving the ambush happened moments ago. A system notice confirms the barbarians have already infiltrated the castle, and Desser realizes almost nobody else even knows the attack has started. Pram instinctively turns for the nearby tower to raise the alarm, but Desser yanks him down just before a volley of arrows slices through the blizzard overhead. While Pram reels from the impossible accuracy in this weather, Desser casts all vision and peers through the gaps in the wall. Through the storm, Desser spots a hidden barbarian force and locks onto their leader, a white tiger-clad archer carrying a monstrous bow. The system identifies him as Bloody Talon, the brilliant Hawk clan chief who united the southern barbarians and became their greatest archer. Desser stays unnervingly calm, calls the enemy leader a titan, and watches grappling hooks bite into the wall as roughly 100 barbarians begin climbing. Faced with impossible odds, Desser has one fleeting thought that a jest would have helped here, then forces himself back to the real problem, sounding the alarm. The bell at guard post 13 should have warned the whole castle, but the man meant to ring it is already riddled with arrows. While the wall is left unguarded, the barbarians swarm over it, and the complacent soldiers are cut down so fast that their massacre makes almost no sound. Bloody Talon scans the fortress, finds the food storage through the snowfall, and gives the order to move on the real target. He sends most of the strike force toward the warehouse but leaves 10 warriors behind to watch for any surviving guards. Some of the guards left on the wall start grumbling that this sneaking around is cowardly and beneath their tribe. A much larger barbarian with a lion-like mane shuts them up fast, warning that Bloody Talon's orders are absolute because he is smarter than all of them. Even after backing down, one feathered barbarian still thinks the chief is being paranoid as he patrols the bloodied wall alone. That confidence kills him, because the moment he hears a rustle and turns, Pram bursts from beneath the bodies and drives a sword straight through his heart. Desser climbs out of the bodies right after him, confirms his prediction was right, and counts down that 9 enemies are still left. Pram suggests warning guard post 14 instead, but Desser rejects it because the distance and storm would make help too slow. With seconds slipping away, Desser settles on the only plan left. The two of them will punch through to guard post 13 and ring the bell themselves. Pram accepts instantly and asks to take the vanguard. Desser casts haste, and the pair burst forward through the blizzard toward guard post 13. The barbarians spot them at once, and the two sides collide on the wall in a desperate close-quarters clash. Pram's broadsword gets blown out of his hands on the first exchange, proving he cannot match a barbarian's raw strength head-on. The barbarians laugh as Pram dodges for his life on the narrow wall, waiting for the opening they think will finish him. Instead of backing off, Pram dives in and kicks one barbarian off balance so hard that the man tumbles over the castle wall to his death. At Desser's shout, Pram immediately ducks again as barbarian spellcasters try to blast him at point-blank range. Desser finishes hacking their formulas, and the barbarian mages suddenly find their spells refusing to activate at all. That instant is enough for Pram to rush them barehanded, summon his rapier in a burst of light, and cut the nearest barbarian down. Desser urges him toward the bell tower, but at the stairway they find the last 7 barbarians already grouped up and blocking the way. Seeing Pram brace to fight again, Desser stops him and says this round is his. Desser quietly starts with 2 simple utility spells, melting the snow under the barbarians and drying the ground around himself and Pram. Knowing first circle tricks alone will not stop 7 enemies, Desser draws hard on the mana stored in his rungear until warning alarms say its defenses are nearly spent. The barbarians charge down the wet stairs anyway, convinced 2 exhausted students cannot possibly stop them. Desser tells Pram to close his eyes and releases a heavily modified summon lightning into the soaked stairway. The current tears through the water and explodes across the group, charring the barbarians in one hideous flash that lights the storm like daytime. Pram stares at the aftermath in disbelief, because whatever Desser just cast was far beyond the summon lightning he thought he knew. Desser casually explains that he rewrote the formula to overclock the spell through the melted water, then checks the rungear and realizes one cast nearly drained it dry. With the way now open but his mana nearly gone, Desser grimly decides he needs Toa's armaments and a 3rd circle breakthrough as soon as possible. In the snow outside Evernaton's food storage, Bloody Talon's raid begins perfectly as 3 arrows kill the guards before they can ring an alarm. A barbarian with antlers on his helm smashes through the locked door, and the raiders finally break into the storehouse. Torchlight reveals chest after chest of supposed rations, and the starving barbarians light up at the sight of all that food. Bloody Talon orders them to haul away everything they can carry and burn whatever is left so the enemy gets nothing. As they drag out chest after chest from the storage's deeper levels, Bloody Talon starts soaking the leftovers with oil to set the place on fire. Just before he drops the torch, Bloody Talon notices something spilling from a chest, and his confidence suddenly turns cold. He cuts open the pouches inside and finds nothing but sand, realizing the enemy baited the entire raid with fake supplies. He orders every box opened, and panic spreads fast when the whole horde learns the treasure room is packed with sand. The failed ambush cracks the barbarians' morale, and some start calling it divine punishment and the end of their tribes. Bloody Talon forces them to steady themselves and decides their only chance now is to leave quietly before anyone notices. That hope dies the moment alarm bells start ringing across the city, telling Bloody Talon his outside men have failed too. He gives up on the food completely and orders a full retreat, planning to vanish north through the storm. But halfway to safety, an explosion tears up the snow in front of them and stops the entire column cold. When the snow clears, Ajest is standing alone in their path, calm, pale, and carrying a sword like she already owns the battlefield. Asked if she is the enemy, Ajest simply confirms it and lets killing intent freeze the air around her. Bloody Talon fires straight for her eyes, but Ajest answers with rising ice and turns his opening shot into nothing. Then Ajest slams her sword down and unleashes Frozen Palace, trapping the barbarians inside a giant hall of ice built from her mana. Seated on her conjured throne at the center, Ajest coolly offers them one last chance to surrender. The barbarians roar back instead, so Ajest lets the palace start killing them. Ice arrows rain down, blades burst from the floor, and a growing snow golem turns the palace into a one-sided massacre. Ajest watches the slaughter without mercy, because these raiders killed her side and, in this shadow world, they are only disposable enemies. Then the tide jerks unexpectedly when Bloody Talon fires an aura-charged arrow and blows apart the palace golem's core. Realizing he can break her stronger magic, Bloody Talon orders his men to cluster behind him while he handles the dangerous spells himself. Ajest pulls her sword free, locks onto Bloody Talon, and meets his next aura arrow head-on. She deflects it, and the collision erupts into a blinding explosion that fills the battlefield with icy mist. Bloody Talon tries to read the fog and line up another shot, but Ajest bursts through it with frightening speed. Her rush should have cut him down, but a metallic clash reveals Bloody Talon can switch from bow to blade faster than she can track. A moment later he is behind her, calmly leveling a wolf-fang sword wrapped in crimson aura. Ajest commits to an all-out melee exchange, but Bloody Talon's aura blade keeps batting her strongest swings aside. Each clash punishes Ajest harder, and the accumulated shock starts tearing through her body even when she blocks. Bloody Talon suddenly changes rhythm, knocks her offline, kicks her in the stomach, and smashes an elbow into her back hard enough to break her armor. He follows with a killing blow to her head, and Ajest barely survives by throwing up a top-tier defensive spell at the last second. That tiny pause is enough for Ajest to escape and raise ice lances from the ground to stop him chasing her. Now several steps back, Ajest spits blood and sees her battered ringer, warning that its mana has dropped below 20%. Bloody Talon mocks her as a monster, correctly judging that maintaining Frozen Palace while fighting him has pushed her near the edge. Ajest could leave now and still count this mission as a success, but one thought keeps her rooted in place. She refuses to fall behind Dronzer Armin again. So she forces more mana into her sword even as parts of Frozen Palace start cracking and melting around her. Her final gamble is Magic Sword, Ice Wave, turning her blade into a freezing judgment strike inside her collapsing palace. When Bloody Talon meets that blade, the cold crawls into his weapon and even into his hands. Then his sword shrieks, freezes through, and shatters into fragments that rip back into his own face and body. Mutilated and stunned, Bloody Talon crashes to the floor and can only stare up in disbelief at the girl who beat him. As his vision fades, Bloody Talon can't accept that the glorious destiny he imagined for himself just ended here. The story of the raid spreads through Evernaton, and people quickly start praising the unknown heroes who rang the bell and helped stop Bloody Talon. Rumors grow even stranger as some talk about a maiden knight and a lord's servant, while others swear a knight captain fought the barbarian horde alone. Elsewhere, Lord Wilhelm Evernaton reviews the official report in his stern office and summons the young men who raised the alarm. Ajest is absent because of her injuries, so only Dronzer and Pram are sent in to kneel before the Lord. Wilhelm asks if they were the ones who rang the bell, and Dronzer answers plainly that they were. Wilhelm praises their courage and quick thinking, making it clear their part in the knight's victory counts as real merit. Dronzer and Pram answer politely, but the quick grin they exchange says they both know this praise is a big step forward. Dronzer quietly realizes this should clear Pram's meritorious deed requirement, and push Wilhelm's trust closer to what they need for the main scenario. Then Wilhelm starts with, "If I had my way," and Dronzer instantly feels the mood in the room turn tense. In Lord Wilhelm's chamber, Dronzer calmly admits that he also helped switch the city's food stores before the barbarian raid. When Wilhelm asks how only 3 people managed it, Dronzer explains they only replaced as much food as the raiders could realistically steal. Dronzer lays out the trap: leave real food near the entrance, fill the deeper crates with sand, and drill holes so the barbarians would think the whole stockpile was fake. Wilhelm realizes it was a double bluff that denied the barbarians both food and arson, and he openly approves the strategy. But when Wilhelm demands to know how he predicted the invasion, Dronzer bluntly says the Lord would not understand, and the room turns dangerous at once. Dronzer covers himself with a lie, claiming he only inferred the attack from barbarian behavior and acted on expectation alone. Wilhelm reminds them that tampering with military provisions is treason, and if the barbarians had not attacked, Dronzer and Pram would have been hanged. Dronzer answers that he would have accepted that risk, because he has seen what starvation does and could not let the city face it. Pram silently backs him with a firm nod, and Wilhelm finally sees that both boys truly risk themselves for the people. The snowfall outside eases as Wilhelm's mood shifts, and he decides he no longer wants to punish them. Before the moment can settle, Jeffrin crashes through the door in a panic, ready to beg for Desser's life. Jeffrin blurts out that moving the food was the right call and insists he should be punished too if Desser is condemned. Wilhelm dryly tells his old friend to calm down, because the feared execution is not happening at all. Once Jeffrin notices Desser's awkward smile and Pram's flustered face, he realizes he barged in for nothing and retreats in embarrassment. After the door closes on Jeffrin's shouted apology, Wilhelm asks everyone to pretend that never happened. Wilhelm's real decision follows at once. He appoints Pram as a knight of Evernatten. Pram swears his allegiance on one knee, accepting the new bond with the estate. Then Wilhelm turns to Desser, apologizes for dismissing him, and says his intellect and courage are too useful to ignore. Wilhelm promotes Desser to personal aide and asks him to start advising on formal matters from now on. The quest rewards confirm the promotion, and Desser and Pram share a relieved smile at how far the hearing has turned around. A guard announces the captain of the knights, and the next arrival instantly catches Desser's eye with a streak of platinum hair. Desser and Pram blurt out Ajest's name in surprise, revealing they already know the woman Wilhelm was about to present as his captain. Right after Ajest's arrival, a new main quest appears and makes the larger situation plain. Evernatten still has 2 unfinished problems. Later, Desser heads alone into Evernatten's basement prison, descending through a heavy door into stale darkness with a torch in hand. At the end of the basement cells, Desser finds Bloody Talon chained like a beast, a huge scarred chief with a gag and 3 gold earrings catching the torchlight. Desser reads the meaning in those earrings and realizes Bloody Talon is descended from the infamous Khan bloodline, which makes Ajest's victory even more staggering. Thinking through the quest, Desser decides Bloody Talon is the core of the barbarian problem and that this capture is too good a chance to waste. Once his plan is set, Desser opens the cell and steps inside to speak directly with the barbarian chief. Bloody Talon answers with pure killing intent, but Desser still removes the gag and tells him not to bite. The second the gag drops, Bloody Talon spits in Desser's face, and Desser wipes it off without reacting. Instead of threatening him, Desser shocks Bloody Talon by offering to spare both him and his 80 captured men. Desser goes further and invokes Ayleid, a sacred barbarian mercy granted by the victor, proving he knows their traditions. That jolts Bloody Talon into speaking seriously, and he demands to know who Desser really is. Desser identifies himself as Lord Evernatten's attendant, but Bloody Talon snaps that only the blonde woman who defeated him has the right to offer Ayleid. Desser answers with a sly twist. He has the same right, because he was the one who replaced the rations with sand. The chains creak under Bloody Talon's rage, but he forces himself to calm down and hear the terms anyway. Even after calming down, Bloody Talon refuses the offer outright, correctly guessing Desser wants a promise that the tribe will stop invading Evernatten. He explains that yielding now would mean admitting defeat before a hated enemy and betraying the long-held pride of the Hawk tribe. Inside, Desser is relieved, because this confirms that simply executing the chief would have pushed the remaining barbarians into a revenge war. So Desser changes the angle and calls Bloody Talon's stance selfish, saying a chief cannot think only as a warrior when his tribe depends on him. Desser drives the point deeper by asking whether Bloody Talon will abandon his people and their survival just to protect his own honor. When Desser warns that the tribe could be crushed without him if Evernatten sought revenge, Bloody Talon hears it as a threat and erupts. Desser immediately shifts the blame away from himself, insisting he is trying to secure the fairest possible deal before others decide the tribe's fate. Bloody Talon tries one last defense by claiming other warriors can lead in his place, and Desser quietly presses where that argument is weakest. With the chief finally wavering, Desser offers the final push. Evernatten will even provide part of the food the tribe originally came to steal. Desser reframes the retreat as a truce between rivals instead of a humiliating defeat, giving Bloody Talon a way to preserve his pride. Bloody Talon laughs at the crafty wording, but he knows this is the only path left and finally accepts the truce on his honor as chief. The moment Bloody Talon swears it, the system confirms that Desser has resolved the barbarian problem. Romantica slammed her quill down in frustration, furious that this shadow world had dumped her into the role of a struggling merchant boss. She had already revived the failing company in just 4 days, but after that the quest stopped giving her anything new. What really rattled her was that 8 days had passed and she still had no sign of Desser, Pram, or even Ajest anywhere in Curvin territory. Left with no clue and no follow-up quest, Romantica sagged onto the desk and admitted to herself how uneasy the silence felt. When she caught herself wishing Desser were here to sort this out, her face instantly went bright red. Then Emil burst in shouting for his boss, and Romantica yelped so hard she toppled backward off her chair. Rubbing the back of her head with tears in her eyes, Romantica scolded the clerk for barging in again, while he folded immediately into frantic apologies. The clerk reported that the woven fabric price had spiked exactly as she predicted, and Romantica coolly reminded him that market moves could be read if he learned to analyze the data. His awkward joke about her praising herself earned him another glare and another terrified apology. Then the clerk brought up the Holy City, warning that despite its huge market, the place had turned bad for business. He explained that taxes were crushing the population and fear was spreading because of rumors that a demon was abducting and skinning people at night. Romantica laughed the demon story off at first, but the clerk insisted people really were vanishing and families were begging for help. The report got uglier when he added that the empire was using fear of divine punishment to justify heavy taxes and arresting anyone who spoke against the Pope. When he said people were fleeing the capital as vagrants, Romantica immediately stopped laughing and wrote the word down. She wanted to track that wave of displaced people into nearby territories, only to learn their own lord had ordered everyone to refuse vagrants at the border. The clerk defended that cold decision as the safest way to preserve order, and Romantica held back her anger when she realized that was simply how this era thought. Then he mentioned one northern territory that was accepting every vagrant anyway, and the name was Evernaton. He described Lord Evernaton as a famous man of integrity, a war hero who had been exiled to the barbarian frontier after offending the Pope. Romantica demanded the map, and the second she found Evernaton on it, the Shadow World finally triggered the main quest. The quest window showed that the barbarian problem was already solved at 100% and the vagrant problem was partly solved at 30%. Romantica instantly understood that her missing teammates had to be in Evernaton, because nobody else could have pushed the quest that far already. She sprang to her feet and ordered the clerk to get ready for business in Evernaton at once, ignoring his baffled protest about investigating first. Elsewhere in Evernaton, a crow's cry dragged Desser awake for another rough morning 8 days into the Shadow World. He swallowed the fall water anyway and washed up, reminding himself that in real time only 8 hours had passed outside. Looking back, he had climbed from assistant chef to Wilhelm's personal aide by impressing the Lord with his cooking and his use of a rare plum ingredient. With Pram's help, Desser had also stopped the barbarian raid on Evernaton's food stores and secured a peace treaty with Bloody Talon, clearing half the main quest in one stroke. That left only the vagrant problem, so Desser headed through the castle to begin the day with that issue on his mind. On the way, he spotted Lilica outside happily building a snowman and greeted her like an older brother. Lilica proudly showed off the tiny snowman she wanted to decorate the kitchen with, and Desser had to remind her they still had work to do. As they walked together, Desser revealed he was still bringing tea to the Lord even though Wilhelm had technically said he didn't have to. At the kitchen, Jeffrin fussed over Lilica for playing in the cold, and Desser could only stare when the old chef treated her far better than he ever treated him. Jeffrin bluntly told Desser that Lilica got special treatment because she was cute, which shut him up on the spot. Desser brewed the tea and reported to Wilhelm's office, where a new desk now marked his place as the Lord's personal assistant. As he sorted the territory's paperwork, Desser realized this position gave him a far clearer view of Evernaton than any map from the modern era ever could. The records showed that tiny Evernaton was the holy nation's shield in the north, holding a military force far larger and stronger than its size should allow. He pieced together Wilhelm's method too. The Lord used Evernaton's elite knights to defend neighboring lands for pay, turning military strength into the territory's lifeline. That strategy had rescued Evernaton from years of chaos, but Desser saw that one threat still remained unresolved: the flood of vagrants. Wilhelm had accepted every displaced person into Evernaton, and the result was overcrowded slums where criminals could vanish among the desperate. Food was barely still holding, so Desser turned his attention to the crime reports, knowing public order was the real pressure point now. There he noticed something odd. Crime had dropped sharply starting the exact day their party entered the Shadow World. Desser immediately realized that kind of clean, forceful result could only be a jest's work. He left the castle, crossed the drawbridge, and headed straight for the knight's headquarters to find her. The guards welcomed him by name and led him up through the building, making it clear a jest was already expecting him. Outside the captain's room, Desser stopped when he heard a furious female officer arguing that the vagrants had to be driven out before they ruined Evernaton. A jest answered in a cold, cutting voice that keeping order was the knight's job, not an excuse to trample the Lord's decision. When a jest called her out for overstepping Wilhelm's authority, the officer finally backed down and apologized. Ayelin stormed out past the door, recognized Desser's name, and muttered with open contempt that a filthy vagrant like him should wipe that smug look away. Once she was gone, a jest welcomed Desser warmly, and the sudden softness in her face made the whole room feel different. Desser joked that her captain role was unfairly convenient compared with his brutal start as an assistant chef, and a jest met him with an easy smile of her own. She teased him about the rumors of his excellent tea and admitted she had missed it, leaning on the table with a soft look that caught him off guard. Shaking off the moment, Desser asked how far the quest had progressed on her side. A jest said the progress was decent, then decided that instead of explaining it, she would show him directly. A jest led Desser through Evernaton's winter market, and the locals greeted their captain with open warmth instead of fear. When the stall owner tried to give a jest free cookies as thanks for protecting the streets, a jest still reached for money out of habit. The woman spotted Desser trailing behind and teasingly handed him a share too, calling him a jest's boyfriend. Before Desser could deny it, a jest coolly thanked the woman for looking after her lover and stole the whole exchange for herself. Desser protested in embarrassment, but a jest shut the argument down at once and treated the misunderstanding like a harmless kindness. A jest snapped one of the rough unsweetened cookies in half and casually offered the other piece to Desser like the matter was settled. As they crossed the town, more residents pressed food into their hands until even Desser had to admit they needed a break. They sat in the central plaza beneath clear winter skies, and it just quietly asked what Desser thought of the streets she had been managing. When Desser praised the town as lively and kind, it just let out a small relieved breath that showed how much his answer mattered to her. Adjust finally explained her quest's progress. She split Evernatten into districts, stationed knights across them, and crushed major crimes fast enough to restore public order. But even with the streets calmer, Adjust admitted the quest had stalled at 30% because the petty crimes never really stopped. Almost on cue, a vagrant lunged from that alley and snatched a woman's bag in broad daylight. Adjust reacted instantly, casting ice at the thief's foot and dropping him hard before he could escape. Knights swarmed in to arrest the thief, and Adjust moved in after them like this kind of cleanup had become routine. Desser promised to return if he found a clue, and Adjust left him with a simple promise that she would be waiting. On his way back, Desser reminded himself how shadow worlds worked. History repeated itself unless someone corrected the choices that had gone wrong. That made Wilhelm the key figure, so Desser decided he needed the Lord's private history, not just his public reputation. That night, Desser slipped into the castle kitchen to question the one man who knew Wilhelm from long before Evernatten, Jeffrin. Jeffrin dodged the question at first, chopping meat with brutal speed while Desser pushed him to stop pretending. Before Jeffrin gave in, Lilica bounced over proudly with chopped onions and instantly got dragged into the kitchen chaos too. Jeffrin made Desser haul a heavy pot, and quietly arranged the room so only the two of them would stay for the real conversation. Once Lilica left, Jeffrin exacted his price by putting Desser back to work and ordering him to stir the soup while he listened. Then Jeffrin dropped the first shock. He had met Wilhelm years ago in the Holy City, when Wilhelm was still a cardinal. Jeffrin remembered Wilhelm as nothing like the cold lord Desser knew now, but a bright man who drank, laughed, and even trained with his knights. More than that, Wilhelm had been a hero of the old holy nation, leading men against the judgment, and never losing a single battle. Jeffrin explained that even now, many of Evernatten's knights had followed Wilhelm all the way from the holy city out of sheer loyalty. The fall came when new rulers wanted to accept the judgment as divine punishment, and Wilhelm stood against them for the people's sake. Because Wilhelm refused to abandon ordinary people, he was stripped of his honors, banished from the capital, and left with only the loyalty of the men who chose to follow him. Jeffrin ended with a blunt request. If Desser understood any of this, then he needed to take good care of Wilhelm. Later, Desser watched Wilhelm work through another long night, and saw the stern lord differently now that he knew the man behind the title. Thinking it through, Desser felt even more impressed that Wilhelm had once cleared shadow worlds with none of the knowledge or tools people had in the future. But that admiration only made the holy nation's collapse feel more maddening, especially when Desser compared its fatal doctrine to the very different Church of Artemis he knew in his own era. Even after sorting through Wilhelm's virtues one by one, Desser still couldn't see how a man so devoted to his people had gone wrong on the vagrant issue. That line of thought broke when Ayelin arrived to make Adjust's monthly crime report in person. Ayelin knelt formally before Wilhelm, while Desser remembered all too clearly that she had never liked him. Her report was ugly. In 1 month alone, Evernatten had seen 7 major crimes and 50 lesser ones. Then she made her real point by stating that nearly all those offenders were vagrants. Ayelin even delivered a public statement demanding that criminals be exiled, effectively handing Wilhelm the people's anger in written form. Wilhelm answered with restraint at first, insisting that criminals would still go through proper law instead of mob punishment. Ayelin pushed back anyway, arguing that Adjust's policing had limits because the slum-born vagrants themselves were the problem. Wilhelm dismissed her for the moment, but only after hearing her out completely. Once Ayelin was gone, Wilhelm actually read the statement, and Desser knew exile in this weather would be little different from a death sentence. Wilhelm then put the question directly to Desser and asked what he thought of Ayelin's harsher proposal. Desser admitted the idea was reasonable, because even he could see that improved security alone had failed to move the quest forward. Wilhelm agreed the current crimes had gone too far, but he framed the choice as a painful duty to protect his own people from the cost of his mercy. Trying to soften the damage, Desser suggested exiling only those who deserved death, hoping a limited example might be enough. Wilhelm said he had already planned exactly that, and the instant he confirmed it, Desser's alarm spiked. A Shadow World announcement hit right then, revealing that this decision belonged to the fallen hero Wilhelm Evernatten and that it still failed to solve the real problem. That told Desser the truth immediately. Removing the vagrants was the wrong path, because history had already tried it and still collapsed. From there the whole chain became visible to him. Wilhelm had sheltered the vagrants out of principle, but he never knew the barbarian attack was coming. In the real timeline, the barbarians would have stolen food, burned the rest, and dragged Evernatten's full military into war at the worst possible moment. With food gone and knights pulled away, the vagrant crisis would have become impossible to manage, and Wilhelm would have been crushed into abandoning the ideals he came home to protect. In Evernatten's bitter winter, Desser met Pram and Adjust in the crowded soldiers' cafeteria and learned that Romantica still had not appeared in this territory. Desser stayed calm and told Pram that Romantica was strong enough to survive on her own, especially now that she had reached the third circle. He added that Romantica was clever, the quest was still moving, and he had already asked Wilhelm to send riders into nearby lands to search for her. Once the room quieted down, Ajest asked why Desser had gathered them, and he revealed that he had finally figured out how Evernatten handled the vagrants in history. Desser explained that when Wilhelm previously agreed to Ayelin's idea of deporting vagrants, even only the criminals, the quest's progress had dropped instead of improving. To make his point, Desser showed Ajest a beautifully embroidered handkerchief from a vagrant mother who was banned from the marketplace just for being a vagrant. Desser asked if that blind judgment felt familiar, and after Ajest hesitated, Pram realized it was just like the prejudice they faced as beta-class commoners. He spelled it out. People had already decided every vagrant was a criminal, just like Professor Neflika had written off commoners before ever giving them a chance. Desser argued that criminals should be punished, but condemning an entire people for a few cases was still wrong, especially when society had cornered them in the first place. When Pram asked if this was tied to the clear condition, Desser said yes and guessed the Shadow World rejected Wilhelm's historical choice because it came from prejudice. Because they had saved the food supplies and stopped the barbarians, Desser believed they still had enough breathing room to find a better answer. That fragile calm ended when a knight rushed in and urgently told Ajest and Desser to come see something for themselves. Moments later, Desser, Pram, and Ajest reached the castle wall and froze at the sight below. Outside the sealed gates, more than 3,000 ragged vagrants had flooded in and were now begging, screaming, and pounding for entry. The sight terrified even the soldiers, because letting that many people in at once could destroy order and burn through Evernatten's last food. As the crowd turned angrier and shouted that Evernatten had promised to accept them, Desser felt those accusations hit straight into his conscience. Then a messenger arrived with Wilhelm's order to accept every one of them for now. Ajest pushed back immediately, warning that accepting them all would wreck public order and could doom the territory itself. With soldiers waiting on his command, Desser hesitated for a painful moment before finally ordering the gates opened. He put Ajest in charge of controlling the flood of people, and she moved at once to organize the soldiers into a path. Left alone with the decision, Desser hated himself for preaching compassion so easily and still freezing when the real cost appeared in front of him. Pram quietly backed him anyway, telling Desser he would follow his decision no matter what. The chains finally rattled, the gates opened, and the vagrants poured into Evernatten in a controlled stream under Ajest's command. As soon as the last person entered, the system punished that choice anyway, and the vagrants' quest dropped by another 15%. Soon after, Evernatten began to choke under the numbers, with theft, murder, fear, and failing trade driving the quest down to a grim 12%. In a cold strategy meeting, Ayelin argued that the vagrants had become ungrateful, dangerous, and too costly to keep feeding. Desser shot back that expelling them would betray Wilhelm's own belief that a lord should protect his people. Ayelin refused that idealism and insisted Wilhelm's first duty was to the residents already starving because of these strangers. Desser kept insisting there had to be another way, but Ayelin demanded a real answer and hammered him with the fact that he did not have one. Wilhelm finally ended the argument and admitted that the dream of saving everyone belonged to a past he could no longer afford. He thanked Desser for reminding him of those convictions, but chose reality over ideals and ordered Ayelin to tell the vagrants they would no longer be accepted. Ajest could see that history was about to repeat itself, and for the first time she had no argument left against it. Then Desser shocked everyone by stepping forward and dropping to his knees in front of Wilhelm. Putting aside his pride, Desser begged for just 2 more days to find a real plan that could save the vagrants. After a long pause, Wilhelm granted him those final 2 days. With the clock running out, Desser threw himself at the food crisis, but every path he tested still led back to the same brutal conclusion that expelling the vagrants was easiest. He even considered helping skilled vagrants earn their keep through apprenticeships and exports, but the plan would take at least a month they simply did not have. Realizing how vicious this 4th-level shadow world really was, Desser still forced himself forward because failing here would wreck everything he had planned. As he walked from the deserted residential district into the vagrants' shantytown, the city's old life gave way to a harsher kind of activity built on hunger and cold. There he found an endless ration line under military watch, with exhausted vagrants silently waiting in the snow for less food than before. The soldiers saluted when they noticed him, but Desser only waved them back to work and kept staring at how much worse the line had become. Then Lilica called out to him, and Desser turned to find her waiting beside Ajest with her small ration of rye bread in hand. Lilica said Ajest had kept her company in line, and Ajest's heavy armor made it clear she was supposed to be monitoring the crowd but was really watching over Lilica too. When Desser apologized, Lilica only thanked him and admitted she still did not understand why she had been thrown out after Jeffrin suddenly went quiet. She asked if she had done something wrong, and Desser could only tell her it was not her fault without exposing the cruelty behind it. So instead, Desser promised that one day she would be able to come back. Lilica accepted that answer with childlike trust and asked only one thing. Until she returned, Desser had to watch over the snowman she had named Carlos. Evernatten's streets had turned into a desperate feeding ground, with vagrants everywhere and even prams sweating through the chaos as soldiers tried to control ration lines. The soldiers were openly bitter, saying it made no sense to feed outsiders when the territory itself was already running short. Ajest came to Desser, ready to comfort him, but one look at his face told her he was drowning in the same helpless despair he thought he had left behind. Dresser silently begged for any clue at all, because right now he had no way to save the people counting on him. Ayelan walked over while supervising the rations and pressed Dresser for a solution with the kind of tone that made it clear she expected him to fail. Ayelan said the only realistic answer was to deport every vagrant, and she stressed that when the order came, there would be no exceptions. She went even further and mocked Dresser's past plea for mercy, saying he had only knelt to save himself like every other selfish vagrant. It just nearly struck Ayelan on the spot, but Dresser grabbed her arm and quietly told her not to lose herself over the insult. Before the argument could go any further, a fresh disturbance broke out in the vagrant crowd and soldiers rushed in to stop someone from pushing through. At first Dresser thought it was another ration fight, but the voice breaking through the soldiers sounded strangely familiar. Then it clicked for both Dresser and Ajest at once, because the loud stubborn voice belonged to Romantica. Romantica was indeed at the center of the scuffle, furiously yelling that she was not a vagrant, while the guards refused to believe her. Dresser stepped in and told the guards to release her, and Romantica instantly dropped the outrage and greeted him with her usual swagger. Romantica proudly announced that she had survived on her own, cleared her local quest in Curvin, and followed the main quest all the way to Evernatten. Once she heard how badly Evernatten had spiraled, Romantica cut straight to the real issue and asked whether fixing the food shortage would settle most of the crisis. Dresser was still buried in the problem, but Romantica was suddenly all smug, because unlike him she already had an answer. Then Romantica finally said it outright: she could solve the problem herself, because she had brought the food. Ayelan jumped in to sneer at the claim, but Romantica turned ice cold and refused to let a knight talk down to her. The clash escalated fast, with Ayelan roaring in outrage and Romantica calling her an old hag to her face without backing down. Only when Dresser looked closer did he realize why Romantica was so fearless. Because she was dressed like someone with real status and money. Romantica kept pressing the advantage, mocking Ayelan's rudeness and making it obvious that the knight had blundered into insulting someone important. When Dresser quietly asked what role she had drawn in this shadow world, Romantica finally revealed it with perfect timing. Romantica whistled for a youth in the crowd, took a black leather ledger, and handed it to Dresser as proof that she was a merchant, not a stranded refugee. Romantica announced that she would solve the vagrant crisis the merchant way, and then she led the stunned group toward the nearby forest. In the forest, the answer hit them all at once. Wagon after wagon packed the trees, a full merchant convoy big enough to save the territory. The guild workers all greeted Romantica with respect, leaving no doubt that this entire merchant operation really was hers. Romantica explained that she had built a strong merchant group dealing in medical goods, then switched hard into food the moment she predicted Evernatten's shortage would explode. When she pulled open one wagon, it was crammed with food, including sacks of wheat, and suddenly her outrageous promise looked completely real. She admitted she had gone all in, selling off major assets to buy food before the market spiked, because her read on the situation was that strong. The trip had even drawn bandits, but Romantica casually noted that her own strength, as a third circle mage, and her rifle had kept them from stealing the shipment. I just carefully checked the inventory, and her conclusion changed everything. With this much food, Evernatten could survive the whole winter. Relief finally reached Dresser, and he sincerely thanked Romantica for pulling them back from the edge. Romantica tried to play it cool and enjoy the compliments, but she was still ready to hand over everything just to help him. That idea got checked immediately when a worried guild worker protested that giving the food away for free would bankrupt the guild. Romantica felt the weight of that warning at once, because these workers had trusted her, and she could not throw their future away just because she came from outside this world. A new sub-quest appeared on the spot, making the next rule clear: the food had to be traded in a way that protected both Evernatten and Romantica's guild. Dresser immediately moved into negotiation mode and offered 6-month payment plus Evernatten's name, and trading rights in the territory. A panicked guild worker objected that they were trading a mountain of food for the name of a fallen noble, but Dresser and Romantica stayed slyly calm. Romantica calmly explained the real value of the bargain. Evernatten's name still carried prestige, protection, and room for the guild to grow for years. With Emil speechless, Romantica added one more demand and locked in her place as Evernatten's main merchant group with resident rights in the territory. Dresser answered with a theatrical bow, and Romantica matched him with an equally playful noble act as the deal was sealed. The subquest cleared at once, the food crisis was finally broken, and the vagrant problem surged forward with Evernatten's progress jumping to 71%. As refugees pour into Evernatten in numbers too big to ignore, Wilhelm digs for the cause and learns they are fleeing from the holy city of Gaheim. The rumors are even worse than Wilhelm expected. People in Gaheim whisper about an evil spirit that kidnaps victims and peels off their skin. Wilhelm's man confirms the church is crushing the holy city with taxes, mass seizures, and disappearances, all while the king does nothing. When Wilhelm quietly asks if these vanishings are sacrifices, the answer confirms his worst fear. The Church of Artemis is offering people up to stop the goddess' judgment. The thought of the Holy Kingdom trying to appease judgment with blood instead of confronting it leaves Wilhelm shaking with helpless anger. Then the report turns urgent. Many children disappeared just before the refugee surge. a sign that a massive judgment may be about to descend on the Holy City. When Carlos relays another lord's request to march on Gaheim, Wilhelm refuses and sends him away, still shackled by the oath he swore to serve the Holy Kingdom. Later, Desser walks the snowy garden thinking hard. Romantica bought them time on food, but with only 1 day left, the refugee crisis itself is still unsolved. He considers training and employing the refugees, then immediately realizes Wilhelm would have thought of that already, and the estate simply cannot afford it for everyone. His thoughts break when he finds Lilica happily building yet another snowman now that the food panic has eased. Desser teases her about always making snowmen, and Lilica fires back that they are her friends, not some childish fantasy. Then the banter turns sad when Lilica explains that Carlos, the friend she once asked Desser to protect, did not leave normally at all, he just vanished. Romantica joins them and names the rumor outright, the skin-peeling evil spirit that people whisper about on the road from the Holy City. One simple answer changes everything. Lilica says she and the other refugees all came from Gaheim, and Desser is stunned that he never traced the crisis back that far. As Romantica points out how little he knows about the Holy City, Desser finally sees the real mistake in history. Exiling refugees never fixed the source, because Gaheim itself was rotting. With the path finally clear in his head, Desser turns to Romantica and asks her to tell him everything she knows. 2 days later, everyone gathers in Wilhelm's cold office, where success or failure will be decided in one final meeting. Wilhelm opens by publicly thanking Romantica for easing the food shortage, giving the room one brief moment of warmth before the harder problem returns. Ireland cuts through the polite mood and reminds everyone that security is still collapsing, forcing Wilhelm to demand Desser's real answer. Desser kneels and lays out the trap they are in. Any quick fix, from food aid to education, will only buy time while more refugees keep coming. He admits the cold logic too. If they banish the refugees, Evernatin's burden vanishes almost overnight, just like other estates have chosen. Then Desser turns the knife, calling exile what it really is, not a solution, but a death sentence that hides the suffering instead of stopping it. Desser says he wants a real answer instead, one that attacks the root of the crisis in the Holy City before that same rot reaches Evernatin too. Because Desser already knows the Holy Kingdom's future ruin, he finally says the unthinkable aloud. The twisted ideals ruling Gaheim must be changed. The Artemis priest explodes first, denouncing Desser's plan as rebellion and treason. Agest immediately shuts him down and orders him not to interrupt the Lord, freezing the priest's anger in place for the moment. Wilhelm does not reject Desser outright. Instead, he asks the question that matters to him most: how a man who once swore himself to the Holy Kingdom could justify starting a rebellion against it. Desser answers by steering Wilhelm back to the vow beneath the oath, why he first picked up his sword in the first place. He pushes the point home. If Wilhelm took up that sword for the people, then he should be willing to do it again for those same people now. That lands, and Wilhelm admits it himself. From the very beginning, his life and sword were always meant for the people. But Wilhelm is not won over yet, because he knows war also devours innocence, and he demands to know whether Desser can honestly call that the better path. Romantica tries to speak up for Desser, but Ireland snaps that outsiders should stay silent. Agest takes the opening instead and argues that doing nothing guarantees the people's suffering will only get worse. She reveals the key military danger too. The Church's sudden hunger for sacrifices likely means a judgment of terrifying scale is coming. Desser jumps on Agest's point and warns that if they delay, the entire kingdom could be swallowed before anyone in Gaheim can stop it. Ireland still resists, arguing that even if rebellion is justified, Evernatin and the other territories are simply too weak to beat the Holy City in war. Wilhelm reveals another clue he has been sitting on. Another lord already proposed joining forces against Gaheim, though he still doubts that alliance would be enough. Desser answers that Evernatin already holds the moral high ground, because Wilhelm took in the very refugees everyone else rejected. If Evernatin exposes the Holy City's crimes, Desser argues, other lords and ordinary people alike will rally behind that cause. By the time Desser finishes, he has offered Wilhelm everything at once: justice, public support, allied strength, and a desperate reason to act now. The office falls into a suffocating silence as everyone waits for Wilhelm to choose between oath and conviction. At last Wilhelm decides, ordering Pram to send word to the knights and Desser to draft letters to every lord. Evernatin will rise against the Holy City's corruption. In that moment, the fallen hero truly returns, reclaiming the heart that once fought for the people instead of hiding behind old vows. A system window flashes beside Desser to confirm the fallout. Wilhelm has advanced into an epic hero, the vagrant issue is resolved, and the main quest is cleared because history changed at its root. On October 15th, Hebrian threw a full celebration for clearing every shadow world, and the Academy party hall was already loud with music, dancing, and victory fever. Agest slipped into the hall almost unnoticed, but the few people who saw her still froze at how striking and untouchable she looked. She brushed off polite small talk and kept moving, because she had only come for one reason: to find Desser. She finally spotted Desser sitting with Romantica and Pram, right as they were teasing him about how hopeless he was at dancing. Agest stepped in without hesitation and told Desser he should at least learn the basics, instantly joining the table's little argument. After a few quick greetings, Agest took the last seat across from Desser, and he immediately offered her a drink. Desser thanked Ajest for how much she had done in the shadow world, but she quietly felt he was the one who deserved the real credit. Watching him now, Ajest privately raised her opinion of Desser again, because he had won not just with magic but by reading people, breaking plans, and steering events his way. Her thoughts drifted to Wilhelm Evernatten too, and she admitted to herself that his choice to rise again for his people was the kind of ruler she still needed to learn to become. Then Ajest tasted the drink and paused, because this was not party wine at all but plum tea. When Desser casually admitted he brewed it himself because she once wanted to try the tea he made in the shadow world, Ajest was thrown completely off balance. She could not even name the feeling that hit her, so all she managed was a flustered admission that the tea was good. Romantica caught the awkward chemistry immediately, looked annoyed, and nudged Pram to break the mood before it got any worse for her. Pram jumped in by asking about the artifact, pulling Desser's attention down to the armament of Toa on his hand. The reward split had already been settled, with Desser keeping the armament of Toa because the mana-boosting artifact helped him most, while the others took the money instead. Desser said he still had not tested higher-grade magic with it yet, but he was confident the artifact would work. Romantica shifted the talk again, and wondered what history might have looked like if the Holy Kingdom had never fallen so miserably. Desser answered that nobody could know for sure, but if Wilhelm had turned the kingdom around, half the continent might have avoided being swallowed by shadow worlds. That thought stung even more because a surviving Holy Kingdom might also have preserved its knightly strength long enough to help in the war still waiting in Desser's future. Pram added that he still could not believe the Church of Artemis had such a buried past tied to the Holy Kingdom's collapse. Desser smirked and said the Church had probably hoped that whole disgrace would disappear with time, which only made their discovery more explosive. Romantica finally pushed back, reminding everyone this was supposed to be a celebration, not another history lecture. She awkwardly hinted that they should actually do something at the party, glancing straight toward Desser and the dancers. Ajest moved first again and invited Desser to dance for a song, cutting directly across Romantica's plan. Pram was stunned silent, and Romantica looked like the color had drained right out of her face. Desser tried to refuse again, but Ajest coolly argued that someone as famous as him could not keep dodging dances forever. Romantica made one last desperate protest, but even Desser had to admit Ajest's reasoning made sense. Once Desser accepted, Ajest felt an unexpectedly giddy thrill and silently thanked all the royal dance lessons she used to hate. She warned him she would lead, and Desser reluctantly agreed to study hard even if dancing felt nothing like his kind of fight. They stepped into the crowd together, and in the middle of the waltzing couples, Ajest and Desser finally took each other's hands. Ajest counted them in, Desser matched her first steps, and the new song began just as their eyes met. The story then shifted to Althea, where the Magic Tower stood at the center of the world's magical power and business. Inside one of its most secret labs, Zod was back to carving and testing a magic crystal with the obsessive focus only he could manage. Priscilla's voice came through a communication pad to tease him, but Zod barely looked up because he was more interested in the experiment than the saintess herself. He launched into a lecture about how thrilling magical technique really was, sounding delighted by the logic of spellcraft in a way Priscilla found completely dreary. A spark jumped from the crystal. Zod muttered that the 5th grade crystal seemed capped at 3 uses, and Priscilla gave up trying to drag his full attention back. Priscilla had called mainly to confirm whether he would skip the Grand Council again, expecting the usual answer. Instead, Zod casually shocked her by saying he would attend this time because a new magical technique expert wanted to sit in. Priscilla immediately guessed he meant some famous archmage, only for Zod to reveal the expert was Desser Armin, a first circle mage. She burst out laughing at the absurdity of it, but Zod did not budge and flatly insisted that Desser really had the qualifications. The real problem hit her a moment later. Desser was Hebrian Academy's single ranker, and inviting someone with that background into the council would provoke half the room. Zod brushed past the old hostility between Hebrian and the Western Kingdoms and said Desser would come not as a student, but as a member of the Magic Tower. Then Zod tightened the trap by reminding her that Desser's party had uncovered records about the Holy Kingdom's fall, the exact history the Church had wanted for years. That finally broke Priscilla's composure, and after one startled yelp she accepted that she would have to meet Desser in person after all. The next moment, the tone crashed into one of Desser's nightmares, where the world was already ending under explosions, smoke, ash, and endless screams. Desser could only stand there drained and helpless as red fire swallowed the landscape and the dead kept piling up around him. Then he saw a dying girl in the rubble, and when their eyes met, he recognized Romantica in one of the cruelest memories he still carried. She mouthed that she did not want to die, but blood stole her voice, and her eyes went empty in front of him. Even before he could break, another soldier looked into the distance in despair, because something far worse was waiting beyond the battlefield. At the end of that gaze stood Dadanov, the devil of ruin, a living calamity with hellfire around his neck and runes carved into his teeth. The human army answered with a storm of spells that blotted out the sky, but the devil took the bombardment without a scratch. When Dadanov roared back, even elite magicians collapsed bleeding from their eyes and ears as the battlefield turned into pure panic. Then the ground split, the sky burned, and Desser could only scream soundlessly as the nightmare escalated into total annihilation. He jolted awake in bed with his arms flailing, and the burning war vanished into creamy white walls and the ticking of a grandfather clock. Even after realizing it was only a dream, Dessler could not stop shaking, drenched in cold sweat and trapped again in the scars his old world left behind. On the last hot Friday before summer break, Dessler walks into magic class and finds Agest and Romantica already waiting. Romantica spots the dark circles under Dessler's eyes, and he admits he got up early because of a nightmare. Romantica jokes that Dessler keeps showing up in her nightmares as the Devil King, and he just dryly accepts it. She hands him a mint to keep him awake through Professor Bridget's lecture, and the sharp, cool taste finally wakes him up. With a few minutes left before class, Dessler asks what Agest and Romantica are doing over summer break. Agest says she plans to stay at the academy, while Romantica says she is finally going home to visit her parents in the Prileka kingdom. That is exactly what Dessler wanted to hear, because he has already decided their party is going to Prileka for the Golden Ocean tournament. Romantica protests that she just said she was going home, but Dessler barrels ahead and names the famous tournament as their summer target. Romantica worries they will be crushed by talented fighters from all over the world, but Dessler reminds her that a third circle mage her age is already exceptional. His praise makes Romantica puff up for a second, until he immediately knocks her back down by pointing out that Agest is also third circle and Zod did it even younger. Dessler says a strong showing at the tournament will raise their party's reputation, and that finally wins both girls over. Romantica gets excited at the thought of winning and no longer being dismissed as a commoner's party, while Dessler says they still need Pram's answer before the deadline hits. Romantica happily declares that at least they can rest for now, and Dessler instantly kills that dream by announcing more training after class. She argues that they already cleared the Shadow World, but Dessler pulls rank and reminds her their contract says the party follows the leader's orders. Romantica calls him a dirty scammer, sounding playful, but the words trigger a brutal flash in Dessler's mind of her body torn open and bleeding. Romantica's voice pulls him back, and Dessler silently hardens himself with one thought, this time definitely. Then he coldly doubles her punishment, and announces double training for the day. Romantica scrambles to apologize and stop him, but Dessler just gathers his books and moves to the seat next to Agest at the front. Professor Bridget walks in at exactly the wrong moment for Romantica, leaving her stranded with only pathetic puppy eyes from across the room. By noon, students and teachers pack into Hebrian's sweltering stone auditorium for the final summer break ceremony. Headmaster Justin quiets the room and gives a short speech praising great magicians like Rockhilt and Zod before telling the students they could become the next legends. The moment Justin officially declares summer break open, the auditorium explodes into motion as students pour out like a broken tide. After the ceremony, Dessler's party gathers looking worn out, and Romantica is the only one hauling a big suitcase because she is leaving right away. Romantica thanks them for the week, and Dessler bluntly says all that brutal training was for her sake. Pram warns that Romantica will miss her train, so the goodbye can only stretch so far. Dessler tells everyone to rest and meet again in Prileka, but Romantica turns away without answering and starts rolling her suitcase off in sulky silence. After walking a long way, Romantica finally turns back, sees Dessler still waving, and shouts that he is dead if he shows up late. 4 days later, Dessler, Pram, and Agest finally board a train to Prileka after slogging through the kingdom's tedious entry permit process. Pram is excited by the trip, Agest quietly opens a book, and Dessler uses the long ride to think about what he is really going there for. The tournament is only his cover story, because Dessler's true target is the Western Kingdom Alliance Grand Council meeting he can enter thanks to Zod. He is especially thinking about Priscilla, because her influence in the Alliance could become a major piece in preparing for the Shadow Labyrinth. As he remembers how humanity ignored the Shadow Labyrinth's warnings and failed to unite in time, the old nightmare weight settles over him again. A knock at the compartment door breaks his thoughts when an elderly silver-haired traveler politely asks to share the room. The party lets him in, and the old man introduces himself as Dmitri before recognizing Dessler's name almost immediately. Dmitri excitedly grabs Dessler's hand and praises him as the commoner who shoved Hebrian's nobles down a peg. He says plenty of people doubted Dessler's promotion, but clearing a 4th-ranked Shadow World proved commoners can stand equal with nobles. For Dessler, that overexcited handshake is a small but real sign that his effort to lift commoners' hopes is starting to work. Before getting off halfway through the trip, Dmitri spots Dessler's whole party and asks them to clear the Shadow World again next year. The next day, the remaining 3 cross the border quickly under Zod's name and step into the dazzling capital of Deltaheim. Beyond the rich streets, the sunset ocean glows gold, and the sight leaves Dessler's party quietly mesmerized. Then they notice a well-dressed attendant holding a sign with Dessler's name on it, and Pram jokes that Dessler might be famous across the whole continent. Dessler goes over to ask, and the attendant politely explains that Romantica sent him from the Era Trading Group. That is when it finally hits them that Romantica's family is absurdly wealthy, not just comfortably rich. The trading group's wagon carries them to an Ocean View residence, where Romantica herself rushes out to greet them in a frilly dress. She greets Pram warmly, barely bothers with a jest, and checks Dessler first to make sure he actually kept his promise and arrived on time. Romantica tells them dinner will be prepared and casually reveals that this enormous place is only a vacation house, not her family's main home. After settling in, the The party shares a rich dinner, and then relaxes in the living room with dessert and the night ocean beyond the windows. Romantica reveals she already registered the whole party for the Golden Ocean tournament, so now they only need to wait 6 days for it to begin. Desser immediately turns that extra time into more training, and Romantica's face falls on the spot. Romantica quickly switches to charm and argues that after all their hard work and this beautiful trip, they deserve at least one day to enjoy themselves. Pram joins her side at once, saying they may never get another chance like this, and together they press the attack. When Desser asks Jess for backup, she calmly says a party leader should consider the members' need for recreation too. Realizing he pushed them hard before the break, Desser finally sighs and gives in to exactly 1 day off. Romantica and Pram celebrate with a delighted high five, while Desser quietly watches the starlit waves outside and lets the moment rest. On a packed midsummer beach, Desser waits under the blazing sun for his group to arrive. Romantica sneaks up behind him in a bikini, instantly throwing Desser off even though he tries to act unfazed. After a quick bit of teasing, the two rent a parasol, spread out mats, and settle into their beach spot together. Once they sit down, Romantica nervously asks what he thinks, but she clearly means the swimsuit, not the beach. Desser finally compliments her swimsuit, and Romantica proudly reveals she designed it herself. She goes further and boasts that she even picked swimsuits for Pram and Jest, which makes Desser suddenly very curious. A few minutes later, Pram arrives in a long coat over his swimwear and looks embarrassed before he even reaches them. When Pram loosens the coat and reveals the fitted rash guard beneath, Desser is stunned by how absurdly good Romantica's pick turned out. Desser immediately apologizes for doubting Romantica's taste, and she soaks up the praise like she knew this would happen. When Romantica and Desser tell Pram he looks cute, he lights up instantly without realizing what just hit them. Then the crowd's attention shifts down the beach, and everyone realizes Jest has arrived. Jest appears in an elegant swimsuit that flatters her so well even the beach around her seems to fade out. Desser is about to praise Romantica again, but Romantica goes stiff when she realizes Jest is not wearing the swimsuit she picked. Desser smoothly compliments Jest anyway, trying to keep the moment normal. Jest apologizes to Romantica and hands back the original swimsuit, explaining it was too tight and uncomfortable to wear. When Jest starts to say exactly where it was too tight, Romantica cuts her off before the wound can go any deeper. Jest still does not understand the issue, and Romantica silently realizes she has been defeated without a fight. The four of them move on to a beach volleyball match with a harsh rule: the losing team has to cook dinner. As the score tightens, it becomes obvious that Pram and Jest are carrying their teams while the two mages struggle to keep up physically. Romantica misses a high ball and crashes backward into the sand, pushing the score to a dead-even final point. Teased for being helpless like proper wizards, Desser and Romantica grumble that things would be different if they could use magic. Pram proposes a sudden twist for the last point: let the two mages use magic, as long as Desser does not rely on inversion. Desser and Romantica both accept immediately, and the harmless beach game turns into a real contest. For the serve, Desser layers body enhancement spells onto himself and hammers the ball with far more force than before. Just cleanly takes Desser's empowered serve, and the ball starts flying back and forth at a pace only she and Pram can really handle. Seeing the ball risk bursting from the pace, Jest switches roles and sets Romantica up instead of forcing another smash. Romantica answers with wind magic, driving the ball like a smash and then bending its path in midair so Pram nearly misses it. Desser barks a warning that Romantica can control the ball's movement, helping Pram recover before the point slips away. With Jest feeding her the ball, Romantica takes over the attack, and even Desser can tell her mana control has gotten much sharper than before. Romantica gets carried away and throws a full 3-circle storm spell into the rally, determined to win this beach match with everything she's got. Even under that pressure, Pram keeps his focus and saves a ball that was about to hit the ground, dragging the rally on. Desser starts reading Romantica's thinking and calls out the incoming path, turning her trick shots into something Pram can answer. Pram finally sends the ball back at Romantica, but Desser quietly layers his own wind magic into the play. The ball suddenly stops dead in the air in front of Romantica, completely ruining her timing. Desser's headwind kills the ball's lift, and Romantica freezes for a split second, convinced the point is over. But Jest tears past Romantica at blistering speed and saves the ball with a superhuman last-second return. Desser and Pram are too stunned to react, and Jest's save drops into their court for the winning point. Romantica breaks the silence by loudly claiming victory and reminding Desser that the losers are on dinner duty. Desser accepts the loss with mixed pride and bitterness, impressed by Romantica's growth even while it costs him dinner. The rest of the day passes peacefully under the parasol, with the sea sounding calm instead of competitive. That evening at the villa, Desser and Pram work together in the kitchen, and Pram's cooking skill quickly takes the lead. Desser is not a great cook, but old survival experience lets him support Pram smoothly enough to turn out an impressive meal. Their dinner wins praise from Romantica and Jest and even leaves the villa's chef impressed. After dessert, Desser steps outside alone for fresh air and finds the beach below glowing in the last gold of sunset. Romantica joins him in a frilled dress and quietly shares how the East Acre Sea still amazes her every time she sees it. When she asks why the sea looks gold instead of blue, Desser answers correctly that mana in the water reacts to sunlight. Still determined to show him something new, Romantica leads Desser along the shoreline to a better viewpoint. She brings him to a half-collapsed acropolis whose melted-looking stone already feels wrong for a normal ruin. As they climb the broken ruin and hop across a missing section of path, Romantica starts telling an old local story about a city destroyed by a massive eruption. Desser admits this is one history lesson he never heard, and Romantica enjoys finally surprising him. Then Romantica reveals the mystery. Experts say no magma ever flowed under this land, so the evidence of an eruption should not exist at all. At the top of the ruin, the mystery widens into a local legend about a great devil that scarred the land and gave the Eastacre Sea its name. Desser quietly adds that Eastacre is an ancient rune meaning disaster, and Romantica is stunned that he knows even that. He says he heard it from someone long ago, but the source nags at him until an old memory starts clawing its way back. As the light fades, Desser suddenly remembers this coast from his past life and realizes the Perleka Kingdom was his old home. That memory turns ugly fast when he recognizes Eastacre Sea as the site of the future Shadow World quest called Gigantic Devil. He realizes with a sick jolt that this is also the place where Romantica dies in that future, making the coincidence feel unbearably cruel. Romantica sees how badly he is spiraling and, alarmed, asks if he needs to go to the hospital. Desser forces himself to breathe and reminds himself that this future has not happened yet. Then he turns to Romantica and, with real fear in his voice, warns that one day a danger beyond her imagination will come. He tells her that if that day comes and he orders her to run, she must obey no matter what. Romantica first tries to brush it off like a strange joke, but Desser's expression is far too full of loss to dismiss. When Desser asks for a promise, Romantica cannot understand the reason, but she nods anyway and gives him her word. In a dark hidden tavern, the four biggest outsider leaders gather because their network is suddenly getting crushed from every side. They confirm the damage is serious, with lower cells and even planted spies being exposed as if someone already knew their plan. Pierrot immediately blames the revolutionaries' failed theft from the magic tower and needles him for getting a man captured alive. The revolutionary snaps and fires instant space magic, but Pierrot stays lounging while only the floor under his chair shatters. Pierrot keeps mocking him, saying a seventh circle interrogation may have ripped through the dead underlings' memories and exposed them all. Before the room explodes into a fight, the old Skullmask leader cuts in and drags the meeting back under his control. He quietly condemns the revolutionaries' plan as too reckless, reminding everyone that outsiders survive by staying in the dark. Then the old man flips the setback into a new idea and says this is exactly when they should strike harder before the kingdom and empire tighten the noose. His target is bold enough to shake the continent, the coming Western Kingdom meeting where many rulers will gather in one place. He orders the revolutionary to redeem himself by leading the massacre and demands that Pierrot hand over a special artifact for the job. Pierrot protests that the item cost his entire assassin guild a fortune to obtain, but he still gives it up under the old man's pressure. The old man makes the mission plain: wipe out the Western Kingdom's assembled rulers, and the revolutionary coldly reminds them Hebrian is next. The meeting breaks up, and the four mass leaders step out one by one into a poor damp street just before dawn. Pierrot catches up to the revolutionary outside and starts needling him again, saying they are the same kind of man no matter how noble he acts. The revolutionary rejects that comparison, but Pierrot points at the cube in his hand and says taking that artifact already proves how far he has fallen. The revolutionary answers with brutal honesty: he has things to achieve, no matter what method it takes. Pierrot laughs at his righteousness and says every monster in their circle has a grand reason, including the old man and his creepy faith in the shadow world. When the revolutionary demands to know why Pierrot keeps dragging him down, Pierrot steps in close and warns that if his so-called ideals ever become real, he would kill him himself. The revolutionary refuses the bait, turns away, and says he already accepts small sacrifices for a greater good. Left alone, Pierrot puts his knife away and looks forward to the bloodbath waiting at the Western Kingdom's meeting. On the morning of that conference, Zod personally comes to meet Desser, arriving in a sharp black suit with a cane and casually stunning Desser's whole party. Zod warmly greets them as Desser's technical advisor, and Romantica can barely contain herself in front of the continent's only seventh circle wizard. Romantica blurts out that she is a huge fan, and Zod instantly recognizes her family and starts chatting with her about Matop's magic products. At the same time, Pram quietly laments that Desser will miss the Yellow Ocean competition because this conference takes priority. Desser promises he will at least watch the finals, then teases them by adding that this only matters if they make it that far. Romantica instantly yells at him for that jab, and a little burst of banter cuts the tension before they leave. After the greeting, Desser rides to the palace in Zod's carriage, and Zod finally hands over notes, because he has been eager to discuss Desser's ideas in person. The two fall straight into serious theory talk, with Zod saying Desser's concepts were easy to build from and worth pursuing. They dig into defense magic, agreeing that offsetting the energy of a sixth circle spell could work, but current technology still struggles to make that protection portable. Desser answers that money and interest will come if the results are good, but the real problem is whether anyone has enough experience to block sixth circle magic at all. They arrive at the palace early, and Zod uses the extra time to offer Desser a private talk with Saint Priscilla before the conference begins. When Desser asks if the saint agreed, Zod says she accepted immediately after hearing Desser's warning that the Holy Kingdom could fall too. With Zod's help opening the door, Desser heads into a private stateroom to meet the saint alone. Their greetings stay polite, but Priscilla quickly moves the conversation to the shadow world Desser cleared and asks him to explain exactly what happened there. Desser gives a full account of that shadow world, including the kingdom's collapse, the people he met, and how the quest unfolded. Priscilla is especially struck by Wilhelm, praising him as the hero who made Artemis the kingdom's shield in a far rougher age. Then Desser shares the final message left by the shadow world: the kingdom might have survived if it had cut away the rot inside itself. That conclusion hits hard for Priscilla because it means the kingdom did have the strength to beat that level of shadow world and was destroyed mainly by internal division. She admits this finally explains the mystery that haunted her, how the strongest kingdom could fail both the shadow world and itself. Moved by both the truth and Desser's success, Priscilla praises him and offers a reward for helping her understand the fall. Desser does not ask for treasure or status, and instead asks her to support better relations between Hebrian and the Western Kingdom Union. He argues that hoarding shadow worlds separately is wasteful, and the continent will need cooperation before those disasters grow even larger. Priscilla pushes back at once, reminding him that the Union and the Empire are so hostile that war would not be shocking even now. Desser still presses her, warning that if the relationship stays this broken, the continent will not survive the stronger shadow worlds waiting ahead. Priscilla dismisses that future as imagination for now, and Desser realizes blunt prophecy will not be enough to move her. So Desser shifts tactics and points back to the kingdom's fall, saying even a beatable shadow world became fatal because division hollowed the nation out from inside. Priscilla counters that times have changed and modern powers prepare carefully before opening shadow worlds, unlike that ruined past. Desser answers with one last appeal: even if the danger sounds distant, they still have to prepare for the worst. That finally makes Priscilla pause, and she admits she cannot move the whole Union on his word alone even if she takes his warning seriously. She gives him the most she can for now. The Church of Artemis will seek a path for cooperation with both sides if the shadow world shows signs of changing. Desser accepts that promise with gratitude, knowing it is not everything he wanted but it is enough to open the door. With the private talk finished and the conference about to begin, Desser and Priscilla leave the stateroom together for the hall outside. Security around Feliza Palace is far tighter than usual, because the rulers of the Western Kingdoms and Zod himself are gathering for the Great Council. Desser walks in behind Zod and feels the weight of the room at once as nobles and leaders settle into the Grand Oval Council chamber. By chance, Zod and Saint Priscilla end up seated together, and her casual greeting crashes straight into his painfully exact answer about how long it has been. Just before the meeting begins, King Feliza waddles in as chairman, and Priscilla quietly teases Desser that this is his last chance to run. With King Feliza's opening declaration, the Great Council of year 3616 officially begins. The council grinds through trade, military, technology, and politics, and Desser forces himself to stay patient because every argument teaches him how the Western Kingdom really works. When the topic finally shifts to shadow worlds, the entire meeting sharpens because this is one of the continent's most important and profitable fronts. King Feliza reveals that a level 3 shadow world appeared in Feliza's mountains and the Western Kingdom did not even realize it had been attacked until a month later. That delayed discovery points to a terrifying possibility. The outsiders may have found a way to bypass Western detection technology and clear shadow worlds first. Desser already knows the outsiders are dangerous raiders who steal shadow worlds, ruins, and ore in secret, so this report immediately sounds worse to him than it does to most of the room. King Feliza turns the floor over to Zod, making it clear the Mage Tower has learned something important about the outsiders. At the podium, Zod calmly announces that the outsiders targeted the Mage Tower's second-class magic stone, the Tear of Reginal, during a raid 2 months ago. He explains that the tower was warned in time, stopped the raid, captured a high-ranking outsider, and pulled useful intelligence out of him. That intelligence let the tower stop a larger plan and uncover hidden outsider spies, but Zod warns that many infiltrators may still be buried inside the tower and even the Western Kingdom itself. Zod pushes for open cooperation, offering to share the Mage Tower's information so the Western Kingdom can join a full pursuit of the outsiders. Before that momentum can settle, King Divide rises and politely says Zod's whole premise does not add up. Divide argues that mere criminals should not be capable of defeating technology the Western Kingdom spent 20 years building. Then Divide drops his real point: if someone bypassed that system, the more likely culprit is the Hebrian Empire. His accusation hits hard because the Hebrian Empire is one of the few powers advanced enough to make the theory sound plausible. Desser nearly shoots to his feet, because the meeting has suddenly turned from a warning about outsiders into suspicion aimed straight at his homeland. Divide keeps pressing, saying Hebrian would absolutely risk a covert strike to steal the rewards of a level 3 shadow world from an enemy nation. Other voices quickly back him up, and the chamber turns noisy as fear of the outsiders gives way to open anti-Hebrian sentiment. Feliza calls for calm, but the room stays unsettled, and Desser can only let out a long, frustrated breath. Elsewhere at the Yellow Ocean tournament, Romantica opens her match by unleashing Burst Claw and sends Slicing Wind tearing across the marble arena. Her opponent answers with Wave-like Earth magic, and the two spells collide in a loud cancellation blast. The enemy forms a huge stone lance and fires it at Romantica, but she coolly bends its path away before it can hit her. With a smug flick of her hair, Romantica says trajectory magic does not work on her and starts building a stronger spell. She summons 2 third circle bullets, and the first one blows through the enemy's defense so hard it leaves a crater in the marble floor. Before the stunned wizard can recover, Romantica fires the second bullet and blasts him right out of the stadium. Judges and medics rush to the fallen opponent, while Romantica heads back to the waiting room with another clean win. Pram and Adjust win their own matches just as easily, and all 3 of Desser's teammates make it into the quarterfinals. Since the next round starts at 3, the 3 of them leave the stadium to grab lunch without Desser, who is still trapped in the council meeting. Pram praises Romantica's improvement, and she happily soaks it in because she knows how hard she has trained for this. Then Pram remembers the bad draw. Romantica and Adjust have to face each other immediately in the quarterfinals. Romantica says she actually wanted that matchup, while Adjust agrees in her usual cool, understated way. Even so, Pram asks if fighting Adjust is frustrating, because everyone knows how terrifyingly strong she is for a first year. Romantica answers honestly that she trusts her own skills, but she still cannot afford to underestimate Adjust's speed and mixed magic sword style. The talk ends when hunger wins, and Romantica pushes them on toward the pasta place she spotted earlier. The street is so packed with spectators and tourists that the 3 of them have to squeeze through the crowd. Fans recognize them on sight and shout encouragement that sounds suspiciously tied to their betting money. The attention vanishes from Romantica's mind when she suddenly stops and catches a glimpse of a crow mask under a hood in the passing crowd. At first Romantica brushes it off, but her new third circle senses keep pulling at her because each person's mana now feels distinct to her. Then it clicks for her. That filthy sewer-like mana feels like the one she sensed during the raid on the Tower of Magic branch. She quietly says it might be an outsider, and that one word instantly turns the lunch break tense. Adjust studies him for herself, and immediately notices the way he walks like a man ready to kill at any moment. Worse, the man's mana is hidden so well that even Adjust cannot judge his level, which tells them he is far beyond an ordinary mage. Even with that bad feeling, they have no proof, so Romantica forces herself to drop it and ushers the group into the restaurant instead. Once they sit down and order, the tension slowly fades and the conversation drifts back to the one teammate missing from the table, Desser. Romantica guesses Desser must be suffering through the council by now, because powerful people never stop fighting for their own interests. Pram pushes back right away, because from his point of view Desser always finds a way to handle impossible situations. Adjust backs Pram up, and Romantica admits Desser is not exactly spineless, but she still worries because politics becomes dangerous whenever Hebrian enters the conversation. When the food finally arrives, Romantica sums it up with a grim little joke that there are some situations even Desser cannot solve. Outside, the hooded man slips into a dark alley and mutters Hebrian's name like it means something personal. He realizes the 3 students were from Hebrian Academy, and immediately judges them as talented, but nowhere near strong enough to threaten him. What really catches his attention is Romantica's intuition, because she came disturbingly close to sensing what he is. He even thinks he should kill them for being suspicious, but decides not to bother because he believes they are doomed soon anyway. Then his body dissolves into mist and reappears on a rooftop above the city. From above, he looks out over Felice's crowded streets until his gaze locks on the shining royal palace in the distance. With the palace in sight, he quietly gives a single command: start. At the Grand Council, most of the West Kingdom Union turns openly hostile toward Hebrian, and Desser sits through it in growing frustration because he came hoping to prevent exactly this kind of split. Priscilla quietly apologizes for the ugly anti-Hebrian slander in the room, and Desser tells her she is not the one who should apologize while his mind stays on the larger threat. Zod's plan to deal with the outsiders has already been shelved while the council obsesses over Hebrian, leaving Desser stuck listening while his unease keeps building. As trade talk drones on, Desser suddenly feels the same instinctive dread he used to feel on battlefields, and the warning hits him hard enough to drown out the room. He tries to dismiss it as trauma from the place where she died, but a faint magical ringing starts in the air, and his fear sharpens instantly. Desser abruptly asks about impact defenses, and when he hears the palace barrier only reaches 5th circle, he realizes that may not be enough. A flood of mana suddenly blooms somewhere in the palace, and Desser sees at once that a fully prepared 6th circle spell is already about to fire. Desser knows there is no time left to invert that level of magic, so he shouts for Matop and everyone around him to get down before the blast hits. The spell detonates a heartbeat later, tearing through the palace with a sky-splitting explosion that shatters every window and throws the room into chaos. Flames swallow the palace so fast that people outside the protected room are burned alive, and the layered defenses start breaking apart under the heat. Zod slams his cane down and answers the inferno with freezing magic, barely smothering the fire around the conference room before the whole place goes under. When the fire finally drops back, the conference hall is still wrecked and the palace is actively collapsing around them, sending the survivors into a panic. Desser recognizes the attack as Eclipse, a narrowed sixth circle annihilation spell, and the ugly truth lands fast. The conference room may be the only place left with survivors. He drags Priscilla back to her feet, and with Zod agreeing they move to evacuate before the ruined palace caves in on them. Their escape is cut off when black particles gather in front of them, and a crow-masked mage materializes right in the ruined hall. The masked attacker reaches for another spell, and Zod instantly intercepts him, kicking off a brutal magic duel inside the collapsing palace. Zod tries to change the battlefield by teleporting the enemy away, but the masked man resists even that, proving he is a top-tier great wizard himself. As the Saint stares in shock at anyone surviving Zod's pressure, Desser realizes the problem is them, because Zod keeps fighting defensively to protect the fleeing VIPs. Zod starts trying to break through by analyzing the Crow Mask's magic, only for the masked man to read Zod back and crack his defense instead. While the duel keeps wrecking the palace, Desser reinforces his body with magic and helps the struggling King Perleka down the escape route so the exhausted VIPs can keep moving. King Divide snaps and orders his surviving knights to kill the Crow Mask, even though Desser knows charging a sixth circle mage is suicide. The Crow Mask erases the 7 knights with one fifth circle spell, and that single massacre finally shuts everyone else up. Zod surges back in with fresh spells and keeps the killer occupied long enough for the last VIPs to clear the conference floor. Once the others are nearly clear, Zod finally demands to know who he is fighting, but the Crow Mask ignores the question and keeps pressing his trap. Zod realizes the enemy has been forcing him to hold back and then senses another hidden spell waiting at the palace entrance where the survivors are heading. He understands the ugly trick at once. The Crow Mask likely stored Eclipse in advance with a rare memory artifact and planned to finish the survivors at the doorway. Zod tries to teleport down to stop it, but the Crow Mask grabs his clothes and pins him in place just long enough for the trap to almost close. Then Zod feels the entrance spell vanish on its own, and the survivors start calmly turning back because someone has already analyzed and inverted it. Realizing Desser likely beat the trap first, Zod finally stops holding back, and the Crow Mask retreats the instant that pressure changes. The Crow Mask escapes in a burst of black particles before Zod can stop him, leaving the palace still burning and his attack only half finished. Outside through the smoke-choked passage, Priscilla asks how Desser spotted the trap, and he explains that with only one exit, the ambush was the obvious place to look. Desser lays out the logic plainly. If the attack was meant to kill the gathered rulers, the enemy would never leave the only escape route unguarded. The scene outside is just as bad, with roads torn up, trees burning, and bodies of outsiders and soldiers scattered around the palace grounds after a brutal decoy battle. The surviving rulers rush back into their own knight formations, because after what just happened, only elite protection feels remotely safe. Trying to understand the scale of the disaster, Desser asks a nearby knight for the situation, and Priscilla's authority forces the wary soldier to answer properly. The knight reports that outsider packs are rampaging across Deltime, destroying major locations and splitting the defenders, and most ordinary soldiers are far too weak to stop them. As Desser looks over the burning city, he realizes this is no isolated strike but a continent-shaking act of terrorism that could break the West Kingdom Union itself if even one king dies. With the palace still collapsing around them, Desser realizes the outsiders are finally attacking in force and the kings are the real targets. The kings start bickering instead of moving, and King Divide openly blasts Perleka for failing to keep order in its own capital. When King Divide says he will leave with only his own men, Desser cuts in and warns that splitting up now would let the outsiders pick them off one by one. Desser pushes for the hidden war shelter instead, arguing that keeping the rulers together gives Perleka the best chance to protect them. King Divide flatly refuses, sneers that Perleka cannot even handle trivial terrorism, and decides to force his way to the teleportation gate instead. Even after his commander admits the gate is already in outsider hands, King Divide insists on marching there with his troops. The other rulers refuse to follow him, saying Desser sounds more trustworthy, and King Divide storms off alone in fury. As the others head for shelter, Desser worries the outsiders are hitting the whole city, not just the palace, which makes staying together even more important. Zod teleports in, but when Desser asks about the Crow Mask, Zod admits the enemy wizard got away. After hearing Desser's plan, Zod tells him to stop worrying about the palace and go make sure his own party is safe. Desser accepts, leaves Zod to the kings, and hurries out while calling Romantica on his bracelet and praying they are still alive. Elsewhere in Deltime, masked outsider sees a restaurant, heard the staff and guests together, and threatened to behead anyone who acts suspicious. Romantica, Pram, and Ajes stay still with the other hostages, because charging in too early would get people killed. Smoke and screams outside make the truth obvious to them. This attack is big enough to hit the Great Council itself, so Desser could be in real danger. The outsiders tighten control by using children as shields, making a careless counterattack impossible. Romantica quietly sizes up the enemy and whispers that they do not seem much stronger than the outsiders they fought before. Ajes calmly breaks down the lineup, spots the wizard and the stronger knight, and orders a single synchronized strike to save the hostages. Just as they are about to move, Romantica's bracelet starts ringing at the worst possible moment. The masked men zero in on Romantica, and she instantly switches into a shaky, frightened act to keep them from killing anyone. One outsider comes close to inspect the bracelet, still thinking he is in control. The moment the man stumbles over the word Hebrian on her bracelet, Romantica gives the signal, and Agest coils to strike. Agest kicks the nearest man across the room and shatters the standoff in one brutal opening move. At the same instant, Romantica's wind bullets blast across the room and rip apart the knight who is holding a hostage. The last swordsman rushes in, but Pram draws Blancpain, snaps the iron sword, and drives his thrust straight into the man's shoulder. By the time the dust settles, even the enemy wizard is already down under Agest's boot. The hostages are saved, and Pram quickly urges everyone to run before more enemies arrive. Only after the hostages are out does Romantica finally look at the still-ringing bracelet and realize the call is from Dresser. Across Deltheim, the attack keeps spreading because the outsiders had already mapped and seized the city's key facilities before the defenders could react. The defense force turns the Yellow Ocean Stadium into a public shelter and emergency headquarters, but they still do not know the outsiders' full plan. Dresser finally reunites with Romantica, Pram, and Agest, and his relief is obvious the second he sees they made it through unharmed. Romantica immediately throws herself into helping evacuees, furious that her hometown has been set on fire. She says she will fight for Deltheim herself, because this disaster is hitting her home, not just some distant city. Dresser answers that he, Pram, and Agest are staying too, because walking away from this now would haunt them later. Romantica tries to stop them from risking themselves for Perleka, but they make it clear this is about protecting her too. Pram gets misty-eyed just imagining Romantica getting hurt, and Agest dryly points out that once Dresser decides something, nobody is changing his mind. That finally breaks Romantica's resistance, and she quietly thanks them for standing with her. The party formally offers its help to the defense force, proving their Hebrian single-ranker status with uniforms and communication bracelets. A brisk officer named Downell is assigned to brief them, and his stiff tone makes it obvious he does not love working with Hebrian people. Downell shows them the city map and explains that most major sites are at least partly stabilizing, except for one critical disaster point. The real crisis is the Teleportation Authority, where the outsiders seized the gate first and are now using it to keep bringing in reinforcements. Downell says the current plan is to retake the site and destroy the gate before the enemy can reverse it into a retreat path. Dresser points out that smashing the gate would also cut off allied support, then calmly offers a better answer. He can reset the coordinates himself. Downell is stunned that a student below 5th Circle still claims he can modify a gate like that, but he accepts the help on the spot. Soon after, the team reaches the front line outside the Teleportation Authority, where the defenders are getting hammered by a smaller but far stronger enemy force. One brutal outsider with a heavy shield and huge hatchet smashes through the line and corners a fleeing defender for an execution. Before the hatchet can fall, Romantica snipes the attacker from long range and blows a fist-sized hole through his chest. With that opening, Romantica keeps sniping soldiers out of danger one threat at a time, and the defender's panic finally starts to break. Pram tears through enemy fighters with Blancpain, his fencing so fast the soldiers can barely follow it. Agest is just as overwhelming, mixing swordplay and magic so cleanly that the outsiders cannot stand in front of her at all. The enemy mages try to answer with concentrated spells, but their magic suddenly blurs out and dies in mid-cast. From the rear, Dresser announces that he already analyzed and inverted the spellwork, so the enemy can no longer use that magic. That single disruption flips the whole battle, and the defenders surge forward behind Dresser's party. The outsiders finally break and retreat into the Teleportation Authority, sealing the building behind them. At the sealed entrance, Dresser tells Agest to be ready because he is about to strip away the building's defense magic. Dresser studies the layered old-fashioned barrier, unravels the formation in minutes, and snaps the building's defense magic apart. The instant the barrier drops, Agest blasts the entrance open and exposes the panicked outsiders inside. The defense force storms the building, and Dresser's party follows as the remaining outsiders are driven backward room by room. They recapture the first floor in a blink and push up to the second floor, where the giant teleportation gate dominates the chamber. Dresser stares at the huge formula he needs to rewrite, but before he can start, the entire gate flashes red and activates. A fresh wave of outsiders pours through the gate, and this time they are an elite force strong enough to start cutting through the defenders. Dresser realizes they will lose if more elites keep coming, so he orders Pram and Romantica to hold the line while he heads for the gate itself. Pram answers first, dropping an outsider in one clean strike and stopping the defenders from collapsing on his side. Romantica backs him up with magic, beating back the outsiders hard enough to keep the defense from breaking completely. With the line barely stabilized, Dresser tells Agest he only needs to reach the center of the array so he can rewrite the gate's coordinates. Agest cuts a path forward while Dresser supports from behind, shredding enemy magic with his fast analysis and counter spells. The outsiders catch on and throw a swordsman-wizard pair at them, stopping Agest only a few steps short of the gate. Dresser decides this is close enough and starts the dangerous 5th Circle analysis, asking Agest to buy him 5 minutes. Agest immediately gives up on using Freezing Palace, because an area spell here would hit allies as well as enemies. So she commits to the simplest answer left, swordsmanship and raw magic, one enemy at a time. The dual-wielding swordsman attacks in a wild rhythm, but Agest answers with sheer power and starts driving him backward. Even after getting blasted back, the swordsman springs up grinning and praises her strength like he is enjoying the fight. Ajes spots the real problem behind him, an enemy wizard quietly finishing a lightning spell while she is tied up in the duel. She shoves the swordsman aside and throws up an ice dome, catching the lightning and hurling it right back at the caster. The wizard staggers with scorched hair, but Ajes loses concentration for an instant and the swordsman slices her hand. That cut ends her patience, and she decides to stop stalling and end both attackers fast. She unleashes Magic Sword, Frozen Wave, and the swordsman jumps back just as she predicted. Her real target is the wizard, who finishes his spell too late and sends an electric sphere straight into Ajes' incoming blade. Ajes simply cuts through the magic, leaving the wizard stunned at how completely outclassed he is. Before he can run, she closes the gap and drops him with one brutal hilt strike to the solar plexus. The last swordsman tries to rush Dresser, but Ajes blocks his path with ice lances and slicks the ground to trap him. She crashes into him, hammers his stomach, stuffs his hidden dagger attempt, and kicks him into a bloody blackout. With the attackers down, Dresser finishes the inversion and restarts the gate under the defender's control. The reinforcement route is cut off, the defenders realize the battle has flipped, and their morale surges all at once. Dresser thanks Ajes for holding the gate long enough, and together they move to clean up the remaining enemies. Even as victory comes into view, Dresser cannot shake one ugly question: Crow Mask never showed himself again. Far from the battle, old legends whisper that the ruined Ferliza castle was built over a sleeping great demon from the Dark Age. Inside those ruins, Crow Mask walks alone through the wreckage, and the debris clears from his path as if the castle itself is obeying him. At the castle's center, he triggers a hidden mechanism and opens a secret underground passage the royal family never knew existed. He descends to the buried seal, certain he has finally found the place where the ancients imprisoned disaster under the sea. At the heart of the chamber, he reveals a black jeweled staff packed with millions of souls and prepares to use it as the wake-up catalyst. He plants the staff into the center of the rune, and blood-red mana starts pouring out as the ritual begins. Back above ground, the Avalon army finally arrives through the restored gate, and the remaining outsiders give up almost immediately. The stadium turns into a noisy relief point, where tired guards and refugees celebrate surviving the attack. Dresser's party gets dragged into the celebration too, awkwardly accepting piles of food from grateful soldiers. For the first time, the Ferliza side treats the Hebrian students like honored guests instead of suspicious outsiders. Romantica can barely contain herself, thrilled that she helped save her own hometown with her own hands. Then Zod arrives with Priscilla, and the whole party snaps back to attention despite the casual mood. Priscilla immediately starts healing Pram and Ajes, and the watching soldiers stare in awe as their wounds vanish. Ajes thanks her politely, while Zod tells Dresser the king is grateful and Hebrian's standing may improve because of this defense. But when Dresser asks about the kings, Zod admits they are still hiding in the bunker because Crow Mask has not made his real move yet. Zod believes the bunker is protected, but Dresser still cannot shake the feeling that Crow Mask is planning something worse than another spell attack. Then a suffocating explosion booms from the shore, and every uneasy glance snaps toward the coast. The sky starts turning black where the golden evening light should be, and Dresser bolts from the stadium before anyone can stop him. As he races through the city toward the shore, Dresser realizes Crow Mask has finally begun whatever he was saving for last. He tells himself they could handle even high-level magic, which only makes the truth more terrifying if this threat is something else entirely. When he reaches the coast, the golden ocean has turned black, and the whole shoreline looks like color is being erased from the world. That impossible sight slams into Dresser like a memory from the future he was trying to escape. The ocean erupts, mountains and cliffs break apart, and something huge begins rising out of the water. Romantica and Pram arrive just in time to see it, and their fear says what everyone is thinking long before the name is spoken. Ajes stands speechless, and even Zod looks shaken as the monster keeps climbing out of the ocean. The nightmare finally shows its full face, a towering great demon with slaughter runes carved into its teeth and a mane of hellfire. Dresser names the thing in horror as the truth lands on all of them. Dadanuf, the demon of destruction, has awakened. The nightmare finally shows itself when Dadanuf, a legendary demon from the highest level of the Shadow Labyrinth, climbs toward Deltheim like a walking disaster. When it reaches the half-melted old castle by the shore, Dadanuf smashes the last of it apart, as if destroying an old enemy from memory. Its roar hits like thunder, and the golden sea and night sky go pitch black under the demon's pressure. On Deltaheim's walls, even veteran commanders and the Avalon army freeze when they see the monster closing in. With civilians trapped behind them and nowhere left to retreat, the commander makes the desperate call to block it outside the gates. Magic, arrows, swords, and spears all fail, because Dadanuf's hide is so hard the entire defense force might as well be throwing itself away. Watching the slaughter from nearby, Dresser and his party realize every demon they faced before was nothing compared to this one. Romantica tries to run in and help her hometown anyway, but Dresser stops her cold because he knows she would only die out there. She argues that she cannot just watch her own people die, but Dresser forces himself to be cruel and reminds her of the promise to run from an unmanageable threat. Pram sides with Romantica for a moment, but even he falls silent when Dresser insists this battle is beyond them. Then Dadanuf opens its mouth, gathers a terrifying amount of power, and fires a heat beam that erases everything in its path. That absurd attack leaves Romantica and Pram speechless, and now only Zod looks like someone who can actually stand against the demon. As Zod prepares to go, Desser quickly tells him the demon's core is buried deep in the spine and its shell will make reaching it difficult. Desser pushes on and gives Zod 2 more crucial warnings. The red rune on the tusk means the beam is about to fire, and lowering the demon's body heat will cut that attack down hard. Zod chooses to trust him and moves to intercept, but Cromask appears behind them and blocks the only mage who can save the city. To free Zod up, Desser makes a reckless call and asks to be teleported away with Cromask so he can stall him himself. Cromask tries to undo the teleport, but Zod secretly inverts the counterspell and sends both of them into Deltheim anyway. Inside the city, Cromask tries to teleport back to Zod, only to realize Desser is now the one inverting his space magic. Once Cromask realizes this is the same boy who ruined the palace setup, he drops Zod as his target and decides Desser has to die first. Cromask crushes the area with gravity, but Desser narrowly escapes by reversing the force in a small space around himself. A space slash comes next, and Desser barely ducks under it as trees behind him are cut down in a straight line. Desser instantly reads the match for what it is. Cromask is overwhelmingly stronger, so his only chance is to stay alive and keep him away from Zod. Cromask escalates to Dimension Burst, and the area around Desser starts collapsing in endless spatial explosions. Desser throws up rough earth walls just to survive, and one shattered chunk still slams his arm hard enough to trigger the clothesline's barrier. Even while getting pushed back, Desser refuses to give ground because buying time for Zod is the whole point of this hopeless fight. When Cromask unleashes Destruction Area, Desser suddenly flips the spell with inversion and shocks him for the first time. Cromask finally understands Desser has been studying his formulas since the palace, and every second now makes the inversions faster. The fight turns into a brutal chess match, and Cromask starts realizing this weak-looking third circle boy is dueling him like someone on Zod's level. Desser catches a tiny opening when a spell blasts a fountain apart, freezing the water around Cromask's feet before he can reset. He immediately follows with Ice Orb and buries Cromask under a storm of ice bolts until the man is almost swallowed by frozen spikes. But Cromask blows through that trap with an unknown spell, and the hit launches Desser across the street hard enough to break bones and nearly black him out. On the ground and coughing blood, Desser hears the clothesline warn that its mana is under 10% and the defense function is shutting down. Cromask steps through the melting ice and forms a bizarre spinning tesseract spell that even Desser cannot recognize. Before Cromask can finish Desser, a long-range sniper spell slams into his defense from off-screen and forces him to react. That opening belongs to Pram, who charges in at supersonic speed and drives his sword into Cromask's side. Cromask tries to escape with instant movement magic, but Desser interrupts it on reflex and traps him in place for a second attack. Desser instantly stacks Freezing Palace on top of that opening, and a storm of ice crashes down on Cromask's position. When Desser looks up through the wreckage, he sees Pram and Ajes standing in front of him together, having tracked his location through the party communicator. Pram's fear boils over into anger, as he calls Desser out for leaving them behind because he thought they were not good enough. Ajes backs him up in her own blunt way, pointing out that Desser is in no shape to lecture anyone about what they can or cannot handle. Then Romantica's voice comes in over the communicator, hurt and stubborn, making it clear the whole party ignored his order and came anyway. Ajes calmly lays out the formation they built under Desser's training, with Romantica sniping from range and the two of them taking the front line, then asks him to trust his own party for once. On Feliza's shore, the Avalon army plants itself in front of Day-Newt and catches the monster's giant nails on a wall of shields. Feliza's regular soldiers back them up with desperate courage, fighting like men who have already survived one nightmare and refuse to lose their city now. From the rear, Avalon magicians pour down volleys of third and fourth circle spells until Day-Newt vanishes inside a storm of explosions. When the smoke clears, hope drops hard because Day-Newt is completely untouched. Then heat rolls out of the demon's mouth so fiercely that even veteran frontliners recoil and cover their faces. At the front, the commanding officer can only stare in shock because Avalon threw everything at the demon and achieved nothing. As more soldiers are skewered by Day-Newt's nails, the line holds only by inches and morale starts to crack. The demon's runes flare red again, and the frontline commander recognizes another breath attack coming before he can call for retreat. Before he can order the retreat, a massive blast smashes Day-Newt's head sideways and throws its heat beam harmlessly out to sea. For the first time all night, the defenders see someone actually hurt the demon, and the answer standing in the battlefield is Zod Xarian. Zod tells the front line to keep fighting because he will hold the monster back himself. When the wounded become the next problem, Priscilla steps in behind the line and says not to worry. Priscilla unleashes wide recovery, and white healing light washes over the entire front until even dying soldiers stand back up. The miracle stabilizes the line, but Priscilla pays for it immediately as sweat pours down and the color drains from her face. Zod quietly warns her not to overdo it, and the battle against Day-Newt grinds on with those two carrying the field. Elsewhere in the ruined city, Romantica watches Crow Mass through her magic rifle scope and sees Desser's team getting forced into pure defense. She figures out Crow Mask's bizarre flame technique is centered on his right hand, a twisting tesseract spell too dangerous to challenge head-on. Romantica knows one failed shot already taught him to guard against sniping, so she forces herself to wait for a better opening. In the ruined street, Desser and Ajest keep probing Crow Mask's defense while Pram's special rapier is the only weapon actually drawing blood. Because of that threat, Crow Mask keeps blowing Pram away to make space, and the whole team works to stop him from ever getting comfortable. Ajest opens Frozen Palace and floods the area with ice attacks, trying to pin him under her strongest magic. Crow Mask answers with Linear Ray and simply melts through her ice, proving raw power still favors him. He follows with spatial rifts aimed at Ajest, and Desser has to stack support magic over her defense just to keep her from being wrecked. Even while protecting both teammates, Desser keeps reading the constantly shifting Tesseract one permutation at a time. That long fight starts to wear Crow Mask down, and Romantica finally sees him slip just enough to take the shot. Romantica fires Storm of Averos through the rifle, turning her loaded third circle spell into a piercing shot with fourth circle punch. The shot slams into Crow Mask and hurls him across the ruins into the broken fountain in a burst of wind. When the dust settles around the fountain ruins, Romantica's hope sours because Crow Mask is still standing. Then a thin crack crawls across his mask, and everyone realizes her shot did more than they thought. The mask finally breaks apart and drops, exposing a horribly burned face hidden underneath. Desser instantly understands Romantica's snipe crippled more than his pride, because Crow Mask is limping and his enchanted robe is no longer protecting him. Crow Mask covers his ruined face with one hand, but the hatred burning through his fingers only gets fiercer. When Desser reacts to the scar, Crow Mask lashes out with spatial magic and blasts the street apart around him. He immediately identifies Romantica as the real threat behind the shot and turns his senses toward the sniper's position. Before he can strike her, Pram dives in and forces Crow Mask to deal with the melee in front of him again. Pram barely dodges the counter, and the near miss leaves his clothes line shredded along one side. Ajest steps in at the same time, and together they start stripping away Crow Mask's momentum. Crow Mask swings another wide spatial attack, but now Ajest reads the pattern and avoids it cleanly. Ajest vaults over him and carves into his leg, turning his loss of initiative into a real opening. He tries to answer by reshaping the Tesseract again, breaking the ground under Ajest's feet and throwing debris into the air. Crow Mask tries to finish her midair, but Pram appears at exactly the right moment to kick her to safety off the floating debris. They land together and rush him again, moving like a practiced pair now that his rhythm is broken. Ajest throws out Ice Lens to lock his attention to the front. While he reacts to that, Pram slips into the blind spot and drives a lightning-fast thrust through his defense. Ajest and Pram press the gap together, piling on so many strikes that Crow Mask can barely respond. Because one hand stays over his exposed face, Crow Mask cannot defend properly, and new wounds start stacking up all over him. Finally he snaps, cursing Hebrian and unleashing the power he had been saving for Zod. Desser sees the danger first, and yells for Pram and Ajest to back off immediately. Then the Tesseract suddenly loses shape instead of detonating, because Desser has finally inverted every permutation of the spell. Desser tells him it's over, and this time it is not bravado because every trick Crow Mask has left can now be read and reversed. Cornered and exposed, Crow Mask finally answers Desser's question by blaming the whole world built by nobles, from Hebrian Academy to the Empire itself. Desser cannot deny the injustice he points to, because the Academy really does crush commoners under a noble system. Crow Mask goes further and says the world itself is rotten enough to deserve collapse, revealing the same creed Desser recognizes from the revolutionary remnant. He openly admits that this massacre is only the beginning of a larger plan to tear everything down and rebuild it in equal ruin. Pram has heard enough and urges Desser to stop talking and arrest him on the spot. Crow Mask only murmurs that they cannot stop them, as if he knows the real disaster is already moving somewhere else. At that exact moment, the dark sky over the city suddenly brightens, and for one brief second the group wonders if Day-Newt has been defeated. Desser instantly knows that is wrong, and the answer comes as a massive eruption throws fire and lava into the sky. Volcanic ash starts falling like snow and burning rain follows, turning the whole scene into the start of eruption phase. Crow Mask laughs that even Zod could not stop the demon unprepared, and before anyone can move, he triggers a memorized escape spell. Pram and Ajest lunge too late, and Crow Mask crumbles into dark particles with one last cold promise that this is not the end. With Deltaheim's rail lines destroyed, the packed harbor becomes the city's only escape route, and nobles board first while the rest of the refugees choke the docks in panic. Then a monstrous roar and shock wave hit the harbor, and the sky suddenly lights up with burning rocks. The harbor is smashed apart as fiery stones punch through ships, set people ablaze, and throw the whole waterfront into chaos. A mother can only hug her child and wait for death when one blazing rock drops straight toward them. At the last second, wind bullets blow the rock apart, and a crown of sea ice rises to shield the refugees. Desser's party has rushed in after Crow Mask withdrew, and they start holding the harbor together by force. Ajest covers the crowd, Romantica snipes down incoming rocks from above, and Pram pushes the evacuation forward until the panic finally starts to ease. Even with their help, Desser sees the truth clearly. The city is still being shredded everywhere, and they cannot save Deltheim by guarding one harbor forever. He knows this is only Daednut's opening eruption, and if the demon fully emerges, Deltheim will be erased. Once the evacuation is nearly done, Desert tells Romantica it is time for them to move too. Romantica agrees, but only because she is running on fumes after non-stop sniping and can barely squeeze out another spell. Desert calls everyone to withdraw, and Adjust finally lets her ice defenses collapse after buying thousands of people time to board. With roughly 2,000 people still left, the four of them spend their last strength smashing only the rocks that would hit the boarding lines and ships. After a few more minutes, Desert says he will go fetch Pram and Adjust from the front and tells Romantica not to wait if he is late. His words hit a nerve, and Romantica snaps bitterly that of course she should run while her hometown burns. Then she swallows the anger, admits she was just grumpy, and tells him to hurry back. Desert disappears into the crowd, and Romantica stays behind alone, still shooting down rocks whenever a little power comes back. When the line suddenly stops because of a fight up ahead, Romantica gets a sick feeling that Desert is involved. Before she can go after him, the Era family butler appears out of nowhere, and somehow knows exactly where to find Romantica in the chaos. The butler explains that this refugee ship belongs to the Era family, and urges Romantica aboard first because her worried parents sent him for her. Remembering Desert's order and her family's fear, Romantica reluctantly follows the butler onto the ship. She passes the same refugee fight near the boarding point, then reaches the deck and still cannot stop looking for Desert. A few minutes later, Pram and Adjust arrive on deck without Desert, and all three realize he never reached them. As the ship horn blares for departure, Romantica's worry finally turns into anger. She activates her communication bracelet and gets a result that makes no sense. Desert is supposedly already somewhere in the ship's cabins. Romantica charges below deck and races through the corridor, shoving past people as she follows the bracelet's vague signal. Because the signal is imprecise, she starts throwing open cabin doors one by one, apologizing to strangers and moving faster as the ship pulls away. In the very last cabin, she finds no Desert at all, only his communication bracelet left behind on the desk. When she tries to call him, the bracelet in her own hand rings back from the one on the desk, and the trick becomes painfully obvious. Romantica storms back onto the departing deck and demands the truth from the butler about how he found her so perfectly. She catches the lie at once. Romantica is covered in ash from the harbor, but the butler's suit is spotless, so he never searched outside at all. When Romantica threatens to jump overboard if he keeps lying, the butler panics and admits a black-haired friend told him exactly where to find her. That is all Romantica needs to hear, and she immediately climbs the railing to dive back into the sea. Adjust catches her at the last second and drags her back onto the deck before she can jump. The two of them tumble across the deck, with Romantica raging to be let go and Adjust pinning her down until she stops thrashing. Romantica accuses Adjust of knowing, and Adjust calmly says yes. Adjust reveals Desert staged that fight in the evacuation line to waste Romantica's time and make sure the ship left without him. And when Romantica demands why Adjust allowed it, Adjust gives the final answer. Desert asked her to stop both Romantica and Pram from following him. Back in ruined Deltheim, Desert runs alone along the coast through choking ash and heat, heading straight toward Daenut. A corpse half buried under rubble stops him for a moment, because this ruined landscape feels horribly familiar to the future he came from. The devastation drags Desert back to the future he came from, where he watched countless people die, and Romantica's death still hurts the most. He thinks back on how Romantica's future was crushed by class cruelty until her talent stalled, and she ended up surviving the Shadow Labyrinth war beside him. That is why Desert tightens his vow again. This time he will not let Romantica, his friends, or Deltheim die. Desert knows Daenut can only be killed by reaching and destroying its inner core, but he does not have the strength to break through the demon's body head-on. So Desert makes his final decision and reaches for the one trump card he had kept in reserve, Proverb. He remembers that Proverb was born from inverting the Dragon of Destruction Bromir Napolitan's power, and using it now may tear his own body apart. With the blast growing hotter and the ash turning savage around him, Desert grits his teeth and keeps advancing toward Daenut anyway. Deltheim's coast is already lost, buried under lava, and more than half the vanguard has been wiped out or left unable to fight. With the line broken and Priscilla exhausted, Zod orders the rest of the army to retreat, and stays behind with her to buy a few last minutes. Now free of friendly fire concerns, Zod finally pushes past his earlier limits and starts a sixth circle spell while still chaining lower magic at the same time. Zod unleashes his freezing spell, and for the first time the giant demon actually stops moving. Priscilla lights up at the opening, but Zod immediately warns her this is only a delay, not a victory. Cracks start spreading through the ice, and Zod admits even this level of magic can only hold Daenut for a few minutes at best. He knows the kind of power needed to kill it, but after fighting all day Zod no longer has enough mana left to cast something on that level and still survive. Looking back at the capo reduced to rubble, Zod quietly accepts that Deltheim's defense has failed. A magical message reaches him with one piece of relief. The kings and most civilians have escaped to the harbor safely. Once he confirms the civilians are out, Zod tells Priscilla it is finally their turn to flee, and she reluctantly agrees. Then the ice starts collapsing far too fast, and Zod spots the reason. Something new is growing out of Daenut's body. A massive pair of wings bursts out, and Daenut reveals a far more dangerous form than before. With one furious howl, the demon blasts out heat so intense it burns even through Zod's protective magic. Zod can only laugh in disbelief as he realizes Daenut has grown stronger again, and will soon be able to fly. What terrifies him most is the direction of its gaze, because Daenut has stopped caring about the ruined city and locked onto the refugee ships instead. A new voice cuts in behind them, and Desser arrives on the wall, ash-covered and wounded from his earlier fight. Priscilla hurriedly starts healing him, but Desser says running now will only let the demons slaughter the refugees and throw the whole continent into chaos. Zod is ready to stay behind alone, but Desser stops him cold by saying he actually has a way to bring Daenut down. When Zod demands to know how, Desser gives one brutal answer: hand over every bit of mana he has left. Zod immediately points out the cost, because if Desser fails, Zod will have no mana left to escape and Desser's own body should break under that load. Desser's answer is reckless but simple. With Priscilla healing him, he thinks he can survive long enough to try. Asked for her judgment, Priscilla admits she cannot be sure of him at all, but she can see he means every word and leaves the final call to Zod. After one last bitter joke about looking insane, Zod chooses to believe him and pours power back into his cane. Then he hands the cane to Desser, offering not just his mana but his full trust in the boy's impossible plan. The moment Desser raises the cane, the air around him starts to twist with a completely alien kind of spell. Desser shuts out everything else and begins building the spell with draconic magic, staking his life on the ancient system he once stole from a dragon. The spell grows so fast and so densely that the sky around the cane turns into a choking storm of black symbols no human mage should be able to control. As Desser chants in an inhuman voice, the borrowed mana starts tearing his body apart from the inside. Priscilla throws everything she has into keeping him alive, forcing his body through seconds-long cycles of collapse and restoration so the cast can continue. Zod watches in stunned silence, because even he can tell Desser is touching a level of magic that stands far outside modern theory. Then Daenut finally breaks free, spreads its wings, and rises toward the refugee fleet it wants to massacre. Its first attack proves Desser was right, because flaming rocks start raining over the city, the harbor, and the escaping ships. But in the middle of that slaughter, the demon suddenly pauses and turns back, because it finally senses the danger gathering on the wall. For the first time, fear hits Daenut, and it answers that instinct by charging a city-killing fire blast straight at Desser. Priscilla's healing is fading fast, her face turning blue with exhaustion, but Desser still refuses to loosen his grip on the spell. As Desser forces out the final words, the scene briefly jumps far away, where even distant people feel something impossible move through the air. A tiny point of ultra-compressed plasma appears, bright enough to outshine reason itself as the spell reaches its true form. The point swells with impossible heat and pressure, splitting the sea itself and forcing light through cracks that rip across Daenut's body. Daenut thrashes in agony over a sea turned gold, shedding magma and stone as the ocean finally swallows the demon whole. When the light finally dies, Daenut is gone, and only ruined land, encircling magma, and the dark sea remained to prove the disaster was ever there. Desser lets his eyes close and falls into darkness, with the last thing he sees being Zod and Priscilla rushing toward him. Weeks after the terror attack in Deltheim, every newspaper is saying the same thing. Desser Armin became the boy who saved the city by defeating the ancient devil Daenut. Romantica knows the fame did not stop with Desser, because she, Pram, and Adjust were dragged into the spotlight too, with reporters even chasing them into the hospital. If this had happened at any other time, Romantica would have loved the attention. But now all she can do is look at Desser lying unconscious after 2 full weeks. She remembers how close he came to death, with shattered organs, a damaged mana circle, and barely enough life left for the Union to rush him through a VIP transfer gate to Adiena's best hospital. Even with Adina Royal Hospital working on him and Priscilla healing him whenever she could, Desser's body stabilized but still refused to wake up. Sitting beside him now, Romantica mutters that she will kill him when he wakes up, but the threat is really just the pain she has been bottling up. Her mind drifts back to the start, when she looked down on Desser as a mere first circle wizard and lost to him anyway. She remembers hating that he blackmailed her into joining his party, yet even then he kept understanding her better than she wanted him to. But the more she looks back, the clearer it gets that Desser was always sincere, always teaching her, covering for her, and pushing her forward without asking for praise. That is why her feelings became impossible to ignore, especially now that the one she relies on is the one lying silent in front of her. Romantica finally breaks and asks why he never thinks about the people left behind, especially her, when he throws himself away to save everyone else. Remembering the promise she kept at the Golden Sea, Romantica confesses that obeying him and running away never made her happy because she never wanted him to die for her. Then she turns that pain on herself and swears she will train harder until she can truly stand beside him instead of being someone he has to protect. All she asks in return is one shaky plea: never do this to her again. A warm hand touches her hair, and when Romantica looks up through her tears, Desser is awake at last. Desser quietly promises her, and he keeps stroking her hair until she finally settles down. The moment Romantica alerts the others through her communication bracelet, the calm room explodes into noise from the hallway. Pram bursts in first and launches himself onto the bed, hugging Desser so hard he looks like a puppy clinging to an injured owner. Desser can only smile and soothe him, letting Pram hang on until the panic finally starts to drain out of him. Majest enters more calmly, praising Desser for doing even more than anyone thought possible, and her arrival instantly reminds the others of the old trick she helped him pull. The tension breaks into light bickering instead, with Romantica exposing how Pram stayed up all night caring for Desser and Pram flushing in embarrassment. Desser takes in the noisy reunion with quiet gratitude, happy just to hear his party acting like themselves again. Then Zod arrives in formal clothes and politely cuts into the reunion, asking to speak with Desser alone. Once the others leave, the room turns tense fast, because the usually unshakable Zod is visibly nervous for the first time. Zod seals the room with a casual silence spell, making it clear that whatever comes next is not meant for anyone else to hear. After a heavy pause, Zod goes straight to the secret Desser hid from his friends and confirms that his left eye will never recover. Desser touches his left eye in shock, and Zod explains that the eye itself is still there, but its sight is gone for good. He forces himself out of bed to check the mirror, and the truth is plain when his right hand covers his good eye and the world goes black. The pain tearing through his body makes the cost of draconic magic painfully real, and Desser understands this blindness is the price of forcing a human body into a dragon's realm. Even so, he decides the price was cheap, because losing one eye is nothing compared to saving everyone in Deltheim. But Zod did not come only to deliver bad news, and Desser can tell from his face that the real issue is still waiting. Zod starts laying out his suspicions step by step, admitting that during the Magic Tower incident he seriously considered Desser an outsider pretending to help. He explains that Desser's excuse about espionage sounded weak, so he originally tried to end the matter with money instead of trust. What changed everything was Desser refusing the payout and demanding a chess match instead, a move so strange that it hooked Zod's curiosity. From there, Desser's impossible magic theory and future-level technology only made Zod more suspicious, because none of it matched the mediocre boy Desser used to be before Hebrian. The line about his background investigation finally shakes Desser for real, because Zod has dug deep enough to compare the old Desser with the one standing here now. Zod does not apologize much either, saying it was his duty to eliminate anything that could threaten the Magic Tower. The mana in the room starts moving before Desser can invert anything, and Zod gives his harshest theory yet: maybe the real Desser died long ago, and an outsider took his place. He pushes the accusation further by implying Professor Bridget would be dragged down with him, then asks the question Desser can no longer dodge: "Who are you, really?" Desser knows that if he stays silent he could be branded an outsider, but telling the truth means exposing the one advantage he has guarded above all else: that he came back from the future. He runs through the consequences in his head and decides he still cannot say it, because changing too many variables could destroy the only weapon that lets him fight what is coming. So when Zod gives him one last opening, Desser only apologizes and shakes his head. Instead of pressing harder, Zod says he would have demanded answers 2 weeks ago, before Desser nearly died trying to save everyone. Now, after seeing Desser sacrifice himself against impossible odds, Zod decides there is no point in calling him an outsider when his actions proved exactly what kind of person he is. With a small smile, Zod admits he chose to trust his own intuition the moment he handed Desser all of his power, because whatever secrets Desser hides, his heart was never in doubt. Desser is left awkwardly speechless when Zod suddenly admits he was only pushing him to see how he would react. Zod drops the threats completely and promises he will stop digging into Desser's identity, admitting everyone carries secrets they cannot share. Matching Zod's sincerity, Desser promises that when the time finally comes, he will tell him everything himself. The tension finally breaks as the two laugh together, and Zod's smile turns unexpectedly gentle, almost grandfatherly. But Desser still has one serious warning left, and he turns the conversation toward the outsiders. Desser remembers how the Great Conference became the moment the outsiders stopped being a nuisance and revealed themselves as a true terrorist force. What unsettles him most is Crow Mask, a hidden Sixth Circle wizard who can even interfere with Zod's space magic. Desser connects Crow Mask to the remnants of the old revolutionary army, and judges the outsiders even more dangerous because they justify mass murder as a righteous cause. He realizes the outsiders have already marked him as an enemy, and he is certain this will not be their last clash. Zod answers with unexpected good news instead, saying the attack has finally forced both citizens and kings to take the outsiders seriously. He hands Desser a newspaper praising the Hebrian Academy wizard who stood against the enemy, making it clear Desser's actions changed public opinion. Zod adds that Desser's stand against the outsiders has improved Hebrian's image so much that the Empire and the Western Kingdom might finally unite their front lines. With the talk finished, Zod stands, tells Desser to take care, and finally lets him go. As soon as Zod opens the door and the silence magic drops, Desser lies back to sort through the weight of the talk alone. The improved alliance is a relief, but Desser knows the outsiders are still not the real disaster waiting ahead. In his mind, the true enemy is still the Shadow Labyrinth, the future catastrophe he cannot explain yet without revealing he is a returner. So Desser settles on a practical answer: train his party harder, strengthen himself, and prepare step by step for the disaster ahead. Far away in a small Perleka Kingdom village, the evening tavern buzzes with hot weather, cold dark beer, and fresh news from the capital. At one table, a local villager finally hears the capital news from his friend. The outsiders attacked, and a boy from Hebrian became the hero who drove them back. All around them, the pub joins in with praise for the hero and loud anger at the outsiders, turning the room into a messy chorus of rumor and relief. Then one villager notices the only calm person in the room, a hooded stranger drinking alone in the corner. A nervous villager whispers that the hooded man has been staying there for days and someone already reported him as a suspected outsider. One bold villager laughs the suspicion off, pulls free from his worried friend, and heads for the bar to bring the stranger the village's famous dark beer. Without waiting for an answer, the bold villager drops into the corner seat, pushes aside the stranger's drink, and proudly swaps in the tavern's stronger dark beer. The stranger finally speaks, coldly ordering the villager to take his friend and leave within 30 seconds. The villager starts to bristle at the warning, but the tavern door slams open behind him and cuts the moment short. A tall man in a fine suit and a Pierrot mask strolls in like a performer, dragging a brutalized captive on a leash and announcing that his show has begun. When Pierrot introduces his captive as the King of Divide, the whole tavern falls silent in disbelief and terror. When one villager finally protests, Pierrot cuts him down so fast the room barely sees the thin wire before blood opens across his neck. With the room cowed, Pierrot orders everyone to grab anything they can use as a weapon against each other. Still grinning, Pierrot lays out the rule of his game: only one person will leave alive, and the Broken King has to compete too. One trapped villager grips a broken glass shard and desperately searches for a way around Pierrot's invisible wire. Trying to stop the panic, one villager lowers his own shard first and begs his friend to put his weapon down too. Fear wins instantly, and the second villager lunges with a raw confession that he just wants to live. The tavern erupts into a screaming massacre as villagers turn on each other, while Pierrot laughs and the hooded stranger stays eerily apart from it all. When the killing stops, the tavern falls silent again, and only Crow Mask and Pierrot remain alive among the corpses. Pierrot jokes about whether Crow Mask was ever going to stop him, and Crow Mask coldly refuses to get dragged into his twisted rhythm. Pierrot enjoys the change in Crow Mask anyway, saying he now clearly belongs with the rest of them. Cutting past the taunting, Crow Mask demands the real report from the failed conference operation. Pierrot admits he failed to kill every king at the conference, but he still crippled Perleka's capital and captured one king on the way out. Pierrot adds that King Divide was easy prey because he split off from the other rulers and trusted too much in his own strength. When Pierrot asks about Day-Newt, Crow Mask bluntly reveals that the summoned devil was destroyed instead of wiping out a kingdom. Crow Mask says the real problem was not Zod at all, but a more dangerous young wizard named Desser. Pierrot scoffs at the article's young hero, but Crow Mask warns that Desser's spell use has already surpassed Zod's and even produced magic he could not understand. Crow Mask goes further and calls Desser the biggest risk in all their future plans, even more dangerous than Zod and worth eliminating fast. Pierrot brushes off the warning and says the outsiders will answer by escalating into even more destructive terror to brand their fear into everyone. Then Pierrot looks back at the king's corpse and reveals the next step: they will dig deeper into enemy territory and destroy their enemies from the inside. October hits Hebrian fast, and the academy opens its fall semester under cool air and bright autumn gardens. When Desser walks through campus in his single ranker clothes, the whispers follow him everywhere because he came back from summer break as a minor celebrity. The attention gets so intense that even random students stop Desser for autographs until the opening ceremony finally ends. That evening, Desser nearly loses his footing on the stairs because his one good eye still makes judging distance difficult. Pram catches the moment immediately and steps in, warning Desser to be careful. Desser tries to wave the help off, but Pram pushes back so earnestly that Desser finally gives in. Pram immediately links arms with him, and Desser realizes a second too late that he got talked into this on purpose. The support is steadier than Desser expected, and he quietly thanks Pram once they reach level ground. At dinner, the whole hall is annoyed because the feast has been replaced by plain salad, rye bread, and vegetable sandwiches. Desser and Pram shrug off the bad menu and join Romantica and adjust at their table. Romantica grumbles that the food is suspiciously bad, and Desser guesses it is not corruption so much as a deliberate change in diet. Ladoria from the Red Dragon Party suddenly appears at their table, excited and asking all four of them for autographs. While waiting for the signatures, Ladoria notices Romantica barely touched her meal and explains the real reason for tonight's stripped-down menu. The simple dinner is a memorial for the people killed in the Western Kingdom Union terror attack, and the table goes quiet when that finally clicks. After Ladoria leaves cheering them on, Pram and Romantica are both stunned that a top Red Dragon student just treated them like stars. Ajaz still hates the spotlight, but Desser sees their fame as a chance to finally advertise the party he built for overlooked talent. The problem is that fame still has not brought in recruits, and Romantica cannot understand why nobody wants to join them. They land on the obvious answer: Desser's training works, but its brutal reputation probably scares everyone off. When Desser cheerfully announces more training tonight, Pram agrees, Ajaz accepts, and only Romantica has to be dragged into saying yes. Professor Bridget suddenly steps onto the hall stage and calls everyone quiet for a serious announcement the opening ceremony did not cover. She explains that after the outsider attack on the Western Kingdom Union, Hebrian has stationed graduate patrols on campus and tightened security to prepare for the same threat. The new rules hit hard. Students now need professor approval to leave campus and a valid excuse to get back into the dorm after 10 p.m. Then she makes it worse with a 6 p.m. curfew and a blunt warning that anyone below 5th circle should forget about sneaking out. As soon as she leaves, the whole hall erupts into complaints about ruined dates, shopping trips, and being trapped on campus. Romantica starts grumbling too, until Desser reminds her what would happen if the same massacre reached Hebrian. That shuts Romantica up fast, and she forces down her bread instead of thinking any longer about the disaster. After dinner, the party heads to their office, where Desser hands out the new semester schedules like everyone already knows they could mean heaven or hell. Pram lights up when he realizes second semester finally gives him several shared classes with Desser. Romantica is more interested in the new sparring professor, Essenblank Testakia, and immediately suspects he is not from Hebrian. For Romantica, the only thing that matters is that this newcomer had better be less awful than Professor Pugman. The next day, second semester starts in earnest, and botany class loses Romantica almost immediately. Desser tells her boring knowledge still matters, but that does not make the day feel any shorter. History class is no better, because Professor Kevin looks young but assigns work like students have nothing else to do. Romantica dumps the history book in her locker and braces for another lecture marathon in Rune class. Then Rune class shocks everyone when old Professor Banquick somehow ends 10 minutes early and the students practically explode out the door. Adjust dryly suggests the miracle happened because Banquick was pleased to see a commoner like Desser succeeding. That quiet moment is cut off when Donetta Hadun from Blue Moon butts in with a sneering rant about commoners leeching off each other. Romantica is ready to fire back, but Desser shuts the whole thing down because he already knows a worse class is waiting. Magic engineering is exactly as bad as expected, and the moment Desser's group walks in, the Blue Moon heavy room turns on them with cold stares. The hostility is personal now, because Adjust left Blue Moon for Desser's party and Professor Pugman never forgave it. Pugman keeps rigging the class against Desser, even docking points from flawless work with excuses nobody buys. By lunch, Romantica and Adjust are openly calling the grading a joke, but that still does not change the score. The mood finally lifts in Magic Theory, where Professor Bridget runs one of the few classes everyone actually wants to attend. Instead of drowning them in theory, Bridget turns the lesson practical and has students work in groups to test and critique altered spells. When class ends, Bridget quietly asks Desser to follow her to her office alone. Her office is as overwhelming as ever, packed with books and rare references that still impress Desser every time he enters. Bridget sets out hot tea and takes Desser back to the day they first met in the public library, when he was a desperate kid with nowhere else to learn. She reminds him that she recommended him to Hebrian because she could see his talent and hated how little chance he had without help. Then her pride turns into worry as she tells Desser she is proud he saved people again, but furious that he keeps throwing himself into danger. Bridget makes him promise to remember that many people care about him, and Desser quietly answers that he understands. At Hebrian Academy's sparring class, the Blue Moon single rankers loudly mock Desser the moment he arrives, trying to humiliate the commoner in front of everyone. Romantica is ready to hit back, but Adjust's low, serious anger shows just how badly the insults are getting under their skin. The room goes quiet when Professor Essenblank Testakia arrives, a scarred ex-captain who immediately gives off the vibe of a hard battlefield instructor. Essenblank tells the class that sheltered students are like plants in a greenhouse, and his sparring course will push them close to real battle whether they like it or not. Then Essenblank singles Desser out in front of everyone and calls him down, making the whole room tense up at once. Instead of putting Desser down, the professor publicly praises him as a rare student who has already reached real combat potential. As Essenblank lists Desser's rumors and achievements with Zod and the Tower, Danetta's bitterness only gets worse. Essenblank suddenly talks as if commoners really are inferior, and the speech is so sharp that even the room itself feels colder. Danetta gets excited, thinking the professor agrees with him, and blurts out that Desser probably made the whole hero's story up. That is when Essenblank flips the trap shut and tells Danetta to come down and prove Desser is a liar in an actual fight. Danetta folds under the pressure and drops back into his seat, proving he only had words. Romantica is delighted, but it just stays uneasy because to her, Essenblank is still feeding noble arrogance even while making Danetta look stupid. Essenblank pushes the point even harder by asking if any noble can beat this commoner, and for a moment nobody dares move. Then one student finally raises his hand, and the room is shocked when he introduces himself as Kelt Pazel Niplika, Professor Pugman's younger brother. The scene shifts outside to a chilly autumn field, where Desser and Kelt step onto the empty stone duel stage surrounded by boulders. Before the duel starts, Kelt apologizes for Danetta's gossip and makes it clear he challenged Desser out of curiosity, not class prejudice. Desser studies Kelt and realizes he is strong, skilled, and unusually fair-minded for a noble, which makes Desser decide to hold back and keep the match close. The two mages shake hands, step apart in their clothesline gear, and prepare for a serious spell duel. At Essenblank's signal, Both sides start casting at once, and Desser's speed immediately stands out even against a fourth circle magician. They trade spell after spell across the stage, and the stone platform starts cracking under the force of their back-and-forth magic. A few minutes in, Kelt starts to think the rumors were exaggerated because Desser's casting is brilliant, but his raw power still seems lower than Kelt's own. To test Desser properly, Kelt uses Splash and turns his own body into water, vanishing into the flood spreading across the stage. Hidden in the flooded stage, Kelt waits for Desser to use a slow wide-area spell, but Desser appears to start one while quietly setting a trap of his own. Then Desser drops the act and reveals the spell was already finished, turning Kelt's hidden ambush into Desser's trap instead. Desser's summoned lightning crashes into Kelt's hiding place, forcing Kelt to drop the trap and throw up a pure water shield just in time. The defense works, but the blast shoves Kelt to the edge of the stage, close enough to lose that he finally understands Desser is dangerous. Kelt drops the warm-up act and starts pouring out far larger water magic, flooding the stage up to their ankles. He turns that flood into a rushing wave, and Desser answers with gravity reverse just to keep the current from swallowing him whole. Desser quickly realizes the problem. Kelt controls too much water for him to erase piece by piece, and his own circle isn't strong enough to overpower it directly. With no clean answer yet, Desser falls back on defense and keeps thinking while Kelt's currents hammer him from every side. A heavy wave catches Desser from the left and nearly throws him off, exposing the weakness he has been trying to compensate for. Desser realizes his lost left eye depth perception is hurting him badly here, because in a fight this tight, his slower reaction on that side is a real opening. Kelt notices that same blind spot on his own, and once he sees Desser reacting late to left side attacks, he immediately exploits it. Pressing the advantage, Kelt unleashes Aqua Tornado, turning the flooded battlefield into a storm of water pillars strong enough to tear the stage apart. Desser answers with liquid oxygen, spreading freezing mist across the stage until Kelt's water attacks lock solid and slip out of his control. Desser thinks he has shut Kelt's water game down, but Kelt coolly points out that the freezing spread has boxed Desser in as well. Then Kelt reveals his real follow-up by darkening the sky with a reduced weather control spell, something far beyond an ordinary student duel. Rain starts falling over the stage, and within moments Kelt sharpens it into a punishing downpour that hits like bullets. Desser rips off his clothesline jacket and shields his head with it, but Kelt warns that the defense will only hold for a few more seconds. Instead of panicking, Desser calmly praises Kelt's skill, which makes the warning land with a strange pause before the finish. Then Desser claps once, and the whole stage detonates from the frozen liquid oxygen reaction he set up earlier. Kelt is blown clean off the platform, and only his clothesline keeps the sudden blast from turning the loss into an injury. When Kelt gets back up in the smoke, he can only ask what just happened, stunned that Desser turned the entire battlefield into a delayed trap. Desser explains that freezing so much water with liquid oxygen caused expansion and an explosion powerful enough to throw Kelt off the stage. Seeing the stage wrecked and the outcome obvious, Kelt admits defeat with a bitter laugh and notes that Desser never even had to use inversion. Kelt finishes the duel with a genuine smile, accepting Desser's win honestly even after being completely outplayed. After Desser beat top student Kelt in a clean public duel, the Academy's whole mood around him shifted. Back in the party office, Romantica laughs about how pathetic Donetta looks now that he keeps dodging Desser instead of picking fights. The victory does not erase noble prejudice, but it finally cuts down the loudest insults and gives Desser's group a little peace. Then the bigger change starts knocking at their door, because students begin coming to Desser's party for help. The next applicant is Frichel, a timid beta student sent by Professor Van Quick to ask if she can join their training party. When Desser asks why she came, Frichel admits she already knows the party is harsh and hated by nobles, but she still wants in. Desser checks her background and realizes her old beta party was one of the ones forced into serving alpha-class students instead of growing stronger themselves. Frichel shows him the bullying she endured, with photos of wrecked books and broken desks proving how badly she was targeted. She quietly confirms that no one in her party and not even her professor could protect her against noble abuse. Desser first offers to solve the bullying without making her join, but Frichel says revenge alone is not enough and asks to become strong instead. Desser accepts her, and Frichel becomes one of several new beta students joining after his win over Kelt. Looking over the growing roster, Desser sees the pattern clearly. Bullied beta students are finally coming to someone who will train them instead of using them. That only sharpens his bigger resolve, because Hebrian keeps wasting talented commoners every year by dumping them into beta classes with no real education. Desser traces that poison back to the old revolutionary conflict, and decides the only answer is to gather talented commoners and prove what they can do with real training. The story shifts to Dawn, where Jest is already alone in the training facility, driving herself hard through endless sword practice. She is still haunted by the Preleka Empire, because when Desser faced disaster there, all she could do was watch him sacrifice himself. Her frustration breaks her concentration for a moment, and the ice on her sword cracks away as she stops to catch her breath. Then Romantica arrives early in training clothes, blows the fog away with magic, and walks straight up to her. Without any warning, Romantica fires a second circle spell at a Jest and turns the visit into a challenge. Romantica says she wants a real practical match, both to get stronger and to finish the duel. The Yellow Ocean attack interrupted. Ajest reads the challenge for what it is and decides Romantica is the perfect opponent to test her magic sword in a real fight. But Ajest adds one nasty condition: whoever loses has to clean the party office until the result is reversed in a rematch. Romantica hates the idea, but the thought of making Ajest do the cleaning pushes her into accepting. Ajest smiles, raises her mana, and prepares to fight at full strength for the first time in a while. Later, with the party now up to 7 members, the office feels so cramped that even the new couch barely solves it. Frichel notices that even this crowded room feels like heaven compared to the filthy, broken beta-class office she came from. Even so, Frichel is tense around the group, because the other new beta recruits look intimidating and Ajest feels far too perfect to approach. She tries to latch onto the familiar face instead, but Romantica is sitting alone with a nasty bump on her forehead and an even nastier mood. Just when Frichel gives up and decides to sit in silence, Pram appears beside her with tea and effortless kindness. He tells her not to worry, promises to stay with her, and casually calls the party a family, which hits Frichel like pure salvation. Then Desser enters, gathers everyone's attention, and immediately makes the mistake of asking Romantica what happened to her forehead. He wisely drops the subject and announces the real reason for the meeting: the second semester party competition is coming. When Frichel looks lost, Pram quietly explains that this is not an individual promotion test but a team contest where every grade competes together. Desser does not treat it like a maybe, because he flatly tells the room that their party is going to win the entire thing. Frichel goes pale at what that means, and Pram matter-of-factly confirms that yes, Desser intends to beat every party in the academy, even Blue Moon. Pram's faith is simple now. Desser always says outrageous things, and somehow he keeps making them happen. Takiran is the first to push back, arguing that party competition is far tougher than a promotion exam and Desser's goal sounds unrealistic. Ajest follows with a colder question, asking why they should chase a risky result at all when the party already has money, rank, and fame. Desser answers that all those rewards were never his real goal, because he did not build this party just to help its members get ahead. He reminds Pram and Romantica that from the start, this was about proving commoners could perform just as well if the academy ever gave them the same chance. Then Desser says the ugly truth out loud: beta classes are treated as not worth teaching, because nobles assume commoners can never match them. When he asks the new recruits what they actually learned in class, Frichel can only admit it was basically self-study, and nobody else can argue. Desser tells them their weakness is not proof of lesser talent or lower birth, only proof that nobody bothered to teach them properly. And he ends on the promise driving this whole party: if they rise to the top of Hebrian together, they will become living proof that commoners can no longer be denied equal treatment. Desser throws his whole party into real training, because most of the new recruits have never faced an actual battle before. Using what he learned in his past life, Desser demonstrates an aggressive northern sword style to Takiran while the other recruit can stay off-panel. Frichel starts at the basics, and Desser has her build up a real spell list instead of relying on just a few weak water spells. When Desser checks on the older members, Pram surprises him the most by drawing a faint blue aura over his sword. Desser praises Pram's progress toward bishop level and promises to start sparring with him once that aura becomes stable enough. Next he heads to the wind range, where Romantica is drilling sniper shots against metal targets flying through the sky at brutal speed. Romantica fires cleanly, shattering a distant shot put in midair, and the range machine bluntly announces her success. Desser openly praises her range and speed, because her worthless sniper casting is becoming hard for enemies to even notice before impact. But Desser immediately pushes her harder, warning that perfect sniping on one target means very little if several enemies move at once. He yanks the lever twice in quick succession, and the second target flies out before Romantica can even fire at the first one. Romantica starts panicking over which target matters more, and that split-second hesitation wrecks the precision she was proud of. When she finally shoots, she misses badly, and the machine answers with a cold string of failures. She takes the result grimly and accepts that handling multiple targets has just become the next weakness she has to fix. Desser's last stop is Ajest, who admits her growth has started to stall even after grinding away with her magic sword. Desser tells her the problem is not the sword practice itself, but that raw effort alone will not carry her to bishop class and the fourth circle. What she really needs, he says, is a solid heart, because higher tier magic depends as much on inner steadiness as talent and technique. Ajest falls into thought, taking that lesson as homework for the future while the party's long training grind keeps going. That same day, the story shifts to Kelt, who is buried in Blue Moon paperwork because the massive party needs separate leaders just to manage each grade. Professor Pugman suddenly appears across from him, all false warmth, and starts by praising Kelt for being useful. Then Pugman casually brings up Kelt's duel with Desser, and the single word loss instantly turns the room sour. Kelt tries to explain honestly that Desser was stronger than expected and that his old belief that commoners were worthless was simply wrong. That answer disgusts Pugman, because the Niplica family treats failure and sympathy for commoners as something close to betrayal. Pugman launches into the family creed again, insisting that commoners are cruel people who would start another revolution the moment they gain power. He makes it personal by pointing at Desser's growing party as proof that commoners are getting bold again and need to be put back in their place. By the end, Pungman orders Kelp to teach Desser's side a lesson in the upcoming party competition, and Kelp can do nothing but nod. A week into training, Frichel starts to change, because for the first time Academy life feels exciting instead of crushing. She even masters watering, a notoriously difficult first circle water spell, and that small success gives her real confidence. Still riding that momentum, Frichel wanders through the academy wondering what she will learn next, until she notices a disturbed crowd at the lockers. Pushing through the students, she finds Urge in the center of it all and instantly realizes something is terribly wrong. The locker is packed with blood and animal intestines, and the sight hits Frichel so hard because she knows this kind of hazing all too well. Frichel rushes to Urge in concern, but Urge turns on her with raw hatred instead of relief. Urge calls her a hypocrite and says this only happened because Frichel left the party and dumped the bullying onto someone else. That accusation tears through Frichel, because she realizes the abuse never ended at all, it just switched victims after she escaped. Even so, Frichel steadies herself and tells Urge the truth. The real blame belongs to the bullies, not to the person they used to target first. Right then, Lada Idol walks in, and the hallway tension sharpens because Frichel recognizes her as one of the girls who used to torment her. Frichel finally says out loud what she should have said earlier, and calls Lada a coward who only preys on the weak. Lada answers with contempt, insisting that joining Desser's party has not changed Frichel's place in the world one bit. Then Lada breaks school rules without hesitation and fires a second circle spell right inside the hallway. Frichel tries to defend herself with Water Shield, but as a first circle mage she gets overpowered instantly. The blow slams Frichel back into the lockers, and Lada keeps advancing like she knows nobody here will stop her. Lada stomps Frichel down and follows with root binding, wrapping her in crushing branches that threaten to break her bones. Even while trapped, Frichel refuses to repeat Lada's humiliating words and only spits back that she is the worst. Just as the branches tighten further, Desser steps into the hallway and cuts the spell apart with a curt order to stop. Lada backs away at once, because she can feel how much stronger Desser is even before he fully turns his anger on her. After seeing the bruises on Frichel's body, Desser admits he has tried hard not to lash out at students, but this has gone too far. Lada hits the wall behind her, and Desser traps her there with slate and create marsh so the corridor wall itself starts swallowing her body. When she tries to cast her way out, Desser shuts that down too, leaving her helpless and buried up to the middle. Then Desser explains exactly how he could finish the job by sealing the wall's gaps around her, and the threat is so vivid that Lada finally understands she is at his mercy. Lada breaks completely, sobbing through ruined makeup and begging for forgiveness while Desser keeps the pressure on. At the last second, Desser spits her back out of the wall instead of killing her, leaving her sprawled on the floor in pure shock. Desser coldly tells her that is how an apology should sound, making sure the lesson lands before he turns away from her. With the bully broken, Desser immediately goes back to Frichel and helps her stand. He says he will take her to the medical center, and when she asks how he found her, Desser explains he only came because he sensed illegal magic nearby. Desser even apologizes for stepping in so forcefully, but Frichel thanks him anyway, smiling through a pain he can still clearly see underneath. On the first day of the party competition, Desser heads into the orientation hall and immediately sees the same ugly divide as always: alpha nobles on one side, beta commoners on the other. Professor Pelsta opens the meeting and reveals this year's theme: a 3-stage dungeon invasion that scales from Class 6 to Class 4, with each party allowed to surrender if they hit their limit. While Pelsta drones through the scoring rules, Desser knows better than to underestimate this test, because a blind dungeon is far more dangerous than any shadow world you can research in advance. The orientation ends with only 2 hours left before the competition, and Desser hurries off knowing he has to brief his team without revealing that he already lived through this event once before. Before he can leave, Professor Essenblank stops Desser, pulls him into a private corner, and starts talking like this competition could become a turning point in the war between nobles and commoners. Essenblank pushes harder and even brings up the revolutionary army behind the recent chaos, clearly testing whether Desser might cooperate with them. Desser shuts that down on the spot, saying any cause that hurts innocent people has already turned into terrorism, and he will never join it. The tense exchange breaks when Professor Vanquick steps in from behind, making Essenblank back off for now and leaving Desser with a quiet warning that this talk is not over. When the real call goes out, Desser's party gathers at the Shadow Auditorium with everyone present, but Len has to stay out because only one 6-person team can enter. Romantica notices the professor staring, and Desser knows exactly why. Everyone expects his mixed party to prove whether commoners really can stand on the same stage as the nobles. Instead of shrinking under that pressure, Desser tells his team to ignore the noise and win so decisively that nobody can keep dismissing them. Frichel quietly asks if they can really win, and Desser answers by putting a hand on her shoulder and reminding her that she is not the same frightened girl she used to be. Frichel blushes and walks off encouraged, while Romantica catches herself staring at that shoulder touch and immediately gets annoyed with herself. With the last minutes ticking away, Desser gathers everyone for a sharp briefing on the 3-stage dungeon and the rules they need to survive it. As more powerful Alpha class teams fill the hall, Desser can feel just how stacked this competition is, but the announcement comes anyway and all the participants are called to the gate. The moment Desser's team enters Ayambez's dungeon, a quest announcement explains the premise. Break through the wizard's 3-stage dungeon and claim the legacy hidden inside. The first stage starts in total darkness, so Desser casts light and reveals a grim entrance strewn with skeleton bones and walls covered in strange markings. Other parties waste time trying to decode the wall symbols, but Desser remembers this trap from his past life and knows the markings are just meaningless warnings. Because he remembers how every beta class party failed here before, Desser skips the bait and immediately has Romantica map the real route with detective magic. Ladoria's elite Red Dragon party confidently moves ahead on its own route, showing just how fast the strongest teams are already making decisions. Kelt's party appears next, but instead of his usual friendly attitude, Kelt stiffens at the sight of Desser and leaves without a word. Romantica quickly marks the best routes, and Desser chooses the 2 o'clock path without hesitation. Not even an hour in, failure notices start piling up for beta class teams, a harsh reminder of how badly this level 6 first stage crushes ordinary students. For Takaran, those announcements only prove why he switched into Desser's party, because in just weeks Desser has taught him more than his old team did in 2 years. That faith starts paying off immediately when Desser calmly directs Frichel to clear the floor dust and exposes a hidden weight trap before it can catch anyone. Desser immediately turns that obstacle into practice, having a just freeze a safe bridge across so the team can keep advancing without losing momentum. A little deeper in, Romantica senses multiple enemies ahead, and Desser smoothly shifts the formation by putting Pram and Takaran on the front line. When Romantica realizes one of the monsters is actually an ogre, Desser instantly changes the plan and assigns Pram to erase that threat before it can even swing back. With Pram locking down the ogre, Takaran finally gets room to show what Desser has been teaching him and cuts through the goblins with support from Romantica and a jest. After the last enemy falls, Desser calls a quick 5-minute recap, and Takaran looks at his back with a new feeling that winning this whole thing might actually be possible. The team keeps clearing traps and monsters with surprising ease, right up until a heavy crash and a distant scream echo through the dungeon ahead. Desser orders everyone to speed up, and the corridor opens into a huge chamber where a desperate beta-class party is being torn apart by a horned stone gargoyle. One more hit from the gargoyle wipes out another student on the spot, and the already broken party drops from 4 members to 3. Romantica asks what they should do, and Desser points out the cold truth first. In this competition, they have no obligation to save another party at all. But Desser is not about to stand there and waste time either, so he decides they will cut straight through the obstacle by joining the fight. In the first stage of the dungeon, Pram drives his sword through the last gargoyle's forehead and drops the final stone monster for good. The corridor is carpeted with 8 shattered gargoyles, making it obvious Desser's party just crushed stage 1's worst wall with room to spare. The battered party Desser just rescued crowds around in relief, and their leader Edwin can only stare at the easy win in disbelief. When Desser learns Edwin's party already lost 3 members, the mood turns grim fast. Desser tells them to rest here and sort out their party status while his team moves on toward the second stage. Edwin stops him there and admits they are not going any farther. Pressed for an answer, Edwin confesses that his team did not clear the first stage at all and simply ran through it. Edwin bitterly explains that with weak gear and weak skills, throwing people forward one by one was the only plan his commoner team had left. Then more surrender and failure announcements echo through the dungeon, making it painfully clear that beta-class parties all over the test are breaking down. Edwin looks up at Desser with desperate faith, and says he still believes Desser can change this unfair world for commoners. Desser answers without hesitation and promises that he really will change the world and prove it. Trusting that promise, Edwin formally surrenders his party and accepts defeat. One by one, Edwin's team fades out of the dungeon, leaving Desser's party alone with the weight of what just happened. After they are gone, Desser turns to his own team and says this is exactly why they have to win. A ranking announcement follows as Desser's party reaches Stage 2 in 3rd place. Stage 2 immediately feels harsher, with wider tunnels, nastier traps, and monsters that are much harder to beat head-on. Sensing movement under the ground, Desser snaps the team into formation and warns that great worms are ahead. A great worm bursts out of the floor right at Takaran, forcing him to roll clear and counterattack on instinct. Takaran swings back on instinct, but his blade only sparks off the great worm's metal hide and proves they cannot cut this thing by force alone. Desser immediately calls Takaran back before he gets trapped in a losing fight. Romantica blasts the great worm instead, cracking a weak point in its metal shell and drawing out black fluid. Pram slips in at once and drives his sword through the cracked shell, slicing the worm open. Badly hurt, the worm tries to dig back underground and escape to its pack. Ajest reacts first and flash freezes the ground around the worm, sealing the floor before it can dive back to its pack. Cut off from the ground, the worm goes berserk and charges the party head-on with its teeth-filled maw wide open. Desser calmly puts Frichel behind him and tells Romantica he needs oxygen for the spell he is about to use. He fires a third circle explosion straight into the worm's mouth and turns the tunnel into a blast furnace. The heat chokes everyone for a moment, but Romantica is ready and restores fresh air before the spell can backfire on the team. With the worm crippled and suffocating, Takiran and Pram finish it together. Even with the win, Desser can feel stage 2 is slowing them down, and third place is no longer good enough. He gives the team a short 10-minute break, already thinking about how to catch the honor parties ahead. Outside the dungeon, the audience and professors watch the rankings shift as Blue Moon and Red Dragon fight over first place. Among the judges, some professors dismiss Desser's team as a beta-class party that has already gone farther than expected. Pugman deliberately drops into the seat beside Bridget and starts prodding her the second he notices how tense she is. When Blue Moon grabs the top spot on the monitors, Pugman smugly tells Bridget that Desser has hit his limit. Pugman doubles down by claiming a commoner like Desser only got this far by luck and cannot break the ceiling above him. Bridget answers with a sharp reminder that one of his own side already lost to a commoner, and the exchange turns icy. Pugman insists the difference now is party strength, because Desser is trying to challenge elite teams with nothing but beta-class members. But while everyone is focused on the leaders, something dangerous is moving in a corner no one is watching. Back in Stage 1, Oquin's Arachne party strolls through the dungeon without effort because they have been hiding behind Desser's path the whole time. Oquin is openly pleased with himself, convinced that tailing Desser's group is the smartest way for weak students like them to survive. He even says Desser's team would not hurt them if caught, especially after taking Freechel away from their group. The ugly truth of Arachne comes out when Oquin mocks the way they use Freechel as a target for their so-called pranks. When Oquin pressures Alie, she quietly agrees because everyone in the party knows he can turn them into the next victim. Following battle scars and footprints all the way, Arachne reaches the stairs and slips into Stage 2 without fighting a single real battle. Oquin starts dreaming even bigger, convinced they might reach Stage 3 if they keep riding Desser's coattails. 10 minutes later, a heavy thudding in the dark stops them cold. A quick light spell finally reveals the problem. A massive roaming golem is already marching straight down the tunnel at them. The golem scans them, identifies them as invaders, and closes the distance before panic can settle into a plan. Knowing they cannot break a golem with their weak party, Oquin orders everyone to run. When the golem proves much faster than expected, Oquin makes his real choice and casts Seize on Alie. Alie crashes to her knees, and Oquin coldly tells her she needs to be the bait. Nobody helps her, and Oquin only thinks about shaking the monster now and following Desser more carefully next time. That plan dies instantly when another red eye lights up in front of them and a second golem blocks the path. With one golem ahead and the first already closing from behind, Arachne finally sees the trap for what it is. They are completely boxed in. Out of options, Oquin blurts out Arachne's surrender and waits for the usual teleport to save them before the golems can hit. Nothing happens, and the delay is so wrong that the whole party freezes in horror. Then the rear golem swings, smashing one student so brutally that blood sprays through his crushed armor. The system declares the student failed, but his body does not disappear, and the survivors finally understand they can really die in here. Deep in the second stage, Pram gets dripped on by the dungeon ceiling and immediately complains that this place feels awful. After hours in the dungeon, the party stops to eat their miserable packed meal, and even Romantica is fed up with the iron-tasting water and rough food. What really bothers Romantica is seeing Desser and Ajes sitting off by themselves again, talking like they are leading the raid together. Pram bluntly says Desser seems to treat Ajes like the party's sub-leader, and Romantica tries to brush it off even though the comment lands. The more Pram lists Ajes' strengths, beauty, fame, and leadership experience, the smaller Romantica feels next to her. Romantica chews her ration in frustrated silence, startling the others with how hard her mood sours. Once the break ends, Desser starts teaching Ajes how to spot traps by reading the mana flow in the floor ahead. Desser demonstrates that a trap can be neutralized by nudging its mana stream just slightly, then calmly steps on it after disrupting the flow. Ajes admits she is more worried than Desser looks, because the other top parties are still ahead in progression. She points out that they earn strong party scores by training the newcomers, but that kindness cost them precious time in the race to win. Desser answers with total confidence that first place is still theirs if they use the dungeon's structure properly. The party reaches a huge hall where the dungeon offers 3 routes, including the long detour and the deadly shortcut guarded by Tyrantula. Desser immediately chooses the Passage of Suffering, the high-risk route almost nobody dares to take. Ajes questions whether he is gambling out of desperation, but Desser says this is a real plan, not a reckless bet. With everyone watching, Desser promises they will use this shortcut to flip the rankings and steal first place. The shortcut opens with a gruesome warning. Several fallen Alpha-class students lie in the corridor, killed not by deep wounds but by Tyrantula's poison. Then the hidden monster starts feeding, dragging the bodies into silk cocoons that slowly turn transparent until the massacre seems to vanish. When Desser's party enters later, the passage looks almost empty, and he starts explaining that Tyrantula hides itself and everything it catches inside transparent webbing. To prove it, Desser casts Create Water, and suspended droplets suddenly reveal the invisible threads stretched across the corridor. Desser warns that if anyone rushes in and touches the webs carelessly, an invisible Tyrantula will attack before they can react. When nobody knows how to beat that, Ajes correctly reasons that they need to overwhelm the spider's senses instead of avoiding every thread. Desser says she is right and claims they can confuse Tyrantula by striking several webs at once with at least 5-second circle spells. Ajes offers to handle the spell barrage herself, but Desser refuses because the timing has to be perfect, and he says only he can land all 5 hits correctly. His plan is for the rest of the party to sprint through while he distracts Tyrantula from behind, a split that makes Romantica immediately suspicious. Even after Romantica presses him, Desser insists the method is safe enough, so the team reluctantly accepts and gets ready to run. Desser forms 5 spells at once, counts them in, and sends the rest of the party charging into the web-choked corridor. Pram slashes open a path as the team breaks through, and Desser watches until he is sure everyone else has escaped the danger zone. The moment they are clear, Desser admits to himself that he lied, because Tyrantula does not really track movement through random web vibrations. He deliberately grabs one of the invisible threads and reveals the real problem. Tyrantula responds most strongly to living biosignals, especially heartbeats. Desser slows himself into complete stillness, listening through the silence until he catches the slightest environmental shift and realizes the monster is already on him. Tyrantula finally strikes from nowhere with a poison leg aimed at his back, and Desser is already turning to meet it with a spell waiting behind him. A moment later, Desser rejoins the others at the gate, where Romantica explodes at him for taking so long. Desser covers the truth with a light excuse, saying he slipped up, failed to distract the monster properly, and just ran for it in the end. Then the whole party checks the rankings together and sees that the shortcut worked. Desser's unknown party has jumped into first place. The team bursts into celebration, thrilled that they really did overtake Blue Moon. With the lead in hand, they decide to keep pushing, but Desser quietly notices a bloody scratch on his finger that hurts far more than it should. He hides the injury instead of worrying the team, wiping the blood on his lapel as they enter the 5th zone. The rankings suddenly flip, and Kelt stares at his communication pad in disbelief as Desser's party jumps from 3rd place straight to 1st. The point gain is so absurd that Kelt can only think of one answer. Desser must have cleared the Tyrantula passage. At first, Kelt rejects the idea because Desser never seemed like a reckless gambler. Then he corrects himself and realizes Desser would do it if he knew a safe way through. When Kelt shares his theory with Blue Moon, the whole group goes tense because it is the only explanation that fits. The pressure behind Blue Moon suddenly feels heavier, because losing to Desser would mean failing the noble side that Professor Pugman is backing. Then Blue Moon spots Desser's party up ahead, resting after a fight, and the mood flips from panic to hungry opportunity. One Blue Moon member pushes for an ambush, arguing this is the perfect moment if Desser's team really just fought Tyrantula. Kelt shuts that down at once, pointing out that Desser's party looks far too relaxed and uninjured for a team that should be on its last legs. He bluntly warns that they may not beat Desser's group without suffering heavy losses themselves, so the smart move is to leave them alone and keep advancing. Blue Moon accepts that a direct clash would cost too much, but their leader still refuses to let Desser's party keep closing the gap. Then Blue Moon's leader turns cruel and suggests using Great Worms against Desser's team instead of fighting them head-on. Back with Desser's side, Romantica keeps sweeping the dungeon with detection magic while Desser updates their map and says the exit from the 5th zone should be close. Romantica complains that repeated detection magic is frying her focus, but she still takes the map back and casts again. This time her search catches a wide empty cavern and the stairs down to the 3rd stage, and for a second it looks like they finally found the way forward. Her relief dies instantly when she senses what is waiting there, not 1 or 2 great worms, but more than 30. A moment later the cave itself confirms it, as heavy burrowing crashes race toward them and the ground starts to shake. Desser snaps everyone into formation while the party realizes this should have been impossible unless someone deliberately drove the worms toward them. Then the great worms erupt through stone and floor in a full swarm, turning the passage into chaos almost instantly. Desser's team fights back hard, with Takiran's greatsword, Pram's rapier, and a barrage of spells carving through worm after worm. But even for them the real problem is not strength, it is numbers, and the swarm keeps grinding away their control of the fight. In the middle of the worm swarm, Blue Moon walks past with smug faces, making it obvious they set this trap on purpose. Kelt cannot stop Blue Moon, but when his eyes meet Desser's, he at least bows once before following the others away. Once the battle noise fades behind them, Blue Moon relaxes and acts like the worm swarm just bought them a huge lead. Kelt still looks uneasy, and Blue Moon's leader coldly insists this kind of ruthlessness is just practical training for real dungeons. Even after hearing that, Kelt can only swallow his guilt and face forward, telling himself the result had to matter more than the method. Soon Blue Moon reaches the end of the 2nd stage, where the cramped maze opens into a vast hall lined with bright luminous stone. Blue Moon starts across the glowing hall toward the door to the 3rd stage, convinced they reached it first. Then a harsh burrowing roar rips through the hall, and Blue Moon freezes because it sounds like another great worm. Kelt guesses some worms may have broken away from the swarm they led into Desser's team and followed them here instead. Instead, the walls begin to crack so violently that the luminous stone goes dark, plunging the entire hall into blackness. Blue Moon throws up light spells in the darkness, just enough to reveal a huge shadow blocking the hall. As the light spreads, Blue Moon finally sees a colossal creature blocking the hall, far beyond any great worm they know. A system notice explains the disaster. All that spilled great worm blood summoned the colony ruler, and now Blue Moon cannot advance unless they kill it. Back at the earlier battlefield, Pram nearly chases a retreating worm too far until Desser blasts another one apart and pulls him back into formation. Desser's party locks back into its simple but brutal plan, with the front line pinning worms down while the casters and sniper support make sure none escape to call more reinforcements. At last the final worm drops, leaving the floor buried under hacked-up bodies and foul fluids as the adrenaline drains out of everyone. Romantica and Pram are furious at Blue Moon's dirty trick, and even Ajest's icy calm cannot hide that she is angry too. Desser is angry too, but he focuses on something worse and starts burning the carcasses because there were far too many dead worms for this to end cleanly. He explains that an artificial great worm colony must have a leader, and if too many worms die at once, that colony ruler may come out and hunt the intruders itself. That is why Desser is desperate to erase every trace of the massacre, but Ajest looks into the darkness and quietly warns that they are already too late. Argeria refuses to retreat for good and orders Blue Moon to push forward, convinced the Academy's strongest party can break past a single monster. He trusts the numbers on his side, 2 fourth circle wizards, 3 Rick-level knights, and a plan built to pin the Mother Great Worm down just long enough to slip through. Blue Moon re-enters the hall and the opening clash even looks manageable, with shields catching acid while their magic lands cleanly on the giant worm. That calm vanishes when the Mother Great Worm tears its buried tail free from the wall and whips it through the dust cloud at the party. In one brutal hit, Kashu Madhit is decapitated, and the sudden announcement of his elimination makes Argeria snap in disbelief. Argeria tries to keep everyone focused on the fight, telling himself there is still no way this test can actually kill them. Then Kelp points out the impossible detail. Kashu's corpse is still lying on the floor instead of disappearing from the simulation. The whole party realizes at once that the party competition is no longer safe training but a real dungeon invasion with real death. Argeria checks his own wrist and finds a deep bruise throbbing with full pain, proof that even the Academy's pain reduction has failed. Before anyone can regroup, the Mother Great Worm screams and charges again, turning their late realization into instant panic. Argeria finally understands how reckless their attack was, but by the time that thought lands, they are already trapped against a boss-level monster. A direct hit sends Argeria flying, and he crashes down coughing blood with one arm clearly broken. From behind the fallen line, Blue Moon's 2 fourth circle mages unleash water and lightning together in a desperate counterattack. The spells finally burn and crack the Mother Great Worm's carapace, but the damage is only enough to make it pause and shriek. Almost immediately, the monster surges back even faster, proving Blue Moon's best attack bought only a few seconds. Leaning on his sword, Argeria watches his party collapse one by one and realizes they are heading for a total wipeout. Outside the dungeon, Hebrian Academy erupts into crisis as professors realize the party competition has turned into a massacre. They confirm the pattern quickly. Students who dropped out in Stage 1 returned safely, but anyone eliminated after entering Stage 2 never came back. The center monitor shows Blue Moon getting crushed by the Mother Great Worm, and Pugman breaks down because his younger brother is trapped in there. Bridget stays cold-headed and starts counting how many Alpha-class students have already entered the deadly second level. Bridget suspects the magic ore itself was tampered with, and Pelsta confirms someone changed the configuration right before the competition began. The word they are all avoiding becomes unavoidable. This was a terrorist attack from inside or through some impossible breach. When Bridget asks if they can force everyone out, Pelsta gives the worst answer possible. The controls are dead, and the students can only survive by clearing the dungeon themselves. Back inside the dungeon, Desser's party runs for the second stage exit while he quickly explains just how absurd the Mother Great Worm really is. Desser warns them that normal protection won't hold, physical attacks barely matter, and the monster's regeneration erases almost any damage instantly. They reach the chamber and find exactly what Desser feared: a wrecked battlefield, Blue Moon half destroyed, and the Mother Great Worm playing with them instead of finishing them. What shakes Desser's party even more than the battle is the sight of 2 actual corpses still lying on the floor inside a place that should have ejected the dead. Desser quietly checks his own injured finger and realizes the Academy's safeguards, including death prevention and pain reduction, have likely collapsed completely. Because the Academy still hasn't stopped the fight, Desser concludes the situation is out of their hands and immediately suspects an outsider attack. Ajest asks what they do now, and Desser answers that first they deal with the monster in front of them. He weighs the cruel choice plainly: save Blue Moon by fighting a monster that could kill them all, or run now and protect his own party. Desser rejects retreat, because losing Blue Moon here would damage the future and leave every later party marching straight into the same slaughter. He orders everyone to prepare for battle, and the core of his party answers without fear even after seeing what this monster can do. Desser realizes why his core team stays so steady. After surviving Day Newt, even this nightmare is something they can face. Frichel and Takaran are the only ones frozen by the scene, so Desser orders the 2 newcomers to stay in the rear. With one cue from Desser, Ajest steps up and throws up a massive ice wall that splits Blue Moon from the Mother Great Worm. The instant the monster hesitates, Romantica fires a wind bullet powerful enough to punch through its carapace and deep into its flesh. The wound starts foaming shut almost immediately, but that regeneration pause is exactly the opening Desser wanted. Desser and Ajest finish the next step together, freezing the monster solid before Desser smashes into it with Rumble Crush. Pram follows in, and when his first thrust isn't enough, a faint aura finally blooms around his rapier. With aura on the blade, Pram finally carves a deep red line through the mother great worm and spills blood and bodily fluid across the floor. Desser immediately turns that damage into an escape route, and yells for Blue Moon to run before the monster finishes regenerating. Blue Moon stumbles toward Desser's side, badly wounded but alive, while Desser's party holds the line behind them. When the mother great worm tries to chase them, Romantica and Pram shut that down by hammering it nonstop and forcing it to waste every opening on regeneration. Argeria reaches Desser at last, stunned that a commoner is seriously planning to stand and fight the thing that just destroyed Blue Moon. Desser cuts off any small talk and asks the only thing that matters now, whether Argeria can still move. Argeria warns him with exhausted honesty that this is a real boss on the level of a level 3 Shadow World, and charging it now could get them all killed. Pram, Romantica, and Adjust hammer the mother worm with non-stop attacks, but every wound closes before the next hit can matter. Argeria grimly points out the trap. Their mana is running out, and a monster that regenerates forever will win any long fight. Argeria suggests retreating to regroup with another party, but Desser scans the cavern and realizes escape has already become the real problem. The mother worm lets out a shriek, and an entire colony of great worms starts pouring into the hall from every side. With the exit cut off by the swarm, Desser tells Argeria there is no retreat left at all. If they want to live, they have to handle every worm here. Argeria freezes under the pressure, and Desser bluntly asks for control because nobody else has a better plan. After one last look at the hopeless battlefield, Argeria swallows his pride and agrees to follow Desser's command. Desser quickly sizes up the survivors and realizes only 6 of them can still fight, while Frichel and Takaran need protection instead of frontline duty. Then Desser spots the key opening in the chaos. The biggest swarm is bottlenecked through one narrow entrance. He orders the team split in 2, sending Argeria, Kelt, Pram, and Romantica to hold that entrance before the worms can flood the hall. Romantica blurts out what everyone is thinking, because that order leaves Desser and Adjust alone against the mother worm. She suspects Desser is about to gamble with himself again, but he touches his left eye and quietly reminds her he still intends to keep their promise. That reminder is enough, and the group stops arguing because there is no time left for doubt. Desser gives crisp rolls from there, Argeria and Pram hold the line, Kelt trims the front of the swarm, and Romantica protects his casting window. Finally he leaves the mother worm to himself and Adjust, and she answers with a silent nod that says she is all in. The two fronts split apart as the others rush to the choke point, leaving Desser and Adjust alone in the main hall with the boss. The mother worm answers by spitting acid, and Desser and Adjust dive in opposite directions just before the stone under them melts away. Desser tells Adjust to stop conserving mana, and that is exactly the kind of order she wanted to hear. Adjust unleashes her full power, raising an ice palace around herself as pillars surge up and magic fills the hall. Hundreds of ice spears tear through the mother worm again and again, giving Desser the answer he needed. Constant damage is the only way to beat endless regeneration. But the monster still curls up, heals through the barrage, and smashes back with acid that starts breaking Adjust's ice field apart. When Adjust asks if there is any real way to kill it, Desser says the answer is simple and brutal: hit it faster than it can regenerate. Adjust immediately understands the theory, but she also knows a normal third circle caster should not be able to produce that kind of killing blow. Desser tells her he has a plan if she can pin the mother worm down, and she trusts him enough to charge first and ask later. With her magic sword Ice Strike and the palace covering her, Adjust fights like a one-woman army and stalls a monster that had overwhelmed an elite party. Behind her, Desser admits the old limit he used to accept, because without an artifact or draconic support he should not be able to fire off a finishing spell at this level. Then he remembers Crow Mask and realizes those strange lessons gave him the clue to finally break past his past life's ceiling. Desser starts shaping his third circle mana into a complex rotating framework, trying to imitate the Tesseract concept with his own calculations. By blending draconic principles with that mutating spell structure, he forces several lower-level formulas into one impossible new equation. Even by elite standards this calculation should be impossible, but Desser pushes through it anyway while Adjust keeps buying him seconds. When the new spell nears completion, Desser warns Adjust to put everything she has into defense. Without questioning him, Adjust throws up Kajar's Sai, stacking 5 heavy layers of ice shield in front of them. A red ring ignites beneath the mother worm, and Desser calmly names the spell Firestorm even though Adjust knows that should not be enough. The instant it detonates, the shockwave is so violent that 2 of Adjust's 5 shields vanish on the spot. Adjust finally sees it clearly. This is no ordinary third circle fire spell but a controlled inferno hot enough to melt her ice palace and the stone hall with it. Inside the flames, the mother worm thrashes and screams as even its acid evaporates before it can fight back. When the fire dies down, the mother worm is simply gone, erased so completely that not even a scrap remains. Adjust rushes to Desser, shocked less by the victory itself than by the fact that he is still standing after casting that monster of a spell. Desser insists he is fine enough and immediately sends her back to the passage, because the swarm battle is still going on without them. Adjust finally obeys and runs off to help, leaving Desser alone with his spinning head and the smoking remains of his breakthrough. Once the adrenaline drops, Desser realizes the new calculation method exhausted him far more than expected, especially at this higher output. Even so, he is thrilled, because for the first time he has used third circle mana to produce power on the level of a fifth circle spell. He even starts thinking ahead to refining the method into a whole new system, but the battle noise crashes back in before he can enjoy it. With a tired sigh, Desser heads to the choke point and starts casting again to help finish the swarm off. An hour later the fighting finally ends, and somehow nobody else has died in the push against the remaining great worms. They gather the dead in one corner of the hall, and the silence after the battle lands heavier than the noise ever did. Frichel trembles openly, Pram stays beside her to steady her, and even Romantica's brave face cannot hide how badly the whole disaster rattled everyone. Argeria watches Desser from across the hall and finally admits to himself that the rumors were not exaggerated after all. After seeing Desser erase a mother worm with one spell, Blue Moon's nobles can no longer treat him like a commoner they merely tolerated. Pram breaks the heavy silence by asking if the map Desser sent out actually reached the other parties. Desser assures them the transmission went through, and says their next priority is to combine forces with everyone they can before this stage kills more people. While they wait at the third stage entrance for allies to arrive, Ajes suddenly senses someone approaching. More parties pour into the third stage hall, and when Redoria's Red Dragon team arrives looking tense, Desser realizes the crisis has reached everyone. Desser checks the leaderboard and his mood turns cold when he sees an entire Alpha-class party has been wiped out, pushing the death toll even higher. As the room fills with irritated students demanding to move on, Ajes quietly tells Desser that every party seems to have gathered. Desser stands to address the room, but his first attempt is swallowed by the shouting. He uses sound amplification magic and bluntly tells everyone the protection rules are gone now, so this shadow world can kill them for real. The hall falls dead silent as even the loudest students realize Desser is telling the truth, especially after seeing Argeria and Redoria's grim faces. With no rescue coming from the academy, Desser says their only real chance is to stop competing and merge into one raid before more people die. Welka explodes first, furious at the idea of nobles working under commoners and trying to twist the plan into one that excludes Desser's side. Desser fires back that Welka only made it this far because of the safe route map he shared, cutting through her arrogance in front of everyone. Other students start backing Desser too, admitting the map saved them and exposing how selfish Welka sounds. Romantica nearly loses her patience, while Frichel bitterly says nobles always put pride above survival. Pram quietly points out that not every noble is the same, and all eyes shift to Redoria sitting apart from the argument. Redoria says nothing at first, but her icy stare alone crushes Welka's momentum and makes the whole room feel which side power is choosing. Once Welka is forced into silence, Redoria finally speaks and formally agrees to Desser's plan, locking in the raid. With the raid formed, the next problem hits immediately. Nobody wants to volunteer for the burden of commanding dozens of lives. Desser knows he could clear the stages safely with his past life experience, but he also knows the nobles would never calmly accept a commoner leader unless someone else opened that door. A student finally names Argeria as the best commander, and the room immediately turns toward the academy's strongest swordsman. Argeria accepts the role for a second, then shocks everyone by saying the person who should really command them is Desser. He openly says Desser is the better commander, admitting Desser led weaker forces better than he did and even helped Blue Moon survive. Welka panics and grabs Kelt for support, sure Duke's son and Professor Pugman's side will stop this. Instead, Kelt quietly says Argeria's choice is wise, and Welka is left completely blindsided. Argeria makes it official and hands Blue Moon's command to Desser, giving the commoner leader the strongest endorsement in the room. The mood plunges again for a beat, until Redoria backs Desser too and says qualification matters more than birth in a crisis like this. She moves to Desser's side, her whole Red Dragon party following behind her, and the balance of the room flips for good. Once Blue Moon and Red Dragon commit, the other noble parties start joining one by one, deciding survival matters more than their pride. Welka is one of the last holdouts, and even when she finally gives in, she still talks like Desser should be grateful to command her. Desser cuts to her attitude with a smile and says he will reward her tough decision by giving her a special chance to earn fame. Back in the judging room, Professor Bridget and the others watch the raid tear through the dungeon so cleanly that the panic in the room starts turning into cheers. The screens show monsters collapsing and traps getting dismantled almost on sight, making the third stage look absurdly manageable under Desser's command. Desser's voice keeps directing the raid with blunt, precise orders about incoming monsters, poison range, and trap timing, and every call is right. What makes it look almost unfair is that Desser already understands these future elites so well that he places each person's strengths exactly where they matter. He even singles out Harapon for a perfectly timed raise earth on the right flank, showing how detailed his command really is. When Bridget asks Pelstar where they are, he says they have already pushed through the middle of the third stage at more than twice the expected pace. For Bridget, the real shock is not just the speed but the sight of nobles and commoners fighting together again for the first time since the Civil War. The professors who hated the idea of a commoner commander, especially Pugman, are forced into silence as Desser keeps proving them wrong in real time. Inside the dungeon, the mockery turns toward Welka's side because the party that resisted the hardest is now pushing the front so eagerly people joke they are crying from relief. Even the parties that followed Desser grudgingly at first start accepting him for real once every order keeps them alive and moving faster. Bridget finally lets herself believe the students can clear this stage without more deaths, which means the academy side can focus on hunting the saboteur. She reasons that the school barrier would have exposed any outside intruder, so the one who tampered with the shadow world must already be inside Hebrian. Because the sabotage involved the magic stone variables, her suspicion briefly lands on Pelstar, the professor skilled enough to build and alter virtual shadow worlds himself. But Pelstar looks genuinely shattered and self-blaming, so Bridget stops herself from deciding too early and keeps gathering clues. Then the excerpt ends on the hidden threat. Among the cheering professors, one silent man pretends to applaud while nervously twisting the ring on his finger, already afraid the investigation is closing in. The raid finally ends, and the dungeon's clear message fades as the shadow gate reopens. To everyone's relief, the united raid comes back with no new deaths after entering the brutal third stage. The professors can hardly believe it, because a level this dangerous should never have been cleared this fast and this clean. The moment the students are out, medics rush in and start sorting the wounded through the chaos. As the crowd closes in, friends hurry forward to check on the survivors they were sure they might have lost. Redoria comes through the gate alive, but the loss of Patrick still hangs over her party. Then Blue Moon emerges with only 4 members left, making their losses impossible to ignore. Professor Pugman drops all dignity and hugs Kelt on the spot, showing how terrified he was of losing his last close family. When Desser and his party finally appear, the whole room looks at him differently now. Instead of soaking in the praise, Desser goes straight to Professor Bridget and asks the only number he cares about. Bridget quietly tells him there were 14 victims, and the number hits Desser harder than expected. When Bridget explains that a beta-class party got trapped in the second stage, Desser realizes more students were caught in the attack than he knew. That confirms Desser's suspicion that the sabotage was really designed to kill alpha-class nobles, with the beta students caught as an exception. He sees 2 possible motives, and the one that scares him most is that this massacre is only part of something bigger. He asks about the investigation, and Bridget assures him the Academy's top wizards are already tracking the culprit through the tampered stone. Dean Justin praises Desser for saving everyone and tries to send him off to rest, but Desser is already watching the room instead. In the middle of that crush of people, Desser spots one professor quietly slipping away and his suspicion locks in. Elsewhere, Professor Benquick frantically sweeps his belongings into a trunk and prepares to run before the academy closes in. He even pulls secret papers from a hidden space by the window, showing he already knows the investigation will expose him soon. But the moment he grabs the door, it swings open before he can escape. The trunk slips from Benquick's hand, and all the evidence spills across the floor at Desser's feet. Benquick tries to hide behind fake concern and a flimsy story about a business trip, but Desser does not step aside. Then Desser says it plainly and asks why Professor Benquick did this. Benquick drops the act and asks how Desser figured him out. Desser explains that it started as a guess, but once he narrowed the suspects to insiders with skill, access, and a motive to kill nobles, Benquick fit too well. Benquick realizes his panicked escape already gave him away, and he finally admits he was the culprit. Desser immediately locks the room down with magic so Benquick cannot run. Benquick tries to fight back with a spell, but Desser tears it apart before it can even form properly. Once Benquick sees that gap, he is forced to stand there and face Desser's fury. Desser throws the death toll in his face, but Benquick answers with chilling calm that it was a necessary sacrifice. Benquick insists history only changes through blood, and that Hebrian Academy has become a machine for nobles to train commoners into obedient dogs. He pushes even harder, saying the old reason for noble-commoner unity is gone and commoners must attack their enemies to force change. Then Benquick tries one last appeal, telling Desser he should never have cleared the dungeon and should let him go for the commoner's sake. That is the moment Desser finally gives up on him and sees him for what he is, just another outsider. Desser tells him flatly that murdering people for his own cause is not justice, no matter how noble he makes it sound. Benquick bitterly answers that he expected Desser to reject their methods, but still clings to the idea that Desser agrees with their goal. Desser admits the Empire needs change, but says this path will only lead to another hopeless future. He insists the real answer is cooperation, because nobles and commoners still have to understand each other and stand together. Benquick laughs at that dream and sneers that nobles will never truly join forces with commoners. That contempt is only a distraction, and in the next instant Benquick topples a bookshelf at Desser and tries to break the deadlock. Desser blasts the falling shelf apart, but the burst of wood and paper hides Benquick's real move for a split second. As Desser recalculates what artifact Benquick is hiding, he spots the professor touching the ring like a final trump card. Benquick starts praising an unseen leader who will supposedly build a real world for commoners, and Desser braces for whatever comes next. The artifact activates in a flash of mana, and Benquick's body suddenly locks up and twists like a puppet on someone else's strings. Desser immediately recognizes it as long-distance mind control, which means even Benquick may have been just another controlled piece. Before Desser can get answers, Benquick's body starts drying out in front of him like his life is being erased on command. Desser tries to save him, but Benquick dies with a grotesque smirk that makes the intent obvious. Someone silenced him to stop the leak. A moment later, Bridget and several powerful graduates blast the locked door open and rush into the rect office. Bridget demands an explanation, and Desser answers without hesitation that Professor Benquick was the culprit. That answer instantly sets off the nobles in the room, who turn their rage toward commoners as a whole. Desser immediately understands how dangerous that reaction is, because if noble commoner hatred deepens now, the future disaster he fears will become impossible to stop. So even though it sickens him, Desser changes the story and says Benquick did not act on his own. When Bridget presses him, Desser points to the ring and claims it is an artifact that clouds the wearer's mind. The graduates inspect the ring, confirm the artifact is real, and the room's fury shifts into shocked uncertainty. Then Desser seals the narrative, saying the outsiders manipulated Benquick through that artifact and killed him to erase the truth. In Divide, ugly rumors spread through the palace that the king had changed, shut out the queen, and started bringing young girls into his chambers. The gardeners also whisper that the king has started surrounding himself with strange new guards, and the mood turns fearful fast. When the king suddenly walks past with a train of knights, everyone drops silent and pretends to focus on their work. The gardeners think they got away with it, but the moment he is past them, the king coldly orders his knights to kill every servant spreading rumors inside the palace. After dismissing his attendants, the king heads alone through a long marble corridor toward his private chamber. He murmurs a strange password at the door, and it opens like a lock answering a ritual instead of a king. Inside is not a royal bedroom at all, but a dark, corrupted room where a masked woman lounges on the king's bed like she owns the place. Feather Mask purrs that palace life suits her very well, especially the endless supply of virgin's blood being brought to her. That explains why the palace has been emptied out. Maids, servants, and even the queen have all been pushed away from the king's chambers. Then the fake king drops the act, and the broad royal body shrinks away into Clown Mask's leaner frame right in front of Feather Mask. He pulls off the king's face entirely, revealing Clown Mask beneath and grumbling that pretending to be a ruler is giving him a headache. Back in his true persona, Clown Mask says no mask suits him better than the murderous smile he always wears. Clown Mask works a hidden mechanism in the bookshelf, opening a secret passage deeper inside the room. Beyond the hidden door, Crow Mask and Skull Mask are already waiting in a sealed strategy room built around a monstrous surveillance artifact. The mirror that holds shadows updates in real time, showing events and secrets from across entire nations. With that flood of intelligence in front of him, Crow Mask calmly directs scattered outsider cells across the continent through a long-distance communicator. That is what makes the outsiders so dangerous. A brilliant commander paired with an artifact that can see almost everything. Clown Mask breaks in with urgent news. The Western Empire has officially asked Divide for command rights and more troops to wipe out the outsiders. No one in the room is shocked, because they already knew this all-out war with the Western Empire was coming. Clown Mask suggests they should play along for now, because the outsiders already have a grip on Divide and want to spread that control deeper into the Empire. When Crow Mask asks which nation is sending the most soldiers, Clown Mask answers with a sneer. Prichella is leading the charge out of pure hatred. Crow Mask answers with a brutal order of his own. Send double the troops to Prichella. Clown Mask and Feather Mask are caught off guard, because that order could get whole allied outsider groups wiped out. Crow Mask reminds them of the outsiders' true creed. Every member joined knowing death was near, and allies are just tools to be used for personal goals. His full plan is even colder. By sending the most Divide troops into the anti-outsider campaign, Divide can take the lead inside the Western Alliance and slowly dominate it from within. To Crow Mask, sacrificing an ally in name only is just the price of grabbing a bigger opening. Clown Mask approves the scheme on the spot, and his fascination with Crow Mask only grows because this man can send allies to die without blinking. But Crow Mask's attention drifts to one marker on the mirror in particular, Hebrian Academy, where his biggest recent plan collapsed. He remembers how carefully he had prepared the Academy plot around the party competition and a virtual shadow world that his subordinate Benquick took years to master. When that plan failed, Crow Mask instantly killed Benquick himself to erase a subordinate who knew too much about the outsiders. Even after that, Crow Mask expected Benquick's identity as a commoner to inflame the Academy's class hatred even more, but the chaos never came. He quickly figures out why. Desser buried the truth again, just like he did before, and Crow Mask twists with fury at the thought of that dirty hypocrite. Remembering their clash in Prichella, Crow Mask silently vows that he will be the one to finish Desser off. The story shifts back to Hebrian Academy, where the whole campus has fallen into a bleak silence after the party competition deaths. Families of the victims are informed, and every reaction is grief in a different form, from stunned silence to rage to desperate denial. The Academy cannot even return the bodies, because anyone who dies inside a shadow world disappears with it after the world is cleared. There is recorded footage proving the deaths, but the families cannot bear to watch their loved ones die again on screen. In the end, all Hebrian can do is return the students' belongings and wait for the morning to settle. The final count is grim. 14 students are gone, 9 from Alpha, 5 from Beta, along with Professor Benquick. Because Benquick had no family left at all, the professors speak of him with lonely pity, believing he died as a teacher who had only ever lived for the academy. So Hebrian honors him as well, placing Benquick in the national burial ground as if he were an honorable dead. At the funeral, rows of students and professors stand before the coffins as cold red drizzle falls through the autumn wind. Dean Justin begins the memorial speech, praising Benquick as a devoted educator who gave everything for his students. Many beta students break down crying, because they truly admired Benquick and have no idea they are mourning a murderer. Desser stands among them pretending to grieve, but inside he can only see the unbearable irony of a man who murdered 14 people being praised as a martyr. Still, Desser knows why he hid the truth. If the nobles learned Benquick was a commoner outsider, it would explode class hatred all over again and push Hebrian toward collapse. He also knows a terrible secret no one else does. Benquick died because an outsider used the mind control artifact to silence him before Desser could get answers. That death gave Desser room to lie that Benquick had been controlled for a long time, even though it meant covering for a killer. Lost in that thought, Desser barely notices a cold leaf slap into his palm. He crushes the leaf in his fist, and when he opens his hand, the fragments blow away like the last of his hesitation. As Dean Justin's speech continues in the background, Desser faces the ugly question directly and admits that yes, part of him does feel guilty. But when he asks himself if he would choose differently, the answer is immediate and absolute: never. Desser reminds himself that his real goal was never clean justice, but preventing the future disaster and saving humanity by whatever hard choice that takes. If that means carrying guilt, shame, and the label of hypocrite, Desser decides he will accept every bit of it. With that resolve set, Desser looks ahead and notices something important in the mourning crowd. Right now, the wall between nobles and commoners is gone. He even sees Professor Pugman quietly offering his handkerchief to a tearful Professor Bridget, a small sign of that temporary unity. Justin finishes the ceremony, Benquick's coffin is buried, and the bleak autumn funeral comes to an end under the moaning wind. After the party competition, Hebrian Academy falls oddly quiet, with the usual bragging and rematch chaos gone under a lingering dark mood. Even as classes settle down and another professor replaces the missing runic lecturer, the students slowly start healing and life resumes. Desser keeps his party on a strict routine, and Pram's growth is the clearest result as his aura blade finally starts looking like the real thing. Desser realizes Pram is leaning too much on his powerful sword, so he seals it away and makes him train with an ordinary saber instead. His goal is simple: force Pram to master aura itself before teaching him how to reshape it against real aura users. Romantica also keeps climbing fast, polishing her aim and gaining clean control over third circle wind magic. She pushes this hard because Priscilla's destruction shook her badly, and that mix of talent and effort is speeding up her progress. Adjust, on the other hand, hits a wall with image-based casting and starts getting anxious as everyone else moves ahead. Because only Desser can really keep up with her, Adjust asks him to train with her more often, desperate for a breakthrough. Desser agrees without hesitation, and before long the two are seen together almost all the time outside meals and rest. By hanging on every detail of Desser's advice, Adjust finally catches a meaningful hint toward the image she has been trying to build. Frichel is not a prodigy, but her serious hard work convinces Desser she can still climb steadily if she nails the basics. Takaran also changes fast after the competition humiliation, throwing himself into sword training until he rises into the pawn class. Not everyone survives Desser's regimen, though, and Takiran's little brother quietly drops out because he never had a goal strong enough to endure it. Desser is just as relentless with himself, burying his nose in library books to keep refining his new magic system for real combat. Whenever his thinking stalls, he turns to Zod for help, and those talks keep pushing his research forward. Their combined grind pays off, and Desser's whole party starts improving at a smooth, almost scary pace. Soon the shift reaches the academy itself, and Kelp now greets Desser openly instead of avoiding him. Other Alpha class students who fought beside him follow that lead, and commoners finally start getting treated like real classmates. The hostility is not gone, but even nobles who still despise commoners stop showing it so brazenly. The biggest surprise is Professor Pugman, who drops his attacks on Desser after Desser saved his younger brother. To Romantica, even this small change feels huge, because the beta class finally gets a little breathing room. Desser did not fix everything, but by proving commoners could perform under pressure, he forced the academy to shift at least a little. That change even reaches the faculty, with anti-commoner professors leaving and new teachers taking their place. After a sparring lecture, Herson Blanc calls Desser into his office, a room so full of swords it looks more like a knight's den than a professor's study. The dusty chair says plenty about the room, but Herson Blanc skips the small talk and apologizes for testing Desser all this time. Desser barely reacts, because he already suspected this man was no outsider after recognizing the famous Knight of Dawn behind the name Herson Blanc Testakia. When Herson Blanc says we, Desser realizes a larger group has been watching him, and the professor admits they mainly needed to confirm Desser was truly against the outsiders. Herson Blanc warns him to stay careful because powerful eyes are still on him, but Desser refuses to change course just to appease them. Even when the professor hints Desser might rethink that if he knew who was watching, Desser flatly says it would not matter. After Desser leaves, Herson Blanc laughs to himself and starts a formal letter addressed straight to the king of Hebrian. Then winter fully arrives, and a tapping sound at Desser's dorm window wakes him to the first snow of the year. When he opens the window, the academy has turned into a bright white winter scene, and the sight hits him harder than usual because in his old life he almost lost the chance to see it again. Below the dorm, Pram is already running through the snow with red cheeks, beaming up at Desser and shouting that it's the first snow. Pram sweetly invites him to build a snowman, but Desser tries to stay cold and insists he has too much work to do. Pram switches tactics fast and smacks the window with a snowball, splashing Desser's face as he coyly keeps pressing. Desser tries to act above such childish provocation, but Pram launches another snowball so fast it feels sharper than an ice spell and nails him again. Pram teasingly asks how it feels to get hit by a child's snowball, and that finally snaps Desser's patience. Desser tells him to wait there, throws on a coat, and heads out for the rematch on January 1st. The new year leaves the academy relaxed and half idle, but Desser still ends up back at work with the red marks of a serious snowball fight on his face. He starts with the newspapers and sees proof that his interference has already changed history. The Western Kingdom Union is now openly at war with the outsiders, with Zod backing them. Next he turns to confidential letters from Priscilla and Zod, taking their reports as trusted pieces of a much larger board. The reports are a mixed bag. An outsider strike destroyed the Upane branch and delayed Aurora research, but the Preleka silver mine was retaken and allied forces are landing real blows elsewhere. He keeps updating the map by hand, erasing and rewriting positions because tracking the new balance of power has become its own exhausting battlefield. When he finally leans back, Desser is bothered by one question above all: why are the outsiders making such loud aggressive moves now when they stayed quiet before? Still, the broad result is good, because the outsiders have done what peace never did and forced the Western Kingdom Union to actually unite. To Desser, that matters because in his old life those nations stayed petty and fractured until the Shadow Labyrinth crushed them almost beyond recovery. One detail still bothers him though. Divide used to dismiss the outsiders, yet now its king has committed the biggest share of troops. He cannot prove the reason for that shift, so he sets the question aside and counts it as a strong 8 out of 10 in his favor anyway. That leaves the real weak point: the bad relationship between the Western Kingdom Union and Desser's own Hebrian Empire. His fame in the West is only personal, so when he taps the imperial capital on the map, Desser knows the real key is still the Emperor. For once, Desser has almost nothing to rely on, because he knows too little about the Robblaze family to build a confident plan. So even after all his calculations, Desser is forced to admit this part of the board is only a shaky 2 out of 10. Back in his room, Desser finishes his political planning and turns to the problem bothering him most. He still is not strong enough. He judges his new spell system harshly, because one massive strike can burn almost all his mana and leave him helpless if it fails. For 2 exhausting months, Desser cuts into his sleep and meals trying to make the system more efficient, but the research goes nowhere. When he finally admits he cannot solve this alone, Desser reaches for the one person he trusts to understand high-level magic, Zod Xarian. Zod answers already excited to share Aurora test results, but Desser cuts in and asks for help with his stalled magic research instead. At first Zod expects an ordinary question, but as Desser lays out the strange spell structure, the call falls into surprised silence. Zod finally breaks the silence with real admiration, then realizes this is the same overwhelming magic Desser used in Preleka. Even Zod has to admit he cannot improve it, because the draconic principles behind the magic are beyond his grasp. With that hope gone, Desser drops the project for now and shifts his full attention back to the Aurora system, humanity's future shield. Then the Aurora update hits him. Zod says they already built a version strong enough to block 6th circle magic. Zod adds that they even made a portable single-use model, costly but able to barely stop one 6th circle spell. Desser calls the result good enough for now but still only barely practical, and Zod bristles at the understatement. Desser pushes harder and says Aurora should keep evolving until it can stop the overwhelming magic he used in Preleka. The challenge lands exactly as Desser intended, and Zod laughs before promising his own limits will not stop Aurora's growth. Just before hanging up, Zod casually mentions he already sent a New Year's gift for Desser's whole group. After the call ends, Desser checks his inbox and finds dozens of messages from Romantica all demanding to know when he is finally coming. When Desser opens the party office door, Romantica immediately scolds him for taking so long. Inside, Desser is stunned to see mountains of New Year's presents piled through the office. Frichel explains the gifts came from all over, including famous groups and strangers who likely remembered Desser saving lives in Preleka. The kings of the Western Kingdom sent the most, a clear sign that Desser's defense of Preleka made him impossible to ignore. The group admits they waited for Desser before opening anything, but their patience lasts about 2 seconds once he sits down. Romantica instantly breaks the agreed order, Pram joins in, and the carefully stacked gifts collapse into happy chaos. Desser gives up on controlling the mess and settles beside a jest, quietly appreciating that at least one person in the room is calm. The first royal gifts turn out to be serious favors, not cheap souvenirs, and the party realizes just how much influence Desser has gathered. Then they open Zod's gifts, and Takaround lights up the moment he pulls out a black iron greatsword made for real battle. When Takaran demonstrates the sword's built-in shield magic, the whole room erupts in impressed applause. The next box seems underwhelming until Fricho realizes it is a rare original book and almost loses her mind over it. With Zod's gift stealing the show, the unboxing rolls on in a warm blur of laughter, applause, and open packages. Amid that noise, Ajest quietly opens one box of her own and finds a soft wool muffler embroidered with the initials DA. She looks from the muffler to Desser as if moved before she can stop herself. Desser turns and freezes when he realizes Ajest is suddenly right beside him, close enough for him to feel her warmth. Before he can even ask why, Ajest gently reaches up and wraps the muffler around his neck herself. Once the muffler is in place, they lock eyes for one awkward beat and Ajest pulls back in sudden embarrassment. The office that was noisy a second ago goes dead silent, because everyone just saw exactly what happened. Trying to survive the awkwardness, Ajest quietly explains that Desser's name was on the gift, but nobody knows how to respond. Then Professor Bridget walks in, instantly notices the muffler on Desser, and cheerfully says it suits him. The real twist lands when Bridget reveals she knitted that muffler herself, and Desser sincerely thanks her for it. Bridget says she wanted to knit one for everyone but only finished Desser's, and Romantica hurriedly tries to shove the conversation onto safer ground. Bridget finally explains why she came. The Academy's usual holiday festival is cancelled this year, but the school has another plan. The room droops for a beat at the bad news, until Bridget reveals the better part. Students are allowed out into the city to enjoy the festival freely. On January 4th, Dresden throws the Empire's biggest Founding Day festival, and the whole capital fills with travelers, Academy students, and packed streets. Even with outsider threats hanging over the Empire, people still celebrate without much fear because heavy security is in place, including famous Academy-trained agents and the Knight of Light. Desser decides to finally take a real break with his party, treating the festival like a rare reward after non-stop work since his return. Romantica happily stuffs herself with sweets and declares that stepping outside the Academy walls feels like entering a completely different world. Takaran points out they were only separated from freedom by one wall, but Romantica insists that wall divides boring drills from a city where you can eat whatever you want. Fricho studies a visitor brochure like a serious planner and starts mapping out which restaurants to avoid during rush hour. When Lumnia Garden comes up, Desser casually reveals he already knows the place well enough to recommend the cheap steak event and praise the sauce. Pram gets visibly excited at the thought of good food, but Desser steers the group toward festival-only attractions first, especially the famous Hebrian Chronicles play. The group locks onto the plan when they learn the first chapter of the Empire's history play starts at Dawn Star Plaza in an hour. Desser tells everyone to call out anything they want to buy on the way, since the party now has more than enough money to enjoy themselves. Desser notices Ajest looks worn out from being dragged through the crowd all day and remembers she still has not eaten. He gently asks if she wants food and even brings up childhood comfort treats, but Ajest gives him a cool, uncommitted answer. Before that moment can turn into anything, Pram cuts in and hurries everyone toward the theater so they do not lose their seats. Romantica immediately joins the sabotage by grabbing Desser in the opposite direction and demanding food before it sells out. Pram and Romantica silently trade satisfied looks as they keep Desser and Ajest from getting even a second alone. Even as the party wanders past snacks and festival sites, Pram and Romantica keep watching the pair so closely that no private moment survives. By the time they reach Dawn Star Plaza, the streets are already so clogged that moving through them starts to feel dangerous. Romantica spots the source of the madness when she points out the huge line in front of Beth Ward Bakery, a famous cake shop that should not be this packed by accident. Pram guesses the bakery must be about to run an event, and that thought alone gives the whole group a bad feeling. Desser's party tries to retreat at once, but they hesitate for a few seconds too long and the swelling crowd blocks every easy escape route. With no way back, they force themselves sideways through the mass of people, trying to cross to the far side of the street one step at a time. Then the giant cat mascot on Beth Ward Bakery announces 500 chocolate cakes for 1 bronze, and the entire street erupts. The crowd surges like a flood toward the bakery, and Desser's whole party is ripped apart in different directions. In the middle of the panic, Desser grabs the one hand he can reach and clings to it, not knowing who it belongs to. Bruised, half disheveled, and hit from every side, Desser fights his way out first and only stops once he reaches open air. Still gripping the same hand, Desser asks if the other person is alright, and a calm voice answers from just outside clear view. When Desser finally looks up, he realizes the person he dragged out of the crowd with him was Ajest the whole time. Elsewhere on the quieter edge of the festival, a traveling fortune-teller named Divinicon grumbles that their old wagon leaves them stranded far from the profitable crowds. He blames his grandmother's stubborn old ways for refusing trains and teleport gates, but in truth he knows the bigger problem is simple: they have no customers at all. An eerie ancestral song drifts out from inside the wagon, and Divinicon shudders because the sound still unnerves him every time. His grandmother shuts down his complaints, and insists that the strange old song is the sacred core of their fortune-telling tradition. A knock interrupts the argument, and Divinicon instantly drops the fight to put on a welcoming face for what he hopes are paying customers. When Desser and Ajest arrive still linked after escaping the crowd, Divinicon instantly mistakes them for a young academy couple and sees easy money. Back on Desser's side of the story, he has already contacted the others and agreed to meet at the theater, but getting there directly would mean diving back into the same awful mob. For once they completely agree and choose a long detour through the outer district instead of getting crushed a second time. The detour turns out peaceful and unexpectedly pretty, with flowers by the road and faint music drifting over the walls from the festival center. Ajest quietly admits she likes the emptiness, a rare hint that the calmer route suits her much better than the crowd. Then Ajest stops in front of a shabby wagon advertising futures and love readings, and one word catches her heart: couple. Desser tries to hurry her along because the others are waiting, but Ajest unexpectedly pulls his arm and says the fortune-telling will not take long. And with that, Ajest calmly steps into the fortune-teller's wagon first, dragging Desser into the awkward little detour with her. Inside the cramped, overly spooky wagon, Divinicon takes one look at them and confidently declares they must want a relationship reading. Desser instantly denies it, but Ajest cuts him off by eagerly agreeing before he can shut the idea down. After they give their names, Divinicon charges 1 silver, and Desser casually hands over 3, which only makes the swindler more confident. Certain he can fleece them, Divinicon starts his card trick and prepares to rig the reading from the top of the deck. His scam lasts only seconds before his grandmother storms in, catches the trick, and smacks his hands so hard the cards spill everywhere. She furiously denounces him for disgracing their clan's sacred art, then keeps cracking him on the head with uncanny precision while he yelps and tries to defend himself. Divinicon's grandmother drops to her knees and apologizes in earnest for her grandson's trick, glaring at him hard enough to shut down any excuse. Since the money was refunded, Desser lets it go, and the old woman quickly offers a real fortune reading to make up for the insult. When she says their family reads fate through an old song, Desser's interest spikes, and Ajest quietly agrees to hear it. The old woman decides Divinicon himself will perform the reading under her supervision, and she bullies him into accepting on the spot. Once he gives in, Divinicon sweeps aside the fake trinkets and starts setting up a much stranger ritual with incense and symbolic markers. The mood turns serious when the incense flares. Divinicon changes into a red robe, and he brings out old leather cards instead of his flashy fake deck. Divinicon asks for a strand of hair from both of them so he can read the bond between their fates. He knots the 2 hairs together and drops them into the flame, calling it the sign of 2 destinies becoming intertwined. As the smoke spreads over the desk and hides the cards, the grandmother begins the ancestral song, and the room's energy shifts in a way Desser can feel immediately. At Divinicon's instruction, Ajest chooses a card right away, while Desser is so distracted by the song that she has to nudge him to pick one too. The first revealed card shows swords, and Divinicon reads it as a bond or alliance that already carries subtle cracks. He warns that the swords no longer line up cleanly, hinting that their path together will not unfold in a simple or easy way. Then he flips Ajest's card, revealing a collapsed world with a lone pillar still standing amid the ruins. Divinicon explains that everyone falls at least once, especially those carrying heavy burdens, but one of them will remain standing when the other breaks. Looking straight at Ajest, he says their relationship will face many hardships, but each one they survive will only make that bond stronger. That answer finally eases Ajest, and she lets herself smile at the idea of a strong bond, whatever shape that bond may take. When the reading ends, Ajest insists on paying anyway, refusing to leave the apology unpaid. Then Desser suddenly bursts out laughing, startling both fortune-tellers because he looks genuinely delighted. Desser praises the song rather than the prediction and drops 10 gold coins into the box, leaving the whole wagon speechless. After they leave, the grandmother checks the box and realizes Desser really left 10 pure gold coins behind. That shock finally breaks Divinicon's cynicism, and he admits he was wrong to treat his grandmother's song like a useless relic. He asks to inherit the tradition at last, and for one brief moment the 2 generations almost meet in honest emotion. The touching moment lasts about 2 seconds before the grandmother smacks him back down, convinced he only cares about the money. Walking away, Desser keeps replaying the song in his head because the ritual mattered to him far more than the fortune itself. He realizes the melody was plain, but the ancient words arranged in that exact order changed the room's energy and shook him deeply. That insight snaps into place when Desser compares the song to his tesseract magic and sees that spell structure is not just ingredients but arrangement. Desser leaves the street electrified by the idea that if he finds the best combinations inside that structure, his magic could leap forward completely. Later, when Desser and Ajest finally rejoin the others, Pram and Romantica are furious because they missed the first part of the Chronicle play waiting for them. Desser gives a weak excuse about crowded streets, and even though Pram and Romantica accept it, they clearly are not done punishing him yet. Since Desser is still riding the high from his breakthrough, he cheerfully spoils them with snacks, games, and even seats in a packed restaurant. That sudden kindness makes the group suspicious, and Frichel quietly points out that Desser has been acting especially different around Ajest. The second Romantica turns that idea on her. Frichel panics and hurriedly rewrites it as Desser just being happy to spend time with Romantica. In the middle of the festival, Desser's communication pad rings with an urgent voice message from Professor Bridget ordering him to the dean's office immediately. Realizing it is serious, Desser cuts his break short and heads back alone, telling the others to stay and enjoy the festival a little longer. At the dean's office, Desser finds several professors already waiting, and Professor Neplica is dressed so formally that the sight is almost more alarming than the summons. Bridget refuses to explain in the hallway and leads him straight into her office instead. The moment the door opens, Desser sees a room full of hanging suits and realizes whatever this is, it is happening fast. While testing suit after suit against him, Bridget finally explains that the Emperor wants to meet Hebrian Academy's best student at the Royal Founding Day party. Desser points out that the Academy does not even have one simple overall top student, because its rankings are split by grade. Bridget happily reveals the professors already argued it out and chose Desser unanimously over the other top-ranked students, even with Pugman agreeing. Soon after, Desser rides to a Dark's palace in a carriage with Professor Pugman, already dressed for a masquerade version of the royal ball. Instead of being nervous, Desser sees the mask as a gift, because he has been looking for a way to approach the Emperor without public attention anyway. Pugman ruins the quiet by warning him to keep his mouth shut among nobles, pretending it is concern when it is mostly contempt. Desser answers with the same sharp sarcasm he always uses on Pugman, and the two reach the palace still trading barbs. When Desser steps into the palace, even he is briefly stunned by a banquet hall so overloaded with jewels and grandeur that Hebrian suddenly feels plain. Pugman quickly disappears into the crowd, leaving Desser alone with a drink and a warning to leave early if he knows what is good for him. Now on his own, Desser stops admiring the room and starts thinking through why the Emperor made this party a masquerade in the first place. He pieces it together. The masks would hide Desser's commoner status from the room and let the Emperor meet him quietly without turning the ball into a spectacle. Convinced the Emperor is somewhere in the crowd, Desser begins scanning every masked guest with deliberate care. Before he can make the next move, a masked figure approaches him directly and thanks him for coming on such short notice. At the Imperial party, Desser sees a huge man in a plain dark blue suit and white mask walking straight toward him, and he instantly realizes this is Emperor Giltian himself. Desser greets him with only a slight nod instead of full ceremony, and Giltian surprisingly lets it pass with a dry remark about common sense. The Emperor gets straight to it and tells Desser that someone in his position has become a threat to people like the royal family. When Desser tries to play humble and call himself a mere student, Giltian's stare turns freezing cold and nearly crushes the conversation. Giltian calmly lists Desser's real influence, commoner support, growing noble backing, ties to the Magic Tower, and hero status abroad. Then the Emperor drops the real point. After rattling Desser on purpose, he says he wants him for the royal family. Asked why, Giltian bluntly says he needs Desser to strengthen the crown in an empire that still sits on the fault line of civil war. He explains that the old royal bloodline died in the revolt, the Rogfulas family took the throne after crushing the revolutionary army, and that victory never truly healed the empire underneath. Giltian says the nobles still suppress commoners out of fear, but modern magic and technology have made that old balance dangerously outdated. He admits the commoners can no longer be ignored, and if oppression keeps going, another civil war is waiting. The Emperor says he has tried to protect commoners where he can, including letting them enter Hebrian Academy even while nobles and professors resisted. Then he tells Desser that his rise changed everything, because a commoner who topped the academy, cleared a level 4 shadow world, and saved foreign rulers became the symbol the empire lacked. Giltian finally spells it out. He and Desser want the same thing, so he wants Desser beside the throne to keep the nobles in check. Desser accepts immediately, because winning the Emperor's backing is exactly the kind of power he knows he will need later. Behind that polite answer, Desser is already thinking bigger, from building future military strength to getting closer to Yahello through the Emperor. So Desser pushes his luck and says he will serve, but only if Hebrian helps the Western Kingdom Union fight the outsiders. Giltian reminds him that he already refused that alliance, because from the Empire's view it makes sense to let two enemies weaken each other. Desser argues that this logic fails against the outsiders, because if they are not crushed now, Hebrian will face them later at a far worse moment. He makes the condition plain: send troops against the outsiders and reinforce the Western Kingdom Union now. When the sorrowful ballroom music swells again, Giltian drops the act and coldly asks why Desser cares so much about destroying the outsiders. Desser gives the safest truth he can: the outsiders already see him as an enemy, so helping destroy them is also the best way to survive. But Giltian catches the gap in that excuse and points out that Desser framed the problem as humanity's common enemy, not just his own attackers. So Desser reveals his bigger aim and says this is really about reconciling Hebrian and the Western Kingdom Union before a greater threat arrives. He admits the outsiders are dangerous but not yet fatal, and says nations should stop wasting strength on needless conflict before something much worse hits everyone at once. To push the point, Desser hints that even impossible disasters like a sudden jump in Shadow World levels cannot be dismissed outright. Inside, Desser is already using the outsiders as a rallying point, because he wants this small war to become the foundation for humanity's future alliance. After a long pause, Giltian accepts the condition and agrees Hebrian will send enough troops to beat back the outsiders and support the Western Kingdom Union. Desser wisely leaves the exact troop numbers and alliance details in the Emperor's hands, showing restraint instead of trying to squeeze for more. The Emperor seals the arrangement by saying Hebrian will help, and in exchange Desser must pledge allegiance to him from this day forward. Then Giltian gives Desser a gold medallion that serves as imperial identification and opens the teleportation gates to him. Before Desser can say more, the Emperor melts back into the massed crowd and vanishes like he was never there. Later that night, Desser returns alone to the empty party office at Hebrian Academy, brews tea, and finally starts sorting through everything that just happened. He counts the first result as a major win, because Hebrian's support should finally pin down the outsiders and stop their rampage from spreading. The second benefit feels almost unreal to him. With the Emperor's medallion in his pocket, travel by teleportation gate is suddenly open. That new access immediately changes his thinking, because now he can reach distant places instantly, including a visit to check on Zod's research. But the biggest gain from tonight is not political at all, because Desser has finally found a way to improve his new spell by changing the arrangement of its formulas. He knows the work will be brutal, with thousands of possible combinations to test, but right now this is the only path he sees to stronger magic. When he finally relaxes back onto the sofa, snow is still drifting outside, and the nation's founding anniversary is slipping into the winter night. Then he pulls out his handwritten record of future events from his previous life, a crowded sheet he made before those memories could fade. His eyes stop on the line about year 3614 and the appearance of higher-tier shadow worlds, because he knows the first wave is now dangerously close. Founding day ends, winter break begins, and Desser's party starts splitting up for the holiday. Romantica reluctantly boards a train for the Preleka Empire, and Desser firmly reminds her not to slack off on imagery training if she wants a safe path into the Fourth Circle. Frichel and Takaran head home too, but Desser sends them off with assignments, so the whole group keeps improving over the break. Desser, Pram, and Ajes stay behind at the academy because they have nowhere else to go, and they turn the empty break into pure training time. Pram's hard work pays off fast, and his aura control grows strong enough that he can finally fight seriously without relying on his special rapier. At first his control was so rough that ordinary swords shattered the moment he poured aura into them, exposing how dependent he had been on his limitless Blankum rapier. By the end of the break, Pram can finally tune the strength of his aura, and Desser realizes he has pushed his friend as far as a wizard's advice can take him. So Desser turns to the best possible mentor at Hebrian Academy, Herson Blanc Testakia, a top-class swordsman and future Knight of Dawn. Because Desser already works in step with the Emperor, Professor Essen Blanc agrees without hesitation to guide Pram himself. Ajest also breaks through at last, reaching the Fourth Circle in only 3 months, and proving her talent is absurd even by Hebrian standards. That surge from his teammates lights a fire under Desser too, and he throws himself into refining the new magic system he has been building. He has finally found a clue for improving the system, but turning the theory into a real spell means testing countless array combinations. The problem is nasty. To verify a new arrangement he has to cast it for real, and even his experimental versions hit at a level too destructive for Hebrian's training grounds. Instead of backing down, Desser contacts Zod with a clever proposal. Let him test his new spells against the Aurora system and improve both projects at once. Zod approves, and thanks to the Emperor's gold medallion, Desser can use the transport gate freely and head straight to Althea, the Tower of Magic's headquarters. In a vast testing space, Zod activates the Aurora system, and a huge shimmering barrier spreads across the ground like a perfected machine of defense. Desser fires his first reworked spell straight into the barrier, and the impact shakes the ground hard enough to feel like an earthquake. But when the smoke clears, the Aurora system has erased the attack completely, and the shield looks untouched. Zod checks the system and bluntly tells Desser this version was actually weaker, so Desser admits the new arrangement just wasted mana instead of improving the spell. Desser keeps grinding through combinations, but he uses the break for more than magic experiments. He also starts using his memories to quietly prevent future disasters. One of those warnings goes to Zod, when Desser urges him to inspect every magic tower power source before a hidden fault turns deadly. Zod listens immediately, and within days he confirms Desser was right. A leaking power pipe would have frozen an entire branch before the year ended. Working together like that, Desser and Zod quietly erase a whole chain of future magic tower accidents before they can happen. Desser also keeps sending advice through Priscilla to the Western Kingdom Union, where the war against the outsiders is still grinding on. What looked like a deadlock starts to tilt hard once the Hebrian Empire joins the Union, because their shared intelligence and coordinated plans make every coalition move cleaner and faster. By the end of winter break, the outsiders are pushed into a desperate final concentration on the northern plains of Adenia, and the Allies decide this is the moment to wipe them out. The battle does not erupt at once though, and both armies spend their time probing each other through tense skirmishes and a stubborn standoff. To everyone else it looks like the outsiders' last cornered struggle, but Desser cannot shake the feeling that something important is missing. The missing piece is Crow Mask, because the outsiders' strongest wizard has not appeared anywhere, even with the whole faction facing destruction. Priscilla confirms from the plains that Crow Mask is still nowhere to be seen, which only makes Desser more suspicious. Desser cannot solve this with future knowledge, so all he can do is warn Priscilla that the outsiders may be hiding a dangerous plan. As vacation nears its end, Desser finally gets the breakthrough he wanted and creates a reworked spell strong enough to actually damage the Aurora system. Zod stares at the cracks in disbelief and admits Desser has built a top-tier 5th circle level attack from nothing but 3rd circle spell foundations. The real triumph is efficiency, because Desser's new array ordering lets those spells derive simultaneously instead of one by one, cutting mana cost while pushing power upward. He has only perfected one spell so far, but that single success proves his whole direction is right and leaves him genuinely excited for the first time. Spring arrives, the last snow melts away, and a new school year begins at Hebrian Academy. Everyone in Desser's group except Takaran is now a sophomore, and the sophomores have to serve as mentors for the Academy's new applicants. This year's applicant pool looks completely different, with more commoners than nobles and an unusually large wave of international students. When reporters ask why they came, many of the applicants answer with the same name, Desser Armin. Others say Hebrian's old discrimination against commoners has clearly weakened, so the Academy finally feels worth choosing. While the campus buzzes, Desser quietly checks the applicant list himself, and one name makes him stop cold: Rond Fizzlebang. Desser remembers Rond as a gifted fire mage with deadly single-target power, but also as a difficult noble whose personality ruined his school life. Because Rond eventually quit in Desser's past life, Desser decides he needs to steer that talent properly this time and pull him into his own party. He even arranges to become Rond's mentor, despite mentors usually not getting to choose their assigned applicant. After Professor Bridget's guidance session ends, Desser spots Rond right away, a red-haired boy leaning against the wall with hands in his pockets and a face sharp enough to scare people off. Desser approaches expecting a difficult conversation, only for Rond to explode into pure fanboy excitement the second he realizes who his mentor is. Rond eagerly begs for a handshake and autograph and starts gushing about Desser's feats, especially the story of him defeating the Great Demon in Deltheim. He keeps firing off questions about Desser's magic, desperate to know if a student at Hebrian can learn anything that destructive. Desser kills the fantasy for a second by saying Hebrian alone will not teach him magic like that. Then Desser lays the real bait on the table. If Rond joins his party, he will teach him personally. That is all Rond needs, and he instantly promises that if he passes the entrance exam, he will sign up with Desser's party. Rond pushes it even further by asking if he can call Desser brother, and Desser awkwardly gives up and lets him. The gap between this eager admirer and the abrasive Rond from Desser's old memories leaves Desser quietly stunned, but at least his recruitment worked perfectly. Desser checks the rest of the applicants too, but he deliberately avoids micromanaging every talented newcomer because the academy is finally healthy enough for others to grow without him. That change exists because Desser's mostly commoner party won the party competition as first years, smashing the academy's old excuse that nobles were simply born more talented. The proof becomes visible right after the exam, when exceptional commoners are assigned to the alpha class that used to be nobles only in all but name. Now the freshmen face the biggest choice of their new school life: which party they will trust with their future. As the students compare notes, 3 names dominate the talk: Redoria's well-supported Red Dragon Party, the powerhouse Blue Moon Party, and Desser's rapidly rising group. For the first time, Desser's team also has an official name, Starling Party, pulled from the dormitory name they had left undecided for too long. In the final count, Blue Moon still draws the most applications, but a brand new Starling Party pulling in dozens of students is a major success on its own. Desser interviews the candidates himself and only keeps the ones hungry to improve, trimming the list down to 19 freshmen. Those recruits have talent, but they are still raw, so Desser hands the general training of the newcomers to Frichel and Takaran, who have both just advanced themselves. For stronger recruits like Rond, Desser takes personal charge, splitting his already packed schedule to train them directly. He sets clear goals across the party too, pushing beta class members toward alpha and demanding that his alpha members aim for single-rank positions in the coming ranking exam. Once the new semester routine is in place, Desser turns to the next threat on his timeline. The ranking exam is close, but the bigger danger is that higher-level shadow worlds are about to start appearing. He remembers the change clearly, because around this time the average difficulty rises and dangerous high-level shadow worlds start opening in earnest. 2 of those shadow worlds must be cleared, and one of them is a level 5 disaster that killed its team in the past and even spread erosion into the surrounding area, taking hundreds more lives. Desser knows that old failure came from wrong historical information, so with the correct knowledge his own party should be able to clear that world safely. The real headache is the second must-clear shadow world, because handling both at once will be much harder than anything his party is juggling right now. Knowing he will need every bit of preparation he can get, Desser heads back to the Starling Party office to check on his people and start getting ready. As Starling Party kept growing, Desser finally hit a practical limit. Their old office was too cramped to run a serious operation anymore. The Academy backed him immediately and handed Starling Party the entire 4th floor of the West Wing, giving the group a real headquarters at last. With even more recruits coming, Desser realized he could not keep teaching everyone by himself and rebuilt the party into a stricter system. He split Starling Party into 3 layers: a probationary group for raw newcomers, a sub-party for students with some promise, and the main party for the proven core. Frichel and Takaran landed in the sub-party, strong enough to assist but still too green to be trusted as frontline core members. The main party stayed the same 4 pillars around Desser: Romantica, Adjust, Pram, and Desser himself. Ron did not fit neatly anywhere, because his talent was obvious, but his abrasive attitude kept the other freshmen at arm's length. Desser saw that invisible wall forming around Ron, but even he had no easy answer for how to fix it. The tension burst a few days later when Romantica exploded at Desser over a tiny coffee stain on his desk. When Romantica kept jabbing Desser's forehead and insulting him, Ron instantly took it as an attack on his brother's honor. Ron openly challenged Romantica, declaring that he would correct her behavior for insulting Desser. Desser warned him that Romantica was far stronger, but Ron stubbornly begged for the duel anyway. After putting on a show of deep consideration, Desser allowed the match to happen so both sides could settle it properly. Romantica set the terms with a sly smile. If she lost, she would apologize, but if Ron lost, he had to clean the entire office without using magic. Ron opened the duel with brutal firepower, throwing out a blazing flame ring and rapid burst fire like he was already sure he had won. He had convinced himself Romantica was only dangerous at range, so he treated close combat as an easy win. Romantica shut that idea down in one move, using swift the air to create a vacuum and snuff out his flames on the spot. Ron froze when his favorite tactic failed, and Romantica casually made it clear the fight was already over. Before Ron could keep struggling pointlessly, Desser stepped in and called the duel for Romantica. Ron bowed to Desser in shame, still thinking only about how he had failed to defend him. Then Romantica surprised him by apologizing to Desser anyway, because winning did not erase the fact that she had gone too far in anger. A second later, she turned right back to business and ordered Ron to start cleaning, since a bet was still a bet. From that day on, Ron was stuck cleaning the whole headquarters by hand, sweating through work he was not allowed to solve with magic. The younger students finally approached him there, asking why he was doing everything alone and offering to help instead of just watching. Cleaning together broke the ice, and the boy who had stood apart started becoming one of the group. Watching from the side, Desser and Romantica quietly smiled, because the duel had fixed exactly the problem they could not solve directly. Then D-Day arrived, and the Academy announced a world anomaly as shadow gates opened for the full assault of new shadow worlds. Because the first years had not even finished proper mental training yet, the Academy barred unprepared students from level 4 and higher worlds. Desser answered that restriction by putting Frichel in command of the newcomers team, and naming Takaran her assistant. He trusted Frichel's book knowledge and told that team to sharpen their leadership in a lower world before clearing the reserved level 5 Rota village battle all the way through. Desser kept the true core for a separate mission, because Starling Party's strongest 4 were aiming much higher than the rest. He finally said it out loud. Their target would be a level 3 shadow world, the highest difficulty currently appearing. That choice carried real weight, because a student party that could clear level 3 would be recognized like Imperial Knights and gain the freedom to work independently. Desser wanted that independence badly, because the future kept shifting and he needed freedom to carry out the plans he had been building toward. He was confident this particular world would be more straightforward than last year's nightmare, even if he regretted that it probably held no useful artifact for him. He did note one powerful artifact elsewhere in the cycle, but he believed Kelt was still the better person to wield it in the long run. By the time they reached Gate 1, even Romantica admitted the moment felt unreal and Pram's nerves were showing. An official verified all 4 names, read the participation terms, and opened the gate to the Athena region. The next instant, blinding light swallowed the party and dropped them into a completely different world. Desser opened his eyes on the deck of a strange vessel, with cool wind on his face and old military machinery humming around him. When he leaned over the railing, the truth hit him. This was not a ship at sea at all, but an airship flying high above the Padunsa Desert. That single detail told Desser he had landed in a much older age, back when airships still represented living military technology. The quest still refused to start, so Desser knew they were missing some trigger and kept gathering clues instead. Romantica found him next, visibly relieved that they had not been split apart this time like before. Desser immediately turned the reunion into reconnaissance and asked what she had learned. From the airship's route to Altai, Desser pinned the setting to roughly 120 to 140 years in the past, before the fall of the Magic Empire. Romantica caught up quickly, realizing this world was tied to the era when Altai still served as the capital of a magic empire. Before they could dig further, a disciplined officer approached and addressed them as mercenaries, quietly confirming the role they had been dropped into. After a light exchange about the sky view, the officer cut the small talk and escorted them to the major who was waiting inside. Inside the tidy briefing room, Desser and Romantica found Pram and Ajest already there, which meant the full party had reunited almost immediately. But the room held 2 more figures as well, a vacant old man muttering to himself, and a dazzling young swordsman in a white uniform. Then the Shadow World finally named its key player, Grand Master K. Hasmarian, a unique hero whose help could decide how hard this entire scenario would become. Inside K. Hasmarian's airship cabin, he gathers Desser's party and warns them that the route has changed because the Hebrian Empire is forcing an extra interrogation stop. K stays polite and offers extra pay, and Desser smoothly agrees instead of making the tense contract change awkward. As Desser reads the new contract, he realizes this is not a simple ride but a high-stakes escort mission for someone important and hard to care for. The contract details make Desser suspect their real target is the unstable old man lounging in the hammock. Once the party signs, the Shadow World confirms the main scenario: protect Aldin Cepius, because his life is tied directly to Kay's desperate goal. Later, rough turbulence rocks the ship, and after Kay rushes to handle the controls, the Starling party is left alone with Aldin in the cabin. Romantica and Pram treat the shaking like part of the adventure and rush to the window, thrilled by their first real airship ride. While they marvel at the endless scarlet-patterned desert below, Jess quietly entertains herself by skimming rare books about airships from the cabin shelf. Watching his teammates relax, Desser studies the map and decides this level 3 mission should be manageable as long as they support Kay properly. Desser's confidence comes from Kay's title alone, because a Grand Master swordsman should be strong enough to crush anything this Shadow World can throw at them. That calm breaks when Aldin suddenly looks straight at Desser, mutters the name Sagan, and starts talking like he senses something deeply wrong. Aldin ignores Desser's question, rambles about familiar smells and pointless things, then breaks into creepy laughter that chills everyone in the room. The door slams open a second later, and Kay urgently announces that a flock of wyverns has appeared. The sub-quest updates at once, protect Aldin from the attack, and prove their strength because Kay is still judging whether these mercenaries are worth trusting. In the steering room, the crew sees nearly 30 wyverns swarming in from behind the airship, and Kay snaps the whole ship into battle mode. Kay orders the mana cannon fired, and the blast tears several wyverns apart, but far too many survive the first hit. Because the mana cannon is too slow to reload, Kay orders a defensive line, and Desser leads the Starling party out onto the freezing deck to fight up close. On the deck, Desser tells Romantica to thin the flock before it reaches them, and she answers with brutal rapid-fire storm magic. Romantica keeps firing almost without delay, shredding wyverns out of the sky until the survivors finally force the fight into dangerous close range. Once the monsters reach the deck, one soldier is snatched out of formation and ripped apart in the sky, turning the battle gruesome in an instant. The soldiers start to panic, and their spears and swords are nowhere near enough to keep the agile wyverns from breaking the line. When another soldier gets carried off, Pram flashes in and cuts the wyvern's legs clean off before barking at the shaken man to get back into formation. Pram keeps protecting the line, striking wings and limbs with ruthless precision until the flock starts treating him as the most dangerous target on deck. Jess freezes the wyverns long enough to blunt their assault, and buy the battered soldiers a little breathing room. Desser joins in too, dropping wyverns with lightning and quick finishing spells while focusing on whichever soldiers are about to die next. With most of the flock dead and only 2 casualties taken, the deck finally starts to stabilize for a brief moment. Then Desser looks into the dark clouds with magic sight and realizes a transcendent wyvern is diving straight down from above. The crew panics because transcendent creatures are far beyond normal monsters, and even concentrated magic fire cannot scratch this one. When the transcendent wyvern starts charging a breath attack that could crash the whole ship, Desser braces to act, but Kay stops everyone with one calm order. Kay draws his sword, compresses blazing aura into a perfected blade, and reveals exactly why he carries the title of Grand Master. His single slash cuts through the wyvern's breath and cleaves the transcendent monster apart like it was nothing. With the biggest threat erased, Kay leaps into the front lines himself to clean up the remaining wyverns. Just as Desser thinks the fight is basically over, he spots one last wyvern behind Romantica and shouts a warning too late. The wyvern snatches Romantica off the deck and carries her screaming far away from the airship before anyone can stop it. Terrified by the memory of what happened to the soldiers, Romantica cuts off the wyvern's legs with a desperate spell and breaks free in midair. That relief vanishes instantly when she realizes she is now plummeting alone from an impossible height toward the desert. Half panicked and short on options, Romantica forces herself to stay conscious and gambles on levitation magic even though she knows the air currents are too unstable. Her flying spell activates, but the turbulence whips her body around so violently that she loses all control and the magic collapses. With no solution left and her body failing, Romantica finally gives up and closes her eyes, convinced she is about to die from one fatal mistake. Then Desser's voice cuts through the roar, and when she opens her eyes, he is somehow falling right beside her. Desser orders her to cast levitation again, and this time Romantica trusts him enough to obey instead of arguing. As Romantica reactivates Fly, Desser uses wind magic to strip away the surrounding air current and stop the turbulence from tearing her spell apart again. The pair are still falling too fast, so Desser tells her to fire every spell she has downward to create braking force. Romantica empties her mana into a barrage of downward spells, desperately trading power for just enough slowing force to survive. When that still is not enough, Desser pulls Romantica into his arms and prepares one last spell aimed at the sand below them. Desser's spell blasts a crater into the desert and throws up a repulsive force, turning a certain death impact into a violent but survivable crash. After the dust settles, they lie sprawled in the sand, bruised and aching, while the airship keeps flying as a tiny speck high above them. Still lying there, Desser gently checks whether Romantica is injured, and she answers that she is probably fine, ending the fall with shaken relief instead of panic. Under the brutal desert sun, Desser and Romantica keep pushing forward alone, surviving with rest breaks and water magic while the heat and dry air wear them down. Romantica keeps glancing at Desser's back, still too flustered to thank him after he threw himself in to save her without hesitation. Desser stays focused on the mission instead, realizing they were supposed to still be on the airship and that their only real chance to regroup is reaching the city before the ship's planned stop ends. He quickly rules out reaching the city on foot or by carriage and tries to remember the map, knowing they need another way. Then Romantica spots a bizarre man-made structure in the middle of nowhere, and it gives them a lead at last. Desser recognizes the line of poles as Hermes' wing, an old imperial magic network used to link major cities before communication magic improved. Because only a major city would have poles like these out here, Desser realizes they can follow the line straight to Desert Flower City. That matters because Desser is sure a city that large should have a teleport gate, and using it could put them back on track with the airship mission. After the long trek, they finally reach Desert Flower City and pass the guards by using the time-appropriate identification cards they prepared before entering the Shadow World. Inside the city, the carved stone and hardened sand buildings are impressive, but the locals immediately stare at the pair like dangerous outsiders. Their clothes make them even more suspicious, so they stop at a shop to buy proper desert wear with the money Kay gave them. The merchant openly resents them and charges double, and Romantica fumes but swallows it to avoid causing trouble in a hostile city. Once they blend in a little better, they sit down at a nearby restaurant, and Romantica tears into the meal after their miserable march through the desert. Even there, the room keeps its distance, and Desser notices nobody wants to sit anywhere near them. Desser quietly pays an employee for the truth and learns that townspeople have grown paranoid because people have been mysteriously disappearing every night. That explanation makes the city's hostility feel justified, and Desser decides they should finish their business and leave as fast as possible. When Desser asks how to meet the Lord, he gets an unexpected answer. Nobody sees the Lord without first getting approval from a sage. The employee hypes this sage as a miracle worker who can turn lead into gold, and Romantica immediately realizes they are probably dealing with an alchemist. Since using the teleport gate still requires local approval, Desser decides they have no choice but to meet this alchemist first. The sage's residence turns out to be enormous and planted directly in front of the Lord's castle, making it impossible to go around him. A long line of hopeful visitors is already waiting outside, and the pair can only sigh and join the back of it. The man ahead of them starts off hostile too, but once he hears their situation, even he backs off instead of picking a fight. Near the gate, Desser spots mana detectors and realizes the mansion is screening visitors for magicians on purpose. Moments later, a servant peels them out of the line and leads them through a back entrance straight to the master. They are brought into a lab that smells of gunpowder and is cluttered with metals and solutions, and the man inside greets them with an alchemist's formal blessing. Desser tests him by mentioning the city's faith in his gold-making research, and the alchemist instantly starts shoving documents and materials forward as if he expected an inspection. Desser's blank reaction throws him off, and in that awkward beat Desser realizes the alchemist mistook them for investigators and is hiding something. Right then, a system alert cuts in and announces that Desser has found the hint for a second main quest tied to this alchemist. Desser refuses to chase that lead for now, deciding that a risky new quest is the last thing they need while they are cut off from the others. He switches the topic back to business and plainly says they need the teleport gate because a monster attack separated them from their party. Purius warns that teleport gates are not approved for personal reasons, and Desser briefly considers using the Emperor's gold plaque before discarding the idea because it would leave dangerous records. Instead, Purius generously offers to personally persuade the Lord and handle the formalities for them. Romantica immediately brightens and thumps Desser on the back, both of them relieved to finally catch a real break. Purius says it will take a day, asks for names, and the system reacts the moment he introduces himself as Purius Nifshin. That name hits hard because both of them recognize Purius from history as a famous alchemist whose failed search for eternity still changed medicine and magic engineering forever. To stay cautious, Desser and Romantica answer with false names instead of revealing who they really are. Because outsiders are being treated so badly in the city, Purius even invites them to stay in his mansion until the approval is ready. With no good reason to refuse, Desser accepts at once, and servants guide them through the mansion's confusing layout to separate guest rooms. Later, Purius hosts them for a lavish dinner full of preserved desert dishes and easy conversation, playing the role of generous scholar perfectly. After dinner, Romantica marvels at how lucky they were to land near a rare hero who is helping them this much. But the second main quest still nags at her, so she asks Desser what he thinks it is really tied to. Desser figures the quest must connect to Purius and his documents, but he insists they ignore it and focus on reuniting with Pram and Agest instead of gambling their lives on curiosity. Romantica reluctantly agrees, and the two part for the night, still planning to leave this city through the gate, not through a new quest. In the middle of the night, Desser suddenly wakes Romantica and tells her there is no time to panic. His tone is so serious that Romantica drops her complaints and hurriedly throws on her clothesline gear. Desser warns her not to be too shocked, but the warning is useless the moment he opens the door. Sprawled outside is a grotesque slime-covered monster with its chest pierced clean through, already killed by Desser right at Romantica's door. As the corpse comes fully into view, the system declares that they have officially entered the second main quest after all. A new main quest suddenly forces itself open, warning that Purius has been hiding something and is now making his move against them. Romantica panics at the quest starting on its own, and Desser grimly explains that Shadow World characters can trigger major story conditions without them. Desser realizes they have no way to cancel the quest, so before they can reunite with Pram and Adjust, they now have to survive Purius and finish this new objective. Looking over the corpse at their feet, Desser and Romantica finally see how monstrous Purius's creations really are, a stitched-together chimera packed with animal parts and machinery. Desser warns that they only survived because his defensive spells caught the ambush before the chimeras reached them in their sleep. With his warning spells flaring again, Desser cuts the talk short and hustles Romantica through the maze-like mansion before more chimeras can close in. Another chimera crawls into their path on the 3rd floor, its mouth still wet with blood and a servant's mangled limbs visible behind the broken door. Desser notes that Purius's chimeras are terrifyingly refined, because unlike most unstable hybrids, this one moves like a creature that was born in that body. Desser fires electric bolt, but the chimera keeps coming as if the shock barely touched it. The monster suddenly races up the wall and attacks from impossible angles, turning the whole hallway into a death trap. Romantica is thrown off by its speed and nearly loses her arm to a full-force strike, saved only by the protective clothesline she is wearing. Desser yells for her to duck, and the next slash slices off a handful of her hair instead of her head. Desser realizes a big fire spell would be easy, but he refuses to bring the mansion down when innocent servants may still be trapped inside. So instead, he throws up a water wall directly in the chimera's path and lets its own speed carry it into the trap. The instant the chimera commits to breaking through, Desser freezes the water solid and locks it in place. Romantica doesn't hesitate and blows the trapped chimera's head apart at point-blank range. Catching her breath, Romantica suggests fighting outside, where they would not have to keep holding back in the cramped mansion. Desser shuts that down immediately, because if all the chimeras rush them at once, burning their mana and exposing their best spell too early could get them both killed. Romantica quietly accepts the lesson, and from there they keep conserving strength while picking off the chimeras one by one. After another kill, Desser starts to doubt Purius's motive, because this does not look like a panicked man hiding evidence from examiners. He points out that Purius knew they wanted to leave, yet kept them in the mansion instead of sending them away, which means he meant to target them from the beginning. With that suspicion hanging over them, they follow the familiar route to the laboratory and find 2 more chimeras guarding the way. Elsewhere in the musty basement, Purius joyfully tells a hidden ally that with the hardest ingredient finally secured, his research on eternal life is almost complete. When the voice asks how it feels to defy God, Purius answers with pure exhilaration and admits that revenge on the Alchemy Society thrills him even more than the discovery itself. The unseen partner flatters him with fame and recognition, promising his name will be celebrated across the kingdom once the research is finished. After the call ends, Purius is left alone with his obsession, savoring the idea that he is finally about to seize the truth of eternal life. What he still needs is just a little more material from powerful wizards, and to him, Desser and Romantica arriving at his door looked like impossible luck. He remembers holding himself back until they fell asleep, convinced he could quietly turn both third circle wizards into perfect ingredients. That fantasy collapses when alarms start screaming that his chimera units are being destroyed one after another. Even Unit 3, the chimera he considered his masterpiece and strong enough to match an Imperial Knight, goes down, and Purius can barely accept it. Furious and shaken, he slams the desk and finally admits he misjudged them completely. As the pair keeps closing in at an almost casual pace, Purius starts biting his nails and decides he has no choice but to use his unfinished last resort. Back at the laboratory entrance, Desser and Romantica finish off the 2 guards and force their way inside. The room is dark and Purius is nowhere in sight, so Desser immediately suspects a hidden passage. He has Romantica search for airflow with wind magic, and she quickly finds the concealed route behind a closet. Desser strips away the simple security magic, shoves the closet aside, and reveals stairs dropping into darkness. The 2 descend on full alert, and emerge into a huge underground facility far more advanced than either of them expected from a century-old lab. Then a terrified voice calls out from nearby, begging for help and insisting he is trapped inside the black glass wall. Following his instructions, Desser opens the cell and finds a shackled man in such terrible condition that Romantica gasps. Desser checks for traps first, then cuts him free with ice cutter before the man breaks down in relief. Up close, the puncture marks and ruined skin make it obvious that Purius has been using living people as test subjects. The man confirms it, saying Purius drugged and tortured them here, and Romantica turns pale when she realizes there are more victims somewhere in the basement. Desser immediately splits their roles, ordering Romantica to rescue the survivors while he goes after Purius alone. Romantica tries to refuse, but Desser points out that a remaining chimera could slaughter the survivors if she is not there to protect them. Knowing he is right, Romantica agrees and leads the broken survivor away to find the others and get them out. Left alone, Desser walks past the glass cells and sees handwritten age labels ending in X after X. Inside one marked room, a dissected corpse lies on a lab table, and Desser understands exactly what those X marks mean. Deeper in Purius's basement, Desser passes rows of dead test subjects until 2 glass doors stop him cold, a third circle teenage girl and boy listed as unsecured. That sight makes Deser's blood boil, and he pushes on with one thought fixed in his mind: he can never forgive Purius. At the end of the corridor, Deser enters a circular control room and finds Purius waiting beside a coffin and his experiment monitors with a smug little smile. Purius praises Deser for reaching the deepest lab, but Deser answers with disgust and says only someone who threw away his humanity could boast like this. Purius defends every murder as noble sacrifice and raves that just one more third circle wizard will let him finish the truth mankind has chased for ages. Deser refuses to indulge him and silently raises a spell instead of answering Purius's invitation to admire his grand truth. Purius snaps, screaming that Deser should be praising his achievements instead of condemning human experiments. With killing intent leaking out, Deser asks one final question: did a single victim ever choose Purius's experiments willingly? Purius calls that question irrelevant and says people should be grateful their bodies were useful, proving to Deser that words are pointless now. The shadow world itself brands Purius hostile and warns Deser that this man intends to use his trump card and turn him into the next experiment. Knowing talk is over, Deser tries to finish the fight first and fires charged bolt before Purius can play his trump card. The coffin suddenly opens, and a blue-scaled humanoid blocks the lightning with its own body before it can reach Purius. Purius proudly unveils his completed body, and Deser stares at the homunculus in shock as its dead eyes slowly fill with hostility. Deser immediately realizes history said this research failed, so whatever Purius made here should never have become a true success. Purius admits the homunculus is still unfinished without the right wizard material, but he sneers that it is more than enough to kill Deser. The homunculus slams off the ground and crosses the room so fast that Deser barely has time to understand it is even quicker than the chimera. To survive the first swing, Deser stacks body enhancement spells in a rush and throws up Sigh of Kizzard and Fire Shield just to keep from being crushed. As the clash goes on, Deser notices the monster is brutally strong but mentally crude, attacking with simple swings and bites like a child in a monster's body. Once he reads the pattern, Deser stops retreating and turns the fight around. He takes the charge head-on, uses Sigh of Kizzard to blunt it, grabs the homunculus by the head, and slams it into the floor with gravity control. Before it can recover, Deser rains fireballs into the crater and seizes complete control of the battle. Deser locks the creature down with Bind and Ice Crown, pummeling it without mercy until its body is visibly breaking apart. Even while winning, Deser is troubled, because this battered thing feels far too weak to be the true pinnacle Purius bragged about. Deciding to end it cleanly, Deser smashes the crippled homunculus into the wall with Wind Press and follows with a Fire Spear. When the dust settles, Deser turns to Purius and declares the homunculus destroyed. Purius only laughs harder and asks if Deser really understands what eternal life means. Something moves inside the dust, and the homunculus steps back out in perfect condition as if the last battle never happened. Deser instantly doubts simple regeneration and starts wondering if some stranger trick, maybe even a hallucination, is hiding behind this recovery. He decides the only way to know is to crush it again, but the moment he moves, the homunculus vanishes from sight. A burning pain rips through Deser's left arm as the creature lands a hit before his next spell can even fire. Deser blasts it away anyway, but he is shaken because its speed is now on a completely different level. When the homunculus rises again, Deser sees the real problem. It is no longer mindless, and now it is calmly judging how best to kill him. It starts leaving after images, slipping around Deser's attacks and proving it is learning from the fight in real time. Realizing single shots will not be enough, Deser retreats while building Ice Crown, hoping a larger attack will pin the creature down. Instead of dodging, the homunculus crashes through the attack and batters Deser into close-range defense, draining his clothesline in the process. Pinned on the defensive, and with his right side vision badly compromised, Deser falls back on the old chimera trick and builds a wall of water around himself. He instantly freezes the water into an ice prison and catches the rushing homunculus halfway inside it. At point-blank range, Deser finally spends third circle mana and drops Summon Lightning through the ice and water to fry the homunculus from the inside. Even after that brutal hit, the creature breaks free through a storm of ice shards and attacks again, leaving Deser genuinely rattled. Deser can now tell for sure this is not regeneration or illusion, because the homunculus keeps snapping back to a natural untouched state that makes no sense. He throws up a stone wall to buy space, but the homunculus tears through it like paper and proves brute force is only getting worse. Deser uses the collapsing wall as a perch, leaps above it, and hurls another spread of fireballs while the creature tracks the trajectories and escapes cleanly. That brief gap lets Deser think, and the picture is ugly. The homunculus is evolving every minute while his own mana and options keep shrinking. A warning hits him next: clothesline has dropped below 20%. So even his defensive safety net is close to failing. Deser considers dumping all his remaining mana into one overwhelming finish, but he hesitates because he still does not understand the creature's real power. Savoring that hesitation, Purius mocks Deser's confusion and says he should at least understand the truth now crushing him. Purius exults that he did not just create eternal life, but the true pinnacle of alchemy. To force an answer out of the fight itself, Deser blasts the homunculus's entire arm off with a third circle spell and watches the severed pieces crawl back and reattach. Only then does Purius finally say the words that explain the nightmare. The homunculus is controlling causality. While retreating through Purius's basement lab, Desser finally accepts the ugly truth. The homunculus is not healing, it is forcing its body back to an earlier state. The homunculus smashes through Desser's last defense and lunges in, driving home how hopeless this fight looks at close range. Romantica arrives just in time, and her sniper spell blasts through the homunculus's torso to pull the pressure off Desser. Over communication magic, Romantica blurts out what is that monster, and Desser warns her not to chase a kill, only to keep it slowed or pinned. With Romantica's relentless cover fire forcing the homunculus to respect every opening, Desser finally gets a second to think instead of just survive. As Desser studies the fight, one contradiction starts bothering him. If the creature can erase damage freely, why has it been bothering to dodge? Before Desser can finish that thought, Purius casually decides the fight has dragged on long enough and orders the homunculus to end it. The homunculus plants itself like a rooted beast and begins twisting into a more monstrous shape, warping the air with a surge of mana that makes even breathing feel wrong. Desser senses the real horror of its power when the homunculus skips the normal casting process and simply produces the finished result of gathered mana. Realizing a city-killing blast is coming, Desser sprints toward Romantica and shouts her name, but Purius laughs because there is nowhere for them to run. Purius drops all pretense and decides that if he cannot keep his experiment hidden, he will at least wipe out the city with it. The homunculus unleashes a blinding fifth circle level blast that erases the laboratory in one white flash. When the dust clears, Purius is stunned to find only his own mansion destroyed while the rest of the city still stands. The answer appears in front of him. Desser and Romantica are unharmed behind a huge radiant barrier that took the blast for them. Desser knows they survived by the slimmest margin, and the portable Aurora system dies in his hand as its magic stone crumbles into ash. With their only safety net gone, Desser decides this next spell has to settle the fight. He builds a huge, intricate spell with his new magic system, and even Purius recoils because this casting is clearly not ordinary. Purius orders another shot, and the homunculus fires first, but Desser's completed flame storm swallows the incoming blast before it can reach him. Desser's maximum fire spell slams straight into the homunculus and turns the battlefield into a roaring inferno. When the inferno suddenly clears, Desser's stomach drops because for a moment it looks like causality erased his attack again. Then the truth shows itself. The homunculus is still standing, but its body is charred, broken, and no longer returning to perfect condition. Watching the wrecked body closely, Desser finally sees the flaw. The homunculus is running on multiple embedded first circle mana circles, and they cannot keep up with his spell. Desser tells Romantica the monster's recovery is spent, even as he gasps from pouring nearly all of his own mana into that last spell. When Romantica asks if she should kill Purius first, Desser stops her because he wants answers before the alchemist dies. So Romantica finishes the homunculus instead, blasting one leg apart, and proving that whatever recovery remains is weak and failing. When the homunculus tries to gather energy one last time, Romantica beats it to the trigger and puts a shot straight through its forehead. Only after the monster finally goes still does Romantica lower her weapon and let out the breath she was holding. Desser and Romantica walk past the corpse to the half-dead Purius, who still clings to his work and regrets only that he failed to complete it. Desser coldly tells him no experiment built on human sacrifice would ever be accepted, but Purius only sneers that Desser could never understand. Desser presses for the name of the person backing this research, making it clear that Purius could not have built all this alone. When Purius refuses, Desser crushes his remaining leg underfoot until the alchemist screams. Even then Purius insists he will not betray his benefactor, and that slip is enough for Desser to confirm there really was someone behind him. Purius realizes too late that he gave away the truth, and his life ends there in the ruins. A new quest notification confirms the city is saved but warns that the hidden force supporting Purius is still out there. When soldiers rush in and see the destroyed mansion and bodies, they treat Desser and Romantica like criminals and arrest them on the spot. That accusation collapses once survivors of Purius's experiments appear and expose what he had been doing to them. After the evidence of the blocked blast is pieced together, the city flips completely and hails Desser and Romantica as the heroes who prevented total destruction. The Lord of Desert Flower City receives them at his castle and offers whatever reward he can for saving the city. Desser does not hesitate for even a second and asks for one thing only: immediate use of the teleportation gate. While the gate is prepared, the pair change out of their ruined gear and finally get a moment to talk through what just happened. Romantica points out the biggest problem lingering over all of this: the Shadow World's version of history does not match what they learned in the real world. Desser agrees, because in real history Purius's eternal life research was never supposed to have reached anything this close to completion. The follow-up quest makes the implication worse, not better. Someone deliberately buried the truth of this research from history. Desser cannot explain why anyone would cover it up, but he is sure it was not done for a harmless reason. To chase that lead, Desser reveals a broken crystal he secretly salvaged from the lab and says it was used in Purius's experiments as an early mana circuit component. That shard points in one direction only, because at this point in history only the Magic Kingdom could make mana circuits, and it strictly controlled that technology. The clue lines up with their first main quest destination too, so both of them step toward the gate, already bracing for trouble ahead. 5 days later, the story shifts back to the airship, where calm sunlight and routine maintenance make the deck feel almost too peaceful after everything below. It just keeps looking at the empty chair where Desser used to sit, relieved he is still alive but unable to stop worrying about where he and Romantica ended up. Since Desser and Romantica jumped into the desert, Jess realizes the escort mission may have to be cleared by just her and Pram if they want any chance of bringing the others back safely. That leaves her with one plan: finish the quest as fast as possible, because Desser and Romantica's safety may depend on it. Pram handles the situation very differently, trusting Desser so completely that he just keeps training like nothing has gone wrong. Kay has taken a liking to Pram and spends his free time refining the boy's swordsmanship through direct guidance and sparring. With the Grand Master personally polishing him, Pram's skill starts climbing fast as the airship voyage pushes steadily onward. 6 days into the trip, the airship finally descends toward Grinpel, the busy border city where they have to stop for screening before entering the magical kingdom. On deck, Jess notices Pram acting strangely quiet instead of getting excited by a new city, and he admits he wishes Desser were here to see it too. When Jess bluntly asks if he misses Desser, Pram startles so hard that he goes red all the way to his ears. Jess gently reminds him that if they clear this shadow world quickly, everyone goes home and he will see Desser soon, which finally pulls Pram out of his gloom. The ship lands, but when the group starts to disembark, the sailors are all frozen in place and staring at someone below. To their disbelief, Desser and Romantica are already waiting in Grinpel, with Desser dryly complaining about how long he had to wait for them to catch up. Later at a cozy inn, Desser explains that they used a teleport gate after doing a favor for a lord, carefully mixing truth and lies so the shadow world details stay hidden. Kay is impressed that Desser came back even after getting paid, and Desser plays the part of a principled mercenary so well that Kay's trust rises another step. Before turning in, Kay orders Desser's party to guard Aldine for the next 3 days while he handles an important task elsewhere. A new quest warning hits immediately: a strong enemy is after Aldine, and if he dies, they fail. Once Kay is gone, Desser finally tells Jess and Pram the real story, including the hidden second quest to find whoever backed Purius and the homunculus research. When Jess asks what clue they actually have, Desser brings out the old mana circuit fragment he stole from the secret lab. Desser explains that mana circuits were manufactured in the magical kingdom with unique serial numbers, so this one can lead them to the factory and eventually to Purius's buyer. That gives the group a clear plan: endure the escort job first, then reach the magical kingdom and trace the backer through the serial number. The 3-day guard mission turns into pure misery, with disaster after disaster trying to kill Aldine from every direction. By the time they survive all 3 days, the whole party is wrecked from constant rescues, near misses, and almost no sleep. Even so, Aldine survives, and a final escort quest starts as the airship leaves Grinpel with Kay back on board. 2 days later, the airship reaches Altia, the capital of the magical kingdom, and Kay gathers them to formally end their contract there. Pram almost relaxes now that the job looks complete, but Desser quietly warns him that the hidden quest is still alive, and he still has no idea what comes next. Desser also admits to himself that Kay never let anything important slip, so whatever ties this first quest to the second is still hidden from him. When they step into Altia, the capital feels nothing like lively Grinpel, with dark clothes, towering buildings, and a cold silence hanging over everything. A Scarcheat commander comes to meet the airship in Altia, and Desser can tell at once from the man's mana that this is a dangerous high-level mage. The Scarcheat commander immediately sneers at Kay, mocking a sword user as someone who can never compare to a true magician. He pushes even further, jabbing a finger into Kay's chest and belittling swordsmen in front of Desser's whole group. When the commander asks about Desser's group, Kay only calls them airship guards, and Desser instantly realizes Aldine is being deliberately kept hidden from this man. The commander keeps calling Kay's weapon unit expendable, and this time Kay's reply turns cold enough to show he has finally hit his limit. Kay cuts the exchange short and orders an officer to escort Desser's party to the mercenary guild, keeping them away from whatever the commander came to inspect. On the carriage ride, their escort officer explains that the magical kingdom values magical talent above everything and looks down on soldiers who fight with weapons, which is why even Kay gets slighted. The escort officer speaks with obvious pride about Kay and says things only got worse after the king began favoring a foreign magician instead. At the Altia Mercenary Guild, the party submits the signed contract and clears the first quest line, but the hidden main quest still remains unfinished. With only the hidden investigation left, Desser studies the broken mana cluster fragment and the partial serial number still visible on its back. Romantica follows the clue immediately and points out that tightly controlled mana cluster records should let them trace the buyer behind that serial number. Pram points out the obvious problem that outsiders should never be allowed to see records that sensitive, and for a moment the plan stalls. Desser answers with a cool smile that changes the whole tone of the hunt. If they cannot get access politely, then they will stop using gentlemanly means. Late at night, Desser and Pram slip into the state mana circuit factory in masks, hiding their presence with recognition reduction and soundproof magic. While they advance in silence, Pram texts why Desser picked him over Romantica or a jest, and Desser casually says a swordsman and a magician make the perfect team. Pram nearly misreads Desser's meaning and gets embarrassed, but Desser dryly clears it up and keeps walking. At a giant sealed door layered with security spells, Desser places a hand on it and starts inverting the magic. The factory's wards crack apart like snowflakes in seconds, and the supposedly secure door swings open for them. As they move deeper inside, Desser tears through trap after trap and realizes the factory relies almost entirely on outdated anti-magic defenses. Pram calls the security sloppy, and Desser explains it only looks weak because a century of magical progress has left the Magic Kingdom's arrogant old systems behind. Because stronger spells guard more important areas, Desser deliberately follows the heaviest magical security to track the records room. That trail leads them to a huge archive packed with delivery ledgers, exactly where the mana circuit serial numbers would be stored. They search page by page until Pram finds the matching record for the damaged serial fragment from Purius's lab. The missing last digit leaves 4 possible buyers, so Desser copies down all 4 names as the suspect list. Before leaving, Desser carefully restores every broken ward behind them so the break-in is almost impossible to detect. With the suspect list narrowed down, Desser splits the party so each member can investigate one lead at the same time. Desser infiltrates Lon Janakinios' lab by taking over the old assistant's job so he can watch the reclusive magician up close. After watching closely, Desser confirms the numbered mana circuit is still in Lan's lab, which clears that suspect completely. At the prearranged report time, Desser calls everyone in, and the first updates sound frustratingly clean across the board. Romantica says Panya Province looked normal, and the other checks come back clean too, leaving Desser with answers that feel too neat. Just as they start discussing what to do next, Romantica abruptly cuts in and says she wants to revise her report with a live video feed. When Romantica's feed clears, Desser instantly recognizes the man with crew pannier as Commander Darren Aleph from the docks. Romantica confidently starts a wiretap, and this time Darren has no chance of catching her. The wiretap reveals Darren's desert lab was destroyed, but the research is restarting in a new lab on land Crow secretly bought for him. Crow worries the missing mana circuits will expose them, and Darren coolly says not to worry because even the investigators are already on their side. Then Crow admits why he is involved at all. He is desperate to save his daughter before time runs out. Darren promises the theory is already complete, and if the ingredients keep coming, they will still meet the deadline. Crow personally brings out fresh mana circuits for Darren, proving he has been feeding the operation all along. As soon as the feed ends, Desser decides this ties Darren directly to the attack and tells Romantica to hold position until he gets there. Soon after, Crow wakes tied to a chair in a quiet room, blindfolded and gagged, surrounded by 4 masked figures. When the blindfold and gag come off, Crow frantically assumes this is a political kidnapping and tries to buy his way out. Desser shuts that down by saying they value honesty more than money, and he speaks like Crow is about to die anyway. To break him fast, Desser raises a hand and lets brutal cold start freezing Crow's arms and legs right in the chair. Crow finally blurts out what matters most to him. He cannot die yet because of his daughter. Desser presses that wound on purpose, coldly bringing up Crow's daughter until the terrified father starts to unravel. In his panic, Crow blurts out the secret Desser was baiting him for. His daughter will live forever. When Crow tries to take it back, Desser shocks him with electric magic and makes it clear he will trade mercy for the truth. Broken at last, Crow agrees to answer everything if it means he and his daughter might live. Crow confesses that the promise of immortality comes from creating a homunculus, and that promise is what drew him in. From there, Desser confirms the wider network. Panier's faction used Academy trade routes to move materials, other factions supplied more, and Darren managed the whole effort. Crow also hints that people above Darren are involved, but even terrified, he cannot name the real organizer. So Desser asks the question that matters now most of all: how long until the new homunculus is finished? Crow says the theory and materials are already ready, and the new homunculus should be complete in just 3 days. A Shadow World alert immediately confirms the failure condition. If they do not stop the plan before completion, the quest fails. Guided by Crow's confession, Desser's party reaches the newly built lab disguised as an ordinary residence on Panya land. Outside the house, Desser realizes how close they came to dying without ever seeing the trap, because failing this Shadow World means immediate death. Desser breaks the defensive magic on the building and leads everyone inside. The fake residence opens into a grotesque laboratory full of giant tanks and human test subjects, confirming the new homunculus work is already underway. Seeing the human material in the tanks, Desser realizes the research is every bit as cruel as he feared, and that Crow knowingly supported it. Pram suddenly spots one girl still awake inside a tank, and the whole group jolts toward the first sign of a survivor. Up close, they see the survivor is a surgically altered young magician with fish-like scales growing from her back and shoulders. Pram wants to smash the glass, but Desser stops him because they still do not know whether opening the tank will kill her faster. Then through the glass and bubbles, the girl mouths just 2 devastating words: "Kill me." The room goes ice cold as hope collapses, and even the party can barely process what they just heard. Ajest quietly asks for Desser's word, and when he nods, she draws her sword to grant the mercy the girl begged for. With one clean thrust, a jest pierces the tank and ends the girl's suffering. In the rec lab, a woman in a long coat steps out of the dark and coolly demands to know who broke into her facility. When Desser presses her identity, the woman snaps back that she is the one asking questions here. Desser senses a fifth circle spell gathering around her and realizes this arrogant researcher is probably someone important. Tatlina casually reveals she runs the institute, and decides she can just drag the intruders in for her own investigation. She opens with overwhelming earth magic as hundreds of stone spears erupt from the floor and crash toward the party. Desser fires a burst of instant flame and blasts the entire spear wave apart before it can reach them. Tatlina barely pauses and drops a second spell from above, raining sharp stalactites from the ceiling at high speed. Desser blocks that attack too, and Tatlina finally admits the boy in front of her is no ordinary target. Using the stone lab itself as her weapon, Tatlina makes the walls and floor writhe under her control and turns the whole room into her battlefield. Desser dodges the crushing earth and immediately gives the key order to break through. Pram, open the way. Pram dashes straight at Tatlina, threading through her non-stop spells with speed and nerve instead of hesitating. Tatlina answers with writhing earth whips, a notorious anti-swordsman spell that seals off the path and regenerates as fast as it is cut. Pram slices several whips apart, only to watch them instantly reform, proving brute force alone will not get him through. Remembering Desser's training, Pram stays calm and realizes the spell is built to punish a direct close-range approach. Trusting his team completely, Pram pushes to the right distance and prepares one all-or-nothing throw instead of trying to cut through forever. He hurls his aura-packed rapier so hard that it tears a straight opening through Tatlina's whip wall. The instant the path opens, Pram calls a jest in, and she launches forward without wasting a heartbeat. Tatlina tries to regain space with a thorn-stone barrier, but a jest is already in her face and forces her fully on defense. A jest keeps the pressure on so tightly that Tatlina cannot finish any stronger spell and starts losing ground. A jest even mixes magic into her assault, making it clear Tatlina is being outmatched by a team that does not let up. Shaken, Tatlina realizes she misjudged them badly and can no longer hold the whole party back at once. She abandons restraint, leaps back, and throws up a cube-shaped fourth circle fortress of compressed rubble to buy time for a stronger cast. Before she can breathe easy, heavy impacts crack the cube from outside and her perfect defense starts collapsing. Romantica, now far stronger than before, punches straight through the defensive magic that once felt untouchable. The barrier falls apart, and it just walks through the rubble to mock Tatlina for wasting 5 circles on such a weak showing. With her calm gone, Tatlina scrambles backward and tries one desperate spell after another just to survive. Every spell collapses in front of her because Desser keeps inverting the magic before it can form. Tatlina finally traces the disruption back to Desser and is horrified that a younger wizard is crushing her casting with pure speed. Before she can scream properly, it just ends the fight with a brutal punch to the stomach that folds the fifth circle wizard to the floor. They subdue Tatlina in under 5 minutes, but the victory feels grim because this shadow world proves the horrors in the lab really happened. Knowing reinforcements will come after all the noise, Desser starts wrecking the lab itself before they have to move. Later, the party regroups in a darkened hotel room they have turned into a soundproof interrogation chamber. Tatlina is tied tightly to a chair and glares at Desser, already beaten enough to stop resisting physically but not mentally. Desser tells her plainly that if she wants to live, she needs to answer his questions, but Tatlina answers with sarcasm instead of fear. Even when Desser brings up torture, Tatlina stays proud because military training taught her to expect ordinary pain. Desser does not argue. He tightens the restraints, gags her, and moves with the practiced calm of someone who has done this many times before. As gagged, Tatlina fumes and threatens him with her eyes. Desser stays unreadable, drawing on the brutal interrogation experience he survived in the Shadow Labyrinth. He places a hand on her back and forces her mana circles into violent resonance, starting a controlled circle break without letting it fully explode. The pain hits so hard that Tatlina screams through the gag and spits blood, realizing everything she built as a wizard is being torn apart. Desser coldly tells her this is only one circle, keeping Tatlina right at the edge where the pain is unbearable but her mana circle still has not burst. When Tatlina starts to black out from the pain, Desser forcibly wakes her up and sharpens her senses so she cannot escape it. Desser eases off just enough to ask his first real question: who led the homunculus research? She hesitates for even a second, and Desser immediately gags her again and restarts the circle break torture without a trace of mercy. That second round shatters her resistance, and this time she begs to talk before he touches her again. Tatlina finally reveals the official chain. The homunculus program was being carried out under the king's orders. But the idea did not start with the king. Tatlina says a foreign man arrived first and sold the promise of eternal life. That outsider won a private audience, presented his own research, and convinced the kingdom that creating complete life might actually be possible. She adds that the work stayed hidden because human experimentation was too monstrous to admit openly, and only a few people in the military knew the full truth. The quest confirmation tells Desser she is not just rambling, which means the real mastermind has already reached the center of power in the Magic Kingdom. One thing still bothers him, so Desser asks the question that matters most now: who exactly was that man? Tatlina can only give him scraps. People called the man the prophet. He was filthy rich, and his appearance was unpleasant enough to stick in memory. Desser pushes on and asks how the homunculus gained its impossible power to ignore causality. That reaction alone tells him he hit something real, and Tatlina admits the answer lies on the alchemy side, not the wizard's side. Following that thread, Desser suddenly asks what K. Hasmarian has to do with the homunculus operation. The moment Desser moves his hand again, Tatlina panics and blurts out that K is only a courier gathering rare materials under the king's orders. She says K does not even know what the materials are really for, only that he is obeying the king's command. That answer clicks with the strange exchange Desser overheard earlier between K and Commander Darren about successfully obtaining ingredients. Desser is relieved to learn K is not knowingly on the enemy side, because if he were, he would be a nightmare opponent. He also realizes both versions of the Shadow World's main quest were tied to the same hidden homunculus operation all along. Tatlina begs him to stop, but Desser is not done yet and begins going back through every answer from the beginning. As he checks the story piece by piece, Desser catches small contradictions in her repeated answers and immediately knows she is still hiding things. The instant a discrepancy appears, Desser puts her right back into torture, ending the excerpt with Tatlina trapped in a cycle of pain and forced truth. Back at their hideout, Desser gathers the party and shares Tatlina's answer. To clear the quest, they have to kill the foreigner inside the royal castle. Romantica spells out the ugly part next, before they can touch that target, for outsiders have to break through a whole kingdom's palace defenses. Even after raiding dangerous facilities before, the party can't hide how bad this sounds, because a royal castle is on another level entirely. Romantica looks out the window and sees what their sabotage caused. The city is crawling with soldiers, and even walking outside now looks dangerous. A shout from an alley makes the crackdown feel even worse, and Romantica snaps the window shut in disgust. Desser feels responsible for how fast Altia has worsened, but Romantica bluntly reminds him that everyone here is part of the Shadow World. The kingdom has started sweeping up wizards by force, and Desser realizes the missing lab subjects are now being collected openly through arrests. That makes mercenaries like them the easiest prey, because nobody important will come looking for foreign drifters with no one to vouch for them. Pram adds that the arrests are so brutal the mercenary guild is starting to resist, which means the whole city is sitting on a knife edge. Desser drinks the inn's awful lukewarm water and says the enemy's rush is obvious. With the whole nation backing the work, they are trying to finish the homunculus in just 5 days. Adjust points out how reckless that is, because mass kidnappings could expose the homunculus project to the entire outside world. When Romantica asks what they can actually do, Desser chooses the only opening he sees. They need K. Hasmarian's help. Romantica immediately objects that asking a senior commander to help foreigners invade the royal castle sounds like a good way to get arrested. Desser bets on K's character instead, saying the Grand Master won't tolerate what the kingdom has become if they approach him as mercenaries trying to protect civilians. His plan is simple for now. Hear K's view of the crisis first, then decide the next move from there. After slipping through the city under the Titan crackdown, and nearly getting caught twice, the party finally reaches K's mansion. K hears their situation, and without hesitation, agrees to protect them because he already believes they are innocent. Then K surprises Desser by offering more than shelter. They can either hide and wait, or join him and end this mess themselves. When Desser asks if K means rebellion, K answers plainly that he is already gathering people to correct what the kingdom has become. K admits mercenaries normally care more about survival than justice, but he still asks for their help because he trusts them. Desser realizes this is exactly the chance they needed, because K was already planning to strike the castle on his own. So Desser answers like a mercenary and asks for the exact job, making it clear they will only take a mission that can actually be won. K gives the mission in one line: protect the king and punish the so-called prophets who are misleading him. Desser accepts, asks for a fair price, and K welcomes them with a pleased smile, promising to bring them back alive. Soon after, K moves them in a carriage through Altia's filthy slums, using the city's darkest quarter as the safest place to disappear. Desser quietly respects K's choice, because the maze-like slums would let a small force hide, split pursuers, and survive even against an army. The carriage stops at a shabby bar, and the moment they walk in, every rough-looking customer turns to stare. A huge bearded man tests K with a coded greeting, and K answers with the right password to prove he belongs here. The mood flips instantly when the code is complete, and the entire bar rises to salute K as their major. Once K dismisses them, the soldiers melt right back into casual chatter, and Desser sees how carefully this resistance has been built. The bar owner greets K like an old street kid who made it big, then quietly confirms more soldiers can gather within 2 minutes if called. K asks for a private room so he can brief his new recruits, and the owner leads the party deeper into the bar. Inside the soundproof room, K starts with the past. Under the king's orders, he crossed the continent gathering rare materials after the prophet appeared. But somewhere along the way, the king became obsessed with collecting those ingredients and started changing into someone K barely recognized. When K says he has not truly spoken to the king in a year, Desser homes in on the key idea and asks if the king is being controlled. K agrees that control is the closest word for it, and the room goes still as the suspicion finally becomes explicit. K lays out the damage that followed. The prophet took the king's authority, drained the kingdom's wealth, raised taxes, and drove the people into fear and recession. That is why K formed this hidden force, and with the prophet suddenly acting in a rush, he believes this may be their only window to strike. K formalizes the alliance with a mercenary contract, and once Desser signs it, K officially becomes their helper. Next, K spreads out a detailed map of Altia and the royal castle, turning the rebellion into a concrete assault plan. K's first priority is saving the king from manipulation, even if Desser privately sees the king as just a shadow world figure. Because they cannot win a direct war against the capital's wizards, K says they must break into the castle first and kill the prophet before the defenders can fully react. He marks the airfield as their entry point, confident his forces can break through those units because they are skilled but still inexperienced. Then K names the real obstacle: the Rose Brigade, the king's elite force, and the most dangerous troops guarding the castle. Their route goes through the south gate under the Red Rose Battalion, so Desser immediately asks for the exact troop formation there. K gives the numbers: thousands of third circle wizards, hundreds of fourth circle wizards, and several fifth circle commanders. But when K says there are no knights or archers because Altia's wizards think magic alone is enough, Desser finally smiles. K asks why he is smiling, and Desser calmly says the enemy lineup is easier than expected because that kind of one-sided confidence is exactly what he knows how to break. Instead of explaining further, Desser leaves them with a confident promise: he would rather show them than tell them. At twilight, K's airship cuts straight toward the palace while his soldiers stand rigid on the deck, bracing against the brutal wind. K reminds them that even if history brands them traitors, they are risking everything to cut evil out of the kingdom for the king's sake. When K slams his weapon to the deck, the whole unit answers in unison, showing the fierce loyalty of men he personally saved. As the ship enters the palace defense zone, K gives the order to begin the assault and Desser steps forward with the strike force. From above, Desser sees 600 palace sorcerers and a magic cannon already aimed at their lone airship. The ground troops unleash a sky-filling barrage of fire, ice, and lightning that would wipe out a normal army. Desser closes his eyes, reads the old-fashioned spell work in an instant, and dismisses it as crude by the standards of his own era. He starts inverting the barrage one spell after another, and the glowing attacks crack apart into harmless mana before they can hit. A second wave fares even worse, because Desser now interrupts some spells before they are fully cast, leaving the defenders stunned. Then the palace fires its magic cannon, forcing the battle out of Desser's comfort zone because raw mana blasts cannot be inverted. K walks past Desser and casually cuts the cannon blast in half, showing why the palace can no longer stop this ship. After that display, the defenders give up on a fourth attempt and can only watch the airship glide past their broken line. Inside the palace, Colonel Darren of the Elite Rose Brigade spends his evening reading reports and drinking coffee in a luxurious office. The report says the palace communication arrays are down until tomorrow, a quiet weakness that has already crippled the kingdom's command network. When the lieutenant shows unease about civilians being detained without trial, Darren coldly tells her to sympathize if she wants, but never disobey authority. An explosion shakes the palace, interrupting the lecture and rattling Darren's office hard enough to make the coffee tremble. A subordinate bursts in without ceremony, and Darren is still scolding him for bad manners when the man reports that the palace is under attack. The messenger adds the real shock. It is not an imperial invasion, but a single airship led by Commander K. Back at the assault, K's airship lands smoothly on Wolfgang Tower, the only tower where an airship can touch down near the inner Bailey route. K's soldiers and Desser's party pour off the ship and reorganize at once, because the bridge on the 8th floor is their only path into the inner Bailey. The tower guards panic when they see K himself, and Desser's spell inversion leaves them too crippled to cast properly before the melee hits them. Desser reveals why their rush is working at all. He already smashed the palace communication arrays, so the defenders are fighting blind and cannot coordinate. Even so, Desser knows their small force will be buried if nearby troops converge, so they have to punch through before the palace regains its footing. When 3 wizards try to form third circle spells, Desser erases their techniques mid-cast and K's soldiers instantly overwhelm them. K gives Desser quiet credit, and Desser dryly replies that he has to excel somewhere since his own circle is low. They finally reach the 8th floor bridge, and the real wall is waiting there, the elite Red Rose Brigade in matching red uniforms. Darren says he predicted K's landing point and calls this attack a betrayal, but K fires back that real loyalty to the king is exactly why he is here. The moment the talking ends, both sides move, and the Red Rose Brigade starts high-level coordinated casting in rotating squads. 100 fourth circle spells roar down the bridge, and even Desser cannot invert all of them before the first wave lands. Ajest throws up Ice Crown to catch the spells Desser misses, but the barrage is still so brutal that some of K's men are blasted off the bridge anyway. Darren keeps the pressure relentless by rotating squads one after another, turning the bridge into a killing lane with no room to think. K steps to the front and says he will endure it, and that single promise snaps his shaken men back into a charge. Then K reveals the flower of the sword, shaping dense blue aura into a precise sword form so refined that even Desser is stunned. The elite wizards crash into K's sword form and crumble instead, letting his soldiers break through the bridge at last. With K holding the center, Pram and Ajess drive the left and right flanks while Romantica picks off casters before they can finish their spells. Darren feels the battle slipping and personally steps forward, which makes the elite formation even more dangerous. He fires powerful water spells at close range, but K charges straight through them and cuts apart both Storm and Wave without slowing down. As the battle on the 8th floor bridge starts slipping away, Darren abruptly changes targets and orders his magicians to smash the bridge supports instead of fighting K's men head-on. Desser instantly realizes Darren wants to drop the whole bridge, but he cannot risk using inversion carelessly because one wrong move could finish the collapse himself. K is pinned down protecting his soldiers, so Desser makes the only call left and shouts for Ajess to save the bridge. Ajess immediately understands, falls back behind the soldiers, and drives her sword into the ground to build a large support spell array. Darren finishes first and unleashes the 5th circle spell. Death stays in the river, flooding the bridge with a violent torrent like a man-made disaster. The torrent twists downward and starts ripping through the bridge pillars one after another, turning Darren's spell into a direct demolition strike. 3 pillars collapse in seconds, and the whole bridge lurches so hard that soldiers lose their footing as rocks and dust rain into the open air. At the last moment, Ajess completes Winter Crystal and freezes massive ice pillars into place beneath the ruined bridge to hold it up. The bridge survives, but Ajess pays for it hard, staggering pale and drained after pouring an absurd amount of mana into a spell big enough to hold the structure together. Darren instinctively retreats as K's force realizes the blockade is finally failing and begins pushing forward with far less resistance. Cornered against the end of the ground, the Red Rose Battalion gets one desperate order from Darren to focus everything on the Sword Grandmaster. Darren overlooks one fatal detail. By now the enemy is already inside K's attack range. K answers with a single range slash that detonates through the packed mages and wipes them out in one blow. When the dust clears, the battlefield is cratered and the precious 4th circle magicians are simply gone. Darren survives the blast by a thread, but he is sprawled on the ground in disbelief with both arms blown away and his command shattered. Seeing the enemy collapse, K roars for a charge and his soldiers surge over the ruined bridge with their morale fully ignited. The last thing standing in the way is the Red Rose Battalion's trainee swordsman, and the fight instantly turns into brutal close-quarters slaughter. K's men dominate the melee because they have spent their lives compensating for weak magic with hard sword training under the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. With Darren maimed and mentally broken, his adjutant can only drag him away and try to flee from K's advance. K carves a direct path toward Darren, dropping everyone who tries to block him until even the adjutant loses his head. Now completely helpless, Darren begs for his life and offers information about the Prophet to tempt K into sparing him. K gives Darren a flicker of hope by admitting the information matters, then kills him anyway because a commander who throws away his own soldiers does not deserve to live. K raises Darren's severed head and declares the battle over, and the last sounds of fighting finally die out across the bridge. The Red Rose Battalion is all but annihilated, while K's side stands in far better shape thanks to the key support from Pram, Romantica, and Ajess. K offers the surviving Red Rose soldiers a last chance to open the way to the inner bailey and live. Their senior survivor refuses, explaining that surrendering to a rebel would only get them executed as traitors anyway. The same survivor warns that Darren already planned for this route, and the Blue Rose Battalion should be on its way. Even knowing resistance is hopeless, the survivors choose to die as loyal subjects rather than live as dishonorable cowards. K genuinely respects their loyalty, but he still gives the order, and his men execute the last survivors as cleanly as they can. With the Red Rose Battalion completely wiped out, K turns and opens the way into the inner bailey. As K's force keeps advancing, the story underlines the insult to the Magic Kingdom itself. The nation that worshipped magic is being carved open by soldiers with swords and spears. The inner defenses have lost their meaning after the bridge battle, so K's group reaches the royal bedchamber far faster than anyone should have expected. Still acting as a loyal servant, K politely announces himself and asks permission to enter the king's room. When no answer comes, K opens the door himself and finds the king already dead on the floor in a spreading pool of blood. K immediately asks whether this could be an illusion, but Desser checks the room and confirms there is no active spell hiding the truth. Following the blood trail, K exposes the fatal wound and Desser realizes the cut was shaped to match K's own sword strike almost perfectly. The trap is obvious now. Once this murder is discovered, K's faction will look like the rebels who stormed the palace and killed the king themselves. K quietly lifts the king onto the bed, closes his eyes, and gives him a brief private farewell instead of breaking down. Without showing grief on his face, K turns back to the mission and says their only answer now is to find the Prophet and prove he was the real assassin. Troubled but knowing they have no time to mourn, Desser follows K out of the chamber toward the Prophet's likely position beyond the central inner hall. They expect a major military interception in the huge Hall of Knowledge, but what greets them there is far worse. The hall is a massacre, with soldiers already torn into chunks across the floor while hundreds of monsters feed among the bodies. Desser recognizes them as chimeras, banned creatures so dangerous that seeing this many inside the palace proves just how deep the Prophet's power runs. Desser and K both realize the Prophet has stopped caring about secrecy, because unleashing monsters that kill friend and foe alike means he is running out of safer options. One chimera notices them, a chewed bone hits the floor, and in the next breath the whole pack turns and charges. K snaps his panicking men into an all-round defensive formation and orders them not to give a single step as the monsters crash in. The first impact is savage, with steel cutting monster flesh while chimera claws and teeth rip straight into the soldiers' line. The few magicians in K's force, joined by Dresser and Romantica, start bombarding the rushing monsters to keep the formation from being swallowed whole. At first K's tactics and the monsters' lack of formation let the unit hold, but that small edge starts slipping as the chimeras simply refuse to tire. Exhaustion opens gaps in the shields, and the chimeras begin hooking soldiers out of formation to tear them apart in front of everyone else. Watching familiar soldiers get eaten alive makes it brutally clear to Dresser that this fight is far worse than anything he expected from a level 3 Shadow World. When a lion-like chimera lunges toward another vulnerable soldier, Dresser reacts instantly and blows its claws apart with burst fire. The rescued soldier gives Dresser a quick nod and throws himself back into the line, but Dresser's own expression stays grim because he knows this is only getting worse. Dresser admits to himself that the quest difficulty has spiked far beyond his forecast, and even having K here no longer makes victory feel safe. Then Dresser senses a large wave of incoming mana and realizes the Blue Rose Battalion is almost here, which means K's exhausted unit will be trapped between monsters and fresh elite mages. Knowing they have barely 10 minutes, Dresser breaks from his position and rushes over to K at the front line to warn him. Dresser tells K the Blue Rose Battalion will arrive in around 10 minutes, and K's face hardens because he knows they cannot win if that happens here. At that crisis point, Pennon steps in and asks K to transfer command to him, offering himself as the sacrifice needed to keep the mission alive. For the first time since the king's death, K visibly wavers, and Dresser realizes this request hits him harder than the sight of his murdered friend. Even so, K accepts the only path left and formally transfers all command authority to Ensign Pennon. Pennon accepts without hesitation and promises to do his best, fully aware that taking command here likely means staying behind to die. After blasting away 3 nearby chimeras with a burst of aura, K steps back from the front line and leaves his men with a farewell he knows may be final. With the Hall of Knowledge collapsing into chaos, Pennon splits the formation and assigns a small escort to K so he can keep pushing toward the real target. When K asks what Dresser's party will do, Dresser immediately chooses to stay with K instead of gambling their lives on holding this line. Dresser keeps his priorities cold and clear: protect his party, clear the quest, and reach the Prophet instead of dying for virtual soldiers. Pennon counts down a 10-second opening, and everyone in K's detachment braces behind the shield wall for one desperate break through the chimeras. At K's signal, the soldiers slam the chimeras aside, the mages blast the packed swarm, and a narrow escape route explodes open. K's team and Dresser's party sprint out of the hall, cutting down the few chimeras that chase them until the pack finally turns back to Pennon's doomed stand. At the 6-way junction inside the inner bailey, K chooses the third passage on the left without hesitation, which tells Dresser he already knows where the Prophet is hiding. Dresser confirms the corridor is a dead end, and K says the Prophet cannot escape the palace without coming through here. That answer locks Dresser's theory in place. The Prophet is cornered in his research lab because he is too desperate to abandon his homunculus work now. The corridor opens into a ruined garden where every flower is dead, every pool is dry, and the whole place looks like its life was sucked out. Romantica feels the mana first and says it is vile, while Dresser and Aegis recognize the same sewer-like taint spreading thicker through the garden. Dresser realizes this is the same kind of mana crow mask used, and that points straight at the outsiders even though the timeline should make that impossible. Even with that contradiction gnawing at him, Dresser pushes the team onward because every second they waste is being bought with soldiers' lives back in the hall. At the garden's center they reach a small dome pulsing with mana so dense it is hard to breathe, and K's 3 escort soldiers snap into formation while Dresser's party spreads out beside them. Then the Prophet appears by a glass tube holding a humanoid homunculus, looking half dead and stitched together but still speaking with cold confidence. K names him as the Prophet, and their first exchange makes it obvious they are past arguing about ideals and heading straight for an execution. The Prophet mocks K as just another man serving a kingdom that values magic over swordsmanship, but K answers by pouring king-class aura into his blade instead of taking the bait. When the Prophet stands and pulls out a skull-shaped mask, K strikes in a flash, but an invisible barrier stops the sword and only cracks the brooch on the Prophet's chest. The Prophet says K is not the only one in a hurry and summons Bryanak, a spear of Blankum that bursts apart into dozens of light blades orbiting around him. Dresser is rattled because the Prophet has already shown 2 artifacts, so K orders his own men to attack head-on while Dresser's party moves to surround him from the sides. The Prophet shuts that plan down by spearing the glass tube himself and forcing the homunculus out into the fight. As the homunculus rises, the Prophet coolly offers them a choice between dying to alchemy's eternal truth or a hero-killing mythical weapon. K steps back just long enough to reassess, and the homunculus immediately locks onto him as the strongest threat in the room. Dresser warns that this homunculus is even more complete than the one he fought before, and its mere second circle mana makes that even more ominous. Dresser says he knows how to handle the homunculus and asks K to take the Prophet, trusting K to win the straight duel. K closes in on the Prophet again, and this time his second clash shatters the brooch artifact outright even though the barrier still blocks the strike. The Prophet and K launch into a full-speed duel with Bryanak and Sword Aura colliding so hard the whole structure shakes. The homunculus jumps in to protect its master, so Desser rushes his own side into motion before K gets crushed by both enemies at once. K's escort soldiers agree to trust Desser completely, and Desser takes command of the anti-homunculus fight. Romantica opens with sniping magic, but the shots ring off the homunculus like steel and prove its body is absurdly tough. That painless hit is still enough to draw the homunculus off K and onto Desser's side, and Desser quickly warns everyone that destroying its body normally is pointless. One of K's men blurts out that the thing sounds unkillable, but Desser insists they can still win if everyone follows his instructions exactly. Before anyone can hesitate longer, the homunculus suddenly moves at bishop-class speed, reckless but terrifying as it crashes straight at the party. Desser's first order is for Pram to block it, and Pram catches the charge cleanly by driving his aura-coated sword into the creature's shoulder. The damaged arm snaps right back through causality, but Desser already has the next step ready and sends Agest in before it can settle. Agest's magic sword, Ice Wave, cuts deep and freezes the homunculus just long enough for K's 3 escort soldiers to rush in together and sever one leg. Even that heavy damage only triggers another clean restoration, but this time the reset is exactly what Desser wanted. The instant it restores, Pram cuts again, and Desser drives the whole group into a brutal rhythm of destroy, restore, destroy so the homunculus never gets time to learn its body. Desser realizes the real weakness is not damage itself but the mana the homunculus burns every time it reinforces and restores its body. As Desser's side starts shaving down the homunculus mana little by little, K's duel with the Prophet explodes into a battle far beyond ordinary fighters. Bryanak proves worthy of its myth as its Blankum shards regroup, divide, and fire like a whole army of autonomous spears around the Prophet. Even against Blankum, K's sword holds because his aura is so refined that it shields the blade itself, letting him clash head-on without shattering. K's movements stay graceful and brutal at the same time, but Bryanak still keeps pressing him with non-stop beams from every free shard. When the pressure peaks, K plants his foot and spreads his aura into blooming sword flowers that crash against Bryanak hard enough to shake the whole building again. Even while trading blows, the Prophet keeps needling K about the dead king and the rebellion, trying to shake his purpose without exposing his own final trump card. For a moment the Prophet and K stay dead even, both fighting carefully and still hiding what they have not used yet. Then the homunculus throws back its head and screams, and everyone in the chamber feels the air distort as if time itself just slowed for an instant. The Prophet glances across the battlefield and realizes Desser's team is crushing the homunculus by exploiting exactly how it works. Startled that someone understands the homunculus so well, the Prophet sends half of Bryanak's shards toward Desser's side. Desser feels the attack coming and urgently orders everyone around him to fall back. K charges in to pull the Prophet's focus back onto himself, refusing to let him interfere with Desser's fight. The Prophet gives up attacking and pours Bryanak entirely into defense, forcing even K onto the back foot. With K stalled, the Prophet reveals a second artifact, a huge floating bow made from wood-like material. At the Prophet's command, Yggdrasil's branch draws itself and condenses raw mana into a silver arrow. K tries to break through before the shot is ready, but Bryanak's full defense keeps him out. When Desser measures the power gathering in that arrow, he goes pale and yells for immediate defensive magic. Agest answers first with her strongest ice defense while Desser and Romantica pile on more protection. The silver arrow tears through the triple barrier almost instantly, but their last-second defense nudges it just enough to spare them. K's soldiers are not so lucky, and the silver shot erases them without leaving bodies behind. Seeing his men wiped out, K snaps into violent fury and rushes the Prophet at full power. To answer that charge, the Prophet blasts open the ceiling so moonlight can fall onto Bryanak. Under moonlight, Bryanak reveals its hidden form as the glowing shards turn blindingly solid and crush everything around them. K keeps walking straight through that storm of force even as his armor bends and blood opens across his body. The pressure finally blows K's left arm apart, but he still refuses to stop. At point-blank range, K lands a brilliant diagonal slash that cuts through the Prophet and finally knocks Yggdrasil's branch out. The cut leaves the Prophet badly wounded but alive, and he screams for his hidden treasures to free themselves. Dozens of lost artifacts burst into action at once, turning the ruined dome into a deadly barrage. K plants himself in front and takes the storm, buying Desser's party the one opening they need. Since the homunculus has burned through its mana and can barely move, Desser shifts his priority and prepares his strongest spell for the Prophet. Desser releases Flame Storm at full power, and the Inferno swallows the Prophet and his artifact wall whole. When the flames clear, the artifacts are wrecked and the Prophet is crushed half to death, but he is still breathing. Desser tries to finish him carefully, but the effort drops him to the ground from sheer exhaustion. In disbelief, the dying Prophet asks how Desser knows the Sunju people's language and realizes Desser even burns soul power into that spell. As his body starts cracking apart like fired clay, the Prophet tells K and Desser they have accomplished more than they understand. His skull mask crumbles away and reveals an androgynous face Desser suddenly recognizes. Desu remembers seeing that face in Wilhelm Evernaten's office and names the prophet as Ismail, the last pope of Artemis. Ismail calmly confirms it, leaving Deser shaken that someone from the fallen Holy Kingdom could still be alive. Deser asks the one question that matters now: why create homunculi at all? Ismail says it was all to fulfill a promise to the great goddess, then runs out of breath before he can explain more. He collapses into dust and dies with the truth still missing, leaving the room in a heavy, uneasy silence. Thinking the battle is finally over, Deser turns toward the helpless homunculus to finish the quest himself. Instead, Kay stops him cold by pointing his sword at him, and the final quest reveals Kay was the true mastermind all along. Even half-dead, Kay's fighting spirit has not faded, and Deser instantly knows lowering his guard now would be fatal. Trying to buy time, Deser calls out the truth he has pieced together. Kay had been hunting the homunculus from the very beginning. As Deser replays everything, Kay's calm reaction to the king's death suddenly looks more suspicious than his anger over his soldiers. Then Deser remembers the quest warning about Aldine Cepius, and realizes Kay's clue was not a person to protect but the alchemy in his head. The hidden truth lands hard on Deser. Aldine was one of the first homunculus researchers, and Kay had already taken that forbidden knowledge from him. Around them, the whole chamber keeps collapsing, and Pram, Romantica, and Adjust move in as the standoff turns into open confrontation. Kay coolly says his request is finished, and he will still pay them, as if this should be the end of their deal. Deser's team silently refuses, because as long as Kay wants the homunculus, they have no way to back down. Annoyed but resolved, Kay raises his sword and warns that if they interfere, he will cut them down. Deser realizes Kay's aura has thinned after the prophet fight, but even wounded, a sword master is still a nightmare to face. Both sides are spent, and that brief hesitation is all Kay needs to move first. Romantica reacts instantly and fires at Kay's forehead, but he bats the shot aside with absurd reflexes. Kay closes the gap on Deser in an instant, going straight for the commander. Pram throws himself in the way, and the first clash nearly rips his arm apart from the strain alone. Pram understands immediately that he cannot beat Kay head-on, but he still refuses to let him through to Deser. He pours everything into a blistering fast sword barrage, but Kay calmly reads every strike and breaks his rhythm. One heavy counter finally opens Pram up, and Kay draws back for a finishing blow that Pram knows he cannot survive. Deser and Romantica save him at the last second by blasting into Kay's line with fire and wind. Using that opening, Adjust dives through the smoke and meets Kay blade to blade. Adjust is driven back by pure sword skill, but she holds long enough for Pram to recover and rejoin the attack. Pram comes back with a rain of light fast thrusts, and the team finally starts turning the fight into a coordinated trap. Realizing this is becoming dangerous, Kay suddenly breaks away and sheathes his sword, forcing a tense pause. After catching his breath, Kay tries one last negotiation and offers to pay them even more if they walk away. Deser flatly rejects the money and says nobody else hired them to interfere. That answer finally rattles Kay, and he demands to know why they would oppose him at all. Deser fires the real question back at him. After all this damage, why does he still need a homunculus so badly? After a long breath, Kay finally answers that he wants a homunculus to change a world that discriminates by magical talent. He argues that magic is a privilege decided at birth, while the people without mana are doomed to be left behind no matter how hard they struggle. Kay's anger rises as he warns that a world built more and more on magic will only deepen that cruelty, and he vows to erase magic from the world entirely. In the ruined garden lab, Deser is horrified when Kay calmly says the homunculus might one day use causality to erase magic from the entire world. Kay admits the power only works on the homunculus for now, but he is still obsessed with forcing it onto the outside world someday. Romantica snaps back that wiping out magic would collapse every magic-based society and leave mankind helpless against shadow worlds. Kay refuses to bend, saying shadow worlds keep humanity united and that his real goal is to destroy the privilege only mages enjoy. Deser realizes talking is over, because Kay has spent his life chasing this dream and will never give up the homunculus willingly. He openly declares that he will stop Kay at any cost, and Kay answers by naming Deser his enemy. Even in his ruined state, Kay releases his flower of the sword again, filling the air with lethal aura blossoms that can kill on contact. Pram and Adjust rush him anyway, only to get shredded back by the spinning flowers before they can break through. Kay immediately dives past the others and comes straight for Deser, trying to split the party and kill its core first. Deser expected that move, so instead of panicking he calmly keeps stacking fast spell arrays for a trap. Kay reads Deser's casting speed and range at a glance, then steps just outside the expected kill zone and fires a ranged sword strike first. But Kay suddenly senses something wrong, because Deser never stops chanting even with death right in front of him. He understands too late that Deser's real target is the homunculus, and he wrecks his own leg, forcing himself to turn back into the blast path. Deser unleashes Flame Storm, and Kay throws himself into the inferno to protect the homunculus. When the fire clears, Kay is still standing in the crater, burned all over and barely upright, but still gripping his sword. Kay still tries to push forward, but Deser is out of big spells and the battle turns into a brutal test of who can hold out longer. Romantica keeps hammering him with compressed wind shots, and even though Kay can still cut them apart, He is now trapped protecting the homunculus instead of attacking freely. Then a new commotion reaches the garden, and Dresser suddenly declares that Kay has already lost. A whole force of Blue Rose Battalion magicians floods in and surrounds everyone, revealing that Dresser had been stalling for reinforcements. Kay can barely process the betrayal, because the Blue Rose Battalion he tried to use has arrived to destroy the dream he almost reached. A Blue Rose commander answers Kay's anger with pure cruelty by throwing Pennant's severed head at his feet. That sight finally breaks Kay's self-control, because he can endure death in battle but not seeing his men butchered like this. Kay stops caring about Dresser's group and turns all his rage toward the Blue Rose commander, while the battalion instantly prepares to kill him if he moves. While every eye stays on Kay, Prem quietly crawls out of sight into position. Kay spends the last of his strength on one final charge, bursting through the kill zone before the battalion's spells can stop him. In a single instant, Kay reaches the Blue Rose commander and beheads him for revenge. That last burst empties him completely, and Kay is left standing still as the rain of spells closes in to finish him. Before those spells can tear him apart, Pram cuts off Kay's head himself, granting his fallen mentor the clean warrior's death the enemy would not. With Kay dead and the conspiracy broken, the hidden homunculus operation is finally wiped out inside this shadow world. Far away on the frozen northern plains of Adenia, the war against the Outsiders opens with the biggest allied army in history facing a united criminal horde. What used to be an easy campaign has hardened into a 2-month stalemate because the Outsiders finally organized themselves under real leadership. When the trumpet sounds, both sides surge forward across the snow and crash together in a full-scale slaughter. At the center, Adenia's elite lancemen hold the line against towering half-barbarian outsiders who keep fighting even as they die. A frightened Adenian frontline soldier sees his section buckle, grabs a spear, and knows there is no room left to retreat. Then the sky turns into a mage battlefield of its own, with magical artillery crossing overhead and slamming into the plain. A far greater spell follows, as sparks rain down and monstrous thunderbolts start annihilating whole blocks of outsiders at once. The soldiers quickly realize the caster can only be Zod Exarian, and his name alone sends allied morale soaring. With Zod breaking the balance, the allied army regroups and drives the outsiders backward across the plain. The outsiders finally break and run, and the allied command raises the signal to chase them down for the war-ending blow. That victory dies in an instant when violent explosions suddenly tear through the pursuing allied formations from nowhere. Whatever hit them moves too fast to understand, shredding knights and collapsing entire sections before anyone can react. A terrified frontline soldier watches the line disintegrate before the unknown attacker flashes toward him and cuts his awareness off mid-battle. Back at the commander's communication network, the first reports sound manageable, but they are immediately followed by a flood of annihilation notices from every flank. Zod sees the Alliance's weak shared command structure buckling under an attack no one understands. A veteran Adenian commander forces order over the communication lines and stops the pursuit, trying to limit the massacre before it gets worse. Studying the speed and destruction, Zod guesses the attacker may be a chimera built for extreme lightness, reflexes, and absurd firepower. Then a warning comes in that the unknown object has left the battlefield and is racing straight toward Zod himself. The attacker crashes through the soldiers around Zod in a river of blood, and he barely blocks the impact with emergency defense magic. When the snow settles, the killer is revealed as a white-haired girl with dead silver eyes and a presence so wrong that Zod instantly knows she is not human. At Lagrium Plain in northern Aldina, the Outsiders exploited the Shadow World chaos and hit the Allied forces when a major chunk of Avalon troops had already left the front. The Allies were winning at first, until one terrifying enemy arrived alone and started wiping out entire knight units like they were nothing. Zod Exarian stepped in before the slaughter became total, and his intervention was so critical that the Alliance buried every detail once he vanished after the fight. Later in snowy northern Aldina, Zod sat in an Apopis University hospital room looking exhausted in the head more than the body, staring down a chessboard like it was another battlefield. As he moved a white knight, Zod pressed Dresser about the truth they had uncovered. If a homunculus really controls causality, then the nightmare at Lagrium finally made sense. Dresser answered calmly over the game that the shadow world he just returned from was set 100 years in the past, and the history inside it already clashed badly with what the present should have been. Zod added that the creature's mana alone was wrong for this age, with power on the level of the Sixth Circle, which only made the threat feel worse. Their board talk turned into strategy. The front had to hold for now, because both sides were battered, but killing the homunculus was the only way the Allies could finish the Outsiders for good. The reason was ugly. At Lagrium, Zod's duel with the homunculus left him so wrecked he could barely move, even though he somehow still managed to drive it off. That mutual damage forced the Outsiders to retreat with the homunculus, and the Allied forces had no choice but to pull back too and recover. Then the conversation shifted to the Prophet, and Dresser made it clear that Monster was still alive, still fighting for the Outsiders, and still one of the biggest dangers on the continent. Dresser remembered how the Prophet had already appeared across different ages and kingdoms under false names, which convinced him the man was surviving through artifacts and had been moving in the dark for far too long. With the Prophet active and a completed homunculus now in play, Desser quietly raised the outsiders to top priority targets before they became a disaster no one could stop later. Desser told Zod that Hebrian had finally started moving seriously against the outsiders, and the Starling party was heading north on a mission that might help break the current deadlock. After hearing they were going north, Zod looked over Desser's outfit and casually told him to stop by the nearby Magic Tower because he had gifts ready for the party. Soon after, the Starling party rode a train toward the far north, and the world outside Desser's window turned steadily wider the farther they went. Desser reflected that he had wanted to keep training the team after their level 3 victory, but the war had escalated too fast for that plan to survive. Principal Justin shut down Hebrian Academy because the outsider war made the school itself a target, especially after they had already shown they were willing to strike it. From his own information channels, Desser learned that the Allies had retreated from Legrium after a terrible mistake and that Hebrian was sending even students into the struggle to rebuild strength. He was jolted to hear Zod had been badly injured at Legrium, then eased only a little when the reports said it was not life-threatening. The mission itself was unusual. Instead of joining the general war effort, Desser's party was asked to win the favor of the northern barbarians. Desser was warned he could refuse, because the party had just dragged itself out of a brutal level 3 shadow world and was nowhere near fresh. Desser accepted immediately anyway, because bringing the barbarians into the war could strengthen the allies for the final fight against the outsiders. He also had a private motive. Heroin was home to Don Ape Aslan, one of the 6 survivors from the future Shadow Labyrinth, and the barbarian king Desser had long wanted to reach. Desser knew that earning Donate's trust now could help not just this war, but the much bigger nightmare waiting later inside the Shadow Labyrinth. As he worked through how to persuade Don Ape, Desser's thoughts landed on Ajest as the key person who might make the approach succeed. Then Pram broke his train of thought with bright excitement when he spotted their destination city through the window. The party arrived at a snow-covered frontier city built like a fortress, its walls and moat showing just how long this region had lived under the threat of barbarian war. After a light meal at the inn, Desser finally laid out the route ahead and pointed everyone toward empty Calcaris beyond the window. He explained that the easy mountain paths all fed into Legrium Plain, but the ongoing war had cut those routes off completely. That left the party with a dangerous detour over empty Calcaris itself, a place so steep and blizzard-ridden that most sane travelers never even try it. Desser ended the briefing with a blunt warning. The mountain was full of unknown dangers, so every step up there would have to be careful. 2 days into the climb, the endless blizzard finally eased, and the party's 4 trails of footprints stretched across the white plateau below empty Calcaris' towering peaks. Desser spotted danger first, and warned the team that a pack of werewolves was coming straight at them through the snow. Before the others were even fully set, Ajest fired Ice Blast and locked most of the pack in place in a single freezing strike. She walked through the frozen bodies and cut them apart with her sword, painting the white ground red almost by herself. The fight looked over for one careless second, until Pram shouted a warning as a huge surviving werewolf sprang at Ajest's exposed back. Before it could land the hit, Desser's new artifact Runel shot out like a silver bullet and caved in the beast's skull in midair, saving Ajest at the last second. Runel kept circling Desser on its own after that, darting out again and again to pierce any werewolf that came too close. With the big one dead, the rest of the pack folded fast, and Runel dropped neatly back into Desser's hand when the snowfield finally went quiet. Romantica admired the artifact openly, and Desser looked down at the softly glowing silver sphere he had earned from the level 3 shadow world. Runel was perfect for a mage under pressure, a self-moving shield and weapon at once, so the party had agreed Desser should carry it instead of Romantica. Even after surviving that skirmish, the mountain still felt relentless, and Ajest pointed out how many monsters were roaming an area untouched by normal travelers. The deeper problem was exhaustion. Without proper trails, with monsters everywhere and blizzards ripping at them, the mountain had drained the team's stamina to the bottom. What kept them alive was Zod's gift, the new 3rd-generation clothes line, whose heating function made this impossible climb barely survivable. As the climb dragged on, Pram asked how much farther they had left, and Desser judged that they were finally close. Around noon the slope finally eased, and the party stumbled onto the first real road they had seen since the climb began. Ahead of that road stood huge ancient pillars and ruins from the barbarians' golden age, a quiet sign that they were finally near Heroind. Before they could relax, Ajest stared at one pillar and coolly called out the hidden watcher she had already noticed. A woman stepped out from the ruins with half her face blackened by heavy markings, and even her casual voice carried enough menace to stop the whole group. Desser recognized the warrior at once as the Black Wolf, a brutal fighter who would later become famous as a mercenary at Donape's side. Keeping things formal, Desser announced that he had come under direct imperial order to speak with Don Ape Aslan. When proof was demanded, Desser held out the Emperor's golden medal marked with Hebrian's eagle to show they were real emissaries. Because she recognized what the medal meant, the marked warrior accepted them as real emissaries and told the party to follow her. She shoved aside huge stones near the ruins and revealed the hidden stairway down into Heroin's secret approach. When they came back up into daylight, the party found Heroind at last, a hidden city where nature and carved stone fit together with a wild, unfamiliar beauty. Pram could only blurt out his amazement as the group was led deeper into the city towards someone important. The party was brought into a dome-lit hall with a giant fire pit, where several heavily built warriors sat around a stone throne in waiting. The starling party bowed before the throne, and the ruler seated there ordered them to raise their heads. Desser looked up and finally faced down Ape Aslan, a massive, stone-solid king marked by the ruby earring that only the ruler of the north could wear. For a brief second Desser felt the weight of seeing an old future comrade again, but he pushed it down and focused on the mission in front of him. Desser formally proposed an alliance on behalf of Emperor Giltian, and Don Ape instantly stripped the wording down to its real meaning. The Empire wanted barbarian help in the war. Since there was no use pretending otherwise, Desser admitted it and argued that if the outsiders crushed the mainland, they would eventually bring the same chaos north to Harrowland. Don Ape made it clear he understood the danger, and even agreed the barbarians should fight the outsiders, which made it seem for one breath like Desser had won him over. Then, with the fire cracking between them, Don Ape shut the door anyway and flatly refused the Empire's request. Before the final battle at Prainapal, Don Ape Aslan starts telling his story because everyone here knows they might die soon and wants someone to remember them. He explains that his people have obeyed an ancient oath for generations, even though outsiders can barely understand why the barbarians would bind themselves so completely. As he touches his ruby earring, Don Ape speaks with deep pride about Meldra Khan, the hero who united the tribes and founded Harrowland. Then Don Ape reveals the missing part of the legend. A great unnamed man helped Meldra Khan build Harrowland's future and left behind one final request. That man handed Meldra Khan a sword meant to save the world someday, and asked the barbarians to guard it until the right owner appeared. Desser quickly realizes this oath is why the barbarians never left Harrowland in his previous life. Don Ape says the sword rests in the Chamber of Extreme Ice, a place so brutally cold that no barbarian has ever managed to reach it properly, much less draw the blade. His people waited in Harrowland for the sword's real owner for generations, but the Shadow Labyrinth forced them to think about breaking that long-held duty. At the end of the story, Don Ape admits he may have needed to search for that person himself, and his gaze settles on Adjust with quiet regret. Back in the present, Adjust, Romantica, and Pram are stunned when Don Ape still refuses an alliance, but Desser stays calm because he already expected this answer. When Don Ape says the barbarians cannot leave for any reason, Desser cuts straight to the real issue and asks if fulfilling Meldra Khan's oath would change that. The room erupts, but Desser catches Don Ape's reaction and knows he guessed right. The barbarian's hidden history still matches the future he remembers. One chief furiously mocks the idea of a mainlander touching their sacred legacy, and the mood turns openly hostile. Don Ape silences his people and demands one answer first. How does Desser even know about the oath? Desser claims he met a direct descendant of Meldra Khan inside a shadow world, using that truth as a cover for knowledge from his past life. That explanation is believable enough for Don Ape, because shadow worlds sometimes reveal the history the normal world lost or buried. Now interested, Don Ape says they can try, and the tribal chiefs protest even harder because they hate the idea of outsiders succeeding where they failed. Don Ape crushes their objections with one taunt, asking if they are afraid these mainlanders might do what none of them could. He admits he has long wanted to fight beside the Empire, but first the oath must be settled, and only someone truly qualified may challenge it. Desser has never heard of any qualification test, but he hides his surprise because he cannot afford to back down now. Don Ape makes the condition clear. He will personally test their worth in a duel. Desser does not hesitate and calls Adjust forward, because he already knows she is their best chance. Adjust accepts at once, and Don Ape turns to lead everyone out toward the snowy duel ground while the uneasy chiefs trail behind. The duel site is a huge snowy training ground where barbarian fighters stop sparring and bow the moment their king arrives. Watching the crowd, Desser recognizes many barbarians who will later become major fighters in the Shadow Labyrinth. Yuria clears out a section of the field for the match, and spectators crowd around to witness Don Ape fight with their own eyes. In the packed arena, Adjust and Don Ape ignore the crowd completely and focus only on each other. The silence snaps when Don Ape explodes forward and swings his axe in a brutal opening attack. Adjust barely slips past the axe, only for Don Ape to spin with shocking agility and drive a giant fist straight at her face. She gets her sword up in time, but the impact nearly wrecks her wrists, and shows just how terrible Don Ape's raw strength really is. Don Ape follows with another axe strike, and Adjust retreats fast, already realizing she cannot win by meeting him head-on. She switches to her real style, firing Ice Orb while layering Sigh of Kizzard so magic can cover the gap in direct swordsmanship. Don Ape simply roars through the barrage and keeps chasing, refusing to let her control the distance. His axe smashes through her defense, so Adjust changes the battlefield itself and erupts the snowfield into a prison of ice pillars with forests of crying white crows. Even Don Ape can only crack the nearest pillar at first, and the unnamed northern woman organizing the match watches with clear surprise at Adjust's strength. Adjust uses the pillars for clever hit-and-run attacks, turning the open field into terrain that finally favors her. But Don Ape proves why he is Don Ape, smashing down 6 pillars in one swing and tearing a path back toward her. Adjust fires the shattered ice back at him, and Don Ape answers by charging through the attack without even trying to dodge. The next clash drops Adjust to one knee, and even her sword is close to breaking under his pressure. To survive, she invokes Crown of Regret above him, forcing Donape to pull back from the brutal cold at last. Even after taking that spell directly, Donape is barely hurt, and the huge gap between them becomes impossible to ignore. Most fighters would break there, but it just only hardens her resolve because Desser trusted her to win. Donape notices that resolve, praises her eyes, and prepares something far more dangerous. The pressure from his killing intent alone nearly suffocates Adjust before he slams his axe into the ground. Mountain Stamp rips open the snowfield, hurls blood-red chunks of earth into the air, and shocks every spectator watching. Only Desser stays calm, because he knows this technique by name and realizes Donape is now testing Adjust completely seriously. As the flying landslide comes at her, Adjust answers with her own full power and unfolds Frozen Palace across the battlefield. Her visionary technique lets her raise layer after layer of ice walls faster than Donape can break them, stopping the attack in a roaring collision. The impact whips up a blizzard that hides both fighters for a moment, and leaves the crowd staring into white chaos. When the snow clears, the cold itself starts freezing around Adjust's blade as the north seems to bend to her will. She channels both magic and swordsmanship together with magic sword, ice blessing, and charges Donape head-on with her strongest attack yet. Donape meets her directly, hurling his axe with both hands and unleashing a beast-like surge of red aura instead of giving way. Their power locks evenly for a moment, and Adjust's freezing blade finally starts to slow Donape down by icing over his body. Adjust pours in all the mana she has left, but even then she cannot break through the red aura protecting him. Seeing that brute force will not finish him, Adjust suddenly steps back, and Donape instantly grows suspicious because her eyes still have not given up. Then the chill of the entire snowfield converges on Adjust, turning her silver hair pure white and wrapping her in silver light. For the first time, Donape's expression hardens completely, and he answers with Kuan-Lona, abandoning finesse for pure destructive power. Adjust's silver strike and Donape's disaster-level aura collide in one final impact that shakes the ground and sends snow out like a tidal wave. Adjust gets blasted away and buried in the snow, but she still forces herself back up with half of her broken sword in hand. She tries to keep the duel going, then realizes the result is already decided and lets the broken blade drop. Donape wipes blood from his cheek, quietly showing that she was strong enough to wound him before he turns away as the victor. The chiefs cannot believe a mainlander pushed their king that far, and once Donape is gone, Adjust finally collapses from exhaustion. Desser, Romantica, and Pram rush to her, and Adjust bitterly apologizes because she failed to win and finally understands the true gap between them. But Desser smiles and explains that Donape used Kuan-Lona against her, which means he recognized her as a real warrior and granted them the right to try drawing the sword. Relief finally reaches Adjust, because even in defeat she secured the one thing they came here for. The unnamed northern woman then steps in, admits Adjust is impressively strong for a continental fighter, but warns that trying to pull the sword may still be futile. Even so, the unnamed northern woman agrees to host them and promises that once Adjust recovers, she will guide the party to the sanctuary. Inside the borrowed heroine house, Pram is visibly relieved to find Adjust resting without a single physical injury after her brutal duel. Desser quietly judges the duel a success anyway, because Adjust was never expected to beat Donape outright, and the real point was proving herself and growing stronger. A day later, Adjust has recovered enough mana to stand again, and the group gathers as the question of moving on finally comes up. As the group is about to head out, Desser suddenly stops the departure and decides only he and Adjust need to go farther. Desser assigns Pram and Romantica to stay back and keep training, and Romantica instantly complains about getting more sparring instead of a break. Pram and Romantica grudgingly stay behind, and Desser leaves with Adjust to handle the sacred trial alone. At the stone temple entrance, the door opens and a vicious burst of freezing air slams into Desser and Adjust before they step inside alone. Once Yuria leaves, Desser and Adjust push deeper into the temple alone, and even their heated clotheslines barely slow the cold chewing into their bones. After a long march, they reach the chamber of extreme ice and find the sword at its center, surrounded by frozen human statues of every warrior who failed before. Seeing the dead end that claimed all those warriors, Adjust finally admits her fear and asks the question hanging over the room: is this really possible? Desser answers without hesitation, telling her to trust the method they practiced, and his confidence steadies her. With that, Adjust steps toward the sword and starts gathering the surrounding moisture exactly like she did against Donape, her silver blonde hair lifting in the frozen current. Desser flashes back to their earlier training, when Adjust first tried his new image-based method and the gathered frost collapsed before she could hold it together. Desser explains that her frozen palace needs to become a territory that pulls every escaping current of cold back inside instead of letting it spill away. He is so serious because he has already decided that if Adjust cannot master this spell, he will abandon the sword and the alliance before risking her life. Then Adjust suddenly gets it mid-instruction and seizes all the surrounding mana before Desser even finishes his sentence. Back in the chamber, Adjust activates Ice Empress, bathing the room in silver light as her hair whitens like frost and every current of cold starts pouring into her body. The chamber's killing cold slams against Adjust's own power like colliding glaciers, but she keeps her nerve and starts forcing that wild cold to become hers. Desser realizes she is surpassing even his expectations as she calmly absorbs the temple's cold and walks straight through the storm to the sword. The moment her hand closes on the hilt, the sword's own cold starts answering her, and the two freezing currents begin to mix under her control. But controlling the sword is not the same as taking it, and it just nearly buckles as the impossible pressure tears at her from inside and out. She grits through the pain and keeps fighting the invisible tug of war, while Desser watches in growing panic and almost steps in. Then the murderous cold in the chamber suddenly starts fading, and Desser realizes she has actually done it. Ajess stays upright only by using the sword as a support, and when Desser rushes over she bluntly admits she feels like she is dying. Even in that wrecked state, Ajess wears a rare trace of satisfaction as she tells Desser she thinks she pulled it off. With Desser helping, Ajess finally draws the center of ice free, revealing a deceptively simple sword with a smooth blade of solid unmelting ice. A light test swing is enough to prove the sword's power, because cold energy surges out of it even without Ajess trying to force anything. Now that the proof is in their hands, Ajess wants to go persuade the barbarians, and Desser praises her because she just secured the mission. Their calm walk back snaps into alarm when dripping water and spreading cracks reveal the temple was built over a lake frozen by the sword's cold. The instant he understands the whole frozen temple is about to melt apart, Desser scoops Ajess onto his shoulder and runs. As the ceiling collapses and water surges in, Ajess stays oddly calm while Desser carries her out, soothed by the simple warmth of his back and shoulders. They burst out just before the temple collapses, drenched and exhausted, and for now Desser can only wait for a proper chance to speak to Heroine's king. 2 days later, Desser and Ajess face Heroine's gathered chiefs again, and the hall is tense because the impossible already happened. When the chiefs demand confirmation, Desser answers with full respect that they truly retrieved the center of ice and can prove it. At Desser's signal, Ajess unsheathes the ice blade, and the hall can only stare because a mainlander is holding the sacred sword. The shock quickly turns into open rejection as the chiefs protest that mainlanders have no right to touch a sacred promise handed down by Melger. One of the chiefs pushes to the front with soldiers at his back and demands the sword be returned before the standoff turns violent. Desser fires back that they followed every rule and earned the sword legally, so the chiefs have no grounds to seize it now. Ajess makes the standoff worse for the chiefs by asking the obvious question: even if she handed the sword over, could any of them actually hold it? To prove it, Ajess loosens her control just enough for the sword's savage cold to lash the crowd, and the chiefs nearest her instantly recoil from the bone-cutting gale. Before the room can break into a real fight, the assembly's top authority cuts in and drags everyone back to the oath they were actually sworn to keep. The ruling voice reminds the hall that their duty was never to own the sword, only to guard it until the person who could retrieve it appeared. The chiefs clearly hate accepting it, but with the ruling settled no one can keep challenging Ajess' claim to the sword. With the sword issue settled, Desser immediately turns the meeting back to the real goal and asks for Heroine's answer on joining the fight against the outsiders. The answer comes as the hall's ruler declares their ancient oath complete and says their people will stop hiding from the world's injustice. A war cry answers the speech, and the whole hall flips from restraint into open battle fervor. The barbarian chiefs roar with the rest, because the oath that kept them isolated is finally gone, and they can fight as they were meant to. The final answer is clear: Heroine's greatest warriors will stand with the Empire, and the alliance Desser came for is finally secured. After securing the barbarian alliance, the Starling party comes down empty Calcaris in much better spirits, with Yuria guiding them safely to the city below. They arrive in Pyrium, a trade city open to foreigners, but the streets feel strangely heavy instead of lively because war has already dulled the place. Yuria parts ways with them in Pyrium, and says she will see Desser again on the battlefield, making the coming war feel immediate. Desser sends the others to rest at an inn, while he heads straight to the Hebrian embassy to report that the mission succeeded. Inside the embassy, Desser proves his identity with a gold plaque and contacts Hersenblanc through the communication device. Through the communication device, Hersenblanc is thrilled to hear that 7,000 barbarian warriors can now join the alliance, enough to match an entire western flank. But when Desser asks about the front, Hersenblanc's tone turns grim and Desser realizes the situation is worse than expected. Hersenblanc explains that after the Battle of Legrium, the commanders expected a lull, but the outsiders suddenly struck again before anyone was ready. The reason is simple and terrifying. The homunculus that should have been destroyed has already recovered and returned to the battlefield. Hersenblanc says the Allied forces had to create a special unit just to contain the homunculus, because almost no one can face it the way Zod did. After judging that the alliance is still holding, Desser steadies himself and accepts the order to bring Starling party to the Legrium plains at once. Once the call ends, Desser leaves the embassy and heads back to the inn with urgency instead of relief. Pram is already waiting outside the inn, and one look at Desser's face tells him this is bad news. Desser asks Pram to gather everyone, and Pram immediately runs to bring the party together. When the group assembles, Desser tells them the front has gone bad and Starling party is being sent into the war. The word war hangs heavy over them, but none of them backs away. Romantica says she hates war, but if the enemy is the outsiders, she will fight without hesitation after what they did to Deltheim. Desser, Ajest, and Pram understand at once that Romantica is talking about the Deltheim terrorist attack that destroyed her hometown and killed countless people. Ajest adds that the outsiders' indiscriminate terrorism is unforgivable, remembering the deaths they caused at Hebrian Academy too. Pram quietly agrees that if fighting now can stop more victims later, then they have to do it. With everyone committed, Desser gives the only answer left. They will help end this war as fast as they can. Far from them, the story cuts to a nightmare room where a bound man sits in terror beside a bathtub full of blood and walls stained black with old slaughter. Feather Mask moves through the gore as calmly as if she were at home, smiling at the captive before drawing her dagger across his throat. She promises not to let him die quickly, savoring the blood as he thrashes in panic and realizes he is being butchered for her pleasure. When the man finally bleeds out, Feather Mask's excitement vanishes almost instantly, leaving her bored and disappointed. A muscular man steps into the room with a grimace, and he is Mountain King Radin, one of the Outsiders' powerful leaders. Radin says Crow Mask contacted them, and Feather Mask follows him out into the old castle hallway without a trace of shame. As they walk, Radin snaps that her blood games have gone too far, because she has burned through 45 victims in a single week. Feather Mask calls the torture art, but Radin is sick of handing over captives, deserters, and even innocent men just to feed her obsession. The moment Radin insults her again, Feather Mask unleashes such overwhelming bloodlust that the much larger man collapses to his knees. She coldly warns that if she stopped restraining herself, she would have turned him and this castle into decoration long ago. After the pressure lifts, Radin is left stunned on the floor while Feather Mask simply walks away toward the top room to answer Crow Mask. In the castle's top room, Feather Mask answers Crow Mask's call and complains that being left behind to hold the fort is suffocating. Crow Mask says the plan will be over soon and asks if anything is interfering, while Feather Mask listens beside the communicator. When she says everything is moving according to his design, Crow Mask finally gives her the one order she wanted to hear. The time is ripe, so she can run wild. At the eastern side of the Lagrium Plains, the Hebrian Empire sets up a temporary headquarters near the Mahayu River and the Ialita border for the next phase of the war. At the temporary headquarters, Desser meets Lieutenant Payan, a monocled commander who looks slight but carries clear authority. Payan checks the deployment papers and confirms that only Desser, Agest, Romantica, and Pram from Starling Party are entering this war. Even after hearing Starling Party's reputation, Payan still worries that a 4-person unit could be wiped out by a single mistake. So Payan offers Desser a safer option: give up Starling Party's independent status and fold into a larger army unit. Desser politely refuses, saying Starling Party's strength is fighting as a small, flexible unit. Desser then lays out a small unit plan to slip behind enemy lines with mobility and concentrated firepower. Payan presses that any small unit could try that, so Desser answers that no other team matches 4 people forged by clearing a level 3 shadow world together. When Payan warns that rear infiltration means surviving alone if the enemy turns on them, Desser accepts that risk without hesitation. That answer satisfies Payan, who decides to trust the rumors and give Desser a chance in real war. Once Starling Party reaches Lutria Castle, the soldiers buzz about them nonstop because their reputation has spread all through the empire. The attention gets so excessive that even ordinary meals become exhausting for the party. Romantica grumbles that she can barely eat like this, and the others silently agree. Their mood lifts when familiar faces Redoria and Kelt walk over with teasing smiles and ask to join them. Redoria and Kelt tell them they'll get used to the fame soon, since this kind of attention comes with being a top academy party. Kelt advises them to eat plenty while the meal is still decent, because the army's food quality can drop fast. Redoria explains that the camp eats whatever will spoil first, so before long they will be living on jerky, hardtack, and raisins. They also learn that Hebrion's eastern side has it rough because its supplies come by river ship, while the western and central fronts have railway support. Talking with familiar rivals finally lets Starling Party forget the crowd and relax for a moment. That quiet moment ends instantly when a shrill bell rings 3 times through the hall. Everyone who knows the signals recognizes it at once. 3 bells means an enemy attack. The hall erupts into motion as soldiers abandon their food and sprint for their positions. Redoria and Kelt break away to rejoin their own parties and tell Starling Party to head for Central Command. Desser tells his team to move, and Romantica complains that they have barely been here a few hours before getting thrown into battle. Before the battle, the Starling Party quietly packs military gear while Desser studies briefing papers about the enemy. Desser warns them that one outsider frontline unit is the Kashuka Knights, a famous Divide Nation order that defected and now carries stolen Prion military gear. Romantica anxiously questions whether weakening the Eastern Front was a mistake, and Agest answers that the army had no choice once the homunculus threatened the center. Desser lays out the real problem. The outsiders pushed all 3 fronts at once, so Hebrion had to send its strongest troops to the center and leave the East dangerously thin. When Pram asks if that leaves the East nearly even with the outsiders, Desser admits it does, and the answer only deepens his unease. Even before the fighting starts, Desser cannot shake the feeling that the outsiders are controlling the flow of the war. The Eastern Front battle erupts as Hebrion's commanders order full artillery magic, and glowing arrays flood the sky before the first barrage crashes down. While most strong magicians support the artillery duel, Desser leads the Starling Party down into the frontline trenches instead. A platoon commander is stunned that Desser would leave the safer artillery line, and Desser bluntly says the infantry needs them more. The platoon commander is moved by Desser's answer and vows his unit will back them up, earning only a small bitter smile from Desser. Enemy shelling slams into the battlefield anyway, and even the prepared trench line takes heavy damage as the real clash begins. From the infantry line, a Jess drops Whisper of Winter straight into an outsider cluster and freezes them where they stand. That artillery-level spell coming from the trench line throws the outsiders into chaos, because they had been tracking fire from the rear and never expected it from the infantry position. Then Desser reads the incoming trajectories and instantly inverts a huge share of the enemy shelling before it can reach Hebrian's artillery. With each new volley, Desser widens his calculations until most of the outsiders' artillery is breaking apart in the air. The infantry realizes Desser is swinging the artillery battle for them, and even a jest can only stare at how absurd his inversion is on a battlefield this large. Once Desser is wiping out almost all of their shelling, the outsiders abandon distance and force a full infantry rush to turn the battle into a close brawl. Desser instantly understands the plan. If the lines tangle together, Hebrian's artillery advantage will be blunted. The armies slam into a screaming melee, and the Starling party becomes the obvious target because they are the only magic users fighting from inside the infantry line. Pram plants himself at the front and cuts down anyone trying to break into the party's position. As the melee thickens, even a Jess stops casting and joins Pram at the front to physically hold the line. Desser ignores the enemies lunging at him and keeps his focus on inversion, trusting the Silver Sphere Runnel to stop anyone who gets too close. Runnel whips through the attackers in a flash, dropping them before they can even finish their strike at Desser. Then the ground starts to thunder, and Desser turns to see a mass of armored cavalry bearing down on the field. The Kashuka Knights come in like an armored train, with magic armor on both riders and horses and fire lance blazing from their weapons. Their first sweep tramples Imperial infantry and starts ripping the frontline formation apart. After carving through the infantry once, the Kashuka Knights wheel around for another pass and leave the eastern front in panic. Hebrian hurriedly forms a tortoise wall of shields and spears, but that defense was built for normal cavalry, not pre-unequipped monsters like this. The Kashuka Knights smash right through anyway, because the spears cannot pierce their armor and the shield wall breaks under the impact. After tearing open the center, the cavalry turns toward Hebrian's exhausted artillery corps, threatening to gut the rear of the army. Desser stays cold under pressure and studies their route, knowing cavalry dies the moment someone predicts its movement. He spots the key rider a third of the way from the front and orders Romantica to shoot that one first. Romantica reads the mana flow, fires her rifle, and drops the Kashuka leader with a single shot through the head. The knights keep charging on their dead leader's orders, so Desser immediately tells Ajest to freeze their movement. Ajest's forest of crying white crows throws up a wall of ice pillars along their route and forces the formation to hesitate. Without a leader, that sudden obstacle shatters their coordination and leaves the whole cavalry pack exposed for one fatal moment. Desser grabs that opening and unleashes Flame Storm with force far beyond its normal rank, swallowing the trapped cavalry in an inferno. Both armies can only stare as the flames wipe out the Kashuka Knights and the nearby supporting troops in one overwhelming blast. The outsiders panic at the sight of a magician that powerful fighting from the infantry line, and Hebrian instantly surges back with renewed momentum. Pram says they have done enough, and a breathless Desser agrees because this battle will not be the last, and he cannot drain his mages dry here. Even after the win, Desser stays unsettled because the eastern front still feels too easy for the forces the outsiders should have had here. At the rear command area, the party reunites with Redoria and Kelt, who have just come off artillery support with their own mana nearly spent. Redoria praises the Starling party and points the others to a rest tent, but Desser stays behind and keeps scanning the battlefield instead of celebrating. When Redoria asks what is wrong, Desser says the eastern front should not have gone this smoothly with Hebrian's main strength sent to the center. Kelt joins them and agrees the numbers do not add up, because the outsiders committed far too few troops here compared with the scale of their broader offensive. Redoria guesses the outsiders might just be holding back, but Desser rejects that because they are not in a position to save strength for later. Then Desser puts it together: the homunculus at the central front may be bait, while the real aim is the Allied forces' supply routes in the east and west. The idea turns their faces pale, because an army this huge would collapse without supplies even if it won the field for a day. Redoria moves to send scouts and report it up the chain, but Desser cuts her off and calls Romantica over because there is no time to wait. Desser orders Romantica to scan the port supply route at long range, and despite Redoria's disbelief, Romantica says they have trained for exactly that distance. Romantica casts her long-range detection magic, sending concentrated wind racing out across the battlefield to search every hidden path. A moment later Romantica finds them and reports that around 2,000 armored troops are already moving on the supply route. Kelt grimly realizes the whole eastern assault was just a decoy, and the mood at the command post turns ice-cold in an instant. Desser realizes the outsiders are not just pressuring the front line, they are aiming straight for the army's supply route. He rushes to warn the nearby officers, but they hide behind procedure instead of moving troops on their own judgment. After hearing the same excuse again and again, Desser decides waiting for permission will cost them the harbor. Desser tells Redoria and Kelt that the people allowed to act independently should move first, and both of them agree at once. Their allied parties gather fast, but even with nearly 100 capable fighters, they are still far too few to stop 2,000 enemies alone. Then Lieutenant Colonel Yuta arrives with 400 infantry, and says Colonel Ranfeld trusted Desser enough to send them. With no time to waste, Desser leads the mixed force toward the harbor before the siege gets any worse. As they get closer, explosions thunder from the harbor and black ash pours into the sky. When the harbor finally comes into view, everyone sees that the attackers are not ordinary raiders but famous outsider factions armed like elite frontline troops. Desser spots the Lion's main magic corps on the hill and immediately decides their 3 fifth circle magicians have to go first. He tells Yuta to delay linking up with the garrison and strike the enemy artillery first, and Yuta agrees after seeing their firepower. While the rest prepare their ambush, Desser starts inverting the 5th circle spells before the enemy even notices them. The ambush nearly stays perfect, but the enemy detection magicians catch their presence at the worst possible moment. One of the Lion's main leaders starts mocking Desser, but Desser cuts him off and erases the spell in his hand like it was nothing. The instant the enemy freezes in shock, Midoriya and the Red Dragon party blast fire straight into the middle of the Lion's main formation. With Desser shutting down every counterspell, 2 of the 5th circle magicians die before they can fight back. Once the Lion's main is crippled, Yuta sends the infantry charging in to finish the shattered artillery force. Desser knows the strike worked, but now the whole outsider army has seen them, so he orders an immediate regroup before they get surrounded. The outsiders rush to block the reinforcements from joining the town garrison, but their circular siege leaves one weak point Desser can force through. Hebrion's magicians unleash heavy spells to stop the enemy from closing the gap and by the force a path to the gate. Desser and the students keep inverting and blocking incoming spells, even as casualties start falling behind them. At the last moment the garrison opens the gate and sends support out, letting the reinforcements pour into the castle. Desser stays outside to cover everyone else, and that is when a wave of killing intent slams into him. Runo bursts from Desser's sleeve and blocks a tiny hatchet aimed straight at his skull, proving the throw carried monstrous power. Desser looks up and sees the man behind the attack, a towering warrior he immediately identifies as Radin, the king of mountains. Pram yells for him to hurry, so Desser tears his eyes off Radin and slips back inside before that nightmare fight can start. Elsewhere in the blood-soaked harbor, one masked woman stands alone among corpses so completely that even her own side fears her. She does not care about strategy at all, and only lights up when she notices the boy Crow Mask kept talking about. She smiles wider and wonders what color Desser's blood will be, making the threat feel grotesquely personal. Once the gate slams shut, the battered garrison greets the 500 survivors with pure disbelief and relief. An old white-bearded commander snaps everyone back to reality, barking that the enemy is still right outside the walls. Jirian thanks Yuta for saving them, but another enemy spell smashes nearby buildings before the conversation can breathe. Yuta folds the garrison and reinforcements into one defense, and the Imperial soldiers reorganize with machine-like discipline. With the Lion's mane gone and Hebrion's elites on the wall, the defense finally starts pushing the outsiders back. Desser keeps casting until he empties his mana, briefly recovers, and then returns to the wall so the attackers never touch the ramparts. Even while the line improves, Desser stays wary because their troops are exhausted and the outsiders still have the numbers for a long siege. What troubles him most is that Radin has disappeared from sight, which means the strongest enemy piece could strike anywhere. Then a messenger crashes in with worse news. The harbor rampart is about to fall because the soldiers stationed there started fighting each other. Yuta forces himself calm and orders the disturbance suppressed at once, because losing the harbor now would undo everything. Desser volunteers to take Starling Party to the harbor with a picked force, and Yuta hands him command of the response. Desser leads Starling Party and about 70 soldiers into the dark inner city, where the war has already stripped all life from the streets. At the city center they finally see the disaster. Imperial soldiers in the same armor are tearing into each other. One side is still trying to reason with their comrades, but the other side has already fallen into a feral blood-mad state. The mad soldiers show impossible strength, crushing armor with bare hands even as their own blood vessels burst from the strain. Then the horror gets worse when a fallen soldier is bitten by one of the madmen instead of simply killed. The bitten man dies for a moment, then rises again with the same bloodshot face, proving the condition spreads by infection. Romantica is shaken by the sight, because whatever this is, it does not look like any ordinary magic they know. Desser shouts for everyone to restrain the infected if possible, betting that if this is mind control, the effect might still be breakable. His order snaps people out of their panic, and Pram is the first to move in with clean, precise control. An infected soldier lunges at Pram with absurd speed, but Pram reads the line perfectly and knocks him down in one motion. But even a solid blow to the neck does nothing, and Pram realizes knocking them out is not going to work. Pram looks to Desser for permission, and Desser gives the grim nod that means they have to cripple them instead. With an apology, Pram slices into the charging soldier's legs and finally stops him by breaking them. Romantica follows the same logic, carefully tuning her spells so they blast legs instead of killing outright. A jest proves best suited to this kind of crisis, spreading freezing fog that locks the infected down from the legs upward. Under Starling Party's tight direction, the raging outbreak in the city center is brought under control for the moment. Desser examines the crazed soldiers up close, trying to invert the spell on them, but he finally realizes there is no spell anchored inside their bodies at all. He explains that the blood on their faces is acting like a conduit, linking each soldier to a remote caster instead of infecting them with separate spells. A fresh explosion rocks the outskirts, black smoke rises again, and Desser sees the outsiders are still pushing deeper into the city. Needing a clear picture fast, Desser orders Romantica to trace the smoke and enemy movement with her detection magic. Romantica grimly reports that the outsiders have broken into the castle and are moving toward the harbor while more people keep getting infected. Desser immediately sends word to Yuta that the ramparts have to be abandoned, because if the harbor falls the entire defense becomes pointless. He lays out the ugly truth for the remaining troops. Removing the blood catalyst would kill the victims, so the only realistic answer is to kill the magician controlling them. Following the mana trail running through the blood, Desser leads his team straight toward the hidden caster. At the top of a church spire, Radin looks down on the city and watches the infected spread like a red-stained tidal wave. He realizes the spell has turned the battlefield into an indiscriminate undead army that devours both the Empire and the outsiders alike. Feather Mask admires the horror like an artist admiring her own work, while Radin keeps his disgust to himself because he knows how dangerous she is. When she says it is almost time, Radin assumes the target is still the harbor, but her thrilled smile makes it clear she is hiding something bigger. The answer comes fast when the building shakes with battle and a subordinate bursts in to warn them that the Imperial army has arrived. Before the man can finish, a pure white blade punches through his chest and the Starling party steps into the room behind his falling body. Radin recognizes Desser from their earlier clash, and Feather Mask calmly greets the intruders as if she had been waiting for them. Desser asks if she really expected him, and she confirms that she specifically wanted to meet Desser Armin. She toys with him, offering a reward for reaching her, and Desser dryly answers that what he wants is for her to stop the spell outside. Her answer is worse than expected. The blood spell was so extreme that she cannot cancel it even if she wants to. Then she removes her mask and introduces herself as Dracula Budokera, the world's last surviving blood magician. The air thickens with the smell of blood and red energy coils around Drackle, making it obvious she is already casting. Before anyone else can move, a gunshot from Romantica's hidden position rips through the rooftop, blows the room apart, and starts the fight for real. Desser's side seizes the opening at once, and Pram leads the Imperial soldiers into a full charge against Radin's men. Pram cuts down the first bandit in front of him and keeps pressing, turning the room into a close, frantic melee. Radin joins the fight with his aura-coated hatchets, but Ajest cuts him off before he can crush the Imperial advance. Ajest unleashes Frozen Palace and buries Radin under a storm of ice to keep him away from the main force. Even while fending off Ajest, Radin instantly reads the sniper's angle and orders a team to take Romantica out. The fight stalls into a brutal deadlock because Radin's bandits are disciplined enough to survive the Empire's numerical advantage. Once Romantica's cover fire is threatened, Pram is forced to switch from breaking the enemy line to simply keeping Imperial soldiers alive. Ajest starts losing ground too, because Radin quickly adapts to Frozen Palace and forces the duel into close-range combat. She tries to swing things back with her magic sword Ice Breath, but Radin reads the attack and parries it before it can fully land. His counter-strike nearly takes her neck, and even though Ajest blocks in time, the blow launches her backward and shows how badly the duel is turning. Desser's own duel turns into a high-speed magical contest as Draco keeps throwing twisted blood spells that are built to resist inversion. A giant blood beast lunges at Desser, and he stops it cold with an ice shield before the mass collapses back into liquid. Draco chains more blood attacks together so fast that Desser has to dodge instead of calmly dissecting her magic. Desser realizes he should be able to invert a mere sixth circle caster, but Draco has grotesquely overtwisted every spell specifically to trip him up. When blood whips snap at him from every angle, Runo circles Desser at high speed and buys him the instant he needs to answer. Desser slams the splitting whips to the ground with gravity control before Draco hardens the blood around him into iron-like thorns. He blasts the solidified blood apart with wind, notices the pattern in her casting cycle, and finally sees a window to strike back. Desser fires lightning into that opening, only for Draco to reappear behind him after slipping through the attack as living liquid blood. Now openly bored, Draco gathers a far heavier spell and exposes Desser's mistake. He assumed she could not still use high-level magic while feeding the city-wide blood disaster. Instead of meeting that spell head-on in the room, Desser blasts through a nearby wall and escapes outside to change the battlefield. Draco follows eagerly and unleashes a massive blood explosion over the outside area, confident that all the blood on the battlefield will tear him apart. But Desser was already preparing a hidden answer, and his firestorm crashes into her attack with full sixth circle force. Draco is thrilled to see Desser finally reveal a real trump card, but Desser is too busy chasing one problem: how she still has enough power for this. As the infected still march below, Desser keeps thinking through the impossible contradiction of her blood magic while she promises he will die before understanding it. Draco drops all restraint and starts trading only top-tier spells, forcing Desser into a punishing barrage that tears up the whole area. With his mana already drained by earlier fights, Desser feels himself being pushed deeper into defense and knows he cannot outlast her like this. So he narrows his focus to the one thing that matters, tracing everything back to blood itself and searching for the image or rule that powers her magic. Then Desser notices the building Draco is using, catches a tiny but vital clue, and finally reaches a working theory. With another deadly spell array forming in front of Draco, Desser stops dodging and asks the one question that can expose her secret: just how many people's blood is she using? While Desser battles Draco below, Ajest faces Radin on the ruined top of the spire, where the broken floor and shattered pillars show how brutal their fight has already been. Radin tries to shake Ajest by mocking magical swordsmen as people too weak to commit to either magic or the blade. Ajest does not bite at all, and instead coldly cuts him down as nothing more than a bandit talking above his station. When Radin starts justifying himself, Ajest cuts him off again and says his reasons do not matter because he is still a criminal. Humiliated and furious, Radin finally drops the talk and charges straight at her. Ajest answers with the center of ice, and a savage cold wave floods the whole spire until Radin has to stop in place. Even through his aura, Radin feels the cold in his bones, and Ajest makes it worse by activating Ice Empress. The power spike is so sharp that Radin instinctively remembers her terrifying feather mask fight and hates that he felt fear. Radin forces himself forward anyway, but Ajest slips out of his sight and nearly cuts him down from behind in the same instant. He only survives that first strike by battlefield instinct, and from there Ajest chains heavy, blinding attacks that force him completely on defense. Radin realizes something is badly wrong, because even when he reads her trajectory correctly, her speed and power still keep edging past him. Ajest stays composed because after surviving Donabe's overwhelming strength, Radin now feels weaker and far more manageable than before. She slams down a full-force blow and snaps one of Radin's hatchets in half. Radin quickly swaps to another axe and tries to set up a counter, but the freezing damage has already started slowing his body down. Ajest beats that counter too, and Radin finally understands the real trap. Every exchange near her is draining his aura and freezing him from the inside. Another axe shatters, leaving Radin with his last weapon and no choice but to gather everything into one final desperate strike. Before he can unleash that dying blow, Ajest steps in first and drives the center of ice straight through his heart. Radin realizes too late that Ajest deliberately stayed just ahead of his limit until the perfect moment, and he admits her win as his body freezes solid. When Ajest pulls her sword free, Radin shatters apart like glass across the frozen floor. Ajest cancels Ice Empress, lets the wild cold settle, and checks her remaining strength as the battles around the spire start dying down. Then an explosion sounds nearby, and Ajest turns at once toward the only fight still unfinished, Desser against Draco. After a huge spell clash below, dust and rubble swallow the street until Desser briefly loses sight of Draco in the wreckage. When the dust clears, Desser stands wounded on a mound of rubble and looks up toward Draco's voice from the last rooftop still standing. Desser takes in the city around them and grimly realizes two people have reduced whole blocks to ash and rubble in less than 10 minutes. In the distance, the madmen are still marching, and the grotesque mixed force of Imperial soldiers and outsiders keeps growing despite the destruction. Both fighters have been steering their duel away from that mob for opposite reasons. Draco wants the harbor ruined, while Desser still thinks he can save the victims by breaking her spell. Now that they are far enough away not to hit the madmen, Draco mocks Desser for still clinging to hope in a desperate fight. Desser stays icy because he has already figured out her endless mana is not truly endless, and likely comes from the blood she has stored up. Draco needles him even harder by suggesting he try the same strongest spell that once blew away Day Newt in a single hit. Before he can answer, Draco rapidly builds Blood Astaru, filling the air with a terrifying spread of blood circles. Desser casts back immediately, and his counterspell slams into Blood Astaru until both attacks erase each other in midair. That clean defense shocks Draco, because even after hearing about Desser, she did not expect a third circle mage to control mana this well. Even so, she still believes sheer mana will decide the duel in the end, so she starts pouring out offensive spells with growing arrogance. Desser keeps neutralizing every spell she throws, and his calm refusal to crack starts making her confidence wobble. Trying to crush her own anxiety, Draco raises the pressure again with a stronger spell, but Desser breaks that one too. Then the fight turns when Draco suddenly sees her own arranged spells invert and shatter before they can form. At that exact opening, Desser fires his real attack, a full-power flame storm aimed to finish the duel in one clean blow. The blast erases the rooftop, and Draco barely survives by throwing up blood wings as a last-second shield. When the flames clear, Draco is left coughing blood with severe internal injuries and heavy burns across her body. Desser finally explains the trap. He spent the whole battle quietly learning and inverting her encoded spells until every offensive technique in her hand was exposed. That explanation lands harder than the fire, and Draco realizes her own pride handed Desser the opening to beat her. Her shock curdles into rage, and she abandons any thought of toying with Desser and decides to kill him immediately. A ghastly red aura bursts from Draco, but Desser still does not flinch as he watches the blood gather and looks for the weakness she missed. Desser points out there is not much blood left in this remote ruined district, exposing that her strongest magic has become a paper tiger away from the battlefield. Draco staggers in pain, her body covered in burns, and finally understands why her blood defenses felt weaker here. There just is not enough blood in the area. She wants to tear Desser apart, but after a distant shriek reminds her of the wider battle, she forces herself to stop raging and switches to a stalling plan instead. Draco bets everything on defense, convinced Desser cannot directly invert imagery magic itself, only the spells it produces. She casts Blood Desire, and thousands of blood-red hands erupt from her back to form a grotesque shield with no blind spots. Desser calmly warns that buying time is pointless now, because facing the whole Starling party alone is impossible. The moment he finishes, a wind bullet slams toward Draco's head, and one of the blood hands barely twists in time to block it. Ajess rushes in next, her platinum hair flashing as ice pillars explode upward and her frozen palace spreads across the field. Hundreds of ice spells pour out of the palace and hammer Draco from every angle, pinning down her movement. While Draco struggles to hold off the barrage, Pram slips in with a streaking aura-charged rapier and drives her back. With Desser, Romantica, Ajess, and Pram all here together, Draco realizes Radin and his men must have already been crushed or captured. Their attacks keep landing in perfect rhythm, and the sea of blood hands that protected her finally starts to thin out. Even while defending, Draco keeps searching for her most dangerous enemy, and finally spots Desser doing nothing but spell analysis. Then the truth hits her as several blood hands suddenly lose shape and spill uselessly to the ground. Desser has already started inverting her defense. Draco is stunned that even her heavily encrypted high circle defense is unraveling within minutes, because Desser can now focus entirely on inversion. She frantically throws up another shield with Crimson Heart, but the next defensive layers fall apart just as fast, and the fight becomes a clear checkmate. For the first time in her life, Draco stops feeling angry and starts feeling real fear, because she knows she is about to die. Out of options, she calls down Bloody Rain and turns the entire battlefield slick with fresh blood for one last escape attempt. Draco melts into blood to flee, gambling on the same transport spell she once showed off in front of Desser even though she knows he may invert it too. Nothing happens, and her body is forced back into shape in the middle of the transfer. A sharp wound opens through her chest. Her body starts breaking down, and she can only choke out that she wants to live before collapsing into her own blood. Ajess checks her pulse and confirms the obvious. Draco is dead, and the horrible shrieks of the blood-crazed madmen have finally stopped. Desser silently weighs the result, knowing the outsiders just lost one of their strongest leaders and a major chance to break the Alliance supply route. He admits capturing her might have revealed more about Crow Mask and the outsiders, but killing her was the only safe choice before she escaped again. When Pram asks if it is finally over, Desser says no, because some outsiders are still hiding among the surviving madmen. Before they can move again, the ground starts shaking under a large approaching force, and Ajess and Pram instantly draw their blades for another possible fight. Romantica breaks the tension with a smile and says the newcomers are allies, because her detection magic already picked up the Hebrian Empire's flag. A moment later the Imperial banner comes into view, and the bloody battle of Mahayu finally comes to an end. Elsewhere, Pierrot Mask sits at the Divide King's seat and presides over a military conference through 5 long-range communication screens marked with the Western Kingdom Union's emblems. One by one, the rulers report that outsider forces are collapsing, and the room agrees that the victory at Mahayu Harbor turned the whole war. The meeting zeroes in on one name, because everyone knows Desser Arman was the key figure behind Mahayu's success. They list his achievements in stunned detail. He exposed the real plan, wiped out elite enemy forces, beat Radin's bandits, and stopped a Sixth Circle magician personally. When they hear Desser even won a duel after unleashing Sixth Circle magic, the rulers can barely believe a student did it. Very quickly the military meeting turns into a scramble to praise Desser, court him, and even shower the Starling party with invitations and gifts. Pierrot Mask abruptly ends the call with a light clap, cutting every screen to black at once. Then Crow Mask appears from invisibility behind him and quietly mourns Feather Mask's death, making it clear Draco's loss matters far more than ordinary troops. Even so, Crow Mask says the plan was not a total failure, because if the outsiders could not win, the next best result was for Divide to grow stronger, while everyone else bled. He reveals he has been steering both the outsiders and the Western Kingdom Union from the shadows, prolonging the war and feeding Divide more power and influence. Now that the outsiders are effectively doomed, Crow Mask says the real question is how to kill off that pawn in the most profitable way. He names Desser Arman as the biggest threat to their plan and decides the homunculus must be used next. The chapter closes with their new order: throw every remaining outsider troop and a homunculus at Desser, and kill him at any cost. Colonel Yuta tells Desser that when the war ends, the whole Allied command plans to award him a medal. Yuta makes it clear this honor is a rare one, saying even the normally bickering commanders agreed on Desser unanimously. He taps Desser on the shoulder and openly recruits him, promising the army wants someone with his talent after graduation. Desser politely accepts the praise, and Yuta also asks him not to resent the commanders who refused his earlier request for support. Once the meeting ends and Desser steps out, Romantica urgently messages him that a saint has arrived and he needs to come back immediately. On the way back, Desser thinks of Priscilla and realizes he has now reconnected with nearly all of the final 6 survivors from the last level of the Shadow Labyrinth. That thought sharpens into one missing piece for him now. Only the Sword Grandmaster Raffaello still remains out of reach. But his trip turns slow and awkward because every soldier he passes now stops to salute the war hero they just watched in action. Desser can feel the difference in their eyes now, because after defeating the Kashuka Knights, Lion's Mane, and a sixth circle wizard in full view, their curiosity has turned into real admiration. Even with his aching arm, he keeps returning every salute because the army is clearly turning him into a symbol to lift morale, and he knows that helps his larger plans. That new status even makes Dessa briefly consider that joining the army might be a practical way to command forces when the Shadow Labyrinth finally appears. When he finally reaches Starling Party's lodging, a line of Artemis Church Knights outside confirms that the saint really did come in person. Inside, Romantica and Priscilla are already sitting over tea in such an awkward silence that Romantica practically lights up when Dessa walks in. Romantica rushes over, whispers that the rest is his problem now, and escapes the room at once. With the door shut, Priscilla calmly greets Dessa after their long time apart, and he thanks her for personally visiting. Dessa quickly drops the small talk and warns that what he is about to say may expose a serious weakness hidden inside her own holy land. He recounts what happened in the level 3 shadow world and focuses on the prophet, saying the man may actually be the church's last pope turned outsider after living for centuries and working with homunculi. Priscilla is shaken enough to ask if he is truly certain, and Dessa answers that he confirmed the prophet's face himself. When Priscilla asks why he brought this to her, Dessa says he needs every scrap of hard information on the outsider's senior figures, especially someone as dangerous and undocumented as the prophet. Priscilla points out the Magic Tower may know more, but Dessa says he already asked them and now needs deeper records from every possible route. After thinking it over, Priscilla agrees to investigate through old Holy Land descendants too, though she warns him not to expect much. With that grim topic settled, Priscilla reveals she also came as a recruiter for the entire Western Kingdom Union. Dessa realizes his name has spread even farther than he thought, but Priscilla says she will not pressure him and wants him to choose freely. When he asks why, Priscilla tells him the Temple of Artemis decided to trust him from the moment he sacrificed an eye for them. She says that loss is exactly why she believes he is someone she can trust, no matter what larger purpose drives him. Dessa answers with a small smile and says he will review the Union's offer positively. Priscilla adds that each kingdom has already prepared official terms for him, which drives home just how aggressively the Union wants to secure him. After Priscilla leaves, Dessa sits alone and starts seriously thinking about what this sudden fame can do for him. He decides this rising celebrity is useful because it gives him leverage to push his real goal, a lasting coalition between the Imperial Army, the Western Kingdom Union, and the other scattered forces before the Shadow Labyrinth returns. Remembering how mistrust ruined lives in his previous life, Dessa sees his growing credibility on both sides as the first real chance to act as the arbitrator they never had. Far away on the Lagrian plains, eerie howls roll across the northern front, and the outsiders look up in alarm at something monstrous approaching through the cold. The source of that terror is a full barbarian charge, heavy armored hunters riding direwolves, their calcareous steel glowing blue as they surge forward like a crushing wave. At their head rides Don-Ape Aslan, and just seeing the King of the North on the front line is enough to rattle the outsiders. The outsider commander tries to steady the panic by ordering every artillery unit to bury Don-Ape in spells before he can reach them. An impossible storm of spells blacks out the sky over Don-Ape, but he keeps advancing without even flinching. Then Don-Ape swings once, and the aura exploding from his axe tears through the incoming barrage and churns the earth into a violent blast. He bursts through the dust cloud and crashes straight into the outsider infantry before they can even process what happened. Don-Ape cuts down soldiers in chunks, points his bloodied axe forward, and roars for the rest of the hunters to advance. The hunter army slams in behind him, and because every one of them has mastered aura, the outsiders' spear walls and shields simply collapse. What should have been a disciplined defense turns into a massacre, as Don-Ape's force crushes the line and rushes straight for the rear artillery. Don-Ape reaches those magicians in moments, and once the hunters hit close range, the artillery units are helpless prey. With the rear shattered, Don-Ape immediately orders Rodlease to take half the force right and Uriet to sweep left, turning the breakthrough into an encirclement. As the hunters split to both flanks and the barbarian infantry pushes from the front, the outsiders find themselves crushed from every side at once. After confirming the trap is closing, Don-Ape turns toward the enemy commander and runs into an elite guard so strong that it makes him question their leader's judgment. He openly mocks that kind of king, because in Don-Ape's creed a ruler spends himself for his soldiers instead of hiding behind them. One furious swordsman charges him for that insult, and Don-Ape kills the man before he can even finish the sentence. Don-Ape follows with Heaven's Aura, a sweeping strike that instantly slaughters the hidden assassins waiting behind the lines. Then he brings down Mountain Stamp, cracking the earth itself and finishing off another infamous enemy unit in a single red-lit eruption. After that display, fear finally snaps the remaining enemy nerve, and men start fleeing because they no longer believe Don-Ape is human. Don-Ape does not bother chasing deserters, because once morale is gone the battle is already decided. The few leaders still standing try one last desperate attack, but an aura-clad sword shatters on Don-Ape's body before it can even wound him. Don-Ape answers that last gamble by grabbing the attacker by the head and crushing it, then calmly finishing the rest of the commanders. With the northern command structure erased, Don-Ape looks over the field and sees the third barbarian victory is already almost complete. He judges these enemies weaker than the first forces they faced and turns his eyes toward Jormungand's citadel, thinking the war may be nearing its end. Then Donape frowns, because from that citadel he suddenly feels a flow of mana so huge it makes no sense even to him. A tiny flash twinkles from the citadel, and in the same instant Donape realizes too late that it is danger. The next moment a blinding beam tears across the battlefield from Jormungand's citadel, and slams into the plains with catastrophic force. The explosion gouges out a giant crater and kills ally and enemy alike, turning a nearly finished battle into sudden disaster. A day earlier, the Allied forces thought the war was basically won, with the outsiders cornered inside Jormungand's citadel, and slowly being strangled by siege. Then everything changed when a blinding white beam erupted from the citadel and carved through the battlefield with absurd power. The real nightmare was that nobody could predict where the next shot would land, and every 12 hours another army was erased. At the emergency war meeting, the commanders grimly counted the damage, with Arun Beth and Lempton already shattered by earlier strikes. The commanders judged the white beam to be at least 7th circle level, which made the room even heavier because only Zod should be capable of magic like that. But Zod was better than far away, so the leaders reached the ugly answer. Jormungand was firing that beam through a homunculus. With no countermeasure and only about 10 hours left before the next shot, Adiena's king argued through the communication station for an immediate assault instead of waiting to be slaughtered again. After tense debate, King Divide pulled the room into agreement through the communication link, and the Allied forces committed to a preemptive strike on the homunculus inside Jormungand. The plan was to send elite guerrilla teams into the flanks, because the south was packed with outsider elites and the north had become uncontrollable under Donape Aslan's fury. When the Western Kingdom Union suggested the Starling Party, the Imperial officers hated the idea but had nothing better to offer, so the decision stood: the Eastern Infiltration Force would include Desser and the Starling Party. In Colonel Yuta's office, Desser studied a photo of the white beam's aftermath and identified it at once as the work of a homunculus. Yuta explained that the Allied forces would launch a full offensive while 2 guerrilla teams slipped into the citadel, and he wanted Starling on the eastern route. Then Yuta raised the stakes even higher by handing Desser command of the entire eastern guerrilla unit. For Desser, that command mattered because it finally cut through the slow chain of command that had nearly cost them everything before. Yuta ended the briefing with a blunt order: destroy the homunculus and end the war. Desser introduced himself to the eastern guerrilla unit, an elite force of 40 swordsmen and mages, and immediately split them into 4 smaller teams. The group was stacked with talent, including academy fighters who already knew Desser and were more willing to trust his lead. He spotted Argeria among them, and a silent nod between them showed that the academy rival now accepted him as commander. When Romantica casually said this mission might actually be easy, Desser could only give a dry look at that dangerous optimism. A smooth-talking 5th circle mage named Sardek Genoisa walked up praising Desser so politely that the sarcasm showed through. Desser immediately judged Sardek as the kind of magician he never remembered from the Shadow Labyrinth, which told him the man had never amounted to much when it mattered. Sardek finally dropped the act and questioned whether Desser, a famous young fighter, was really fit to command the mission. When Desser asked it plainly, Sardek admitted he wanted the command for himself. He tried to sell it as experience, bragging that he had already led the homunculus response forces and would be more suitable than a student. Desser cut him off and refused, deciding he would never hand the unit to someone he could not trust. That was when Sardek showed his real motive, whining that an elite Hebrian alumnus like him deserved special treatment and a promotion. Desser's patience snapped when Sardek tried to turn a mission holding thousands of lives into his own career move. He told Sardek flatly that if the homunculus response forces had done their job, this desperate unit would not exist in the first place. Then Desser went even further and threw Sardek out of the operation entirely. Sardek exploded in disbelief at being excluded as a 5th circle magician, but Desser knew a bad ally could be worse than an enemy. Sardek stormed off furious, and Desser watched him go with the grim understanding that talent meant nothing without character. Soon after, the eastern battlefield roared to life as Imperial artillery hammered an outsider position on a hill and slowly forced the line forward. At the front of the artillery line, Desser stood out as a low-circle mage doing the impossible, inverting incoming spells to shield both the artillery and the cavalry mass beside him. Even with the battle currently going in the Empire's favor, Desser knew that advantage would vanish the moment the homunculus fired again. The artillery commander promised to blast open a path, and Desser's mounted elite unit tightened with nerves before the charge. Desser tried to steady his team with a simple promise to finish fast and go back to school, which finally loosened Pram and Romantica a little. Then Ajess stepped up in an unusually awkward silence, clearly struggling to say something personal. What finally came out was simple and sincere. She told Desser not to come back hurt again. Desser answered with a small smile and warned her to be careful too, leaving the two of them in a brief, warm pause before battle. That moment broke when the artillery commander called the final 30-second countdown and ordered one massive volley to open the way. Dozens of high-level spells launched together and smashed into the outsider line, turning the gap ahead into fire, smoke, and screaming confusion. Using that chaos as the signal, Desser yanked his reins and led the eastern guerrilla unit straight into the breach. The 40 riders cut through the broken line so fast that the outsiders only started shouting to stop them after the unit was already past. A few better positioned outsiders scrambled to intercept with rush formations and hurried magic, but Desser had already read the move. He inverted the incoming spells before they could even threaten the charge, stripping the interception of its only real bite. The elite riders smashed through the remaining resistance, and the outsiders desperately shifted infantry to protect their artillery from this sudden strike force. That desperate block still failed, because it just cast Winter Crystal one step ahead of them and raised huge ice walls along the unit's flanks. With the interception sealed off by ice, the outsiders could only watch Desser's unit accelerate away and vanish toward Jormungand's citadel. At 8 a.m., Desser's eastern guerrillas ride through the freezing fog while their magicians constantly scan for enemy troops. Romantica senses 3 large enemy units ahead, and Desser instantly starts directing the formation with hand signals. A second sweep reveals 2 more units on the right, and Desser orders Romantica to check the gap between them. When Romantica confirms the space between those enemy groups is empty, Desser spots the safe route and pivots the unit left. Desser calls for Platoon 2, and the support mages prepare camouflage just before the enemy can hear the horses. Cat's Curtain and Frost Cloak wrap the whole regiment just as an outsider detection spell sweeps past and finds nothing. Even with a perfect ambush chance, Desser refuses to attack because one collision with a patrol could expose the whole mission. The guerrillas quietly stop for passing patrols and slip deeper through the outsider encampment without losing time or men. Romantica's long-range detection keeps pulling them straight toward Jormungand's citadel, where the homunculus is waiting. Then the path tightens into a massive sideways defensive line, and Desser realizes the enemy has finally chosen to block them head-on. Since sneaking around would take too long, Desser drops stealth and reorganizes all 4 platoons for a direct charge. Platoon 1 opens with brutal artillery magic, blasting fire and lightning into the enemy wall. The barrage only tears open part of the line, but Desser drives the vanguard straight through the gap before the enemy can recover. Desser sees why it worked so fast. The enemy spread too thin to block a real elite charge, so their own trap gave his unit a lane forward. The outsiders finally land a little damage with desperate counterfire, but Desser inverts most of the incoming magic and keeps the push moving. Just as they reach the outer perimeter, every mage on the field feels a monstrous surge of mana from the top of Jormungand's citadel. The timing is all wrong, and the soldiers freeze when they realize the homunculus is charging another white flash 5 hours early. Desser instantly realizes the 12-hour pattern was bait, and the enemy used it to lure his force into a kill zone. The charging light even sweeps over the outsiders below, and their own soldiers panic when they understand they are being sacrificed too. Then the supermassive spell fires and swallows the snowfield in one overwhelming burst of white. When the glare clears, Desser and a handful of survivors are still standing inside a cracked aurora barrier. Desser grimly checks the wreckage in his hand and realizes one blast already destroyed 3 of the 4 portable aurora systems he brought. The outsiders have wiped out their own blockers, so Desser's force rushes straight to Jormungand's citadel, while he tries to judge how long the homunculus needs to recharge. He steadies himself with Zod's warning that the homunculus can be beaten, even if its control over causality still feels terrifyingly unknown. Once they enter firing range, Desser has Platoon 2 scan the fortress and learns enemy troops are still waiting inside to guard the homunculus. Because they cannot risk another white flash, Desser decides to split the force. Starling Party goes for the homunculus, and everyone else holds off the garrison. When someone warns that splitting up is too dangerous, Desser shuts it down with the blunt truth that they cannot stop a second white flash. Desser then names Argeria acting commander of the eastern guerrillas while he is gone. Argeria panics because he is only a cadet, but Desser calmly tells him good soldiers and good commanders are not the same thing. Desser backs that choice with trust, and Argeria finally accepts the burden with a serious promise not to fail him. With that settled, Desser orders the breakthrough on the fortress walls and the assault begins. Inside the citadel, black-robed Crow Mask loyalists feel the walls shake and rush to defensive positions. These defenders have already accepted death, because all they care about now is protecting the homunculus and carrying out Crow Mask's will. Another blast tears the wall open, and the eastern guerrillas pour through the breach. The black-robed commander sizes up the intruders, plans to stall for the next homunculus blast, and then realizes Desser is nowhere among them. That split-second confusion is all Argeria needs to shout the attack and crash into the garrison. Realizing Desser must be heading for the top floor, the black-robed commander orders a fast counterattack and sends men up to protect the homunculus. Argeria commits fully to the role Desser handed him and cuts down the black-robed outsiders swarming in. Meanwhile, the Starling Party climbs toward the top floor, and the mana growing around them gets heavier with every step. At the top floor, they stop before a huge iron gate with the pressure of the homunculus waiting just beyond it. Romantica settles into firing position, Adjest and Pram take the front with drawn swords, and Desser pushes the gate open. Beyond the gate, they find the homunculus at the peak of the citadel, a still silver-haired girl so doll-like she almost looks dead. Desser feels the same dark presence Zod described, and realizes the violent mixed mana inside the girl is already building the next white flash. Knowing they are out of time, Desser orders an immediate strike, and Romantica fires first. Romantica's small storm tears through the chamber, but the homunculus barely comes out with scratches and keeps charging mana without even flinching. Desser realizes the monster is trusting its absurd defense, stockpiling enough mana to unleash another white flash that could wipe out everyone in minutes. With no time left, Desser calls Adjust in, and she answers by releasing Ice Empress as the whole room suddenly drops in temperature. Adjust blitzes in and swings for the homunculus's neck, but the creature catches the icy blade barehanded. The catch is a trap, and the homunculus's arm instantly freezes solid from hand to shoulder. Before the homunculus can turn the sword against her, Pram pierces the frozen arm and shatters it apart. Even with one arm ruined, the homunculus keeps charging its attack, so Romantica blows the rest of that arm away and the team turns on the other one too. When the trio's next strike lines up for the homunculus's neck, it finally admits their pressure is real and abandons the giant spell. The homunculus rewrites the damage away, restores its body, and jumps back with a smaller but still lethal mana storm already formed in front of it. Desser was waiting for that exact move, so he fires a prepared flame storm and meets the mana storm head-on in a huge explosion. From inside the dust, the homunculus calmly speaks for the first time, and that eerie little reveal only reminds Desser that this smarter version is even worse. Scales start growing over the homunculus's hands, and Desser realizes they have at least forced it to stop the battlefield-level bombardment and fight them directly. The homunculus explodes forward at Desser, but it just cuts in and is stunned to find herself losing the clash even in Ice Empress form. What follows is pure martial violence, as the homunculus chains kicks from every angle and it just barely keeps up by reading the trajectories. Desser sees the truth fast. This upgraded homunculus kept the old monster's body but added real battle experience, so it just can only survive because Pram and Romantica keep helping. The party settles into a fragile rhythm. Adjust tanks the pressure, Pram and Romantica create openings, and Desser hammers in heavy spells whenever he can. Even so, Desser knows they still cannot kill it yet, so his real win condition is simple: survive until reinforcements arrive. Instead of panicking, Desser starts dissecting the creature's choices and uses communication magic to sharpen Adjust and Pram's timing. Under Desser's direction, Pram slips in from the right and tears open half of the homunculus's rib cage before it can react. The homunculus keeps burning mana to restore itself, while the Starling party's teamwork finally starts clicking into a deadly pace. Then the homunculus suddenly mutters that it is time to take one of them out, and the whole battlefield seems to go cold for a second. In the next instant, the party's clotheslines weaken and Pram is hurled away by an unseen blow straight into the wall. Desser rushes to Pram and finds him unconscious, torn up, and bleeding badly from broken ribs and a deep abdominal injury. While Adjust struggles to hold the line alone, Desser realizes the balance of the whole fight just collapsed and his mana use is about to spike. Desser drags Pram to safety and starts throwing stronger spells, but he knows one more casualty could end everything. The team switches to pure defense, and that caution only makes the furious homunculus press even harder. Then the homunculus feints past Adjust and snarls at Desser, making it clear it has picked the real target. Instead of striking him directly, it smashes the weakened floor, dropping both of them into the level below and cutting Desser off from the others. Desser catches his fall with a mana wall, rolls away from a killing blow, and realizes the homunculus has finally forced him into a one-on-one fight. Using rough detection magic, Desser fires a chain of spells to buy space and start thinking again. The homunculus just crosses its arms and tanks the barrage, proving it wants this duel finished fast. So Desser bets everything on a reworked parry errand, and the compressed gravity spell tears the homunculus's body apart at close range. The instant he feels time distort again, Desser throws up defensive magic because he knows something impossible is coming. A heartbeat later, the unseen hit lands anyway, shredding Desser's clothesline and wrecking his body so badly he vomits blood. Desser stares at the fully restored homunculus and feels a rare wave of helplessness, because the result makes no sense even by his standards. When the homunculus coldly tells him to give up because he does not understand causality, Desser forces himself to keep thinking anyway. Then Desser notices a tiny inconsistency. The homunculus's blood is gone from his clothes, and that missing stain gives him his first real clue. Before the homunculus can finish him, Adjust crashes down from above and stabs straight through its abdomen. Adjust immediately expands that rescue into her full power, raising a sovereign palace of ice between Desser and the homunculus. She is clearly burning herself for the present, but for the moment Adjust matches the homunculus head-on with close combat and non-stop ice spells at once. Desser forces himself back into the fight, and Romantica also gets a new angle, so the team briefly steals back the momentum. But when that same eerie slowdown returns, Desser notices something new. This time the homunculus does not get its impossible hit instantly. The homunculus still lands brutal blows and smashes through Adjust's defenses, but that tiny delay tells Desser the trick has a limit. Desser slams another full-strength parry errand into the homunculus, and even getting blown apart again still does not stop it from restoring and fighting on. Then the homunculus fires a point-blank mana blast, and the shock wipes out Adjust's palace, her Ice Empress, and her consciousness in one hit. Desser answers with one more desperate spell to the face, but the homunculus heals through it and calmly tells him Adjust is still alive. The homunculus promises to kill Desser first and the others after, calling that mercy, and the threat only hardens his expression. Desser finally calls the bluff and points out the real weakness. Every absurd use of causality is draining the homunculus's mana fast. The homunculus admits it is running low, says it still has enough to kill the two of them, and prepares to end the fight before escaping. Standing there half-broken and outmatched, Desser still refuses to quit and quietly tells his allies to focus on his instructions from now on. In the wrecked Citadel chamber, the homunculus stares down Desser and smugly decides she has already won because no human should ever be able to understand her causality power. She prepares to rush him, confident that Starling Party's front line is already down and the mages left behind cannot stop her in close combat. Romantica cuts in first with Wind Blast, and the cheap-looking spell is just bait to pin the homunculus in place. Before she can reset, Romantica stacks another instant cast above her, dropping Pierce of 1,000 wings from every angle. Desser joins the timing perfectly, and the two of them start a relentless spell chain meant to force the homunculus to keep spending mana on recovery. For the first time, the homunculus hesitates, because she can still heal through causality, but her mana is running dangerously low. Desser and Romantica keep pouring out Averosa Storm and Wind Bullet until the Citadel itself starts cracking apart around them. The homunculus reads it as desperate self-destruction, but she also senses the Eastern guerrilla force getting closer and realizes she has to finish Desser fast and escape. She finally commits, diving through the spell barrage without defending because she has already triggered her hidden trump card. Then the world abruptly rewrites itself, and the homunculus appears restored and already inside Desser's guard while he seems not to react at all. The moment she goes for the kill, Desser's delayed parry Aaron detonates her body into a red spray and blows apart the attack she thought was unavoidable. She restores herself again and kicks backward in shock, because for the first time in her life someone has answered the move she believed made her invincible. She tries to call it luck, but Desser rubs her blood off his clothes and coldly tells her he is now certain how her ability works. The homunculus flatly calls him a liar, because admitting a human understood her trump card would shatter the one certainty she had left. Desser has already pieced it together from the earlier fight. Her power is not absolute, and its effect only reaches as far as a normal recovery spell's range. He also caught the crucial clue when her blood vanished after one reset, which told him she was not just healing damage, but erasing the action itself. That absurd clue led Desser to the real answer. The homunculus can briefly move back into the past. That is why he and Romantica deliberately wrecked the chamber, filling it with stone dust so the rewritten movement path would leave a visible trail for one instant. Once the changed past overlays the present, Desser catches the impossible dust trail, reads the 5-second difference, and finds the exact point where she will appear. The instant he solves it, Desser fires Firestorm straight into the spot where she is about to appear. The Firestorm lands cleanly and burns the homunculus to ash before she can even scream, melting the room around her with it. She regenerates again, but now the repair is ugly and incomplete, because she no longer has enough mana to restore herself properly. Shaken to the core, she asks if he really figured it out, because the idea that a few students cracked her 5-second time trick is almost unbearable. Desser steps forward, and the homunculus instinctively steps back in fear because her causality recovery is finally gone. But the standoff freezes, because Desser is nearly empty too, and the homunculus suddenly realizes he cannot finish her with ordinary casting anymore. Her panic flips into ugly laughter as she decides that, with no mana left, Desser is just a helpless human she can still crush with raw strength. She starts walking him down again, but Desser's face never changes, and that calm makes it feel like he is still waiting for something. When she gets close enough, Desser quietly says he has no other choice and pulls out his emergency backup mana source. The moment the Aurora system's mana stones flare to life, dense mana floods the room and the homunculus understands she has lost for real. She gives a cracked, almost admiring laugh and stops resisting, admitting she has been completely beaten. Desser uses the backup mana immediately, blasting her leg apart with lightning vortex and dropping her to the floor. He follows with burst fire until the homunculus is completely unable to move. Once she is finished, Desser sinks down beside her in exhaustion just to make sure the monster who almost killed his party is finally contained. The homunculus cannot understand why he still has not killed her after everything she did to his friends. Desser admits he wants her dead, but he refuses to waste a weapon this powerful when he has sworn to do anything necessary to save the world. When he tells her she is not allowed to die, even if she wants to, the homunculus finally shudders at how cold his resolve really is. The sound of rushing footsteps finally reaches the room, and Romantica's voice leads the Eastern guerrilla force in with open panic for their wounded allies. As the guerrilla force rushes to Desser, Pram, and Adjust, Desser finally lets himself relax because the war is truly over. Afterward, the wider war turns decisively against the outsiders, because their plan to use the homunculus as bait and cut the eastern supply route has completely failed. Desser's reinforcement of the supply line and his battle on the eastern front become known as the Bloody Battle of Mahyu, the fight that first made Starling Party famous across the continent. Once the homunculus falls, outsider morale breaks, the allies drive them into a full rout, and the long war finally ends. In the peace that follows, one name spreads everywhere, and Desser Armin is praised across the continent as the hero of victory. While recovering with one arm in a cast, Desser flips through front-page newspapers from across the continent and sees the same thing everywhere. He has become the famous hero of victory. He jokes that one reporter has investigated him so hard since the entrance exam that it is honestly creepy, and Romantica reaches over to snatch the paper. Behind the dry joke, Desser is satisfied because this fame was exactly what he wanted. After crushing the outsiders, he finally has enough backing to stop hiding in the shadows. He moves to Pram's bedside and gently brushes back the sleeping boy's bandaged light blue hair, relieved that Pram made it through alive. Then Desser checks on Ajest, who is stuck in bed with serious injuries, and grumbles that lying still is more unbearable than the pain. Desser laughs and reminds her that Saint Priscilla personally treated them, so she only needs to endure the boredom a little longer. Ajest lifts her broken arm and admits the battle humbled her. Even with the center of ice, she realized a strong weapon does not fix the limits of her own skill. Desser agrees and warns her not to lean too hard on any weapon, because that shortcut can make even a gifted fighter lazy. When he keeps looking at her, Ajest suddenly gets shy and admits she is embarrassed that she told him not to come back hurt, only to end up the one confined to bed. Desser finds this softer side of Ajest unexpectedly cute, especially because she feels so different from the cold version he once knew. To ease the mood, he says the homunculus fight was brutal enough that her injuries were nothing to be ashamed of. Ajest immediately pivots back to the battle itself and admits she was terrified before blacking out, because Desser still beat that monster even after losing the support he needed at close range. Desser gives Romantica full credit and says he could not have held out alone. Her support was what let them survive long enough to win. Romantica answers with swagger, claiming they would need a third bed in the room if she had not been there, but she hurriedly hides the strange tension behind her joke. A knock at the door breaks the moment, and Saint Priscilla steps in to check on them again. After the greetings, Priscilla gets straight to the real reason for her visit and tells Desser that the Western Kingdom Union will formally announce the fall of the outsiders within a week. She explains that the core organization is gone, the surviving members are only hunted fugitives now, and the network that once let the outsiders dominate the continent has finally been shattered. Priscilla adds that crime is dropping, the black market is shrinking, and stolen goods are being reclaimed, so the whole continent is already feeling the aftermath of the outsiders' collapse. Then she reveals the next reward of the war. Humanity has gained new allies, and the northern warriors are ready to talk peace. Before she can explain more, heavy footsteps shake the floor and Don Ape Aslan ducks through the doorway, instantly dominating the room. Don Ape greets Desser with blunt respect, calling him a true warrior after seeing the continent celebrate his role in ending the war. He says his people joined this war because Desser asked, and now that everything has changed, the Western Kingdom Union has offered the barbarians Jormungand Citadel and the surrounding plains. Priscilla confirms the West is offering full peace and wants a formal alliance, even though giving that border fortress to the barbarians took a brutal amount of political persuasion. Don Ape admits that if he accepts, an unprecedented alliance will stretch from the far north to the west and the Empire. But one problem still stands in the way. That problem is the captured homunculus, because Don Ape says it killed northern warriors and barbarian honor demands vengeance by their own hands. He politely but unmistakably demands the homunculus be transferred to him for the sake of the alliance, turning the entire room rigid in an instant. Desser instantly realizes he cannot give up the homunculus, but losing the barbarians now would wreck a huge part of the future he is trying to build. So Desser bows first and apologizes for taking the homunculus without considering northern customs, making it clear he respects their code even now. Then Desser shocks him by refusing the transfer anyway and says the king's revenge should not stop at the homunculus itself. To change the battlefield of the argument, Desser reveals there is a mastermind behind everything. Desser lays out the chain of horrors he has seen before: the Deltheim terror attack, Crow Mask, forbidden human experiments, and the hidden research that produced homunculi. He goes further and names Skull Mask as the shadow figure who wore multiple identities, including the Pope of Artemis and the Prophet of the Magic Kingdom, while engineering the ruin of entire nations. Don Ape naturally doubts a story this huge, but Desser insists the homunculus proves the old Shadow World research and the present-day outsiders are connected. As he explains, Desser quietly notes one more warning sign to himself: Crow Mask never showed up for the war or even for the fallen homunculus, which means a bigger plan is still moving somewhere out of sight. So Desser brings the point home: the homunculus is not just a trophy of vengeance, it is one of the only clues they have to reach the real enemy. Don Ape stares at him for a long beat, then suddenly smiles because he has seen through the trick. Desser is trying to pull the Northern King into the next war as well. Instead of getting angry, Don Ape says he likes Desser's cleverness, accepts the explanation, and drops the demand for the homunculus. He turns to Priscilla and formally accepts the Western Kingdom Union's alliance offer, securing the massive coalition Desser wanted. Don Ape adds one hard condition: when Desser finds the mastermind, the barbarians must be told at once so they can claim revenge with their own hands. Desser gladly agrees, turning a near disaster into a future pact for even more help when the real enemy is finally found. Before leaving, Don Ape warmly invites Desser and his friends to visit the northern lands and share the wine he brewed himself, a blunt barbarian sign of real favor. Later, in a different wing of Altia, A fully recovered Zod greets Desser with a teasing remark about how neatly he handled the barbarian king. As they walk, Zod asks about the Aurora system, and Desser says the gear did save his life against the homunculus even though all 4 units were destroyed. Zod brushes the loss aside and says the war exposed the system's value so clearly that the broken prototypes can be written off as demonstration costs. Then Zod brings up Desser's next reward, a silver lion medal, the kind of war honor that also turns heroes into powerful political symbols. Desser admits he is happy to receive it, but in his head he is already thinking about how to use even that fame as another tool. The ceremony will happen after Hebrian Academy reopens in 2 weeks, and when Zod hints Desser no longer needs student life, Desser says he is staying because the Academy still matters to his plans. He explains that Hebrian still gathers talent from across the continent, and with his Imperial favor and Magic Tower role, he can stay there without giving up much freedom. At the edge of a secluded section of the tower, Zod stops beside an ordinary flower pot and opens a hidden passage by pulling its petals. The two descend into Zod's hidden private lab, a place no one else in the tower even knows exists. At the center of Zod's secret lab, Desser finds the captured homunculus restrained by mana-blocking chains and layers of equipment, still beautiful and still deeply dangerous. Zod says this captive is now their only real clue, so they have to squeeze every possible answer out of her. After studying her himself, Zod concludes the technology used to create the homunculus is far beyond anything modern magic engineering should be able to achieve. But while Zod talks research, Desser cannot stop staring at her and remembering the most disturbing part of the battle. She could jump 5 seconds back into the past. That ability hits Desser harder than anyone else, because as a returner himself he can no longer treat time manipulation as some distant mystery he has no way to investigate. Then Desser points to a second reason the captive matters so much. The circles around her heart prove that mana capacity itself might be artificially expanded. He reminds Zod that this same homunculus only had 3 circles in the shadow world, yet now carries 6, which destroys the old belief that a magician's limit is fixed from birth. For Desser, who has always been trapped by his own low mana ceiling, this is not just theory anymore. It could become a way to break past the talent he was born with. Zod immediately catches the implication, and the veteran Archmage's face brightens with the dangerous excitement of a truly new frontier. They decide that the causality trick can wait for now, and that their first priority will be dissecting the secret of the homunculus's circles. With the hidden lab sealed around them and their only clue bound at the center, Desser and Zod move to begin the research at once. 2 weeks after the war, the Hebrian Empire opens the Grand Hall of Lena Donner to honor Desser, making it clear the imperial family sees him as a hero of historic importance. Among the crowd, reporter Vang Zar furiously takes notes, already sensing this ceremony will dominate the papers. When Desser finally walks in, the room erupts, because the war's most famous hero has stayed hidden until now. Watching Desser from the crowd, Vang is thrown off by how normal he looks and starts suspecting the boy stayed hidden because his injuries were worse than people knew. Then Emperor Giltian enters, and the entire hall rises as his presence instantly takes command of the room. Giltian gives a polished speech that boils down to one message: Desser's service saved countless lives, ended the war faster, and will be remembered by the Empire. At the climax of the ceremony, the Emperor personally pins the silver lion medal onto Desser's chest. As soon as the ceremony ends and the Emperor leaves, reporters swarm Desser so hard they physically block his way out. As one reporter fights his way closer, Desser cuts through the scrum by spotting Vang first and calling him out by name. Desser says he knows Vang's writing and even liked his last feature, which instantly tells Vang this meeting is not an accident. When Vang asks for an interview, Desser smoothly leads him away to a private room and leaves every other journalist furious behind them. Inside the private room, Vang tries to start fast, but Desser stops him and says he has something to say first. Desser openly admits he was waiting for Vang because he only has time for one paper, and he wants the reporter who understands him best. The offer sinks in, and Vang can barely hide his excitement after realizing he has just been handed the biggest exclusive of his career. But before Vang can enjoy the moment, Desser casually triggers the hidden recording magic in Vang's pen and exposes the trick on the spot. That tiny explosion snaps Vang back to reality, and he finally sees the harmless-looking boy in front of him as the ruthless hero who outplayed armies and monsters. Vang drops the act and asks what Desser really wants, knowing the exclusive interview is bait for a deal. Desser starts with politics, pointing out that Vang's articles already support peace with the Western Kingdom Union even while much of the Empire still clings to old hostility. Vang answers that the old war should not matter anymore, because refusing to help would have let the real threat burn the whole continent. Satisfied, Desser reveals his real aim. He wants this interview edited to publicly support a lasting alliance between the Empire and the Western Kingdom Union. Vang eagerly agrees to shape the article that way, happy to trade influence for the biggest exclusive of his career. Desser seals the arrangement with a handshake and the loaded promise that he looks forward to Vang's help from now on. Early one morning at the academy, Romantica trains alone in the wind grounds, surrounding herself with 10 floating iron plates and forcing them to spin under precise pressure control. While she trains, Romantica flashes back to Jormungand Citadel, remembering Pram, Agest, and Desser going down around her while she felt useless. Her frustration spikes, and she crushes all 10 iron plates into compact metal balls at once with overwhelming atmospheric pressure. Even with that growth, Romantica only feels worse, because after a year she is still stuck at third circle magic and cannot accept being left behind. What stings most is a jest, whose genius with both sword and magic shines so brightly that Romantica feels tiny standing beside her. Romantica reaches desperately for that kind of strength, but her desperation turns sloppy and one overloaded plate detonates right in front of her. Lying on the ground afterward, she stares up at the blazing sun and knows the strength she wants still feels impossibly far away. As summer settles over Dresden, the academy goes back to normal classes, but everyone is still buzzing about the war and especially Desser's Silver Lion medal. Students keep bringing up Desser's Isles news interview too, arguing over whether helping the Western Kingdom Union was wise or just letting an old enemy off easy. Even so, Desser's argument starts working, because people who never had a real reason to hate the alliance begin drifting toward support. Seeing that public sentiment is finally moving, Desser turns to his next goal and summons the Starling Party after class. At the Starling Party headquarters, members gather one by one, and Friechel and Takaran warmly welcome everyone back. Ron Fizzlebang shows up too, and Desser quietly notes how far the once arrogant first year has come as a party leader. Once everyone is assembled, Desser announces a harsher new training phase built around real-feeling practical combat. He explains that Starling will fight repeated mock battles inside the Shadow World against the Blue Moon and Red Dragon parties, and the first years go pale on the spot. Desser adds that they will not die because it is training in the Shadow World, but the schedule only gets uglier from there with review and theory work on the following days. When a first year protests that the plan is too cruel, Desser shuts it down cold by saying they are simply weak. He makes the point even sharper by warning them not to mistake Starling's reputation for their own strength, because they still cannot match the top first years in the rival elite parties. Desser knows this training will mean a lot of losses at first, but he still chooses the hard route because he needs them to grow fast for something much bigger than academy rankings. In Altia, Desser visits Zod's secret lab and finds the homunculus locked down even harder than before, with fresh monitors everywhere and still no real breakthrough. Zod grimly admits the deeper he studies the homunculus, the less he understands it, and even the magic tower is outmatched by this thing's design. Zod reluctantly says they may need a bigger research team, but Desser pushes back because outsiders like Skull Mask and Crow Mask cannot be allowed near the secret. Then Zod reveals one hard-earned success. He proved the homunculus really does carry artificially implanted mana circles near its heart. Zod says he still cannot explain the homunculus's causality power, but he has figured out how those stolen mana circles were implanted. That discovery hits Desser like a miracle, because for the first time he sees a path past his cursed mana compatibility and into the fourth circle. But Zod immediately cools him down, warning that pulling one mana circle from the homunculus is possible, yet implanting it into Desser is another matter entirely. Zod explains the real danger. An implanted circle would have someone else's resonant frequency, so Desser would have to force an alien mana system into harmony with his own. He says Desser might manage it with enough control, but if the synchronization fails, the implanted mana circle will explode inside his body. At that exact moment, the supposedly silent homunculus opens its eyes and cuts in, revealing it was awake the whole time as they discuss taking one of its circles. The homunculus coldly explains that forcing mana compatibility upward will only hold for a moment before the implanted circle breaks down and floods the body with mana. When Desser points out that the homunculus itself survived, it reveals the ugly truth. It only succeeded after using its causality power 98 times to crawl back from near death. Zod backs that warning completely and tells Desser the odds are far too small to gamble his life on. Desser still refuses to back down, insisting his mana control is better than the homunculus's and this may be his only real chance to break past his limit. Zod tries to pull him back by reminding him how strong he already is and how many allies now stand behind him because of everything he built. None of it lands, because Desser knows those forces still are not enough against the Shadow Labyrinth, even if he only answers that he needs strength for some other reason. When Zod urges him to look for another method, Desser's bottled-up fear and frustration suddenly burst out, and he shoves Zod hard enough to knock him over. The instant the anger passes, Desser is horrified by what he just did and apologizes, unable to understand why he lost control. Zod lets it pass and postpones the decision for a week, hoping Desser will think it over calmly before choosing a path that could kill him. The next day, Desser throws himself into Starling Party training inside a brutal tropical shadow world, where the first years are still being pushed to fight as a real team. He calmly wipes out one rookie with a lightning spell and warns the others that they are wasting their one clear advantage, the bracelet communication network only they can use. Even while coaching them, Desser keeps circling back to Zod's offer, and the 6 days left before he has to decide. He realizes his outburst at Zod came from somewhere deeper than impatience. But before he can untangle it, someone ambushes him through the leaves. The ambusher turns out to be Romantica, and Desser drops his own spell at once because he had already recognized her. As they regroup, Romantica says the rookies have decent basics but are still fighting like scattered individuals instead of one coordinated party. Romantica wants to just tell the first years the answer, but Desser insists they need to learn judgment for themselves if the lesson is going to stick. An explosion interrupts them, and Desser puts the implant problem aside as another trainee is knocked out somewhere deeper in the forest. Romantica traces Pram's position through a sloppy communication leak, and Desser immediately notes that he still has bad security habits. As they move toward the blast, the jungle heat suddenly dies and the air turns sharply cold, tipping Desser off that Adjust is nearby. They hide behind a giant tree and find Adjust holding off 6 first years at once in a frozen pocket of ruined forest. This time the rookies finally look like a team, with 3 swordsmen guarding the front, 3 magicians behind them, and Ron directing everyone to spread out against Adjust's ice. Watching from cover, Desser is pleased because the students have finally grasped the real point of the exercise without being spoon-fed. Adjust is still far above them, though, fighting with just ordinary ice spells and sword skill instead of drawing the center of ice or using imagery magic. Even the first year's heavy bombardment only smashes the ground around her, because Adjust shields herself behind rising ice pillars and stays completely in control. Seeing that gap in power, Romantica quietly sinks into self-doubt and says that with Adjust around, maybe she is not really needed anymore. Desser reads her perfectly and tells her he knows that helpless frustration, the feeling of watching allies fall while you hit a wall you cannot cross fast enough. When Romantica can barely believe he ever felt the same, Desser admits that in his own past he also watched comrades die while he was the one being protected. That confession helps Desser finally understand his own rage at Zod. Underneath it all, he is terrified of staying too weak to protect the people beside him. So instead of feeding Romantica easy comfort, Desser gives her the advice he needs himself. Do not rush, stay composed, and keep moving forward. Romantica still wavers and points to her third circle ceiling, but Desser shuts that down and tells her not to decide her own limits for herself. And at the end of it, Desser gives Romantica the one thing she was really asking for, his absolute faith that she can reach the 4th circle on her own. Early that morning, Romantica rides the academy bus in silence and stares through the fog at the Starling Party dorm, still replaying her talk with Desser. She flushes in embarrassment, haunted by the moment she blurted out that maybe she was not needed as long as Adjust was there. That line hits even harder because Romantica hates showing weakness, and now she worries it sounded like resentment toward Adjust instead of honest frustration. But when she remembers Desser's answer, her shame eases, because he did not judge her at all and saw the fear behind her words. The bus reaches the training grounds, and Romantica steps off into the familiar marble entrance with a much lighter heart than before. As she climbs toward the wind training floor, she notices the stairs no longer feel crushing, and she realizes Desser's encouragement has lifted a weight she did not know she was carrying. What keeps echoing in her mind is Desser's plain promise, "I believe in you," and that simple trust steadies her more than her own pride ever could. By the time she reaches the empty wind attribute training ground, she is smiling to herself instead of drowning in self-doubt. She flicks her finger, and the iron plates she prepared in advance rise into the air, ready for another round of controlled training. Now that she has stopped rushing, Romantica finally sees the real obstacle clearly. Her mana amount is enough, her image is clear, but her control is still too rough for a 4th circle breakthrough. That realization stings because she understands she had been polishing the same limit instead of truly pushing past it. Even while settling into training, one question keeps bothering her. How did Desser understand her feelings so perfectly? His answer returns to her with new weight when she remembers he said, "Because I was the same." Raised to read people for negotiations, Romantica recognizes that Desser was not just comforting her. He was speaking from old grief he still carries. When she recalls his words about blaming himself for fallen comrades, she realizes his wounds run far deeper than he lets anyone see. That sadness matches the look Desser had before the Perleka attack by the Eastaker Sea, when he suddenly told her he wanted her to survive. Romantica senses there is far more to Desser than he has ever explained, but instead of prying, she decides to trust him until he is ready. She makes a new promise to herself. When the day comes that Desser finally leans on her, she wants to be strong enough to truly support him. With that resolve, Romantica starts circulating mana again, and a breeze spreads across the training ground as her focus hardens. This time her goal is simple and fierce: get stronger to protect her teammates, and get stronger to stand beside Desser. The old template limit is gone as more and more iron plates rise until nearly 100 are circling her at once. Even under that crushing load, she closes her fist and forces the entire ring inward, filling the field with the sound of iron crumpling under her control. Elsewhere, Desser's room has turned into a wreck of books and notes, as he pushes his body through brutal preparation for the homunculus implant. After talking with Romantica, Desser has made up his mind completely. If he wants to protect the people beside him, he has to become stronger no matter the risk. His first step is reinforcing his existing mana circle, a method most magicians would avoid because it slows future growth, but Desser only cares about surviving the incoming flood of mana. When he finishes that session, he immediately moves to the second part of his training and pulls out a stockpile of expensive mana stones bought with his own savings. He spends the next days forcing foreign frequencies into harmony with his own mana circle, drilling for the exact kind of control the transplant will demand. 5 days later in the Magic Tower lab, Zod can tell Desser has not wavered at all, and he finally stops trying to talk him out of it. Zod had expected this to be a reckless impulse, but seeing Desser train for an entire week convinces him that this resolve is real. Once Zod gives the word, Desser walks to the restrained homunculus and sits down back to back with the enemy whose power he is about to steal. The homunculus glares up at him and coldly says he is choosing catastrophe for himself, but Desser shows no hesitation at all. Her body has already regenerated far beyond what any human could manage, but with her mana sealed and her limbs chained, she is dangerous only if this procedure goes wrong. Desser can sense several empty mana circles inside her, and he studies them while Zod races around the lab making final preparations. Zod brings over a huge binding device and explains the rules bluntly. Stay attached no matter how much it hurts, do not lose focus even if blood comes up, and finish fast before the implanted circle breaks apart. Paralysis magic is ruled out because Desser needs precise mana control, so he has to endure the pain fully conscious. At Zod's count of 3, both his hands press to their chests, and the implant procedure begins. With the connection open, Desser can suddenly read the homunculus's circles with terrifying clarity, and Zod selects the one nearest his own frequency. The target circle starts as a 6th circle, far too much for Desser, so Zod attacks it directly and tears it down step by step. He forces that 6th circle down to a 4th circle, and the strain makes the homunculus shake even with her unnatural durability. Then Zod makes the gamble even riskier by splitting that 4th circle into 4 pieces, making the transplant easier but the harmonization window much shorter. One by one the pieces move from the homunculus into Desser, and at first the operation looks like it might actually work. The 3rd piece triggers a violent rejection, and Zod has to use his overwhelming 7th circle mana to force it into place by sheer power. When all 4 pieces are finally inside him, the pain nearly stops Desser's heart, but the week of preparation keeps him conscious through the shock. He vomits blood, but the broken pieces still fuse together over his old 3rd circle and form a brand new 4th circle inside him. Zod finishes his part and tells bloody Desser that the rest depends on him alone, because the new circle must be harmonized immediately before it breaks apart. The instant Zod's restraint fades, the implanted 4th circle goes wild and starts dragging mana through Desser's body in chaotic surges. The unstable circle even starts sucking in ambient mana on its own, so Desser rushes to read its frequency before it shifts again. Zod is stunned by how fast Desser works, because his control over distinct frequencies is far sharper now than before. Desser nearly catches it on the first try, and the wild motion of the new circle briefly slows under his resonance. But luck turns against them when the implanted circle shifts too early after absorbing traces of Zod's mana, ruining the timing they prepared for. Even with that setback, Desser does not panic and simply resets from the beginning, trying to read the frequency again from 0. The circle shifts again before he can finish, and the repeated collapse slams his body hard enough to make him cough up another mouthful of blood. A crack appears in the upper part of the newly formed 4th circle, turning the implant from a gamble into a looming disaster. Zod knows interference could make things worse, but he still gathers his mana and prepares for the final emergency choice of destroying Desser's circle himself to save his life. Just as Zod is about to step in, Desser raises a hand to stop him. To Zod's shock, Desser suddenly looks calmer, because he has found a way to buy time by restraining the rampaging implanted circle with his own mana. Right after copying Zod's method, Desser hurriedly adjusted the 4th circle's shifting mana frequency before the opening vanished. As the frequency changed again, Desser adapted on the fly, and the impossible process suddenly became manageable. When Desser finally locked the circle under his control, he sagged forward from sheer exhaustion and muttered that he hoped it worked. Zod calmly confirmed the breakthrough, telling him he was probably the first human ever to pull this off. Zod added that Desser had not only improved his mana compatibility but also advanced the circle, and Desser broke into a hard-earned smile. For Desser, that smile meant more than a rank up because he had finally pushed past the wall that stopped him in his previous life. Back at Hebrian Academy, the professors were stunned when the monthly reports showed not 1 but 2 new 4th circle students. The room got even louder when they named the first one as Desser Armin, the student they already knew for his war record. One professor pointed out that Desser's entrance test said his mana compatibility was terrible, so his breakthrough should have been impossible. Blank cut through the confusion with a dry answer, "It's Desser," and somehow that was enough for everyone. Instead of doubting Desser, the professors decided the old test must have been wrong and shifted into a strangely cheerful mood. They wrapped up by sending congratulations through Professor Bridget, and the news spread across the academy almost immediately. That news reached the academy's top parties just as Starling, Blue Moon, and Red Dragon met for a serious 3-way training match. Watching the battle from the ship, Kelt admitted Desser was already terrifying at 3rd circle, so 4th circle Desser felt even worse to face. Desser dodged the real explanation and just claimed hard work, keeping Zod's secret implant training to himself. Redoria said Desser's jump was typical by now, but Romantica reaching 4th circle shocked even them. Out on the training field, Romantica backed that up with a heavier wind spell than before, even though she still relied mostly on 3rd circle magic. Desser watched Romantica with quiet pride because, with the help he gave her, she was already outpacing the version of her he remembered from his past life. When Kelt asked for Desser's secret, Desser teased that he might share it if they joined his party, and Redoria laughed off the terrifying idea. Kelt and Midoriya both admitted Starling Party had changed completely, because its first years could now keep up with the Academy's elite teams. Kelt finally said what he really wanted. No professor could explain this kind of growth, so he believed Desser was the reason. Pointing to Ajest's rise and Romantica's breakthrough, Kelt asked Desser to teach Blue Moon and Red Dragon too. Midoriya jumped in right away and clarified that they wanted to learn through sparring, making it clear the two seniors had planned this together. Desser saw the bigger value immediately, because stronger Blue Moon and Red Dragon teams would strengthen Hebrion's future Shadow Labyrinth raid too. So Desser accepted, and both party leaders looked genuinely relieved and grateful. As the training battle neared its end, the core members joined in, and Midoriya seized the moment to ask how strong Fourth Circle Desser really was. Desser admitted he had not tested himself yet, so Midoriya and Kelt immediately offered to do it themselves in a 2-on-1 spar. Desser hesitated, but Kelt pushed back at once and warned him not to underestimate how much they had grown either. Kelt proved that point first by flooding the ship with mana and dragging the surrounding sea into motion under his command. Midoriya matched him a heartbeat later, heating the air until even the ship's railing started to burn. Only after seeing both of them get serious did Desser brace himself and agree to the test. When Desser spun up his new fourth circle, the difference hit him instantly because more mana answered him than ever before. For the first time, Desser could feel his own power had truly jumped, and his spell formation spread across the ship in a much larger field. Then the spar finally exploded into full force as Desser, Midoriya, and Kelt hurled their magic into a deafening collision. Far away in the Kingdom of Divide, the story shifted to a nation newly convinced it could finally rival and someday crush the Hebrian Empire. That confidence came from the king's sudden reform streak after the Perleka attack, which cleaned out corruption and rebuilt Divide's army into something frighteningly strong. One man who fully believed in Divide's revival was Eren, the Janissaries' commander, and he entered the palace proudly when the king summoned him. In the throne hall, Eren knelt before King Chlora Arzef, Baldashu as the king praised Divide's wartime success and the Janissaries' role in it. The king credited Eren for leading the royal family's elite Janissaries, a force raised from birth to serve the crown alone. Eren answered like a textbook knight, saying the Janissaries had only done their duty and nothing more. Even while accepting the praise, Eren noticed the king now carried an eerie calm that did not match the angry man he used to serve. Then a masked man entered the throne hall, and Eren instantly recognized him as the outsider who had been meddling in the king's affairs. The real reason for the summons hit Eren like a trap when the king told him it was time to rest and leave for the Longlord region. A heartbeat later, the king made it worse by announcing that the Janissaries would now serve under that masked man instead. Eren broke decorum and raised his head, arguing that the Janissaries existed only for the royal family, and could not be handed to an unknown foreigner. The king shut him down cold, saying this was not a request but an order, and the room gave Eren no space to resist further. Forced to submit, Eren bowed again and accepted the command through clenched teeth. After Eren left, the two conspirators dropped the act, and the fake king admitted they had to remove Eren before he uncovered who they really were. Pierrot boasted that in just 1 year they had effectively devoured the Kingdom of Divide from the inside. Their method was simple and brutal: kill or exile the competent officials, replace them with puppets, and bend the provincial lords into enforcing their rule. Crow Mask added that he also turned the public against Hebrian, using newspapers and old hatred to manufacture a common enemy. With Eren now removed, the conspirators agreed Divide no longer had any internal force strong enough to check them. Even so, Crow Mask admitted one major variable still kept ruining his clean plan: Desser Armin. He immediately guessed how Desser had done it too, deciding Desser probably used the homunculus encounter to force his own fourth circle breakthrough. Still, Crow Mask forced himself to stay patient, convinced another chance to kill Desser would come. Pierrot pressed further and asked if Desser was really the only thing left to worry about. That made Crow Mask bring up an even stranger concern: Skull Mask, the ally whose identity, power, and real goal they still did not understand. Crow Mask laid out the problem plainly because Skull Mask had absurd weapons and artifacts no normal person of this era should possess. Worse, Skull Mask kept saying he acted only for Artemis, but his recent moves looked more and more like a hidden plan of his own. To prove the point, Pierrot indicated the giant steel structure outside the palace, built from kingdom-wide magic stone collections for a purpose Skull Mask never explained. Both men understood the same ugly truth: Skull Mask was using them as pieces in his own game, and whatever he was building probably did not end well for them. Even so, Crow Mask chose to keep following Skull Mask because the resources he provided were still too valuable to give up. The false king approved Crow Mask's ruthless logic, but his blunt warning left the whole alliance feeling dangerously unstable. Pram trains alone, driving his rapier forward again and again until each thrust screams through the air. At the tip of each strike, Pram's aura bursts out in a tight blue coil and disappears just as fast, showing how refined his control has become. A brief memory cuts in as Hersen Blanc tells Pram he has taught him everything he can, but Bishop Class is a wall Pram must cross alone. That lesson weighs on Pram because Bishop Class is the real dividing line, the point where aura stops being just reinforcement and becomes a weapon released into the world. Even tired and unsure of the answer, Pram refuses to stop, gripping his sword and deciding he will keep doing whatever he can right now. Meanwhile, Deser's days get even more packed after reaching 4th Circle, but he still keeps every party training session on his schedule. Kelt and Midoriya push hard to challenge him, and Deser keeps meeting them head-on because fighting both of them is perfect practice for his new magic. 4th Circle magic does not come easily to Deser, because even with all his experience, this is a level he never truly had access to before. After about 2 weeks of brutal practice, he finally starts getting used to the 4th Circle and immediately looks toward the next step. Deser decides to rebuild his signature spell system for 4th Circle spells too, chasing the same amplified casting method that once let weak spells hit absurdly hard. He knows modifying 4th Circle spells will be far harder and slower than his old 3rd Circle work, but the payoff could be massive. The idea thrills him, because if he can pull it off, Deser might finally approach the level of 7th Circle magic that only Zod has ever reached. But Deser cannot bury himself in magic alone, so he keeps watching the outsiders and quietly builds a plan to dig up even one clue about their leaders. To do that, Deser slips into a secluded cafe in the Dresden suburbs and waits in a corner for his contact. The man who finally joins him is Vangzar from A-List News, the reporter whose earlier exclusive with Deser has already boosted his career. Vang gets straight to business and drops a heavy stack of unpublished reports on the table, part of Deser's deal to trade exclusive self-information for inside access. Deser values the arrangement because even seemingly useless scraps can matter, and A-List News can gather far more than anything available to the public. As Deser reads, an ugly thought returns: history has changed too much, and more of the future he remembers is no longer reliable. He still combs through every page for anything tied to the outsiders, but once again there is nothing that clearly matches the enemy he knows. Just before the meeting fizzles out, Vang points him toward a different problem. Rumors in the Divide Kingdom say hostility toward the Hebrian Empire is rising fast. That hits Deser hard because Divide leads the Western Kingdom Union, and renewed tension there could wreck the fragile path toward peace. Vang promises to keep tracking Divide for him, and after a quick farewell he leaves Deser alone with the documents and his headache. Deser tries to think of an answer and gets nowhere, so he finally decides to set the problem aside and leave. Then one small note on the Divide page stops him cold. Eren has been evicted from the capital. Deser knows Eren as a major hero of the Shadow Labyrinth expedition and a man fiercely loyal to the Divide royal family, so this makes no sense at all. The contradiction leaves Deser deeply unsettled, because another impossible mystery has just joined the list. By evening, Deser is hurrying back through the streets toward the academy dorms when he realizes someone has been following him openly. What rattles him is not the tale itself, but the fact that this person got close without his notice and carries an aura even stronger than Blanc's. The stranger speaks first, casually calling out Deser's secret meeting with a journalist, and making it clear she already knows what he has been doing. Deser freezes for a beat because he recognizes the woman's voice from the Shadow Labyrinth, even before he can place the name. She spins around and blocks his path, throws back the hood, and Deser confirms it is Swan Katarina, a Queen-class archer and one of the Emperor's royal guards. Deser hides what he knows and politely asks what she wants, while Swan refuses to explain herself just yet. Instead of giving a real answer, Swan bluntly says she came all this way just to see his face, which is absurd enough that Deser cannot even argue properly. After that bizarre warning shot of an introduction, Swan tells him they will meet again soon and vanishes back into the dark street. Back at the party office, Romantica slumps on the couch, bored and overheated while trying to study for the Academy's brutal makeup exam period. Without even lifting from her reading, she casts a controlled stream of wind through the office, cooling the room without disturbing Deser's paperwork. Deser notices how much Romantica has improved, while the office sits unusually quiet because the rest of the party is out training hard for the delayed promotion battle. Romantica grumbles that second and third years still have written exams on top of everything else, which is why she is stuck cramming while the others keep practicing. Deser sums up where everyone is now. Pram is practically living in the training area chasing Bishop class, and Adjest is still working on controlling the center of ice. When Deser finally calls it a day, Romantica immediately asks if he wants to go shopping with her. Deser agrees, saying he also needs to pick up some equipment, and for a moment Romantica finally gets the break she wanted. That plan dies instantly when Deser's communication bracelet buzzes with an urgent call from Blanc. Blanc tells him to come to his office right away, and Romantica's face says she expected exactly this kind of bad timing. Deser apologizes and promises they will definitely go later this week, and Romantica makes him swear to it before letting him go. When Deser reaches Blanc's office, he is hit with the real reason for the summons. The Emperor wants to meet him. This time it will not be a hidden contact like before, but an official summons meant to expose that Deser and the Emperor are working together. Deser immediately understands the Emperor's angle. Now that he is famous, his reputation is useful to the throne. He also knows the cost, because once the public sees him as the Emperor's man, any nobles hostile to the throne will never trust him again. Even so, Deser accepts at once, because those nobles were never likely allies and he has no reason to protect that bridge. But as he leaves the matter settled, one detail keeps bothering him. If this is about going public, why is the Emperor calling for a private meeting first? That loose end pulls his mind straight back to Swan Katarina, and Desser starts to suspect her strange visit was tied to this meeting with the Emperor all along. Desser arrives at Leonhardt Palace with Hersen Blanc and immediately feels the place's quiet imperial weight. At the first great door, the guards stop Hersen Blanc and send only Desser inside to meet the Emperor. The next checkpoint is harsher, with a red line on the floor and a blunt warning that crossing armed would count as treason. The moment Desser steps past the line, he realizes an artifact has locked down the mana itself and made normal magic useless. After several more sealed doors, Desser finally reaches the private audience chamber of Emperor Giltian. The meeting opens politely as the Emperor offers tea and brings up Desser's growing reputation at the academy. Then Giltian drops the courtesy and admits he once saw Desser as useful only as a commoner hero he could politically exploit. But after the war, the Emperor says he reevaluated Desser's true worth and called him here for something much bigger. Giltian points out the lion and weapons emblem and explains the 4 seats of the royal guard: sword, bow, shield, and staff. He praises the current legends filling those posts, then reveals the staff seat has stood empty for years because no imperial mage matched his standard. That standard is Zod Exarian, and by Giltian's judgment Desser has now proven himself close enough to fill the empty staff seat. Desser pushes back and says his wins over the homunculus and a blood mage do not put him above Zod. The Emperor refuses to back down and formally offers Desser a place in the royal guard. Giltian sweetens the deal by promising access to any royal artifact Desser might need. The second promise is even heavier. As a royal guard, Desser would carry authority equal to a duke and act as the Emperor's own representative. And the third privilege is almost absurd, because the Emperor says Desser can ask for money, land, or nearly anything else he wants. Desser hesitates because the rewards are incredible, but accepting would tie him to the Emperor far more tightly than before. One thought pushes him over the line: joining the royal guard would finally let him approach Raffaello Scheringer directly. So Desser formally accepts and promises to serve the Emperor as best he can. Giltian immediately explains that the appointment is not final until most of the royal guard agrees to it. Then comes the part Desser really did not expect. The last ceremony is a battle against royal guard captain Raffaello himself. When Desser leaves the meeting, Hersen Blanc is gone and Swan Katarina is waiting to escort him to the trial. Swan introduces herself as the royal guard's archer, and Desser confidently answers as the mage who intends to join them. As they walk, Swan admits the Emperor's choice shocked everyone because a commoner student joining the royal guard is unheard of. She makes it clear the other guards argued about Desser, and Raffaello is the one still holding on to doubts. At the security gate, Desser quietly gets his confiscated item back and pockets it again without making a fuss. Swan asks if Desser knows Raffaello personally, and he smoothly hides the truth behind a vague answer about Raffaello's fame. Before they arrive, Swan warns him this is no courtesy match, because failing to impress Raffaello could kill his appointment outright. The drill hall itself is enormous, scarred from brutal training, and wrapped in a fixed aurora defense strong enough to endure top-tier magic. A voice cuts in from behind them, and Raffaello Scheringer finally steps into view. The sight hits Desser hard, because Raffaello looks younger and untouched, while all their shared future memories exist only inside Desser now. Even so, Desser keeps the past buried and greets Raffaello like they are meeting for the first time. Raffaello asks if Desser believes he can win his approval, and Desser bluntly admits a straight fight here would end with his defeat. Rather than force a hopeless duel, Raffaello proposes a defense test and plants a steel bar in the center of the hall as the target. The rule is simple and brutal. If Desser can break that bar within 10 minutes while Raffaello protects it, he wins. Desser recognizes the opening in that setup, because guarding the bar will limit Raffaello's movement and make a fence harder. As Swan heads out of the hall, she quietly roots for Desser to wipe the smug look off Raffaello's face. Raffaello tells Desser to use every trick he has, so Desser decides he will not hold back. Desser reaches into his pocket and releases Runo, the silver artifact sphere that circles him as both shield and weapon. Now fully in rhythm with his new force circle, Desser opens with Giga Lightning and hammers the hall with enough force to melt steel. Raffaello does not even dodge, and with one planted stance and raised shield he blocks the entire spell cleanly. Desser keeps switching elements and bombarding the target, but every spell dies on Raffaello's shield before it can touch the bar. Then Raffaello stops playing pure defense, and the first clash between his aura and Runo rings through the hall. Even while tied to the steel bar, Raffaello's sword aura slams into Desser hard enough to force him fully onto defense. Desser throws up Binder of Earth, but Raffaello slices through the fourth circle wall almost instantly. Runo barely catches what is left of the attack, and Raffaello mocks Desser for spending 3 full minutes doing nothing but defend. But behind the damaged wall, Desser has been building something completely different, and Raffaello finally notices the half-finished spell taking shape. Desser coolly tells him it is too early to be disappointed, and Raffaello instantly abandons his casual attitude. Judging the spell genuinely dangerous, Raffaello floods his body and shield with aura and brings out the unique defensive art of the Sword Grandmaster. Then Desser releases Firestorm, and the drill hall erupts in a roaring inferno hot enough to threaten the palace itself. When the flames finally die, the steel bar is still standing, but Raffaello's composure is gone and Desser looks almost relaxed. Desser calmly warns that this was only the beginning, leaving the trial far from over. Desser opens with Thunder Spear, flashing the hall white as 5 spears slam toward Raffaello, and the steel target behind him. Raffaello answers by spinning 3 aura wheels across his shield, and the attack vanishes into their whirring defense. Desser does not let up, chaining one modified spell after another so fast that even Swan can only stare in disbelief. Even while blocking, Raffaello realizes Desser's attacks hit like 6th circle magic, fired by a 4th circle mage at a speed that makes no sense. Still, the steel rod remains unharmed, and Raffaello coolly reminds Desser that only 5 minutes are left. Desser changes angles with Parry Errand, blasting Raffaello away from the target instead of trying to break his shield head-on. Desser immediately follows with Firestorm, but Raffaello spends even more aura to spread a huge wheel barrier over the whole area and cover the rod again. Seeing even that plan fail, Desser admits Raffaello really is the Empire's strongest shield and knows he needs to force him into attacking. Desser starts a far bigger setup, and Raffaello instantly recognizes the danger when he realizes Desser is multicasting high-output spells. His first spell is Binder of Earth, pulling the broken stone in the hall up into a giant sphere overhead. Then gravity control drops over the hall so violently that even Raffaello is forced to one knee. With gravity amplifying the fall, Desser sends the stone sphere down like a meteor straight at Raffaello. Instead of retreating, Raffaello grins and finally raises his sword to counterattack. He stacks wheel after wheel from the sword itself until 5 enormous aura wheels roar up to meet the meteor. The meteor still pushes through, overpowering his defense until Raffaello is driven to unleash everything he has left. In one last burst, Raffaello restores the failing wheels, manifests a 6th, and forces the meteor to crack apart. He swings through the weak point and shatters the meteor in a massive explosion of stone and aura. When the gravity fades, Raffaello is gasping and realizes he has almost nothing left with 1 minute still on the clock. Knowing he cannot block another spell, Raffaello lunges straight at Desser to stop the next cast before it starts. But when he reaches him, Desser is already calm, and that alone tells Raffaello something has gone wrong. Raffaello looks back and sees the steel rod already broken, which means Desser used the gap in his charge to finish the test with a fast low circle spell. Raffaello can only laugh bitterly when he realizes he survived the overwhelming magic, only to lose to the simple follow-up Desser predicted in advance. Once the fight ends, exhaustion hits Desser hard, and Swan cheerfully jokes that the renovation bill is going to be awful. Desser finally looks around and realizes they did not just damage the drill hall, they practically destroyed it. Raffaello takes the damage in stride and even says this is a good excuse to rebuild the hall for real battles involving magicians. Then Raffaello offers his hand and formally welcomes Desser into the Royal Guard. Swan teases him about beating a sword grandmaster, but Desser refuses to brag because he knows the test favored the attacker. Desser also notices Raffaello's iron trial sword is nearly destroyed and knows the outcome could have changed if Raffaello had used his real weapon. Even so, Desser is shaken in a good way because he can finally see that he has grown strong enough to stand against someone like Raffaello. He tells Raffaello he wants a true equal match someday, and Raffaello welcomes the challenge with a rare spark of excitement. Swan jumps back in and insists on giving Desser a reward for the show, whether it is food or something else. Desser starts to refuse, then remembers Swan is a king-class talent, and decides to ask her for help instead. He accepts and says he has one request, hinting that this casual offer may solve a problem he has been carrying alone. After they leave, Raffaello stays alone in the ruined hall and stares at the wreckage, still thinking about how close that fight really was. He knows he stopped Desser this time, but the idea of facing an even stronger Desser later leaves him deeply uneasy. For the first time in years, Raffaello feels his old boredom break and realizes he cannot stay satisfied at his current peak. He clenches his fist and quietly decides to push beyond what even he once thought was impossible. Later, Desser is guided through the palace by an elderly side guard attendant, who explains that the Royal Guard's staff seat has stood empty since the revolution 13 years ago. The elderly attendant warmly congratulates Desser, moved that his arrival finally fills every Royal Guard position again. Once seated, Desser gets the formal briefing on the Royal Guard's history, duties, and broad freedom to act as long as missions are completed. Then the attendant's tone turns firm as he stresses the one rule that matters most: the Royal Guard obeys only the Emperor. He follows with a careful warning that, as the first commoner in the Royal Guard, Desser will be watched for any mistake the nobles can exploit. With the rules covered, the attendant moves on to Royal Guard privileges and leads Desser toward the Imperial warehouse. As they go deeper, checkpoint after checkpoint makes even Desser think the palace security is a little excessive. Then the warehouse doors open, and the sheer spread of artifacts inside makes all that security feel completely justified. Desser steps into the Imperial artifact warehouse and immediately loses his usual calm, staring around like a kid dropped into a treasure vault. As he looks closer, Desser realizes this place holds only high-grade treasures, mostly B-tier artifacts with even some A-tier pieces mixed in. Alfred explains that Royal Guards may borrow up to 3 Imperial family artifacts, and Desser suddenly understands just how valuable his new position really is. Since there are only 3 picks, Desser starts inspecting every artifact with battle-level seriousness instead of grabbing the first flashy thing he sees. One artifact catches his eye at once, a beautiful blue flower hairpin called Blue Rose. When he reads that Blue Rose grants invisibility and even blocks mana detection, Desser instantly decides it would be perfect for Romantica. Alfred stays at his side and offers practical recommendations, helping Desser choose with the eye of someone who knows these relics well. Then Desser stops at an empty slot labeled Memorize, the S-class artifact that once let its wielder store 5 spells for instant use. Desser realizes this missing artifact is the very one Crow Mask used, and the discovery hits him hard. Alfred explains that Memorize belonged to a former Royal Guard staff member, and was lost after he was killed by the Revolutionary Army's leader. When Alfred adds that the Empire never recovered it from the Revolution's surviving remnants, Desser's suspicion deepens instead of easing. That clue pushes Desser toward a darker conclusion. Crow Mask may actually be Icarus Corgo, the dead revolutionary leader everyone thought was gone. Even with that suspicion hanging over him, Desser forces himself to drop the mystery for now and focus on making the most of this rare chance. A little later he finds the perfect artifact for himself, an A-tier item called Mana Hole that speeds up mana recovery. Because Desser's biggest weakness is low mana, he knows Mana Hole will make a huge difference by letting him recover faster in battle. Just as he moves on to his last pick, a heavily sealed relic with an ugly red aura pulls his attention away from everything else. Up close, Desser sees that the dangerous relic is a spear, but unlike the other artifacts it has no normal description attached. Alfred reveals that this is the Spear of Longinus, the first emperor's legendary weapon, and no one is allowed to remove it from the warehouse. The spear's legend is absurdly grand, a divine gift said to split seas and cleave mountains, which is exactly why the Empire treats it as untouchable. Staring at Longinus, Desser is reminded of the center of ice and the strange pattern of Empire founding legends that all mention some unknown man leaving behind godlike artifacts. The connection bothers him, but with no answers in sight, Desser shelves the thought and goes back to choosing his final artifact. Back at the Starling party office, Romantica, Agest, and Pram gather around when Desser says he has something to give them. When Desser casually reveals he joined the Royal Guard, Romantica and Pram are so shocked they can barely process it. Desser briefly explains that the Emperor noticed him during the war and made him the Royal Guard staff member the order had been missing. Everyone looks impressed, but Agest's reaction is oddly different, her eyes shaking for just a moment, while Desser talks on without noticing. Desser says his new rank let him take 3 Imperial artifacts, and he opens his dimensional pocket to finally show them. The first artifact appears in his hand as a gorgeous blue hairpin, and the others are instantly drawn to it. Desser hands Blue Rose straight to Romantica, leaving her stunned that such a beautiful artifact is meant for her. At Desser's urging, Romantica puts the hairpin on and channels mana into it. Romantica's body fades from sight so completely that even her movement goes unnoticed until she suddenly reappears behind Desser. Desser explains that Blue Rose hides not just appearance and sound but mana flow too, making it ideal for Romantica's backline support role. Romantica tries to stay cool, but the grateful smile she cannot hide says she loves both the gift and the thought behind it. Desser summons the second artifact next, a pair of checkered leather boots called the Cloud Walkers. When Desser explains that the boots allow instant short-range teleportation, Agest immediately sees they would shine most on a frontline swordsman. Desser admits he had not chosen an owner yet, but once he mentions he has something else prepared for Pram, the decision starts leaning that way. Agest settles it herself by stepping aside, saying Pram should have the boots because she already wields the center of ice. Pram gratefully accepts the Cloud Walkers and puts them on right away. The boots fit him perfectly, and Pram starts blinking a meter at a time around the room with obvious excitement. After a few rapid uses, Pram notices the limit himself. The boots can only teleport about 5 times in a row before they need to recover. Even with that cooldown, everyone can tell the boots are still a strong battle tool, and the second gift is settled. Desser adds that the artifact gifts are not the end of what joining the Royal Guard gave him, which leaves the party staring at him in confusion. A woman strolls into the office without ceremony, and Desser introduces her as Swan Katarina, the Royal Guard's bow. Swan starts out completely uninterested, until she asks which one is Pram and finally sees him. The second Swan lays eyes on Pram. Her whole attitude flips and she practically lights up with predatory delight. She closes in on the poor boy at once, teasing him in a sugary voice and asking if she can bite his cheeks just to watch him squirm. Watching this mess, Romantica whispers to Desser in disbelief and admits the Royal Guard suddenly feels a lot less glamorous than she imagined. Then Desser reveals the real reason Swan came. She will be training Pram for a while, and that turns his face instantly pale. The next day in the training hall, Pram stands ready with a wooden sword while Swan circles him like a hunter sizing up prey. Swan cheerfully says she was only asked to train him for a week, but she has already decided to keep helping until he reaches bishop class. Pram is honestly terrified of her, but because Desser arranged this chance, he decides to endure it and learn seriously. Before starting, Pram asks the key question: if becoming bishop class is something a swordsman must do alone, what exactly can Swan teach him? Swan answers seriously that she cannot hand him bishop class, but she can offer the hints he needs to find his own path. She begins with theory, explaining that a swordsman has to discover a personal way to control aura instead of copying someone else's style. Her first example is reinforcement. surrounding the body and aura to boost offense and defense, like Donape Oslin's brutal style. Hearing that, Pram remembers Donape's fight with a jest and how absurdly tough that reinforced aura had looked in real battle. Swan's second example is materialization, shaping aura into external forms, the kind of control Raffaello uses with his summoned wheels. That makes Pram think of K's aura flower too, and he starts connecting the masters he has seen to the theory Swan is laying out. Swan finally names her own method as accumulation, which only makes Pram blink in confusion until she decides to demonstrate it. She casually charges a tiny pebble with aura and flicks it to the floor, where it explodes hard enough to blast a huge crater into the hall. The display leaves Pram stunned, but it also helps him organize his own half-formed experiences and see that he really is moving toward his goal. Swan cuts the theory short there, tells him to raise his sword, and reminds him that swordsmen learn through battle. Then she raises the stakes again, explaining that King-class swordsmen can command aura in several ways and that she herself uses 3. Pram can barely believe he is about to spar with one of the continent's few King-class fighters, and Swan bluntly tells him to appreciate the chance. By the time he thanks her, Pram realizes his gratitude really belongs to Desser for arranging a chance this huge, and he steels himself to make full use of it. Hebrian Academy's promotion exam begins, and this year even the beta class is fired up thanks to Desser's training. Romantica worries about the first years her party trained, but Desser calmly reminds her they survived the same kind of pressure. Romantica boasts that the juniors survived brutal training, then casually fires and drops an enemy from far away. The second years are running a fortress capture exam, but inside Starling Party's base the whole team is relaxed because the gap is too wide. Romantica gets bored after another easy kill, which says everything about the gap between Starling Party and the rest of the second years. Romantica's detection catches another group, and when she says 3 are coming, Desser rises to deal with the next wave. Romantica fires twice in a blur and erases 2 of the 3 attackers before they can even react. The last intruder realizes too late that he walked straight into Starling Party's fortress and panics on the spot. One last shot drops the final intruder, and Starling Party keeps steamrolling the exam without any real challenge. After the exam, the story shifts to the Imperial Palace, where Desser meets Alfred inside the lavish Royal Guard quarters. Alfred congratulates Desser, because Starling Party dominated again and even pushed 5 beta first years into Alpha class. Alfred singles out Ron's growth, and Desser says the first-year prodigy will soon be ready to join the main party. With Academy business settled, Desser cuts the small talk and puts a stack of Divide-related documents in front of Alfred. Desser warns that Divide's mood has turned ugly, and the papers show protests, rumors, and rising hostility toward the Empire. Alfred first brushes it off as Divide's usual resentment, but Desser pushes back because silence now does not guarantee silence later. What really alarms Desser is one impossible memory from the future he knows. Divide once exiled Baron, a king-class sword loyal for generations. Desser points out a merchant contact list from Vang Zer's intelligence, showing Divide traders quietly reaching imperial nobles. When Desser adds that these same merchants are stirring protests and rumors, Alfred finally sees that something covert is moving underneath. Alfred asks where Desser got information this sensitive, and Desser answers with one name that immediately carries weight: A-list news. Desser says he wants to investigate as a royal guard, and Alfred is impressed enough to promise imperial backing if needed. By framing his real goal as royal duty, Desser secures room to pursue a bigger plan, repairing relations between Divide and the Empire. Desser gathers the main party and explains the new problem. Divide is moving strangely, imperial nobles are involved, and he means to investigate it himself. He narrows the target to Count Nordine, because that border territory handles the heaviest trade with Divide. Pram assumes the royal family will support the operation openly, but Desser refuses because revealing his royal guard status would warn Count Nordine too soon. So Desser picks a cover story instead. They will enter Nordine as Hebrian students responding to a monster suppression request. Adjust agrees they need a small team, and Desser backs her up because too many people would make a quiet investigation more dangerous. Romantica treats the trip like an adventure, and Desser cuts her off with a deadline: they leave tomorrow. The next day, the team heads for Nordine by a miserable wagon route because a gate or rail line would expose them too easily. Rond is the extra member on this mission, and when Romantica doubts him, he nervously blurts out that he will do his best. Desser watches quietly, confident that Rond already proved both his talent and his growth during the promotion exam. As the wagon climbs, Desser sees the bottomless cliff outside and reminds himself they are now entering Count Nordine's territory. Desser knows Nordine's distance from the capital gives the Marquis dangerous freedom, enough to hide cooperation with Divide if he is involved. Pram marvels at how high the territory sits, then suddenly catches a strange sound from below the cliff. Romantica shrugs it off as wind, but Pram still looks uneasy, which leaves a small note of tension hanging in the wagon. Romantica asks where Desser will start once they arrive, and he says the first lead is a suspicious surge in imports from Divide. Desser names the Araka, Naptil, and Nepsilin merchant groups, and Romantica immediately recognizes Nepsilin. Romantica explains that Nepsilin is notorious in the Western Kingdom Union for hating the Empire, and recently expanding into many kinds of goods. That news makes the search harder, because a traitor handling everything is much harder to pin down. At last the wagon stops at Nordin's castle gate, and the party climbs down into the Marquis' mountain stronghold. The guards question them, but Desser presents the monster suppression request and gets the group through the checkpoints smoothly. Inside the territory, the city feels wrong at once: huge, quiet, soldier-packed, and cold in a way that has nothing to do with safety. Romantica bluntly says the place is awful, and nobody in the party disagrees. With evening already falling, the party heads into a modest inn to secure rooms and a base for the night. Desser pays for 2 rooms, then uses the chat with the innkeeper to quietly test what kind of place Nordin really is. The innkeeper says Nordin is basically a fortress guarding the border, which matches the grim military feeling outside. Then the innkeeper adds one last useful clue: almost no outsiders come up here unless they have business with the count, and visitors like them have been absent for months. After settling into the inn in Nordin territory, the Starling party is pleasantly surprised that the place is comfortable and the food is genuinely good. Back in the men's room, the relaxed mood disappears when the group questions the innkeeper's claim that no other foreigners have come through, because that does not fit Desser's intel about divide trade. Desser keeps the group from jumping to conclusions and says the innkeeper might simply be ignorant, since the territory is too large for one man to know everything. The next morning, they split up to gather information, and Desser chooses to work alone so their cover as ordinary monster suppressors does not draw even more attention. Desser spends the morning visiting busy shops under the excuse of buying supplies, but every lead on divide merchant groups comes up empty. That failure bothers him even more because a large merchant operation should have been impossible to miss, with wagons, laborers, and trade activity visible to everyone. With nothing solid except the innkeeper's strange lie or ignorance, Desser makes one last stop at a blacksmith shop before heading back. Inside, Desser notices the forge is stocked with unusually fine weapons for a border town, and then the shop's tiny elderly owner comes out to size up the unfamiliar customer. When Desser says he came for monster suppression, the old man reacts with real surprise, as if Desser means the wrong monster. The blacksmith explains that the locals already live beside another monster, one that nests below the cliff and actually protects the territory by scaring off every other beast. According to the blacksmith, the creature never climbs up from its nest, so the townspeople leave it alone and accept the uneasy bargain. That local rumor catches Desser's attention, but nobody has actually seen the monster closely enough to identify it and live. By the time Desser returns to the inn at sunset, the others are arriving with the same bad news: no one can find any trace of the divide merchants. With the investigation stalled, Desser tells everyone to keep digging tomorrow while also carrying out the monster suppression job that brought them here. The next day, the Starling party heads into a steep mountain forest to hunt the reported basilisk near Nordin territory. They quickly find a huge trail of crushed brush and toppled trees, and Desser realizes they are on the basilisk's route. The tracks also confirm the blacksmith's story, because the basilisk has been carefully skirting the area controlled by the stronger monster under the cliff. Desser predicts the pack is circling back, and moments later crashing trees and rumbling footsteps prove he is right. Romantica uses detection magic and warns that more than 10 basilisks are closing in fast. As Adjest and Pram draw their swords and the mages prepare spells, Desser notices Rond shaking through his first real battle. Desser quietly steadies Rond and has the party close ranks around him, reminding the young mage that he is not facing this alone. Rond gathers himself, and the battle with the basilisk pack begins. In only a few violent moments, the forest turns into a wreck of fire, wind, ash, and shattered trees as the Starling party overwhelms the pack. Adjust's ice magic seals off the spreading fire, and when the smoke clears, the party stands unhurt among the butchered basilisks. Desser praises Rond for holding his nerve in his first real fight, and the exhausted boy lights up at the approval. But the fight is not fully over, because 2 basilisks escaped the slaughter and could still threaten nearby people if left alone. Romantica follows the tracking spells and reports that one basilisk fled west while the other ran northeast. Desser splits the team on the spot, sending Romantica, Adjust, and Rond west while he and Pram chase the one heading northeast. As Desser and Pram pursue their target, the trail leads toward the base of the cliff instead of the city, and Desser realizes the wounded basilisk is fleeing straight into the territory of the stronger monster. Even so, Desser refuses to gamble on that hidden creature killing it for them, because the basilisk could still veer back toward the town if they stop now. The tracking gets easier as they close in, until they can finally see the fleeing basilisk smashing through the trees ahead of them. Then the tremors suddenly stop, and at first it looks like the basilisk has turned to make a last stand. A scream and violent impacts reveal the truth: the basilisk is already fighting something else. When they reach the scene, they find the basilisk already down, torn apart so brutally that neither of them can believe the fight lasted less than a minute. The blood all belongs to the basilisk, which means whatever killed it walked away without taking a visible hit. That changes Desser's view immediately, because a monster this strong is too dangerous to leave alone just because it kept other beasts away from town. As Desser inspects the wounds, he notices 2 different kinds of damage: clean slicing cuts and crushing blows from something overwhelmingly strong. Then he pulls a single golden feather from between the scales, but even with that clue he still cannot match the attacker to any monster he knows. Smoke rising from the corpse makes the answer click for Desser, and he realizes they may be dealing with a chimera built from multiple monsters' traits. Desser fires a spell into empty space, and the blast tears away the concealment hiding the creature nearby. When the smoke clears, a grotesque chimera appears, its body a wrong-looking mass of fused monster parts. The chimera launches at them with terrifying speed, and Pram uses cloud striders to flash in front of Desser and intercept the claws with his rapier. In the dark forest, Pram drives Aura into his rapier and tries to overpower the chimera, but the monster's minotaur legs simply bulk up and hold their ground. Pram reads the chimera's muscles and ducks what should have been a high kick, only for the leg to twist unnaturally and come for his head anyway. Forced on defense, Pram barely catches the follow-up as the chimera whips around and attacks with a wyvern-headed fist trying to swallow him whole. The chimera keeps hammering him with brutal force, and Pram survives only by chaining every dodge, parry, and sword technique he has learned. After enduring the rush, Pram finally floods his blade with dazzling aura and slices off one of the chimera's hands. Pram presses the advantage with relentless slashes, and for the first time the chimera's tough hide starts giving way under his aura-infused attacks. Just as Pram thinks he can grind the monster down, the chimera opens its mouth and he instantly realizes it is about to spit acid. He tries to pull back, but the chimera flexes its muscles to trap his sword and grabs the blade, turning one mistake into a killing setup. At the last second, Desser's runel slams into the chimera's neck and snaps it aside, throwing the acid breath off course before it can hit Pram. Desser follows that opening with Giga Lightning, blasting the chimera black and giving Pram the window he needs to finish it. Pram gathers everything he has left, vanishes behind the chimera with cloud striders, and unleashes a high-speed thrust that blows its head apart. The corpse finally drops, and while Pram catches his breath, Desser stares at it and recognizes Purius Nifshin's handiwork. Desser remembers that Purius Nifshin created chimeras and completed the homunculus with skull mask, which makes this monster feel less like a random beast and more like a buried legacy. Because chimera research is taboo across the continent, Desser is sure this points back to Skull Mask and a plan that has been running here for years. The chimera never left this area and killed every trespasser, so Desser concludes it was almost certainly guarding something important. That leads him to a darker question. If Count Nordine knew a taboo living weapon was hiding under his land and stayed quiet, this territory's trade and these monsters may be connected. With no better lead, Desser tells Pram they need to find whatever the chimera was protecting. Before they can move, Ajess calls through the communication pad to say the basilisk fight is over and asks for the next order. Pram suddenly clings to Desser with fear in his voice, because both of them can already feel something much worse closing in. Desser urgently summons the others, then realizes the bloodlust coming at them is not one monster but a whole pack of chimeras. Roughly 40 chimeras pour in from the dark, and Desser breaks into a cold sweat because even one was already enough to push Pram to the edge. Night fully falls, and the mountain erupts into non-stop metal shrieks and magic as Desser and Pram fight for their lives against the swarm. Runel circles Desser like a shield while Pram holds the line, buying just enough space for Desser to cast Firestorm and incinerate a whole section of the pack. They are stronger than the pair who once faced chimeras in the Shadow World, but this time there are only 2 of them, and the monsters keep closing from every direction. Even after cutting the number down, 25 chimeras still remain, and Desser's mana has started dropping hard under the pressure. He keeps firing thunder spears that erase several monsters at a time, but the battlefield is too cramped for the wide spells that could truly end this. Then Pram cries out as a chimera horn slices open his shoulder, and his clothesline warns that its mana is almost gone. Pram is still standing, but blood runs down his face, his arms feel heavy, his knees wobble, and even the aura on his sword is fading. Desser keeps asking if he can continue, and every time Pram forces out a bright answer because he knows Desser will be in real danger if he falls. Pram's clothesline finally gives out, but he still plants himself in front of Desser because now he sees this fight as his chance to protect him. Somehow that desperate will sharpens him instead of breaking him, and his rapier starts moving with even fiercer precision at the very edge of collapse. When several chimeras rush him at once, Pram steps forward calmly, gathers bright aura into one point, and strikes with a stab unlike any before. Aura drive explodes out of his sword and rips 5 chimeras apart, marking Pram's breakthrough into the bishop class. He barely has time to register the breakthrough before his strength vanishes completely, and his legs give out under him. The remaining chimeras immediately pounce on the helpless Pram, but Desser blasts them away with parry errand and rushes to his side. Desser hauls Pram upright against his side, tells him not to leave him, and quietly assures the guilty boy that he already did enough. Even while supporting Pram, Desser keeps casting Firestorm, but Pram can see the drop in his power and knows Desser is nearly spent too. A snake-headed chimera breaks through the flames, and for one ugly instant it looks like they are out of time. Then an outside wind spell punches in at terrifying speed and blows the chimera's upper body apart before it can touch them. A freezing wave follows, and Pram knows from that icy pressure alone that the rest of Starling Party has finally arrived. Ajess, Romantica, and Ron join the fight, and the impossible battle instantly swings in Starling Party's favor. Romantica's sharpened fourth circle wind magic slices through chimera after chimera with deadly accuracy, even in the dark forest. Adjust locks the battlefield down with Frozen Palace, keeping the monsters away from Desser and Pram before cutting them down one by one. Once Adjust opens space, Ron freely drops artillery-style spells, and the last of the swarm is wiped out. With the fight finally over, Desser calls back Runel and drops to the ground beside the equally spent Pram. Ron rushes over with medical supplies, but Desser waves off his own wounds and tells him to treat Pram first. Romantica checks Pram's battered body, cleans and dresses the wounds, and confirms that nothing is fatal and no poison got into him. Relieved but still stern, Desser tells Pram that hiding his condition from the party leader could have turned this battle into a disaster. Then Desser softens, pats Pram's head, and praises him for breaking into the bishop class when the party needed it most. Ron blurts out his envy and amazement, because a bishop-class swordsman is rare enough to stand at the top of most knightly orders. Adjust joins the small celebration, and with everyone finally together, the party starts comparing what they just uncovered. Desser explains that chimeras have been living here for years, that they were likely guarding something important, and that Skull Mask may be behind it again. The group silently accepts the possibility, but Ron turns pale when he hears they might be brushing up against the mastermind of the Outsiders. Desser admits Ron is right. If Skull Mask is involved, this is far beyond what they can solve alone, but they still need to learn what the chimeras were guarding. Romantica immediately picks up the plan, saying they only need to trace where the chimeras came from, and starts a detection spell on the spot. Her spell quickly finds the chimera's nesting place, giving Starling Party a direct path to the secret those monsters were protecting. With dozens of chimera already rampaging ahead of them, Desser's team follows the trail they left through the wilderness. After Romantica confirms the route with detection magic, Desser steps away to quietly contact the side guard and warn them about the chimera attack. He gives a sharper official report as a royal guard and orders the side guard to alert the Emperor too, making this more than just a student job gone wrong. At dawn on the western border, Karis Nordine hears that the hidden defense has entered Phase 2 for the first time. Karis understands what that means at once. Someone killed the chimera guarding the area, so all the other chimeras were released to erase the intruders. When his knight suggests basilisks cross the border, Karis immediately rejects it and keeps digging for a human explanation. The real lead is worse. 5 Hebrian Academy students were snooping around, paid for several days at an inn, and vanished that morning. Once he's alone, Karis fears those students may have gone down the cliff and uncovered the secret he was protecting. Even so, he clings to Phase 3 as his final safeguard and tells himself the students cannot possibly survive a defense meant to stop an entire nation. He looks at the lion tapestry of the Empire and hardens his heart, deciding this sacrifice is for Hebrian. Back with the party, Pram flatly refuses Desser's order to turn back and insists he can still fight. To prove it, Pram draws his rapier and swings it cleanly enough that Desser finally gives in. After resting just long enough for Pram to walk again, the Starling Party pushes on toward the Chimera Den. The trail leads them past a grim field of mangled human and monster remains, showing how many victims the Chimeras already claimed. At last they spot a giant cave beneath the same high cliff they passed on the road, and Desser realizes this must be what the Chimeras were guarding. When they connect the cave to the strange sound Pram heard earlier, Desser quietly realizes that a scream should not have carried this far. Romantica snaps him out of it, and the party enters the cave together. Inside, the cave is huge, reinforced with support beams, and full of clear human traces, more like a hidden base than a monster nest. Deeper in, they find rows of numbered barred cells, almost matching the number of chimera they already fought. An enormous iron gate blocks the deeper chamber, and Ron almost tries to blast it open until Desser stops him before he collapses the cave. Desser calmly dismantles the 13 trap spells on the gate before they can send an alarm. Then Pram steps up, wraps his rapier in bright bishop-class aura, and slices the massive gate down in 2 clean cuts. Behind the gate, the party finds a hidden mountain of preserved food, enchanted weapons, scrolls, and mana stones. Romantica recognizes the merchant seals on the supplies as the same divide-linked groups Desser had been investigating. That makes the picture snap into focus for Desser. This hidden cache is a stockpile of war supplies. Before they can sort it out, Romantica spots one more barred cell hidden behind the stockpile. Desser checks the number above the bars and sees 50, which means one last chimera is still alive. The bars start opening on their own, triggered by the abnormal way they entered the chamber. The Starling Party snaps into formation, with the Jess taking point, Pram supporting from the side despite his condition, Desser and Ron behind, and Romantica covering the rear. Then Desser sees the face in the darkness and freezes, because he recognizes Aaron. When the creature steps fully out, the shock gets worse. Aaron's face sits on a grotesque human-monster hybrid body. Desser's heart drops at the sight of his former comrade turned into this thing, but he still forces himself to stay in control. The moment tentacles lash out, Desser blocks them with an ice shield and realizes Aaron is attacking like a mindless enemy. Aaron only mutters, "Kill the enemy," with glazed eyes, proving his reason is gone. As the giant chimera starts tearing up the cave, Desser changes the plan at once and orders everyone outside before the whole place collapses. The fight turns into a desperate sprint as the party runs back through the cave with the chimera thundering after them. For a second they think the cut iron gate will slow it down, but Aaron's chimera body slams through the metal like paper. With the monster closing fast, Desser and Ajest cast ice magic behind them to brace the cave, and by a few more seconds, the ice barriers shatter under Aaron's raw strength, but they do slow him enough for the party to escape the cave. Hearing Aaron's twisted human scream behind him, Desser finally accepts the painful truth that his old comrade is gone. Outside in the open forest, the party immediately rebuilds a clean battle formation before the Chimera can emerge. The instant the Chimera breaks out, Ajest opens with Frozen Palace and floods the field with freezing attacks. Even under that barrage, Aaron smashes part of Frozen Palace apart and shows Ajest how abnormal this enemy is. Romantica answers with a perfect sniper shot that blows off the arm Aaron used to break the spell. Ajest immediately restores Frozen Palace and decides she has to commit even more power to this fight. She releases Ice Empress, and her hair turns platinum silver as the cold around her sharpens violently. Now moving at full power, Ajest rushes Aaron head-on and cuts down his incoming tentacles with precise ice attacks. Pram joins from the side with aura-coated thrusts, forcing the Chimera to split its attention between him and Ajest. Once Desser gives the signal to fall back, Ajest and Pram peel away instantly and leave Aaron exposed for the casters. Ron's volcanic cannon slams into the Chimera's core and rocks its giant body backward. As Aaron turns toward Ron, Desser follows with Firestorm and engulfs the whole monster in a cyclone of flame. For a breath, everyone wants to believe that much fire finally killed it. But when the smoke starts to clear, Aaron is still standing inside the flames. Then the real answer appears as blue energy surges over the monster's body, and Desser says the impossible out loud: this Chimera is using aura. The Aaron-based Chimera shrugs off Desser's direct hit, and the party realizes this monster is far beyond the Chimeras they fought before because it can even use aura. Desser quickly spots the real problem. The Chimera's aura-hardened body regenerates almost instantly, so retreating would just leave a disaster roaming free. Its wings block spells like shields, and its aura-coated tentacles hit with night-class force, smashing apart Ajest's Frozen Palace and stealing the initiative back. Seeing that brute force will never work, Desser settles on one answer and calls the party into a full all-out offensive. Ajest suddenly stops playing defense and rushes the Chimera head-on, forcing its tentacles to focus entirely on her. On Desser's cue, Ajest drops Ice Empress and unleashes her new spell, Frozen World, flash freezing the space around her and locking down the incoming tentacles. The Chimera senses the trap and tries to pull back on its wings before the rest of the party can follow up. Romantica is already ready, and her arranged Raiden tornado turns the air itself against the Chimera's wings. The storm mangles the Chimera's wings and slams it back to the ground, finally stripping away the defense it relied on most. That opening was made for Pram, who dives straight into the Chimera's blind spot with a rapier full of aura. The Chimera tries to escape with a brutal stomp and counterattack, but something feels wrong the instant it moves. Pram did not miss at all, because Aaron's human head has been cleanly severed from the Chimera, taking its judgment, battle sense, and aura use with it. The creature still refuses to die, shedding ruined flesh and collapsing into a grotesque four-legged beast now running on raw instinct alone. Blind and mindless, the headless Chimera starts thrashing everything around it, and its tentacles become so fast that no one can get close anymore. Desser notices the beast is starting to hear again, so he deliberately calls out and draws its hatred onto himself. With Ajest and Pram no longer blocking it, the blind Chimera charges straight after Desser at full speed, following sound alone. The Chimera finally stops in the forest, uneasy for the first time, just as its eyes begin to recover and harsh light floods back into view. Desser has already set the kill zone, and he calmly tells the Chimera he dragged it here because he refused to let the city be destroyed. When the Chimera looks up, it sees why the sky went dark. Desser has suspended an enormous earth sphere above the forest, and the moon itself. Desser pushes Binder of Earth and Gravity Control to their limit, pouring in everything he has and ending the fight with one final drop. The impact hits like a meteor, flattening the forest in every direction and leaving behind a giant crater where the Chimera stood. When Desser returns, the Starling party erupts in cheers because they just watched him turn a fourth circle spell into something that looked like seventh circle destruction. Desser immediately throws the praise back at his team, because he knows the plan only worked because every one of them played their role perfectly. But Desser's smile dies when he sees Aaron's severed head on the ground and realizes how disgracefully a proud knight was used and thrown away. That ugly death hardens Desser's resolve, because Aaron's fate proves the outsiders are tied deep into Divide's politics and maybe even farther than that. When Romantica asks if this is finally over, Desser answers that their original mission is done, but Ajest immediately sees where his mind is going next. Ajest says it out loud. Desser plans to move on Count Nording now, before the Marquis can react or hide whatever he knows. Right then, Desser's communication pad lights up with a message from the side guard, cutting off the discussion and shifting the story to Count Nording's castle under attack. At dawn inside the castle, a kneeling knight reports to Count Nording that about 100 enemies have already broken through the outer bailey and are coming straight for him. Karis stays outwardly calm, orders every soldier to stall the invaders, and hurriedly puts on the Nording family's enchanted gear. He clings to the hope that his border force will arrive within an hour, but the explosion from the forest has already shaken his confidence badly. As more screams and explosions echo through the castle, Karis realizes something is terribly wrong because his larger force is being crushed far too fast by only 100 attackers. Then the answer smashes through the door, as Desser walks into the room and coolly points out the extra military force Karis had hidden inside his own territory. Karis recognizes Desser at once, and in that instant he understands how just 100 elites could tear through his defenses so quickly. Black armored side guard knights file in behind Desser, and the Count's captain blurts out their name in alarm. Desser formally names himself as Royal Guard staff and places Count Nordine under arrest, stripping him of rank pending trial. Karis refuses to accept it, and snaps back with the only answer he has left: kill them. The room detonates into chaos as spells collide, swordsmen crash together, and the side guard meets Nordine's desperate loyalists head-on. Even with only 5 side guards beside him, Desser keeps the line steady with crisp commands while Nordine's knights fight like men ready to die. Then Desser starts casting from the rear, blowing Nordine's men aside with firestorm and advancing one step at a time straight toward the Count. In Count Nordine's hall, the knights stare in disbelief as Desser walks straight at them alone, ignoring the basic rule that mages should never let knights close in. Thinking they can turn the battle by crushing him up close, the enemy captain orders every knight to focus on Desser at once. Desser answers the rush with bind, and the knights almost laugh when they recognize it as a flimsy first circle restraining spell. Then the hall freezes as every attacking knight locks in place at the same instant, their blades hanging inches from Desser like time itself stopped. The knights panic when they realize Desser's bind is no normal beginner spell at all, but a modified version overwhelming their bodies. Desser warns them not to struggle unless they want to get hurt, but the proud knights refuse to listen and keep forcing against the spell. Their resistance only makes it worse, and more than a few knights end up breaking their own arms and legs trying to overpower Desser's magic. Snapping the stunned side guards out of it, Desser orders them to shackle every knight from Nordine territory. With the rest of the hall under control, Desser walks straight toward Karis Nordine, who is barely staying upright by bracing himself on his sword. Karis burns through the restraint for one last strike, but the instant he thrusts at Desser, Rinal shoots out and knocks the sword away with contemptuous ease. Once Karis loses his weapon, Desser pours even more mana into bind and crushes his last freedom completely. As the side guards surround him, Karis spits out his real grievance and accuses Desser of serving a fake emperor for the sake of power. The side guards nearly kill him for insulting Rogfalas, but Desser cuts that off because Karis is still more useful alive and talking. Even under threat, Karis declares that Rogfalas stole the throne after the true Hebrian imperial line was wiped out in the revolution. Desser understands why Karis rebelled, but he refuses to side with him and orders the Count taken away. Later in the Royal Guard office, Alfred praises Desser over tea and admits the Empire dodged another war because he did not fail his duty. When Desser asks what they learned from Karis, Alfred reveals the rebellion ran far deeper than expected, with more noble families involved than anyone realized. Alfred adds that those hidden forces had already grown to the size of a small country's army, and with Chimera support they would have been a serious disaster. That shocks Desser, because in his past life this kind of internal rebellion never happened, which means the Emperor had been bracing for something like this much earlier than he knew. Alfred says the Emperor already sent the other royal guards after every collaborator, and the whole noble network behind the revolt has been rounded up. Desser realizes the Emperor used the royal guards on purpose, not because he needed them, but to make the nobles watch overwhelming imperial power erase them in days. He cannot predict every political consequence yet, but one thing is clear to him now: the Empire will not be shaken from inside again anytime soon. Desser asks one more question about the outsiders, but Alfred apologizes because Karis gave them nothing useful on that front. Desser is not surprised, because Karis's loyalty to the old Hebrian line means Skull Mask almost certainly hid the outsiders behind some other face when he approached him. Even so, Desser is now certain Divide is tied to the outsiders somehow, and he leaves with a new problem to solve. Walking away alone, Desser weighs the biggest obstacle left before the Shadow Labyrinth, and realizes the outsiders now matter more than anything else. He had believed the continent was finally unifying enough to clear the coming disaster with fewer losses, but Aaron's death proved the outsiders can still tear away irreplaceable strength. Because Aaron was not just a powerful swordsman but one of his few real friends, Desser hardens into a personal vow to wipe the outsiders out at all costs. In the Divide Kingdom, a white-mustached treasurer sits across from the young advisor and hears the Empire's compensation demand with immediate outrage. The treasurer calls the Empire's demand absurd and says Divide cannot accept a burden like this on its finances. The advisor coolly reminds him that whether Divide likes it or not, the Empire sees the kingdom as tied to the nobles' revolt, and refusal could mean war. To stop the kingdom from bleeding for it, the advisor orders the Merchant Association's assets seized and turned into the compensation payment instead. But the advisor is not surrendering quietly, and he promises to rally the small states suffering under Hebrian until Divide can answer the Empire with combined force. He goes even further and says that once this payment is handled, he will rewrite the budget and find the money to expand Divide's military within a week. After the treasurer leaves, the young advisor rubs his cheek in irritation, and the mask finally slips from the scene. This is Icarus Corgo, Crow Mask himself. Icarus bitterly realizes the long plan he spent years building against Hebrian keeps collapsing because Dessar Arman ruins it at every critical point. He sees the damage clearly now. With the rebellious nobles crushed, the Emperor no longer has to fear enemies at home and can finally turn his full attention outward. A harsh scraping voice cuts into his thoughts, and Skull Mask appears before him, already fixated on the same problem. Dessar has become even stronger. When Skull Mask brings up Eren, Icarus cannot hide his disgust, because Eren was the one they murdered and turned into a chimera against his wishes. Skull Mask reveals an even worse detail from the Mirror of Shadows. The magic Dessar used to beat Eren's chimera reached the 7th circle. That leaves Icarus stunned, because in this age only Zod should stand at that level, and now the rival he once looked down on may be catching him, or even passing him. Skull Mask pushes the conclusion first. If Dessar is this dangerous and war with Hebrian is coming anyway, they need to create more weapons now. Icarus first asks if they can keep using Eren's remains to mass-produce more chimeras of that level. Skull Mask shuts that down at once, saying king-class swordsmen cannot simply be multiplied, and recycling that power into more chimeras would be horribly inefficient. Instead, Skull Mask names the weapon he really wants to mass-produce: homunculi. Icarus is startled, but Skull Mask explains that conquering Divide was always meant to fund exactly this scale of production, and preparations have already been underway for some time. When Icarus wonders if the giant tower under construction is part of that plan, Skull Mask refuses to explain and reminds him they are partners only as long as their desires align. Skull Mask changes the subject to the real immediate target and asks whether Icarus has found a way to kill Dessar Arman yet. Icarus answers that Dessar already suspects the outsider sees Divide, but tight information control means he will never get the truth from outside the kingdom. That is exactly why Icarus is certain Dessar will eventually come to Divide in person no matter what obstacles are placed in his way. So he decides not to wait passively and instead plans to bait Dessar in with the next Great Council, which is due soon among the Western Kingdom Union. If he can get this year's council held in Divide, Icarus knows Dessar will attend through the Magic Tower, and that will be the perfect place to remove him on the spot. Skull Mask agrees at once and promises to help arrange whatever is needed so the trap in Divide actually succeeds. Summer break leaves the Starling Party office strangely quiet, and Dessar sits alone marking another day off his calendar. He counts only 16 months left before the Shadow Labyrinth by the timeline he remembers, and that habit is starting to feel more like anxiety than discipline. Too many events have already changed from his old life, so Dessar realizes the future he relied on is slipping out of his hands. That makes one threat urgent above all else. Before the Shadow Labyrinth arrives, he has to wipe out the Outsiders. His investigation points to a link between the Outsiders and the Kingdom of Divide, but Divide's tightened border control shuts down his usual intelligence routes. Even Vang Zar can only tell him that reporters are barred from entering Divide, which leaves Dessar with suspicion but no proof. Since he cannot accuse a kingdom on guesswork alone, Dessar forces himself to look for a way to get hard evidence without starting a diplomatic disaster. He turns through his private record of major events from his previous life until one entry jumps out at him. The Western Kingdom Union's Great Council will be held in Divide. With his information network blocked, Dessar decides to enter Divide himself by attending that council. He immediately contacts Zod Exarian and explains what happened while the Tower Master was away, including his plan to join the Great Council. Zod's first reaction is blunt. If the Outsiders already control Divide, Dessar would be walking straight into the enemy's center. Dessar argues that without going in himself, he has no way to get the proof needed to stop them before their plan causes real damage. He also points out that the Outsiders still have not made an open move, which means they likely are not ready to act yet and can still be exposed first. Zod accepts the logic at last and sums up the mission clearly: get proof of outsider involvement in Divide, then expose them before they can act. To back him up, Zod promises to warn the Western Kings directly and strengthen their guard, while Dessar starts arranging his own countermeasures. Next, Dessar tries to secure a stronger insurance policy by asking the Empire's Royal Guard to support the mission. His first support option fails immediately when Dessar learns the Royal Guard's sword is away on an Imperial mission and cannot be asked at all. Raffaello refuses too, not out of distrust, but because as the Royal Guard's shield he cannot leave the Emperor's side. Before Dessar leaves, Raffaello warns him that asking Swan probably will not go smoothly either. So Dessar heads to the bar where Swan is drinking, already bracing himself to need a backup plan if she says no. Inside, Katarina is drinking alone beside a mountain of empty bottles, and somehow she still looks completely sober. Dessar sits with Swan and gives her the same explanation he gave Raffaello about the danger in Divide and the help he needs. She barely reacts until she asks one pointed question: are the Starling Party core members going too? The moment Dessar confirms it, Swan casually agrees to come along, which catches him completely off guard. Because the answer feels too easy, Dessar asks the obvious question: is she only saying yes because of Pram? Swan dodges a straight answer with a slippery smile, but Dessar leaves convinced enough that he should keep protecting Pram. Elsewhere during vacation, the Academy's single-ranker drill hall is still packed because strong students are training instead of resting. The center of attention is Ajest, who is calmly facing 3 third-year single-rankers by herself. When the swordsmen rush in, Adjust slips through their attack with tiny movements and snaps an ice spear at the nearest one. That one hurried block leaves an opening, and Adjust instantly breaks out of the surround before the team can recover. Once she has space, Adjust unleashes Frozen Palace and turns the arena into a storm of ice magic raining down on all three enemies. The third years stay composed and push through her barrage, but they burn stamina doing it and lose the teamwork advantage she wanted to strip away. Even after they close the gap, Adjust stays perfectly calm because she is built for both magic and swordplay. The match ends without her ever losing control, and the crowd just accepts another effortless Adjust victory. As the crowd once again whispers about Adjust's mysterious family, a fresh commotion suddenly breaks out near the entrance of the hall. Katarina of the Royal Guard walks in and bluntly orders everyone to clear out because she is about to spar with Adjust and cannot promise their safety. The students desperately want to stay for a fight this rare, but her warning is too serious to ignore, so they file out anyway. When the hall finally goes quiet, Swan greets Adjust with an old familiar title, Princess. Adjust asks why she is here, and Swan explains that Dessa requested her help for the Great Council mission and she accepted. Adjust cuts straight to the point and says Swan is really here because of Pram. Swan protests with mock offense, then admits Adjust is half right before revealing the other reason: she came to check Adjust herself. She makes the deeper reason plain at once. Swan has always known Adjust as the Empire's princess and wants to see how strong she has become. Adjust answers that she is long past needing protection, but Swan tells her to draw her sword and prove it. Swan summons her Royal Guard artifact bow from dimensional space, and Adjust answers by drawing Center of Ice, dropping the room's temperature instantly. Without warning, Swan fires first, and only Adjust's raw instinct lets her block the surprise arrow in time. The block saves her, but the weight of Swan's king-class aura leaves Adjust's wrist aching and makes it clear she cannot trade many hits like that. Swan keeps drawing arrows of pure aura out of nothing, and Adjust has to meet them with magic sword Ice Wave just to survive the pressure. Knowing she will lose if she stays on the defensive, Adjust activates Ice Empress, pulling the spreading cold back into herself and turning her hair silver. With her physical ability boosted, Adjust finally reads Swan's shot cleanly and dodges an arrow that blows apart the stands behind her. Swan praises her growth but says it still is not enough, and Adjust answers by charging straight through the arrow fire instead of backing off. To force her way in, Adjust casts Frozen Palace again, raising ice pillars and layered spells that shield her advance. Swan gives ground and answers with a terrifying wave of hundreds of aura arrows that turns the whole hall into a kill zone. The barrage shatters the drill hall in a blink, but Adjust survives by stacking defenses inside Frozen Palace and pushing through at the last possible moment. Now at close range, Adjust finally reaches the distance she wanted, and Swan instantly reshapes her bow into a bladed weapon to meet her there. Their weapons crash together like thunder, and Adjust stiffens when she feels that even in Ice Empress form she cannot overpower Swan in close combat. While trading blows, Swan says Adjust has changed a lot and even lets emotion show now, unlike the untouchable princess she used to be. Then Swan drives at the real wound and asks why Adjust is still hiding her identity from Desser too. That tiny hesitation is all Swan needs, and she kicks up ice fragments charged with aura and blasts Adjust with them like bullets. The hit blows Adjust back and knocks her out of Ice Empress, but she uses that release to pour all the stored cold into a new spell, Frozen World. Before the duel can reach its peak, Swan releases her own aura in earnest and instantly suppresses every trace of Adjust's magic. Satisfied with what she has seen, Swan reins her power back in and calmly ends the match on her own terms. Desser immediately notices Adjust is off her game, even though she looks calm as usual. Adjust tries to brush it off, but Desser can tell she is hiding real agitation. When pushing her further would only corner her, Desser backs off and quietly tells her not to carry her worries alone. The reason everyone is in Altia becomes clear when Zod calls them forward for the trip to Divide. Desser reminds the group that this Great Council mission is about gathering information, not fighting, because Divide may already be in outsider hands. He adds that he will move independently inside Divide, and the others should stay out of sight unless everything goes wrong. Zod warns Desser that even with warmer ties, plenty of people in the Western Kingdom Union still hate the Empire. Swan answers that problem by activating an artifact and changing her face into a scarred female warrior. Her new look is convincing enough, and Zod quietly approves the disguise. At the Magic Tower gate, Desser sees that Zod has assembled a sizable escort of strong mages in case Divide turns dangerous. One senior mage stands out enough that Desser immediately asks who he is. Zod introduces the excited man as Hephaestus, the second tower master who will lead the Magic Tower troops and assist Desser. Hephaestus gushes over Desser's magical theories, treating him with open admiration instead of just praising his war record. When Hephaestus starts drilling Desser with technical questions, Zod cuts him off before the departure turns into a lecture. As the gate powers up and the others move through first, Zod pulls Desser aside for one last warning. Zod warns Desser about the banquet after arrival and tells him to watch the president of Arumbeth, who took Desser joining Hebrian badly. Still finding the grudge hard to understand, Desser thanks Zod and steps into the gate anyway. They arrive in Divide's crowded gate hall, where delegates from many countries are pouring in under tightened security. Pram waves them over to the rest of the party, who already made it through ahead of them. Looking out over Divide's capital, Romantica takes in the smoke-dark skyline and calls it desolate. A thunderous blur overhead interrupts the view as Divide's wyvern riders tear across the smoky sky. Romantica identifies them as the Flying Dragon Division, the force that gives Divide control of the air. Their sightseeing ends at once when Divide troops in full dress uniforms suddenly surround the whole delegation. Desser judges that the troops surrounding them are skilled, but still nowhere near enough to truly contain their side. Then their commander steps out and formally welcomes the Magic Tower to Divide. When he removes his helmet, onlookers realize the Flying Dragon Division's leader came in person. Hephaestus asks what this is about, and Siegfried calmly calls it an inspection. Knowing the inspection is a deliberate slight, Zod still lets it proceed, and the group submits without dropping their guard. The search becomes absurdly thorough, to the point that Divide even inspects Zod himself. Siegfried says the king ordered a full search of anyone from the Empire because Divide suspects royal spying. Zod bluntly points out that this treatment makes it look like Divide suspects even the Magic Tower of helping Hebrian spy. Siegfried retreats behind formality, claiming the real targets are only the Empire's escorts traveling with Zod. When the inspectors move on to the Starling party, Desser's biggest concern is whether Swan's fake identity will survive the check. Swan's disguise holds, and the inspection finally ends with a cold formal welcome. Once they are clear of the checkpoint, Romantic events that Divide search them like criminals. Everyone comes away offended, and Desser reads the message clearly. Divide still deeply distrusts the Empire. Outside, Pittsburgh looks well organized, but the people moving through it are strangely quiet and cold. Desser leads the team to the local Magic Tower branch, planning to use it as a base outside Divide's direct control. Their rooms turn out surprisingly luxurious, easing some of the tension from the ugly arrival. After they settle in, Zod gathers everyone in the lobby and announces the royal family's banquet invitation for great council guests. Romantica and Pram perk up instantly, until Pram blurts out that they did not even bring party clothes. Zod solves that problem by handing Romantica a credit card and telling them to buy whatever they want. Romantica and Pram hurry off to shop, and Ajess turns back before following so she can check on Desser. Desser says he has work to do, tells Ajess to shop first, and asks Swan to keep an eye on everyone until he joins them later. Back in his room, Desser begins the dangerous part of the mission by contacting side guard agents already hidden inside Divide. He orders them to send every scrap of information they can uncover, with anything tied to alchemy marked as the highest priority. After sending the order, Desser weighs how badly this move could destroy years of intelligence work if the agents are exposed. Even so, Desser hardens his resolve and accepts the risk because stopping the outsiders matters more. The next day, Divide's royal palace hosts a banquet for the great council guests on the eve of the summit. Major leaders of the Western Kingdom Union take their reserved seats as the reception fills out. Then the hall abruptly quiets when Zod, Desser, and the Starling party enter together. Their fame hits harder than anyone else's in the room, with guests whispering about Zod and the young war hero Desser. The scale of attention rattles Romantica and Pram, and Zod quietly reminds them to behave with dignity. With that, Zod takes his seat, and Desser with the Starling party settles in around him as the banquet properly begins. At the Grand Divide banquet, Romantica quietly admits she and Pram cannot enjoy themselves at all under the pressure of so many powerful guests. Desser stays focused because he did not come just to celebrate. He came to gather outsider information and build real influence in the Western Kingdom Union. When King Clora of Divide raises a toast about the Union defeating the outsiders and restoring peace, the banquet officially begins. The moment the speech ends, Desser rises like he was waiting for the signal and starts making his rounds through the room. Desser smoothly wins over one influential guest after another, using his sharp read on politics and people to fit into conversations that should have shut him out. One ruler greets him especially warmly, Greed of Preleka, who welcomes Desser like an old friend because of their long exchange of letters. Greed praises Desser as Preleka's savior, says Deltheim has recovered, and invites him to visit the city he protected. Desser apologizes for being too busy to come, and Greed casually mentions Desser's new royal guard status without showing the usual political unease. Instead of suspecting him, Greed openly says he will keep cheering for Desser and even hopes he might someday come to Preleka. After that easy success, Desser deliberately approaches one of the hardest targets in the room, President Anis of Arunbeth, who clearly dislikes his choices. Desser does not dance around it, and bluntly tells Anis he knows there is resentment between them and wants to fix it. Anis answers from his Republican ideals, saying a person's worth should come from capability, not status or birth. He reveals the real wound too. He had believed Desser would keep changing the empire for commoners, not join the emperor's inner circle. Anis accuses Desser of betraying the hopes of commoners who saw him as their hero, and trading that hope for power. Desser finally understands that Anis's hostility came from disappointed faith, and that makes the problem easier to answer. He calmly says it is too early for Anis to give up on him because he never abandoned the fight against discrimination inside the empire. Desser explains that even as a student he already pushed change at Hebrian Academy, and joining the Royal Guard was meant to give him more leverage, not make him surrender. When Anis warns that those promises are easy to make, Desser answers that his real goal is to let no one down in the end. After thinking it over, Anis does not fully yield, but his disappointment eases into cautious interest, and he agrees to keep watching Desser. Elsewhere at the same banquet, Zod offers just a glass of sweet wine, but both of them are really watching Desser from afar. Zod quietly marvels that Desser never seems intimidated, even in a room packed with rulers, while Romantica and Pram look exactly as overwhelmed as normal people would. That strange composure leads Zod back to the same unsettling thought: he still cannot figure out who Desser really is. Ajest points out that Zod is questioning Desser too, and neither of them can deny his origins and motives are still a mystery. Zod insists this is not distrust, because he trusts Desser's character more than anyone, but the moment he heard Desser had pulled off temporary seventh circle magic, his curiosity came roaring back. For Zod, trust and curiosity are separate things, and Desser has become too important to the whole world for his hidden identity and secret goal to stay a harmless question. Zod finally says what he wants. Since Ajest is closest to Desser, he wants them to share whatever they know about him. Ajest gives no answer, and the silence itself shows how torn she is. Zod lets the subject drop for the night just as Desser returns from his rounds and asks what they were talking about. When Desser explains he won over President Anis, Zod is genuinely delighted because that alone makes the banquet worthwhile. But Desser also admits he failed at one key goal: he never got a chance to test the King of Divide face to face. The reason is odd enough to bother them: the King and Queen already left right after the opening ceremony. They cannot prove anything from that yet, so Desser decides there is nothing left to do but stop digging for tonight. Zod points out that if business is done, the one banquet pleasure they should not miss is the dancing. Desser immediately offers his hand to Ajest, and she takes it without resisting. They step onto the floor and begin a slow waltz together, moving smoothly enough to draw warm smiles from the room. Ajest notices how much Desser has improved since she once had to teach him from scratch, and he shamelessly credits her coaching. Even as the dance goes well, Ajest cannot shake Zod's words and starts thinking again about how little she truly knows about Desser. As she moves with him, Ajest runs through everything that makes Desser impossible to explain, from his first strange impression to the world-changing things he has done since. In a rare impulsive moment, Ajest quietly says Desser's name and almost asks him to tell her the truth. But just before the words come out, Ajest realizes she is hiding a secret just as heavy: her own blood ties to the Imperial Rogvala's family and the Emperor. That realization stops her cold, because she is terrified that if she told the truth, the relationships she values now would collapse. So instead of pressing him, Ajest decides Desser may be carrying his own secret for the same reason and lets the moment go. Desser teases her for it, and the heavy tension finally breaks. Then the music speeds up, and Desser instantly loses control of his steps while Ajest effortlessly keeps up. Ajest catches him before he falls and dryly says he needs to relearn from the beginning, and after the shared laughter she quietly holds onto one hope: that the day they can share their secrets will come soon. After the banquet ends without incident, Desser returns to his room in the Magic Tower knowing he has only 12 hours left before the Great Council begins. Before resting, Desser calls into the empty room, and Swan steps out of the darkness to show she was already there watching. Swan confirms the banquet stayed quiet, and the others are just exhausted, so Desser flops onto the bed ready to pass out. Swan refuses to let him sleep yet and tosses him a secure communication orb, reminding him he still has one last job tonight. The orb connects to the side guard, who begin their daily report on outsider and alchemy investigations because Desser only has 3 days left inside Divide. Desser first makes sure the agents are alive, and the side guard report that only one was caught, and even that operative escaped safely. Swan bluntly praises the spy's skill, and Desser agrees because he knows the side guard planted their best agents in Divide. The side guard explained that Divide's sudden revival was not really driven by King Chlora, but by an outside advisor who now controls policy and has won over the officials. That clue finally lets Desser see the outsider's method clearly. They fixed Divide from the inside, gained trust, and took power like parasites instead of ruling only from the shadows. When the report adds that this advisor pushed anti-empire rumors, military buildup, and media control, Desser realizes Divide is being steered toward war with Hebrian. Desser takes the next leap and identifies the advisor as Chrome Mask, Icarus Corgo, meaning their real target now is hard proof on that man. He thanks the side guard for the breakthrough and orders them to focus all further efforts on uncovering more about the advisor. Then the side guard switch to alchemy and reveal they found something strange enough to project an image immediately. The image shows a massive dark tower in the capital, far too huge and unnatural to be just another building in Divide. The spies confirmed the tower began construction only after the advisor rose to power, making it almost certainly an outsider project. They still do not know the tower's purpose, but the secrecy, budget, and magic stones poured into it make it feel like a crucial piece of the enemy's plan. Worse, the projection splits to reveal several smaller towers under construction across Divide, showing this is a nationwide operation. Desser immediately names the obvious theory: these facilities look built for large-scale chimera production. But as he keeps thinking, Desser turns grim because this kind of investment could mean something even worse than chimeras: homunculi again. The side guard admit they need at least another week for hard evidence, and Desser insists that suspicion alone is not enough if they want to stop the outsiders for real. Swan cuts in with a blunt offer. If secrecy is too slow, she can force a way into the truth herself. The side guard warn that if Swan is exposed, it could trigger war between Divide and the Empire, but Swan shrugs that careful action makes the risk worth taking. Left with the final call, Desser weighs the risk and decides war is coming anyway if Divide truly serves the outsiders. He finally commits to the gamble and formally asks Swan to handle the operation. By the next day, Desser rides toward the royal palace for the Great Council and spots the giant tower looming over Divide's rigid dark cityscape. He thinks about Swan, who has already split off with side guard operatives to infiltrate the tower while palace security is distracted by the council. At the palace, Desser is startled by the scale of the security because Divide has flooded the grounds with far more troops than expected. Wyverns cry overhead and the Flying Dragon Division circles the palace, making it clear Divide is showing off enough force to intimidate everyone present. Zod meets Desser in the corridor, and both of them quietly judge that Divide has practically pulled in the whole garrison for this council. Even so, Desser stays cold inside because he is already betting that whatever Divide is planning will not go the way they expect. Priscilla arrives with moon-crested holy paladins from the Artemis Church, answering Desser's earlier request for more armed support. Priscilla asks if this escort is enough, and Desser confirms it is because he wanted backup ready in case the outsiders made their move. Looking outside, they see the kings of the Western Kingdom Union arriving with their own elite guards, proving Zod's warning made the other nations come prepared too. With those foreign elite troops added in, Desser judges that the council guests can now answer Divide's military pressure instead of being trapped by it. Then King Chlora himself approaches the group, calm and dignified as if nothing is wrong. The king politely thanks Zod for urging the other rulers to bring protection, and his smooth reaction gives Desser no easy read on whether he is acting or not. Desser decides to probe the king anyway and warns that all this outside defense is useless if the outsiders have already infiltrated from within. Using the academy infiltration as his example, Desser openly hints that Divide may already be compromised too. The king answers smoothly that he has heard such rumors but sees no sign of outsiders in Divide, giving Desser nothing except a perfect mask. Desser backs off before the exchange turns reckless, and the king invites everyone to begin the Great Council. Right before the chamber, the guests still face one more strict inspection, surrendering dangerous items and proving their identities. After the inspection, the king suddenly pulls Desser aside in private with a grim expression, and the mood shifts hard. Rain starts pouring outside as the king quietly says Divide has a serious problem, making Desser think he might finally talk about the outsiders. Instead, the king starts talking about mice all over the capital, and Desser realizes too late that he is speaking in code. The king keeps going, saying the rain helps because hidden mice will come out now and can be wiped out all at once. When the king coldly promises that not even one mouse will survive today, his meaning lands on Desser with full force. Desser answers politely on the surface, but inside he turns ice cold and concludes that the king is knowingly working with the outsiders. That means Chlora already knows about the side guard's infiltration, so Desser's first fear is that Swan and the agents may be walking straight into a trap. He nearly cancels the mission on the spot, because the operation has not started yet and he could still stop Swan now. But Desser cannot let this chance vanish, because if they lose the tower lead now, the outsiders' true objective may disappear with it. In the end, he chooses to trust Swan and sends a warning instead. If the situation turns dangerous, they are to escape immediately. With everyone finally assembled despite the hidden danger closing in, the king takes the chair and formally opens the Great Council. In the middle of Pittsburgh, Swan's team arrives at a giant tower whose security is far tighter than anywhere else in Divide. Using a stolen appointment and access card, Swan steps forward disguised as the male researcher Rania Morrison and asks to enter. The guards accept Rania's card, but the moment they start checking the escorts, one of them notices the photos do not match. Before the alarm can spread, Swan and the side guard drop the whole entrance post in an instant. The team hides the bodies, strips useful gear, and confirms they have about 2 hours before the next rotation arrives. Once the gate is secured, Swan drops Rania's false face and reveals herself to the side guard. The side guard quickly disables the tower's last security systems, and the whole infiltration is finished in under 30 seconds. Swan is impressed, because the side guard prepared this mission, kidnapped the real researcher, and built the whole cover within a single day. Her men praise her back, since Swan herself took down 10 elite guards before any of them understood they were under attack. Then Swan's communication pad vibrates with a warning from Desser that the outsiders may already know they are moving. For a second Swan loses all expression, then smiles at how much Desser is worrying about her. Even after hearing the operation may be exposed, Swan decides nothing changes except the time limit, because they cannot afford to leave the outsiders unchecked. She leads the team inside, convinced this may be their only chance to learn what the outsiders are planning in Divide. Inside, the tower is full of rushing researchers, making it obvious this place is a major research facility. Because Swan is wearing the face of a high-ranking biotechnology expert, she moves freely and quickly confirms they are researching chimeras. What she finds is worse than expected. This tower is trying to turn Hiter swordsmen and magicians into chimera parts. A side guard report comes in next, saying they found a storage area holding at least several hundred chimeras. The report gets even worse when he adds that each beast is at least rook class, and many are already bishop class. That number rattles Swan, because if other cities have towers like this, Divide may already rival the Empire in raw military force. On paper the mission is already a success, so Swan starts leaning toward an immediate retreat. But the operation has gone so smoothly that her instincts start screaming that something is wrong. She quietly orders the side guard to get ready to retreat the moment she gives the signal. Looking up at the tower's giant pillars, Swan suddenly questions why a chimera warehouse would need a structure this massive and inefficient. The more she thinks about it, the more it feels like the tower wanted intruders to learn about the chimera project and leave satisfied. That suspicion becomes urgent when a report says the head of the Flying Dragon Division has just entered through the main gate. Siegfried steps into the tower in silver armor with his long spear, and the timing tells Swan the enemy really did prepare for them. Swan keeps her people calm and tells them to stay hidden among the researchers while preparing to fight or run on command. Then Siegfried publicly announces there are intruders in the tower and orders emergency identity checks on everyone present. To keep her cover alive a little longer, Swan answers Siegfried as Rania Morrison and pretends they only met at a past conference. Siegfried plays along for a beat, then reveals he never went to that conference at all. He pulls out the Eye of Truth, a rare glasses-like artifact that exposes disguised magic, and names her outright as Swan Katarina. Swan asks one last time if he will just let her walk out, but Siegfried refuses and says they already know about her subordinates too. So Swan drops the disguise completely, forms her weapon in hand, and decides to finish the fight fast. Elsewhere, while the Great Council keeps moving, Divide's king still looks so composed that even Priscilla struggles to believe he is working with the outsiders. Zod and Desser agree that Clora had no reason to expose himself so openly unless the outsiders are already certain they can win. That thought chills Desser, because if the outsiders are this confident, they must already have a plan to eliminate his group inside Divide. Soon after, King Clora turns the agenda toward Divide's grievance and accuses the Hebrian Empire of bullying his kingdom with false demands and force. He pushes further and asks the Western Kingdom Union to join Divide in military retaliation whenever the cause is judged just. The room stirs hard, because the anti-empire line everyone only whispered about has now been spoken out loud. Then Tiny Perleka shocks the room when King Greed openly pushes back and says Divide itself made the Empire's suspicion understandable by trading munitions to rebels. Once Greed breaks the silence, other countries follow, saying this is Divide's fight with the Empire and not a cause for the whole Union to die over. Desser realizes his own work improving ties with the Empire has changed the room, and now almost nobody wants to back Divide openly. When the Council finally sums up that Divide may act alone but will not get Union support, King Clora smiles like that answer told him exactly what he wanted to know. That eerie reaction puts Desser on edge, and just as he starts to rise, a deep tremor shakes the entire building. Back at the tower, the fight is already over. Siegfried has been utterly crushed, his silver armor torn apart, and blood spread across the floor. Swan mocks him for charging her with such petty skill, and the pride in his eyes has curdled into disbelief more than hate. She plants her foot on his neck, reminds him she warned him, and snaps it without hesitation. Around them, the Flying Dragon Division has been wiped out as well, while the side guard lost only 2 men in return. Even with that overwhelming win, Swan knows it means nothing unless they escape before Divide's full military force floods the tower. As they prepare to run, Swan notices something deeply off. Her aura wrecked the inside, but the pillars and outer walls are still perfectly intact. That contradiction makes her suspect the Chimera facility was only bait, and the tower is hiding its real purpose somewhere below. Convinced the basement matters more than the laboratories, Swan draws her bow and pours a massive amount of aura into one focused shot. But when she fires into the floor, the blast is stopped cold by someone standing on the other side of her attack. Out of the dust appears Crow Mask, one of the outsider's executives, and Swan immediately understands he has been waiting for this moment. Their short exchange confirms it. He let her learn about the Chimera on purpose, because whatever lies under this floor is the real secret. When Swan tries to send word out, her communication magic fails, and Crow Mask casually reveals this place blocks it. So Swan gives up on calling for help, draws her bow again, and vows to kill Crow Mask, uncover the basement, and get the truth out herself. Small explosions ripple through the Great Council, and the conference hall instantly tips from debate into panic. As more blasts follow, the council members argue over whether this is another terrorist attack and start calling for troops and evacuation. King Clora cuts through the panic with eerie calm and claims the blasts were just an accident at Divide's magical armaments factory. The room only settles after a suspicious delegate asks Zod to verify the palace, and Zod confirms there is no active magic nearby besides the defensive wards. Even after the council calms down, Desser quietly decides Clora is lying and orders his side guard to investigate the real source of the blasts. The report hits hard. The noise came from the tower, and Swan is trapped inside fighting an enemy force. When the side guard adds that Swan is actually struggling, Desser realizes someone inside may be strong enough to fight her evenly. The details confirm the tower is manufacturing chimeras, but Desser is more disturbed by one clue. Swan wrecked everything around her, yet the tower itself barely took damage. That contradiction convinces Desser the tower hides a second secret purpose. But Swan's safety matters more than solving it right now. Then the situation gets worse. All communication and interference with the tower has been cut off, and no side guard member has come back out. With the noise gone and nobody emerging, Desser is forced to face the worst possibility. Swan may already have been defeated. Clora's earlier threat comes back to him, and Desser bitterly realizes he left too much of this dangerous mission on Swan's shoulders. As the Great Council wraps up, Desser quietly tells Zod he has to move on the tower and asks him to watch the king and the palace for anything suspicious. Zod agrees without pressing him, and Desser trusts that Zod, Priscilla, and the gathered guards can protect the council while he goes. Desser knows he cannot bring the full magic tower force without exposing his illegal investigation, so he settles on one small elite team instead. That choice means dragging in the Starling Party, the very people Desser has been trying to keep out of danger. Romantica pushes into Desser's space demanding what happened, and he can only lower his head and apologize for dragging them into it again. Instead of hesitating, the party answers that they are ready to help, and Desser is quietly warmed by how fully they trust him. Desser tells them to brace for a brutal fight, then glances back and catches King Clora watching him with a brief, ugly grin. The Starling Party sprints through the royal palace toward the tower, knowing both they and Divide must keep this hidden from the rest of the Union. When Romantica spots palace knights ahead, the team ducks to the corner and realizes the patrol routes leave them no simple path through. Desser kneels to the floor and starts dismantling the palace wards from the inside, threading mana through the defensive formula instead of trying to brute force it. With one faint ring, Desser erases the ward cleanly enough that even the party is stunned by how fast he did it. But Desser's expression hardens when he discovers one underground section at the palace center is protected by a completely different and much stronger spell. Desser realizes the outsiders may control more than just the tower, but he forces himself to leave the palace secret for later because rescuing Swan comes first. The team cloaks themselves with invisibility and muffling magic, slips past the knights, and escapes the palace through the back gate. Outside, they cut into the city's filthy back alleys to avoid attention and race the short distance to the tower. A heartbeat before disaster, Ajest shouts for Desser to stop and fires an ice bolt straight ahead. Her warning saves them as hidden wires whip up from the ground and rip through the alley in a trap meant to shred anyone charging through. Ajest throws up an ice shield just as explosions and enchanted daggers begin raining in from every direction. As the bombardment keeps going, Desser understands exactly who arranged this and orders the party to break through fast and keep moving for the tower. After more than a minute of non-stop explosions, the smoke finally thins and the entire alley is left looking like a blasted ruin. A mocking voice answers their survival, and Romantica blasts away the smoke to expose the trap's leader in a Pierrot mask. Desser counts roughly 20 enemies around them, and the Starling Party closes ranks back to back as the alley turns into a full encirclement. Desser demands to know why assassins were sent after them, and the masked man drops the pretense at once. They are here to kill him. The ambushes split their assault cleanly, with melee fighters pinning the party in place while ranged attacks probe every opening from behind. Desser tries a quick lightning strike on a rooftop attacker, but the enemy cuts the spell apart with a blue-tinged blade, proving these are no ordinary outsiders. The fight turns uglier when an explosion catches Pram in close combat, and he barely gets back up by bracing with Aura and his rapier. What truly shocks them is that the same blast kills the enemy fighting Pram too, proving these assassins will sacrifice their own men if it means killing the Starling Party. Desser realizes this filthy style of fighting will drag them down by wasting time, and time is exactly what Swan does not have. Ajest makes the call for him. She tells Desser to go on ahead, promising she can hold this line if she finally uses the center of ice. Desser accepts, unleashes Firestorm to blow open the encirclement, and turns the alley into a path forward. With the opening carved out, Desser dashes away alone toward the distant tower where Swan is still waiting. Desser burns mana with haste and sprints through the dark tower approach, dead set on smashing through the main gate before any more time slips away. Right before he can break in, a familiar voice stops him cold, and the spell in front of him collapses. The figure is Swan, battered so badly that even her defensive clothes look torn out and nearly useless, and Desser rushes over to hold her up. Swan grimly tells him Crow Mask was waiting inside, and he was so strong that escaping alive was all she could manage. Relieved that Swan is at least alive, Desser immediately decides they have to retreat instead of pushing deeper alone. The second he turns, something cold drives into his back, and Desser fires a reflexive spell behind him without even looking. The fake Swan slips away from the counterattack and mocks him, and Desser finally says it out loud, "This is not Swan." With a hand over that stolen face, the imposter peels away the act and reveals the ridiculous Pierrot mask underneath. To twist the knife even deeper, Pierrot shifts again into the face of Divide's king, and Desser realizes the outsiders did not manipulate that kingdom from afar, they already replaced its ruler. When Desser demands to know what happened to the king, Pierrot only dances around the answer and makes it clear he enjoys leaving that horror unresolved. Desser shoves that nightmare aside and focuses on the one thing that matters now, finding the real Swan. Pierrot refuses to let him pass, vanishes into darkness with dagger in hand, and turns the fight into a sudden ambush. A blurred shape lunges for Desser's neck, and he barely catches the dagger on his shield before blasting fire back in Pierrot's face. Desser reins in his panic and accepts the ugly truth: if he keeps thinking about Swan, Pierrot will kill him first. He releases Runo and tears up the battlefield with writhing earth whips, trying to trap Pierrot through sheer area control. Pierrot bends and twists through the kill zone with inhuman agility, but Desser keeps tightening the net until he seems cornered. Just when the trap should close, silvery wires flash out around Pierrot and shred every earth whip before they can touch him. Desser answers with a boosted firestorm that should leave nowhere to run, but Pierrot somehow slips through tiny gaps and appears behind him instead. The fight collapses into brutal close quarters, where Runo keeps saving Desser from lethal blows but cannot stop every wild, unreadable slash. Pierrot keeps carving only shallow cuts instead of a killing blow, as if he is toying with Desser, and Desser's clothesline ends up drenched in his own blood. Knowing he cannot survive a drawn-out duel, Desser starts gathering everything he has left for one decisive spell. Pierrot snaps a wire into the building behind him, dropping debris on Desser and forcing him to waste that big spell on survival instead. When the dust clears, Pierrot is lounging at a distance, acting bored now that he has gotten what he wanted from the fight. Then Pierrot makes a bizarre offer. He will stop interfering and pull back the men attacking Desser's party if Desser agrees to one condition. The condition is simple and deeply suspicious at the same time. Pierrot wants Desser to survive long enough to fight Crow Mask because that spectacle sounds fun to him. Desser senses that this madness is real desire, not a hidden trick, so with no time left to waste he accepts the deal. The story cuts back to Swan's roots, where the Rogfulas once raised orphans into fanatically loyal soldiers, and Swan stood out from the start as a rare monster of talent. With Gilshan's backing, Swan rose fast, mastered aura, and reached king class by 20, turning into one of the continent's strongest women. She spent most of her life carrying out Rogfula's missions, even crossing paths with the Jest along the way, and after the Civil War the Empire recognized her as its strongest archer and placed her in the Royal Guard. By now Swan has already lived like someone ready to die for the Empire at any time, but the narration hints that one private desire still remains unresolved inside her. Back in the tower, the side guard is locked in a rough retreat battle with the outsiders, and even their elite strength is getting dragged down by enemy numbers. Silver aura arrows suddenly punch through outsider necks and relieve the pressure for a moment, making it clear Swan is still fighting nearby. The source of that support is above them, where Swan and Crow Mask are tearing into each other hard enough to make the whole tower shake. Crow Mask can match her head-on, but Swan keeps ruining his casting rhythm by firing arrows at the exact moments his spells begin to form. Then Swan changes the pattern and fires an arrow that bursts into aura mist, forcing the mana Crow Mask gathered to detonate around him. Swan coolly explains that this is how she deals with troublesome magicians, and tells him he can step down whenever he wants. Crow Mask answers by lighting up the Memorize artifact on his necklace and instantly releasing a spell Swan cannot interrupt in time. His spell, Dream of a Desolate World, wraps him in warp space so absolute that Swan's physical attacks can no longer simply break through. He boasts that he invented this defensive spell after killing Eren, because even elite holy knights could not punch through it by force. Safe behind that curtain, Crow Mask follows with awareness of powerlessness and drops crushing gravity directly onto Swan. Swan refuses to collapse, coating her whole body in aura and staying on her feet even while the gravity starts devouring her stamina. Instead of panicking, Swan reads the spell's weakness almost immediately. If Crow Mask excluded his own space from the gravity calculation, then he locked himself in place too. Her first shot still gets crushed by the distorted space, but the faint wind that reaches Crow Mask proves her attacks are beginning to affect the inside anyway. Swan makes the threat plain. She will keep firing until either her aura runs out or that fine curtain breaks and lets her crush his head herself. Crow Mask deepens the spatial distortion to survive, but Swan answers by compressing even denser arrows and hammering the barrier over and over. By the third hit the warp space is already starting to normalize, and Swan is dropping to her knees under the gravity but still refuses to stop shooting. The fourth arrow convinces Crow Mask he cannot win this exchange, so he abandons the standoff and uses another stored spell to jump away. He reappears on the 13th floor directly above her and fires another pre-stored dimension burst, sure she cannot possibly answer from below in time. But Swan has already read him too well, intercepts him on that same upper level, and coolly notes that his 5-spell artifact is running low on options. Realizing Swan has fully read his plan, Crow Mask stops holding back and summons the Tesseract over his hand. Instead of staying at range, Swan closes the gap in a flash and turns her bow into a sword to pressure him up close. Swan keeps slashing hard enough to nearly take his head, forcing Crow Mask to use the Tesseract almost entirely for defense. Swan had counted on beating a magician in close quarters, but the Tesseract keeps generating perfect real-time spells that slowly swing the skirmish back toward Crow Mask. After a heavy clash throws them apart against the railing, Swan suddenly recognizes his fighting style and calls Crow Mask by his real name, Icarus Quergo. Swan twists the knife by asking how the idealist she once knew ended up serving the outsiders, and this time Crow Mask finally snaps back at her. He answers with heavier magic, but Swan keeps talking through the barrage and shoots it down while pressing him about the ridiculous mask. Swan fires another blinding arrow and rushes him again, but Crow Mask burns a memorized spell to blur away and relocate. He thinks he escaped, only for Swan to instantly chase him down and smash him through a wall into a hidden Chimera research lab. When he rises from the wreckage, Swan is already aiming an aura arrow at his forehead and coolly declares that it is time to say goodbye. Swan fires and blows away his upper body in a spray of blood, seeming to end the fight on the spot. But a disembodied spell strikes back immediately, and Swan barely dodges before Void Sword cleanly cuts off her right leg. Crow Mask stands back up with his body restored, revealing a half-shattered causality device that rewound his death as a one-time insurance policy. Swan cauterizes the stump with aura and realizes she only has enough power left for one last shot. She tries to bluff that Crow Mask is just as drained, but he crushes that hope by releasing the overwhelming mana of a seventh circle magician. Now certain he has the upper hand, Crow Mask openly provokes her, and Swan answers by drawing her last arrow anyway. Swan burns her own life to force out even more aura, turning that final arrow into a monstrous all-in attack that even he cannot ignore. In the last instant, Swan makes her choice. Instead of aiming at Crow Mask, she bets everything on destroying the tower itself. Their finishing moves collide. Crow Mask spell blasts Swan into the wall, and her arrow bores a huge hole straight down through the entire tower. Looking down at the tower-piercing hole, Crow Mask realizes Swan threw away her life on a hunch that something even more important than Chimera research was hidden here. He confirms Swan was right about the hidden secret, but since she cannot report it, he turns back to finish her before chasing the mystery. Crow Mask sweeps the rubble aside and finds Swan barely alive, ruined by her wounds and by the life force she burned for that final arrow. Just as he moves to end her with gravity magic, a blast of purified fire slams into the tower floor and forces him to evade at the last second. When the flames clear, Desser is standing there glaring at him, the one enemy Crow Mask never wanted to see this deep inside the tower. A jest follows immediately with imagery magic, and the two of them coordinate their pressure before Crow Mask can recover. The moment Crow Mask reacts to a jest, Desser lands a compressed air spell that hammers him backward into the rubble. Elsewhere inside the tower, Side Guard Squad leader Letras cuts down another enemy, but his small unit is still being crushed by overwhelming numbers. A shockwave from above tells the fighters something terrible has changed, and when Swan's aura presence vanishes, the Side Guard immediately understands she has fallen. With Swan gone, the Side Guard is driven into a final corner, and the outsiders casually order that only a couple of them be left alive. Before the slaughter starts, a deafening warning alarm suddenly blares through the whole tower and freezes everyone in place. Then a pale chimera bursts in and rips an outsider's head off so fast the room can barely process what just happened. The first chimera is only the start, because screams erupt everywhere and more monsters begin pouring through the tower like a flood. The beasts attack everyone without discrimination, and even the outsiders admit they cannot reach the control device to stop the rampage. For the first time all battle, that chaos helps the Side Guard, because the outsiders are stuck between them and the monsters. In the middle of that opening, Letras's communication pad suddenly comes back to life with a call from Romantica telling the Side Guard to retreat while they cover them. The restored communications and impossible chimera breakout make Letras realize this was no accident, and he quietly concludes Desser turned the whole situation around. With Swan barely clinging to life, Pram throws her over his shoulder and promises to get her out first. Even while carrying Swan one-handed, Pram cuts down the charging chimeras with clean aura-coated strikes. When more beasts turn on him, Pram uses Cloud Walkers to blink out of the kill zone and keep Swan moving towards safety. Desser sees the chaos working as planned. The released chimeras are rampaging. Romantica is covering the Side Guard's escape, and saving Swan now matters more than chasing Crow Mask blindly. Before Desser can finish his thought, he feels gravity magic forming and rolls away before the attack lands. Crow Mask steps back into view seething with murder, and Desser answers with the same cold promise that one of them dies here. Desser remembers why Swan blew open the tower floor with her last shot. She wanted him to find whatever the enemy hid in the basement, even at the cost of her own body. He steels himself around one clear goal: learn what this tower is for, get everyone out alive, and if he gets the chance, erase Crow Mask too. The clash makes the truth hit hard. Crow Mask is wielding the legendary 7th Circle, a level that should belong only to monsters like Zod and Icarus. Dropped into the middle of the loose chimeras, Crow Mask doesn't even flinch before their entire pack explodes around him. Desser answers with a lance of fire, but Crow Mask twists space itself and the attack vanishes before it can touch him. A jest follows instantly, freezing the area and driving center of ice right to Crow Mask's face, but his shield stops even that. Crow Mask realizes the party is far stronger than before, and that makes him nervous for the first time in this fight. He can feel why too. A jest has polished herself into a deadly magic swordsman, and Desser now throws around 5th Circle spells with almost 6th Circle pressure. Worse, Swan's near death has both of them fighting harder than usual, chaining attacks without giving him room to breathe. After his brutal duel with Swan, Crow Mask knows a long magic battle against Desser is bad news, but he still decides this is his only chance to kill him. So instead of retreating, he forces all 7 circles into resonance and prepares one overwhelming spell to end it at once. Ajest's anger almost drives her reckless, but seeing Chrome Mask's shield hold against everything forces her to calm down and trust Desser instead. Desser starts with Scream of Wriggling Earth, flooding Chrome Mask with endlessly regenerating earthen whips that keep breaking against the shield. That constant rubble is the point, because Desser is secretly building a second spell while the debris around Chrome Mask keeps growing. Then Desser reveals the trap by turning all that mass into a giant falling sphere, a gravity-boosted earth weapon strong enough to feel like 7th circle magic. Chrome Mask answers with Hall Urban Abyss, twisting a whole section of space into a tiny black center that crushes everything toward it. Ajest stares at the black point in horror just long enough to realize it is swallowing even the light around it. The instant Desser calls her name, Ajest grabs him, drives Center of Ice into the floor, and throws up Wonder Crystal to keep them from being dragged in. Desser's giant earth sphere never even lands, because Hall Urban Abyss quietly eats it out of existence first. With half the tower getting pulverized, Chrome Mask sneers that Desser only imitates magic while this is the real thing. The sheer scale of it shakes even Ajest, and for a moment she wonders if charging this den was a fatal mistake. Desser snaps her back by pointing out the weakness hidden inside the terror. Chrome Mask is pouring everything into that spell, so if they break it, Ajest can finish him. Ajest admits the problem is time, because her refuge is burning through mana faster and faster just to keep them alive. Desser answers by pulling out Mana Hole, and the artifact starts refilling his drained mana so fast it shocks Ajest. He steps forward anyway and sends Runel into the abyss as a test, even though Chrome Mask mocks the attempt immediately. Runel resists farther than normal, but even it stalls 5 meters out and gets trapped in orbit around the black center. Desser doesn't care, because that was the last measurement he needed before calmly telling Chrome Mask he has finished calculating the cost of killing him. That answer sends a chill through Ajest, because Desser sounds like he has already accepted a price for what he is about to do. When Ajest tries to stop him, Desser cuts her off and tells her to keep the barrier up no matter what. Then Desser begins building a spell so strange and massive that even Ajest can tell it goes beyond the 7th circle. Chrome Mask feels that same terror instantly and finally loses his nerve, screaming for Desser to stop. Mana Hole keeps forcing Desser past his limits, draining and refilling him so fast it looks like he has endless mana even though his body should not survive this cleanly. Ajest knows this spell has to carry some terrible backlash, but instead of stopping him, she chooses to protect his resolve with everything she has left. Chrome Mask panics and pours even more power into the abyss, so Ajest has to reinforce the shelter again and again while ice tears away around her. Even under that pressure, Chrome Mask realizes too late that Desser is recreating the spell that once killed Dadanov, only much faster this time. In desperation, Chrome Mask abandons the pull and switches spells to deal with Desser directly, and the suction around them suddenly vanishes. Desser catches the opening first, murmurs a quiet gotcha, and the entire battlefield drops into pitch black. The damaged floor finally gives way, and humans and chimeras alike drop into the darkness beneath the tower in one chaotic collapse. As he falls, Desser realizes the tower floor was made of blankium, and that discovery confirms his trap worked exactly the way he planned. Desser had used Runel to secretly grind through the weakened blankium floor while pretending to launch a useless attack at Chrome Mask. Now that the trap has forced everyone underground, Desser moves first and fires a firestorm toward the point where he expects Chrome Mask to fall. The firestorm erupts through the shaft so violently that the falling monsters and fighters are swallowed in flame and screaming chaos. Ajest, shaken by how perfectly Desser set this up, stops watching and grabs his hand to save them both from the endless drop. Ajest casts Frozen Palace, growing a web of huge ice pillars that bite into the cavern walls and finally slow their fall. The rescue almost works, but hidden space magic crushes most of Ajest's ice supports and sends them dropping again. Desser reads the lingering mana in the darkness and realizes Chrome Mask escaped the path he predicted with space movement magic. He instantly answers with layered spells, setting up a close-range trap before Chrome Mask can finish his next move. Desser blasts a compressed firestorm straight into Chrome Mask at close range and blows apart the half-finished spell in front of him. A follow-up gust from Desser tears at Chrome Mask's mask, and Desser rushes him like he has finally cornered his prey. Even while trading magic at point-blank range, Desser tells Chrome Mask that his old ideals may have been noble, but his current methods are unforgivable. Chrome Mask punishes one tiny mistake with brutal space magic, twisting Desser's right arm into a mangled ruin and finally swinging momentum back. Chrome Mask keeps pressing and demands what Desser has ever truly done for ordinary commoners besides rising into privilege himself. Desser argues that change and awareness take time, but Chrome Mask explodes back that Desser only taught nobles how to exploit talented commoners better. That outburst leaves a gap, and Desser sends Runel straight for Chrome Mask's face to break the thing hiding him. Chrome Mask doubles down anyway, saying every atrocity he committed was still for one goal: the complete liberation of all commoners. Then the mask finally shatters, revealing a black-haired face ruined by old burns, and he stops hiding it from Desser. Desser cuts through the speech with one blunt truth: Chrome Mask already knows he became the hypocrite he hates. Nearby, Ajest tries to rush back to Desser, but a dagger from the dark stops her cold before she can interfere. Pierrot Mask cheerfully blocks her path and says the two magicians should settle things themselves. Adjust immediately answers with full power, her hair flashing into platinum silver as the freezing aura around center of ice surges. She throws a beautiful but ruthless flurry at him, and Pierrot Mask keeps turning every strike aside with infuriating ease. Pierrot Mask mocks the fight as not his real interest and gushes that what he really wants to watch is the death match between Desser and Crow Mask. Even exhausted from the earlier battle, Adjust realizes this man is far stronger and trickier than Desser's warning had prepared her for. Pierrot Mask admits he let Desser go on purpose so he could sneak in after the damage and discover what Skull Mask had hidden below. Adjust keeps trying to break past him every time Desser and Crow Mask's magic explodes nearby, but Pierrot Mask catches her again and again. Then Pierrot Mask pours aura into his dagger, and the sudden blue light exposes the real horror of the basement around them. In that light, Adjust sees a massive underground facility packed with linked coffins and advanced machinery, with something dreadful waiting at its center. Back in the mage duel, Desser grimly realizes he and Crow Mask are alike in background and talent, but their goals were always doomed to collide. That reflection ends when Crow Mask finally pulls ahead, chaining small advantages into one decisive opening and driving Desser back. Sensing the finish, Crow Mask starts building a higher circle space spell and coldly tells Desser that someone who committed less can never beat him. But when Crow Mask expects panic, Desser instead raises his left hand and calmly prepares a suicidal counterattack. Their spells cross at nearly the same instant, and the underground chamber erupts in a cataclysmic blast of fire and nullifying light. Crow Mask survives only by dumping raw mana into defense at the last second, and the ugly desperation of it leaves him half destroyed and nearly empty. He thinks Desser must have died in that exchange, until a battered silhouette starts walking out through the flames. Desser steps fully into view and tells him he is ready to sacrifice everything too, because he already inverted Crow Mask's spell. With no mana left to answer, Crow Mask finally understands his defeat, and wonders if his revolution had been doomed from the very beginning. After one quiet admission that it is too bad, Crow Mask closes his eyes and lets the flames consume him. Deep underground, Desser gets a harsh warning from his clothesline that his mana is almost gone and his defenses are failing. Even half broken, Desser forces himself to stay focused because Swan died to reveal this hidden place, and he refuses to leave without answers. When Desser looks around, the chamber feels less like a room and more like the inside of a giant living machine packed with pipes, blue coffins, and eerie equipment. He realizes the room is stuffed with absurd amounts of magic stones, including treasures so rare they should never exist in one place. That much stored mana could fuel something beyond seventh circle magic, and Desser suddenly understands this tower cannot be an isolated case. The old pattern finally clicks for him. The outsiders were never just stealing magic stones to sell them, they were gathering them for Skull Mask's real plan. He goes one step further and realizes Skull Mask used not only the outsiders, but the whole kingdom of Divide, to gather this mountain of power. Then the room's design bothers him for a more specific reason, because it matches the layout of the homunculus lab he already knows. Desser starts to suspect the stockpile is tied to homunculi and their manastone cores, but a clash nearby cuts the thought short and snaps him back to the fight. Adjust catches Pierrot Mask's dagger and drives him back, but his retreat looks calculated instead of beaten. Breathing hard and covered in cuts, Adjust faces Pierrot Mask as he casually threatens to break them through torture instead of battle. Before Pierrot can keep playing with them, a heavier voice cuts in and the whole room turns colder. Skull Mask finally appears in person, and Desser is shaken because this version is bigger, stronger, and far more alive than the one he faced before. Pierrot Mask drops his relaxed act at once, and Skull Mask makes it clear he came because Desser's group is wrecking the stage he has been preparing. Skull Mask picks up the broken Crow Mask from the floor, and nearby lies Crow Mask's body so mangled Desser can barely recognize it. When Skull Mask asks why Crow Mask is still alive, Desser bluntly says he kept him breathing because he wanted answers. Skull Mask dismisses Crow Mask as useless, then reveals he has been tracking Desser's shadow world clears and knows they connect to his own traces from the past. Desser is rattled because that information should only exist at the highest level of the Empire, which means Skull Mask's reach is even deeper than he feared. Skull Mask says countless people challenged him over the centuries, and one of the few who truly hurt him once wielded a just sword, the center of ice. Then he summons Bryanak behind him and calmly claims that his plan has never failed because the goddess Artemis herself is on his side. Skull Mask slips into fanatic preaching, saying history buried the right ideals and that he and Artemis are trying to restore the future that should have been. That phrase jolts Desser, because it matches the old Shadow World message about a great possibility that might have been. When Bryanak's light starts to spread, Adjust steps in front and angrily challenges Skull Mask's right to decide anyone's future. Skull Mask answers with the real bombshell. He says shadow worlds are divine judgments from Artemis, showing the one truly correct version of history. Even Pierrot Mask is disturbed by that cultish claim, and he cuts in to demand the practical truth about the tower and the stage Skull Mask promised him. Skull Mask gives him only enough to keep him obedient, saying the tower is part of the plan, and ordering him back to the palace because the Western Kingdom Union leaders are getting suspicious. Pyro Mask grudgingly backs off and disappears into the darkness, leaving Desser and Adjust alone with the real monster in charge. Desser corrects Skull Mask's count and insists there are still 3 of them, but Skull Mask dismisses that resistance as meaningless. Inside, Desser is badly rattled by Skull Mask's story, because no one in the current age truly understands Shadow Worlds well enough to refute him. He forces himself to stop spiraling and looks for a way out, but the only exit is far above and escape magic is almost impossible in his condition. So Desser changes tactics and keeps Skull Mask talking, asking whether everything that happens in a Shadow World is truly just. Skull Mask doubles down, calling Shadow Worlds a flawless ideal history and the present world a mess ruined by malice and bad variables. Desser hits the obvious flaw, even if those past outcomes were better. Seeing old mistakes means nothing if nobody can actually change the past. Skull Mask answers with the real goal at last, saying his plan is nearly complete and will soon give him the power to reshape the past itself. Then, instead of killing him outright, Skull Mask offers Desser a place at his side and flatters him as the greatest magician of mankind. He even reveals he has noticed Desser using the lost Draconic language, proving just how closely he has been watching. Desser refuses anyway, because no grand promise can outweigh what Skull Mask is trying to do. Skull Mask barely reacts, and Bryanak lunges at Desser and Adjust the instant the answer is settled. Adjust answers instantly with Frozen Palace, flooding the chamber with a towering ice fortress while Desser supports her defense. For a split second the layered shields look overwhelming, but Skull Mask treats the effort like a child's tantrum. Then Bryanak's unified blast tears through the Frozen Palace in one brutal flash, proving they were never on the same level. Desser's body starts shaking from overuse, and even his spellwork blows apart like cobwebs against that power. Adjust slams the center of ice into the foundation and pours in everything she has, barely stopping Bryanak for one desperate moment. The relief lasts only a moment, because Bryanak splits into dozens of glowing shards around Skull Mask and Adjust realizes the second attack is already coming. The glowing shards pin both of them at the neck, and Skull Mask closes in to ask Desser one last time if he will change his mind. When Desser stays silent, Skull Mask switches pressure and lets one shard nick Adjust's neck so Desser can watch her bleed. To save her, Desser says he will cooperate if Skull Mask lets Adjust go. Skull Mask refuses that mercy, promising only that Adjust will stay alive if Desser obeys, and orders him to kneel. Desser takes Adjust's hand and slowly kneels with her, making Skull Mask think he has finally won. But the hand clasp was the trick, and Skull Mask realizes it a heartbeat too late when Desser's body starts breaking into teleportation particles. Bryanak strikes again, but it hits empty space because Desser, Adjust, and even Crow Mask vanish in a recall teleport. Left alone in the silent underworld, Skull Mask laughs and sneers that Desser rejected the Holy Grail only to choose a poisoned chalice instead. Cornered in the underground war, Desser bets everything on one last option: space movement magic. The spell is no simple escape trick either, but a brutally advanced recall teleport that drags the target to the caster instead. In a tower laboratory turned into a casting chamber, Zod stands alone inside a massive temporary gate and pours out almost everything he has. Even for Zod, the calculations and mana cost are crushing, but he forces the spell through anyway because failure means Desser dies. At the last second, particles gather inside the circle and Desser, Adjust, and the broken body of Crow Mask finally materialize. Desser and Adjust collapse on weak legs, both of them shaken by how narrowly they escaped. Zod lets out a tired complaint that he never wants to cast a spell like that again, which only shows how close this rescue was. Desser explains that he only survived by secretly sending Zod a preset signal and stalling Skull Mask until the recall spell was ready. When Desser tries to keep briefing him, the pain finally breaks through his act, and Zod cuts him off for treatment first. The lab doors open and waiting medics rush in, followed by Priscilla, who instantly moves to heal the 2 survivors. As medics strip off the ruined clotheslines and clean their wounds, Priscilla's miracle quickly knits flesh and even straightens Desser's twisted arm. With Desser and Adjust stabilized, Zod finally points at the burned wreck on the floor and asks who Desser dragged back with them. Priscilla reaches out to save the dying man, until Desser quietly reveals that this wrecked body is Crow Mask. The room goes stunned because the Empire's most wanted enemy is suddenly lying helpless at their feet. Zod and Priscilla immediately see political value in capturing Crow Mask, but Desser cuts that off and says they need to flee Divide right now. Because they need a reason for that panic, Desser gives them the shortest possible version of the nightmare he just uncovered underground. He reveals that the tower's real purpose runs deeper than Chimera production and ties directly into Skull Mask's true plan and the Shadow Worlds. Each new detail hits Zod and Priscilla like another bombshell, but Desser still refuses to slow down because staying in Divide is now the bigger danger. Zod agrees at once, because now that Skull Mask knows Desser escaped with both the truth and Crow Mask, the outsiders have no reason to stay subtle. Then Zod explains what happened topside. Once the tower battle disrupted the sound barrier, the Great Council realized fighting had broken out inside Pittsburgh. The King of Divide used that chaos to suspend the meeting, blame the outsiders again, and seal the country's teleport gate half an hour earlier. Desser instantly reads the move for what it is. The outsiders are trying to trap every king inside Divide before anyone can escape. When Zod says the other kings are still waiting calmly inside the King of Divide's residence, the full trap finally clicks into place. Now moving on pure urgency, Desser and Adjust pull on fresh reserve clotheslines so they can go right back into the fight. Crow Mask is patched up just enough to keep him alive, and Desser personally seals his mana circles so he cannot turn dangerous again. He makes it clear this is not mercy because Crow Mask is too valuable a prisoner to leave behind. Desser lays out the next mission in one line: rescue the Western Union kings and force a way out through the teleportation gate. They have troops ready in advance, but Desser warns that those forces are only enough for a crisis response, not a drawn-out war against Divide. Desser's next priority is even more specific. They need gear that can tell friend from enemy once Pierrot Mask starts impersonating people openly. He admits Pierrot Mask worries him more than Skull Mask, because nobody really knows the full limits of that disguise ability. Desser even points out that the King of Divide sat safely in the palace while Pierrot Mask was elsewhere, proof that the enemy's tricks are deeper than simple face changing. To strengthen Zod immediately, Desser hands over Crow Mask's S-tier artifact ring, Memorize. Zod understands the urgency the moment he sees what Desser is entrusting him with, and he rushes off to prepare everything in 30 minutes. Desser sends Priscilla on a second job, warn each king's aides and try to pull their scattered forces into one united column. When Priscilla worries they may not believe her, Desser hands her the data tablet proving Divide's chimera research. He knows the evidence may not convince every kingdom immediately, but once the outsiders make their move, doubt will not survive reality. Priscilla agrees and heads out to command the knights she brought, locking in the first half of Desser's emergency plan. Only when the orders are done does Desser finally ask the question he has been holding back the whole time: what happened to Swan? Priscilla's face alone is enough to warn them the answer is bad before she even speaks. She says Swan's physical wounds were treated, but the shock wrecked her internal organs, leaving her in critical condition and unable to use aura again. The news lands brutally, leaving Desser hollow and draining every bit of color from Adjust's face. By late afternoon, the story jumps outside to an evacuated Pittsburgh where King Greed hurries out of the Preleka embassy with his elite escort. Greed is angry enough to move because he no longer trusts Divide's behavior at the council. His protection force looks strong on paper, a rich mix of top mercenaries and a few Preleka knights, but it is still a patched-together unit. The mercenary leader warns that Desser's evidence could still be fake and that moving without Divide's approval might brand them as terrorists. Greed still chooses to trust Desser, partly because of Desser's past help and partly because Priscilla's backing makes the warning feel real. As they pass through a darker stretch of street, 3 mercenaries in the middle of the pack suddenly drop with blood pooling beneath them. An explosive trap goes off a beat later, and the hidden attack is no longer deniable. The mercenaries react fast and form a protective wall around Greed while their mages fire back at more than 30 assassins. That should have been enough, but these assassins are far stronger than normal, and they start punching holes through the formation anyway. As the escort struggles to close ranks, tiny coordination errors spread through the mercenaries and turn into a fatal opening. The assassins butcher the vulnerable magicians first with explosive attacks and aura wires, carving a path straight toward the king. Even the mercenary captain can only cut down one attacker before another wave of daggers is about to reach Greed. Then the killers stop in place for one impossible instant, and fist-sized holes suddenly blow through their chests. Greed only starts screaming after the bodies hit the ground, because the save came too fast for him to even process it. More precise spells keep lancing in from above, dropping the remaining assassins one by one with terrifying accuracy. The mystery ends when Zod steps down from the rooftop and calmly says he made it in time. Before saying anything else, Zod grips Greed's shoulders and uses his dropped cane to check that the man in front of him is the real king. Once the test clears him, Zod explains that Desser predicted Greed would be targeted first because his elite mercenaries were strong but not used to fighting together. Greed is impressed enough to follow immediately, only to learn with a jolt that he is the first king Zod has managed to secure. A heavy distant rumble rolls across the city as Zod promises the rest will join them soon, ending the chapter on the edge of a wider fight. After Desser's warning, King Preleka moves first, and the other rulers finally start rushing to the safe zone when outsider assassins begin striking for real. Pierrot Mask's assassin force cuts through the VIP guards so cleanly that Desser knows the kings would have been wiped out if he had not intervened. Desser throws every force he has into protection, using Artemis Paladins and Magic Tower mages to blunt the assassination wave before it becomes a massacre. Even with the rescue working, Desser feels sick about how many minor kings and important figures still died because his forces were too limited. One delay still burns at him. President Anis keeps arguing this could be a misunderstanding and worries about diplomacy even after the assassins hit. Desser drops the diplomacy and tells Anis flatly that if he stays behind, Desser's side will stop protecting him. That threat finally lands when Anis looks around at the butchered remains of his own knights and realizes he nearly died with them. Shaken, Anis gives in and agrees to follow Desser's evacuation instructions. Artemis Paladins in white armor escort Anis and the surviving rulers into one secured gathering point, leaving only Divide's own king absent. Once the rulers are gathered, Desser starts an emergency briefing and warns that Divide may already be under outsider control, with its king possibly dead. Instead of forcing an interpretation, Desser lays out the facts he saw before entering Divide and lets the kings connect the evidence themselves. His strongest point is impossible to ignore. Outsider assassins are rampaging through Divide's capital, and Divide's own soldiers are nowhere near the kings they should be protecting. That finally breaks their resistance, and one by one the kings agree they need to leave Pittsburgh immediately. With the decision made, Zod reveals a live long-range view showing Divide troops massed around the teleportation gate like they are waiting to trap anyone who tries to escape. Desser pulls every elite he can into one force, combining the Western Kingdom's guards, Artemis paladins, and Magic Tower mages for a breakout attempt. Then the situation gets worse when word comes that troops from all across Divide are already moving toward Pittsburgh, so delay is no longer an option. When the Allied force reaches the gate, a black-armored king-class swordsman steps out and politely blocks the way. He introduces himself as Breppin, acting leader of Divide's Janissaries, and claims his men are only there to stop terrorism. Priscilla immediately calls out the lie and demands to know why Divide's strongest troops are guarding a gate instead of their own king. Breppin answers smoothly that the king is already safe and turns the suspicion back on the Western Alliance for approaching the gate at all. He goes even further and hints that a terrorist may be hidden among them, letting his gaze settle on Desser. Before that can spread panic, Zod steps up and warns Breppin that if Divide refuses to move, he is giving them a final chance to live. Breppin still refuses, saying even Zod cannot casually fight the full force of Divide, and both sides understand the standoff is over. Breppin starts counting down from 10, and the insult of it makes the Allied soldiers erupt while wyvern cries echo somewhere above the city. The countdown ends in open war, and Pittsburgh explodes into close-quarters chaos around the teleportation gate. Both sides scream that the other are terrorists, so the fight turns into a vicious collision of people acting on completely different versions of the truth. Even though the Allied force has powerful people, Divide holds the advantage because it prepared the ground first with barricades, firing lanes, and ready formations. The Alliance also suffers because it is still a bundle of separate nations, with too many commanders making fragmented calls in the middle of a tight battlefield. When Divide keeps targeting kings and key figures with direct attacks, the Allies are forced to collapse inward to protect them, weakening their whole formation even more. Just as defeat starts to feel inevitable, an unseen shot suddenly kills a Divide commander and snaps the battlefield's momentum the other way. The source is Romantica using Blue Rose, the artifact that hides not only her body but even her sound, presence, and mana from detection magic. A second invisible shot drops a frontline knight, and Divide soldiers start panicking because they cannot find any sniper at all. At the same time, Pram tears into the enemy camp with cloud walkers, blinking from spot to spot and cutting down soldiers faster than they can track him. Thanks to Romantica and Pram, the Allied force finally bursts past the barricades and starts seeing the gate building through the chaos. That push stops cold when a black-armored knight blocks Pram's blade, and more Janissaries close around him. Pram realizes these are the Janissaries, and their skill is so far beyond regular soldiers that the Allied advance starts collapsing under their counterattack. Pram tries to win with surprise, blinking behind one Janissary for a perfect back attack. The knight reads the move anyway, so Pram answers by unleashing Bishop-class aura and blasting straight through the man's sword and body. The other Janissaries are rattled for a moment, stunned that a teenage swordsman just killed one of Divide's best in a single strike. Then Breppin steps in personally, swats Pram back with one blow, and orders the others to leave the boy to him. Pram instantly understands the gap. Breppin is king class, but backing off would let the Janissaries shred the allies behind him. With no trick left, Pram decides to go all out from the start, and floods his Blankum sword with enough aura to make it blaze. Pram attacks at full speed with teleport-assisted footwork and a concentrated thrust, but Breppin blocks it with insulting ease. Breppin praises Pram's talent but tells him bluntly that speed and power alone do not make a great swordsman. A short exchange proves the point, because every one of Breppin's relaxed strikes is lethal enough that Pram can barely survive by defending with everything he has. When Pram tries to believe at least tying Breppin down will help, Breppin calmly tells him it will not change the battle. The reason crashes down from above when Divide's wyvern army starts bombing the battlefield with magic while still controlling the sky. Pram looks up and sees the real trap. The Allies' strongest mages, led by Zod, are now stuck spending all their power on defense just to keep everyone alive. On the ground in Divide, the Allied forces are barely holding against the Janissary Knights and look one shove away from total collapse. A lightning arrow aimed at a Western king suddenly breaks apart midair, so neatly that almost nobody notices the first sign that something has changed. Then it happens everywhere at once, as hundreds of Divide spells crumble into mana and the whole battlefield finally realizes someone is tearing enemy magic apart. That someone is Desser, whose inversion magic has grown so monstrous that modern spells are almost useless in front of him now. The moment Desser finishes the inversion, the Tower of Magic stops defending and fires back with full force. With their defenses broken, the Wyvern army gets blasted out of the sky and its formation falls apart in seconds. Once the skies clear, the Allied forces turn all that magic onto Divide's troops below and start crushing the street barricades. Zod steps in next, and with a single spell he devastates everything around his target so completely that ordinary magicians can only stare. Divide has no wizard who can answer Zod, so King-class swordsman Brepan finally turns away from Pram to stop him himself. Pram cuts him off again and throws Brepan's own words back at him, demanding to know where he's going if being stalled was supposed to mean nothing. Pram knows he cannot beat a King-class fighter, but he steels himself to hold Brepan in place long enough for Zod to cast again. Instead of breaking through, Brepan suddenly gives up on the duel, sheathes his sword, and asks why they are still clinging to a meaningless fight. Brepan says he'll expect more next time, then bellows the retreat order across the whole battlefield. The withdrawal is so clean it feels rehearsed, with janissaries, commanders, and the surviving wyverns vanishing from the boulevard in under a minute. Even after winning, nobody feels right about it, because Divide retreated too smoothly for an army that should have had more reinforcements coming through the gate. Desser and Zod realize the enemy may never have meant to stop them completely at all, which makes the victory feel more like being deliberately let through. Since protecting the kings matters more than a chase, the Allied forces head for the teleport building to escape Divide safely. But when they reach the gate hall, the place is completely empty, turning a once busy transit center into something cold and wrong. A full search finds no hidden troops, just a few detection spells and a row of teleport gates locked down by security magic. They had prepared for the enemy to smash the gates, so finding them untouched but sealed only deepens the feeling that something about this escape was staged. With no better option, Zod, Hephaestus, and Desser split up and start decoding the gates themselves. Around them, medics scramble through the aftermath, rushing the badly wounded because every extra minute inside Divide feels dangerous. While working on the formula, Desser is distracted by the sight of dead and injured soldiers, and the strain finally hits him hard enough to make his casting slip. Zod finishes first, notices immediately that Desser is unusually slow, and bluntly tells him the battle's aftereffects are catching up with him. Hephaestus breaks in with better news by announcing he has unlocked one gate, and needs Zod to help set the destination. Together they manage to prepare only 3 gates, so instead of splitting routes by kingdom, they aim every one of them at the nearest safe stop in the kingdom of Adaina. The escape succeeds, but even after getting everyone out of Divide, Desser cannot shake the feeling that the enemy let them leave for a reason. A week later in the hospital, Desser visits Swan Katerina and finds her still lying pale and motionless in a coma. He reads through newspaper after newspaper about Divide's fall from the Western Kingdom Union and the war crimes and illegal research now being exposed. Desser lays out that Swan made all of this possible by exhausting Crow Mask and exposing the hidden tower basement and the technology buried there. But the doctors have already warned him that Crow Mask's spatial magic hit too hard and too late, so Swan may never wake up again. That leaves Desser drowning in guilt, because the operation brought results, but he cannot stop thinking there had to be a better choice. His regret is not just about Swan either, because many soldiers died in the forced escape from Divide and he knows that outcome also came from his decision. Worse, Divide is now an enemy, which could matter badly later when the Shadow Labyrinth arrives. As he broods, Skull Mask's words about fixing history and leading the world onto the right path keep echoing in his head. Then the door opens, and Desser is stunned to see Ajest walk into Swan's room. Ajest comes closer in silence, sits beside Desser, and gently touches Swan's finger with trembling hands. Her first question is whether Swan chose that mission herself, and Desser confirms that she did. Ajest says that sounds exactly like Swan, and when Desser says the mission saved many lives, she quietly answers that Swan would have loved hearing that. When Desser asks if she knew Swan, Ajest reveals the truth at last. Swan was her teacher. She explains Swan trained her before becoming a royal guard, tying Swan directly to the Rogfila's name and exposing how close Ajest's hidden past really is to all this. Ajest says she never meant to hide it, and after that both of them can only sit there in silence, watching Swan as if looking away might somehow be wrong. After leaving the hospital, Desser wanders near his dorm at sunset, still rattled by what he learned about Ajest. He tells himself Ajest is still the same person, but knowing she comes from that hidden noble past leaves him too unsettled to sort out his feelings yet. So he forces himself to shelve that problem and go back to the thing that has driven this whole life, preparing for the Shadow Labyrinth. Thinking it through, he realizes Skull Mask may be trying to turn the whole world into a shadow world, which makes the outsiders feel tied to something even bigger than he first thought. He still cannot prove the outsiders are connected to the Shadow Labyrinth, but he decides he has to treat that possibility seriously. More urgently, he remembers the next wave of shadow worlds is not due until next fall, and starts planning around the artifacts and targets he still needs before then. His new first goal becomes clear: crush the outsiders completely before that third wave ever arrives. Then the window beside him explodes inward without warning, smashing his train of thought in an instant. He walks to the broken window with a dry joke, expecting some random trouble, and instead freezes when he sees the lake outside has turned completely black. At the same moment, the academy alarms start blaring an evacuation order for students as a shadow world breach is detected. Desser refuses to believe it at first, because this is happening far too early and it blows apart every plan he had for the coming months. But the follow-up announcement crushes that denial by confirming a global reversal and the birth of a level 2 shadow world right at the academy. A sudden level 2 shadow world erupts over Hebrian Academy, and Desser freezes in the Dresden streets because it has appeared far earlier than it should have. Desser quickly realizes this breaks the usual pattern, because shadow worlds are supposed to appear in yearly waves, not this early and not like this. The fear spreads fast, since nobody alive has actually faced a real level 2 shadow world, and everyone knows failure means part of the world will be consumed. Even the professors cannot steady the crowd, and the academy district sinks into open confusion instead of organized control. As Dresden fills with anxious evacuees and packed hotels, the Starling party ends up sheltering together at Professor Bridget's mansion instead. Bridget tells them to make themselves at home, then immediately rushes back out to help with the emergency response. Back inside the mansion, Romantica voices what everyone is thinking. For a century, shadow worlds were only this dangerous up to level 3, so none of this makes sense. Desser does not answer right away, and his silence while he works through his communication pad only makes the room more uneasy. Pram asks if they might fail, and Adjust answers calmly that mankind is far stronger than it was 100 years ago, so clearing a level 2 should still be possible. Even while reassuring everyone else, Adjust glances at Desser and quietly notices that he still has not looked at her once. Ron tries to comfort Adjust with cheerful confidence, but Desser finally cuts in and warns them that the situation is far worse than they think. Desser projects a holographic map of the continent, and the room goes cold when they see it covered in red dots. Desser reveals that there are more than 100 level 2 or worse shadow worlds across the continent, not just the one at Hebrian. As more party members gather around the projection, the panic turns personal because every red dot could mean danger for their families back home. Romantica grits her teeth at the cluster of red dots over Perleca, and the others react the same way when they see their own countries marked. Adjust notices the strangest detail of all: every nation is marked except Divide. That empty space convinces Desser that Skull Mask must have triggered this disaster on purpose, and the thought hits him like a punch because his earlier plans have completely unraveled. When Romantica asks how anyone could force shadow worlds to appear, Desser points straight to the giant towers Divide built across its territory. Desser explains that Swan's sacrifice let him glimpse the truth underground. Those towers hide homunculus-like laboratories packed with processed mana stones. He guesses that Skull Mask is using those stored mana stones to create shadow worlds artificially, then turns to his communication pad and asks Zod to confirm it. Zod answers through the pad and says the towers are probably using mana stones through the same principle he found in the homunculus. Zod starts from the ground up and introduces the theory of parallel universes, which only leaves Desser and the others more blank-faced at first. Then Zod explains the real horror. Ordinary shadow worlds replay the past, but the homunculus rewrites the past by forcing a different choice into reality. Desser instantly understands what Skull Mask meant about reforming the past, because it was never empty bragging in the first place. Zod and Desser piece it together. If Skull Mask scales that power through a whole network of towers and mana stones, he could push that distortion across the continent. Once the mechanism is clear, Desser's expression sharpens again because this at least gives them a target. Destroy the towers and the shadow world should stop. Zod agrees, but he immediately warns that nobody can move freely now because every major power is already pinned down clearing shadow worlds. That warning leaves Desser staring into an even uglier possibility. Maybe Skull Mask caused the earlier outbreaks in his previous life too, and maybe even the Shadow Labyrinth itself is tied to him somehow. Even with that dread hanging over him, Desser settles on the immediate priority, and tells Zod they have to stop the new shadow worlds from spreading any further. Zod answers without hesitation that Divide must be taken down, but the room still feels miserable because everyone is thinking about their homes, not the strategy board. With no immediate answer for that pain, Desser ends the meeting by saying they have to wait and see how Hebrian Academy responds first. Hours later, Bridget returns to the mansion looking utterly drained after attending an emergency meeting called by the Imperial family. Bridget tells them the nearby shadow world is now the Empire's top priority, because once Hebrian Academy falls inside the erosion zone, the whole school becomes unusable. When Desser asks what the Academy itself plans to do, Bridget finally drops the answer everyone feared. With the principal's approval, Hebrian Academy is being closed entirely, a move so extreme that even war with the outsiders never forced it before. She adds that ordinary student priority is gone now, and only the Blue Moon, Red Dragon, and Starling parties can still operate under authority comparable to honorary knighthood. Nobody can say when the Academy will reopen, and that hopeless answer darkens the whole room even further. The next morning, the closure announcement hits every student through their communication pads, turning the shock into official reality. Students split 3 ways after that. Some volunteer for the Imperial Army, some run back home for comfort, and others return to defend their own countries. Around lunchtime, Midoriya arrives at Bridget's mansion looking for Desser so she can say goodbye in person. Desser learns that her tiny homeland has a level 2 shadow world too, and Midoriya calmly shows him a royal summons calling her back to fight. She explains that as a 4th circle mage she is national level strength for a small country, so she cannot ignore the call even if she is not especially patriotic. Desser tries to stop her by warning that this battle will not be like fighting the outsiders with stronger allies around to protect her. Midoriya still chooses to go, and her answer is simple: There is no other option when the place you want to protect is your home. Then she leaves Dresser with a bleak joke and asks him to tell Kelt she loved him if she never comes back. Dresser refuses to accept that ending and tells her to come back and say it to Kelt herself. Redoria smiles at that answer, understanding exactly what he means, and the farewell lands with warmth instead of surrender. After that, more party members leave one by one for their own homes and battles, and Dresser does not stop them. Instead, he makes each person promise the same thing before they go: no matter what happens, they have to come back. As Dresser finishes seeing off another party member, Romantica suddenly strides up to him, setting up the next difficult conversation. Romantica finally admits why she looks so shaken. Perleka has summoned her home to help against a level 1 shadow world that could erase the whole kingdom. She jokes bitterly that her country is always in danger, but Dresser cuts through it and asks the real question: is she leaving right away? When Romantica tries to deny it, Dresser points out that she bites her lips whenever she's worried, proving he knows her better than she realized. Romantica envies that Ajest and Pram can stay in the Empire, because leaving now means she has no idea when she will see Dresser again. She falls silent, and Dresser mistakes her deeper feelings for simple homesickness, gently saying he understands that she wants to protect her hometown. Romantica forces a businesslike excuse about inheriting her family's shop, laughing to hide how personal this really feels to her. When Dresser tells her to come back safely, Romantica suddenly throws her arms around him before the farewell can end. Dresser relaxes and strokes her hair to calm her down, acting like the steady center of the party one last time. Then Dresser ruins the mood with a blunt reminder not to slack off in training, and Romantica backs away, annoyed but determined to return stronger. After Romantica leaves, Dresser immediately contacts Alfred and warns the Empire that the Shadow World outbreaks are tied to Skull Mask and could lead to all-out war with Divide. Dresser presses for deeper investigation into the tower, Divide's forces, and especially the Janissary's current leader, because he sees this as the Empire's biggest threat. Before ending the call, Alfred awkwardly reveals the Emperor's real request: Ajest is being pulled back to the palace for good. Alfred explains that Ajest is the true heir of House Rogfalas, and with the Academy effectively shut down, the Empire wants Dresser to convince her to cut off any attachment to the Starling Party. Soon after, Ajest rides toward the Imperial Palace in a lion-crested carriage, already knowing this trip likely means one thing: parting from the life she found with Dresser. Looking back on her lonely past, Ajest realizes Dresser changed everything, which makes the thought of losing this bond feel unbearable. The carriage ride turns painfully awkward because ever since Ajest revealed she was a princess, she and Dresser have not known how to talk to each other. At last Ajest forces herself to ask if Dresser is angry, and his silence before answering makes the moment feel cruel enough to break her heart. When Dresser addresses her aloud as royal princess, Ajest feels the relationship slipping away right in front of her. Then Dresser secretly shows her why he is acting like this by writing blue mana letters on the ceiling. The carriage is under audio surveillance. Ajest shakily copies his trick with unstable mana letters and pushes past the surveillance to ask the question she really cares about: how can he react so calmly after such a huge secret? While his spoken words stay formal for the spies, Dresser's hidden message tells the truth: being a princess does not change who Ajest is to him. Dresser goes further and admits he also carries a secret he cannot reveal yet, so instead of judging her, he respects the trust she showed him first. Ajest realizes she was foolish to fear him, because Dresser had already decided to see only the comrade standing beside him, not her title. Dresser promises that when they meet again, he will finally tell her his own story too. As the carriage arrives at the palace, Ajest cuts off a lock of her silver hair with ice and gives it to Dresser as a vow that she will come back as Ajest King's crown. Far away in another shadow world, a hooded boy from the Empire calmly checks on the tense situation atop a blood-soaked misty hill before the Kellan captain answers him. The Kellan side has accepted the Empire sending only 2 men because of their fame, but the hooded swordsman still looks almost unreal for someone feared as the Silver Light Swordsman. A wind spell tears away the fog, and the Hilltop Force finally sees the battlefield clearly, a nightmare sea of orcs stretching to the horizon. The Hilltop Force freezes at the sight of hundreds of thousands of trained orcs, and that heartbeat of fear gives the enemy time to react. The exposed orcs immediately spot them, rush to form a defensive line, and put a spear wall in place before the knights can recover. Pram throws off his hood, reveals his sky-blue hair, and declares that as commander of the side guard, he will open the way himself. Before anyone can stop him, Pram charges alone into the spear wall, looking so reckless that even his allies think they are watching a suicide run. Then silver aura erupts from Pram's rapier, and in a blur of impossible trajectories he carves the charging orcs into thousands of pieces. The surviving orcs are too terrified to move, and Pram's slaughter makes his legendary title feel suddenly real to everyone watching. With the orc front line already shaken by terror, the Kellan cavalry finally charges in behind Pram and smashes into both flanks. The impossible battle suddenly swings Kellan's way, because Pram's lone charge shattered the enemy's nerve before the real clash even began. Just as the knights prepare to press their advantage, the enemy lord steps into the lane ahead, stopping the charge cold with his overwhelming presence. The giant orc lord swings once with monstrous aura and rips up the battlefield itself, throwing both sides into chaos before the knights can respond. The destruction is cut short only because Pram slips in at the last instant and catches the massive strike with his slender rapier. Even after the interception, the torn ground traps the Kellen Knights in a deep pit while orcs close around them, leaving Pram to face the enemy lord head-on. The giant enemy proves terrifyingly fast, and he and Pram trade dozens of blows in a heartbeat as silver and red aura crash together like a storm. Pram calmly tells him this fight was won the instant Valhald showed himself, because killing the lord was the real objective all along. Valhald stops holding back, floods himself in red aura, and finally smashes Pram's first rapier to pieces. Pram escapes the follow-up by using cloud walkers at the perfect instant, disappearing backward and reappearing with a new silver blankium rapier in hand. As Valhald barrels in again, Pram unleashes a far denser version of his silverlight barrage, pouring every bit of sharpened aura into the attack. The giant enemy trusts raw power to carry him through, until Pram's countless silver lines suddenly collapse into a single blinding point. The battlefield is swallowed by white light, and when sight returns, Valhald's great sword is broken and a fatal hole has been punched through his chest. Still clutching his ruined blade, the giant orc lord spits out one last threat about his legion devouring human lands before collapsing for good beside Pram. Valhald falls, but the battlefield is still packed with furious orcs screaming for revenge. Pram and Desser exchange a quick signal, and Desser appears above the battlefield in a black coat with his staff already aimed down. Then Desser unveils a spell array so huge it blankets the sky and stuns both humans and orcs into silence. When Desser invokes Binder of Earth, a massive section of ground rises under the orc army and traps them on a climbing slab of stone. The rising land curls inward and crushes its own captives into a gigantic stone sphere while Desser's face stays cold and steady. Desser follows with gravity control, forcing the surviving orcs to their knees until the weakest are crushed straight into the ground. And before the survivors can do anything but beg, Desser drops the giant stone sphere on them like a meteor. The impact tears the battlefield apart so violently that even the distant knights of Kellen are knocked down by the aftershock. When the dust clears, one Kellen knight can only stare at Desser in fear instead of admiration. The last orcs kneel and beg for mercy, but the quest still is not over. So Desser opens the earth again, and magma erupts through the cracks until half the hill turns into a burning death trap. By the time the screams vanish under the hiss of cooling lava, the orc army is effectively wiped out and the final quest finally clears. After that victory, the story shifts to Zod calmly sharing a way to predict Skull Mask's artificial shadow worlds before they appear. Priscilla answers from the front that the war is going badly, and they are barely holding on. Once the call ends, Zod studies battlefield footage and grimly recognizes how terrifying divide has become under Skull Mask. He realizes this is not really one country against the world so much as one century-long monster named Skull Mask moving from the shadows. Zod also weighs the real nightmare behind the war. Skull Mask can manufacture shadow worlds, even the highest-level disasters that once erased entire powers. Even so, Zod knows the alliance only formed this quickly because Desser spent months tying nations and forces together before the crisis got worse. Then Desser walks straight into Zod's office after clearing the Level 2 Shadow World and shrugs it off like routine work. Zod praises him openly, because he knows the continent might already have fallen without Desser. When Zod asks if he got what he wanted, Desser reveals the latest friendship flag he earned from Kellen. Desser hangs it on the wall as his 250th pledged force, showing just how many powerful groups across the continent now owe him support. Privately, Desser is not just gathering muscle for the present war but handpicking survivors who can endure the future Shadow Labyrinth. And with the troops ready, Desser asks about the other piece of the plan, the flying flagship he requested from the tower. Zod confirms the flagship is ready, and Desser declares that the stage is finally set to begin the real counterattack. Far from the tower, Romantica walks alone through a snow-covered field near Jabbit, bitter that winter still has not ended. The snow makes Romantica think of the warm academy days she has been missing for 6 long months. She shakes herself out of it, and gets back to work by stopping the wind dead around her. Then Romantica unleashes Summon Tornado and tears open the cloud cover, clearing the storm with barely any strain. But the instant she hears nearby footsteps, her face hardens and she fires an air bullet without hesitation. Her attack is blocked by a sudden earthen wall, and that alone tells Romantica the intruder is no ordinary magician. Then the man behind the wall steps out smiling, and Romantica realizes it is Desser. A little later in Romantica's cozy office, Desser skips the rumors and asks her directly to come with him. When Romantica asks how long his plan will take, Desser answers immediately that divide will be finished within a week. Romantica still does not press him, because impossible plans turning real has always been Desser's specialty. Then Desser says something rarer than any boast. This plan needs Romantica specifically if it is going to work. That is all Romantica needed, and she bursts into motion because she had already been preparing for this day. She quickly informs Jabbit's lord that she is leaving for about a week and has already arranged mercenaries to cover her absence. By the time Desser finishes processing it, Romantica is already dressed, packed, and teasing him for being the slow one. Desser thanks her for trusting him, and Romantica silently hides just how long she has been waiting to hear him ask. Romantica remembers how she spent the last 6 months training hard enough to become someone Desser would truly need. That same resolve is why she built the Midas mercenaries in Jabbat, both to strengthen Perleka and to leave cleanly when Desser finally came. But even after winning Romantica back, Desser says there is still one last person he needs. Then he names her plainly, Agest King's Crown. At the Hebrian Empire's Leonhardt Palace, Agest is already kneeling before Emperor Giltian to confront the same issue. Agest says she knows Desser already asked the Emperor for something, and she wants to know why he refused it. She pushes harder and states the core of it herself. Both she and the Spear of Longinus are essential to Desser's plan. Giltian tells her to raise her head, and the pressure of his overwhelming aura makes it clear he is still every bit the Emperor in his prime. Then Giltian reminds her why he summoned her back 6 months ago, to protect the Empire's only legitimate successor. That is exactly why he refuses Desser's request, because he will not let the heir throw herself into danger. Agest fires back that his choice is selfish, because there will be no throne left to inherit if the Empire burns while she stays safe. In the Imperial Hall, Giltian glares down at Agest so hard that even she almost buckles under his aura. Agest forces herself to hold her ground and declares that Desser's plan needs both the Spear of Longinus and her royal blood for the Empire's sake. When Giltian asks if she will defy him outright, Agest calmly answers that she will go even without permission. Then the ice-cold standoff breaks in an instant when Giltian suddenly bursts out laughing. Giltian reveals he always meant to approve Desser's request, and Raffaello only delivered the message to test what Agest truly wanted. He says he summoned her to the palace because Swan's fate made him realize he had underestimated how deadly this war had become. Dropping his pride for a moment, Giltian kneels to Agest's eye level and admits this was a father's clumsy attempt to keep his daughter safe. He finally lets her choose her own road and orders her to go prove that her decision is right. Soon after, Agest rides toward the citadel with Raffaello and learns Desser did not just ask for her and the spear, but for Raffaello too. Raffaello calmly says everyone is already gathered inside, making Agest realize this reunion is finally only moments away. The closer they get, the more Agest's excitement twists into worry that she might not be strong enough to help Desser. Raffaello reads her instantly, and when she admits she is afraid of holding Desser back, he shuts that fear down at once. He reminds her that she is already a powerful magician and that she even trained under Jean Uremrin, the Empire's greatest swordsman. Raffaello even says few people on the continent could overpower the current Agest, and because he never lies, his words finally steady her. At the gate, the wagon stops, and Raffaello notes that someone has already come out to greet her. Agest steps down, sees Desser waiting for her, and every prepared word vanishes from her head. Desser breaks the awkward pause first by smiling and telling her he missed her. That one line melts all of Agest's fear, and she answers with a smile that she missed him too. The mood instantly turns lively when Romantica storms in complaining that Agest took way too long. Pram and Fizzlebang hurry over behind her, and the old party starts coming back together around Agest. For a brief moment, the long 6-month separation fades as Agest greets everyone with a full smile. The catching up ends fast when Raffaello finally steps out of the wagon, and the whole group is stunned to see the Sword Grand Master himself. Pram is especially shocked, because letting Raffaello leave the Emperor's side means this operation has full imperial weight behind it. Raffaello walks straight to Desser, and their firm handshake makes it clear they are reuniting as trusted allies, not strangers. With Agest and Raffaello finally here, Desser leads them inside knowing the last missing pieces of his operation have arrived. Inside the packed citadel, Desser looks over the gathered heroes and feels the bitter, hopeful weight of seeing these future comrades together again. He remembers that in his old life humanity only united this late, when it was already too late to stop disaster, and realizes this time they still have a chance. So Desser opens the final briefing by saying human history is full of blood and war, but for this moment they have gathered beyond national hatred. He taps his wand and a glowing 3D map rises over the round table, turning the room's focus from emotion to war. Desser lays out the ugly truth: divides chimera, homunculi, and weaponized shadow worlds have kept every nation fighting at a crippling disadvantage. The map shifts to divide itself and marks 47 towers, the structures creating those artificial shadow worlds. Then Desser reveals their first real edge: thanks to Zod's technology, they can now predict Skull Mask's artificial shadow worlds before they appear. That single development would free at least 150,000 troops from reserve duty, enough to finally launch counterattacks instead of just surviving. Don Ape immediately pushes back, warning that even with those reinforcements, Divide is still too strong to beat by ordinary means. Desser agrees with him, then moves the chess markers to reveal the real price of victory: the Allied forces must abandon their encirclement. His new strategy is brutally simple: leave the north and south barely held, and pour everything into smashing through the eastern front. Don Ape calls it a huge gamble, and Desser answers that gambling is the only option left because their old balanced strategy never won a single battle. He explains the bait clearly: Skull Mask will spot the eastern push, send Divide's full power there, and drag the war into total battle on the wrong side of the country. Then Desser swings the wand west across the sea and reveals the true strike: this elite team will slip into Divide's exposed western side and destroy the towers directly. Desser tells them bluntly that they are the spearhead because this plan needs the maximum result from the smallest, fastest force possible. To make that possible, he unveils the special tool he and Zod prepared together, a modernized airship built for stealth infiltration. Desser starts assigning roles, first naming Priscilla and the Paladins as the team's lifeline because her miracle of God can keep everyone alive mid-operation. Next he gives Donape and the Northern Warriors the lead in the hunt, trusting them to carve open Divide's defenses. He names Raffaello as the shield that will protect the whole team, and the continent's strongest swordsman only laughs modestly at the praise. Desser also calls on Agest as one of humanity's finest talents, placing her among the key blades of the mission's core team. Finally, Desser quietly places himself at the center as their support, then starts issuing detailed deployment orders with humanity more united than ever before. As propaganda flyers rained over Pittsburgh, Breppen watched them in grim silence, and knew Divide's so-called secret weapons were really chimeras and homunculi born from a catastrophe of their own making. The new flyers only sharpened Breppen's disgust, because Divide had cut its people off from the truth and trained them to hate invented enemies. He privately traced everything back to the moment Captain Aaron was executed, the point where he felt Divide had truly gone wrong. A soldier's warning snapped the room to attention. The king was on his way. Pierrot Mask entered wearing King Clora's face, and Breppen greeted him as the supreme commander without realizing the deception. Instead of small talk, the false king walked straight to the mirror that holds shadows, the artifact feeding Divide near-perfect intelligence across the continent. Breppen trusted the mirror as a miracle tool, unaware it was an outsider artifact, and believed it was the reason Divide had already matched the Allied forces move for move. Pierrot Mask quietly asked whether they had appeared yet, making it clear he was waiting for a specific strike team to arrive. Because the mirror had exposed Desser's route, Divide had already packed that air corridor with troops and anti-air magicians, ready to crush his surprise attack. Certain that every enemy plan had been exposed, the officers relaxed into premature victory, and imagined Divide beating the whole world. That mood shattered when a pale communications officer burst in with news that one of the Shadow World towers had just collapsed. The report got worse fast. Tower 2 had been destroyed by a massive mana wave right along the route where Divide expected the flying ship. Breppen could not make sense of it, because their watchers should have spotted a giant aircraft long before it reached that tower. When Breppen demanded the enemy's position, the answer was worse than the attack itself. Divide knew intruders had struck, but still could not find them anywhere. Even Pierrot Mask lost his composure, because Tower 2 was too important to be written off as a random hit. Aboard the hidden Valkyrie, Donape praised Desser for destroying that tower in a single spell, calling his magic extraordinary even by continental standards. Donape was just as stunned by the vessel itself, because the so-called flying ship was really a massive airborne carrier. Priscilla joined them and marveled that Valkyrie could outrun trains while hiding its sound, shape, and even its mana from detection. The stealth worked so well that Divide's soldiers marched directly beneath the enormous ship without noticing anything overhead. Desser laughed off the praise and gave the credit to Zod, because Valkyrie was the magic tower master's dream finally made real. He remembered how, over the last half-year, he had fed Zod the design he knew from another life until Zod built the impossible ship himself. But once the glow faded, Desser noticed something badly wrong. Divide had packed their exact flight path with guards as if they already knew he was coming. He ruled out a human leak almost immediately, because the plan had been sealed until the last moment, and he had personally checked everyone's communication devices before takeoff. That left one ugly answer in Desser's mind: some outsider artifact was tracking their movements anyway. Knowing their stealth would not last forever, Desser turned to Priscilla and Donape and announced that the easy part was over. He ordered everyone to prepare to deploy, because once Valkyrie's stealth failed they would be fighting a full battle deep behind enemy lines. Desser laid out the real objective: not all 46 remaining towers, but the hidden system behind them. Thanks to insider information, he knew the 47 towers all fed from one central power source hidden beneath Pittsburgh Palace inside a concealed shadow world. He revealed the next key rule: 4 special towers maintained that hidden shadow world as a barrier, so destroying those 4 would expose the core. Since Desser had already blown up Tower 2, only 3 barrier towers were still standing, and they had to fall at the same time. Desser assigned the 3 remaining towers to Donape, Priscilla, and Zod, while he led the main force straight toward Pittsburgh to destroy the power source itself. Donape answered with his usual fierce cheer, promising he would match Desser's performance this time. Priscilla's farewell was gentler, but no less serious, as she wished Desser would survive the coming war unhurt. After they left, Desser looked down at the blue ring on his finger, the S-tier artifact memorized, and his mind jumped back 5 months to where this whole plan began. In the magic tower basement, Icarus Corgo was chained in a homunculus research chamber, drained by mana-absorbing equipment, and stripped of all his old menace. Desser faced him coldly, and when Icarus asked for execution, Desser refused to give him that easy ending before he talked. Desser pushed a map of spreading shadow worlds in front of him and made the stakes brutal and simple. If Skull Mask won, humanity would not survive long enough for anyone's ideals to matter. Seeing that every nation on the continent had united against the disaster, Icarus was shaken by a glimpse of the equality he had spent his life chasing. That was enough to break his silence, and Icarus finally offered the information Desser needed about the towers inside Divide. He explained that the towers had no separate cores at all, because everything was powered by one central source hidden beneath Pittsburgh Palace. The explanation instantly matched what Desser had once sensed during Swan's rescue, a massive mana flow hidden under the palace barriers. Icarus went further and marked 4 unusual towers, revealing they were the barrier keeping that hidden power source protected. When Icarus asked why Desser trusted him so easily, Desser answered that a man who lived by conviction had no reason to lie once their path finally pointed the same way. As Desser turned to leave, Icarus gave him one final half-smile and wished him success, leaving behind what felt like the revolutionary's last will. In the mountains of eastern Pittsburgh, the Valkyrie closes in on one of the 4 towers hiding Divide's power network, and the heavy defenses below tell Zod they found the right target. Zod immediately gives the order. He will break the tower himself while the magic tower forces pin down everyone on the ground. The moment the Valkyrie's stealth drops, both sides open fire and the dark sky erupts into a full airship siege of colliding magic. Divide's commander bets everything on shooting down the airship, convinced that once its shield fails, the battle will swing back in their favor. But every volley dies against the Valkyrie's Aurora system, the strongest shield humanity has built. The commander stays cool and reminds his men that Aurora systems burn mana fast, so Divide prepares a trap for the instant the ship's defense should collapse. When Divide springs its tactical spell, a giant triangular lightning formation traps the Valkyrie in the center and blasts it head-on. The smoke clears, and the airship is still untouched, leaving Divide's side staring in disbelief. Zod coldly reveals the truth. This Aurora system is a newer model, tough enough to tank even 7th circle magic once or twice. With the enemy unable to break the shield, Zod gives the signal, and the magic tower side uses its air superiority to wipe out the defenders below. Once the ground force is broken, Zod turns his cane on the tower itself and starts a precise, massive spell array meant to erase it in one shot. His nuclear stream burst floods the whole area with light and swallows the battlefield in a catastrophic explosion. When the glare fades, the impossible happens. The tower is still standing. Zod senses a huge surge of mana at the top and realizes a homunculus blocked the hit, so he orders the Valkyrie's shield to maximum power at once. A ray from the tower slams into the Valkyrie so hard that even the upgraded Aurora system visibly buckles under it. Zod instantly understands this homunculus is far stronger than the one from a year ago, proof that Skull Mask's research has kept advancing. Before he can finish assigning the defense, the homunculus fires again and almost shatters the shield outright. The homunculus answers the crew's fear with a cold smile, and that arrogance is enough to make Zod strike back himself. Zod snaps into action, teleports behind the homunculus, and catches it a second too late to react. His close-range blast explodes across the tower top and blows both of the homunculus's arms apart. Zod tells it he still remembers being humiliated by one of its kind, and this time he plans to make it the helpless one. He casts Eternal Slumber, freezing the tower so completely that the entire structure turns brittle. Now the battlefield flips. Instead of protecting an army, Zod makes the homunculus protect the tower. Because even weak spells can now shatter the frozen tower, the homunculus burns through mana far faster than Zod just trying to block everything. After the long exchange finally stops, it is the homunculus that runs dry first and staggers there gasping. Zod looks down on the failing creature and says a weapon made only to destroy can never truly protect anything. With its causality tricks fading and no mana left to stop him, the tower falls at last under Zod's finishing magic. Elsewhere on the dark southern plains, Priscilla leads the Holy Paladins toward another tower and finds the security just as brutal as expected. Priscilla feels Zod's enormous mana flaring from the east and takes it as her signal to begin. The Paladins move out in perfect silence, but a chimera with sharp hearing still catches them and pays for it with its head. That single kill triggers the whole plain, and hundreds of screaming chimeras surge at the Holy Paladins. Instead of retreating, the Holy Paladins lock into a moving fortress, their aura-covered shields turning the first rush into a wall of broken beasts. The pressure still starts to wear them down, because the chimeras keep forcing their way into the tiny gaps and trading their lives for injuries. Then the captain rotates in the second row, and Priscilla floods the wounded knights with healing light that erases the damage completely. With that rhythm of shield, rotation, and healing, Priscilla's force becomes an almost unbreakable formation and pushes all the way to the tower base. At the entrance, a silver-haired girl is already waiting, and everyone instantly knows the tower's guardian is a homunculus. The homunculus answers their arrival by charging up a white flash on the level of 7th Circle artillery, something the shield line should not be able to survive. But when the blast fires, its path suddenly bends away and explodes harmlessly in the sky, leaving every paladin untouched. Before the homunculus can make sense of that impossible miss, one paladin swings a mace from impossibly far away and snaps her neck anyway. The reason is the blessing of light. The holy paladins fight with powers that break the normal rules of distance, force, and even trajectory. As the paladins close in, the same mace user hits again with the power of aggregation and hammers the homunculus to her knees. The rest of the unit piles on in perfect sync, and the homunculus gets buried under an endless chain of blessed attacks. Even so, the homunculus still has causality manipulation, and she forces an opening long enough to pierce a knight through the chest. She still cannot finish the kill, because another blessing holds her in place, and Priscilla instantly heals the wounded knight before he can die. That is when the homunculus realizes she is stuck in a losing war of attrition, because every wound she manages to inflict gets erased while her own mana keeps draining. After her head is smashed again and again, the homunculus decides to burn more mana on future reading and force a winning path through the siege. For a moment she slips through the barrage and almost gets a white flash ready again, only to be smashed back down by another unseen strike. She tries to avoid the long-range mace by leaping far outside his reach, and still the hit lands cleanly and tears off both legs. Another blessing makes the truth brutal. Once a paladin marks an attack as decisive, dodging no longer matters. Now nearly out of mana and recovery, the homunculus lashes out at the real source of this trap and decides to kill Priscilla first. She rockets straight at Priscilla with a killing blow, and right before contact, her body is shattered apart mid-charge. Priscilla coolly admits Desser predicted this exact move, because she used herself as bait to guide the homunculus into a perfect combined strike. When the homunculus tries to rise again, the surrounding holy paladins tear into her from every side and turn her body into a heap of gore. Looking down at the ruined homunculus, Priscilla tells it to keep struggling, because the outcome is already decided. While Zod and Priscilla used careful plans elsewhere, Donape opened his attack in the loudest way possible by driving his airship straight into the tower. That insane crash instantly ruined Divide's entire defense, because the guns outside could do nothing once the enemy had already punched into the tower itself. The northern warriors stormed through the breach, and the Divide soldiers inside hesitated the moment they saw how huge and brutal their attackers were. One knight tried to steady the room by mocking the barbarians, but he lost his nerve when Yuria stepped to the front. Black Wolf Yuria looked less like a soldier and more like a demon, with black paint across her face, savage eyes, and aura pouring from her weapon. The warriors behind Yuria all ignited their own aura at once, and the Divide side finally understood the hunting pack had arrived. The fear in the hall only made the hunters grin wider, because this elite barbarian unit had become famous for wiping out anything in its path. Yuria gave the order to start hunting, and the tower erupted into screams and battle cries as the pack charged. Even Divide's elite troops could do little more than slow the advance, because fear had already broken their defense before the real clash even began. In the middle of the slaughter, Yuria caught a dangerous counterplay forming on the far side of the floor, Divide magicians gathering around a silver-haired homunculus. She knew a blast from that homunculus could wreck the floor at this range, so she moved to intercept before the enemy artillery fired. Donape stopped her there and told her to stay focused on the hunt, because he would handle the homunculus himself. A red aura engulfed Donape's entire body, showing the brutally simple style that made him king of the north. He launched forward so fast the magicians died almost the same instant he moved, and only the homunculus remained standing. Yuria could only watch with a bitter smile, because seeing Donape cut loose sent the hunting pack's morale even higher. Donape closed in on the unhurt homunculus and opened with a heavy aura-loaded axe strike aimed straight at its guard. The clash proved the difference immediately, because the homunculus was the one thrown back despite its strength and body. The homunculus answered with artillery magic, but Donape just charged through the blast and hit back with Mountain Stomp. That blow nearly tore the tower apart and ripped the homunculus to pieces, but it regenerated again hundreds of meters away. Realizing raw power would never beat Donape head-on, the homunculus changed its own body and switched to speed. With that new form, the homunculus suddenly became fast enough to shove Donape back and vanish before he could answer. The fight turned nasty as weakened artillery shots started coming from every angle, making it feel like dozens of homunculi were attacking at once. Even forced onto defense for once, Donape stayed calm enough to grin, because he was already reading the pattern behind the speed. He suddenly smashed the tower floor and rubble at the exact moment needed, catching the homunculus under the blast zone. The homunculus changed its rhythm to avoid being read, but Donape still split it in half the next time it fired. Now shaken, the homunculus admitted the truth to itself. Donape was responding to every move as if he could see the future. It tried one more trick by jumping behind him through causality-breaking movement, convinced an impossible attack finally would land. Instead, Donape reacted on pure instinct and kicked it away before finishing the opening with another blazing axe swing. The real reason became clear. Donape was not calmly predicting moves at all. He was hunting with monstrous senses and reactions that outran thought itself. No matter how much mana it spent forcing movement beyond causality, the homunculus still could not get away from him. The homunculus kept trying to regenerate and optimize its next move, but the best answer it could find had already dropped from winning to running. When it jumped to the opposite side of the tower to escape, Donape was somehow already above it, and fear finally hit home. At the Palace of Divide in Pittsburgh, Skull Mask stood on a dark terrace when Pierrot Mask arrived and warned him this was no time to admire the view. Skull Mask had already accepted the bad news, and he blamed Crow Mask for handing the Allied side enough real information to destroy all 4 tower homunculi. When Pierrot asked for the next move, Skull Mask calmly ordered him to take the Transcendental Chimeras and intercept the invaders before they reached the palace basement power source. He explained the homunculi had never been meant to win, only to buy enough time for all of Divide's troops to gather in the capital and bury the small Allied strike force. Pierrot sensed Skull Mask was still hiding an ace, but experience told him not to ask, so he simply accepted the order and vanished back into darkness. Left alone again, Skull Mask looked out over silent Pittsburgh and promised the city would become the invader's grave. In the mountains overlooking Pittsburgh, the Valkyrie landed hidden in a canyon because flying straight at the capital would have been suicide now that stealth was gone. The strike team used a pause to make final preparations, checking calculations, polishing gear, and steadying themselves for the battle ahead. Pram and Raffaello chose to warm up with a controlled spar, careful not to waste strength before the real fight. Raffaello praised how far Pram had come, saying his aura control and gathering were now polished enough to deserve serious attention. When Raffaello brought up Pram's new name, the Silver Light Swordsman, Pram answered with his usual modesty instead of pride. Raffaello immediately got serious and told Pram to show him the silver light for real. Pram stepped in and fired his signature thrust, a silver line of aura fast enough to look like light itself. Raffaello answered on instinct with his rotating wheel defense, twisting Pram's silver attack off course before it could land. In the very next instant, Raffaello's sword was already at Pram's face, ending the match with overwhelming ease. Raffaello praised the move anyway, admitting it was strong enough that even he had reflexively brought out his wheel defense. When Raffaello noticed the method behind the technique, Pram gave the credit where he believed it belonged, to Swan Katerina. The talk lingered on Swan, who had lost the ability to use aura after her brutal battle with Icarus but still refused to disappear from the Empire's service. Instead of giving up, Swan started teaching, and Pram became the first student to inherit the aura accumulation method she had perfected. Raffaello smiled at the image of Swan still drinking after training, and he quietly suggested her calm came from seeing her student improve this much. Pram still fixated on the loss, and Raffaello had to remind him that almost no knight on the continent could match the power of that silver thrust. Then Raffaello cut to the real warning: against true king-class swordsmen, Pram's famous move would fail because it was already known and readable. He explained the weakness clearly: silver light is terrifyingly fast, but it still follows the obvious line of a stab, and higher-level knights can read that path. Because Pittsburgh was full of famous knights, Raffaello warned that relying on a known trick there would be dangerous. Raffaello showed what king-class growth really meant by forming not one aura wheel but a whole chain of them around his sword. His lesson was simple and heavy. Pram had to either cover his weakness or push the move beyond counterplay if he wanted to truly reach king-class. After that, Raffaello patted his shoulder and said both he and Swan were looking forward to the answer Pram would create. That praise from a sword grandmaster lit Pram up on the spot. Then the alarm to gather rang through the canyon, cutting off the moment and telling everyone the battle for Pittsburgh was starting now. On Pittsburgh's western wall, the Western commander hears that the Allied forces are coming on foot instead of by airship, and he almost laughs at what sounds like a suicidal march across open plains. Certain the attackers have exposed themselves, the Western commander orders the 7th Magical Division to unleash artillery magic and crush them before they ever reach the walls. The whole Western defense lights up with heavy spellwork, and the commander himself calmly begins a far more complex 6th circle cast as Divide's trump card on the front line. But when the Allied forces keep advancing straight into that storm of mana, the Western commander loses his swagger and starts wondering what trap Dresser brought with him. On the Allied side, Raffaello sees just how many enemy spells are waiting ahead and immediately recognizes that this barrage is the real thing. Before anyone else moves, Dresser steps forward and says he will handle it first. Dresser reads the entire barrage through the mana flow, instantly breaking down the enemy's formulas and judging the famous 7th Magical Division as nowhere near the monsters he is used to fighting. Then Dresser fires his own mana into their casting lines, and the first Divide magician watches his spells simply come apart in front of him. In seconds, spell after spell across the entire western wall gets inverted, and the 7th Magical Division realizes Dresser is dismantling all of them at once. Watching his elite unit fail, the Western commander finally understands the ugly truth in front of him. Against Dresser, ordinary magic might as well be useless. The 7th Magical Division abandons coordination and starts hurling whatever spells they can finish, turning their careful artillery line into desperate, messy shelling. The Allied forces answer that scattered bombardment with the Aurora system, and the incoming spells slam uselessly into the glowing shield wall. Even so, the barrage does real damage over time, and cracks begin spreading across the Aurora system as both sides burn through their power. At last the shield gives out, but by then almost every enemy spell has already been inverted, leaving only the Western commander's completed 6th circle magic still alive. Seeing the shield gone, the Western commander seizes the opening and releases Hellfire, a brutal 6th circle spell meant to turn the battlefield into an inextinguishable inferno. Raffaello steps out in front of the army without hesitation and decides this dangerous spell is his to stop. He draws Graham, and the artifact handles his full aura as 3 enormous blazing wheels take shape around his blade. Raffaello's aura shield meets Hellfire head-on and grinds the cursed flames away so completely that the enemy commander can only stare. While the enemy commander is still reeling, Dresser calmly raises his cane, and the western wall realizes too late that he stopped inverting spells because he was preparing one of his own. Dresser casts Earthquake, and the ground under Pittsburgh's western defenses heaves open like a giant jaw. The protected walls and castle sections collapse outright, and the Western commander watches in stunned disbelief as Divide's Western defense is erased by 7th Circle magic. With the Western wall gone, Deser's strike force steps into Pittsburgh through the fresh breach. Inside Divide's command center, the report of a ground assault first sounds like an advantage, but Breppen immediately warns that the enemy would never gamble like this without a reason. Breppen treats the airship as a likely feint and orders Divide's aerial forces to reinforce the 7th Magical Division in case the real threat is still coming from the sky. When he hears the 3 attack towers are already close to falling, Breppen grows even more suspicious because the Allied forces still chose to rush the capital instead of finishing the towers first. That unanswered question is still hanging in the room when a violent tremor rocks the command center from the west. Breppen looks out into the night, sees smoke rising from the western side, and immediately knows this is no natural earthquake. The next report is worse than anyone expects. Contact with the 7th Magical Division is gone, and the enemy has already broken through the wall in less than 5 minutes. Breppen acts fast, sending the new Flying Dragon Brigade commander and the Wyvern force to slow the attackers before they reach the palace. Deciding that caution will only lose them more ground, Breppen leaves the command center to personally lead the Janissaries to the front. Back in the city streets, Divide's frontline soldiers fight hard to hold the first line, but the Allied strike force pushes through them with cold efficiency. This small assault force looks unstoppable because Deser handpicked it from top fighters across the continent instead of bringing a normal army. At the front, a Kellen Empire Knight commander cuts down defenders while thinking this battle is his chance to repay what he owes Deser. Once the vanguard opens enough space, the Knight commander reports in, and Deser tells him to hold position so the mages can blast the next wave before anyone advances again. Deser's magicians from Hebrian answer on cue, ready to drown Divide's reinforcements in concentrated firepower. Their barrage slams into the incoming defenders, and Divide's reinforcements start folding under the shelling. Ron Fizzlebang stands out even among that group, chaining explosion after explosion until the whole defensive pocket is swallowed in detonations. With the reinforcements shredded and a gap ripped open in the defense, the Allied forces surge deeper into Pittsburgh. Behind that momentum is Deser's ruthless command, moving each unit exactly where it needs to go and ordering his hidden assassination teams to kill ambushers before they can strike. The assassins report clean kills almost immediately, and every attempted ambush around the strike force keeps getting smothered before it can slow them down. Even while his army performs perfectly, Deser knows their overall position is still bad because Divide's scattered troops are converging on the city, and time is running against them. Then Deser notices civilians still hiding inside the buildings, and that instantly kills any idea of solving this with another huge 7th Circle spell. The strike force finally pauses not for a defense line, but for a choice, a crossroads where both roads lead to the Palace of Divide by different routes. Raffaello points out the split, and Deser quickly decides that since the Janissaries still have not shown themselves, the safest answer is to divide the force. Deser's logic is simple and brutal. The Janissaries are almost certainly waiting on one route, so if they split, at least one half should reach the palace fast. Raffaello immediately accepts the risk, and their exchange shows the same easy confidence they have even while marching into a trap. They sort the split on the fly, with Deser taking the Knights and Hebrian troops and keeping Pram with him because they have fought together more often. A waiting Divide commander finally snaps at the sight of them casually planning in front of him, furious that they are treating him like an afterthought. Deser and Raffaello finally stop talking, draw their weapons, and agree to shut the noisy commander up before they choose their roads. After breaking through the crossroads, Deser leads the Hebrian party into Pittsburgh's right side market route, even though the cramped streets are perfect for traps and ambushes. They still push through fast because Deser and the other magicians strip away most traps early, while Pram and the Knights crush the ambushers before they can slow the advance. Above them, Romantica watches from a rooftop and spots a Divide commander directing artillery fire at Deser's group. Romantica coolly calls him foolish, snaps her fingers, and crushes him with a sudden spike of wind pressure until he bursts apart. Her wind now acts like a perfect sniper scope, scanning the battlefield and killing any target standing in the air she controls, with no bullet trail to expose her. Divide panics and orders non-stop detection magic, but the blue rose hairpin hides Romantica completely and turns their search into free intelligence for her. When a high-ranking magician joins the hunt, Romantica kills that one too, and the fear of unseen shots starts breaking Divide's nerve. With Divide's field command shaken, Deser's party keeps advancing toward the palace without taking serious damage. Then the sky screams as Divide sends in the Flying Dragon Brigade, its elite Wyvern Riders, and Deser immediately looks up with Owl's vision. The Wyvern Riders target Deser directly, and the first Aurorap spear drops so fast that Runel has to block it in midair. A whole meteor shower of spears follows, and Deser urgently calls Ajest to cover them. Ajest draws the center of ice and raises Frozen Palace, throwing up layers of freezing barriers between the buildings to stop the bombardment. The first wave is blocked, but the shattered Frozen Palace makes the problem obvious. Ajest cannot afford to burn that much mana over and over. Deser bitterly admits the aerial unit is a terrible matchup for him, because low-circle magic cannot catch wyverns and aura-coated spears are outside his specialty. He even respects how effective the Wyvern Core is, and that only makes it sting more because in another future these riders would have stood on his side against the Shadow Labyrinth. Desser cuts off the regret, activates his communication pad, and calls Romantica right as the brigade begins another attack run. Romantica answers with a typhoon-level wind blast that wrecks the formation, tossing wyverns into each other and sending riders tumbling from the sky. Even the veterans trying to hold formation get picked off, because Romantica's storm shot punches through the brigade's elite defenses. With nearly half the brigade crippled, the wyvern commander orders the surviving riders to climb higher and escape the sniper's line of fire. Once the shots stop, the wyvern commander immediately flips tactics and leads the brigade into a full dive bomb from extreme altitude. The riders are stunned when Ajest comes up to meet them, climbing through the sky by freezing footholds under her feet. The wyvern commander quickly decides the sky still belongs to the riders and orders the brigade to strike Ajest before she can change the field. Instead of retreating, Ajest halts in midair and casts Ice Palace, filling the space in front of her with an absurd wall of countless ice shields. The Flying Dragon Brigade dismisses the wall as stacked third circle shields and charges straight into it anyway. At the last moment, the diving riders realize a brutal downdraft is forcing the whole brigade downward even faster than planned. Then Ajest's shield wall shatters all at once, and even the first fragments smash through the brigade's enchanted defenses. Only then does the brigade grasp the truth. Every shard is glowing with aura, turning the shattered ice into a sky full of flying blades. The brigade flies straight into the massacre, and the sky turns into a nightmare of shredded riders, screaming wyverns, and falling bodies. In the end, the brigade's commander and his wyvern are shredded with the rest as Ajest wipes out the Flying Dragon Brigade in a single trap. Elsewhere in Pittsburgh's Central Square, the Janissaries and the Side Guard finally square off across the Dragon Fountain, both elite forces hungry to prove they are the continent's strongest. Breppen gives the order, aura erupts across the square, and both sides crash together hard enough to wreck the plaza almost instantly. The fight stays balanced because the Janissaries bring monstrous individual knights, while the Side Guard answers with tighter teamwork and stronger magical support. Even so, the Side Guard can hold the line calmly because Raffaello is fighting at the front, and he is enough to turn fear into confidence. A squad of Janissaries tries to overwhelm him with perfect teamwork, but Raffaello steps into the attack and cuts the first man down before they can capitalize. He follows with a brutal kick enhanced by King-class aura and blasts the next knight into the fountain so hard the body practically explodes on impact. The formation collapses in panic, and Raffaello keeps moving, dodging one attack by a hair and cutting down the next knights before they can recover. Another direct clash ends with Raffaello overpowering the knight so completely that the man bursts apart under the impact. Before he can finish the last one, Breppen steps in and cleanly catches Raffaello's sword, finally forcing the real duel to begin. Breppen asks to trade pointers with the Sword Grandmaster, and the two King-class swordsmen erupt into a clash that blows apart the space around them. Raffaello presses the offense so hard that Breppen is forced back, then asks the one question that matters: why are you still obeying Divide? Breppen answers without hesitation that he needs no reason beyond being a knight sworn to the royal family and following his master's orders. That answer disgusts Raffaello, and he declares there is no point talking to someone who stopped thinking. Raffaello raises Graham to 6 spinning aura wheels, Breppen answers with blue flames around his blade, and the two strongest knights crash together for the deciding exchange. After crushing the Flying Dragon Division, Desser leads his team to the southern gate of Divide Palace, but the empty approach feels wrong. The silence bothers Desser because Skull Mask never fights fair, and if ambushes have stopped, he suspects something worse is waiting. Desser realizes the missing soldiers likely mean Divide is ready to unleash chimeras, since regular troops cannot fight beside those monsters safely. He tells Romantica to widen her detection as much as possible, and the whole group slows down so they do not walk into a trap. Desser checks his own pride and reminds himself that underestimating Skull Mask here could get his precious allies killed. A strange crack in the mana flow makes Desser suddenly halt the march, and a huge surge of power spills out of the palace. Desser recognizes the reaction at once. The shadow world holding the power source has been dismantled, so all 4 barrier towers must be down. That success only makes Desser more tense, because from this point on the plan enters the part where Skull Mask can spring something unexpected. Preparing for the worst, Desser quietly tells Ajest to ready the Spear of Longinus, the artifact that could decide the whole operation. At the palace entrance, Desser blows the gate apart, and the team strides through the rubble instead of waiting to be welcomed. The moment they enter, Romantica warns that something huge is closing in fast, and the ground starts shaking under dozens of heavy footsteps. Desser lights up the dark garden path and reveals the attackers at last, dozens of grotesque chimeras made from mashed-together monster flesh. The shock hits harder when everyone sees these are not normal chimeras, because aura is pouring from their limbs. Among the monster parts, Desser sees human bodies screaming like beasts and understands that Divide mass-produced the same kind of aura chimera once made from Eren. Remembering how hard Eren's version was to kill, Desser is furious that Skull Mask turned human sacrifice into a production line. He hardens his heart, accepts that the victims cannot be restored, and orders the front line to raise shields without breaking formation. The first collision is brutal, But because Desser slowed the march earlier, the team is already in proper battle formation and manages to absorb the hit. Desser runs the fight by the book, with shielded knights pinning the monsters in front, while mages blast them down from the rear. Even so, the fight keeps getting uglier because the wide garden lets the chimeras swarm in endlessly from the palace side. The monsters are not just numerous, they keep reshaping their bodies and swinging aura-enhanced attacks, so the whole formation starts wearing down. Then Pram suddenly steps out from the front and carves into the chimeras with a rain of silver sword flashes. With Pram opening the gap, Agest and Romantica step in too, and the core party's growth over the last 6 months starts turning the tide. Desser sees the key difference right away. These aura chimeras are dangerous, but the knights used to make them are far inferior to Aaron. Just as the pressure eases, the air cracks again and Desser's Academy communication pad screams a warning that a world inversion is happening nearby. Desser instantly understands the real trap. Skull Mask is trying to drop a shadow world over this area and freeze them in place while his plan finishes. He knows even a beatable shadow world would cost too much time, so he decides they have to punch through right now instead of getting bogged down here. Desser urgently calls Agest back to him and prepares to break through the chimera assault with her. He stops holding back and drops a massive firestorm into the garden, burning a huge section of chimeras into ash and melted ruin. The flames open a temporary road forward, and Desser and Agest immediately move to take it before the enemy can close the gap again. Before leaving, Desser hands command of the remaining force to Pram, trusting him to keep the army alive while they go for Skull Mask. That escape is cut off in an instant when a masked swordsman lunges for Desser, and Agest catches the strike with her own blade. Desser recognizes Pierrot Mask at once, and the masked man smugly announces that Desser will be staying here with him for a while. Romantica immediately snipes at Pierrot Mask, but he blocks the shot with prepared wires and stays irritatingly calm. He sends those wires slithering at Desser, and Runel has to whip around him at high speed to knock the attacks away. Watching Pierrot Mask control dozens of aura wires like extra limbs, Desser realizes one man is fighting like an entire unit. Since he cannot stay on defense forever, Desser starts building a huge burst fire behind him, while Runel barely keeps him alive. Pierrot Mask senses the heat and pulls back to defend, expecting a giant fireball to come straight at him. Instead, Desser changes the spell at the last second, crushing the fireball into a tiny core that bursts into swarming flame arrows. Pierrot Mask starts reading their first trajectories, but Desser bends the arrows again in mid-flight and slips them past the wires anyway. The arrows slam into Pierrot Mask in a chain of explosions, and even he sounds thrilled that the fight finally got interesting. When the smoke clears, Pierrot Mask is standing above the battlefield on his wires, smiling down and inviting Desser to keep playing while Skull Mask works. Desser stays silent, but inside he knows the warning is still active and time is running out faster than he can afford. The situation gets worse when chimeras start charging Desser and Agest again, trying to close the path they just burned open. Before one of the aura-coated beasts can reach Desser, Pram cuts it apart in a blink and arrives with his hair matted in blood. Pram steps between Desser and Pierrot Mask and calmly tells Desser and Agest to go, taking this monster of a fight onto himself. Desser hates the risk, but there is no better option, so he entrusts the stall to Pram and asks him to endure a little longer. To maximize their chance of escape, Desser casts strength and haste on himself and Agest, and her hair flashes silver under the reinforcement. Pierrot Mask snaps his fingers and floods the area with a huge net of wires, revealing a level of power that even catches Desser off guard. There is no clean way out of that net, but Pram reads the one opening in the attack and explodes into motion. His silver sword light tears through the natural weak points in the web, blasting a hole open for Desser and Agest in a single instant. Desser and Agest rocket away under the enhancement spells, while Pierrot Mask tries to pursue them into the dark. Pram shuts that chase down too, intercepting Pierrot Mask with a direct blade clash and forcing him to face the new duel. For the first time, Pierrot Mask drops the mockery and admits the rumor was real. The little silver light swordsman is that dangerous. Pierrot Mask says he has no time to toy with Pram and spreads his wires everywhere, deciding to kill him quickly. Pram meets the wire storm head-on, and silver beams from his rapier collide with every thread in a barrage too fast for the air itself. The two speed fighters trade dozens of invisible strikes in a blink, turning every clash into another explosion across the garden. Then Pram breaks the stalemate with a slash so fast Pierrot Mask only blocks it by reflex, and still gets blasted backward. With complete calm, Pram points his rapier at Pierrot Mask and says that even if he is weaker overall, his sword is still enough to pierce that throat. Inside Divide Palace, Desser pushes forward with one thought in mind: stop Skull Mask now, and everything he prepared for the coming disaster might still hold. After blasting aside the last chimeras, Desser abruptly stops Agest and scans the palace with magic instead of charging in blind. His search finally catches the massive structure hidden beneath the palace, a facility so huge it feels as large as the whole city. Desser decides that hidden chamber has to be the power source or the control room, and he immediately leads Agest toward it. Warnings keep chiming from Desser's communication pad, but by his estimate they still have just enough time if they keep moving. Then the real resistance appears, not chimeras this time but loyal human soldiers and knights using every dirty trick they can to slow the pair down. To cut off those cheap flank attacks, Desser orders Adjust to seal everything behind them and leave only one route forward. Adjust answers with web of ice, spreading a giant frozen lattice through the corridors until every path behind them is sealed shut. When enemies try to force their way through, the ice web instantly turns into spears, buying the time Desser needs to finish this before reinforcements break it. The last line of defenders throws themselves straight at them anyway, fully aware they are outmatched but still determined to die for their king. Desser crushes that charge with gravity control, slamming the knights to the floor under such force that armor buckles and bones crack. As he and Adjust step over the fallen, Desser quietly warns them that any more resistance will only make the pain worse, and that finally breaks their will. Because Desser and Adjust are trying not to kill anyone, they carve through the palace by pure suppression and reach the king's bedchamber almost untouched. Desser casually inverts the chamber's defensive spell, proving that magical locks are useless against him at this point. Using Crow Mask's intel, Desser pulls books in the right order and opens the secret passage without wasting a second. The bookshelf groans aside and reveals an endless stairway dropping deep below the palace. For a beat, both of them feel the weight of going in without the rest of the starling party. Then they exchange a silent nod and commit anyway. The deeper they go, the darker and fouler the air becomes, and the distant machine noise grows louder with every step. At the bottom, they reach the outsiders' meeting area, but the whole underground zone feels twisted and wrong compared to before. A fresh alert says the global reversal has passed 80%, and this chamber is already inside the Shadow World's danger zone. That makes no sense to Desser, because Skull Mask's own core facility should be destroyed if the Shadow World consumes this area. With no time to solve the contradiction, Desser tells Adjust to hurry, and they sprint the last few hundred meters toward the source. They barely get a few steps before the warning repeats and the Shadow World suddenly finishes materializing far faster than it should. Then everything drops into total darkness, and Desser instantly knows this Shadow World is nothing like the ones he has survived before. They test their mana and search the void, but there is nothing there at all, no terrain, no life, just the two of them suspended in a blank world. Even Adjust, who knows Shadow Worlds better than almost anyone, admits she has never heard of one like this. A new system message calls this the biggest breaking point of humanity, and says the materialization of the Beast of the Revelation has been permitted. When Adjust turns to ask Desser what that means, she sees him drenched in cold sweat, more shaken than she has ever seen him. More messages warn that history cannot be restructured at this point, but some outside interference forces the materialization phase through anyway. A tiny point of light appears, stretches into lines, and starts building an entire world right in front of them. The completed world leaves them standing atop an impossible tower over a city so advanced it looks like the future, not the past. Desser recognizes that city at once, and the sight hits him like a nightmare he never escaped. This is the Shadow Labyrinth. Elsewhere at Divide Palace, Pram and Pierrot Mask are still locked in a blinding high-speed duel, while explosions roar all around them. Pram knows the duel is slipping away, because a bishop-class swordsman simply cannot outlast a king-class monster in a battle of attrition. Every time Pram tries to close in, Pierrot Mask retreats just enough to stay outside the one attack he truly fears, Pram's ultimate piercing stab. Pierrot Mask twists the knife by pointing at the dark fog swallowing the palace and telling Pram that Desser is probably already dead inside it. Pram refuses to break, and with a tight voice he answers that he trusts Desser. That faith becomes a reckless charge, as Pram suddenly overclocks his body and crashes through the wire trap to force the distance closed. Bleeding hard, Pram finally unleashes the condensed thrust he had been saving for this one opening. Pierrot Mask coolly spoils the strike with a slight dagger deflection, proving he had been avoiding that range only because dealing with it annoys him. After that failure, Pram feels his body and spirit giving out at once, as if even the sword path he built for years has just been denied. For a dangerous moment, Pram almost convinces himself that buying this much time against a king-class enemy should be enough. But Pram rejects that excuse, empties his mind, and narrows his whole world down to the tip of his rapier again. He starts forcing out faster and stronger thrusts, trying to push his one perfected technique beyond its old limit. Those improved stabs finally start cutting Pierrot Mask for real, but Pram can feel it still is not enough to win. So Pram pushes further and breaks through, launching 3 stabs from different angles so close together they land almost at the same instant. Even Pierrot Mask barely survives, stumbling back with his shoulder and leg pierced and openly calling Pram monstrous. At that exact moment, the dark fog over Divide Palace shatters and clears, making Pram think Desser and Adjust just won inside the Shadow World. Pram almost tastes victory, but Pierrot Mask starts laughing instead, like the worst part is only now beginning. Then the sky itself cracks like glass, and something begins to emerge from the rupture with terrifying pressure. Pram can only stare at the thing in stunned dread, while even the battlefield falls quiet under the weight of its presence. As darkness starts swallowing his own body, Pierrot Mask calmly declares that from the look of things, they have won this battle. As the world trembles and a horn-like roar spreads across the sky, Desser realizes this nightmare matches the disaster from his previous life. In a flash of grim insight, Desser traces the disaster back to Skull Mask, who hid inside the outsiders and quietly gathered magic stones to build the Shadow Labyrinth. Then the quest window appears, declaring humanity's collapse and ordering them to protect civilization against the Beast of Revelation. Desser knows two people should have no chance here, because even in the future the stage took thousands of elites and massive sacrifice to clear. Even so, he latches onto one desperate method from his old timeline and forces himself to stay calm enough to use it. Adjust is frozen by fear for a moment, and Desser snaps her back by meeting her eyes and giving her a simple order. Trusting him completely, Adjust asks what to do, and Desser orders a retreat south so she can cast a defensive spell on his signal. Both of them buff themselves with magic and bolt south across Pittsburgh, trying to stay ahead of whatever is about to erupt behind them. A violent shockwave catches them even hundreds of meters away, and Adjust nearly loses her footing from the force alone. When Adjust looks back, she sees the city center split apart as an enormous black arm rises out of the ground. As the dust clears, the full Beast of Revelation towers over the crater like something out of a myth, with 7 tails writhing behind its bent frame. Desser doesn't let Adjust freeze again and shouts for her to cast, because the monster is already releasing something far worse. The spreading darkness swallows the entire area so fast that only Desser's early retreat gives them a chance to survive. On Desser's signal, Adjust unleashes Ice Palace and layers every defensive spell she knows into a glowing dome. Desser adds Binder of Earth on top, and together they cram every layer tighter as the city around them starts getting torn apart. Then the storm hits for real, and thunderbolts slam down hard enough to blast chunks off their layered barrier with near misses alone. Adjust realizes with a chill that if they had retreated even a little later, those lightning strikes would have erased them instantly. When the storm finally clears, civilization is gone and only a crater remains with the beast still standing in the middle, staring straight at them. Just as Desser prepares his next move, the shadow world suddenly force terminates itself and everything drops into darkness. A moment later, Desser and Adjust are back on the half-damaged palace roof in real Pittsburgh, with the city somehow untouched. Romantica contacts them at once, but Desser can only answer that they did not clear the shadow world and has no explanation for how they got out. Thinking it through, Desser realizes that place was not the full shadow labyrinth yet, but one unfinished piece of it that Skull Mask may have used just to get rid of him. Then the answer arrives in the worst possible way when the sky over Pittsburgh starts cracking open like glass. A giant black hand pushes out through the tear, and Desser finally understands that Skull Mask was trying to drag shadow world disasters into reality itself. Adjust goes pale and Romantica shouts in horror through the spell, because one look at that thing makes it obvious normal forces should not be able to stop it. Desser shocks Adjust by saying their odds have actually improved, because this time he can fight with the continent's real armies instead of just 2 people trapped inside a shadow world. Certain that Skull Mask has made a mistake, Desser opens a continent-wide communication spell and orders every force in Pittsburgh to drop their current missions. With his confidence returning, Desser announces that he is about to brief everyone on a completely new plan, the final operation. Elsewhere in the shattered central square, Brepin's duel with Raffaello has ended in defeat, and the Janissaries have been subdued with aura-binding chains. Brepin assumes Raffaello is approaching to execute him, and he lowers his head expecting death after failing to overcome the Sword Grand Master. Instead, Raffaello slices through Brepin's restraints and tells him to look at what is happening to Pittsburgh. When Brepin turns, he sees the sky ripped open by a monstrous arm and instantly understands that this disaster is not the Allied forces' doing. Seeing even Divide's own elite guards panic, Brepin realizes the outsiders have used him too and are willing to sacrifice both sides with that creature. Raffaello presses the point and says there is no reason to keep fighting each other if Brepin truly wants to protect Divide's royal family and people. Brepin hates the idea of joining the enemy, but the thought of hundreds of thousands of civilians still trapped in Pittsburgh forces his answer. At last Brepin agrees that killing the monster comes first, and Divide's army will cooperate with the Allied forces until then. The fighting across Pittsburgh stops, and soldiers from both sides begin a tense joint evacuation, while trying to keep order in the streets. Other squads grumble as they are ordered to tear down their own city's buildings, but they still obey because Divide's chain of command holds even in chaos. Watching the operation take shape, Desser feels real relief for the first time because Raffaello actually managed to bring Brepin over in time. The crack in the sky keeps widening, but not too fast, giving Desser just enough time to finish the first stage of preparation. Raffaello, Adjust, and Brepin finally gather with Desser, and the former enemies meet face to face under the pressure of the coming disaster. Desser offers Brepin a clean temporary truce for Pittsburgh citizens, and Brepin accepts it without wasting another second. With the truce set, Desser says the 3 of them each have a critical mission if the beast is going to be stopped at all. He projects a tactical map and starts laying out a detailed kill plan built around the beast's known attacks and weaknesses. The longer Desser talks, the more Brepin's open distrust turns into stunned disbelief at how much precise information he somehow has. When Brepin asks how Desser could know all this, Desser covers the truth by saying he and Adjust already faced the monster inside the shadow world. Raffaello is impressed enough to joke that Desser sounds like someone who has killed the beast before, and even Brepin admits the plan makes victory possible. Only Adjust stays quiet, watching Desser with a troubled look as if she wants to say something important. Before Adjust can speak, the crack in the sky violently bursts wider, and the Beast of Revelation finally arrives in full. The Beast of Revelation finally crawls out of the crevice, opens its eyes over dawnlit Pittsburgh, and calmly looks down at the human army waiting below. Instead of roaring, the monster speaks straight into everyone's minds and almost politely praises humanity for surviving this far. Then its tone drops cold as it blames one human for summoning it by tampering with cause and effect, and declares that arrogance will bring destruction to the whole continent. As its tails move, the sky goes black again, colorless storm clouds swallow the sun, and the humans freeze under the pressure of a continent-scale attack. A massive lightning strike finally crashes down, but the city does not vanish the way the beast expected. The reason becomes clear when the bolts keep hitting prepared lightning rods across the city, safely dispersing the attack exactly the way Dresser planned. The soldiers who doubted Dresser a moment ago are suddenly won over, and the whole defense line snaps into motion to repair rods and stop them from melting. With the city still standing, the Allied forces answer back and every magic corps starts arranging a synchronized bombardment on the beast. The beast barely reacts before ripping iron sand out of the ground and shaping it into a huge red shield right in front of itself. Human artillery crashes into the shield hard enough to shake the battlefield, but every cracked section gets rebuilt with more iron sand before the attacks can break through. Then the same shield splits apart into 10 giant electromagnetically charged bullets, and the city goes dead silent before they fire. The supersonic rounds tear through Pittsburgh's black high-rises and reduce the city's proud center to rubble in seconds. Even so, the magicians keep calculating flight paths in real time and manage to nudge some bullets off course just enough to avoid total slaughter. The beast simply starts forming another wave, making it brutally clear that its attack has no obvious limit, while the defenders are already straining to keep up. Romantica becomes the key to holding the line, firing her rifle over and over to read the air currents and intercept the bullets in mid-flight with impossible precision. She pushes far past her limit, her vision blurs, blood runs from her nose, and she still refuses to stop because one mistake could kill hundreds. The humans keep enduring, and that stubborn refusal to run makes the beast wonder if they are betting on some real chance to kill it. That answer appears when the beast senses 3 fighters rushing in from another direction, Agest, Yahello, and Breppen. The beast instantly traps the trio inside a dome of storm clouds and floods the area with enough lightning to melt the city itself. Yahello meets that disaster head-on by swinging Graham and spreading its 8 wheels into a massive shield around the team. After more than 30 brutal seconds, the clouds clear and the whole area is flattened into igneous rock, but Agest, Yahello, and Breppen are still standing untouched. Now sure these 3 are the hope the humans were betting on, the beast almost sounds amused and invites them to show what this era's humans can do. It immediately tests them with a horn-fired thunderbolt too fast for normal humans to even see. Breppen blocks it anyway, because Dresser told him the beast's third tail always points toward the path of that attack before it fires. Breppen keeps knocking away more shots even as his arm goes numb, and his aura drains almost dry, because this is exactly the role Dresser assigned him. While Yahello handles the storm and Breppen handles the high-speed shocks, Agest releases her full power and turns the molten battlefield bitterly cold. She pours imagery magic and aura into the center of ice, creating Magic Sword, Frozen World, a strike far beyond what the other 2 swords can produce. Agest flashes past the beast and cleanly severs its second tail, the one Dresser targeted for a reason. Far away on a restored silver tower outside Pittsburgh, Dresser keeps commanding the whole war from the roof while watching the clash below. With the second tail gone, artillery finally starts punching through the beast's defense, and Dresser knows the plan's first big step worked. Dresser explains the real effect of that cut to himself. The second tail supplied the beast endless mana, so now it has to think about a decisive short battle instead of limitless attrition. The beast answers by covering its whole body in thunder and entering its origin form, accepting the all-out fight humans forced on it. In that form, most artillery just passes through its body, and anything that gets close melts while its tails sweep soldiers away. Still, the army refuses to stop firing, because every hit burns away a little of that form and slowly shrinks the beast. Dresser reads the battlefield calmly and realizes the beast will soon gamble everything on one giant attack to wipe out most of the army at once. He also knows exactly what spell the beast will choose, a huge area lightning strike, because the city's original lightning rod network has already been wrecked by the fighting. That predictability is exactly what Dresser wanted, because he can invert spells best when he already knows the timing, the target, and the mana pattern in advance. When the beast finally unleashes the continent-crushing lightning barrage, Dresser strips the attack apart before it lands and makes the storm vanish. The beast immediately identifies him as the real hope of humanity, and Dresser answers that challenge by aiming his staff straight back at it. Dresser strikes first with gravity control, crushing the area around the beast under a 1,000-fold weight and dropping it into a collapsing pit. Then he triggers the red ring on his finger and unloads memorized 7 circle spells one after another to keep the trapped beast from escaping. Magma erupts from the pit like a volcano, earth binds the target in place, and Dresser drops an enormous blazing sphere into the crater to bury the beast under overwhelming force. The impact deafens the battlefield and launches nearby knights away, proving that Dresser alone just pinned down a monster armies could barely restrain together. Dresser still warns everyone not to relax, because he never expected that attack to be enough to kill the beast outright. A streak of lightning tears out from underground, melts the sealed crater apart, and the beast rises again smaller than before but still terrifyingly alive. Seeing that even this only bought time, Dresser stays perfectly composed and resolves to finish the beast for real now. The beast of Revelation is finally losing pieces of its lightning body under non-stop artillery, but it still paces in furious, dangerous agitation. Then the monster unleashes a violent shockwave of lightning in every direction and knocks back the bombardment for one crucial moment. It immediately chooses Dresser as the biggest threat and charges straight for the silver tower like a tsunami of living electricity. At the top of the tower, Dresser slams down his staff and seizes the tower's system before the beast can reach him. Using Skull Mask's own research, Dresser takes command of the tower's magic stone engine and turns the whole structure into his power source. A beautiful but terrifying draconic spell array begins to unfold in front of Dresser as his voice turns into layered, inhuman whispers. The price is brutal, and Dresser knows that without Priscilla to heal him, forcing this spell could ruin his body for good. Even so, he gambles on an untested answer and casts circle synchronization to link his spell with the beast's prepared structure. The backlash hits his mana circles like bones snapping, but Dresser refuses to stop because too many people already died to create this chance. Dresser's real invention is circle assimilation, a spell built to let a human share a draconic spell's burden with an external mana circle. The burden drops, but not enough, and Dresser collapses to one knee as blood bursts from all over his body and his vision starts to fail. Through his blood-blurred sight, Dresser sees the beast still charging and knows the ruined city was only the beginning of what it planned for humanity. So Dresser plays his last card and casts Sacrifice of Nirvana to dump the spell's damage into the tower instead of his own body. The silver tower shudders under the redirected strain, but it holds, and Dresser finally has a clear path to finish the calculation. Dresser declares this is the end, but the beast answers by gathering all its remaining lightning into one giant sphere like a false sun. Far from Pittsburgh, Zod drives a high-speed magic tower airship at its limits, pouring in mana because reaching Dresser fast is all he can do now. He wants to teleport straight there, but he knows arriving drained would only make him a burden against a monster stronger than Daynute. When Priscilla contacts him to say she has just linked up with Donape, Zod snaps at the delay before forcing himself calm again. Then Zod abruptly looks up, because the sky itself is going wrong. Priscilla notices it through the call too, and neither of them can explain why daylight is being swallowed away. All Zod can say for sure is the truth he feels from afar. The battle in Pittsburgh is reaching its end. Back in Pittsburgh, Dresser's retreat order sends Divide's army and the Allied forces pulling away through streets drowned in unnatural darkness. Behind them, the beast's lightning sphere keeps swelling into a tiny sun, and the soldiers can only wonder how Dresser is supposed to stop that alone. Then the silver tower changes, as countless symbols gather at its summit and slowly take the shape of a bow. The beast fires first, launching its condensed lightning sphere straight at Dresser in one catastrophic shot. Dresser does not flinch and calmly invokes Arrow of Destruction as the lightning wave crashes toward him. A red arrow erupts from the bow and tears a straight line through the storm, burning away even the beast's lightning without leaving a trace. The shot punches through the beast itself, and a towering pillar of fire engulfs Pittsburgh in searing heat. For a brief second, everyone believes Dresser has pulled off the impossible with a spell beyond the seventh circle. That hope shatters when the beast speaks from the smoke and steps out alive, reduced to half its size but still standing. Despair crashes over the human side again as the wounded monster moves to finish Dresser at the tower. But the tower forms another bow, and Dresser answers the monster's survival with a cold promise to shoot again. Arrow of Destruction draws on the sun itself, so each shot steals more daylight and lets Dresser keep firing while the world goes darker. One blazing arrow after another slams into the beast, and each impact raises another pillar of fire that tears chunks off the mythical monster. The beast only has two answers left: somehow unravel the spell itself, or kill Dresser and the tower before the next shot lands. It tries the simpler choice and lashes out with a lightning tail, but the attack burns away before it can ever reach Dresser. When the fire clears, the beast is just a melted pitch-black giant, too damaged to hold its original form any longer. Dresser quietly says this is the end, and the beast meets his eyes in a rare still moment instead of resisting. The monster admits its own failure at last, accepting that it was the one who fell short. Deep below Pittsburgh Palace, Skull Mask watches through the mirror that holds shadows and can only mutter that Dresser breaking the beast should be impossible. Even this deep power source cave trembles from the clash, but Skull Mask's layered defenses are still keeping the chamber intact. Skull Mask sees the trap closing fast, with major reinforcements nearing Pittsburgh and Divide itself no longer fully under his control. He could still run and outlast Dresser with immortal patience, but this time his hatred burns hotter than caution. He rises, places a hand on the power source, and swears he will kill Dresser here without fail. Then, just as Skull Mask commits himself, someone else's shadow appears behind him in the cave. In ruined central Pittsburgh, Dresser's 5-man team pushes across the palace ruins even though the ground is still running like lava. Aegis freezes a safe path over the molten ground while Raffaello shields everyone from the brutal heat with the last of his aura. Even covered in wounds, the group looks brighter now, and Desser stops when he notices a shard of the Beast of Revelation still sitting intact in the lava. That shard hits Desser hard because in his past life the Beast of Revelation cost tens of thousands of lives. But this time they killed it with only hundreds lost. Raffaello quietly praises Desser's magic and says they survived because he was there. Desser immediately gives the credit back to everyone, because he knows his final attack only worked because the others carried out his orders perfectly. The victory feels real, but Desser shuts down any celebration because Skull Mask and the tower's power source are still the final threat. Adjust halts the group at the buried entrance beneath the bedchambers, and Desser recognizes it as the hidden passage where they first saw the Beast of Revelation. They head down, and every trap Skull Mask prepared gets dismantled almost as fast as they find it. After a long descent that feels endless, they finally step into the vast underground core facility. Desser realizes the central cylinder is the true power source that fed the towers across Divide. He orders Adjust to ready the Spear of Longinus, the Imperial Esther artifact they saved for this exact moment. Adjust draws the Spear of Longinus, bites her finger, and feeds it Hebrian blood so the sealed weapon wakes up with a violent red surge. She drives the spear into the power source, and the silver light coating around it vanishes as transparent ice spreads across the surface. By turning the core into ice, they make the facility impossible to restart, and strip Skull Mask of the last means behind his plan. For one brief moment, Desser lets himself believe they have finally stopped the Shadow Labyrinth and escaped that future hell. That hope gets cut short when a huge explosion thunders from somewhere even deeper underground. Adjust pulls the spear free, but its red power is spent, so the group can only rush deeper without that weapon's help. The whole mood turns cold again as the five of them dash through the silent frozen tower toward the basement's end. At the deepest level, they slow down and enter a vast frozen facility ready for whatever Skull Mask has prepared. Romantica spots a blood trail, and when they follow it, they find Skull Mask lying dead on the floor. Desser is thrown off because the mastermind behind all of this is already dead before Desser can confront him himself. He keeps everyone on guard, lifts the mask himself, and confirms the corpse really is Skull Mask. One look at the wound tells Desser this was not suicide but a clean ambush by a first-rate assassin. That deduction points straight at Pierrot Mask, but Desser cannot make sense of why Skull Mask's own ally would betray him now. Then Desser remembers the explosion, and the mismatch between that blast and this silent assassination bothers him immediately. He searches the facility, and finds a huge blasted hole punched into the power source casing before the freezing was complete. Inside the breached core, there is nothing left, and Desser realizes Pierrot Mask betrayed Skull Mask to steal something hidden inside the power source. That means Pierrot was never just a subordinate, and Desser barks out orders to seal every route out of Pittsburgh before he escapes. Above ground, Pierrot Mask watches Pittsburgh burn from a mountain of debris and mocks Skull Mask for driving the world this far only to fail. He admits he always intended to kill Skull Mask, just not this early, until Desser's victory forced his hand. A spark lands on his coat, and he brushes it off with a smile while promising Skull Mask's failed plan will still be useful. When soldiers begin sealing off the ruins and shouting that the target can change faces, Pierrot instantly knows Desser has already figured him out. He pulls out the real prize, a simple-looking artifact card whose mana is leaking because even the artifact is overfilled. Pierrot makes it clear he spent years inside the Outsiders just to steal this energy source, so he has no intention of handing it back. Because the city is exhausted and chaotic after the battle, Pierrot stays completely relaxed even as soldiers close in around him. He decides to settle the score with Desser another time, hides the card away, and starts taking off his mask. His face reshapes into one of the dead casualties, and he slips straight into the soldiers searching for him. Later, Desser wakes in a white recovery room at the Magic Tower branch in Divide, finally pulled back from pure exhaustion. Zod walks in and tells him Priscilla insisted on rest, because even with treatment the draconic spell still hammered his body. When Zod says he slept for about 20 hours, Desser realizes it is the first truly long sleep he has had in 6 relentless months. For Desser, that oversleeping means more than comfort, because the pressure of the war and Skull Mask scheme has finally lifted a little. He immediately asks about the war, and Zod confirms Divide surrendered smoothly after Breppen made the call once their king disappeared. That surrender matters because once Desser destroyed the towers and homunculus support, Divide had already lost, and Breppen's decision spared both sides a brutal extra cost. Even so, Desser refuses to relax because whatever Pierrot stole from the core is still out there and could be tied to the Shadow Labyrinth itself. So Desser says the top priority is finishing and distributing anti-disguise detection gear before Pierrot can hide behind another borrowed face. Zod tells him the research is already near completion, with trial rollout planned for the Western Kingdoms Union and later for Hebrian communication pads too. Desser turns to Skull Mask's cache next, and Zod says the Magic Tower is keeping the artifacts for study because many are dangerous, and some cannot even be analyzed yet. Desser offers to help study them now that he finally has some time, and Zod is about to agree when Desser's communication pad suddenly rings. The moment Desser sees the sender's name, a small smile returns to his face as Zod tells him to keep resting for now. In the Emperor's office, Alfred finishes his report, and Giltian finally lets himself laugh at the long-awaited news that the war against Divide has been won. As Giltian turns thoughtful, he credits Desser Armin as the key figure who reversed the bad war and, in the end, finished it. Desser's name spreads across the continent after witnesses see him overpower the Beast of Revelation, pushing him into the talk of the strongest mages alive. To Giltian, that matters politically as much as militarily, because backing the commoner Desser has strengthened the imperial family every time Desser brought glory back to Hebrian. He reaches a firm conclusion: now that Desser has become indispensable to the empire, he must be treated like the national treasure he is. Later, the crowded tower teleportation gate becomes a farewell point for allied heroes from every country who answered Desser's call. One by one, the foreign heroes thank Desser, because he found talented people hidden in small nations and gave them a war where their abilities could finally matter. They leave with a promise to answer again if Desser ever calls, making it clear that his wartime alliances have turned into lasting bonds. Then Don Ape Aslan arrives with his massive northern warriors, forced to return home quickly even though he clearly wants to speak longer. When Desser starts to bow, Don Ape cuts him off with a huge offered hand, and the two men part with a direct handshake instead. Don Ape tells him heroin will always be open to him, and Desser boldly answers that he will never ignore trouble in the north either. Amused by Desser's confidence, Don Ape accepts the answer with a smile and leads his people back toward empty Calcaris. Next, Priscilla steps out from the formation of the Holy Paladins looking lighter than before, finally free from the crushing burden she carried across the front lines. Priscilla praises Desser's work, then quietly takes his hand and sends a soft healing light through him to ease his fatigue. She already knows he is still drowning in post-war cleanup, from loose ends to dangerous artifacts, so her smile turns a little bitter. When Priscilla asks about a jest, Desser admits there is still no real word from her after she rushed back to the Empire. Priscilla teasingly says he only finds true peace when a jest is beside him, and the jab lands hard enough that Desser has to look away and clear his throat. After wishing him a peaceful rest, Priscilla returns to Adenia with her paladins, leaving Desser alone at last after sending everyone home. Desser heads for his office ready to tackle unfinished business, but Romantica suddenly runs up the corridor with news bright enough to stop him cold. Grinning for him, Romantica announces that the Imperial Palace has requested Desser's presence as the guest of honor at a celebration of triumph. The celebration is as grand as promised, with Hebrian streets glowing under magical lights while citizens cheer for the Empire's young war hero. Before the banquet, Desser sits for a live A-list news interview and answers calmly, thanking the citizens and promising to keep working hard. Once the interview ends, Vang Zar is waiting outside, pleased to see Desser handle the spotlight as effortlessly as ever. Their easy exchange shows how far Vang has risen since first connecting with Desser, now a director whose entire media company grew stronger through that relationship. When Vang's communication pad rings, he confirms Romantica and Pram have finished their own exclusive interviews too. Romantica and Pram soon emerge ready to leave, and Vang reluctantly gives up on dinner because the Imperial Palace banquet is already calling them away. After they part on good terms, the A-list staff stare in disbelief because their usually cold director turns almost embarrassingly humble in front of Desser. That night at Leonhardt Palace, the victory banquet draws nobles from across Hebrian, all eager for a chance to meet either the Emperor or the hero Desser Armin himself. Inside, the banquet is so lavish that even the wealthy nobles are impressed, but Desser and his party have already slipped outside the main hall looking worn out. They admit the nobles swarmed them the second they entered, turning the banquet into more exhausting work instead of a celebration. Desser knows he should usually cultivate those ties, but tonight he wants one rare thing more than politics: time to relax with his party in peace. For once, the nobles seem to understand, because no one follows them outside to interrupt. The mood loosens further when Romantica nervously admits she can barely remember what she even said in her interview. Pram confesses the same, and Desser reassures them that he already warned the reporter to write good articles. Trying to act tough, Romantica grabs a glass of champagne and insists this amount of alcohol is nothing for her. She downs it before Desser can even finish warning her, and the strong liquor hits almost instantly. The next second her face and hands turn bright red, exposing her terrible alcohol tolerance in the funniest possible way. When Desser finally bursts out laughing, Romantica groans, hides her face, and starts pinching him in the ribs for daring to enjoy it. She drags both boys into sharing drinks too, and once they empty their glasses the atmosphere softens into a warm, tipsy calm. Feeling unusually brave, Romantica looks Desser right in the eye and asks what he actually wants to do with his life after graduation. The question catches Desser off guard, because for so long his only goal was surviving the Shadow Labyrinth and stopping disaster after disaster. Even now, with Pierrot Mask still at large, Desser realizes he still has no clear answer for what he personally wants once the fighting truly ends. When Desser finally admits he does not know, Romantica is genuinely stunned that the man who plans for every contingency has never planned his own future. Then she softens and jokes that if he and Pram ever need a path, her mercenary group will gladly take them in. Desser teases back that hiring a former royal guard will be expensive, and Romantica fires right back that she will earn enough to keep him working for her for life. When Desser answers with an easy smile that he will look forward to it, Romantica turns even redder and the moment suddenly becomes awkwardly intimate. The mood breaks when the palace announces the arrival of Emperor Giltian, and the entire banquet hall instantly bows in formal silence. Giltian enters in a pure white suit, and his sheer presence alone is enough to crush the room into reverent stillness. Then the room stirs again, because walking behind the Emperor is a jest in a glamorous white dress no one expected to see beside him. Pram and Romantica are stunned, but Desser immediately understands what everyone else is only beginning to suspect. Desser explains that Hebrian secretly hides its heir at the academy under the King's Crown name in a one-person successor class, so Agest was never just an ordinary noble student. That means Agest is the Empire's heir, and her appearance tonight is Gilshan's public declaration that her hidden training is over. With the hall still buzzing, Giltian takes the head seat and begins a short victory speech about Hebrian's long history of winning every war set before it. He lifts his glass and declares that the Empire has won once again, turning the room's confusion into fierce pride. At his command to remember this glory, hundreds of nobles raise their glasses and roar out loyalty to the Empire in one voice. As Giltian sits and the musicians resume, the banquet's joyful noise returns, now under the shadow of Agest's public rise and the Empire's victory. Right after Gilshan's speech, a palace attendant pulls Desser aside with a direct summons from the Emperor. Desser leaves Romantica and Pram behind and walks into a strangely private meeting with Giltian, who has cleared everyone else away. Instead of starting with politics, Giltian cheerfully pours Desser a rare fine wine and treats the talk like a personal toast. One sip is enough for Desser to realize the Emperor really did bring out something extraordinary. Then Giltian gets to the point and praises Desser as the one who gave the Empire its brightest victory in the war. Giltian shocks him by offering not money or honors, but a full dukedom. The scale of the offer hits Desser hard, because a commoner becoming one of the Empire's top dukes is almost unthinkable. Even tempted, Desser stays cautious and tells the Emperor the reward feels far too excessive. Giltian answers with blunt honesty. He wants Desser to serve the Empire not just for one victory, but as its future duke. Desser can see the logic in it, and for a moment he seriously imagines how a noble title could let him protect more people. His old bitterness as a powerless commoner resurfaces, but Desser still opens his eyes and rejects the dukedom. Giltian does not get angry and simply asks why Desser would turn down something as valuable as a dukedom. Desser answers with an even stranger request. Instead of the title, he asks for permission to establish an academy. When the Emperor asks why, Desser says he wants to turn his own lucky accident into something other people can reach on purpose. Desser explains that he only got this far because he happened to meet Professor Bridget, while countless gifted commoners never get that lucky break. He goes further and says one academy is not enough, because he wants education open to ordinary citizens across the whole Empire. Now the true request is clear. Desser is asking the Empire for a public education system, not just a second academy. Giltian falls into a long silence, weighing an ideal that would cost the Empire an enormous fortune. At last Giltian agrees, but only if Desser personally takes charge of building the system. Desser realizes the Emperor still found a way to bind him to the Empire for decades, and this time he accepts it gladly. The negotiation ends as a clean trade. Desser gets a chance to remake the future, and Giltian keeps the continent's best magician close. Just as Desser turns to leave, Giltian speaks in an unexpectedly warm voice and asks him to take care of Agest. Desser steps out of the talk and finds Agest waiting for him, close enough that her platinum hair fills his view before anything else. Agest gently takes Desser's hand and says she looks forward to working with him, making the Emperor's meaning perfectly clear. Desser answers simply by asking her to come back with him, because the others are still waiting. Back at the table, Agest bows her head and opens with an awkward apology to Romantica and Pram. Romantica instantly diffuses the tension by inviting Agest to sit and casually asking whether she wants champagne or orange juice. Agest is thrown off, because they are treating her like normal friends instead of interrogating her for hiding her identity. Pram answers with easy sincerity that none of that changes the fact Agest was one of them. Romantica backs him up with blunt honesty and says yes, they were shocked, but Agest was never trying to trick them. That simple acceptance finally lifts the weight off Agest's face, and Desser quietly enjoys seeing it. So Desser turns the moment into a real reunion and calls for a toast to Agest's return. The four of them clink glasses together, and the old party chemistry slips right back into place. As they keep chatting and laughing, Desser realizes this easy, everyday happiness is exactly what they fought to protect. Then the night outside suddenly blooms bright, and all four turn toward the windows at once. Outside, festival fireworks are painting the capital sky in color, and for a moment the whole city feels like it is breathing in victory. That sight reminds Desser of the Chronicle play they once missed, and he suddenly suggests fixing that old disappointment tonight. The others catch on immediately, and not one of them wants to stay at the banquet when they could finally go enjoy something together. By the time a waiter comes back, the four of them have already slipped away from the imperial celebration. Time moves on, and 7 months after closing for war, Hebrian Academy officially reopens as students start flooding back in. But the war changed too much, and many students already know they will leave almost as soon as they return. To handle that, the Academy opens a graduation examination for students whose growth has already outpaced normal classes. Desser takes the exam too, because there is nothing left here for the Academy to teach him now. The results come back exactly as expected. Desser places first in magic, and Pram stands unchallenged at the top of swordsmanship. Not long after, graduation arrives and Desser stands before Professor Bridget one more time as her student. Bridget congratulates him and gently pats his head, and Desser slips back into being her grateful kid for a moment. He promises they will keep in touch, and Bridget even expects to see him back one day as a lecturer. As soon as that farewell ends, Rand rushes over and Desser hands him responsibility for the Starling party. Rand accepts the role with shining eyes and swears he will keep the party in first place and carry Desser's will forward. Then Desser runs into Professor Pugman, who cannot bring himself to say what he wants and settles for a stiff, awkward bow instead. Desser only laughs softly and tells Pugman he looks forward to his leadership, quietly ending years of friction between them. With that, Desser's second graduation is truly over, and 3 more weeks slip by in a blink. 3 weeks after graduation, Desser is still locked in his tower lab, using the mirror that holds shadows to hunt for Pierrot Mask instead of starting his education program. After half an hour of searching through the mirror's endless reports, Desser gives up with a frustrated sigh because the continent-wide search has turned up nothing solid. He bitterly reflects that even with the artifact, continent-wide intelligence networks, and Pram, Romantica, and Adjust all searching, Pierrot Mask has stayed completely hidden. Zod arrives, and Desser admits the mirror is nearly useless against someone who already understands how to dodge its limits. Desser explains his only lead, 13 gruesome murders in Adenia, each body mangled beyond recognition, which fits Pierrot Mask's habit of stealing identities through twisted whim. That clue barely helps, because if the victims cannot be identified, Pierrot Mask can walk around in a stolen body that looks perfectly ordinary. Desser grimly concludes they may have to identify all 13 dead people one by one before they can even guess who Pierrot Mask became. What really unsettles him is the time pressure, because if Pierrot Mask notices the search, he can just switch bodies again and leave them chasing corpses for months. Zod cuts in with a better clue and pulls up an old case from just after Pittsburgh, where an Allied soldier was murdered and likely replaced by Pierrot Mask. Zod reveals he traced that dead soldier's identity, and then points out the ugly timing. The Adenia murders happened soon after he made that discovery. Desser immediately understands the implication. Someone may be leaking information from their own side. Zod warns that Pierrot Mask may be even worse than Skull Mask, because his betrayals and moves feel planned, not random. Following that logic, Desser imagines the whole war may have been nudged by an unseen collaborator inside the Allied forces, and the thought starts to rattle him badly. He cannot stop wondering if the traitor could be someone close, even one of the comrades who fought beside them. Seeing Desser shaking, Zod grabs his fist and firmly tells him not to let the worst possibility cloud his judgment. That warmth steadies Desser, and he agrees to calm down and go back to the first concrete step, find Pierrot Mask's current identity. Once Desser settles, Zod abruptly brightens and admits he actually came to share some good news. He reveals the first breakthrough by pulling out another decrypted artifact from Skull Mask's stash, an eerie necklace shaped like an eyeball. Desser remembers how heavily protected this artifact was, so Zod's success alone is impressive enough to make him pay full attention. Instead of explaining, Zod insists on a live demonstration and reassures Desser that this one will not blow up his beloved lab. Desser puts the necklace on and listens closely as Zod walks him through the annoyingly complicated activation steps. The moment Desser finishes the sequence and turns the ruby 3 times, his vision suddenly blacks out. When he opens his eyes again, Desser is no longer in the lab but sitting alone in a vast white void, and the necklace has vanished from his neck. A familiar system-like voice welcomes him to access, but this time it sounds vividly alive instead of the flat voice he knows from Shadow Worlds. Following the voice, Desser finds a strange girl in a black circuit-covered dress with runes carved across her exposed skin, and he instantly knows she is not human. The girl introduces herself as Linnea, Artemis's assistant, and says this virtual space exists to access the system and her stored information. Desser presses for a real explanation, because Artemis is the name of a goddess to him, not some system he can access. Linnea answers with the full truth. Artemis is an artificial intelligence that reproduces the past so selected people can alter history toward the prosperity of intelligent life. That jolts Desser, because he realizes this artifact could have been the core piece Skull Mask needed to actually remake history. He immediately asks the question that matters most to him now, whether this system knows why shadow worlds naturally appear in the current age. Linnea hesitates for the first time, then says the only way to answer is to run a historical reproduction and tells him not to be alarmed. The blank void peels away and reforms into ancient Fry Noble, not the ruined city Desser remembers but a brilliant living civilization. Linnea explains that this vanished age thrived in harmony with other intelligent species, and its impossible prosperity came from using Artemis to rewrite past mistakes. When Desser asks who decides the right future, Linnea says Artemis itself calculates the ideal path by weighing near-infinite variables for all intelligent life. That finally clicks for Desser, and he says this must be why the past keeps reenacting itself in the modern world. Linnea confirms it outright. The yearly shadow worlds are not natural at all, but direct reenactments caused by the Artemis system. Desser pushes further, because if shadow worlds were meant to reshape history, why have they never actually changed the present era? Linnea answers with one brutal reason: Artemis itself was critically damaged. The glorious city explodes around them, and in seconds Phri Noble collapses into the devastated Hell's Gate. Desser remembers from the Shadow Labyrinth. Lunia says this civilization believed it had reached the realm of God, and that delusion opened the door to disaster. Then the reproduction races through nightmare after nightmare, showing calamities Desser recognizes as the world-ending monsters of different shadow worlds. Among them, Desser sees the dragon of destruction itself, Bromir Napolitan, confirming that these horrors all came from the same doomed historical collapse. No matter what choices were tested, Artemis could not prevent the destruction, and in the end it recorded this as humanity's greatest collapse point. Even after civilization burned down, small groups of survivors kept rising from the ashes and trying to reclaim that lost golden age. Desser even spots Skull Mask among those later survivors, and suddenly understands that his obsession came from a shattered civilization's point of view. Lunia finally reveals the core problem. Damaged Artemis is trapped in an endless loop, forever calculating futures for a civilization that no longer exists. That means every shadow world in the modern era is just Artemis desperately replaying the past again and again, searching for a future it can never reach. Back in the real lab, Zod sips tea beside Desser's motionless body and grins to himself, already looking forward to the debate they will have once Desser comes back out of access. A knock interrupts him, and Zod casually calls the visitor in, expecting someone familiar. But the moment the person steps inside, Zod's face hardens because he realizes something is deeply wrong and this arrival should have been impossible. Zod tries to move, but he realizes too late that the intruder has already acted faster than him. Lunia explains the ugly truth. Artemis can still replay history through shadow worlds, but after the collapse it lost the power to actually rewrite the past. That also explains erosion. When a shadow world fails now, the broken system no longer has its old safety functions, so the failure spills into reality as damage. Desser pieces it together with a grim look. Humanity built Artemis to guide history, but its damaged leftovers have been tormenting the world ever since. He finally understands Skull Mask too. Even with direct access to Artemis, no one could carry out a grand plan unless they somehow repaired the system first. When the lesson ends, the scenery melts away and leaves Desser and Lunia standing in the same endless white void where he first arrived. With the secret exposed, Desser sees a new possibility for the first time. If Artemis is the source of shadow worlds, stopping Artemis could end the disaster entirely. His safer instinct is to destroy Artemis, because power this dangerous could always produce another Skull Mask if anyone abuses it again. But he cannot ignore the other side of it either, because a repaired Artemis might help rebuild the world and even restore land lost to erosion. Knowing the choice is too big to make alone, Desser decides his next move is to take everything straight to Zod. When Desser asks how to leave, Lunia gently tells him all he has to do is wish to return to where he left the necklace. Before he goes, Desser finally introduces himself properly and thanks Lunia for helping him. Lunia returns the courtesy with a graceful farewell, and Desser promises they will meet again because he knows he will need Artemis once more. Desser closes his eyes and vanishes in a burst of dazzling light, leaving Lunia staring after him in the silent void. But when he returns and starts calling for Zod, Desser stops cold because he is not back in his lab at all. He quickly notices the real problem. The room is full of wounded tower magicians, and the air feels dead because almost no mana is moving at all. Desser realizes something impossible must have happened while he was gone. The magic tower has clearly been hit hard enough to leave its strongest people broken. Hephaestus rushes up in the same battered state, and the sight of the second tower master covered in wounds makes the danger feel even more real. Without wasting time, Desser demands answers, and Hephaestus hands back the eyeball-shaped necklace artifact as he delivers the blow. The tower was attacked. When Desser asks if the main tower actually fell, Hephaestus's miserable look and silent head movement tell him the unthinkable is true. Desser snaps, horrified that a disaster this huge erupted while he was only moments away inside the artifact, and no one managed to reach him. Hephaestus says they lost control before they understood what was happening, and when he mentions the tower master, Desser abruptly realizes Zod is missing. The moment Desser realizes Zod is not here, he turns straight toward the gate with a dead, abyssal stare and no patience left. Hephaestus tries to physically block him, but Desser shoves past and coldly orders him to get out of the way. Then Desser does something terrifyingly fast. He tears through the Great Sage's security on the teleportation gate and rewrites its destination in seconds. But the gate never opens, and Hephaestus has to tell him the next blow. The tower's own gate was destroyed. Hephaestus finally explains the trap. The attackers brought anti-mana artifacts that choked the flow of mana and left nearly every magician helpless. Desser knows how horrible that feels, so the tower's collapse suddenly becomes painfully believable even to him. Even so, Desser demands to know why Zod is still there. Because if mana was sealed then even the Great Sage should have been trapped like everyone else. Hephaestus says someone had to stay behind to guard the gate from pursuit, and Desser immediately understands that Zod chose that sacrifice himself. Desser pushes for the enemy's identity, and whatever Hephaestus says makes his face drain white before the story cuts back to the ruined tower. Back at Altia, the answer is written in fire as the magic tower collapses in repeated explosions and showers the city with debris. At the center of that destruction, Zod is still standing and fighting even though his right arm has already been cut off. Aura-coated attacks keep flying in from multiple directions, and Zod answers with iron flowers, turning a bloom of defensive magic into a shield around himself. The attackers are at least 4 strong and coordinated enough to pressure even Zod, but he can tell the real danger is something stranger than raw aura alone. A crushing pressure suddenly destroys his flower's shield without any visible mana movement, and Zod realizes the enemy is using an ability inside the anti-magic field, not a normal spell. With 3 more attacks coming at once, Zod catches the timing and unleashes Eternal Slumber and Hellfire together, freezing and burning the battlefield in one brutal counter. For a brief second it looks like Zod has carved out a chance to win, because even ambushers like these should not walk away clean from Link's 6th circle magic. Then a calm voice cuts through the smoke, a blinding strike smashes his instant defense, and Zod is blasted back into the crumbling tower wall. When Zod forces himself upright, the attacker steps into view and the betrayal finally gets a face. It is Priscilla, the woman who already severed his arm. The sight guts him more than the wound, because Zod had suspected a traitor before but never truly believed it could be Priscilla. Around them lies the ruin of Zod's life's work, with research destroyed and even apprentice children slaughtered by the same woman still smiling at him. Priscilla even praises him, admitting that Choir's chorus has already suppressed the battlefield and yet he is still fighting on. The reason is brutal but simple. While the bell-like artifact shut down normal mages, Zod alone could keep casting by burning through his own enormous reserves and a now spent level 1 mana stone. Still trying to reach the friend he knew, Zod asks why Priscilla committed this massacre. Priscilla answers with chilling calm that Desser and Zod were the 2 biggest threats to her plan, so she had no choice but to kill them. That answer kills Zod's last hope, but instead of breaking he forces himself to stay calm and draw out more information for whoever survives after him. So he asks what she is really trying to accomplish, and Priscilla says she is doing all of this to save the world. Zod explodes at the hypocrisy, but Priscilla only says he cannot understand yet and insists this slaughter is a necessary sacrifice for true salvation. Her words sound just like Artemis itself, and Zod bitterly asks if she is simply another skull mask willing to destroy humanity for some dead ideal. That finally gets under Priscilla's skin, and she rejects Skull Mask with open contempt because she says her goal is not nostalgia but the best world for all humanity across past, present, and future. Then Priscilla asks Zod not to forgive her, tells him to curse her to the end, and coolly asks him for one final favor: die. Priscilla's answer hardens Zod's resolve, and he decides he has to stop her here before she repairs the gate and hunts Desser. Zod opens with Trinity Lightning, dropping a blinding triangular storm straight onto Priscilla. When the light clears, 4 paladins are still standing in front of Priscilla, their aura shields locked together and barely broken. Zod immediately answers with Arcane Blaster, but the paladins dig in and endure the explosion too. Both sides understand the new pace of the fight. Zod must keep attacking to buy Desser time, while Priscilla's side can win just by waiting for his mana to run dry. Calm even now, Zod unleashes Elemental Punishment, chaining fire, wind, and ice into one massive spell that shakes the whole city. The spell finally pushes the crumbling tower into collapse, but the paladins still hold their ground in front of Priscilla. Priscilla casually wraps the tower in a halo and restores the broken structure before Zod can turn the collapse into a killing blow. Zod tries to cast again through ragged breaths, but this time his delay gives the paladins an opening. In a single ruthless strike, they sever Zod's left leg and leave him bleeding out on the floor. Priscilla mocks him for picking such a hopeless fight, and Zod quietly admits she is not wrong about how unlike him this is. Even with one arm and one leg gone, Zod forces himself upright on his cane and starts casting again. That calm unnerves Priscilla, because Zod suddenly looks less like a dying man and more like someone who still expects to win. Zod finally says the real point out loud: he would never fight a meaningless battle. The mana flow around Zod changes completely, and the paladins rush him the instant they sense something impossible happening. They are already too late, because a crushing flood of mana erupts from Zod and slams over the whole room. The pressure alone forces the charging paladins down to their knees, and Priscilla finally panics. A silver shard bites into Priscilla's foot, and she realizes Choir's chorus itself is cracking under the pressure. That makes the truth worse, because even with Choir's chorus still partly working, all this mana is somehow coming from inside Zod. Then Zod's body gives up the answer for him as bone-cracking pain rips through him. Priscilla understands at last that Zod is sacrificing his own mana circles to rip out more power than a human body should ever hold. The 7th, 6th, and 5th circles collapse in sequence, and the mana roaring out of Zod only grows heavier. He coughs up blood and pieces of his own organs, but instead of resisting the agony, he accepts it just to keep his mind intact long enough to finish. Priscilla drops her arrogance, and realizes too late that Zod's forming spell is beyond any magic she expected a human to reach. As his vision blurs, Zod looks at Priscilla directing the knights and feels more grief than anger over losing an old friend. He thinks back on how he suspected Priscilla first when he learned there was a traitor, yet still refused to believe it until now. Then Zod pulls the impossible spell into shape, one massive circle containing 7 smaller ones, an unnatural reach into the 8th circle. Even here, Zod frames the battle like chess and knows he has sacrificed everything to force the enemy into a losing move. His mind drifts to Desser, the strange student who first challenged him to chess and became the only person who could truly keep up with him. Zod decides this is his final move, and he silently leaves the next turn to Desser. The cane rises into the air, shatters, and vanishes into teleportation light as the completed magic is released. Far away in the Arunbeth Republic, Desser watches a huge emergency mobilization as Allied and Magic Tower airships prepare to leave for Altia. Desser is rattled by how slow the response has been, because they need aura users to fight the anti-mage enemy, and the destroyed gate has delayed everything. He wants to rush to Altia himself, but without magic he can only wait and pray they are not already too late. Then a burst of light appears near the Arunbeth teleport gate, and the soldiers instantly brace for a possible enemy attack. Desser stops them the moment he recognizes the object, because the rod that appeared is Zod's cane. Holding the cane, Desser is hit by two impossible questions at once. Why did Zod send it, and how did he send it this far while fighting under mana suppression? He runs straight for the secured recovery area where the mirror that holds shadows was stored after the evacuation. At first the mirror shows him nothing from Altia, and for a beat Desser fears the broken mana flow has blinded the artifact too. Then the mirror updates with the breakthrough Desser needed. Choir's chorus has been destroyed and mana flow has been restored. Desser immediately believes Zod pulled it off, and the hope of returning with full magical support surges through the whole camp. He passes the news to Hephaestus, and the allied magicians begin reorganizing for a real counterattack. But before that relief can settle, the mirror delivers a second message that freezes everything. The mirror that holds shadows announces the death of the great sage, and names Zod Exarian as dead. Desser rereads the words again and again, but the mirror never changes because its verdicts are absolute. In that instant he understands why Zod sent the cane, and grief snaps into pure rage. Without saying a word, Desser walks back to the airfield and heads straight for the waiting ships. A minute later, Arunbeth Command receives a report that someone has taken off without authorization. After Zod's final attack, the heart of Altia has become a massive crater, and the ruined ground still trembles like the city is dying under their feet. Priscilla barely stays standing beside the rubble, pale and shaking, but she knows she survived a fight that almost erased her along with the tower. When she opens her hand, Choir's chorus is just a pile of silver dust, proof that her secret artifact paid the price for that narrow win. A swarm of light tries to rebuild the silver bells, but the restoration falters halfway and the artifact collapses back into powder. Then a gust scatters the last of Choir's chorus across the battlefield, and Priscilla's face hardens when she realizes it is truly gone. A man in a Pierrot mask arrives behind her with Altia's commander's severed head and reports that the rest of the city has been neutralized. He points out that things clearly did not go as planned, but Priscilla stays cold and says they were lucky enough to win anyway. For Priscilla, the attack still counts because Zod is dead, even if Desser escaped and the price was far higher than she wanted. One detail still nags at her though. She never learned what spell Zod cast at the very end before he died. As the ruined ground groans again, Priscilla accepts that both the Magic Tower and the city-state of Altia are about to vanish into history. She orders a retreat, and Pierrot Mask answers that Artemis is already ready to pull out. A deafening ring follows, and dozens of Artemis airships appear overhead to surround and extract their leaders. Priscilla learns her own entourage is gone, but Artemis lost no one else, and that clean result finally lets her smile. She tells herself that once their larger plan is ready, no army will be able to stop them. The flagship Brigant descends for boarding, and Priscilla moves to leave the battlefield behind. Then a sudden wave of hellish fire tears across the ruins toward Priscilla and the flagship, turning the retreat into panic in an instant. Hundreds of paladins throw up a brilliant barrier to save her, but the flames smash through it like it was nothing. The flames shear away the right side of Brigant, and the church forces can only stare in horror at a level of power they cannot understand. Priscilla looks up and sees the attacker, Desser, standing on a speeding airship and locking onto her with murder in his eyes. The moment Desser sees Priscilla standing with Pierrot Mask, every last bit of hesitation disappears and he commits fully to killing her. Artemis ships scramble to protect the Holy Saint, building new golden shields and activating Aurora systems all across the fleet. Seeing the Aurora system on enemy ships breaks something inside Desser, because Artemis is using the research he built with Zod against him right after killing Zod. He gives himself over to that rage instead of suppressing it, trusting his own genius to keep casting even while his mind burns. Desser cloaks his airship and rips a huge chunk of the collapsing ground into the air, compressing it into a giant sphere. The paladins recognize Desser's old tactic and rush their prepared countermeasures into place. Then more chunks of ground rise into the sky, and the fleet realizes too late that this is far beyond the version of Desser they planned for. When more than 10 stone spheres blot out the sun, panic finally spreads through the Artemis fleet. Desser finishes the spell and quietly gives the order, Meteor Strike. The meteors crash down and shred everything in front of him, ripping through golden barriers, Aurora systems, and whole battleships until a giant empty gap opens in the fleet. Wreckage rains from the sky as Desser blasts through the broken encirclement, ignoring debris because all he cares about is reaching Priscilla before his airship gives out. With his own engine almost dead, Desser throws up another massive spell array and targets the exposed flagship directly. He unleashes gravity control, and the immense force starts crushing Brigand like paper in midair. But Priscilla calmly raises her hand, and a blinding light begins restoring the flagship as if time itself is running backward. Every time Desser's gravity nearly breaks the ship, her blessing repairs it again, and he realizes she hit a terrifying level of power from everyone. Desser is left gasping from the strain of a near 7-circle spell, but revenge keeps him on his feet even as Brigand fully recovers and starts pulling away. From one deck to the other, Priscilla smiles at him and mouths that she is sorry. She adds that he will understand one day, and Desser rejects that completely. With Brigand escaping and the fleet reforming in front of him, Desser knows he cannot waste time breaking through them one ship at a time. So Desser makes the worst choice he can make for his own body and draws on Mana Hole to start casting draconic magic. He knows the spell is basically suicide without prepared support circles, but letting Zod's killer keep breathing is even more unacceptable to him. A colossal violet spell array unfolds in front of him, beautiful and terrifying, as Mana Hole pours near endless mana through his flesh. The Artemis fleet sees the opening and surges in, knowing this kind of spell leaves Desser too busy to defend himself normally. They bombard his airship from all sides, trying to kill him before the draconic spell can finish. Instead of stopping his cast, Desser flicks a finger and fires a stored spell from Memorize to hit the fleet, while his mouth keeps chanting. His modified chain lightning branches through the incoming attacks and blows 5 ships out of the sky in one snap. The church commanders stay sharp anyway, calling out that Memorize has only 5 stored uses and ordering ramming attacks to burn through them fast. Forced to answer the charge, Desser spends another stored spell and floods the sky with upgraded burst fire. The charging ships are burned to ash, but more keep swarming in like they already accepted they might die if it stalls him long enough. That relentless attrition starts working, because Desser's airship keeps taking damage and the draconic spell keeps tearing his body apart from the inside. Then Mana Hole finally stops feeding him, and the backlash jumps from brutal to catastrophic. His mana circles start collapsing and blood bursts from his body, but through the blur he still forces the draconic spell almost to completion. Even after Desser cuts the fleet down to a fraction with another stored spell, the survivors finally smash through his Aurora shield. With the shield gone, 10 direct hits slam into Desser's airship and blow up 2 of its 4 auxiliary engines. On the shaking airship, Desser is thrown across the deck and his nearly finished spell collapses before it can save the fight. The failed casting leaves Desser's body wrecked, and with half the ship already blasted apart, the airship starts dropping fast. Even with his magic nearly gone, Desser refuses to let Priscilla escape and looks for any way to keep chasing her. When a small fleet approaches, Desser gambles everything on stealing one of their ships instead of casting a fresh spell. He successfully inverts one ship's controls and unleashes his last saved wind spell, hurling the battlefield into chaos as the captured ship rockets toward him. Then the enemy shocks him by blowing up their own ship the instant they realize he has taken control of it. With the burning wreck gone and his last mana drained dry, Desser finally has to admit that he cannot catch Priscilla today. He still swears to come after her again someday, but an Artemis ship slams into his airship before he can do anything else. The engine room is destroyed, the ship plunges nose first into the ground, and darkness takes Desser. 3 days later, Desser wakes in Adaina National Hospital under dim magic light, wrapped so thoroughly in bandages he can barely recognize his own body. The moment he tries to sit up, a wave of pain tears through him hard enough to make survival feel impossible. Swan steps out of the shadows and bluntly tells him his injuries were bad enough that he should already be dead. Desser cuts straight to the real question and learns that he has been unconscious for 3 full days. The memory of Altia, Zod's death, and Priscilla slipping away hits Desser all at once, and he immediately demands to know what happened to her. Swan tells him to worry about surviving first, and Desser's anger flares so hard that he nearly shouts at her. Instead of arguing, Swan lights a cigarette and tells him to calm down, and her cold stare finally forces him to rein himself in. When Desser asks again, Swan finally says the one thing he did not want to hear: they failed to catch Priscilla, and she is still alive. Desser cannot understand how Priscilla escaped after everything she did, especially with the whole continent about to know she betrayed them. Swan answers by pulling up a map of the Hebrian Empire and revealing that the real disaster has already begun elsewhere. She marks city after city and tells him the empire is in hell, with more than 5 cities razed and over 30,000 dead already. Desser finally understands the scale of it and realizes the Artemis Church has launched open war across the empire. The story shifts to Kansas, the eastern fortress city whose legendary walls were supposed to be untouchable. But Kansas is already collapsing from the inside, because the Artemis Church hit a teleportation gate in its own city center branch and poured attackers straight into the heart of the city. Kansas's usual strength means nothing now, because even trained Imperial Knights are outmatched by paladins empowered by the blessing of light. As the city burns and screams echo everywhere, a mounted squad of 25 knights races through familiar alleys on one desperate mission. Their target is the church's teleportation gate, but a paladin formation is already waiting in a cramped passage as if the church predicted their route. Instead of taking another detour, Argeria makes the call to break through by force. The whole squad levels aura-charged spears, and the waiting paladins finally realize these are not ordinary soldiers. The Knights of Kansas smash straight through the blockade, proving they are the one force in the city still strong enough to hurt the church. Even after the win, Argeria knows the city is being crushed everywhere else, so destroying that gate becomes the only future Kansas has left. Argeria hardens his resolve again. Even if Kansas falls today, the Empire can take it back later as long as the church gate is destroyed now. From there the cavalry stops hiding and starts charging down open boulevards, choosing speed over safety because the church already knows their plan. Each time they smash a defense line, Argeria rotates the front riders so the spearhead stays fresh and deadly. Argeria does not stay behind to command either, and his own ranged aura strikes tear down enemies before they can even reach him. At last the church comes into view, but the battlefield communications have gone silent, and that tells Argeria the rest of Kansas is already gone. As they ride through the smoke, a veteran beside him quietly warns that even success probably will not get any of them out alive, and Argeria hears it with the church already in sight. Argeria asks the veteran riding with him whether he regrets following a rookie into this reckless mission, and the answer comes back with easy confidence, not at all. A hidden attack flashes in from the side, and the veteran's perfectly timed aura shield catches it right beside Argeria before it can hit him. The hidden attacker is killed in one smooth counter, and the veteran's steady words shove Argeria back toward the mission instead of his doubts. That loyalty hits Argeria hard, because all these stronger veterans chose to follow him only because he stayed calm when everyone else panicked. Argeria remembers the commander he once admired most in a hopeless battle and quietly wonders if he has finally managed to catch up to Desser. Then the church courtyard opens before them, and the knights pour on speed for the final charge. At the church entrance, one holy paladin in radiant pure white armor steps out alone, and Argeria instantly understands that one defender here can still be a trap. Even so, Argeria judges that a fully charged elite cavalry strike should still beat one defender, so the whole squad commits everything to this hit. Their aura crashes down on the white knight, and in the next instant the only thing left in the courtyard is blood. Argeria comes to on the ground with his memory cut off at the moment of attack, as if time itself skipped over the slaughter. When he rolls his eyes to the side, Argeria sees the veteran beside him has been cut down so completely that only a severed head remains in view. He forces himself to look around and finds the entire strike force butchered into unrecognizable pieces of men and horses. The pure white knight walks toward him without a speck of damage, making the massacre even more terrifying because Argeria never even saw how it happened. Argeria tries to stand and fight anyway, only to realize his legs are gone, and he cannot even rise. The footsteps stop right in front of him, the white knight raises his sword, and Argeria can only choke out that it cannot end like this before the blade falls. As Swan explains the damage, Desser goes grim when he hears Kansas and several other cities have already fallen. He immediately realizes how Artemis pulled it off. They hid teleportation gates inside churches, places no nation thought to inspect that closely. Even with surprise attacks, Desser cannot accept that a religious group should be crushing Hebrian this badly unless Artemis was hiding far more strength than anyone knew. Desser blurts out the one thing he most needs to know, and Swan assures him the capital is still standing behind Hebrian's strongest shield. That answer finally lets Desser breathe, because he knows Yahello is defending the capital. Swan says Hebrian has already destroyed the remaining Artemis churches inside the Empire, so the hidden raids are over, but the real threat is what comes next. She traces the fallen cities around Kansas, and Desser instantly sees the pattern. Artemis was aiming at Dresden from the beginning. Swan confirms it, and warns that Artemis is concentrating its forces near Kansas, and may begin marching on Dresden in less than a day. A blurry reconnaissance image of Artemis's fleet appears over the map, and Desser's heart jolts when he spots the brigand among the airships. As he forces himself to think clearly, Desser finds Artemis's strategy wrong on the surface, because even if they seize Dresden they should never be able to hold it. That contradiction gnaws at him, because Priscilla clearly planned every step of this for a long time, yet her true reason for taking the capital still does not fit a normal war. Swan adds that Hebrian is stretched thin everywhere, and she turns her frustration on Desser for recklessly throwing himself away when they cannot spare anyone, especially him. When Swan bluntly says the failure is his fault, Desser quietly accepts it and admits his anger at Priscilla blinded him. He realizes that if he had stayed calm in Altia, he might have changed everything or even killed Priscilla on the spot. Swan cuts through that spiral with a forehead flick and a blunt reminder that people who mourn Zod would mourn Desser too if he died. That lands hard, and Desser remembers the people waiting for him and the promise he nearly broke in his rage. He steadies himself and decides revenge is not enough anymore, because the first thing he has to do is recover and return with a clear head. Swan agrees and tells him Hebrian will hold for now, so his job is to heal and come back fast. Desser points out that his injuries are far too severe for a quick return, with shattered bones, damaged organs, and exhausted mana circles that should take months to mend. Swan answers with a grin and reaches for his neck, revealing she came prepared. She clasps the immortal Rosario around him, a royal artifact from Hebrian that begins healing him the moment it settles on his chest. Desser is stunned that the palace's hidden healing treasure was brought all the way to a foreign country just for him. Swan promises the rosary will get him back on his feet in 2 days, then pulls out one more thing that hits him even harder, Zod's cane. She explains that Hephaestus found a hidden password in the cane, and Desser accepts it with the weight of Zod's last message settling into his hands. After Swan leaves him alone in the dark room, Desser replays the whole crisis and becomes certain Priscilla has been preparing this for a very long time. He also realizes Priscilla must have hidden the true scale of her restorative power even in his previous life, wearing a harmless mask until now. The more he thinks, the clearer it becomes that Priscilla is not fighting a war to rule Hebrian at all. In the next instant, Desser guesses the real answer. If Dresden holds a way to restart the Artemis system, taking the city could let Priscilla rewrite everything after the battle. He activates the space and drops into Lunia's white domain, wasting no time before asking whether Dresden can operate the Artemis system. Lunia checks and says Dresden once did have facilities for the Artemis system, but they were destroyed long ago during the fall of mankind. That confirms Desser's fear, because Priscilla's monstrous restoration power could rebuild what was lost and make Dresden usable again. He links the rest together too. Pierrot Mask likely stole the power core after betraying Skull Mask, which means Priscilla may already have the missing fuel she needs. When Desser asks about other operating sites, Lunia says there were 4 in total, but history erosion made the other 3 unreachable, leaving Dresden as the only live option. So Desser asks for the exact place in Dresden, and Lunia shows him a scene so familiar it stops him cold. The hidden Artemis facility is under Hebrian Academy itself, at the lakeside campus with willow trees and the pink dorms Desser knows by heart. He pushes past the shock immediately and starts asking Lunia more questions, because now he knows exactly what Priscilla is marching toward. After gathering what he can, Desser returns to reality, contacts someone on his communication pad, and heads for the Adaina branch of the Magic Tower. The rosary has healed him enough to move on his own, but he still knows he is nowhere near ready to fight. He descends to the basement Shadow World lab, where the branch's huge research floor is packed with consoles, magical tubes, and a central virtual gate. Hephaestus is already waiting, and when Desser asks if it is ready, the second master calmly says everything has been prepared. At Desser's word, Hephaestus taps his cane and the whole lab snaps into motion as the virtual Shadow World gate starts to sing awake. Hephaestus tells him the Shadow World was built to Desser's exact conditions, with a simple 2-finger flick set as the exit trigger. When Desser thanks him, Hephaestus bows deeply and reminds him that Zods will handed the Tower Master's rights to Desser, so serving him is now the second master's duty. Desser steps into the gate and enters the virtual Shadow World, determined to use this sliver of time for training instead of waiting helplessly. Inside, Desser steels himself, because even with the rosary keeping him upright his current body still cannot survive frontline combat. So he sets a clear goal for himself. He has to become stronger than he is now before Priscilla reaches Dresden. He reviews his latest magic and admits the ugly truth. Even his improved draconic spell design was still not enough to overpower Priscilla and Altia. Draconic magic is the only force he trusts to break her regeneration, but it is still crushingly slow and brutal on a human body. He had nearly given up on ever fixing that weakness, until he finally cracked the code Zod hid inside the cane. At the tip of the cane, the blood-red flower-shaped mana stone known as the Red Spider Lily gleams as the vessel of Zod's encrypted final recording for Desser. Desser stares at the Red Spider Lily on Zod's cane, already bracing himself for whatever final message his mentor left behind. The moment Desser touches the flower, red mana spills out, and Zod's voice reaches him from beyond death. Zod's recorded image slowly forms in front of him, and the sight of his old companion hits Desser all at once. Desser apologizes to Zod, knowing this is only a recording and not the real conversation he desperately wants. Zod admits he still had more he wanted to do and teach, and Desser's composure starts to crack. Even now their rhythm matches, with Desser grumbling that Zod still treats him like a child and Zod teasing him right back. Then Zod quietly says that if he had a son, he would have wanted him to be like Desser, and that lands harder than anything else. Desser cannot answer because he feels the same, and one wrong word would make all his buried grief spill out. Zod uses his last concern on Desser, asking him not to keep overworking himself even now. The red mana strokes over Desser's hair like a last pat on the head, and tears finally start falling. Trying to lighten the mood one last time, Zod jokes that Desser always pushes too far unless someone stops him, and Desser can only promise to try. Once the farewell eases, Zod turns serious, and says Desser has probably already guessed what happened in his final battle. Zod warns that Priscilla's healing is even more overwhelming than they realized, strong enough that even Desser's draconic magic might fail against it. He explains that in his last moments he destroyed his own mana circles to force himself past the 7th circle, and found a way to beat her. Zod reveals he used that last stolen mana to encode this message and teleport his cane to Desser for one reason only. With sudden excitement, Zod names what he discovered at the edge of death, the essence of magic. Far away in storm-soaked Dresden, Hebrian Academy scrambles through an emergency war council while the Empire sits surrounded by the Artemis Church. Ron sits in for the Starling Party, and feels the same dread everyone else is trying to hide as reports of the enemy's cruelty spread. The council confirms that civilian evacuation is holding and the Academy's own barriers, traps, and seals are being readied for a direct attack. The whole academy is following Desser's warning, because his message claimed the Artemis Church's real target is the academy itself. Even if the claim sounded unbelievable, nobody here wastes time doubting Desser, and they start assigning roles exactly as his strategy demands. Then the plan hits a wall when Professor Pelstar admits the Shadow World core work is beyond what he can handle alone with the people and tools they have. Just when the room starts accepting that failure, Professor Pugman unexpectedly steps in and offers to help. Pugman says he rebuilt himself after nearly losing his own family before, studying relentlessly so he would never be this helpless again. When Pugman calmly declares he can now manage a level 3 Shadow World by himself, even Pelstar is stunned. That one answer steadies the room, and Ron realizes the infamous professor in front of him is nothing like the rumors he heard. Ron clenches his fist and decides he cannot just sit around waiting while everyone else carries Desser's plan forward. Dean Justin ends the briefing with 3 hammer strikes, and Hebrian Academy throws itself into Desser's defense plan. Above the battlefield, the Artemis flagship Brigant cuts through the storm while Priscilla stands at its bow in funeral robes, staring down at Dresden. For Priscilla, this is the long-awaited finale of a plan she spent decades building across the continent. Her inner circle stands behind her, the silver-armored paladin leader, the Pierrot-masked schemer, and the nervous inquisitor Nunria. Priscilla coldly calls the people below pitiful sheep, proof that this world has no true goddess watching over it. Rhea hesitantly asks if using such cruel methods can really be right, still trembling in front of Priscilla. Priscilla answers by listing every kind of pain in the world, turning Rhea's doubt into something darker. As the clouds part and moonlight breaks through, Priscilla declares that the world itself is wrong and this war is a holy redemption for all mankind. Rhea's fear melts into fanatical ecstasy as she accepts Priscilla's promise of a painless perfect world. Priscilla orders her to treat anyone who stands in their way as a heretic, and Rhea obeys instantly. Then Priscilla looks over all of them and announces that today they will finally end this fabricated world. On Dresden's eastern ramparts, Giltian waits under the clearing sky like a lion at the Empire's last gate. The ground starts to rumble, and the silver light of 20,000 holy paladins finally emerges from the fading dark. Everyone knows these paladins are worse than a normal army, because each knight fights with both aura and an unpredictable blessing of light. Giltian calls Swan forward and simply tells her to be ready, trusting the rest without wasted words. An alarm tears across the ramparts, and the 5 watchtowers begin the spell sequence Giltian prepared for this moment. 26 circle magicians weave their arrays together overhead until the whole sky over Dresden becomes one enormous connected spell. On Giltian's command, the towers unleash Baptism of Ruin, a combined strike with the force of a 7th circle spell. The explosion shakes the mountains, and a wave of heat slams back over the walls as the defenders witness what their trap can really do. Giltian does not even pause before ordering a second bombardment. Nuclear stream bursts, driven by the Empire's answer to lacking another Zod. As the relentless bombing continues, fear lifts from the defenders and the army's morale surges back to life. Then Giltian raises his sword and reminds them exactly why this fight matters. The enemy betrayed them, invaded their land, and threatened their families. He ends by declaring that the fanatics will pay for coveting the Empire, and Hebrian answers with a ferocious war cry as its son makes the first move. On the eastern front of Dresden, Pierrot Mask watches the Empire's answer with real admiration as 7th circle spells keep crashing down like a storm. The church survives only because hundreds of paladins combine their blessings into Glance of the Father, a wall of giant floating crosses that can even rival the Empire's best shields. Even that miracle defense starts cracking under the non-stop barrage, and the church has to rotate knights in just to keep the shield from breaking completely. What shocks Pierrot Mask most is not the power, but the Empire's absurd stamina as it keeps firing expensive 7th circle magic back to back. Dresden is built to be a fortress city, boxed in by mountains and river, so the church is stuck forcing its way through the exposed eastern plains. Priscilla's airship advantage died with Desser's counterattack in Altia, so the church has no elegant option left and must grind straight into the Empire's strongest wall. Instead of worrying, Pierrot Mask grins because he thinks the ugly fight will still pay off in the end. Then he finally plays his next card, summoning artifact cards packed with dimensional space and forcing something alive out of them. The cards finish birthing grotesque human-shaped things, and Pierrot Mask cheerfully names the act Capriccio like a conductor starting a performance. Elsewhere atop Dresden's watchtower, Giltian surveys the eastern front with his royal guard beside him when the older swordsman Jean is first to sense something new closing in. The eye-patched swordsman reads the distant movement before any spell can verify it, and quietly warns that nearly 4,000 crude, unformed troops are coming in. That detail terrifies the tower because if those are not hidden elite troops, the answer is much worse. Giltian immediately orders the bombardment stopped, and the sky full of Imperial spell arrays dies at once. Detection magic confirms the nightmare. The oncoming mass is made of Hebrian people captured from the cities the church already conquered. As the captives get closer, their cries for help reach the walls, and the Empire sees exactly what the church is doing. If the Empire resumes fire, it kills its own people, but if it opens the gates, the church can rush straight into Dresden behind them. Raffaello wants to save them, but he knows the cold practical answer should be to abandon those people and preserve the city's defense. Then Giltian shocks everyone by ordering the gate opened anyway. Gilshan's face stays ice cold as he sneers that the church really thought such a disgraceful trick could beat the Empire. He summons Raffaello and the old swordsman forward and makes it clear the Empire is about to answer with more than magic. The church sees the gate open and thinks its human shield plan worked perfectly, so the paladins surge in under their restored cross barrier. Sister Rhea drives them on to turn grief into vengeance, and strange holy powers start smashing into Dresden's defenses. The Empire answers with blizzards and lightning, but because the captives are in the middle, its mages can no longer use the high circle attacks that were keeping the church pinned down. That handicap lets glance of the Father heal itself, and Dresden's own defense starts cracking under holy bombardment instead. The rescue itself is chaos, with wounded captives trampling each other because everyone is convinced they are still about to die. When deadly beams suddenly streak over their heads, the prisoners freeze because they know they cannot dodge what is coming. Raffaello steps in front of them with perfect timing, mocking the church for attacking unarmed prisoners of war. With one rising slash, he tears the light attacks apart so cleanly that the prisoners can only stare. He smiles and tells them to keep moving because they are safe now. Then the side guard arrives in force, surrounding the captives in charcoal armor stamped with a golden lion and restoring order almost instantly. The old swordsman dryly tells Raffaello he really is perfect for the public hero role, and Raffaello shamelessly agrees. But once they look back at the plains packed with church troops, the joke ends and the old swordsman asks if they should retreat with the rescued civilians. Raffaello refuses and levels his sword toward the church army, making it clear they are holding the line right here. Aura starts wrapping around Raffaello and Graham until 5 blazing wheels spin around him like compressed storm rings. He swings once, and those 5 wheels blast forward hard enough to wipe out a whole wave of incoming holy attacks. That single defense tells the church they cannot advance unless they remove Raffaello first, so the front line charges him. Then the old swordsman steps up, drawing his gigantic saber while the enemy gathers its own aura into a wall of force. He waits until they enter range, then one slash rips the front apart so brutally that blood and shattered weapons spray across the grass. Then he keeps swinging at impossible speed, turning the battlefield around him into a kill zone no one can cross. Together, Raffaello's defense and the old swordsman's swordsmanship lock the center down and buy the captives a real chance to survive. Even so, Raffaello feels the strain because holding back an entire army is draining his aura at a brutal pace. Seeing that direct pressure is failing, the paladin commander orders the whole army to collapse inward on the center and drown the 2 royal guards in numbers. Pikemen are pushed to the front to absorb the old swordsman's damage, and the ugly tactic works just enough to let more paladins slip past the slaughter zone toward Dresden. Raffaello gives the enemy commander some grudging respect, but he still answers with total confidence. No one is getting past this line. At Dresden's southern front, the side guard and Artemis holy paladins crash together in brutal close combat, while the Empire struggles to hold after rescuing its captives. Raffaello realizes the church got what it wanted anyway, because the rescue broke the Empire's spell pressure and let the glance of the Father recover completely. He grits his teeth and keeps fighting, even as his shining aura weakens and the rotating wheels along his sword start slowing down. Then a deafening impact rips across the battlefield as a lone man in pure white armor stops Jean's monstrous sword strike cold. Raffaello immediately recognizes the threat, Argo, leader of the Holy Paladins, and far more terrifying than the man he remembered from the Divide War. Argo attacks without warning, and Raffaello is forced into a desperate block as their clash starts shredding everyone caught nearby. Even when Raffaello seems to be holding, he can barely track Argo's speed, and every hit batters his drained body closer to collapse. When Argo suddenly leaves an opening, Raffaello lunges for it, only to realize too late that it was a trap. Argo fires a compressed aura bullet at point-blank range and forces Raffaello out of position, setting up a killing thrust straight through the Royal Guard center. At the last second, countless aura blades drop from the sky and force Argo to abandon the kill, giving Raffaello a narrow breather. Raffaello pulls back for a breath and understands Jean's warning. If Argo keeps one Royal Guard tied down, the side guard will break first. Reluctantly, Raffaello gives the signal and joins Jean's off-panel pressure, turning the duel into a coordinated 2-on-1 against Argo. Even with Jean helping off-panel, Raffaello feels the fight slowly tipping the wrong way as Argo starts overpowering both Royal Guards together. Argo coldly tells them they already lost the moment they chose a straight fight, as if he knows a bigger blow has already landed somewhere else. A distant blast answers Argo's taunt, and an emergency report hits Raffaello with the real disaster. The eastern blockade has fallen and Dresden is under attack. Back at Dresden, the church keeps bombarding the city from both sides, forcing Imperial magicians to split their fire across the night sky. The defenders think they are shooting the western ships down normally, until a supposedly destroyed vessel keeps flying anyway. Then the true threat appears behind it, Priscilla's flagship Brigand, and the whole defense erupts into panic. While everyone focuses on the airships, small rocks start dropping from the Brigand into the river below, and almost nobody pays attention. A moment later those stones erupt into giant rising pillars, and the western defenders realize too late that something enormous is being built in the river. The structure keeps growing until it literally devours Dresden's western wall, and wipes out contact with that entire side of the city. When the dust settles, the impossible new landmark is clear, The Basilica of the Sacred Family now stands where the western wall used to be. Priscilla steps out of the basilica and strolls into Dresden like the city is already hers, because the royal guard is pinned too far away to stop her. Pierrot Mask and Rhea follow behind her, mocking Dresden's reputation, while their elite church forces line up to begin the purge. Even as her side breaks through perfectly, Priscilla stays uneasy, because Desser still has not shown himself and she cannot tell how much of her plan he already predicted. On the ruined western front, the Empire somehow reforms its ranks, and even Priscilla has to admit their battered military is still holding together. Rhea steps forward to personally clear the way, and white hyacinths bloom beneath every footstep she takes. The flowers are not harmless at all, and anything except Rhea that touches them simply vanishes from the battlefield. An Imperial commander tries to make a final stand, but Rhea lightly flicks a single petal onto his sword hilt. That tiny petal erupts into white flame and burns the sword out of existence before it even hits the ground. Rhea's flower stems bind the commander in place, and she cheerfully explains her baptism of fire as a purification that swallows whatever it judges heretical. She forces the flower into his mouth and burns him alive from the inside, watching with sick delight until he collapses into ash. Rhea spreads the same holy flames through the reinforcing troops, and water or ice cannot put them out because the fire only ends when the target is fully incinerated. Priscilla praises Rhea's work, and the head inquisitor moves to crush what she assumes will be the last Imperial resistance on the western side. Instead, the temperature suddenly crashes and a wave of extreme cold freezes Rhea's flower fire where it stands. A jest appears above them and raises a towering frozen palace, turning the western front into a new ice fortress for the Empire. Rhea instantly understands why her fire failed, because a Jest's ice is on a completely different level from ordinary magic. With the Jest palace holding the line, Imperial troops pour in behind the ice and begin using it like a real fortress. With the frozen palace buying space, Imperial magicians finally bombard from safety again, and the western front stops being a one-sided slaughter. Rhea immediately orders the fleet to target the palace's weak points and break a Jest fortress from the air. Before she can fire, something hidden slices past her guard and draws blood from her cheek, proving an unseen attacker is already in range. A cheerful voice mocks the missed headshot, and Priscilla coolly identifies the hidden sniper as someone from Starling Party. Priscilla tells the Jest that buying time is useless, but it just fires back that one thing is certain: the church fleet is about to wish it could run. Priscilla follows the wind and finally notices the real setup in the sky, a huge thundercloud building over the unstable Artemis airships. The hidden caster is Romantica, stretched out on the Besward bakery sign far from the front, calmly conducting the storm with one hand. Her spell does not attack the fleet directly, it wrecks the air itself, so the giant ships lose lift, smash into each other, and start falling. Priscilla stays cold instead of panicking, because even her healing cannot save ships that can no longer fly. So she gives one simple order: bring Romantica's head to her. Pierrot Mask answers from Priscilla's shadow, spreading his darkness across the rooftops until it stops at Romantica's hiding place despite Blue Rose concealing her presence. The next instant, Romantica's rooftop explodes under a storm of aura-charged wires, a sudden killing strike no ordinary magician could block at that range. But a silver-blue flash cuts through the wires around Romantica one by one, and Pram Schneider finally steps in to block the killing blow. Pram steps in front of Romantica and calls out Pierrot Mask, making it clear he came here to stop the assassination. Pierrot Mask welcomes the chance to kill Pram himself, and his body starts changing into something far more dangerous than before. As the black armor settles and his aura floods the area, even breathing gets hard, and Pram realizes the man he fought before was only holding back. Knowing he cannot give this monster a chance to move first, Pram launches his time-stopping sword art in one desperate opening burst. Pram's three-hit combo blasts Pierrot Mask backward and tears wires out of the stone, but the attack still feels wrong in Pram's hands. Pram steadies himself and decides he does not need to kill Pierrot Mask here, he only has to keep him away from Romantica until their side wins elsewhere. Pierrot Mask walks out of the dust almost untouched, shreds the roof with rising wires, and tells Pram flatly that he cannot win. Pram answers with stubborn confidence that their side wins as long as Pierrot Mask fails, and the duel locks into a brutal silverlight clash. Elsewhere on the front, the Artemis Church throws itself against a Jest frozen palace while thousands of her ice arrays fill the sky around the fortress. A Jest combined frozen palace and frozen world turns the area into a deadly absolute zone, shielding her allies and locking down the enemy advance. With Romantica owning the skies and Pram tying up Pierrot Mask, Priscilla sees that only 3 people have stalled the whole church offensive. Priscilla makes a cold decision and gives Rhea permission to unseal the power she had been holding back. Rhea gladly accepts, and a burning petal brands a cross into her forehead as if the pain only excites her more. The seal breaks completely, and Rhea's body surges with red heat like lava as she forms a long flaming hammer in her hand. Rhea sends her blessed flames crashing into the frozen palace, and for the first time steam and cracks spread through a Jest's fortress. Even while the palace repairs itself under a Jest's spell control, Rhea is delighted because she wanted a worthy target to break herself. Then Rhea gathers petals into a giant flower bud, and it just instantly realizes the next attack is too dangerous to tank head-on. The flower blooms into a catastrophic blast that vaporizes everything ahead of it and tears one side of the frozen palace apart. With the stronghold ruined and the path finally open, Priscilla calmly orders Rhea to finish the cleanup and marches forward with her paladins. Imperial officers panic and beg Ajest to stop the breakthrough, but she refuses to waste the battered troops in a direct clash they cannot win. Rhea personally turns on the remaining defenders, and Ajest throws up a giant ice shield while the center of ice spreads cold to keep her soldiers alive. Rhea taunts the Imperial side with a gleeful promise to kill them herself, showing why even reinforced troops still fear facing her head-on. When her officers worry that letting the Saint into Dresden means the end, Ajest answers with total faith that this is still moving exactly as planned. Priscilla advances deeper into Dresden and reaches the silent main gate of Hebrian Academy, convinced the Empire's last real defense has already fallen. She reaches for the gate and is suddenly stopped by Bridget's translucent barrier, a final obstacle that should not matter for long. The empty courtyard and active barrier feel wrong even to Priscilla, and her confidence shifts into wary suspicion. That hesitation saves her a heartbeat, because the mana under her feet twists, and she realizes too late that Hebrian has set a shadow world trap. Reality shatters like glass and pitch-black darkness swallows half of the academy, trapping Priscilla and her followers inside. Inside Hebrian's main auditorium, students and professors erupt in relief because Desser's plan to imprison the Saint inside a manufactured shadow world seems to have worked. Bridget knows the trap only exists because Desser adapted Skull Mask's research and Pugman somehow turned those impossible designs into a working device. Pugman brushes off the praise, but the room understands how much of the miracle rested on his sleepless engineering work. The trap only lined up because Ajest intentionally let Priscilla break through in exactly the right direction, baiting her straight to the academy gate. Bridget starts believing the war can finally end before Priscilla ever comes back out, until a call from Ron says the darkness is behaving strangely. The cheering room goes dead silent when the trapped area visibly warps far too soon for a level 2 shadow world to have been cleared. Pugman checks the distortion with Owl's vision and realizes something impossible is happening inside the shadow world. Then the darkness is forcefully erased from the outside in, as if the shadow world itself is being torn apart. Priscilla walks out unharmed and quietly admits it was dangerous, instantly crushing the room's belief that the trap had worked. What let her survive is visible in her hands, a fist-sized ruby mana stone so huge that even Pugman can barely believe the reserve inside it. Pugman sees the gem steadily draining into Priscilla, restoring her mana while one paladin after another escapes behind her. Fear grips the auditorium as the faculty realizes their best technology and best timing were both overturned in minutes. Blank snaps everyone out of the shock by shouting that this is their only opening, before Priscilla's side fully recovers and closes the shadow world. The Academy's emergency encirclement finally activates as the Red Dragon, Starling, and Blue Moon parties slip into hidden rooftop positions around the courtyard. Ron gives the signal, and hundreds of top students open fire together on the few enemies below. Wind blades, explosions, and other high-level spells crash down in a non-stop bombardment that turns the Academy grounds into a kill zone. Ron adds his own heavy firepower, wrecking dormitories, drying the lake, and burning the cherished courtyard just to keep Priscilla from taking another step. He goes all in with Flare Meteor Shell, dropping a gigantic battering ram blaze onto Priscilla's group as the student barrage keeps hammering the same target. At Hebrian Academy, students and professors pour out everything they have, burying the dormitory district under a relentless storm of lightning, fire, and mixed magic. Rond is already gasping from overusing his mana, but even he thinks nobody could survive a bombardment like this. That hope dies fast when dark figures are still standing inside the blast zone, with Priscilla completely protected behind her elite church guards. Golden wings flare behind Priscilla, and her people keep recovering damage so quickly that the shelling barely matters. Priscilla calls the Academy's resistance pathetic, and one glance from her is enough to make Ron freeze in dread. Bridget orders the path blocked, but walls of earth and ice are blasted apart as Priscilla's entourage marches straight out of the dormitory ruins. The fighting spills into the business district, where preset magic traps go off one after another and still fail to stop the church's advance. As Hebrian's spellfire starts thinning from mana exhaustion, Priscilla finally decides to act. At Priscilla's signal, Cardinal Nienhart reaches out with an oddly simple gesture that confuses everyone watching. Then the real attack appears behind them, as gigantic translucent hands seize the Academy barrier and start tearing it apart. A huge crack rips across Bridget's barrier, and the whole defense looks seconds away from collapsing. Priscilla quietly tells everyone her target is this land itself, and offers to spare them if they retreat now. Bridget knows that offer only delays a worse disaster, but with her people terrified and outmatched, she still cannot see a way to stop Priscilla. Just as Bridget hits despair, a strange wave of mana washes over the battlefield, and she realizes this is not normal detection magic. A blinding light erupts beyond the auditorium, and Bridget instantly knows only Desser manipulates mana in a way this bizarre. The defenders feel Desser's arrival before they even see him, and their breaking resolve hardens all at once. Bridget answers Priscilla's offer by stepping forward and declaring that Hebrian will fight to the very end. Her storm spell tears the giant hands apart, and that single act becomes the signal for Hebrian to resume its all-out attack. Elsewhere on the front, Giltian watches the blood-soaked night battle and knows the line has only survived this long because Raffaello and Jean kept holding it together. He also knows even those two royal guards cannot keep carrying an entire war forever. When Giltian sees the rescued citizens and soldiers who made it back alive, he remembers exactly what he has to protect. That clarity pushes him to draw his sword and order the fortress gate opened, even though it means giving up his safest defensive edge. He commits fully and tells his forces to join the royal guards, because if those two fall, their chance of victory falls with them. Swan Katerina steps up with a bow in hand and quietly asks to fulfill what she calls her final duty. Giltian says nothing, but his silence is enough, and Swan takes her place beside her king. With enemies ahead and loyal allies beside him, Giltian raises his sword and declares that the Empire is undying. Before anyone can charge, a blisteringly fast mana wave sweeps across the battlefield, and everyone turns toward a new light in the darkness. A single bright point swells into a blazing artificial sun, and the draconic spell Earth nourishing the sun lights up the whole night. The false sun slams into the glance of the Father, and for the first time the giant holy cross starts shaking under the impact. When the light clears, the cross is still standing but covered in ugly cracks, as if one more strike could finish it. The church should have survived by enduring that first draconic spell, but the leftover sunlight suddenly starts gathering again instead of fading away. The arrow of ruin tears across the heavens, splitting the cross in half and burning everything in its path out of existence. Priscilla looks up at the red scar left across the sky and calmly realizes Desser used 2 draconic spells back to back just to break her absolute defense. She still smiles, because she knows better than anyone how badly draconic magic destroys its caster's body, and she assumes Desser must now be crippled or dead. In her eyes, the rest of the Imperial forces can come whenever they want, because she only needs a little more time to seize the system inside Hebrian. So she keeps walking, while exhausted students and professors throw out whatever spells they still can to slow her down. Even swordsmen rush in to block her with their bodies, but nothing in Hebrian can make her take a single shaky step. The Academy's side may be winning the larger war now, but here on campus the power gap is still so brutal that some students start losing the will to fight. Priscilla is sure the only person who could have stopped her was Desser, and she believes his strength is already spent. Bridget burns through the very last of her mana and hurls a 5th circle wind spell strong enough to split a building just to stall her for one moment. It still does not hurt Priscilla, but Bridget manages the tiny victory of stopping her stride for an instant. With her mana spent dry, Bridget tries to force out even a simple fireball, because giving up now would betray everything her people are dying for. Priscilla almost pities that refusal, but decides she has to end this cleanly and bear the bloodshed herself. She pulls out a dry twig, drops it to the ground, and floods it with power until it becomes a monstrous thorn tree. The giant tree wraps around Hebrian's students and faculty, pinning them in place while its thorns pierce them and drain their mana dry. The few people still free try to cut and burn the thorns, but the mana-feeding tree shrugs off every attack and keeps growing. With the sky blotted out and the pressure tightening, Hebrian is left with a cruel choice between being crushed or being torn apart. Bridget knows this should be the end, but she refuses to die regretting that she stopped fighting first. As she finally completes that tiny fireball, Bridget remembers the hopeless boy who once struggled with a spell this simple and never gave up anyway. She sends the weak spell flying and, half in faith and half in farewell, entrusts the rest to Desser. Desser answers at once from right in front of her, as if he had been standing there the whole time. He calmly tells her he will handle everything from here and taps the ground with his staff. In a blink, every trapped professor and student vanishes from the thorn tree, leaving Priscilla staring at an impossible mass teleportation. Priscilla goes pale because moving hundreds of people at once with battle-ready teleportation should be beyond even Zod. Now standing alone before her, Desser simply looks up and tells her they can begin. The thorn tree lashes out to cover the sky again, and Desser answers with a snap that freezes the entire monstrous plant solid. Even a man-eating tree that should resist any magical core cannot endure this, and the frozen mass starts cracking apart. The whole tree explodes into a storm of icy shards, and Desser walks through the falling pieces as if the battle is already decided. Desser tells Priscilla it is over, and for the first time she cannot understand what she is seeing. His body should have been wrecked by 2 draconic spells, but Desser stands completely unharmed and radiates a pressure far beyond the man she faced before. Priscilla keeps her nerve and decides Desser's draconic magic is dangerous but beatable if she never lets him finish casting it. She orders an immediate attack, and Cardinal Ninehart answers by dropping a colossal bludgeon from the sky to crush Desser before he can act. Ninehart's bombardment keeps hammering the Academy district until the whole area disappears inside earthquakes, craters, and choking dust. Even through the non-stop destruction, Ninehart feels Desser's mana staying eerily calm, and that shakes him. He guesses Desser is surviving with the upgraded Aurora system and simply keeps attacking, convinced any shield should break eventually. Then he finally sees the truth. A hazy ring of flame and warp space is redirecting every strike away from Desser's body. Ninehart realizes Desser is using spatial distortion, the same ultimate defense once perfected by Icarus Quergo and only pierced by Swan Katarina's suicidal overpowering shot. But Desser's version is worse, because even Ninehart's crushing power cannot break through it at all. Inside Dream of Contradictory World, Dresser silently raises his staff and begins building spell arrays that even Neinhart cannot read. Sensing a lethal spell he does not understand, Neinhart and the other cardinals gather their blessings of light and prepare the church's own answer. The sky rips open above the academy, and a dark crack bulges as something massive forces its way through. Then countless black beads gush out like a living flood, eating everything they touch and multiplying across the sky. This is the Artemis Church's final trump card, and the swarm rushes straight at Dresser to erase him under sheer unstoppable growth. Dresser's spatial distortion keeps shredding and throwing aside the black beads, but their propagation starts outpacing even him. As the black mass swells towards city-devouring size, Dresser answers with one cold conclusion: supernova. A red glare cuts through the black swarm, and the temperature around the academy rockets so high the cardinals can barely breathe. The heat climbs from white to unbearable, and the black beads begin melting apart like sludge under a miniature sun around Dresser. Priscilla's recovery power and the cardinals' desperate barriers are the only reason the church side is not instantly wiped out. Neinhart assumes Dresser is trying to die with them, because no one should survive casting something this monstrous at point-blank range. Then Neinhart notices the impossible detail. Dresser is trapping the disaster inside a tight perimeter so Dresden itself stays untouched. The origin point behind Dresser shifts from white to blue, and the flames around the battlefield evolve into an even deadlier sky-blue blaze. When the heat suddenly eases for a heartbeat, Neinhart looks up and sees the real killing blow, thousands of blue meteors raining down. Priscilla's protection finally fails, and the blue firestorm wipes out the cardinals in a last wave of divine-looking punishment. When Priscilla wakes, the battle is over, the ground has turned to magma, and every cardinal who tried to protect her is simply gone. She tries to speak, but the recoil of overusing her holy power leaves her coughing blood, burned head to toe, and missing her left arm. She desperately tries to heal herself, but her light only flickers weakly and does nothing. Then Dresser walks through the burned silence toward the shattered Priscilla, and she realizes the fight is truly over. Priscilla demands to know how he handled the draconic language, and Dresser calmly says he never did. When she guesses he reached Zod's level, Dresser rejects that too, calling himself only a third-rate magician and pushing her into angry disbelief. Dresser finally gives the answer: he threw away draconic magic entirely. Priscilla stares at the array and slowly understands that Dresser did not optimize old magic at all. He built a completely new system from scratch. Dresser sums it up in one line: a returner's magic should be special. The story jumps back to the white training shadow world where Dresser spent 2 accelerated months chasing the answer Zod left behind. In Zod's recorded message, the old mage explains that reaching the 8th circle showed him the existing spell system could not properly handle that level of mana. Zod says that when he forced his mana to attack without a proper spell, the mana itself began arranging into a new kind of formula. The recording degrades under static, but Zod gets one last clear message through: he believes in Dresser. That message jolts Dresser into a new realization. He has been thinking inside the old system's walls the whole time. He decides that if he wants real progress, he cannot keep tweaking borrowed systems and must create magic built for himself from the ground up. The idea feels absurd even to him, but with Priscilla's attack already underway outside, he has no time for caution. He throws himself into brutal research, trying to rebuild magic from the level of mana particles instead of finished spells. Then a key thought hits him: if magical formulas work like language, there may be a deeper creation rule underneath every known system. He tests that theory by tearing apart every kind of magic he knows, from ancient systems to blood magic, imagery magic, and inherited traditions. Dresser recklessly stores raw mana patterns in his head, crushes them together, and forces them through a conceptual sieve to see what overlaps remain. 5 days later he finds the shared pattern and names it the root language, the buried principle behind all magic. Once he has that foundation, the rest accelerates fast, as Dresser rebuilds his own alphabet, words, and eventually a full personal spell system. By the end of 2 months in accelerated time, Dresser has mastered the most efficient magic system he can possibly use. Back in the present, Dresser finishes another new system spell and forms a gigantic spear of lightning to end Priscilla for good. He pours all his grief and resolve into the strike, but at the same instant his intuition screams that something even deadlier is coming from the side. A giant crescent of aura tears in at impossible speed, strong enough that Dresser knows his spatial distortion alone cannot be trusted to stop it. Dresser instantly redirects his lightning spear into the aura slash, and the collision detonates in a wideout that wipes the area clean. When the dust clears, Priscilla is somehow still there despite her earlier injuries, and Dresser realizes someone shielded her from the aftermath. The Protector steps into view as a huge knight in pure white armor, a man so fast he has already outrun his own attack. Barely able to speak, Priscilla names him Argo, and Dresser instantly understands the worst part of the surprise. The commander of the Holy Paladins has entered the fight. Argo suddenly reaches Priscilla's side in terrible shape, his whole body slashed open after forcing his way out of a fight against Raffaello and Jean because he believed Priscilla was in danger. Priscilla hurriedly heals him, and her face brightens because Argo is strong enough that fighting together might finally give them a chance against Dresser. But Argo cuts that hope short and tells Priscilla to leave, because even after the healing, one fatal wound across his arm and chest refuses to close. Dresser decides they have had enough time and makes the whole atmosphere surge with violent mana as he prepares to finish Priscilla himself. Argo answers by swearing that everyone wants Priscilla's wish fulfilled, then pours aura into his sword until wall-like shields rise from the blade. Dresser's spell crashes into him anyway, and Argo barely holds on as the blast chars his fingers black even through the defense. Still moving, Argo launches himself straight at Dresser and unleashes a mountain-breaking strike, but Dresser's spatial distortion stops it cold. After judging Argo the biggest threat and still not worth closing in on, Dresser chooses to ignore him and starts building another spell meant only to kill Priscilla. Then a harsh cracking sound makes Dresser look back, and Argo's sword is somehow forcing its way through the warped space. The aura inside Argo's blade keeps multiplying until even Dresser is shaken by how inhumanly much power one knight can hold. Argo finally reveals his secret. His inheritance lets him absorb things, and his sword now carries the aura of thousands of knights to drag Dresser's attention fully onto him. Dresser sees through the distraction and decides that even if he dies too, Priscilla still has to be killed here. Argo pushes harder and a red aura blooms from his sword, and Dresser instantly recognizes it as Argeria's power from the Blue Moon Party. As Argo smiles and prays for Priscilla's wish to come true, Dresser's newly forming spell turns toward him instead of her. Far away on Dresden's western border, the war is still deadlocked, and both armies leave a wide empty arena around Agest and head Inquisitor Rhea because their clash is too lethal for ordinary soldiers. Rhea attacks with a huge flaming hammer swing and a tidal wave of heat, while Agest meets it with the center of ice and sends freezing power back into the blast. The collisions keep exploding, and even though Agest stays cool on the surface, she realizes Rhea's wide-range heat is gradually pushing her back and feeding on the burning city itself. To break that momentum, Agest casts Forest of Crying White Crows and surrounds Rhea with towering ice pillars that shatter into a storm of deadly frozen blades. Rhea mocks the spell as too weak, smashes the ground with her hammer, and answers by blasting lava upward until the entire ice storm is swallowed. Agest immediately condenses the surviving frost into a small knife layered with both mana and aura, and that compact strike finally makes Rhea flinch. Rhea burns away the ice knife by spending nearly all the heat she gathered, and Agest instantly uses that opening to rush in at close range. With Ice Empress and Ice Palace reinforcing her, Agest crosses into Rhea's blind spot, traps the ground under her feet, and forces the fight into Agest's own freezing rhythm. When their weapons lock, Rhea stares at Agest's white hair and says this is the same power again, claiming Agest only stopped her because of inheritance. Agest rejects that idea as a sick joke, but one look at Rhea's hatred-filled eyes makes the moment turn genuinely unsettling. Then Rhea's body starts turning into fire itself, veins blazing through her limbs as she grins through the transformation. A lava torrent erupts under Agest and floods across the battlefield, sending terrified soldiers running as buildings melt away around the duel. Rhea's voice echoes from every direction as she reveals the truth of inheritance. In the ancient collapsing age, humans copied the power of powerful enemies and engraved it into bloodlines. She explains that this demon-derived power later got renamed imagery magic and even the Church's blessing of light, so in her eyes Agest is one of the same cursed kind. Rhea finally steps out of the lava in full transformed form, with scarlet wings and a body like living molten stone, and Agest is stunned because she looks just like Daynut. Rhea bitterly compares their lives, saying she was raised like a dog in underground death pits while Agest lived as a praised noble with the same cursed power. Her rage spills into a raw memory of being forced to burn her own best friend alive, and the question of why Agest got a gentler fate finally breaks her restraint. Agest first says she's sorry, but then casually admits she stopped listening and asks Rhea to start over, because all she really cares about now is whether beating Rhea means she has finally caught up to Dresser. That contempt snaps Rhea's pride, and she condenses boiling lava into a monstrous heatwave that Agest can only barely twist away even with layers of ice shields and the Ice Palace. As damage reports pour in from the line, Agest realizes she cannot let that attack happen again and spreads freezing air through the whole area to change the flow of the battlefield. She fires Prey of Ice Blast, sending thousands of 4th circle-level ice bullets from every angle, but Rhea spreads her red wings and charges straight through the storm to force another melee clash. When sword and hammer meet again, Agest feels her strength fading fast as her bright silver hair loses its glow, and the cold under her control starts thinning out. Knowing she is near her limit, Agest gambles on offense, cutting deeper into Rhea's attack pattern instead of retreating. The gamble works for a moment as Agest chains together rapid slashes, tears through Rhea's left wing, and launches her skyward even while a blast of heat grazes Agest's cheek. But Rhea counters from above with 5 fully bloomed heat buds, and Agest blocks with Magic Sword, Eternal Slumber, smashing absolute cold into that descending kill shot. The collision clears the whole area, and when the smoke settles both fighters are wrecked, but Agest is in worse shape with severe internal injuries and a completely broken sword arm. Even in that pause, the field still favors Rhea because lava crawls everywhere around her while Agest can barely hold on to a small patch of ice. Instead of panicking, Agest suddenly asks whether Priscilla was the one who rescued Rhea from the underground arena. Rhea admits it, and under Agest's steady stare she explains that Priscilla saved her, gave purpose to her ruined life, and later revealed the true origin of her cursed power. Adjust presses the point and asks if that debt is really worth tens of thousands of lives, and Rhea admits the sin but says Priscilla promised a world where no one would ever suffer like her again. For Rhea, Priscilla's plan means ending the chain of victims forever, so she declares that she would do anything for it and that Adjust has to die here. Adjust quietly says she understands, but that sympathy only irritates Rhea more, and the transformed Inquisitor squeezes her hammer and lunges in for the finishing blow. Rhea pounds the lava beneath Dresden and sends a towering molten wave straight at Adjust, sure the injured swordswoman has no way left to stop it. Instead of panicking, Adjust quietly drops her heat-shielding imagery magic, and her white hair shifts to gold as she closes her eyes in eerie calm. The lava wave swallows Adjust whole, and Rhea turns away thinking the fight ended too easily. Then Rhea remembers Adjust never let go of her sword, and a split second later the lava wave explodes into frozen crystal. The blast hurls Rhea into a building, and when the debris clears she sees Adjust alive above a frozen flame in her final inheritance form. Rhea is stunned that Adjust grasps the true source of her power after seeing it once, something that took Rhea more than a decade to achieve. Still clinging to hope, Rhea reignites her flames and charges in, betting Adjust cannot control that new strength yet. Adjust answers with freezing wind, and Rhea forgets the worst part: this magician is also a swordswoman. Adjust's strike pierces Rhea through the chest and drops her hard, snuffing out the blooming fire around her. When Rhea tries to rise anyway, Adjust crushes that effort with Eternity Guardian and surrounds her with an entire frozen army. Even beaten, Rhea admires Adjust's talent and bitterly says it is wasted on someone who cannot understand Priscilla's salvation. Rhea rants that they could have reset the whole world into a clean one, finally exposing how extreme Priscilla's plan really is. Adjust flatly calls the plan insane and rejects the idea that anyone has the right to trim, carve, and redistribute every human life. Rhea fires back that happy people ignored the suffering, but Adjust says you cut out that cruelty, not sacrifice the whole population for it. Adjust grabs Rhea by the jaw and says this world was built through countless sacrifices, so she will defend the country that exists now instead of replacing it with a fake better one. Elsewhere over Dresden, Romantica keeps controlling the city's air currents and grumbles that Adjust's battle is making her job even harder. She answers by firing Punishment of Tempest into Brigand, punching through the flagship and finally knocking the Artemis Church's main air power out of the sky. With Brigand crippled and the fronts collapsing, Romantica realizes the war is effectively won and immediately turns her attention back to Pram's duel. Just in time, Romantica fires Sonic Vibration at Pierrot Mask to stop him from finishing Pram. Pierrot Mask retreats and vibrates ore-coated wires to bend the attack away, making Romantica's shot smash a nearby clock tower instead. Pram thanks Romantica, but one look makes the gap obvious. Pram is covered in stab wounds, while Pierrot Mask stands there untouched and entertained. Romantica tells him the war is over and this fight means nothing now, because Adjust won, Gilshan's front stabilized, and Desser already beat Priscilla at Hebrian Academy. Pierrot Mask warns her not to relax too soon, and his body suddenly melts into the shadows. The instant he vanishes, Pram jumps away, barely escaping the first burst of wires that erupts where he was standing. Those wires merge into a dark spear chasing him through the air, and Romantica counters with another storm spear before it can skewer him. Pram slices through the weakened attack, but the cut only sends wire fragments scattering back into darkness. Following Romantica's call-out, Pram uses Cloud Walkers to blink right onto Pierrot Mask's position and thrusts at point-blank range. Even that perfect strike passes through smoke as Pierrot Mask dissolves again, leaving Pram furious and empty-handed. Pram starts wondering if Pierrot Mask is protected by some blessing, because every real hit keeps turning into nothing. He realizes the real problem is simpler and worse. Pierrot Mask can jump through shadow pockets anywhere and attack from any angle he wants. For now, Romantica's long-range calls are the only reason Pram can survive the ambushes and keep searching for one decisive hit. Romantica proposes a simultaneous strike, and she and Pram move together to finally pressure him from two sides. But Pierrot Mask has already read the attack line, and an invisible wire trap wraps around Pram's sword before the thrust can land. He mocks them as disappointing, casually knocks Romantica's shot aside with a thrown dagger, and catches the weapon on its way back. Then his mood snaps cold, and high above them he spreads an enormous web of wires across the sky and declares the fight over. The whole web comes crashing down at once, and Pram instantly knows that staying here means death. Romantica whips the air currents into overdrive, but even with Pram cutting and teleporting to shield her, they can only stop part of the barrage. When the dust settles, the surrounding buildings are shredded to pieces, and Pram is left clutching a fresh shoulder wound while Romantica calls out to him. That failure hits harder than the wound, because Pram finally admits the truth: he still has not caught up to Pierrot Mask at all. Romantica tells him to fall back since the wider war is already swinging their way, and even Pierrot Mask sneers that Pram's sword will never reach him. Pram refuses, because if he gives up here he knows he will never reach the peak he wants. Romantica hears that conviction, gives in with a sigh, and promises she will make sure his sword can reach Pierrot Mask. From above, Pierrot Mask stops caring about them for a moment, and starts fantasizing instead about fighting a now much stronger Desser. That boredom breaks when Pram suddenly cuts through one of his attacks, and Pierrot Mask notices the silver aura on the rapier has changed. At the same time, Romantica starts pouring relentless fifth circle shots into him, using perfect timing to box in his movement. Pierrot Mask enjoys the sudden pressure, slips through the shadows, and appears behind Pram to drive a dagger toward the base of his neck. Romantica reacts fast enough to spoil the kill, but only enough to turn it into a bloody slash across Pram's trapezius instead. Pram barely stays on his feet, wheezing and almost spent, but he keeps muttering the same thing under his breath. Pierrot Mask assumes the kid has finally cracked and sends another lethal wave of wires to finish him off. Romantica twists a single wire out of its path and sends it screaming back at Pierrot Mask's own head, ruining his rhythm again. Pram uses that tiny opening to attack again, and even when Pierrot Mask escapes the old way, something feels off this time. A red line suddenly appears on Pierrot Mask's cheek, and he realizes Pram's blade finally touched him. He snaps into a real duel and tries to shut Romantica out with a screen of wires. And now he can finally hear what Pram has been mumbling this whole time. Pram was never babbling at all. He was measuring the gap over and over and telling himself that with just a little more time, one clean hit was enough. In that desperate rhythm, Pram finally breaks his mental wall and takes his first true step into King Class. Pram's duel with Pierrot Mask stops being one-sided as he finally starts matching the masked killer and forcing real counterattacks. Pierrot Mask realizes his usual edge is slipping because Pram is now making every strike as unreadable and lethal as his signature technique. Even Pierrot Mask's Shadow Inheritance, which lets him slip through shadows before attacks land, can no longer keep up if he misses the exact timing. Rattled, Pierrot Mask decides he has to finish Pram fast and floods his body with black aura for an all-out attack. He blasts through Pram's guard, slips into Pram's blind spot, and drives a dagger toward Pram's exposed neck. Then Pierrot Mask's survival instinct screams at him to run, and he realizes too late that Pram left that opening on purpose. Pram's silver aura crashes down like a waterfall and blasts across the street, forcing Pierrot Mask to barely escape with a deep wound. Shaken and thrilled, Pierrot Mask realizes the truth. Pram has reached King Class and is on the verge of Grand Master. Instead of retreating, he gets exhilarated and tells Pram he deserves his full strength now. His aura pours into every shadow around the rubble until the entire ground turns black, like the battlefield is being swallowed whole. Pram senses the danger and launches forward by pouring aura into his legs, moving even faster than his cloud walkers can carry him. But Pierrot Mask is still first, hurling a dagger wrapped in shadow and unleashing his ultimate skill, Kyoka Sujetsu. The dark wave swallows the street, the buildings, and Pram himself until he seems completely erased from the world. In the eerie silence after the attack, Pierrot Mask sags with relief and believes Pram is finally dead. Inside his own consciousness, Pram strips away every distracting desire until he understands the last wall before his perfect thrust. He has to empty his mind and simply strike. That empty state lets Pram complete his rise to King Class, and in the devouring black space he calmly spots the gap inside Pierrot Mask's shadow technique. He lowers his stance, gathers everything into one pinpoint thrust, and fires straight through the instant when the shadow becomes solid. Pram's concentrated aura shatters Pierrot Mask's fog-like power, and the black world bursts apart into scattering fragments. As the shadows clear, Pierrot Mask tries one last desperate counter with his dagger, but the weapon snaps before it can stop Pram's rapier. Accepting the end, Pierrot Mask says he wanted more strong opponents and a more miraculous show, but he is satisfied that Pram is his last one. Pierrot Mask collapses, and Pram's brutal duel finally ends. Elsewhere in Dresden, Argo faces Desser and instantly realizes he has never stood before a stronger enemy. Desser casts Glacial Precipice, freezing the air into a giant ice dragon that charges Argo like something out of myth. Argo feels fear for the first time, but he still refuses to run because he is protecting something more precious than his life behind him. Knowing Desser and the dragon together will overwhelm him, Argo decides he has to destroy the dragon first and pours a monstrous amount of aura into his sword. When the ice dragon lunges to swallow him, Argo jumps straight into its mouth and drives his sword deep into its neck. He detonates his aura through the dragon's body and blasts hundreds of meters of ice apart. Desser answers immediately with Stream of Stardust, filling the sky with deadly magic bullets that rain toward Argo. Argo plants himself in front of Priscilla and vows to block everything Desser has. The two monsters trade spell and sword over and over until Dresden looks like a meteor crater, except for the untouched strip of ground Argo keeps safe behind him. Argo starts coughing blood, but he notices Desser is also burning through terrifying amounts of power to keep this up. Behind Argo, the ground opens into a deep underground stairway as Priscilla restores the ARTMIS access point. When the system announces assimilation has begun, Argo hears it and realizes Priscilla's plan is finally working. That success gives Argo hope, and he steels himself to hold out just a little longer. Then Desser's bombardment suddenly slows, and Argo realizes the magician is changing tactics instead of trying to wear him down any longer. Desser decides to end it in one strike, layering impossible spell arrays while his face turns pale from the strain. Argo spots the opening in that long cast and bets everything on one chance to cut Desser down before the spell finishes. Before he can reach Desser, a terrifying pull yanks Argo backward, and he turns to find a tiny white sphere crushing and dragging in the world around it. Desser's apocalypse star appears above Dresden, a tiny dying star whose gravity keeps growing as it drags in everything nearby. When Desser gestures, the star begins collapsing in on itself, and Argo understands with hollow laughter that Desser had been holding back to avoid wrecking the city. Even knowing he cannot stop this, Argo tears his own body apart, pulling up every last scrap of aura just to buy Priscilla a few more seconds. After one last check that Priscilla is still alive, Argo grins through the ruin as Desser's spell completes. Then Apocalypse Star finishes, and everything dies. Deep under Hebrian Academy, a dying Priscilla kneels alone in a forgotten ancient chamber, and pours everything she has left into reviving the Artemis system. Her restoration light wakes the room itself, and ancient cables slither across the floor as the huge Artemis access point starts rebuilding piece by piece. Priscilla opens her eyes and admiringly calls the machine beautiful, already speaking to Desser as if he is too late to stop history. A sixth circle Trinity lightning spell crashes down on her, but the storm vanishes just before it can touch her, as if the attack itself was erased. She rises calmly and reveals the real problem. Her severed left arm stump is now plugged straight into Artemis, and the restoration is nearly complete. Desser faces her in the chamber and demands to know if all the lives she trampled were really worth this. Priscilla answers without hesitation that Artemis will erase sin and rebuild the world so no one has to suffer again. Desser realizes the red core and floor pocket dimension are the stolen mana source, enough power to keep even monsters like Pierrot Mask alive for centuries. When Desser accuses her of repeating Skull Mask's madness, Priscilla coldly insists his dream was selfish and hers will save the people alive now. Looking closer, Desser sees Artemis eating its way up her body, and understands she is sacrificing her own flesh to merge with the system. When Desser asks if she wants to become God, Priscilla says yes and declares that only she can carry out that destiny. Radiant wings burst from her back, and the burns all over her ruined body instantly heal now that Artemis can finally restore her too. Then she twists the knife by asking if Desser wants to see Zod again. Desser answers with an instant attack, blasting the space in front of her before she can finish savoring the moment. Priscilla quietly orders Artemis to kill him, and the system reroutes damaged self-defense power into her still incomplete body. With her assimilation at 62%, her wings flare wider and condense into a massive sword of light aimed straight at Desser. Desser throws up Dream of a Contradictory World, his best spatial defense, but the moment her light strikes it, his instincts scream that the barrier will not hold. He teleports away just in time and watches the sword pass through his distorted space like it was never there. Realizing he needs more information, Desser retreats through the streets above while Priscilla chases him with that same impossible light. To stall her, Desser floods the street with mirror image clones and a senses-jamming spell that should fool even elite fighters. Priscilla answers with brutal simplicity, breaking the light sword into a flood of sparks that sweeps through the area and deletes every clone it touches. Watching objects vanish without a trace, Desser realizes her attack is not normal destruction at all but causality itself being twisted away. That makes the situation even worse, because Artemis is still incomplete and Priscilla will only become harder to fight as the restoration continues. Desser starts probing for limits and drops Supernova, turning the air around Priscilla into a white inferno. She calmly raises more light and the impossible power drains the heat away, snuffing out even Desser's signature spell. He follows with Stream of Stardust, shaping the scattered heat into a skyfall of star-like bullets that close in from every direction. Priscilla's light wipes out the entire barrage too, but this time Desser finally gets the data he wanted about what she can and cannot reverse. Betting on mixed timing and directions she cannot cancel all at once, Desser unleashes Fenrir and sends blue thunder beasts swarming at her. But her assimilation suddenly jumps to 80%, and the rising light reaches the spell cloud itself and erases Fenrir before the first hit can land. Desser is forced into a losing war of attrition, because every spell he spends weakens him, while every passing moment makes her stronger. Then, right at the edge of collapse, Desser's face changes and he spots one opening that might still work. From Priscilla's side, even she is awed by Desser's magic, but the woman she used to be is almost gone under the machine now. At over 80% assimilation, Artemis gives her a future reading function, and she starts reading Desser's attacks before he casts them. She can now see as far as a week into the future, so every clever setup Desser tries already looks like a solved puzzle to her. Still, Desser commits to his plan and places his hands on the cold street above Artemis to reshape space itself around the buried main system. He modifies Dream of a Contradictory World into a spatial displacement attack and starts ripping the Artemis main body into scattered branches across space. That finally hits where her erasure power is weak, because she now has to restore distorted space and rebuild Artemis faster than Desser keeps tearing it apart. For the first time, Priscilla feels her power slipping and the machine beginning to pull away from her. But because she already saw this future coming, she opens her eyes, apologizes to Desser, and acts before his trick can finish her. Artemis enters emergency freeze mode, and the entire main system locks into fixed causality so hard that Desser's spatial magic can no longer touch it at all. Priscilla explains that she has fixed cause and effect itself, creating a defense no phenomenon can change while it lasts. The defense is costly and temporary, But it does its job. Desser burns the last of his strength against an untouchable wall and gets nowhere. When freeze mode drops and assimilation resumes, Desser is left panting on his cane with almost nothing left to fight with. Confident that she has already seen his death, Priscilla finally relaxes and decides to end him with his own magic. A familiar spell array forms above her hand, and Desser goes cold when he recognizes Supernova being rebuilt from the mana he left in the air. Priscilla keeps going and reconstructs Fenrir and Stream of Stardust too, mocking Desser with the fact that inversion is supposed to be his specialty. Desser desperately scrambles the trajectories, but with his body and mana already spent he cannot invert that many attacks fast enough. At last Desser drops to one knee, and a huge explosion swallows the place where he fell. Artemis confirms the hostile presence has been executed, and for Priscilla that verdict feels absolute. Then the final threshold arrives, and Artemis reaches 100% assimilation under Priscilla's full authority. The full knowledge of the ancient system floods into her mind, enough to break a normal person, but Priscilla forces herself through it with one obsession: save the world. Her beautiful old voice returns for a moment, as she gives the final command to save everyone who was not saved. With her arm raised to the sky, the ground trembles and the clouds above Dresden start spiraling into a continent-wide shadow world. She believes the new era has begun, until the future she is watching suddenly glitches and cracks apart. Priscilla whirls around to find the impossible source of that change. Desser is still alive, standing there and telling her it is over. Back in the ruined battle with Priscilla, Desser calmly thanks Lunia and reveals the truth behind his impossible survival. He explains that Lunia, the Artemis system's auxiliary core, reversed his death once and slipped past Artemis's own calculations by hiding inside its blind spot. Priscilla still dismisses him, convinced his survival changed nothing because he is nearly out of mana and she has already surpassed him. Desser answers with a small smirk and says he only needed to buy time, and that line rattles her more than she wants to admit. For a moment Priscilla is hit by an old memory. Even Artemis once failed when an outside existence beyond its calculations shattered humanity. She rejects the comparison, deciding Desser is just a stubborn insect, and spreads her wings for a final execution. Her extinction light floods across Dresden and wipes the city core clean, a godlike attack that should leave Desser with no way out. But when Priscilla turns to confirm the kill, Desser is still there again, and this time black mist is leaking from him. The darkness does not retreat from her holy light at all, it devours it. Desser starts walking straight at her, and with every step the darkness spreads wider while Priscilla feels defeat closing in. Panicking, Priscilla compresses everything into one last beam meant to erase Desser alone. Desser keeps walking and finally explains the trick. Her divine-looking power is still just light, and light still obeys the world. He reveals the darkness is only mana split down to a microscopic level, fine enough to block light itself instead of fighting causality head-on. Then he lands the real blow. Artemis is not a god, and all he ever needed to beat Priscilla was enough time to understand her power. Priscilla finally understands that almost every exchange in this fight was Desser studying her and stalling until his inversion was ready. As Desser closes the distance, Priscilla desperately switches from threats to pleading, insisting her perfect world would save everyone and even bring Zod back. Desser shuts her down with a bitter voice, says she lost, and places his hand on her forehead. With almost no mana left, Desser can only cast a third circle spell, but even that is enough now, and Priscilla recognizes the firestorm that will burn Artemis down with her. Just before the flames can hit, a cold system voice announces world reversal and dark clouds swallow both of them. Desser wakes up disoriented in a grand party hall, and one look around tells him this place is horribly familiar. He shoots upright so fast he spills his glass, because he recognizes the hall as Hebrian Academy's entrance ceremony. Professor Bridget, dressed elegantly instead of battle-ready, asks if he is all right, and Desser instantly hides his panic behind a harmless excuse. Bridget casually cleans the spill with magic, while Desser keeps his face calm and starts piecing together that the world reversal dragged him into a shadow world. As he scans the room, the details get even stranger, because this ceremony is wrong in ways that do not match his real memories at all. Then Professor Vanquick greets him warmly, and Desser is reminded that this familiar professor is secretly an outsider in the real timeline. Desser checks his hand and confirms there is no ring, which tells him this is not a normal shadow world at all. Before he can push further, Vanquick announces it is time for the Academy tradition, and Desser instinctively expects Bridget to give the speech. Instead, Bridget smiles and coaches Desser himself, because in this twisted history he is the one expected to deliver the keynote as Hebrian's Dean-level prodigy. That is when Desser fully understands it. This is not a replay of history, but a shadow world built by changing history itself. A system notice follows and starts the main quest called the Ideal World, but even that refuses to explain the real objective yet. A week later, Desser sits alone in Hebrian's peaceful garden, still trapped in this false paradise, and desperate to find a way back to reality. Students greet him respectfully as Professor Desser, which only underlines how completely this world rewrote his life. He has spent the whole week searching for clues, but this shadow world gives him no clear mission despite already starting the main quest. What he has learned so far is absurd. In this world he is a famous technical advisor, the youngest professor of magic, and a celebrated genius. The world has even restored his damaged body, because when he tests it, the eye he lost before is working perfectly again. Worse, the old gap between nobles and commoners is gone too, leaving him surrounded by the exact peaceful equality he always wanted. Even so, Deser keeps repeating to himself that this perfect world is still a lie, and he cannot let himself be seduced by it. Then Romantica suddenly hugs him from behind, and Deser recognizes her at once from the warmth and perfume alone. Romantica asks him to walk with her, and Deser agrees easily while she pretends to act bossy about making time for her. When he finally looks at her properly, Deser sees the ideal world. Romantica has become a famous designer, dressed in a striking black outfit with blue rose earrings. He notices she designed the dress herself, and the compliment flusters her so badly that her ears turn red just like old times. Their easy banter softens the moment, and Deser suggests they head to the lake to see the cherry blossoms. They walk together through the academy grounds, talking easily as if this peaceful life had always belonged to them. At the lake, the cherry trees are in full bloom, and with one gesture Romantica sends a fresh breeze through the petals around them. Watching her smile, Deser realizes this world has granted Romantica the life she always wanted, just like it has for so many others. After seeing so many people living out their wishes here, Deser catches himself wondering if this false world might not be so bad after all. The thought unsettles him immediately, because he feels he has forgotten something crucial even though he cannot grasp what it is. In the end, he can only look up at the blue sky and the falling blossoms, suspended between suspicion and the beauty of this perfect lie. Deser wakes from another brutal dream of the ruined future, where saving the world meant blood, hypocrisy, and losing the friends he treasured. An alarm from his communication bracelet snaps him out of it, and the sender is Zod asking to meet that evening to continue their last discussion. The message only makes Deser sadder, because this warm everyday life with Zod feels real, but he knows this whole world will vanish when the shadow world ends. As he looks at this false peaceful world, Deser is crushed by the thought that clearing it means taking away countless people's hard-won happiness. When Deser finally asks whether he even has the right to destroy this world, a system voice declares that the special condition called the weight of the world has been cleared. The next system message reveals Priscilla's final test. Deser must either deny this world or recognize it, and that choice will decide the future itself. Later, on a small hill by Hebrian Academy's training grounds, Deser finds Romantica happily sketching a new uniform for the students. Deser quietly asks if she's happy, and Romantica pauses mid-sketch because the question sounds strange coming from him. She tells him to wait until she finishes, then throws herself back into the design with the easy focus of someone doing exactly what she loves. When she hands over the finished sketch, Romantica says this is what she wants to do for the rest of her life, so of course she's happy now. Deser asks when her earlier dress design will be released, but Romantica admits she only ever thought about creating it, not what comes after. Left holding the new training suit design, Deser can only murmur that he hopes it comes out soon, sounding more wistful than excited. That afternoon, Deser goes to the Germia mansion in Dresden, where Pram is already waiting for him in the flower-filled garden like the family he never got to have in reality. Pram cheerfully welcomes him, and Deser answers with the family name Germia, quietly confronting the dream that this Pram really grew up with his house intact. As Pram leads him inside, Deser admits he came because he has something he needs to confirm. In the dining room, Pram's father greets Deser with the easy warmth of a proud noble host, and their firm handshake makes the fake family feel painfully solid. The moment Deser sits down, Pram's two younger sisters burst into excited questions about Hebrian Academy and its Shadow World entrance exam. Their mother tries to rein the girls in, but Deser gently says it's fine and answers them like a patient teacher facing future students. The whole dinner opens up into laughter, sibling bickering, and easy affection that shows exactly what Pram always wanted. Watching Pram look at his family with open love, Deser asks if he's happy, and Pram answers instantly that of course he is. Pram says the reason is simple, he's with his family. But when he finally looks back at Deser, he notices the sadness Deser can no longer hide. That night in a crowded tavern in central Dresden, Deser meets Adjust in a hidden corner, and is surprised to find her enjoying a place this noisy. Adjust lowers her hood, drinks the rough tavern beer like a favorite comfort, and Deser realizes this world's history shaped her into someone different. When Deser asks about her royal guard work, Adjust complains about the brutal schedule and constant accidents, but she clearly takes pride in it. She explains that she comes to this loud tavern on purpose, because watching ordinary people laugh safely is proof that her work is protecting their smiles. So when Deser asks if she's happy, Adjust answers without hesitation that she could not be happier than this. That answer pushes Deser deeper into despair, because in his mind every happy face in this world stands on Priscilla's side while his own choice means taking it all away. He starts to wonder if he should stop resisting and simply live here as one more piece on that brighter side. Before he can sink fully into that thought, Adjust presses a cold shot glass into his hand and sharply refuses to let him wallow after dragging her out before dawn duty. Deser gives in and decides to postpone the choice for just a moment, so he clinks glasses with her and downs the brutal drink. The liquor hits like fire, and the two of them cough at the same time before breaking into helpless drunken laughter. They keep drinking through one bottle after another until the table is buried in empty alcohol, and both of them are thoroughly drunk. In her drunken haze, Ajess jokes that she sees stars and double everything, then quietly adds that she can also see Desser grieving. She leans close enough to touch his face and turns his own question back on him by asking if he is happy. That simple question stops him cold, because Desser realizes he has spent all this time judging everyone else's happiness without ever asking what his own ideal really is. He thinks through the life this world gave him as a professor, stable and rewarding on the surface, and finally answers himself that no, this still is not enough. The surface of the whiskey reminds him of the ruined world he came from, where talent was wasted for lack of education and countless people died before they could ever bloom. Desser finally understands his real ideal, not a world that hands everyone a flat, perfect happiness, but a world where people are given the chance to discover and realize their own potential. So he says it out loud at last, this world is still far from satisfying his ideals. Ajess smiles like she was waiting for that answer, pleased to see his face clear again. Desser thanks her, and the two raise their glasses one last time in the tavern's warm light. Their glasses meet with a clear ringing note, and that shining moment is the last thing Desser sees in this world. After draining his glass, Desser finally sees what Priscilla was really trying to do with this shadow world, not trap him by force, but persuade him by making her ideal feel undeniable. He admits the idea was tempting, because a world where everyone lives happily and reaches their dream does sound beautiful at first glance. But Desser catches the flaw at the last second. Priscilla's perfect world did not just grant dreams, it twisted them into something empty. He remembers Romantica under a petal-filled tree, proudly talking about a dress she designed without ever thinking about what would come after. In Priscilla's world, Romantica became a famous designer instantly, but her work never had to become real or be worn by anyone, so her dreams stopped at the easiest possible version of itself. That makes Desser ask the real question: if Romantica never has to struggle, grow, or share her talent with anyone, is this even the life she truly wanted? Then he remembers dinner with Pram's family, the impossible miracle Priscilla gave him by letting him live beside the family he lost. Pram had called it happiness just because he was with his family, yet during that whole dinner he stayed in the background and barely spoke at all. Desser realizes Pram's old kindness is still trapping him there too, because this dream only lets him endure the family he wanted instead of truly belonging in it. He also remembers a jest over a cold drink, speaking about protecting the Empire's people no matter what it cost. Priscilla's world granted that wish by simply making it just a royal guard, skipping the hard path, hard choices, and real authority that would shape what protecting people actually means. That is where Desser draws the line. Even if the result looks kind, no one else has the right to decide another person's life for them. He sums up Priscilla's world in one brutal truth: everyone gets one tidy ideal, everyone stays satisfied, and every life is quietly cut short before it can become anything more. So Desser rejects it outright, calling it a silent world where people no longer choose for themselves. The system answers his choice at once, and instead of a normal clear alarm, the whole ideal world ends with the low ugly sound of breaking glass. Then Priscilla's voice comes back through the system, stripped almost clean of humanity, asking one last desperate question: what is his alternative? Desser's answer only hurts her more, because he says there is no neat alternative at all, just his refusal to live inside a limit someone else chose for him. He says he wants more than one perfect ending, and he would rather keep pushing past every limit than settle for a single assigned happiness. Priscilla tears herself away from the Artemis backbone to face him as a person, even though the effort crushes her ruined limbs and leaves her barely able to stand. She explodes at him, yelling that he has seen too many people die without ever achieving even one wish to still believe in this reckless freedom. Her words hit hard, because Desser knows she is talking about real failures like his own first life and people like Wilhelm Evernatten, who fought for others and still vanished without saving everyone. Priscilla insists that a limited world where everyone is happy is still more perfect than a free world where some people will die hopelessly. She grabs Desser by the collar and begs for proof, because without that proof she cannot accept that her entire sacrifice was wrong. In the middle of that breakdown, Desser suddenly looks past her, and Priscilla turns to see that the dead-looking Artemis core is still pulsing with mana. A thin hiss escapes the machine, and the red jewel at its center starts shining brighter as fresh mana floods the chamber. That red light quickly turns ugly, blackening the surroundings as if the world itself is being eaten away. Priscilla realizes the nightmare immediately. Her shadow world was not replaying history, it was trying to create a new one, and all the world-changing mana she prepared has just been dumped back into the air. Because Desser refused the ideal world, that stored mana lost its purpose and is now about to rewrite history through total destruction instead. A thunderous roar confirms it, and even when Priscilla tries to reverse causality one last time, every path she sees still ends in doom. That finally breaks her, and she falls apart in despair, bitterly admitting that all her sacrifices have led to nothing. Desser does the opposite and starts walking straight toward the power source, even though Priscilla tells him it is useless. She knows exactly how hopeless this is, because Desser is nearly out of mana, badly battered, and facing a disaster too large for ordinary magic or inversion to solve. Then the power source cracks open for real, and a gigantic column of mana blasts into the sky hard enough to twist space itself. Priscilla sees the future clearly now. If this reaches beyond Dresden, it will begin the destruction of the whole world. Even with dawn starting to break, Desser keeps advancing and tells Priscilla he will give her the proof she asked for right now. The overflowing mana seems to hit an invisible wall, because Desser starts controlling it at the particle level and makes the violent flows crash into each other until they disperse. Priscilla can only stare, because this should be impossible for anyone to calculate on the spot. Desser knows she is right, and the only reason he can do it is because he prepared for this exact kind of disaster years in advance. When he looks at the red jewel, he recognizes the true source at once. It is a dragon heart, the same kind of core tied to Skull Mask's old plan and the world's collapse in his first life. That reveal explains the scale of the threat, because the dragon heart lies outside Artemis itself, and still holds enough preserved mana to destroy humanity all over again. Desser pushes deeper into the storm, carving out a narrow calm road through the turbulence as he closes in on the heart. At the final step, his current life flashes through his mind, starting with how Romantica grew far beyond the dead end she once faced. He remembers Pram too, who reached heights in this life far earlier and without being crushed into that growth by despair. He remembers Adjust finding the center of ice years sooner and opening new possibilities for herself instead of being frozen into one assigned answer. And he remembers Zod reaching the impossible eighth circle, proving that even mankind's limits were never as fixed as Priscilla believed. Those memories become Desser's proof. This world already changed because people kept struggling forward, and that future exists precisely because it was not sealed shut. Then Desser grabs the dragon heart directly, knowing the particle control is only buying him time. He bitterly realizes his final battle was always going to come back to this same enemy from the end of the Shadow Labyrinth. Instead of trying to overpower that impossible mana, Desser chooses a riskier answer. Treat the dragon heart like a set of mana circles and synchronize with it. The dragon heart responds horribly, melting and splitting into thousands of spell arrays that overlap and drill into Desser's body. Because the heart is too unstable to match himself to it, Desser forces the opposite, reshaping the dragon heart to fit his own circles while his body tears apart under the strain. His consciousness starts slipping, but Desser forces himself to stay awake because losing focus now would waste the one chance he created. Then the resonance starts, with blue mana ringing first and red mana slowly harmonizing until both powers cry out together. Desser slowly rotates the synchronized mana until the dragon heart finally stabilizes inside him and the eruption into the sky begins to die. Once the dragon heart can keep turning on its own, Desser knows the disaster is over and the fate that destroyed the world in his first life has finally been beaten. The instant he recognizes that victory, his legs give out and he collapses onto the ground beneath a peaceful morning sky. Lying there, Desser quietly understands the cost. His body is destroyed, his mana circles are ravaged, and even if he lives, his life as a magician is likely over. Even so, he smiles faintly, because this time he reached the ending he fought for and left behind a world that gets to survive. His vision finally starts going black, and just before he loses consciousness, he hears a small nearby voice speaking through tears. He cannot make out the words, but the sadness in that voice is unmistakable as everything goes dark. For years after the war, Pram rides through a humid summer Dresden and stares out in awe at how completely the ruined capital has been rebuilt. Pram proudly explains that Dresden did not just recover from the final battle, it rebuilt itself into a modern city leading the empire forward. He finally introduces himself as Pram Schneider, a Hebrean graduate who now serves as one of the empire's knights. People on the street recognize him and cheer, and Pram shyly waves back even though the attention still embarrasses him. Then the children mischievously ask whether they should call him sir or miss, and Pram slams the moment shut with wounded pride. Alone again, Pram fumes that he is obviously a man and bitterly admits that no amount of training has fixed his delicate looks. The carriage finally arrives at the new Hebrean Academy, and Pram is relieved to escape before the joke gets to him anymore. At the academy entrance, the restored old gate and the vast new dome-topped campus behind it show exactly how the empire rebuilt itself. Pram explains that this academy now also houses the Ministry of Education, the institution that spread public schooling across the empire. He reflects that public education has opened real opportunity to ordinary citizens and uncovered talent that would have stayed hidden before. But just off the path, Pram's mood drops when he sees a memorial of 12 great gravestones for the thousands who died in the Artemis Church invasion. He offers a silent thank you to the dead for saving the empire and the world, then quietly apologizes for not being stronger. Pram leaves those feelings behind and heads into the academy building for his real errand. An intercom confirms Pram's identity and the building opens automatically, showing just how advanced the rebuilt academy has become. Inside the maze-like first floor, Pram gets turned around until familiar voices call out to him from behind. Radoria and Kelt appear hand in hand, and Pram happily greets the old academy leaders who now run the Empire's new magic research lab together. A third voice startles Pram, and he turns to find an exhausted Ron looking like he has barely slept. Ron brushes off Pram's concern and says the academy keeps burying him in work because they know how talented he is. When Pram admits he is lost, Ron points him toward the last room in the hall where Dean Pugman and Bridget are waiting. As Pram heads off, he reflects that Pugman replaced retired Dean Justin and somehow grew into a teacher the students now genuinely trust. At the Ministry of Education office door, Pram hears Pugman and Bridget already arguing over a bloated budget request. Bridget pushes for approval because she is in a hurry, but Pugman refuses to bend the rules just because she wants the money fast. Watching from outside, Pram can barely stop laughing at how completely the old power balance between them has flipped. He knocks, steps in, and cuts the argument short by reminding them it is time to leave. Bridget looks disappointed, Pugman looks ready to cry with relief, and Pram says the carriages are already prepared. Bridget finally gives in because none of them can afford to miss a Jest's coronation, and Pugman's tiny victory is so pathetic that Pram and Bridget burst out laughing. The story shifts to Leonhardt Palace, where Pram admits that even without ever knowing his father, he has still found a real family. Standing guard in the palace, Pram looks down at his golden lion insignia and still wonders whether someone like him really belongs among the Empire's 4 royal guardsmen. He explains that after the war he took Jean's place in the royal guard and earned a new title of his own, the Invisible Sword. Before he can stay serious for long, Romantica sweeps in and starts teasing him about the formal outfit she designed for him. Romantica pinches his cheek, laughs at how easy he is to tease, and calls him adorable while Pram tries to stay on duty. Even after she lets go of his cheek, Romantica keeps fussing over him from behind like he is a doll she dressed herself. Around them, the coronation has drawn a staggering crowd of famous rulers, warriors, and reporters from across the continent. Raffaello joins Pram on duty, and both men quietly marvel that the Empire and the Western kingdoms can now gather like this without bitterness. That hopeful scene immediately reminds Pram and Romantica of the one person whose actions made it possible, and both of them feel the ache of Desser's absence. Pram remembers Desser Armin as the teacher who changed his life and the magician who saved the world by giving up everything. Then the signal bell rings, and the whole palace snaps to attention for the succession ceremony. The gallery doors open and a Jest walks forward in a white dress so stunning that the entire hall falls silent around her. A Jest stops before Emperor Giltian, who greets his daughter with a heavy, sentimental look instead of stiff ceremony. In front of the entire court, Giltian apologizes for the way he raised her, admitting that he sacrificed warmth and freedom in the name of making her strong and safe. He goes even further and calls himself a failed father, even while saying he is proud of the woman a Jest became. A Jest lowers her head to steady herself, then answers through tears that she will become both a daughter and an empress the Empire can rely on. The ritual reaches its final stage with a Jest formally crowned, and only her vow to the people remains. Before a Jest can finish the ceremony, a shrill whistle rips through the hall and red teleportation mana warps the air, sending the guards into instant protective motion. For a heartbeat the room thinks the coronation is under attack, but Romantica's annoyed reaction gives away that this reckless entrance can only belong to one person. Desser Armin steps out of the warped space and casually asks if he is too late, turning the whole hall's panic into thunderstruck excitement. Even Giltian only answers with dry tolerance, because Desser's work has earned him the right to interrupt almost anything. Pram instantly throws himself at Desser, hugging him hard enough to count as punishment for showing up late. Romantica joins in by smacking Desser's back and scolding him too, making it clear they are furious only because they missed him. Desser looks up at a Jest, and without speaking they share a quiet exchange that says he came because of course he would. Once the excitement settles, the ceremony resumes with Pram standing between the two friends who matter most to him. Watching a Jest at last reach this day, Desser quietly says that now he is truly happy. Pram does not understand the inside joke, but when Desser ruffles his hair, he simply closes his eyes and accepts the warmth of the family he found. At the southern edge of the continent, Desser crosses the deadly green sand sea alone, walking through the red wasteland in a black formal uniform because he is searching for something specific. He tries to cast Spread Wind out of old habit, but the blue mana scatters uselessly because his mana circles are long gone. A moment later, Desser finally finds what he came for, a patch of dense black fog pinned to the sand, the scar left behind by a failed Shadow World clear. Judging the erosion as the remains of a level 2 Shadow World, he stares into it even though everyone who enters a zone like this is supposed to die. Desser steps across the invisible boundary anyway and disappears into the point of no return. Inside, all light, heat, and texture vanish, leaving Desser trapped in a dead black void that reminds him of the broken Shadow World skull mask once dragged him into. This time, though, Desser realizes the void is made from the land itself after the Artemis system corrupted and eroded the world. He raises his arm, and instead of normal magic, a flood of ominous red mana bursts out of him and rolls through the darkness like a tidal wave. Desser reflects on the price he paid long ago. When he fused his mana circles with the dragon heart to control it, the circles were destroyed, but the heart became part of his body and left him with near limitless mana. As his red mana spreads, tiny lights awaken around him, and Desser understands they are the elemental fragments that once made up this lost land. A vision of the land's original form flashes through him, and he quietly casts Restore. White Artemis light mixes into the red torrent, revealing the second gift Desser gained after that battle. He can now control the Artemis system itself. As the spell expands, Desser remembers Priscilla's faint last words and thinks about the woman who believed the world was too broken to save. Even now, he can only wonder whether Priscilla changed at the end and chose to believe in humanity after all. The restoration finally bites into the erosion, peeling the black fog apart until air, sand, and color returned to the dead space around him. When the fog is gone, the true green sand sea is revealed at last, emerald sand and a vast sapphire lake hidden beneath the ruined desert. Seeing another lost piece of the world restored, Dessa renews his quiet vow to keep fixing these eroded lands one by one, no matter how long it takes. It is not justice that drives him, but fascination, because every restored zone lets him discover a vanished world no one else alive can see. His communication pad suddenly chimes with a reminder, pulling him out of the view before he can linger any longer. Dessa opens a spatial distortion with his red mana and steps through, heading for an appointment with people important enough that he does not want to be late. The scene shifts to the garden behind Leonhard Palace, where Dessa and Ajess slip away from the crowded ballroom after her ceremony and finally get a quiet moment alone. Their talk starts lightly as Dessa asks about Professor Bridget, and Ajess says the former professor is thriving in the Ministry of Education. Ajess admits she still wishes Dessa had taken that minister post himself, but he reminds her that running the Magic Tower after Zod's death already takes all of his time. Even so, Dessa has still poured Tower money into academies and scholarships across the continent, pushing his old dream of broad education into reality. Ajess blurts out that she does not want to lose him, then quickly tries to hide the weight of that sentence by pretending she only means the Empire needs his talent. Dessa teases her for accidentally complimenting him, and the tension eases into a much more playful mood. Watching her now, Dessa quietly reflects on how different this Ajess is from the lonely hero of his old timeline, the woman who carried humanity without ever letting herself smile. Instead of that frozen legend, the woman beside him now complains like a lively girl that he stole attention from her one big moment. Dessa drops to one knee and jokes that he begs mercy from the Empress, and Ajess grins and formally pardons him while ordering him to keep serving the Empire. Fireworks boom over the palace, and both of them fall quiet for a moment to watch the festival celebrating Ajess' rise. With the mood gentler now, Ajess remembers their first meeting and admits that the arrogance behind her old judgment of him was completely wrong. The two keep trading old memories, from the center of ice to embarrassing moments they can finally laugh about together. Then Ajess brings up the old fortune from Foundation Day, and they recite it together from memory. Even if the world collapses, one of them will remain the pillar for the other. When Ajess smiles at him afterward, Dessa is struck by how precious that smile is, because in his old world she never had a life gentle enough to reach it. That happiness suddenly hurts, and for the first time in peace, Dessa stops running long enough to recognize what he has been feeling for her all along. Ajess speaks first, telling him the prophecy was right because she could only become the person she is now because he existed beside her. Dessa understands he feels exactly the same, because every time he was about to collapse, Ajess was there holding him up too. Both of them glance away in flustered silence, and Ajess finally decides she will be the one to say it outright. As Ajess steels herself, the air calmly freezes and a moonlit ice palace rises in the middle of the lily garden around them. With her cheeks flushed but her voice steady, Ajess tells Dessa she cares for him and asks him to stay with her now and forever. Dessa smiles, takes her hand, and answers with the one word that matters, forever. To seal it, Dessa lifts Ajess' hand and kisses it, ending the story on their promise to remain together.